Right after marrying the campus belle, I contracted a strange illness and passed away. For years after my death, while visiting my grave, the campus belle was overcome with grief. Her vision blurred, and she was hit by a truck. The next moment, we both found ourselves reborn. Back in our college days, in our past life, we bickered nonstop for 4 years in college, only to be forced into marriage by our families right after graduation. On our wedding night, I made a 3-point agreement with Tang Yun. We would only act intimate in front of our parents, and otherwise live separate lives. I had no feelings for Tang Yun and never interfered with or inquired about her social circle. Similarly, she never pried into my affairs. No matter how late I came home or even if I stayed out all night, I always assumed Tang Yun, like me, had married under parental pressure. It wasn't until the day I suddenly fell ill and died that Tang Yun rushed to the hospital like a madwoman, kneeling before the doctor, pleading desperately, "Doctor, I beg you, please save him. I'd give my own life if it could bring him back." At that moment, I stood by the bed in spirit form, witnessing this heartbreaking scene. I tried to hold her multiple times, but my arms passed right through her. I kept comforting her, but she couldn't hear a word, continuing to beg the doctor until she collapsed from overwhelming emotion. Tang Yun clutched my black and white photo, her grief overflowing as she gazed at my image with deep sorrow. Her fingers traced every inch of my face in the picture, her eyes filled with profound longing and pain. She reached for a bottle of sleeping pills, wanting to end the torment of her grief. Her best friend, Su Qiao, snatched the pills from her hand and said, "Shu Lu, it's been 4 years, he's gone." At these words, Tang Yun's face turned deathly pale, her breath hitching slightly. "Yes, he's been dead for 4 years, she murmured, her voice trembling with anguish. From my spirit form, I saw it all. Su Qiao patted her back soothingly and said, "Tomorrow is the anniversary of his death. Make peace with it and let go of the past." Tang Yun nodded. "Yes, it's time to move on. I've been drifting in misery for 4 years because of him." In the evening, Tang Yun prepared a lavish table of dishes. She picked up some food and placed it in the bowl across from her, habitually talking to herself, "These are all the dishes you loved. You never knew, but before I married you, I couldn't even cook. I learned from a chef just for you." She showed the scars on her hands from knife cuts, pouting with a look of grievance. "I was so clumsy, I cut my fingers several times, but seeing you enjoy my food so heartily made it all worth it." It was only after death that I learned all these dishes were made by Tang Yun herself. I remember the first time I ate them. They tasted exceptionally good, and I assumed she had hired a maid to cook. Not only that, she took care of me when I was drunk, ironed my clothes herself, and even secretly kissed me while I slept, always silently caring for and protecting me. Yet I remained oblivious, always turning a blind eye to her. Tang Yun picked up another slice of boiled fish for me and said, "This is the last meal I'll cook for you. After paying respects tomorrow, I'll forget everything about you. Maybe it's for the best." I couldn't help but sigh. Though Tang Yun was only in her early 30s, she was still graceful and beautiful. There was no need for her to remain depressed over a dead man like me. She deserved a new life. The next day, Tang Yun arrived at my grave wearing a pristine white wedding dress. She looked stunning today, her long hair curled into soft waves, her face adorned with delicate makeup, resembling a celestial fairy descending from the heavens in her white gown. I always knew Tang Yun was beautiful, but I had never paid attention to her before. Even during our wedding, my mind was only focused on rushing through the formalities, never bothering to notice how she looked. Tang Yun smiled bitterly at the tombstone and said, "Beautiful, so beautiful. How silly of me, you'd never care whether I'm beautiful or not." Her words were laced with sorrow. She placed a bouquet in front of the tombstone, gazing at the engraved name Ji Tang, her heart aching as memories flooded back. "Ji Tang, do you miss me?" "I miss you so much." Without thinking, I placed my hand on her head and whispered, "I'm sorry." Even though I knew she couldn't feel it, I couldn't help myself. "You wouldn't miss me, why would you?" A bitter smile crossed Tang Yun's face. "But I miss you." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. "It's strange, even though you're gone, it feels like you've always been by my side, like you'd stroke my hair." Hearing this, my hand paused mid-motion, my heart filled with sorrow. Actually, I originally wanted to end my life, but I couldn't. My mother wouldn't be able to bear it. "In a few days, I'll move away, leave this city, and never come back. So before I go, I want you to see me in my wedding dress. Just for you. I'll never wear it for anyone else again." With that, Tang Yun waved at the tombstone. "Ji Teng, I'm leaving. Goodbye." She reluctantly withdrew her gaze, lingering for a long moment before finally turning away. I stood by the grave, not following, just watching her leave. Just as Tang Yun reached the roadside, she suddenly remembered she was still wearing her wedding ring. She wanted to return it to me and forget everything about me. As she tried to take it off, the ring slipped through her fingers, fell to the ground, and rolled toward the middle of the road. "My ring!" Tang Yun hurriedly chased after it. This was the ring I had placed on her finger myself on our wedding day, and she had never taken it off. At that moment, A heavy dump truck suddenly came speeding toward her. Shuevue, get out of the way! I desperately shouted, floating toward her. With a deafening crash, the truck slammed into her. I watched helplessly as Tang Yun was thrown into the air, tracing an arc before falling to the ground like a withered autumn leaf. My heart shattered as I screamed in agony. Tang Yun lay in a pool of blood, the crimson stark against her white wedding dress. Her face was deathly pale as she weakly turned toward my tombstone, a bitter smile on her lips, tears streaming down one after another. Maybe this is for the best. No, it's not. Shuevue, hold on, the ambulance will be here soon. You can't die. I tried again and again to lift Tang Yun, but I was powerless. The helplessness filled me with hatred for myself. Ji Tung, the biggest regret of my life was meeting you and falling in love with you. Tang Yun cried harder as she spoke. If everything could start over, I would never love you again. As she said this, her life force dwindled, and she finally lost all vitality, lying motionless in the blood. No! I screamed hysterically. If everything could start over, I swear I would do everything to make it up to you, to cherish you, to never let you suffer again, to never let you shed another tear. As these thoughts overwhelmed me, a splitting headache seized me. It felt like my head would explode. My vision darkened, and I collapsed to the ground, right beside Tang Yun. When I woke up again, I found myself reborn. I took out my phone and saw the date, September 10th, 2018. I had returned to my college days. Unbeknownst to me, my wife Tang Yun had also been reborn. At that moment, I was lying in the school infirmary after being hit on the back of my head by a basketball thrown by a student from Tang Yun's class while passing the court. At this point in time, Tang Yun was my university classmate, and as the class monitor, she would soon visit me on behalf of our class. Thinking of this, I excitedly closed my eyes and waited for Tang Yun's arrival. Suddenly, footsteps echoed outside the door. As they approached, someone walked to my bedside, and a familiar medicinal fragrance, unique to Tang Yun's scent, wafted over, filling me with nostalgia. Unable to resist, I took a soft, deep breath. Classmate, a voice as clear as a silver bell rang out. I opened my eyes to see Tang Yun bending over me, her gaze half lowered, her long, thick lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. I grabbed her hand. In my past life, I had never realized the depth of her love for me. For 4 years after death, I had longed endlessly to hold her hand and pull her into my arms. Yet each time, my hands would pass right through her. That powerlessness was something I endured countless times. Now, I could finally grasp her hand, warm and soft. Tang Yun stared at me, the tips of her ears visibly reddening. She pressed her lips together, struggled for a few seconds, and tried to pull her hand away. When Tang Yunran didn't speak, Jiang Che closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. At this moment, Tang Yunran's best friend Jin Xiaoqiao walked in. Pervert! Let go of my family, Ranran! Jin Xiaoqiao rushed over and went to pickpocket Jiang Che's hand. The system didn't have any beeps. He was right in thinking that this love system only reacted to people he liked. Xiaoqiao, be gentle, he's still hurt, you'll hurt him like this. Tang Yunran spoke out to stop Jin Xiaoqiao and said. Hearing Tang Yunran say this, Jiang Che was moved in his heart. It's better to have a wife. Chapter 3, Tang Yunran's reason for liking him. Ranran, did you get hit by a basketball too? What's wrong with your brain? He's eating your tofu, and you even care about him? Jin Xiaoqiao looked at Tang Yunran with an unbelievable gaze. Yes. Tang Yunran had a hidden bitter smile on her face. She had already made up her mind that if everything could be done over again, she would never want to have anything to do with him again. The Tang Yunran who once loved him dearly has died in front of his grave. No, I'm just afraid that you'll cause him secondary injuries. After all, it was our class that smashed him, and as class president I'm representing the class as a whole to see him, so it wouldn't be good if I hurt him again. You're right, but it's not like he keeps pulling on you. Maybe he's simply already awake and is purposely pulling on your hand. No way. He's not that kind of guy. If he really was that kind of person, he wouldn't have treated her, his wife, as the most familiar stranger in his previous life, and hadn't even touched her, so how could he take the opportunity to take advantage of her now? Ran. Don't be fooled by this little white boy. I admit that he is handsome. But people's hearts are different, maybe he's just a sesame dumpling. It was almost time to wake up. Jiang Che ran his other hand over the back of his head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. You awake? How are you feeling? Almost got opened up, not dying is considered picking up a life. Jiang Che exaggerated. Hey! I say you're already awake, why are you still holding onto our family Ranran's hand? Hurry up and let go. Jin Xiaoqiao pinched her waist and roared ferociously. Can't let go. Just now she hit me with a ball and almost killed me, she has to be responsible for me. Jiang Che not only didn't let go of Tang Yunran's hand, but also intentionally pulled Tang Yunran with one strong pull, causing her to stumble and fall onto him. Tang Yunran's face was lying on the man's lap, and even though it was through the covers, it still made her ears red all of a sudden. Jiang Che's face was also very red, a reddish-purple kind of red. Just now he did intentionally pull Tang Yunran, he just didn't expect Tang Yunran to hit the wrong spot, and the sweat on his forehead came out. Who smashed you? Our family Ranran didn't smash you. You quickly and hurriedly loosen her hands. Jin Xiaoxiao said as he hurriedly peeled Tang Yunran up. You didn't smash it? Jiang Che deliberately played dumb. Of course not. Oh, sorry then. Jiang Che secretly rubbed Tang Yunran's hand before letting go. Tang Yunran's pupils lost enlargement, fingertips with the electricity hastily retracted, clutched on the side of the clothes, eyes flickering, heart cannot control the proof chaotic beating. Love experience value plus 700. Did he just do that on purpose? Or is she overthinking it? Cough cough. Tang Yunran cleared her throat and adjusted her emotions before opening her mouth. I'm the class president of class 9 of the fine arts department. My name is Tang Yunran. Just now our class was playing a basketball game with class 8, and it was a student from our class who accidentally hit the ball flying, and then it smashed into you. On behalf of our classmates, I'd like to say sorry to you. Just saying sorry? Shouldn't you at least treat me to dinner? Jiang Che couldn't wait for his feelings to warm up with Tang Yunran now. They had never interacted even though they were classmates in college. So he had to find a suitable reason to spend more time with her. Tang Yunran was looking at Jiang Che with a suspicious gaze. This is not the right pace to develop, is it? She remembered very clearly that in her last life, when she came to see Jiang Che didn't even pay much attention to her. She was the school flower of Jiangcheng University, there were not a few people chasing after her, and she was the center of attention wherever she went. Many rich second-generation people from big and powerful families competed to confess their love to her, and each one of them had a face of adoration. And yet, Jiang Che surprisingly didn't look much interested in her, which aroused her curiosity. Not only that, Jiang Che also gave her an indescribable sense of familiarity. Later on, when they encountered each other on campus several times, Jiang Che still treated her coldly, and as she looked at his back, the sense of familiarity became more and more obvious. It wasn't until one day that she realized that Jiang Che was the neighboring brother who had saved her from the river when she was a child. He was especially kind to her, he would bring her all his goodies, he would fight her bullies, get all dirty and bruised, and grin and tell her so. I'm strong, I'm fine. Too bad he doesn't even remember. Thinking about it, Tang Yunran was secretly saddened. Do you want to be shameless? Jin Xiaoxiao shouted out with a suddenly raised voice. Are you still a man? How dare you let our family Ranran, a girl, treat you to dinner? Then I'll treat her to dinner, is that okay? Jiang Che followed Jin Xiaoxiao's words. Jin Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded by the blockage, and secretly pondered in his heart, why did he feel that he had been set up by Jiang Che? Whether Tang Yunran invites Jiang Che to dinner? Or if Jiang Che invites Tang Yunran to dinner, are they still going to dinner alone? I know. You're using it as an excuse to try to chase my family Ranran, aren't you? Kobashi. Don't you talk nonsense. Tang Yunran looked embarrassed. How could Jiang Che chase after her? If he had that idea, Asao would be able to climb a tree. Ranran, why are you always helping him? We're the family. Jin Xiaoxiao huffed. Right-o, she's no longer family with Jiang Che now. And in her previous life she had made up her mind never to have anything to do with him again. All that hurt and pain she had suffered, she didn't want to experience it again either. That, Jiang Che, I'm not really used to eating with boys. It's okay, I'm not too used to eating with girls either, let's help each other get used to it, it's impossible to be single for the rest of your life in the future. Jiang Che had made up his mind, he must seize the opportunity and chase Tang Yunran into his hands as early as possible. What to do? Tang Yunran had a headache, what was wrong with Jiang Che? It had to stick to her. She had to find a way to turn it down. My mom keeps a tight rein on me, and she wouldn't think much of it if she knew I was eating out with boys. Then we won't eat out, I'll go to your house. Chapter 4, Ask her if she's handsome. Tang Yunran. Going to my house is fine. Jiang Che added. In the end, there was nothing she could do but agree to eat with Jiang Che. It's just a meal anyway. He's not going to do anything to her? And he won't do anything to her? After this meal, she'll stay away from him from now on. Tang Yunran thought with a lowered brow. Jiang Che also pondered in his mind. What did he have to do to get Tang Yunran's attention during dinner? That said, Tang Yunran, when exactly did she fall for him? Although he admitted that he himself did look quite handsome, but Tang Yunran, she was the school beauty of their Jiangcheng University. People who pursued her abounded. Why would Tang Yunran like him? Ha! And so on. Jiang Che suddenly remembered something. Just now, Tang Yunran seemed to have called his name. Strange? How did she know his name? It wasn't unusual for him to know her name. After all, she was the school beauty of their Jiangcheng University. Which schoolboy didn't know the name of their school's school beauty? In his previous life, even if he hadn't paid much attention to this aspect, he still knew that Tang Yunran was the school beauty of their school. But he was just an ordinary student in the business department, so how did Tang Yunran know his name? Is it? She's into me now? Thinking of this, Jiang Che secretly rubbed his excitement. He'd have to find a chance to test the waters when he had dinner with her tomorrow. After the afternoon class ended, Jiang Che followed his memory to find his way home. He was reborn back to the age of 18. More than a decade of change is so big that it can make a city change its face again, can make the barren land tall buildings. Jiang Che looked at the old house that stood on the side of the road, looking toward the park neighborhood, which was demolished after 3 years. If he were to get his hands on a dozen or so sets there now, wouldn't he make a fortune? It's just a shame that he doesn't have the money in his hand. Speaking of money, Jiang Che thought of something as an afterthought. He doesn't have the money, but he has the system. Just now, the system had mentioned that the experience value he earned could be directly exchanged for soft money. System, how much experience value do I have now? 6,665 points. What's with all this? When you were in the infirmary, you were so focused on taking advantage of your wife, where was your mind to listen to me prompting you? So it is. So I can redeem $6,000 here? Is that what this means? Yes. Over $6,000. It's not a lot, but it's almost worth a month's worth of an average person's part-time job. His mom and dad's combined salary is only $10,000 a month. Look for Tang Yunran tomorrow to continue to work hard and get rich. Right, didn't I get a chance to draw a prize? Jiang Che said as he suddenly remembered. Smoking now? Draw. If you don't smoke it, you can go home for New Year's Eve. Tap on the sweepstakes button. Congratulations, drew a ticket for an Euro Millions experience for 1 week. This is a good thing. It's good for special occasions, to ward off evil spirits. It was in effect when the experience coupon was drawn. I'll go. I didn't even say start. This is the system's default program, there is no need to seek the host's opinion. That's pretty capricious. Can I keep drawing? Sure. 100 experience points drawn once. A little pricey. But give it a try. Anyway, there's no more, so I can double my money back tomorrow by going to Tang Yunran and casually sucking and sniffing and pulling on her hand or whatever. Now smoke. 100 experience points have been deducted and can be drawn now. Jiang Che tapped on the draw button. Congratulations to the host, drawing 200 experience points. This one doesn't suffer. Not much of a surprise though. Keep smoking. Congratulations to the host, drawing 200 experience points. What's with all this? After 10 consecutive draws, Jiang Che became a little impatient. Hearing Jiang Che say that, the host really couldn't help but spit it out. Just be content, if it wasn't for the O Huang attribute, you could have been thanks for participating 10 times in a row. Smoke it one last time. Congratulations to the host, who drew the charm boost 60% attribute. Enhancement of the face? Jiang Che took out his cell phone and used the original camera to take pictures of his face, as if he had become quite handsome. The features were quite a bit more three-dimensional than he had been before, and the skin was much better. He used to be quite handsome, but in the end, he was just an ordinary person who didn't pay as much attention to maintenance as celebrity artists, and he was still a bit rough. But now, with the original camera on, the pores aren't quite visible unless you look closely. Raising his hand, he touched his face. It felt excellent in the hand, but still not as good as Tang Yunran's. Jiang Che looked at his hand and moved his fingers, recalling the feeling of pulling Tang Yunran in the infirmary in the afternoon. Warm and soft, fine and smooth, it felt like the finest sheep's white jade. Simply evocative.
Find an opportunity to touch it tomorrow while you can.
Explain that he's not a denizen, he's just doing it to increase his system experience value. Thinking of Tang Yunran, Zhang Che clicked on WeChat and flipped through the recently added friends.
Tang Yunran. He notes her, wife. Send her the selfie you just took with the original camera. Handsome? Ding.
Tang Yunran had just returned home when she heard the sound of a WeChat reminder ringing out. Clicking it open, after seeing that it was a message from Zhang Che, his breathing was instantly disorganized.
What's he messaging her for? Did he change his mind about not wanting to have dinner with her? That must be it.
She knew how Zhang Che would ask her out to dinner. I guess my brain was temporarily dead from being hit by a basketball in the middle of the day. It's also possible that he's used up all the money he got from his sister's pit and can't afford to eat, which is why he has to let her treat him. After she and Zhang Che got married in her last life, she often heard his sister talk about the past, and Zhang Che loved to do the unethical thing of pitting his sister.
Thinking of this, a trace of bitterness spread across Tang Yunran's face.
Bitterness faded into bitter laughter.
It's better this way, they don't have to be in touch anymore and they won't be involved in the future.
Sighing, he tapped the message.
Ha! Tang Yunran blinked and blinked again. Photos?
He sent over his selfie and asked her if she was handsome.
It's not about turning her down for dinner tomorrow?
Tang Yunran brought her phone closer and stared carefully at the man in the photo. I don't know if it's her illusion or not. She felt as if he did become quite handsome. His eyebrows are like distant mountains, his nose is high and straight, his thin lips are sexy, and his throat is excellent. Looking at it, Tang Yunran's face turned scarlet.
Love experience value plus 69. What?
Zhang Che stopped in his tracks after hearing the system's beep that reached his head.
She added to his experience value again? Didn't he just send her a handsome picture? Was it really true, as he had guessed, that she had fallen in love with him now? That's why she already knew his name? Or was it simply that his picture had made her handsome? After thinking forward and hesitating, Zhang Che sent another message to Tang Yunran.
I don't think I told you my name when I was in the infirmary this afternoon. How did you know that my name is Zhang Che?
Chapter 5, Exposed?
Tang Yunran was staring mesmerized at Zhang Che's picture when she received a new message. After seeing this message, Tang Yunran was instantly flustered.
Not good. Going to be exposed? Would he suspect that she was born again? It shouldn't be possible.
Tang Yunran rejected this guess in her mind. This kind of thing, rebirth, was so metaphysical that it could only happen in novels, and anyone who said they were reborn in reality would definitely be treated as a person with bourgeoisie. When you were knocked out by the basketball, I heard your friend call you that name.
Temperance. She has to stay calm.
Her reasoning for this counts as seamless and faultless.
So that's how it is.
Zhang Che raised his hand and rubbed his chin.
Tang Yunran's remark was sensible and without fault. So does she like him now or not? By the way, you still haven't answered me, am I much more handsome than I used to be? Zhang Che sent another message over. Tang Yunran looked at Zhang Che's picture again. Seriously? Cool. But she couldn't say it. And don't want to talk about it. A little bit of that, right? I'm not really sure. Just a little bit?
Zhang Che took a picture of his cell phone. He felt that it had changed a lot.
It still doesn't seem to be enough. System, boost my charisma again. You have to be able to draw it, too. Then smoke, all the time. Until it's drawn. Anyway, he has the OU attribute added to him, so he can just do whatever he wants. Smoke as much as you want.
Experience time a week it, he still do not believe it, a week of 7 days, an average of 1 second to draw once, a total of 168 hours.
10,080 minutes. 604,800 seconds. Once a second, pump it more than 600,000 times, he still does not believe it, pumping cannot be a charm boost? Along the way, all that was ringing in his head was the beeping of the system drawing the prize. Accompanied by 1,000 winning beeps, Zhang Che returned to the floor of his neighborhood. He has an ordinary family, with both parents earning money by working and a younger sister. Just then, the elevator door opened, and the girl with short, medium hair slowly came out in an electric wheelchair. Older sister. Zhang Che excitedly pounced over and went to pull the girl's face without saying a word. A pull that long. Such a handful is his oldest sister, River Edge. Speaking of more than a decade after the Jiang Yuan and the marriage, the male party to her very little care, and later in the Jiang Yuan found each other derailed after a big fuss day by day, thin with a bamboo pole. It's not at all like it is now, where a pole can be so long. Pain, pain, pain. Jiang Che, you're sick. You're stretching your face. Jiang Yuan's strength was no match for Jiang Che, so he used his hands to twist and his nails to pick. But no matter how much they gouged and twisted, Jiang Che just pulled hard on her face and wouldn't let go. How could Jiang Che let go? It was so hard to be able to pull Jiang Yuan's little fat face again, he had to have a good time. Jiang Che. Your brain is caught in the door panel. Let go. Let go. If you don't let go, I'll tell Mom. I'll tell Mom that you're bullying me. Jiang Che watched Jiang Yuan's face redden as he tugged on it before letting go. Ouch, 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 ouch. Jiang Yuan rubbed his face and kept rolling his eyes wide at Jiang Che. Go to the hospital if you're sick. After Jiang Yuan said this, she realized that Jiang Che had been staring at her. Just look, that look was something he'd never had before, like the way her dad looked at her. Some kindness. Hell no. Really sick? Just as Jiang Yuan was thinking this, Jiang Che suddenly reached out to her head and gently touched it. Old sister, in the future, old brother will be doubly good to you. You must tell me if you have any difficulties, old brother. I will fight to the death to help you get it done. Jiang Che said with deep emotion, and there was still some moist redness under his eyes. Jiang Yuan was shocked like never before, pushing his wheelchair backward and falling more than 10 meters away, then looking at Jiang Che with a very strange look. She wondered if she should call 911. Ask the fireman to give him a good spray on him to remove the evil? Ah! She knows. Jiang Yuan looked violently towards Jiang Che's hands, both of which were empty, nothing. Jiang Che. Where's the chili fries you brought me? I really didn't forget, it's just that something delayed me. Jiang Che explained. What is it? Don't tell me you're walking around with temporary amnesia from being hit by a ball? She just said it, good for nothing, Jiang Che guilty of what draw? In the morning, she gave Jiang Che $50 and asked him to bring back a box of chili fries when he came back, but it turned out that not only did he come back empty-handed, but he was also so carnal to her, so it was no surprise that he had coveted her money. Jiang Che looked at Jiang Yuan with wide eyes and stuck out his thumbs. You're great, this can be guessed by you? I believe you, big head. Jiang Yuan copied the cell phone and really wanted to smash this exasperating old brother. Alright, I'll confess. Jiang Che spread his hands. Actually, I'm helping you find your sister-in-law. Jiang Yuan's white eyes rolled up to the sky. All you do all day long is tinker with how to screw me out of my money, and you'll find me a sister-in-law? I'd still believe it if you became a monk. Jiang Yuan, I don't like what you're saying. But the truth. You say you this face long, your face really waste. In the past there are a lot of girls with you. Confession, the result? You don't even give a damn about people, and you gave me a sister-in-law. If you can find me a sister-in-law, I can even stand up for you. Jiang Che looked at Jiang Yuan's leg. Jiang Yuan was not congenitally disabled, but rather caused by a car accident, counting how long had not passed since that car accident. In his previous life, their family was not in a good condition. They did not have enough money to give Jiang Yuan to see his leg, and then through his bachelor efforts the family got rich, but by that time the best treatment time had been delayed, and it could not be cured at all. Give me back my money. It's true that old brothers are used to pit their sisters against each other. Jiang Yuan was originally born a bun face, gas puffed up, catching up with the hibiscus big bag. Jiang Che reached into his pocket and pulled it out. Just $3 left. It's just enough to buy a pack of chili fries. It's not enjoyable to eat one pack, so I won't return this money to you. Jiang Che said and put the money back into his pants pocket. Jiang Yuan clenched his fists tightly and hooked his hand at Jiang Che. Come over here and I promise I won't beat you to death. It's better for a girl to be gentle. You won't get married if you're that mean. To hell with you. Pay back. No. Take your life. My life is worthless, you suffer. Yada yada yada. In the end, Jiang Che honestly let Jiang Yuan hit him a few times before pushing his wheelchair to a nearby convenience store. Boss, give me a pack of chili fries. Jiang Che's attention was drawn to the iced tea in the refrigerator after he bought the chili fries. Boss, you can win the lottery with this iced tea, right? Yes, the chances of winning are high. Young man, want a bottle? Maybe you'll get lucky and win. The boss said as he pulled open the refrigerator door. We don't want it, winning prizes and all that is just a flimflam. Zhang Yuan pushed his wheelchair and was just about to turn around when he heard Zhang Che's voice ringing behind him. I'll take a bottle then. Hey! Zhang Che, when have you ever won the lottery? You don't win anything you buy, and you haven't even won $5 in the lottery. I'll shave my head if you buy iced tea and win. That's what you said. Zhang Che looked at Zhang Yuan's round face, which originally looked like a bun, and would definitely look more like one if it was hairless. Boss, I'll take this bottle. It's the time for his Ouija attributes to come into real play. Zhang Che couldn't wait to unscrew the lid of the iced tea after paying. Chapter 6, Winning the Lottery Without Stopping. One more bottle. Bingo! It was expected, but still a pleasant surprise. Really won? Guess you used all your luck for the rest of your life. Zhang Yuan skimmed his lips and said. Zhang Che took the cap of the bottle and waved it in front of Zhang Yuan's face. Who just said I'd shave my head if I won the lottery? Zhang Yuan puffed out her cheeks, she didn't want to admit it. If you win again, I'll shave my head. Well, I'm going to see you shave your head today. Zhang Che handed the cap of the bottle to the boss, then went back to the refrigerator to get a random bottle. It doesn't matter if you pick or don't pick, anyway, with the Europa attributes added. Zhang Yuan didn't believe that Zhang Che would be able to win another bottle in a row. Ha ha! Hit it again. Zhang Che disliked the cap of the bottle of another bottle to Zhang Yuan's face. See, that's how lucky your old brother is. How is that possible? Zhang Yuan stared at the cap of the bottle in front of him with rounded and unbelieving eyes, and the words "one more bottle" were indeed printed on it. Now you can shave your head. Zhang Che said as he took 2 sips of iced tea. Zhang Yuan bulged her open mouth, cutting her bald head and all, she didn't want it. What's the matter, still not convinced? Good. I'll let you be completely convinced today. After saying that, Zhang Che went to get another bottle of iced tea. Another bottle again. Get it again. Still another bottle. The fridge was finished taking, and the owner froze and went to open the box. After smoking 2 large boxes in a row, Zhang Che felt it was almost appropriate to stop. Not to mention the fact that it's on the news, these iced teas don't even have lids, so where to put them is a problem. You can't just dump them all down the toilet and flush them away, can you? Zhang Yuan looked at the 2 large boxes of iced tea on the ground, his mouth opened so wide in surprise that it could accommodate a whole goose egg, and his eyeballs were almost about to stare off. Convinced now? Zhang Yuan froze and looked up at Zhang Che. Convinced? It's not a matter of convincing or not convincing anymore, is it? Is this luck possessed by the emperor? Or was her oldest brother switched? Iya, it's a pity that such good hair is going to be shaved bald. Zhang Che smacked his lips and said. Hearing Zhang Che say this, Zhang Yuan immediately felt a coldness on his head and felt that he had shaved. Zhang Yuan imagined himself shaved bald. Ah! She can't take it. Zhang Che looked at Zhang Yuan's wonderfully varied expression and didn't need to guess what she was thinking. It's okay if you don't want to tick. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked at Zhang Che with a wary gaze. This old brother of hers is so nice to talk to? Nope. It has to be catnip. You make the offer. Although Zhang Yuan knew that there was a fraud, she had to work with the tiger. After all, she didn't want to shave her head bald anyway. In this case, there are a total of 2 cases of iced tea here, a total of 30 bottles, so you can call me 30 times dear brother. Zhang Che said after thinking about it. What? Calling you brother? And honey? That's so gross? No. She couldn't scream. Death doesn't scream. If you can't scream, then shave your head. River Edge. Across the street is the barber store, I'll take you there. Zhang Che said as he looked at the hair salon across the street. Zhang Yuan looked at Zhang Che with a variety of expletive expressions. Zhang Che waited very calmly. After the 2 of them confronted each other eye to eye for a full 3 minutes, Zhang Yuan conceded defeat. Dear brother. These 5 words practically popped out of River Edge's teeth. Zhang Che was so touched when he heard that. If it wasn't for the fear that Zhang Yuan would get mad, he really wanted to hug Zhang Yuan and give him a big kiss. Keep calling. She endured. Dear brother. Hey. Call again. Zhang Yuan took a long deep breath. Dear brother, dear brother, dear brother, dear brother, dear brother, dear brother. The speed of his speech was astonishing, his face was held green and purple, and Jiang Che was afraid that Jiang Yuan would pout over from holding his breath. The last 30 voices of Dear Brother made Jiang Che feel so satisfied. After returning home, Jiang Che looked at the 2 large boxes of iced tea without bottle caps and got a headache. It's not good to put it directly in the fridge without a lid. There it is. Jiang Che poured out the little pure water remaining in the water dispenser and poured in all the iced tea. That makes it easier. Jiang Che had just finished his work when his parents came back. Joel, this water, what's going on here? Jiang Che looked at Jiang's father and mother, who were still in good health, and was so excited that he immediately rushed up and hugged the 2 of them tightly. In his previous life, after his death, his mom couldn't take the shock and fell seriously ill. His trusted best friend even took the opportunity to take ownership of his company. With no money to pay for his mom's medical care, his dad had to work day and night and ended up getting his leg smashed off at a construction site. If it wasn't for the fact that Tang Yunran had been taking good care of the 2 of them, he wouldn't have dared to imagine that they would still be able to live their lives. That's why he owed Tang Yunran so much. It would take him a lifetime to slowly pay it back. Joel, what's wrong with you? Lin Hui looked at Jiang Che in confusion. Jiang Yuan said as he ate the spicy noodles, Mom, Jiang Che, he's got his brain caught in a door panel. Jiang Che turned back to Jiang Yuan. Just now, he called me 30 times dear brother, and now he's calling me by my name. Humph. Jiang Yuan felt very ashamed when she thought of the 30 times she called him dear brother. When she found the opportunity later, she would return it. Xiao Che, your counselor called this afternoon and said you got hit in the head by a basketball. Are you okay? Jiang Mingquan asked. Really, the basketball smashed? Jiang Yuan looked at Jiang Che with wide eyes. It's fine, I've got a hard head. Jiang Che finished looking at the dishes in the hands of Jiang Mingquan's duo and immediately took them over. Dad, Mom, you've had a hard day at work, sit down and have a good rest, I'll cook this meal tonight. What's going on? Jiang Mingquan looked at Jiang Che with wide eyes. Son, did you really get hit in the head with a basketball? Linya also had a worried look on her face. Where's a child who knows so much about what's going on in her family? It's clearly someone else's child. Dad, Mom, I'm really fine. I just want to help you guys out and relieve some of your stress. In the past, I was too ignorant. You worked hard to save up money to send me to college, but I always played games on my cell phone. I promise I'll never play games again, and I'll take care of all the meals at home whenever I'm free. At this moment, the expression on Jiang Che's face was as serious as it could be, and as steady as it could be. Splat, a sound was heard, and the chorizo in Jiang Yuan's hand fell to the ground. Both eyes froze straight up and stared at Jiang Che. Couldn't believe my ears. Linya and Jiang Mingquan were also in a state where their brains had been dead for a long time. Jiang Che took 2 cups and went under the water dispenser to pick up 2 cups of iced tea and handed them to Linya and Jiang Mingquan. Dad, Mom, here's the iced tea I won in the lottery. You guys sit down and have some tea and watch TV. I'm going to go make dinner. After saying that, Jiang Che carried the dishes to the kitchen. Chapter 7, Meeting a Love Enemy. Quiet. The living room was quiet as a pin drop. Jiang Mingquan, Linya, and Jiang Yuan were wide-eyed. 3 minutes later. Jiang Yuan took out his cell phone. Should we call 120? Linya opened her mouth. I'll go to the kitchen. Linya quietly came to the door and looked towards the inside. Jiang Che was methodically cooking. Is this really her son? That she could produce such a knowledgeable son? Linya walked into the kitchen and looked at Jiang Che with a serious face. Joel, tell Mom, did you do something illegal? Mom, why do you think so? I'm a law-abiding, 3rd-grade citizen. Then why have you suddenly changed your nature? You never used to help the family, you'd fight with your dad, you played games all day long, you didn't do your job, you were idle. Fight. I wasn't that bad before, was I? The more Jiang Che listened, the more speechless he became. Pretty much. Jiang Mingquan stuck his head inside and interjected. Jiang Che. Well, I admit I was bad before, that's why I came to my senses. So I'm not starting to get my life on track here? You've really come to your senses, haven't you? Linya and Jiang Mingquan were both looking at Jiang Che with skeptical gazes. Both of them were thinking in their hearts that it was probably just a whim for Jiang Che, and that they wouldn't last 2 days before they would be knocked back to their original form. Saying 2 days is already too much for him. 1 day. 1 day at most. Tomorrow their son will be back to being the brat that pisses people off. Evening. take a shower and get ready for bed. Just after lying on the bed, Jiang Che picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Tang Yunran. Sent a good night emoji. It's a motion picture of a man kissing a woman. After seeing this emoticon, Tang Yunran couldn't help but imagine it was Jiang Che kissing her. Love experience value plus 289 points. No. What was she thinking? After dinner with Jiang Che tomorrow, they'll be bridge to bridge. After thinking about it, in the end, Tang Yunran still couldn't hold back and slid her finger upwards, flipping to the selfie that Jiang Che had sent her a few hours ago. Looking at it, subconsciously long pressing and tapping save. Day 2. As soon as Jiang Che got up, he started messing with his look. I'm going to have dinner alone with Tang Yunran today, so I need to give her a good impression. System, did you draw a charm boost last night after a night of drawing? No. So what's the draw? Experience value 500,000 points. That much? How does it work? Jiang Che thought of the old houses near the park, originally thinking of getting 10 or 8 sets, and later waiting for the demolition to get rich. But there is no money. Now it seems a bit hard to go on and get 8 out of 10 sets, but it's still possible to work on getting a set first. With more than 500,000 experience points a day, a 7-day Euro Millions experience coupon is 3.5 million, and a 3-bedroom apartment in an old neighborhood can be bought for 3 million. That's more than enough. It was only 6 o'clock, Mom and Dad and they weren't up yet, so he went out for a walk to pick up breakfast on the way. In his previous life, he played games all the time when he was a student, and when he went out into the society, he sat on the computer all day and night, and his cervical vertebrae and waist got sick. In this life he's going to learn his lesson and get in shape. Just as Jiang Che was running out of breath, a beep came from the system. Congratulations to the host, who has drawn the physical fitness improvements 70% attribute. After the voice fell, Jiang Che instantly felt like he wasn't tired at all, as if he had just started running. Looking at his arms and legs, they were noticeably stronger. Improved physical fitness by 70%, I wonder if there are any abs? Jiang Che's eyes lit up as he pulled off his own clothes. One abs turned into a 6-pack. That's just great. System, keep it up, I want 8-pack abs. What girls like pecs, biceps, he's going to have a bunch of them. 6:30 a.m. Jiang Che returned home, carrying 2 large bags of buns in his hands. Mom and Dad, you're up just in time. The buns I bought are back, and the white rice porridge in the pot is cooked, let's eat. As soon as Jiang Yuan pulled open the door to his room, he saw this bizarre scene happen again. Looking back at the door, she wondered if she had opened it the wrong way. After finishing his meal, Jiang Che left the house and rushed towards the school after greeting Linyat and the others. Jiang Yuan put down his chopsticks and couldn't hold back his words for half a day. Dad, Mom, should we get a doctor to look at him? Could he really have gotten hit in the head with a basketball? What's all this nonsense? That's your brother, he understands. Linya said with a relieved face. Suddenly you know what you're doing? I think that's a little too metaphysical, don't you? I still think getting hit by a basketball is more likely. Then I'll hit you with a basketball, too, to see if you get it? No need, I wouldn't get it with this head smashed in. I'm done eating, I'm going to my room to catch up on the show. Jiang Yuan immediately pushed the wheelchair and slipped back to her room after saying that, and continued to catch up on the dual male lead costume dramas that she loved to watch. Noon. Jiang Che waited at the entrance of the art department. Most of the art students were girls. With his charisma value and physical fitness improved, he stood at the entrance of the art department, naturally attracting the attention of many girls. However, Tang Yunran was the only one he had in mind. The other warblers and swallows are just floating clouds to him. Jiang Che hadn't waited for Tang Yunran first, but had waited for Tang Yunran's number 1 suitor, Wu Qingshu. Wu Qingshu and Tang Yunran were classmates from elementary school to university and neighbors, and had been pursuing Tang Yunran. Later on the day of his wedding to Tang Yunran, he even ran over and made a big scene, and after the wedding, he still appeared in his neighborhood from time to time. Even more so, after his death, more than once or twice he offered words to Tang Yunran to take care of her. It's just a pity that he's expecting him to die and Tang Yunran hasn't promised him. Old Wu, it's that kid, from class 6 of the business department, called Jiang Che, I've asked around for you. Wang Jin pointed at Jiang Che and said to Wu Qingshu. So it's him. Wu Qingshu rolled up his sleeves and walked over to Jiang Che. You're Jiang Che? Something? Nonsense, of course I'm looking for you. But I'm not available. Jiang Che's words infuriated Wu Qingshu. I don't care if you're free or not, I'm here to warn you to stay away from my family, Yunran. Your family's Ryan? Is she your sister or your sister? Hey! You brat, you owe a beating, don't you? Wu Qingshu was annoyed by Jiang Che's attitude and rolled up his sleeves to hit Jiang Che's handsome face. Jiang Che was just about to return the favor when he saw Tang Yunran walk down the stairs. Seeing this, Jiang Che retracted his hand, thinking to come up with a bitter trick, let Wu Qingshu punch him, and when Tang Yunran saw it, she would definitely feel sorry for him, and might even help him to go to the infirmary, and shush him, and then he would use the opportunity to take advantage of him. No, it's a friction that creates a spark so that the two of them's feelings can heat up drastically. Jiang Che was planning to do so, but something unexpected happened. Chapter 8, Kneeling to him. When Wu Qingshu's fist was still 5 centimeters away from Jiang Che's face, he suddenly slipped, his body was off balance, and with a plop sound, he fell to his knees. This is embarrassing. Jiang Che looked down at Wu Qingshu, thinking how did he fall down in a good way? Oh. Right. How could he have forgotten something so important? What an attribute for his Europa. It wasn't really that he had forgotten about it, but he simply hadn't realized that the Ouyang attribute could be used in this way? That is to say, with this OU attribute, he can lie down and win? It's just a shame that the statute of limitations for the Euro experience coupon is only 7 days, if only it was available every day. Tang Yunran walked over in a daze, looking at Wu Qingshu who was kneeling on the ground in a daze. Wu Qingshu, what are you doing kneeling to him? What unforgivable thing have you done to him? Wu Qingshu wanted to cry. Wanted to find a rat hole to crawl into and cry. We don't need to care about him, let's go, let's eat. Jiang Che said as he reached out to Tang Yunran's face, naturally taking her bag and hanging it on his arm. Here, why don't I carry it myself? Tang Yunran looked at the pink plush rabbit hanging from her backpack and felt that it was inappropriate for such a bag to be carried on a big boy's body. Tang Yunran suddenly froze when she reached out to Jiang Che's arm. Nice strong arms. Is this Jiang Che's arm? It wasn't like she hadn't touched it in her previous life. When he was drunk, she helped him home and changed his alcohol-stained clothes. Not only had she touched him, but she'd secretly kissed him while he was asleep. Of course it's limited to the forehead, face and all that. Mouthful of words. She thought about it, but she was embarrassed. Why is your face so red? Jiang Che reached out to Tang Yunran's forehead. This was good, not only was Tang Yunran's face red, her ears were also red, and her neck was also red. Love experience value plus 545 points. That's all you're offering him for touching his head? Jiang Che looked towards Tang Yunran's mouth, which was pink and moist, and still slightly open, revealing lovely shell teeth. Want to kiss? Just touching his head provided him with so much experience value if he kissed it. Probably a big earful. After Tang Yunran reacted, she withdrew 2 steps backward to keep her distance from Jiang Che. The sun is a little too hot, hot, hot. Tang Yunran stuttered at the words that came out of her mouth, her heart beating faster than she could control. I thought to myself, what the hell is Jiang Che doing? Yesterday, he sent her handsome photos, he sent her good night, and now he is behaving intimately to her. This is not at all the Jiang Che she knew in her previous life. The sun is indeed quite big. Jiang Che looked up towards the sun in the sky. Let's go, I'll take you to a restaurant where the environment is nice and the food is quite tasty and clean. I guarantee that you'll definitely enjoy eating this restaurant's dishes. After saying that, Jiang Che walked to the side of the sun and used his 183 size to block the sun for Tang Yunran. At first Tang Yunran hadn't noticed this, then she noticed that she had been walking in his shadow. At first she thought it was just a coincidence, but when she walked fast, he walked fast, and when she walked slow, he deliberately slowed down to keep her in his shadow as long as possible. Why would he do that? Tang Yunran was puzzled. Quietly, Mimi looked up towards Jiang Che. The teenager stood in the sunlight, tall, fit, hormonal and secure. Here it is, this is the restaurant. Jiang Che stopped in his tracks. As soon as he turned around, he saw Tang Yunran's face turn even redder. The sun is big, but it's not that hot, is it? Oh. Tang Yunran looked at the restaurant in front of her, her expression stunned. This was a restaurant that she used to come to often, and she loved the food. Jiang Che brought her here? It's not like he knew, is it? No way. It should just be a coincidence. Don't stand here in the sun, hurry up and get inside. Jiang Che naturally took Tang Yunran's hand and walked into the restaurant. Love experience value plus 426. Jiang Che searched for an unoccupied corner and sat down, handing Tang Yunran the menu. Order whatever you want. My treat, it's better if you order. Tang Yunran handed the menu back. When he handed it over, he accidentally touched Jiang Che's hand. There was a tingling, electrifying sensation in his fingertips. Love experience value plus 398 points. I'll order it then. Sauerkraut. Ha! Tang Yunran froze. He's not a big fan of sauerkraut. And sauerkraut is her favorite dish. Flesh lotus root. Jiang Che reported another dish. Tang Yunran blinked. She knew all the dishes that Jiang Che liked to eat, and she had specially learned them for him in her previous life. There is no fleshy lotus root. She likes to eat honeyed golden dates, groundnut balls, pot roasted duck, veggie ham, and a carp soup. Jiang Che reported in one breath. Tang Yunran was completely dumbfounded. These are all her favorite dishes. How did Jiang Che know? After holding her tongue for a few minutes, Tang Yunran couldn't help but ask. How did you know I like these dishes? How could he not know? In his previous life, after his death, he could only follow Tang Yunran for some reason, as if there was suction. Wherever she goes, she follows. Shape and shadow. So what he didn't notice in life, after death he stayed by her side every day and watched her eat, live, and travel. It was hard for him not to know. Of course, Tang Yunran wouldn't believe it if he said something like being reborn. Blind guess. Hearing this answer, Tang Yunran expressed disbelief. Blindly guessing one dish correctly is a coincidence, blindly guessing two dishes is a stroke of luck, blindly guessing so many dishes and still getting them all right, how is this kind of thing possible? You're prying at me in private? I'm really guessing. Don't say it counts. Tang Yunran took out her cell phone as a distraction. Jiang Che stretched his head closer to Tang Yunran's face. I'm not lying to you, I've just been lucky the last 2 days. If you don't believe me, I'll take you for a test later. As soon as Tang Yunran raised her eyes, she met the teenager's enlarged, handsome face, and her breath caught in her throat. Love experience value plus 502. Experimenting? What kind of tests? You'll find out later. Jiang Che said in a mysterious manner. Soon, all the dishes ordered were served. Come on, have a fish fillet. Jiang Che moved his chopsticks to give Tang Yunran a fish fillet. Tang Yunran was dumbfounded. In her previous life, she and Jiang Che had been married for several years, and he hadn't given her a single dish, and she had once thought extravagantly in the back of her mind that Jiang Che could suddenly find out how good she was one day, and could treat her like an ordinary husband. Yet until his death, Jiang Che had never been kind to her. Thinking of this, Tang Yunran's emotions were somewhat slightly out of control as she reddened the corners of her eyes. What's wrong with you? Jiang Che asked with concern immediately after realizing that Tang Yunran's situation was not right. It's nothing, my eyes got sand in them. Tang Yunran struggled to calm her heart. Got sand in it? Let me help you blow it out. Jiang Che stood up and bowed his body to come over. Chapter 9, Give me a kiss if you win. When Tang Yunran saw that Jiang Che was really going to help her blow, her face instantly turned agitatedly red, and she subconsciously had to duck back. Don't move. Jiang Che's tone was slightly overbearing. Listening to Tang Yunran's careful dirty jumping. Not only that, Jiang Che also pinched Tang Yunran's chin and tilted her face up to facilitate him blowing. Foo. Every time Jiang Che blew, the girl's eyelashes, which were like butterfly feathers, would flutter. The bright big eyes were as nice as jewels, clean and without a trace of impurities. Looking at Jiang Che couldn't help but be mesmerized. Also ruminating was Tang Yunran. At this time, Tang Yunran was like a boiled shrimp, a face as red as a ripe persimmon after the fall. It's adorable. Love experience value plus 1000. It's straight to 1000. So fierce. Jiang Che stared unblinkingly at Tang Yunran, thinking that 80% of this little girl already liked him, but was just too embarrassed to say it. It's still appropriate for boys to confess such things. Gotta find an opportunity. Alright, my eyes are fine. Tang Yunran peeled away Jiang Che's hand, her accelerated heart beating as if it would pop out of her throat in the next second. Right now, Tang Yunran's mind was in turmoil. From yesterday to now, Jiang Che's behavior was becoming more and more impenetrable to her. It was clear that the development of her last life wasn't like this. What the hell is going on here? What the hell is Jiang Che up to? After eating, Tang Yunran just wanted to hurry back to school. If she continued to stay with Jiang Che like this, she was afraid that she would give birth to unrealistic delusions again. Delusion that Jiang Che had thoughts about her. In her last life, she had accompanied him all the time in the hope that he would suddenly think of her one day, but it turned out to be a luxury after all. It was so hard for her to stumble upon something like being reborn. She didn't want to live this life like her previous one. That's why she has to stay far away from Jiang Che. We have a sketching class this afternoon, so I'll go back and get ready. Tang Yunran had just taken a step to go when Jiang Che pulled her hand. Love experience value plus 458 points. What are you doing? Tang Yunran jerked her hand. Jiang Che had absolutely no intention of letting go. You forgot what I told you earlier at dinner. What? I've just been lucky the last 2 days, Oh Wang added. You don't believe me, so I'm going to take you for a test. You really want to test it? How do you test it? You'll see if you come with me. A few minutes later. Jiang Che brought Tang Yunran to the front of the Saturday fortune store. What did you bring me here for? Tang Yunran was head over heels in confusion. Look at that. Jiang Che pointed to the easy openings next to the doorway and said, There's a raffle, and the special prize of designated goods in the store is free. This can't be drawn at all, okay? Look at that big raffle box. An ID card can only be drawn once, not to mention, and usually this kind of grand prize is likely to be digested by the internal staff themselves. Tang Yunran didn't think that was possible at all. How do you know if you don't try? Besides, I've just been lucky these past 2 days. Let's go. Jiang Che pulled Tang Yunran inside. Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che's hand and thought to herself, Are you addicted to pulling? It's been pulling until now. Jiang Che came to the counter, and the clerk looked at the two men's dress and age and guessed that they were students from a nearby university. Here for the raffle? Just register your ID? You also need to spend an amount of 100 or more at the store. Hearing this, Tang Yunran turned her head to look at Jiang Che. I saw the small print at the end when you dragged me in just now. You need to spend money in order to draw a prize, so why don't we just go? Tang Yunran knew that Jiang Che's current family wasn't in a good place, and Jiang Che's pocket money was limited. Don't worry, I still have this amount of money. Jiang Che now had more than 500,000 experience value in his hand, which was equivalent to having more than 500,000 soft currency, which was already very rich for a school-college student. Of course, this couldn't be told to Tang Yunran for the time being, or she would definitely think that he had done something illegal. It just so happens that my sister's birthday is coming up, so let's get her a present. Jiang Che had said so, so naturally, Tang Yunran couldn't intervene anymore. Which is the best choice? Jiang Che swept around the store before looking at Tang Yunran. You're a girl too, pick one out for me, $200 or $300 will do. 2 or 300? As far as Tang Yunran knew, this was almost a week's worth of living expenses for Jiang Che. You're very kind to your sister. She remembered that in her previous life, when she chatted with Jiang Yuan gritted her teeth in anger whenever she mentioned Jiang Che as a student. Saying that it's either a pit stop or a day to rip her face off, and moving to forget her birthday, and eating her birthday cake comes fast. Now Jiang Che had actually bought a birthday gift for Jiang Yuan, and he was even willing to spend 200 or 300 on it, which was really strange. I've always been good to my sister. Jiang Che said without blushing. In fact, Jiang Che was still a bit cautious and vain when he said this. He really didn't care enough about Jiang Yuan in his last life, so he would make up for it a little in this life. Of course, if it wasn't for the raffle, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to recall the fact that it would be Jiang Yuan's birthday in a few days. How about this? Tang Yunran chose a bracelet. A lot of girls like these 4-leaf clover ones, they bring luck. Then this is it. Jiang Che directly tapped the payment QR code. Tang Yunran froze, just decided? Don't you want to compare and contrast for a while longer? Whatever you pick is good. Jiang Che smiled at Tang Yunran. Swish with a swish, Tang Yunran's face reddened once again. Love experience value plus 615 points. After paying, the raffle began. Jiang Che revealed a rather confident smile at Tang Yunran. Go ahead and choose from the designated items, and I'm sure I can draw you a special prize. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Tang Yunran breathlessly rolled her eyes. Tang Yunran is extremely good-looking double phoenix eyes. This eye type is born with its own flavor, so even if you roll your eyes, it will give people a sense of both winks and winks. Jiang Che looked a little shaken. all the while mentally spitting hard at myself. He must have been blind in his last life. If he had grown his eyes a little, he wouldn't have missed Tang Yunran and the subsequent tragedy wouldn't have happened. It's a good thing that God gave him a chance to be reborn. If he can't grasp it this time, he won't need to be a human being in his next life, just be a pig. Are you not convinced that I can draw the grand prize? Is this a believe it or not thing? It's possible or impossible, okay? So you still don't believe it. Tell you what, let's make a bet. Bet? Yeah, how about a kiss if I win? What? Tang Yunran froze, looking at Zhang Che with an unbelievable gaze. He's kidding, right? How could he possibly want her to kiss him? Chapter 10, Putting a Ring on Her Finger. It's a tease, isn't it? That must be it. Thinking of this, the bottom of Tang Yunran's eyes were colored with a few points of bitterness. And what if you can't draw? Then I'll give you a kiss. As Zhang Che said this, both of his eyes stared at Tang Yunran's red lips. The girl's lips were beautifully shaped, with the corners of her mouth turned slightly upwards at the edges, and even when she wasn't smiling, she looked sweet. Must be nice to kiss. Tang Yunran rolled her eyes at Zhang Che again, and when she retracted her eyes out of the corner of her eye, it was like she was carrying a small hook that almost hooked Zhang Che's soul away. Then I'm at your disposal, I'll do whatever you want to me and I'll never resist. Lay flat all you want. Tang Yunran cast a look at Zhang Che, letting him experience it for himself. Cut the crap and smoke it, I have to go back to school afterward. Just so eager to kiss me. Well, I'll satisfy you. Zhang Che rolled up his sleeves and made a big show of going to the lottery. Tang Yunran looked at her cell phone. There was still half an hour before class, so she couldn't afford any more delays. Just then, Zhang Che handed the drawn note to her. You open it. Tang Yunran shook her head and quickly opened the note with a flat expression. She was about to say, see, there's no way you can win, which almost came out of her mouth, when she saw the words grand prize on the slip of paper. At that moment, Tang Yunran's eyes opened wide and round, unable to believe her eyes. Really hit it. It's. Zhang Che looked at Tang Yunran's dumbfounded appearance and couldn't hold back from lifting his hand and gently rubbing it on her head. I told you, I've been lucky these past 2 days. Tang Yunran was now in extreme shock, and for a moment she didn't react to the fact that Zhang Che was touching her head. Don't just stand there, go pick out your prizes, class is about to start. Oh. Tang Yunran was pushed by Zhang Che to the prize area. There are a limited number of items in the prize area, just a dozen or so. Who are you going to pick for? Tang Yunran asked, not waiting for Zhang Che to answer, and continued, is it for Auntie? He had already bought the bracelet for his sister, so it wasn't even picked for Zhang Yuan. For the wife. Zhang Che said as he looked at Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran's pupils visibly dilated. What does he mean by that? Okay, just kidding with you. Picked it out for you. He was now realizing more and more that Tang Yunran's little expression was really too cute. The more you look at it, the more you like it. Give it to me? I don't want it, I don't know you well. Tang Yunran's heart was in turmoil. It's too easy to get carried away with what he just said, isn't it? First he said he picked it out for his wife, now he's telling her he picked it out for her. Rounding up, does that make his wife equal to her? It's nice that she was his wife in a previous life, but she's not now. Just as Tang Yunran's heart was in turmoil, Zhang Che asked the shopper to take out the ring from the glass cabinet. I'll take this one. Tang Yunran stared at the ring in Zhang Che's hand with both eyes, thinking why did he choose the ring? Does he already have a favorite girl? So this is why he never liked her in his previous life? Suddenly, the heart stabbed so hard. She gets it. It finally made sense. No wonder he had been so cold to himself in his previous life. It turned out to be that he had had a crush in his heart for a long time, only he had never mentioned it to anyone. It's too much. Zhang Che, he's gone too far. It's even more excessive than in a previous life. Surprisingly, he brought her to help pick out a ring to give to his favorite. Thinking about it, Tang Yunran's eyes moistened and her heart ached so much that she couldn't breathe. Just as she was about to leave and escape from here, her hand was suddenly pulled by Zhang Che. Why hold her hand when you already have a favorite girl? Before Tang Yunran could draw back her hand, she saw Zhang Che put the ring on her hand. This. Tang Yunran froze. Giggling, he looked at the ring on his ring finger. Brain completely dead. Isn't he going to give the ring to the girl he likes? Why did you give it to her? Like it? Jiang Che looked at the ring on Tang Yunran's hand and thought of his previous life. It was for a wedding ring that Tang Yunran was hit by an earth mover. Ha! Like. Tang Yunran subconsciously returned. After returning, Tang Yunran immediately shook her head. No, I can't take it. Tang Yunran made a move to take the ring off. Jiang Che grabbed onto Tang Yunran's hand. This is something a girl wears. If you don't take it, I'll give it to you. Who? To my sister? Definitely inappropriate. To my mom? My dad must think my mom is having an affair. But it's a ring, I can't take it. It can't be helped, those designated items, just this ring has the highest price tag. Since it's free, of course I'm going to pick the most expensive one. Tang Yunran realized that the original is not about whether it is a ring or not, just because it is the most expensive. Luckily, she thought Jiang Che was deliberately trying to give her the ring. If you don't take it, then I can only throw it away. Jiang Che said this on purpose. You're such a loser. It's so hard to draw, and you're throwing it away? Yeah. I'm quite the loser, so I need to find one that can control me in the future. Jiang Che stared at Tang Yunran with two deep eyes. The two of them stood very close together, so close that Tang Yunran could see her inner self through Jiang Che's eyes. It made her blush again. Love experience value plus 456 points. Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran, who was blushing like a boiled shrimp, and wondered if he should confess to her now. This is a great opportunity. But it was only the second day they had officially met. Would he scare her by doing that? It's better to wait a little longer. It just so happens that July 4th is coming up and he confesses on that day. He's going to plan carefully to give her a romantic confession she'll never forget. When they come in the future, it will be a happy thing to sit together on the swing, bathing in the evening afterglow, remembering the romantic confessions they once made. Just do it. The two of them walked side by side to the school's entrance, and Jiang Che insisted on sending Tang Yunran to the bottom of the art department's teaching building. You should hurry up and go to class, you're going to be late. Tang Yunran said as she grabbed the ring with her hand. Aren't you forgetting something? Jiang Che said as he stared at Tang Yunran's mouth. As soon as Tang Yunran turned around, she saw the location where Jiang Che's gaze was fixed on, and only then did she think of the bet she had made with Jiang Che as an afterthought. If she loses, she'll give him a kiss. It wasn't like she hadn't kissed him before, but it had been while he was drunk and asleep. Just kissing in the open like that? That's too much of a shame, isn't it? Hurry up and kiss, it's time for class. Jiang Che stuck his face to Tang Yunran's mouth. Love experience value plus 879. Love experience value plus 897. Love experience value plus 942. There were also waves of system beeps. Chapter 11 Kiss on the corner of the mouth. Seeing that Tang Yunran didn't move for a long time, Jiang Che deliberately said, Are you trying to play tricks? I really didn't expect that our Jiangcheng University's hallowed school beauty would not count on her words. Who doesn't mean what they say? Tang Yunran finished standing on her tiptoes, closed her eyes, and kissed Jiang Che by the corner of his mouth before covering her red, right face and running away. Jiang Che raised his hand to touch the corners of his mouth after a short period of time and a daze, and didn't hold back the corners of his mouth from rising up. I only let her kiss anywhere, and she actually kissed here. She really did like him already. In that case, the Tanabata confession can be taken care of. The class bell rang. Jiang Che was in a good mood and walked towards the school building without haste, humming a cheerful song in his mouth. Walking was stopped by Wu Qingshu. Wu Qingshu glared at Jiang Che with his eyes wide open. He had seen what had just happened clearly. Thinking of something like his favorite girl actively kissing another man, Wu Qingshu couldn't wait to rub Jiang Che on the ground. Looking at Wu Qingshu's look of love rivals meeting, Jiang Che didn't need to guess to know that it must have been Tang Yunran who was seen by Wu Qingshu when she kissed him. Jiang Che. I'm warning you. You stay away from Yunran. Why should I listen to you? Who are you? This Wu Qingshu, who had been staring at his wife like a fly in his previous life, stalking her every day, he would have to watch it. Who am I? Why don't you look at yourself? Your family is so poor, how can you dare to chase after a schoolgirl? Let me tell you the truth, my family is a listed company. Jiang Che knew that Wu Qingshu's family was quite rich, and in his previous life, he often drove a Ferrari to harass his wife. Rich is great? Ryan won't kiss you even if you're rich. Jiang Che's words hit Wu Qingshu squarely in the red heart. Wu Qingshu was furious, his fists clenched as big as oxen, his forehead veins bulging. Not to mention the goddess kissing him, he hadn't even touched her hand. After such a comparison, Wu Qingshu instantly exploded with jealousy. Jiang Che. I'll tell you one last thing, you stay away from her. Or I'll make you suffer. Almost all of these words popped out of Wu Qingshu's teeth. Move over, I'm going to class and you're in my way. You're looking for a fight. Wu Qingshu clenched his fist and then blasted Jiang Che straight in the face. Jiang Che pointed toward the top, there's surveillance. Hearing this, Wu Qingshu hurriedly braked in time. The rules of their Jiangchen University were very strict, and fighting was expressly forbidden. If Jiang Che found the director of instruction, even if his father was rich, it would be enough for him to eat a pot. But he couldn't swallow his breath when he just watched Jiang Che leave like this. Looking at Jiang Che's back, the more Wu Qingshu thought about it, the more upset he became. Jiang Che, I'm warning you, if you dare to come near my goddess again, I'll go pick up your sister. Jiang Che stopped in his tracks, a face that darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Turning around, he walked to Wu Qingshu in large strides. Without saying anything, he went up and threw a punch. 10 minutes later, Jiang Che and the beaten and swollen Wu Qingshu were called to the Director of Instruction's office. The Director of Instruction was called Fan Yu, famous in their Jiangchen University, notoriously strict. Fan Yu pushed up the glasses perched on the bridge of her nose and wrapped her hands under the giant mountain, her arms buried almost to the point of invisibility. Jiang Che, were you the one who started the fight? Without waiting for Jiang Che to reply, Wu Qingshu grabbed the lead and said, it's him. Director Fan, our Jiangchen University expressly forbids not allowing students to fight. Look at my handsome face, it's been disfigured by him. Fan Yu gave Wu Qingshu a disgusted look. Handsome as hell. She's blind. The handsome one is obviously Jiang Che. Of course, she wasn't one to look at faces and talk. As the director of instruction of Jiangchen University, she had to be absolutely fair in her work, and she would never condone a student who had made a mistake. Fan Yu Rin faced Jiang Che with a serious face. You answer what I just said. Jiang Che nodded, I was the one who made the first move. Good, you're fired. Fan Yu said mercilessly. Hearing this, Wu Qingshu cheered in his heart. Beautiful. Go back and he'll buy firecrackers to set off. Jiang Che didn't expect things to be this serious. If he could start over, he should have punched Wu Qingshu twice more. Director Fan, don't you even ask for reasons? He couldn't be expelled, Jiangchen University was expensive, and his family was average, but even so, his parents wouldn't hold him back from a good university. Especially the business department of Jiangchen University, the faculty is very strong. In his previous life, if not he graduated from here, learned a lot of knowledge in the shopping mall, laying a good foundation. He may not be able to climb up step by step, and finally a small success. If he was expelled for the beating and had a file on his school record, his parents would not be able to take it and the blow would not be light. Do I need to ask for a reason? Hitting someone is a violation of school rules. Fan Yu said with a serious face. Hasn't Director Fan ever heard the saying that a rabbit will bite when it's anxious? Good, then I'm curious, how did you get cornered, you rabbit? He wants to pick up my sister. Jiang Che said, pointing at Wu Qingshu. You fart. How could I hit on your sister? Your sister is handicapped, I wouldn't fancy your sister even if I were blind. Dare to insult his sister. His sister can't be bullied by anyone, except him. Wu Qingshu, you're dead. Just as Jiang Che was about to make a move to teach Wu Qingshu a lesson, Fan Yu exploded first. It's an abomination. Did you hear that? Director Fan said you're too hateful. Wu Qingshu pointed at Jiang Che and said. I'm talking about you. Fan Yu roared out at Wu Qingshu. Wu Qingshu was dumbfounded. What's going on? Fan Yu stood up and angrily turned on Wu Qingshu. Wu Qingshu, are you still a human being? Surprisingly, you even hit a disabled person's idea. It's also his sister. If it's my sister instead, you dare to hit my sister's idea, you first and absolutely lying on the ground unable to say a word. Fan Yu also had a younger sister, and they had lost their father and mother since they were young, and the two of them were dependent on each other. Her sister was her only relative, which was why she was so emotional. Totally empathetic. Looking at the furious Fan Yu, not to mention Wu Qingshu being dumbfounded, even Jiang Che was somewhat frozen. I thought to myself that this director of instruction has a real sense of justice. Admirable. So, Director Fan, are you still firing me? Fan Yu reached out to Jiang Che's shoulder and patted it, saying in a serious tone, "You've done the right thing. As a brother, you have to protect your sister. You've done a very good job. It's too late for me to praise you, and how could I fire you?" Ha! This? Was this still the most iron-faced and selfless dean of instruction at their Jiangcheng University? Jiang Che felt that the way Fan Yu looked at him was like when his mom looked at him. "No, Director Fan, he hit someone? How can you just let it go?" Wu Qingshu was still waiting to see Jiang Che get expelled from school. When Tang Yunran saw it at that time, she would definitely be very disappointed in Jiang Che. Just as Wu Qingshu thought so, Fan Yu turned her head to look at him. Apologize to him. Chapter 12, 8-pack abs are handsome. What? Make him apologize to Jiang Che? Did he hear right? Director Fan, it's obvious that he's the one who hit him. How? Apologize or be fired. Fan Yu snapped off Wu Qingshu's words. Wu Qingshu said that he had fallen on bad luck, originally wanting to see Jiang Che get kicked out of school, but in the end, he almost got kicked out himself. But no matter what the words "I'm sorry" were, he couldn't say them. He would never say. It's not like he hit anyone anyway. I'm not saying that I wasn't the one who hit the guy, and you have no reason to fire me. Fan Yu pushed her glasses. Jiang Che's sister shouldn't be over 18 years old. For you to pick up her sister is in itself illegal. Moreover, her sister is still disabled. According to China's disability law, you can go to jail. I have to say that ginger is still old and spicy. Wu Qingshu wants to mess with Fan Yu. That is undoubtedly an egg against a stone. Wu Qingshu was so scared that his face turned white. Director Fan, I was joking with Jiang Che. Save that for your explanation at the police station. Fan Yu said with a serious face. Wu Qingshu immediately turned his head to Jiang Che after seeing Fan Yu pick up the cell phone that was placed on the table. I'm sorry. It's good to be angry, but this situation can't be tolerated now. Jiang Che placed his hand on Wu Qingshu's body and said in a serious tone, "A prodigal son returns to his roots. I won't bother with you this time, but if there's a next time, I definitely won't be soft-hearted." Wu Qingshu was going to vomit blood. He now had a face swollen like a pig's head. You call that a soft heart? It's so soft an axe can't even chisel it, right? Waiting. You wait for him. The humiliation he suffered today will be returned to you 1,000 times over. And his goddess, you'll never get your hands on her again. Jiang Che, go back to class. Okay, Director Fan. Jiang Che reached out and tapped his hand on his own head while sighing in relief after leaving from the office. How could I have forgotten something so important? He's a Euro King now. Need to worry about getting fired? He was just in the office still nervous about being fired. Thinking of this, Jiang Che turned around and looked towards the office. No wonder the director of instruction had suddenly turned around. It was his Ocean Experience coupon that had come into play. Tisk, TSK, Tisk. The Europa attributes are just great. Life can open up in minutes. Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, a system reminder sounded. Congratulations to the host, who drew the Charisma Boost 20% attribute. Draw again. Jiang Che took out his cell phone and tapped on the original camera. Shine left, shine right. Cool. It's a straight shot at their schoolboy. Congratulations to the host, drawing the Physical Quality Improvement 38% attribute. Yo! What a joyous occasion. Jiang Che lifted his clothes, which made 8-pack abs. Touched it. That's a nice touch. Jiang Che took a picture and shared his figure with Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran is drawing in the classroom. Ding. New message alert sound. Tang Yunran took out her cell phone, and after seeing that it was from Jiang Che, the image of actively kissing Jiang Che under the school building just now came to her mind. It's really humiliating. Love experience value plus 245 points. That said, he should be in class at this time, right? And playing with her cell phone to send her messages, no respect for the classroom at all. Tang Yunran sneaked a look towards the surroundings, saw that no one was paying attention, and also blocked her cell phone with her drawing board and tapped on WeChat. After seeing the photo Jiang Che had sent, Tang Yunran's brows wrinkled. What are you posting this for? Tang Yunran thought it was the male model body that Jiang Che had searched for on the internet. This is me, I practiced it, let me show you, how is it? Is it handsome? Oh duh, this is you? I'm gonna believe it? Tang Yunran was tempted to say that she was reborn, and that she had seen quite a bit of it in the past when she helped you change your clothes, even though she had one eye closed and one eye open. Jiang Che only had one piece on his stomach, no 8-pack abs at all. It's really me, no kidding. Why doesn't this little girl believe it? Jiang Che had just spat in his mind when Tang Yunran sent several pictures of the male model's body in a row. It's better than the picture you found, you can use this to coax girls later. Jiang Che. This little girl didn't believe him even if she didn't believe him, but she even suspected that he didn't have a good enough body. She's quite discerning. His body continued to be in good shape, and she wasn't afraid that her small body would not be able to handle it in the future. Well, in that case, don't blame me for continuing to grow stronger. Jiang Che resolved to keep working hard on the lottery and running in the morning and evening to get in shape as well. 7 days just went by, and the Euro Millions experience coupon ended. Jiang Che tries the lottery again. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your participation. Sure enough, just like the system said, without the Ouyang attribute added to the body, 10 times in a row could all be thanks for participating. He wasn't depressed, though. One must learn to be content. In 7 days of work, more than 4.2 million experience points were earned. Converted into soft sister currency, there are fully more than 4.2 million. That would be something. Jiang Che planned to take Zhang Yuan to the hospital to see his leg before buying a house. You're taking me to the hospital for my leg? Zhang Yuan looked at Jiang Che with the gaze of an idiot. Aha! Well, don't you know how expensive surgery is? It's going to be over $300,000, okay? Zhang Yuan breathlessly rolled his eyes. I have money. After the corners of Zhang Yuan's mouth twitched, he yelled towards the kitchen. Mom, Jiang Che is sick again, and this time it's worse. I'm so rich, I won the first prize in the lottery. Ha! You think you're buying iced tea? Really? Jiang Che didn't bother wasting his breath to explain more and tapped on his cell phone's e-banking. Zhang Yuan's eyes nearly fell off with a pair of wide-open beads after seeing the amount on it. Mom, brother won the lottery. Brother is rich, our family is rich. Listening to Zhang Yuan mouth one brother after another, Jiang Che was speechless in his heart and spat out. Just now he was calling him by his first name in a row. 5 minutes later. Zhang Yuan took a cup of iced tea from under the water dispenser and handed it to Jiang Che. Dear brother, when are you going to take me to the hospital? Jiang Che felt goosebumps rise as he looked at Zhang Yuan, who was blinking straight at him. You scream if you're normal. Brother Zhang Yuan's whiny voice startled Jiang Che's iced tea in his hand and almost didn't hold it steady. You're still doing what you usually do, I'm not used to hearing it. Good. After Zhang Yuan nodded, he instantly rolled his eyes at Jiang Che. Jiang Che, take me to the hospital, immediately, or I'll fight you to the death. Now Jiang Che could drink his iced tea in peace. Jiang Che then took Zhang Yuan to the hospital. Today, we will first do a comprehensive examination, and after the examination, we will arrange for hospitalization for surgery. Chul, what are you going to do with the rest of the money? Zhang Mingquan asked this, not to take the money from Jiang Che. It was because he was worried that he was young and was spending money recklessly. I've thought about buying in the neighborhood near Autumn Park. That neighborhood near Autumn Water Park? Zhang Mingquan's brows furrowed. Chapter 13, Her grandmother is his grandmother. I know your kid's intention is thinking that after 10 or so years can be demolished. I work in the factory, nothing to do, just listen to the leadership colleagues bragging. We now live in the neighborhood are many years old houses, the possibility of demolition is very high. If you have the money to get a house here, you can definitely get rich by demolition in the future. As for the neighborhoods around Autumn Park, no one is looking at them. Dad, listen to them, it's not like they can predict the future. He can. But if he were to say that, Zhang Mingquan would definitely think he was really sick. Autumn Water Park has a good environment, and there is Autumn Water Lake nearby. Our family bought the house there, even if we don't demolish it in the future, it's good for us to live there. Zhang Mingquan thought it made sense when he heard it. But the matter cannot be decided hastily. It's better to wait a while. Your dad's right, don't rush, just look again. Linya followed and agreed. It can't wait. According to the time period projected, the end of the year the state is going to plan to pass the subway entrance near the Autumn Water Park, when the room soared, the room out of a set to grab a set. Dad, it's better to finalize the house earlier, right? Don't you and Mom always want to have grandchildren earlier? I'm already this old, I should have a girlfriend, I'll bring my girlfriend back then. What if the girl takes a look at our house and runs away? Jiang Che made a killer move, and Jiang Mingquan and Lingya immediately surrendered their weapons. Day 2. Jiang Che then went to the Autumn Water District to look at the house, and just as he and the agent arrived at the entrance of the district, he saw an old grandmother fall to the ground. Grandma! This grandmother was not his father's mother, but Tang Yunran's own grandmother. The intermediary saw Jiang Che going over and hurriedly pulled him back. Little brother, it's not that I don't see what's right, I'm just afraid that if you help me like this, the house will be gone. Won't his commission fly away then? She's my grandmother, Jiang Che drawled and ran to the grandmother's side, helping her up. Boy, thank you. Really thank you so much. Deng Lanfang thanked him repeatedly. Seeing this scene, Jiang Che couldn't help but lament that it really was the creation of the world. Deng Lanfang loved Tang Yunran, his precious granddaughter, the most, and in his previous life, he was not warm and frigid to Tang Yunran, causing Deng Lanfang to not look too good every time she saw him. To put it mildly, if it wasn't for Tang Yunran stopping him, I'm afraid Deng Lanfang wouldn't even let him in the house. Grandma, did you fall anywhere? It's okay, not much of a problem, just a little hard to take a fall when you're older. Just as Deng Lanfang's words finished, Tang Yunran's voice came. Grandma, what's wrong with you? Tang Yunran ran over anxiously, holding on to Deng Lanfang's other hand. Xiaorana, I'm fine, thanks to this young man who helped me up just now. Deng Lanfang looked at Jiang Che with a gaze that was full of love. Tang Yunran had seen Jiang Che just now, only she was too preoccupied with her grandmother to care about him. Why are you here? Tang Yunran knew very well that Jiang Che had no relatives living in this neighborhood. You know him? Dunlap asked. He's also from River City University. So that's it. Grandma, is your leg all right? Tang Yunran asked with concern when she saw that Deng Lanfang's leg was not very convenient. It's okay to rest. Then I'll help you. It's better for me to carry Grandma on my back. Jiang Che said. Grandma, you shouted smoothly, obviously in your previous life, you were not too willing to visit her. Tang Yunran knows that Jiang Che's refusal to visit her grandmother is not because he is unfilial to the elderly, it is just the opposite of love the house and the crow. He didn't like her, didn't care about her, and naturally didn't care about her relatives. Thinking about it, Tang Yunran couldn't help but feel a little angry and a little aggrieved. No need, I'll just hold her up myself. Tang Yunran pursed her lips and said, the corners of her eyes still a little red. Jiang Che noticed the small expression on Tang Yunran's face and was confused. A few days ago they were getting along fine, why was she suddenly unhappy? Women really do change their faces faster than the weather. Ha! Jiang Che also noticed that Tang Yunran didn't have the ring he gave her on her ring finger. Why isn't she wearing it? Is it a dislike? Xiaorada, it's better to let him help me, the elevator is broken, you can't help me alone. Deng Lanfang said. Here's your chance. Jiang Che immediately squatted in front of Deng Lanfang. Grandma, let me carry you. It's a good boy. Deng Lanfang looked at Jiang Che with a satisfied expression. The young man is handsome and kind. Not bad. Not bad. You don't see many lads like you these days. Deng Lanfang deliberately looked towards Tang Yunran as she said this. Tang Yunran read from Deng Lanfang's smile. Deng Lanfang was very satisfied with Jiang Che, and the way he looked at Jiang Che, he was clearly looking at his future grandson-in-law. Tang Yunran's heart was subtle and odd. Clearly in her previous life, if she didn't stop, her grandmother could have poked Jiang Che to death with her walking stick said. Jiang Che's physical quality was now greatly improved, and he easily carried Deng Lanfang on his back. The elevator was broken, so he could only go up the stairs. Tang Yunran walked behind worriedly. Deng Lanfang is not light, there are more than 150 pounds, their house is on the 5th floor, Jiang Che's body plate is not better than a weak scholar, she is worried whether Jiang Che can eat it? Jiang Che, if you can't, put my grandmother down first. This little girl, can she say that to a man? He's quite the line now. Stronger waist and thicker legs, can't you see? You didn't worry about me, let alone the 5th floor, or the 10th. Jiang Che's words sounded like a swollen face in Tang Yunran's ears. They're both married. Doesn't she know how much you weigh? I'm not worried about you, I'm afraid you'll drop grandma somewhere. Hearing these words, Jiang Che's footsteps were suddenly stuck and he turned back towards Tang Yunran, giving her a hurt expression. Tang Yunran didn't expect Jiang Che to react like this. What's he doing? Looking at her with such a look, as if he was complaining that she didn't care about him. You don't need her to care at all either, okay? That being said, this is all the way to the 4th floor in one breath. How come Jiang Che's face isn't red and he's not panting? Is he really not tired? When did he get so fit? Just as Tang Yunran thought this in her mind, the 5th floor arrived and Jiang Che stopped, pausing in front of 502. Tang Yunran froze. How did he know her grandmother lived in 502? P.S. Small Fish Eat Kuan, this evening a special additional one. The new book is still just starting out. I hope you can turn into spring rain more irrigation. Tomorrow, if there are more than 5 reviews or more than 10 rewards, there will be an additional one. Chapter 14, Stealing a Kiss from Tang Yunran. And it seemed like she hadn't even told Jiang Che just now that her grandmother lived on the 5th floor. She was so focused on her thoughts that she kept her head down as she walked along behind, so she hadn't had time to tell Jiang Che. So how the hell did he know? Open the door. Jiang Che saw that Tang Yunran wasn't moving and shouted in confusion. Oh. Tang Yunran pressed the combination lock and opened the door to enter. After Jiang Che put Deng Lanfang on the chair, he looked at her leg, which was a bit swollen. Grandma, do you have any bruises or anything like that in the house? Oops, what a coincidence, it ran out. I'll get it then. I'll go. Tang Yunran raised her head to look at the teenager's youthful and handsome face, and she didn't know if it was her illusion, but it seemed like Jiang Che was getting more and more handsome. Love experience value plus 123. You guys go together. Tang Lanfang looked at the golden couple with a loving face. The more they looked at each other, the more they looked at each other, the more they looked at each other. It would be great if these two could be together in the future. Tang Yunran turned back towards Deng Lanfang, thinking of her previous life when she last looked at Deng Lanfang. Deng Lanfang urged her to divorce one by one. Her mood became even more subtle and odd. In the end, Tang Yunran went with Jiang Che. The sun is setting and the afterglow is beautiful. The figures of the two men elongated in the setting sun, intertwining and blending. Everything is so beautiful. Tang Yunran had been thinking about what had just happened in her heart, and couldn't help but turn her head to look at Jiang Che. How did you know that my grandmother's house was 502? Jiang Che stopped in his tracks. He had forgotten about it just now. Why don't you say anything? Tang Yunran stared at Jiang Che with a puzzled gaze. Without waiting for Jiang Che to answer, Tang Yunran spoke first and then asked, You followed me? How is that possible? Am I that kind of person? Yes, it's true you're not, and even if you were stalking, you wouldn't be stalking her. Thinking of this, Tang Yunran's complexion dimmed. At this moment, Jiang Che's voice rang by Tang Yunran's ears. Maybe the two of us are just too connected, and there's a thread tugging at me in the underworld. Hearing these words, Tang Yunran's dimmed eyes steeply lit up, slowly lifting her head and looking at Jiang Che with wide eyes. They're too connected? Doomed? Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che, whose attitude towards her was very different from her previous life, and thought to herself, could it be that the heavens had seen that she had lived too miserably in her previous life, so they had specially arranged for her to be reborn this time? So that Jiang Che could make it up to her? If it was really what she guessed, if Jiang Che really liked her now, then did she want to accept it? At this moment, Tang Yunran's heart is very complicated. On the one hand, she cannot control herself to Jiang Che heart. On the other hand, because the previous life is really sad by Jiang Che, do not want to repeat the mistake. What should she do? Where's the ring I gave you last time? Jiang Che's sudden words interrupted Tang Yunran's thoughts. Jiang Che noticed as early as just now that Tang Yunran didn't wear a ring on her hand and thought to himself that she didn't like that style. I won't wear it if it's inconvenient. Inconvenient? What's inconvenient about it? Or do you think that ring is ugly? No, that ring is pretty, I kind of like it. Wear it on your hand if you like. Jiang Che was the one who intentionally gave Tang Yunran the ring, meaning to declare his sovereignty that the girl already had a master. It's his Jiang Che's. I'm wearing it around my neck. Tang Yunran pulled the ring out of her chest. Rings aren't meant to be hung around your neck, and you're wasting them doing that. I'll help you put it back on. Jiang Che said, reaching out to Tang Yunran's neck to help her untie the chain. What are you doing? Tang Yunran's face was thoroughly ripe. The boy was tall with a big frame, and with such a ring over, it felt like her entire being was held in his arms, full of male hormones coming through her nose, stimulating her heart to beat faster, and the deer in the headlights. Don't move. What if I hurt you? Jiang Che's voice was overbearing yet gentle. Hearing Tang Yunran soften right then and there, honestly and truly not moving, letting Jiang Che move on her neck. Jiang Che looked at the well-behaved and obedient Tang Yunran and resisted the urge to take her into his arms and love her properly. Tang Yunran's face was facing Jiang Che's chest. The teenager was wearing a simple white t-shirt on top, the sweat slightly dampening his body and fitting on his chest, outlining the texture of the man's robust lines. Looking at Tang Yunran, she blushed again. Love experience value plus 376. It can't go on like this. Keep it up and she'll show her fox tail. Still not unraveled? It's hooked to the shirt. Wait, don't move. Jiang Che was purely talking nonsense with his eyes open. In fact, he had unraveled it long ago, and intentionally continued to maintain this ambiguous posture so that their feelings would continue to heat up, and he could also earn a wave of experience value along the way. Listen. So dense. Love experience value plus 442. Love experience value plus 399. Love experience value plus 491. One after another, a dozen or so in a row by rough count. Still not good? Tang Yunran pursed her lips anxiously. Any worse and she'll soon be the same color as the evening sun. In a minute, get closer, I can't see. A little closer? It's close enough, okay? Tang Yunran took a deep breath and took a half step towards Jiang Che's arms, which was 1 centimeter away from being completely attached between the two. Before Tang Yunran could adjust to being so close, Jiang Che suddenly made a move to pull her into his arms. Thoroughly plastered. Tight fit. No half gaps. The heart was beating uncontrollably faster and faster again. And I don't know if it's hers or his. Love experience value plus 698. Love experience value plus 704. Relationship experience value plus 699. Relationship experience value plus 729. Relationship experience value plus 678. The system beeps are getting faster in frequency and higher in quality. Jiang Che clearly felt his heartbeat speeding up as well, and smelling the faint medicinal scent emanating from the girl's body, he felt that he wouldn't be a man if he didn't do something at this time. Say dry. Just do it. After Jiang Che's chest rose and fell together, he prepared himself, lowered his head, and placed a kiss on the girl's ripe, pink, and compact earlobe, and immediately he felt Tang Yunran in his arms react with a jolt of conditioned reflex, and his entire body froze. Feeling the girl's youthful reaction, Jiang Che felt cute. He really does have the cutest, best wife in the whole world. At this moment, Jiang Che really wanted to shout at Tang Yunran. Wife, you're so sweet. There, unraveled. Everything in moderation. Jiang Che reluctantly let go of Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran stared blankly at Jiang Che, slowing down for a full minute before her brain slowed back down from its deadlock. Following that, the pupils dilated, and then dilated again. Love experience value plus 1100. Did you just kiss me? Chapter 15, I've missed you. I didn't. You lie. Just now, obviously I. Tang Yunran stammered and bit her lower lip, subconsciously covering her ears, which were still crispy with the electricity. Maybe I wasn't paying attention and ran into it. Jiang Che was talking nonsense with a rather decent face. Wondering if he shouldn't have been so impulsive just now. He didn't scare Tang Yunran, did he? His inner age was that of an uncle, but at this time Tang Yunran was but a freshman in college, having just turned 18. It's true that impulse is the devil. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Tang Yunran averted her face to the side. What was she thinking just now? Jiang Che was simply helping her to solve the necklace. In her last life, she and he lived under the same roof and spent time together, and he didn't fail to do something to her. In this life, how could he possibly think of taking advantage of her? Why don't I help you put the ring on? Jiang Che had just taken Tang Yunran's hand when Tang Yunran pulled it back. No, I don't want to wear it on my finger. With that, Tang Yunran put the ring back on her neck. Seeing this, Jiang Che thought to himself that he was really too anxious and impulsive. Now it's good, he made her angry, he has to think of a way to coax her. Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, he suddenly felt a very unfriendly line of sight burst towards him. Who's watching him? Jiang Che turned his head violently, his gaze looking around the room and not seeing anyone suspicious looking at him. Jiang Che, what's wrong with you? Tang Yunran asked suspiciously. I think someone was just watching me. Tang Yunran muttered in a low voice as she looked at Jiang Che's explosively handsome face. Isn't it normal for someone to look at you when you're that handsome? What? What did you just say? No, nothing? Tang Yunran was nervous in her heart. She just said something in such a low voice and he could still hear it? Are his ears like a dog's? Nothing? It's not right, is it? I clearly heard you saying something just now. You're not talking bad about me, are you? No. Really? It's really not. You swear. Hair your ass. The conversation between the two was childish, but it gave off a very nice and harmonious feeling. Not far away, Wu Qingshu crossed his eyebrows and his eyes were about to glaze over. Damn it! This turtle grandson, Jiang Che, is completely not putting my words into his heart. How dare he come to mess with my goddess? What made Wu Qingshu come on fire was that Tang Yunran's dainty and shy appearance was something he had never seen before. Although he and Tang Yunran had grown up together, Tang Yunran had treated him in a cold and indifferent manner, and there was a world of difference between his treatment of Jiang Che. Old Wu, it's all been arranged, we can move now. Wang Jin reminded from the side. Quick, get them moving. I want to make Ryan Ran completely disappointed in that turtle grandson. Wu Qingshu viciously clenched his back teeth. Good, I'll have them move as planned. Jiang Che and Tang Yunran had just come out of the pharmacy when they saw two girls walking towards them head-on. Two girls, one in a plunging neckline and the other in miniature, super short hot pants. Very hot. As soon as they saw Jiang Che, they immediately pounced on him left and right. Little Choo-Choo, you're so bad, why didn't you come to me in the past 2 days? The girl in the naval dress whined while smashing Jiang Che's chest with her small fists. That's right, I've missed you. The girl in the mini super short hot pants beamed and made a show of asking for a kiss. A sinister smile appeared on the face of Wu Qingshu, who was hiding in the hideout. This little see how you explain it to Rhymeran? I say, you guys, is this a case of mistaken identity? The one who said this was not Jiang Che, but Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran's eyes were clear and cold as she looked at the two girls. Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran, who had stood out to speak for himself, a surprised look on his face. Just now, he was still thinking about how to explain to Tang Yunran, but it turned out that Tang Yunran said something like that. Hello? Who are you? Is it the new love interest that little Chiol found? The girl in the revealing dress said as she pinched her waist. Little Choo-Choo, are you the king of the sea? You just found us, and you're switching to someone else. How many times a month do you have to switch to satisfy you? Are we sisters not serving you well enough? The other girl followed and chimed in. Jiang Che felt the need to clarify this with Tang Yunran, otherwise if he let Tang Yunran misunderstand that he was really a sea king, then he wouldn't be able to wash himself even if he jumped into the Qing River. Ryan, I don't know them. Aha! Tang Yunran nodded, I believe you. She knew what kind of person Jiang Che was, although she didn't know what was going on with these two girls. But she just knew exactly what kind of person Jiang Che was. Hearing Tang Yunran say this, Jiang Che was moved in his heart. He had guessed that Tang Yunran had liked him by now, but he hadn't expected Tang Yunran to like him to this extent. Unconditional trust, the kind of thing that would move an individual to hold. Ryan, thank you. Jiang Che grabbed onto Tang Yunran's shoulders and looked at her with deep affection. How could Tang Yunran stand Jiang Che looking at her with such affectionate eyes? She hurriedly looked away and peeled Jiang Che's hand aside. Love experience value plus 999 points. The two girls standing on the sidelines were suddenly stuffed with dog food, and they said they were so braced. Hey! Who are you? What gives you the right to hog little Che? The girl in the navel-gazing dress made a move to push up Tang Yunran's shoulder, causing Tang Yunran to stagger and stumble out of the room. Jiang Che reached out and wrapped his hand around Tang Yunran's slender waist, holding her steady. Is everything okay? Tang Yunran shook her head. In the next second, Jiang Che's eyes that looked at the two girls instantly turned cold. Dare to touch my woman, have you asked me? His woman? Tang Yunran's vermilion lips moved slightly, her pupils suddenly dilated, both eyes staring straight at Jiang Che's back. The figure of the teenager seemed to be imprinted in the twilight canvas of the afterglow, with a clear and rigid silhouette, giving her an unprecedented sense of security, which made her feel like a deer in the headlights again. Relationship experience value plus 745. Apologize to her. Jiang Che looked at the navel-gazing girl who had just made a move to push Tang Yunran. I what me? Apologize. The navel-gazing girl was terrified by Jiang Che and turned around and turned her head to run. The girl in the hot pants was also afraid that Jiang Che would find her in trouble and followed suit, pulling her legs out and running. Stop. You guys. Alright, just let them go. Tang Yunran said as she pulled on Jiang Che's arm. After pulling on the teenager's arm, Tang Yunran realized that Jiang Che's arm had now become really sturdy. There was also the fact that when she was held in his arms just now, she really felt Jiang Che's muscles because they were pressed so tightly that they were sinking in. Tang Yunran thought of the photo of Jiang Che's abs that he had sent her a few days ago and thought to herself, could it really be Jiang Che himself? Jiang Che noticed Tang Yunran's line of sight and also thought of the incident a few days ago when he sent Tang Yunran a picture. Didn't you not believe I had an 8-pack last time? I'll show you now. Jiang Che finished speaking and directly moved to lift the t-shirt. Chapter 16, It's a loss to treat him as a college student. 8-pack abs and curves. Looks bursting with power. Tang Yunran watched with rapt attention, her eyes wide open and glowing underneath. Jiang Che really has abs. That's not possible, is it? How can you possibly have abs? How is that impossible? Not only do I have abs, I have pecs. Jiang Che was about to continue stripping after finishing his hands. Tang Yunran hurriedly stopped it and grabbed onto Jiang Che's hand. Reaching over accidentally touched the man's tight muscles. Now Tang Yunran was like an old 80s train, rubbing up against the smoke. It's just too humiliating. Turn and run. Run for what? Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran, who had scurried away in a daze, and looked down towards himself as if he suddenly understood something. He's being a hooligan with a little girl. Excuse me. The system popped up suddenly. Just now you reached 100 consecutive times in the value of your relationship experience, so the system has specially rewarded you with a big gift package. The system's words were quite familiar to Jiang Che. It's like when he plays a game where he gets an extra bonus if he hits a boss as many times as he can in a row. Jiang Che couldn't wait to open the big gift bag. Congratulations to the host, you've obtained a Divine Hero Experience voucher. The experience cycle is 1 week. The experience coupon is effective from now on, and the rules for using it are simple. How much you spend, the system will reward you accordingly. Yo! That's a good one. It just so happened that he was going to buy a house in this Autumn Waters neighborhood. So, if he spends $3 million on a house, he'll get an extra $3 million. Yes, that's it. Ha ha. Then wouldn't I have flowers all the time? Jiang Che felt so good just thinking about it. Jiang Che was happy to be happy, while Wu Qingshu, who was hiding in a hidden place, had a face that rose up to an iron blue and purple color. Damn it. It's an abomination. Old Wu, why don't we just charge up and beat him up? Wang Zhen proposed. We're just going to storm out? Who's going to beat up who? Wang Zhen looked towards Wu Qingshu's face. It had been almost a week and it was still swollen like a pig's head, so it was obvious how much force Jiang Che had used to beat him up. Fair enough, so let's find someone to beat him up? This one waits until the last resort. So you have something else in mind? Wang Zhen asked speculatively. Doesn't our class have a basketball game with their class tomorrow? At that time on the basketball court, I'm going to make him make a fool of himself in front of Reinran. But what if he doesn't play? Humph. Wu Qingshu crooked his mouth and sneered, a chesty look on his face. Not on? It'll be out of his hands when the time comes. When Jiang Che left from Deng Lanfang's house, Deng Lanfang looked at Jiang Che with eyes that were as reluctant as they could be. Xiao Jiang Ah. Come often in the future. Okay, Grandma, I'll see you often. What a good boy who knows what he's doing. Tang Lanfang looked at Jiang Che's departing back and spoke with emotion. Tang Yunran looked at Deng Lanfang as if Jiang Che was her own grandson. Seeing this, Tang Yunran couldn't help but ask out, Grandma, why do you like Jiang Che so much? As Tang Yunran asked this, she suddenly thought of the conversation she had with Deng Lanfang in her previous life. She asked, Grandma, why do you hate Jiang Che so much? Her grandmother's reply was, that boy didn't treat you well at all, my poor little Ran. Just as Tang Yunran was immersed in the memories of her last life, Deng Lanfang turned her head to look at her. See, you ask, why do you think I like him so much? Deng Lanfang smiled at Tang Yunran. This precious granddaughter of hers was brought up by her. How could she not see Tang Yunran's small mind? Being looked at by Deng Lanfang like this, Tang Yunran instantly blushed. This is where you start blushing? I haven't said anything yet? Deng Lanfang laughed out a crease. Grandma! Tang Yunran beamed. I'm not like that with Jiang Che. What kind is that? Dunlap asked rhetorically. Although Tang Yunran was someone who would live to be reborn in her 30s, she hadn't really been in a real relationship, whether it was in her previous life or in this life, so she couldn't stand being teased at all. "I'm going to the bathroom." Tang Yunran rushed to hide in the bathroom after saying that. Looking at her own face in the mirror, it was as red as an apple. "Grandma's a real pain in the ass, why tease her? Shame on you." Thinking of the sweet picture of Jiang Che together just now, Tang Yunran's face blushed even more, all the way to the back of her neck and ears, and all that lingered in her mind was Jiang Che. Why would Jiang Che treat her like this? This is not at all like the previous life at all. What a mess. It was a feeling that she really hated and loved at the same time. Achoo. Jiang Che sneezed. "Who's cursing me?" Achoo choo. Jiang Che sneezed twice in a row. "Looks like someone is thinking about me." Jiang Che turned back towards the cell building behind him, the corner of his mouth raised. Needless to say, it must be that little girl wife of his who was thinking of him. There was still half a month to go before July 4th, and he was going to prepare himself for a sensational confession of the century. Before that, he took care of the house. Jiang Che called back the agent who had just left. "Little brother, this suite has good lighting and ventilation, and it's adjacent to the Autumn Water Park and Autumn Water Lake, with beautiful scenery and pleasant views, and now that the landlord is in a hurry to sell it, count yourself lucky and you'll be able to get your hands on it for 2.3 million. The intermediary rubbed his hands and looked at Jiang Che with a smile and said, "I thought to myself, who is this rich second-generation ancestor? Even a person ran over to buy a house, this just stepped into the society inexperienced fat sheep, he can be properly slaughtered." Oh. 2.3 million? Is he being slaughtered like a fat goat? Really think he's an 18-year-old college student. 2.3 million is too expensive, 2 million at the most. If that doesn't work, I'll find another agent. The houses here have been stagnant for more than 2 years anyway and can't be sold, so take your time and you'll always find something cheaper. There might even be one lower than 2 million. Aha! The intermediary looked at Jiang Che with wide eyes, shocked in his heart. How could this kid look no more than 20 years old at the most, and how did it give him a feeling of being old and cunning? No way. He is a senior real estate consultant of a big-name real estate company. He still does not believe that he cannot deal with a college student. Little brother, who are you listening to? The housing types here are so good, how can they be stagnant? Also, this is all old houses. We got first-hand information that there's a high possibility of demolition here. I just think it's a nice neighborhood, that's why I came here to buy it. If I wanted to get rich on demolition, there are plenty of houses in the neighborhood that are even older than this one, so I could have gone elsewhere. He is definitely buying here. For one thing, soon the prices here will skyrocket due to the opening of the subway, and it could flip to almost $4 million next year. Secondly, Tang Yunran's grandmother lived in this neighborhood. He remembered that in his previous life, Tang Yunran was very filial to her grandmother and often came to see her, and he would be able to see Tang Yunran often when their family moved here in the future. This $2 million, little brother, this is no way to return a price like this? The agent said bitterly. Chapter 17, I miss you. What kind of college student is this kid? Going up and chopping off $300,000, this is banditry, right? Then add another 50,000, if it really doesn't work, I won't bother you, there are plenty of agents, I live in a neighborhood with a regular Eastland Realty booth right in front of it. The agent saw that Jiang Che was leaving and rushed to stay. Wait a minute, 2.05 million, right? I'll call and contact the landlord right now. 5 minutes. Get the deal done. Congratulations to the host, successfully spent 2,050,000 and received a reward of 2,050,000, which has now been credited. As soon as the sound of the system prompt fell, Jiang Che received a short message reminder of the bank's arrival. Spend as much as you can to get as much as you can, this is a really good feeling. It's a pity that the use of the Divine Hero Experience coupon is limited to converting experience value into soft currency, and the arrival to the bank card doesn't count. Otherwise, money begets money, in minutes. Jiang Che checked the remaining experience value of the system, and there were still over 1 million points. Another house isn't enough, so let's buy his dad a car. He remembered that his dad had always wanted a car, and what man didn't like cars? With the rest of the money, he didn't bother to think about how to spend it, just buy stocks. He wants to think about which stocks will skyrocket in the future. Friendly reminder, investment in stocks and funds deposited in the bank, etc., does not count in the experience coupons of God's hero, you must spend in the entity. Okay. The matter of investing in stocks can only be put to rest for the time being. Stocks are no more profitable than God's hoe to make money fast. After thinking about it, he finally decided to use all of these 1 million or so experience points to purchase living items and school supplies to donate to the poor mountainous regions in the West through the Red Cross Association. It wasn't that he was so much of a savior of suffering that he did this, he just simply felt that it was his greatest good fortune that the heavens could give him a chance to be reborn and make up for the faults and regrets of his previous life. He also wants to convey this luck to more people, which is also a kind of gratitude for his rebirth. Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, his cell phone rang. Will we ever see each other again? I've been begging in front of the Buddha for thousands of years. I'm willing to trade a few lifetimes for a lifetime of love. I hope I can move, God. Will we ever see each other again? I've been begging in front of the Buddha for thousands of years. Before I step over this bridge, let me kiss your face again. After Jiang Che was reborn, he set this song, Seeking Buddha, as his cell phone ringtone. He felt that the song served as a constant reminder that he could never make the same mistake again in this life. Deep the call connected. Jiang Che. Aren't you done yet? The food is all ready, just waiting for you to eat. Zhang Yuan's loud voice, without the speakerphone effect, is the same as with the speakerphone. Just put down a deposit, I'll be right back. Today their family made a big table of food, 6 meat, 3 veggies, 2 coleslaw dishes, and a plate of watermelon, plus a big bowl of crushing carp soup. That's sumptuous? As soon as Jiang Che's words left his mouth, he saw Zhang Yuan roll his eyes greatly at him. I knew it, you forgot my birthday again. I didn't. Still don't admit it. When have you ever remembered my birthday? Are you qualified as a brother? As Zhang Yuan's words reached this point, Jiang Che handed the prepared gift to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan stared at the pink gift box in Jiang Che's hand with wide double unbelievable eyes. He actually had a gift for her? Oh, my God. Is the sun coming out of the west today? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan turned his head towards the window. Seeing Zhang Yuan's reaction, Jiang Che guessed what she was thinking. Take it. Jiang Che put the gift into Zhang Yuan's hand. Zhang Yuan was not in a hurry to open it, and stared straight at the dress box, with the intention of seeing what was inside through the gift box. Jiang Che, what is this, a prank? What's inside can't be a fist, right? It's chorizo. Jiang Che went to wash his hands and prepare for dinner. River Edge. You're giving me chili fries for my birthday? Mom, look at brother, is he too much? It's my birthday and he even just bought me chili fries. Zhang Yuan said while complaining to Linya. Rinya lost her smile and shook her head. Don't pull back, give it to me. Jiang Che reached over. No. The chorizo is good too. It's better than nothing. However, after opening the gift box, Zhang Yuan was dumbfounded. A 4-leaf clover bracelet? Zhang Yuan was once again dumbfounded. Rinya poked her head over to look, it's kinda nice. Zhang Yuan put the bracelet on his hand, looked at Jiang Che and said, it must have been some kind of event and bought it for me by the way. Hearing these words, Jiang Che's movement with his chopsticks gave a start. True to form, his oldest sister just knows him. If it wasn't for the raffle for Tang Yunran, he shouldn't have bought such a thing. Topped off with a box of chili fries. In fact, he had another gift in store. But this gift was special and couldn't be seen by his parents. After the meal, Jiang Che went to Zhang Yuan's room. What are you doing here? I've got a special birthday present for you, and I'll give it to you as long as you call me brother all year. Cut. I don't care. You do what you have to do, I have a drama to catch up on. The two-way man. The moment Jiang Che's words came out, a look of surprise appeared on Zhang Yuan's face. How do you know? Without waiting for Jiang Che to reply, Zhang Yuan steeply raised his voice. You spied on me catching up? I'm that boring? I don't love knocking CP either. And how did you know that? In fact, according to the timeline, he did not know at this time. It was also later when he borrowed Zhang Yuan's cell phone to make a phone call, he inadvertently clicked his finger and ran into the B station, and saw that she swiped all of the double chivalry CP ambiguous toward the dessert clips. That's when he realized his oldest sister was rotten. Don't you care how I know? Just ask you if you want this one. Jiang Che said as he drew out 2 tickets for the Double Chancellor concert from his pocket. Zhang Yuan's eyes instantly flashed with 100,000 volts of light, and he reached out to grab it, almost managing to get up from his wheelchair. Give it to me. Give it to me. Jiang Che stood up and held up his hand. It's okay to give it to you, my conditions. I promise. Brother. Dear good brother, give me the tickets. Here. Excited. Zhang Yuan hugged the tickets as if they were a treasure and barred several kisses. Ow, 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 I can't believe it's the infield. Zhang Yuan exclaimed in excitement. Brother, how did you grab it? Tickets for the infield cost over 2,000 apiece, money she didn't have. She had originally thought of grabbing a bleacher, and at over 600, she could still afford it. But this concert is quite hot, it's not a matter of money at all, the opening of the sale of 5 seconds all snatched up, simply cannot grab the tickets Not to mention the hard to find infield tickets. Who am I, your brother, just a small ticket? Jiang Che said it easily on his lips, but in reality, he had gone to grab it 2 days ago, only to lose it just after clicking on it. Then he went to a scalper and paid 10 times the price to grab it. Over 40,000 for 2 tickets. Anyway, with the Divine Magnificence system, he didn't feel bad about spending as much as he came. That being said, even without the godly Ho attribute added to his body, he would still give Zhang Yuan any more money to spend. Looking at Zhang Yuan, who was hugging the tickets and giggling, the memories all of a sudden traced back to his previous life. He died of a sudden illness, and Zhang Yuan fell on his coffin and cried out. Dead Jiang Che. Stinking Jiang Che. You asshole. I told you not to work day and night, but you didn't listen. You left without saying a word, leaving mom and dad and all of them to me alone, you're an asshole. Ah. At the end of the shout, he let loose a direct ball. At that time, he realized that Zhang Yuan cared so much about him, his oldest brother who could never remember her birthday. He was guilty and sad. Jiang Che returned to his room, his sadness not completely fading for a moment. Picking up his cell phone, he edited the message and sent it to Tang Yunran. What are you up to? Tang Yunran froze. Why did Jiang Che suddenly send this to her? I'm not doing anything, what do you want? I want to hear your voice. Tang Yunran's breath was slightly hot, and after calming down for 2 seconds, she pursed her red lips and edited the message again. What's wrong with you? It feels like you have something on your mind? I don't know if she was overthinking it, but it just felt like Jiang Che's mood seemed a little off. Jiang Che thought for a moment and replied, It's nothing, I just miss you and want to hear your voice. Chapter 18 She was reborn too? Miss her? He said he missed her? Tang Yunran pressed her cell phone against the front of her left chest, which visibly rose and fell together along with her disordered breathing. Love experience value plus 358. When Jiang Che saw that Tang Yunran hadn't replied to the message for a long time, a few moments of bitterness appeared on his face. No wonder women often say men are cheap. He's not. In his previous life, Tang Yunran took care of him in every way, but he never paid attention to it like he was blind, and now he regrets wanting it and not being able to catch it. Looking at the time, it was almost 11 o'clock. It was so late, he'd better not bother her. Just as Jiang Che was about to put down his cell phone, the sound of a new message reminder rang out with a ding sound. Tang Yunran sent it by voice. Jiang Che, what's wrong with you? Is something bothering you? The girl's voice was gentle and nice. Hearing Jiang Che instantly turned a small rain into sunshine. My wife is just good to me. Jiang Che shouted excitedly, and the whole person revived in place as if he had been beaten with chicken blood. There's nothing troubling me, just some insomnia and a simple desire to hear your voice. Just want to hear her voice. Why would he want to hear her voice? Tang Yunran kept picking at the rhinestones on the cell phone case, one after another picking at them. At this point her heart was like a cat's paw, scratching and scratching, itching as much as the fingers that couldn't stop picking at the drill. No, I can't go on like this at his pace, my heart will beat so fast that I won't be able to breathe. Thinking of this, Tang Yunran changed the topic and edited the message to send it over. Happy birthday to your sister. A puzzled voice came out of Jiang Che's mouth. How did she know it was Zhang Yuan's birthday? I don't think he ever told her. Is it? She was born again too? As soon as this thought came out, Jiang Che immediately denied it to himself in his mind. The probability of being reborn as a single person is already as low as the Marianas Trench, and he hasn't read about this kind of double rebirth from novels anyway, and even if he has, the probability is almost zero, right? So that's not even possible. Apart from that possibility, then there is only one other possibility. Thinking of this, Jiang Che sent a few voice phrases over. I only mentioned my sister's birthday to you before, but I didn't tell you that her birthday was today. How did you know? Surprise! Tang Yunran subconsciously opened her red lips. Oops. She had just been brought up to speed by Jiang Che and was in a hurry to change the subject, who knew that in her haste she had forgotten that she was now unaware of Jiang Yuan's birthday. How is she going to explain this? Without waiting for Tang Yunran to think of something to say, Jiang Che sent a message first. Did what? Did he guess that she was born again? What to do? So nervous. What if Jiang Che asks that later? Ding. The new message was sent again. Jiang Che, could it be that you have a crush on me? So you secretly investigated me? Huh? Tang Yunran froze. How was it half different from what she had imagined? Don't flatter yourself, how could I have a crush on you? Isn't it normal to have a crush on me? I'm handsome. You sure are narcissistic. Tang Yunran pronounced out of her mouth. But then again, Jiang Che was handsome, and now he was even more handsome. During the day with him, she had sneaked glances toward him. The skin is really good, so good it's about to catch up with her. Obviously, when she had just been reborn and met Jiang Che for the first time, the state of his skin could only be considered slightly better than an ordinary person. It had only been a few days of work, and Jiang Che looked like he had changed his skin, which made her incredibly curious. Have you been using any beauty products lately? Seeing this message, Jiang Che smiled. This little girl obviously thinks he's handsome and won't admit it. Women, they just love to talk out of their asses. You say you don't want it, but you're actually looking forward to it. You want to know? Yes, call me husband and I'll tell you. Nice try. Sleep. It's off. After sending 3 messages in a row, Tang Yunran huffed and puffed and really pressed her cell phone off. Do you care if I call you husband? Tang Yunran muttered to herself. It was only when she came back to her senses that she realized that the rhinestones on the phone case were all bald. I blame Jiang Che. There's nothing to do but send her those inexplicable messages and say things that make people blush and easily misunderstand. Had it not been for that, his cell phone case, which he had not long bought, would not have been scrapped. It's a waste of a cell phone case to talk to him. I won't talk to him anymore. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Tang Yunran dropped herself onto the bed with some small anger, pulling up the corner of the quilt and habitually clamping it between her legs. Sleeping this way made her feel extraordinarily secure. Tang Yunran lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep, hooking her head from time to time to look toward the cell phone on the nightstand. She turned off her cell phone. What if Jiang Che sends her a message? What if Jiang Che doesn't sleep and keeps waiting for her to reply? The more she thought about it, the more Tang Yunran's mind felt like a mess. The more you sort it out, the more confusing it gets. Whatever. Before I died in my last life, I had already made up my mind that I would no longer have anything to do with him, Jiang Che, in the future. It's his business to send messages as he pleases. Tang Yunran copied the pillow over her face, turned off the light, and went to sleep. 10 minutes later, Tang Yunran turned her cell phone on. Tap on WeChat. Her chat interface with Jiang Che. Sure enough, Jiang Che sent a new message over. There are 2 voices. All ones. Sent what? Tang Yunran curiously clicked on the first voice. Good night. 2 words. Obviously an 18-year-old teenager, his voice had a bit of magnetism in it, making Tang Yunran feel like her ears were getting pregnant. Love experience value plus 475. It took a full minute of slowing down before Tang Yunran slowly calmed down. And a voice. What's that? Tang Yunran reached out and pointed away. Chapter 19, Call Her Baby. Baby. Splat! The cell phone slipped out of his hand and fell to the sheets. Tang Yunran remained in a stunned position for a while before slowing back down. What did he just call her? Baby? No. Jiang Che wouldn't call her baby. She must have misheard. Tang Yunran picked up her cell phone and once again tapped on the last voice and re-listened to it. Baby. Point again. Baby. Another point. Baby. It really is baby. She hadn't misheard. Jiang Che really called her baby. Ah. Relationship experience value plus 678. Love experience value plus 754. Relationship experience value plus 699. Tang Yunran pulled the quilt over to her head and covered it, or she was afraid her screams would wake up her neighbors. This night, Tang Yunran almost didn't sleep much. Her mind was filled with Jiang Che's voice, baby baby baby, ringing non-stop. Jiang Che, on the other hand, had a good night's sleep and even dreamed of Tang Yunran calling him her husband. Sooner or later, he still did not believe that. He was dead-skinned to go out to chase Tang Yunran, but still cannot chase hands? Then he would have been blind to this handsome face and sturdy body. You have met the conditions for opening the mall. Do you need to open it now? The system rang out abruptly. Open. The mall is now open, so check it out for yourself. Jiang Che moved his hand to click on it. There's quite a bit of stuff in the mall. With a quick glance over, he was the first to see something rather familiar. Ocean Experience Coupon. This is a real treat. How much experience value is required? Jiang Che looked towards the price tag underneath the Ocean Experience Coupon. His 100,000 experience points. And it's only for 24 hours. That's too expensive, isn't it? How much experience value do I have left now? 24,051. Can't afford it. He wouldn't buy it if he could afford it. But it's still very possible to redeem one if you're in some kind of crisis of life. It's a peaceful time now, and the probability of encountering something like a life-threatening situation is still very low. But regardless, he was still in dire need of more experience value right now. That one is up to his little girl wife. And look at the other stuff. Charisma boosts attributes by 20%, requires 20,000 experience points. Poor can afford it, or look at something else. Freshman singers singing, 29845. God of Song, 124561. God of Cookery, 123456. This system is really proficient in each of the 18 arts. It's just too expensive to redeem. Old Jiang, what are you gawking at? Li Hao pushed Jiang Che. Thinking about things. Thinking about something? Thinking about big school girl Tang, right? Li Hao hemmed and hawed. Jiang Che looked at Li Hao with a puzzled expression. What are you talking about? Don't pretend. I've already heard from the schoolgirl's best friend that you're going to hit on the schoolgirl. Kim Kobashi said that? That's her, and she asked me to take a message to you, for the schoolgirl. Tang Yunran asked Jin Xiaoqiao to bring me a message? Wouldn't it be better for her to just WeChat him if she had anything? Yes, the original words of Kim Kobashi's belt were, don't get carried away with her, she'll never like you. After Li Hao finished speaking, he was a little worried about this brother of his, fearing that he would be stimulated to think and jump directly from the upper floor. Oh. Jiang Che faintly answered. He was certain that this was definitely not what Tang Yunran had said. Just oh? That's the reaction? Shouldn't I? Could it be the calm before the storm? Old Jiang, are you okay? I'm fine. Jiang Che looked normal. The more Jiang Che was like this, the more worried Li Hao was. Old Jiang, do you consider me a brother? Why did you say that? Jiang Che looked at Li Hao in confusion. If you want to treat me as a brother, you don't have to hold it in, and if you have any negative emotions, they all come to me, just let them out. I don't have anything negative to say, I'm really good. Old Jiang. Li Hao patted on Jiang Che's shoulder and looked at Jiang Che in a serious manner and said, the sky is the limit, why do you need to fall in love with a single flower? What's more, she's still the school flower of our Jiangcheng University, so don't think about it. Fatty, this is not good enough for me to hear. How come I can't think straight if I like Tang Yunran? We're a talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven, destined by destiny on the 3 birthstones. She, Tang Yunran, is destined to be the one to become my Jiang Che's wife. It's over. It's in too deep. It's almost hopeless. Li Hao shook his head. Looks like he'll have to be persuaded in a different way. Old Jiang, are you free this weekend? What is it, you say? Me and some friends are planning to meet some girls for a sorority date. We're at 3 guys and 4 girls, and we're missing a guy, so why don't you make up the numbers? You find someone else. He didn't want Tang Yunran to know that he had gone to the sorority. Lao Jiang. You can't not go I've already sent your picture over, and the other girls agreed to be in a friendship with us because they saw your handsome picture. If you don't go, this friendship can be broken up. It's none of my business, and I didn't ask you to send my picture. That said, didn't you just say I was making up the numbers? Old Jiang, you can't be so heartless. You don't care, you have to think more for this brother of mine. I haven't even fallen in love until now. You can't see me being a bachelor for the rest of my life, right? Hearing Li Hao say this, Zhang Che thought of his previous life. Li Hao's family is quite well off, and he uses his money more generously than the average college student. It's a pity that he didn't choose the right woman, and only after 5 years of marriage did he realize that he was green. One of the 3 children his wife had was not his, and eventually the 3 fathers of the children came to him and each took the child home. Since then, Li Hao has been devastated, all day either hanging out in the casino or in the entertainment club, to the end of borrowing loan sharks were hacks sent to the hospital. If he remembered correctly, the wife Li Hao married was the one he met this time at this fellowship. Li Hao was his brother, and in his previous life he had only learned of the tragedy that had happened to him when Li Hao was sent to the hospital with his hand cut off. In this life he couldn't stand by and watch this happen. Fatty, listen to me, I've done a fortune telling for you, it's a great evil omen for you to go to the sorority this time, you'd better not go. Li Hao breathlessly pumped the corners of his mouth, thinking that Zhang Che was also absolute, even making up this kind of nonsense in order not to go to the fellowship. Looks like it's time to make the killer move. Li Hao walked to the window and looked at Zhang Che with a serious face and said, Old Zhang, if you don't promise me, I'll jump off from here right now. Chapter 20, Tang Yunran can't forget Zhang Che. Seeing Li Hao with this determined look, Zhang Che knew that he couldn't stop him from going to the sorority. Since we can't stop it, let's just follow along and see what happens, and then we'll improvise to stop him when the time comes. Just as Zhang Che was thinking this, he saw Wu Qingshu and Wang Zhen walk into the classroom. As soon as Wu Qingshu came over, he put harsh words in Zhang Che's mouth. Zhang Che, the basketball match between our 2 classes is going to start later, you go on the court and we'll fight it out, whoever loses will quit and never be allowed to chase after Yunran. What are you taking Ryan for? Gambling with her? Zhang Che tilted his head unabashedly as he looked at Wu Qingshu, a few moments of openness and uninhibitedness in his teenage youthful brow. You don't dare to do this? Wu Qingshu deliberately said with a provocative method. Agitation won't work on me, Restran, she's a human being, not an object to be used to place bets on, I'm not going to gamble with her. Who the hell thinks that Yunran is a betting item anymore? Don't exaggerate there. I'm just asking you, do you dare to PK with me? He wouldn't dare? He's got the system. What wouldn't he dare? Zhang Che remembered that the basketball master attribute could be exchanged in the mall. Fine, I'll fight you. If you lose, you stay away from Yunran and don't pester her in the future. Ha ha ha. Wu Qingshu laughed out loud. Zhang Che, you just said that doing so was using Yunran as a bet, what are you doing now? I'm not like you, I'm not betting on her when I say that, I'm saying it for her sake, I don't want to disturb her by having flies buzzing in her ears all day long. You're good. Wu Qingshu was so angry that his fingertips trembled. Wait and see. Later on in the stadium, I'll see if you can still be as arrogant as you are now. Humph. Wu Qingshu shook off his hand and turned around to leave the classroom. Li Hao walked over, his brows furrowed. Old Jian, you shouldn't have made this bet with Wu Qingshu. Don't look at Wu Qingshu as a second generation, he has a real level in basketball. I heard that he once even brought some time in a basketball training camp. You're not a match for him. Having spent some time in a basketball camp is indeed remarkable for the average person. But if you compare it to a professional basketball player, it's more than a notch below. He figured out that he shouldn't be too high profile later, and just get a general basketball player level skill one. Don't worry, it's fine, it won't lose. Zhang Che said with confidence in his chest. Li Hao scratched the back of his head, completely confused as to where Zhang Che got his confidence from. It's obviously very good, okay? Fine Arts Department classroom. Tang Yunran is fuming. It wasn't just days either, but his mind still kept recalling the conversation with Zhang Che last night. He said, I miss you. He called her baby. The more she thought about it, the redder Tang Yunran's face became. She didn't want to keep thinking about it, but she didn't know what was wrong with her. Following the devil, Zhang Che's male magnetic voice always lingered in her mind. She really still can't do anything about him? But she had already decided not to like Zhang Che anymore. Just as Tang Yunran was having a headache, Jin Xiaoqiao's sighing voice rang in her ears. It's killing me. Ran, why did we choose to take history when we had nothing better to do? And we're stuck with such a strict professor. It's over, we're definitely going to fail this final exam. Tang Yunran turned her head toward Jin Xiaoqiao, who was slumped over her history elective book with her head hanging down. You give me the book and I'll highlight it for you. Ha? Jin Xiaoxiao looked at Tang Yunran with a puzzled expression. You know which ones are the highlights? I know. After taking Jin Xiaoxiao's book over, Tang Yunran took a red pen and marked up the book. While marking, she tried to remember. Recall the highlights of the exam in your previous life. She remembers when the history paper for this final was so difficult that most of the class retook it. Of course, Jin Xiaoxiao didn't pass the test either. This time, with her to help her mark the highlights, she should be fine. These key points I labeled, as long as you can grasp 70% of them, you'll definitely pass the exam. Tang Yunran said in a very certain tone. Really? Jin Xiaoxiao asked, looking at Tang Yunran half-heartedly. I definitely didn't lie to you. Tang Yunran spoke with certainty. Yes. Jin Xiaoxiao clenched her fists. You're my good bestie, I trust you. I'm going to be furious this weekend. Dad. Well, cheer up. Tang Yunran cheered Jin Xiaoxiao on. Ah. Jin Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered something. Ran, you have to do me a favor. What favor? I promised to go to a sorority with my friends this weekend, and you've been working this hard to help me with my highlights, and I don't want to flunk out, let alone let you down, so can you go to the sorority in my place? Let her go to the sorority? Tang Yunran knitted her brows. You know, I don't really like that kind of occasion. College sororities are not about friendship, but, frankly, about creating opportunities to escape the fate of the single dog. She had given all her love in the last generation and received a grief that was all over her body. She had been disillusioned for a long time, and she didn't want to make the same mistake and fall in love again. Therefore, she had thought after she was reborn that she wouldn't love anyone in this life and would be single for the rest of her life. It's nice to be alone, isn't it? Ran. Just help me out. If I don't go, then there will be 4 men and 3 women, and I'll be guilty. They'll surely resent me to death. Ran, you're the best. You'll just make up the numbers, and if someone accosts you, you'll just exude your high-flying goddess aura and turn people away, so that's fine. Jin Xiaoxiao was her best friend, and had always accompanied her in her previous life, and to be honest, in the years when Jiang Che died, if it wasn't for the fact that Jin Xiaoxiao had always cared about her, I'm afraid that she would have long ago thought of taking sleeping pills and accompanying Jiang Che to go. So how could she withstand Jin Xiaoxiao's soft words, so she had to agree. At that moment, the class suddenly went into chaos, and there were also quite a few teenage students running in 2s and 3s along the corridor passage. What happened? Jin Xiaoxiao asked, confused. Don't you know? It's a basketball match between computer science class 5s and business class 6. A student returned. Class 5 of the business department? Ran, isn't that the class where your bamboo horse Wu Qingshu is? I remember that his basketball skills are incredible. He even stayed at a basketball camp, right? Tang Yunran nodded. Well, his uncle is the coach of the basketball team. So that's how it is, let's go over and take a look then. Another female classmate said excitedly, let's go together. Jiang Che from class 6 of the business department is also there. A lot of female classmates are rushing to him. Why didn't I pay special attention to him before? He's getting more and more handsome now. It feels like he can even compete with our school grass. Jiang Che is also there? Tang Yunran uttered in surprise. Chapter 21, He's hurt and her heart hurts. She went to watch this basketball game in her previous life. In fact, last night she also received a message from Wu Qingshu asking her to go watch it, and she remembered very clearly that Jiang Che did not participate in this basketball game. That said, it seems like a lot of things have gone wrong since the rebirth. She had thought about it, but hadn't been able to figure it out. Could it be that the world she was in now wasn't really a past life? Perhaps it was a parallel time and space? Can't figure it out. What? Jiang Che is there too? Jin Xiaoxiao's stomach was on fire when she thought about the other day in the infirmary, when Jiang Che pulled Tang Yunran's hand and wouldn't let go. Handsome as hell. Ran, we're not going. Aha! Tang Yunran nodded. She thought the same thing, and she decided that she was going to keep her head up and stay calm from now on, regardless of what had happened the other day. If you say you won't go, and you'll have a clean break with Jiang Che in the future. If Jiang Che came to her again in the future, she would assume the high and cold stance of don't let anyone in and absolutely ignore him. Tang Yunran made a great determination, but it was the eyes that had its own consciousness and couldn't help but look towards the window. Not to be watched. Tang Yunran forcibly craned her neck back. Drawing and distraction. Tang Yunran took out her drawing book and moved her brush to draw. 5 minutes, she drew a basketball out. Tang Yunran kept staring at the basketball on the sketchbook, looking as if the basketball moved. Jiang Che was dribbling and preparing to shoot. Wow! Tang Yunran pulled back her chair and stood up. Jin Xiaoxiao looked up at Tang Yunran. Ran, what are you doing? Go to the bathroom. The scene shifts. Tang Yunran came to the pitch. The game hasn't even started yet, and the two teams are making their own pre-game preparations. Tang Yunran saw Jiang Che on the court wearing a red jersey at a glance. Cool. Dazzle. Eye-catching. Jiang Che was undoubtedly the most noticeable in the room. Handsome face, awesome body, exuding the unique charm of a big sunny boy. Looking at Tang Yunran, she couldn't help but blush. Relationship experience value plus 579. Hearing the system's beep, Jiang Che stopped his warm-up maneuvers and released his eyes towards the crowd of onlookers, sweeping around before finally managing to fixate on Tang Yunran's body. She came to watch him play? Since this was the case, he could not afford to lose even more. Just as Jiang Che was about to raise his hand to greet Tang Yunran, Wu Qingshu ran his ass over to Tang Yunran and blocked them. Ryan, you came to watch me play basketball? Wu Qingshu deliberately showed off his muscles by raising his arms in front of Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran's gaze lightly swept from Wu Qingshu's muscles. Not as good looking as Jiang Che's. Tang Yunran inclined her eyes around Wu Qingshu and saw Jiang Che waving his hand in greeting to her, so she followed suit and raised her hand, waving it in response. Wu Qingshu followed Tang Yunran's line of sight and turned his head to see Jiang Che, and looking at the way the two were staring at each other across him, he was so angry that he almost spat out blood. He's stuck in the middle of you guys. Can you stop treating him like he's air? There is no such thing as the most exasperating, only the more exasperating. Many of the girls on the sidelines flooded Jiang Che with nymphomania. Whoa. Look at that number 11. So handsome. Really handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Who cares if he has a girlfriend? I'll make the other guy an ex-girlfriend even if he has a girlfriend. Right on. I'm with you. Listening to the words of these flamboyant girls, Wu Qingshu's speechless mouth twitched. Handsome can be a meal. If he could, he really wanted to tear Jiang Che's face off and put it on his face. Tang Yunran looked left and right and flattened her mouth. Whether it was in his past life or in this life, Jiang Che was still so attractive to girls. Especially now, Jiang Che was simply so handsome that people wanted to go back with him to have little monkeys. Looking at the teenager's skin radiating in the sunlight, Tang Yunran grew a little jealous. His skin continued to look so good that it would soon surpass hers. This Jiang Che. What a pettiness, he didn't say anything when I asked him how to take care of his skin before, and he had to call him husband before he would say anything. She wasn't going to call him her husband. Wu Qingshu. Tang Yunran stared unblinkingly at Jiang Che, the flames of jealousy rushing straight to his head, his fists clenched and clicking. Ran, I'm definitely going to win this basketball game. You wait and see. After saying that, Wu Qingshu turned his head and looked at Jiang Che with an intensely hostile gaze. He was going to smash Jiang Che's obtrusive face with a ball. Phew came the whistle and the game began. Wu Qingshu got the ball the first time to launch a fierce attack. In the end, from the basketball training camp out, that momentum is simply unstoppable, with the ball even through 3 people, causing the onlookers burst of cheers. Listening to the cheers coming from his ears, Wu Qingshu was so dejected that he was about to float up. See, that's what he's got. Today he is the dominant player on this court. No one can stop it. Let him start with a dunk. Wu Qingshu just jumped up, and the rebound and basket were blocked tightly by Jiang Che. How? When did Jiang Che come over? Also, how is he such a good jumper? Surprisingly, he jumped higher than him. Without waiting for Wu Qingshu's brain to react, he saw Jiang Che's hand, falling down like a large iron plate. Splat. He's capped. Not only that, Jiang Che was exceptionally strong. This cap came down and slapped him straight to the ground. Wu Qingshu sat on the ground with all 4 feet pulled apart, staring dazedly at Jiang Che, who had steadily landed on the ground. The crowd of onlookers erupted into a mountain of cheers. So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. Ah! Tang Yunran was in the deafening cheers, her red lips slightly opened, a pair of beautiful eyes open wide and round, the bottom of her eyes flooded with a stream of color full of amazement. Love experience value plus 520. Love experience value plus 521. Love experience value plus 522. The system beeps came one after the other, and they simply couldn't stop. Jiang Che looked towards Tang Yunran and saw that she was looking at herself with glowing eyes, and didn't hold back a smile at her. Teenagers, sunshine, smiles, sweat, intertwined with a strong dose of testosterone. Looking at Tang Yunran, he couldn't stop another pang. Love experience value plus 812. Love experience value plus 799. Love experience value plus 808. Love experience value plus 816. The system's beeps came more intensely and the higher the quality. The girl next to Tang Yunran was so flamboyant that she made chicken noises. Ow ow ow, did you see that? He looked at me just now. He must be interested in me. And you're so self-absorbed, he's obviously looking at me. Ah. Gosh, that sunny smile, I'm gone. Why is dead? The game continues. Wu Qingshu glared at Jiang Che with eyes wide open. Jiang Che, don't fool around too early. I was the one who was gullible just now, I definitely won't let go this time. Let the horse come over. Jiang Che said as he spun the basketball in his hand. Humph. Wu Qingshu left with an angry grunt. Li Hao came over and took Jiang Che's shoulders. Old Jiang, when did you become so powerful? Nothing to do but practice. By the way, you pass me the ball later. Holler, no problem. It was Jiang Che's turn to attack, and Wu Qingshu rubbed his fists and prepared to abuse Jiang Che to death. He wanted Jiang Che to completely lose face in front of Tang Yunran. Li Hao passed the ball to Jiang Che, who rushed over with the ball. Wu Qingshu opened his stance to defend. You guys go defend the others, leave Jiang Che to me. The humiliation he had just suffered, he would personally return it. He couldn't believe it, he had spent so much time in basketball camps and he was still inferior to a little white boy. I'm here. Jiang Che, don't even think about going over there. Wu Qingshu opened his arms and blocked in front of Jiang Che. He thought his defense was perfect, but who knew that Jiang Che would easily carry the ball across and leave him dry? How is this possible? His uncle was a coach at a basketball camp, and his uncle often complimented him on his basketball talent and made him aspire to be a good basketball player. But he felt that the training was too tiring. His family had a listed company, he was a rich second generation, he didn't want to be tired of doing those hard training. Old Wu. Don't just stand there, play defense. Wang Zhen's shout pulled Wu Qingshu back to his senses at once. Wu Qingshu turned around in a hurry and saw Jiang Che just jumping up. He's going for a dunk. Damn it. I can't believe I learned the same thing he just did. He couldn't let Jiang Che dunk the ball successfully, or else his face and reputation would be completely unnecessary. Thinking of this, Wu Qingshu couldn't care less and reached out to pull Jiang Che's clothes. Jiang Che did not expect Wu Qingshu to jump over the wall in a hurry, and was unexpectedly pulled down hard and fell heavily on the ground. Wu Qingshu looked at Jiang Che, who was holding his leg and enduring the pain as he curled up on the ground, a look of relief on his face. Serves you right. That's what happens when you go against him. Jiang Che. A clear female voice suddenly sounded behind Wu Qingshu. Tang Yunran's mind went blank when she saw Jiang Che injured and bleeding, and without thinking, she hurriedly ran to Jiang Che's side. Chapter 22, Jiang Che. You big, bad man. Are you okay? Tang Yunran's eyes were red with anxiety. I'm fine. Jiang Che clenched his teeth and returned. Tang Yunran looked at the blood on Jiang Che's knee, her heart rising directly to her throat, her knitted brows filled with heartache. It's hurt like this, and he says it's okay. I'll help you to the infirmary. Good. Jiang Che was not polite at all and put his arm on Tang Yunran's body. The girl's frame was very petite and soft, worrying about pressing her somewhere, so he only slightly put his hand on Tang Yunran's body. You're all over me, it's okay, I'll hold up. Tang Yunran wrapped her arms around Jiang Che's waist as she spoke, hanging Jiang Che's entire body towards her own. Jiang Che didn't expect this benefit for being injured. The injury wasn't in vain. Pretty good. Jiang Che hid the happiness in his heart. He couldn't let Tang Yunran find out what was going on, he had to act slightly exaggeratedly so that she would feel even more sorry for him. Just as Jiang Che was thinking prettily, Wu Qingshu stopped them. Ryan, why are you so nice to him? Just because he's handsome? You can't be fooled by this little white boy of his. In fact, he's a wolf in sheep's clothing, bad and vicious. Wu Qingshu was anxious and angry, especially when he looked at Jiang Che's hand on Tang Yunran's shoulder. which was hanging down in such a position that he could pick the stars and moon with his hand if he wanted to. The bad one is you. Tang Yunran's chest heaved together in anger as she glared angrily at Wu Qingshu. Wu Qingshu, you've gone too far. How dare you pull on Jiang Che's clothes? It's fine if his leg is fine, if it's not, I'm not done with you. Looking at Tang Yunran, who was raging over herself, Jiang Che didn't hold back a snicker. I didn't expect this girl to have such a milky and fierce side. The way she roared at Wu Qingshu, it seemed that the next second she would really pounce on him and fight with Wu Qingshu. Jiang Che thought more and more heart is beautiful. This little girl also said that he does not like him. This is completely treat him as a family member to treat a. Get out of the way. Tang Yunran was fuming, she was really angry. Jiang Che's leg was injured like this, and his knee was still gurgling with blood. Not only did Wu Qingshu not apologize, he even called him bad. Alright, don't be angry, it's just a small injury, it's really fine. Jiang Che persuaded. Don't talk. Tang Yunran also shouted at Jiang Che. Jiang Che is really something, he's injured and still talking. Don't you know you have to save your strength? You're still speaking for Wu Qingshu. Why are you so nice to Wu Qingshu? I didn't see you treating her so well in my last life. In his heart, is Wu Qingshu more important than her? Thinking of this, Tang Yunran resented Wu Qingshu in her heart. Wu Qingshu looked at Tang Yunran's gaze toward him and was not only angry, but also a little jealous. Anger he can understand. What the hell is jealousy? Okay, I'll do as you say, I won't talk. Jiang Che deliberately put his head very close to Tang Yunran, smelling the faint medicinal scent emanating from the girl's body. The more you smell it, the better it gets. The more you smell it, the more addictive it becomes. Love experience value plus 52. Keep sucking. Keep having it. Love experience value plus 56. Tang Yunran sensed that Jiang Che was very close to her. The side of the big boy's face was about to stick to her face, and thought to herself that he was obviously hurt so badly that he couldn't even hold on and stick to her, but he was still trying to be tough with her. It's also too much with her. Obviously called her baby last night. It was clear that she was not treated as one of their own. So angry. Tang Yunran subconsciously quickened her pace as soon as she became angry. The injury on Jiang Che's leg was still bleeding, and all of a sudden he didn't keep up and folded under. A hello, muffled grunt escaped his mouth. Sorry I wasn't walking that fast. Tang Yunran turned her head, coincidentally bumping into Jiang Che's mouth. At that instant, Tang Yunran's face directly reddened into a boiled shrimp, or the kind with smoking. Love experience value plus 1032. Jiang Che had just been trying his best to stick to Tang Yunran's body and move towards her face, just to take a few more puffs and increase his experience value. I didn't expect this happy accident to happen. After Tang Yunran slowed down, her panicked eyes glanced around. Don't worry, no one saw it just now. Jiang Che touched his mouth and said. Tang Yunran's afterglow caught a glimpse of Jiang Che's movements, and looking at her, she especially wanted to find a mouse hole to burrow into. He must have done it on purpose. It was infuriating, and if it weren't for the fact that he was injured, she would have absolutely thrown him right out. In the classroom, Jin Xiaoxiao was looking at the highlights Tang Yunran had drawn for her. Ha! It's been 20 minutes, did Ran fall out of the bathroom? Just as Jin Xiaoxiao was thinking this, a new message popped up in the background of the campus network. Jin Xiaoxiao was a gossip monger, and she was bound to know what gossip there was on campus. Jin Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded after taking out his cell phone. The front page headline of the campus website was the harmonious image of Tang Yunran holding Jiang Che. Hey! Ha! Didn't Ran go to the restroom? How come you're with that white boy, Jiang Che? What's going on? After Tang Yunran helped Jiang Che to the infirmary, she hurriedly pulled the doctor over. Doctor, stop his bleeding. Hurry up. Doctor, what are you doing so fast? It'll hurt him. The doctor looked up and gave Tang Yunran a very odd and complicated look. Looking at Tang Yunran's tense appearance, Jiang Che comforted, it's really just a small injury. The way you're acting, you're making it seem like I'm about to die. Die. This word immediately irritated Tang Yunran. In her previous life, God knows what kind of mood she was in when she received the news of Jiang Che's death, and to say that the sky had collapsed would not be an exaggeration. She felt like the entire world had gone black all of a sudden, and was in complete disbelief that Jiang Che had left her just like that. Later she put down everything in hand, hurried to the hospital, saw the white cloth covering his face. At that time she directly could not suppress the sadness and cried out. She couldn't accept the fact that Jiang Che had died. She knelt down and begged the doctor to cure Jiang Che as long as he could, even if it meant taking her life in exchange. Jiang Che kept staring at Tang Yunran's, watching her increasingly sad and broken expression. Thinking to himself, did he just say something wrong? Thinking back carefully, it doesn't seem like he said anything. But why does she look like she's about to cry? Tears were visibly welling up in her eyes. Yunran? Jiang Che called out tentatively. Tang Yunran was still immersed in the sadness of losing Jiang Che in her previous life and didn't hear Jiang Che's call. Jiang Che frowned and reached out his hand, pulling on Tang Yunran's hand. Ran? What's wrong with you? Being touched by Jiang Che in such a way, Tang Yunran only slowed down, looking at the vivid Jiang Che in front of her instead of the cold and stiff corpse. Her emotions were not pocketed for a moment, and she directly jumped into Jiang Che's arms. Oh, Jiang Che. You big bad egg. Who told you to say die? You won't die. You'll never die. Woo. Chapter 23, making Tang Yunran cry. Tears flowed in large streams, and in a few seconds of effort, they soaked through Jiang Che's clothes. Jiang Che looked stunned and dismayed. What did she just say? Her words. That he won't die, ever? A bold idea grew in Jiang Che's heart at this moment. Could she really have been reborn as well? Looking down at Tang Yunran, who was crying uncontrollably in his arms, the look made him feel déjà vu. After he died of a sudden illness in his previous life, his soul left his body and he saw Tang Yunran hugging his cold body and crying her heart out. It's exactly what it looks like in front of you. The more he thought about it, the more Jiang Che felt that the idea that had just grown in his heart was highly probable. But it's not right either. If she was really reborn, with the memories of her last life, how could she forgive him so easily? He remembers very clearly that she wanted to cut him off and she said, if I could do it all over again, I would never fall for you again. That desperation, that determination, was still fresh in his mind and memory to this day. But if it wasn't, how could Tang Yunran say something like that just now, and this overreaction now? It didn't make sense at all. Tang Yunran was still lying on top of him crying sadly. Jiang Che sighed and raised his hand on her back to gently pat and soothe her, like coaxing a child. Jiang Che's soothing didn't make Tang Yunran stop crying. Instead, it made her feel even more heartbroken and aggrieved, and she cried even louder. Jin Xiaoxiao hadn't even reached the infirmary's entrance when he heard Tang Yunran's cries. Ran cried? That of Jiang Che's actually bullied Ran into crying. Following over was Li Hao, who was puzzled in his heart as he listened to the crying. He thought to himself that Jiang Che was usually quite serious. How did he make big schoolgirl Tang cry? Could it be that Jiang Che is just well disguised on a regular basis, but in fact he's really a wolf in sheep's clothing? Seeing the opportunity to spend time alone with the schoolgirl, he couldn't help but take off his vest and reveal his beastly wildness. Jiang Che. Jin Xiaoxiao angrily rushed into the infirmary, and just when she wanted to snap at Jiang Che, she saw that Tang Yunran was hugging Jiang Che as she cried her heart out. Seeing this scene, Jin Xiaoxiao didn't get angry anymore and froze in place with stupid eyes. Li Hao, who came in afterward, was also shocked out of his eyeballs by this scene. Only after hearing the commotion did Tang Yunran react as an afterthought, quickly retreating from Jiang Che's arms. No good, why did she just lose her emotions? He must think she's acting weird, right? There was also the image of her actively hugging Jiang Che just now that was seen by Jin Xiaoxiao and the others. So humiliating. How do I explain this? Jin Xiaoxiao came to Tang Yunran's side, looking at her with an incomparably puzzled gaze, and reached out to touch Tang Yunran's forehead. No fever? Tang Yunran just wanted to find a rat hole to burrow into right now. The rat hole is gone, but you can still flee the scene at the first opportunity. Thinking of this, Tang Yunran busily turned around and ran. Ran, where are you going? Wait for me. Jin Xiaoxiao followed and ran out after him. After Li Hao retracted his gaze from the door, he stuck his thumb out at Jiang Che. Nilbi. You actually managed to fix Jiang Da's school flower. Hey! You screwed someone just like that, why did you make them cry? Li Hao asked curiously. I was wondering. Jiang Che looked at the injury on his knee, and his mind was all filled with images of Tang Yunran crying out. You would not know? Or don't want to talk about it? Li Hao didn't believe that Jiang Che must have something to hide from him. His intuition told him that in all likelihood, just now in the infirmary, Jiang Che had done something unspeakable to big schoolgirl Tang, and that was why he had made her cry. Did you do that kind of thing to her? Li Hao said as he heatedly raised his eyebrows and looked at Jiang Che. Jiang Che was speechless. Do you think I'm a 3-minute man? What's wrong with the fat guy? Such a short time, think he's a beansprout. Besides, can't you see I hurt my leg? Isn't the other leg uninjured? The messages Jiang Che sent to Tang Yunran afterward had never been returned. Maybe she's not in the mood right now? He'd send her a message when it was later. Evening. Home. It had been more than an hour past mealtime, and Jiang Mingquan hadn't returned yet. Mom, did you call Dad? Lin Ya's brow furrowed. The phone is off, your dad forgot to charge his cell phone last night. Then I'll go out and look for it. Jiang Che was just about to go out when Jiang Mingquan returned. Why are you back so late? The electric bike broke down and I pushed it back. Jiang Mingquan said as he changed his slippers, fatigue clearly added to his face. Looking at Jiang Mingquan, whose face was covered in frost, Jiang Che felt a lot of emotions in his heart for a moment. His dad had always been the backbone of their family, never complaining about the pain and suffering, and always bearing it alone in silence. It's ordinary and it's great. Dad, I've bought you a car, so don't ride the electric bike anymore. Jiang Che pulled out a car key from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Mingquan. Jiang Mingquan looked at the BMW keys in his hand and was dumbfounded. This you buy a BMW? How expensive this must be. How can you spend money recklessly? What? BMW? Lin Ya didn't know anything about cars, but she did know that BMWs were expensive, big money. Xiao Che, didn't I tell you to save the rest of the money? If I had known that you were spending money recklessly, I would have asked for the money to save it for you to get a daughter-in-law. Lin Ya looked at the BMW keys in Jiang Mingquan's hand. What? You bought a BMW? Where is it? Take me there. BMW, I didn't think that one day our family could have a BMW. Zhang Yuan heard the commotion pushing his wheelchair excitedly out of the room. Go, don't start an uproar. Jiang Mingquan's old eyebrows furrowed after he glanced at Zhang Yuan. Xiao Che, you hurry to return the car, it's not easy to win a prize, people can't float, we're an ordinary family, and we don't do business, what kind of BMW do we drive? I'll just ride an electric bicycle. Jiang Mingquan said so on his lips, but his hands trembled and tightly gripped the BMW car keys. Which man does not love cars? Jiang Mingquan has long wanted to have a favorite car of his own. It's not too expensive, you can still get one for 100k or so. Originally, Jiang Mingquan had planned to buy one when Jiang Che went to university. But he didn't expect his son to be able to get into Jiangcheng University, which was expensive and could be considered a not-so-small expense for their family. Because of this, he had to put his plans to buy a car on hold. However, what he didn't expect was that Jiang Che had bought him a car, and a BMW. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars. His boss doesn't even drive as expensive as he does. Dad, I really didn't spend any money, I just invested the rest of my money in the stock market, and just got lucky and made a killing when it went up for several days in a row. You speculate in stocks? Made a profit? Jiang Mingquan was stunned. Chapter 24. Their son is really something. Yeah, Dad, made money speculating. Jiang Che wasn't intentionally deceiving them, it was just that it wasn't convenient to say anything about the system. Wow. Brother, you're too powerful. Zhang Yuan was now calling brother in a smooth manner. That's right, I'm lucky now. Jiang Che purposely pretended to be floating, doing so would instead make them believe even more in the matter of his lucky stock-making money. My little Che is really something. Lin Ya used to envy other people's children, now she was half envious because her son was already the envy of other people's children. How much did you make on the stocks you bought? Jiang Mingquan couldn't let go of the hand clutching the car keys as he asked this. He's thinking that if he doesn't make a lot, it's better to return the car. If it's really a lot. He wants to experience what it's like to drive a BMW, too. Must be cool. Dad, this car you can rest assured to drive, I bought this stock is quite powerful, not to mention this BMW, haven't you always wanted to open a restaurant? According to this momentum, I guess it won't take long for you to realize this wish. Open a restaurant. Be the boss. This is something that Jiang Mingquan has always wanted to do. Just don't have the money to fantasize. I thought to myself that this wish would not be realized for the rest of my life. Now his son told him that he would soon be able to open a restaurant, which made him excited. The hand holding the car keys trembled directly, and almost didn't make it to the point where his moist old eyes flooded with tears. The food is getting cold, hurry up and eat. When we finish eating, Dad, you drive and take our family out for a drive. Jiang Che said. Brother is right. Take a ride. Take a ride in a BMW. John Yuan felt so good just thinking about it. Okay, let's finish up and take you guys out for a ride after dinner. Jiang Mingquan said the key into the trouser pocket, the whole process of eating, from time to time to reach into the trouser pocket to pull out too, for fear that this is a dream. The dream woke up, the car key is no longer. After the meal, Jiang Mingquan excitedly drove his car to take the whole family for a drive. If not for the fact that he had to work tomorrow, he would have wanted to drive his BMW around Jiangcheng. It is said that people are happy and happy. Jiang Mingquan drove a BMW with the family back after a ride, the whole person glowing, was burdened by the bent waist is also straight, the face soars with self-confidence. After living most of his life, Jiang Mingquan felt for the first time that this was living like a person. It's all thanks to his wonderful son. Little Che, he's really something. Linya's tone was filled with pride. Yeah. Worthy of being my Jiang Mingquan seed. Jiang Mingquan said with a dejected face. Come on, I didn't teach you well. Yes, my wife taught me well, my wife worked hard, I'll serve you well tonight. How old are you, you old misfit? Who's old? I'm only in my 40s, just in my prime. Work hard and maybe I'll even be able to add a younger sibling to Little Che and Little Edge and the others. Go, the more you talk the more immodest you get. How am I being immodest? Now that the country has opened up the 3-child policy, I'm responding to the country's call to contribute to the future development of the motherland. Linya could see that Jiang Mingquan was really happy. She often saw Jiang Mingquan holding his cell phone and watching live broadcasts about cars. Now that their son had bought him a big several $100,000 BMW, could he not be excited? Seeing Jiang Mingquan's excitement, I guess he won't need to sleep tonight. Buckle up. Jiang Yuan knocked on Jiang Che's room door. Come in. Jiang Che didn't need to guess that it was Jiang Yuan. What are you doing up so late looking for me? Jiang Yuan pulled out a packet of spicy noodles from his wheelchair storage bag and handed it to Jiang Che. The weasel pays homage to the chicken, so let's get something straight. Jiang Che had never been able to ask for a single chili bar from Jiang Yuan before. All of them had relied on robbing them or stealing them from her room. Jiang Yuan blinked his big round eyes and looked at Jiang Che. Brother, tell me honestly, where exactly did you get that money from? Don't worry, if you tell me, I definitely won't say anything to Mom and Dad. Robbed the bank. Brother! You're being very serious about this with you. Good, then I'll tell you the truth. In fact, the me standing in front of you is not the current me, but one who was reborn from the future. After being reborn over, I have bound the system and mastered the wealth code, making money like this in minutes. Jiang Yuan rolled his black eyes at Jiang Che in a big way. I told you, say seriously. Jiang Che nodded very seriously. I meant what I said. Ghost letter. I knew you wouldn't tell me the truth. Love to say no. Jiang Yuan chattered and pushed his wheelchair to leave Jiang Che's room. Jiang Che lost his smile and shook his head as he watched Jiang Yuan's exasperated voice leave. After speaking with Jiang Yuan, there was a feeling of a big stone being removed from his heart, and the whole person was much more relaxed. It's true that animals like people can't keep everything inside, and it's a lot easier to find someone to talk to about it. The rest. It's just a matter of Tang Yunran not being dealt with. He sent her a message this afternoon, and so far it hasn't been answered. He sends her another one, and if it's not answered, he'll look for her in her classroom tomorrow. Jiang Che had just picked up his cell phone when Tang Yunran sent a message. The doctor said not to touch the water with your injury. Seeing this message, Jiang Che instantly had the feeling that he had been in a drought for a long time. She really did care about him after all. Let him tease her a little. Why didn't you message me until now? I've had a shower, no wonder my legs hurt so much. Tang Yunran was anxious. How old are you? Don't you have this common sense? How can you take a bath after being injured so badly? That's why I need to find someone to remind me. Jiang Che followed by pressing on the voice after editing the text to send it out. Ran, would you like to be the one to do this? As soon as Tang Yunran clicked on her voice, her ears received a 100 million point blast. The teenager's voice was very nice, with a magnetic charm that belonged only to men. Especially in this quiet night, it was so good that it could make her instantly pregnant. And he'd chosen to seduce her by saying such things in such a nice voice. That could be too much for her just to handle. What are you saying? I can't understand. Jiang Che wasn't stupid and his emotional intelligence wasn't low. He could see that Tang Yunran didn't want to answer this question head on. This is a situation where it would be really silly for the man to continue to pursue it. There are only two possibilities when the woman doesn't answer positively. For one thing, I like you, but I'm too embarrassed to answer. Rather, I'm not sure how I feel about you yet, and I don't know how to answer you. This topic couldn't go on, so Jiang Che changed the subject. This next question was one he'd been meaning to ask during the day and hadn't. What did you mean by what you said in the infirmary this afternoon? Chapter 25, Speaking of Love. Tang Yunran's pupils abruptly dilated. He asked anyway. What to do? How do I get back? Tang Yunran struggled inwardly with apprehension. Jiang Che looked at the cell phone interface that had remained static, raising his hand to touch up his chin, analyzing it in detail. During the day, he had suspected that Tang Yunran was most likely reborn like him, although this kind of double birth was too unbelievable. But then again, why was he the only one allowed to be reborn? Why should he be the only one allowed to be reborn and Tang Yunran not? No such thing. It's not like the earth revolves around him alone. Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, Tang Yunran finally sent a message over. You're overthinking it, it doesn't mean anything. Tang Yunran clutched her hand to the front of her chest, biting her lower lip nervously. Temperance. Don't confuse yourself. As long as she doesn't admit that she's born again, who's to say she is? Was he really overthinking it? Jiang Che wrinkled his brow, recalling what had happened during this period of time. The first day he came back to life, Tang Yunran called out his name. At that time, he was puzzled. Tang Yunran was the school beauty of their Jiangcheng University. How did she know his name? In the end is not what he thought. Jiang Che is not good sure, there is no real evidence to prove, everything is his speculation guess. Forget it, what's the point of thinking so much? Whether it was or not, Tang Yunran was Tang Yunran, and it wouldn't change just because there was no such thing as being reborn. He had made up his mind long ago that he would take good care of her in this life and make up for the mistakes and regrets of his last life. I'm glad it's okay, I was worried about you asking when I saw you crying so hard. Seeing this message from Jiang Che, Tang Yunran was visibly relieved. Hoping that she was the one who originally overthought it. Jiang Che asked that simply because he cared about her, and didn't think of some pie-in-the-sky unrealistic metaphysical fallacies. Your leg, is it okay? When Tang Yunran thought of what Jiang Che had just said about bathing, she felt a little angry again in her heart. Why doesn't he care about his body at all? If it doesn't hurt him, doesn't it hurt anyone else? By others, she meant Jiang Che's parents. Right. She was referring to Jiang Che's mom and dad, which had nothing to do with her. Leg? Which one? Jiang Che deleted the message after editing it. It's too frivolous. It's better to be decent. I actually lied to you, I didn't take a shower. Is it fun to tease me? Tang Yunran huffed, typing on her cell phone. Aha! Still Tang Yunran got even angrier, and just as she was about to throw her phone aside and never ignore Jiang Che again, Jiang Che sent a new message. Jiang Che, like to tease you. Jiang Che, only like to tease you. Swish with a swish, Tang Yunran's face turned red. Tang Yunran pursed her lips to stifle a shy smile, deer in the headlights. I've noticed you've changed and gotten greasy. I need to explain that I'm not being greasy, it's sweet on you. So mushy. Tang Yunran grabbed a pillow and buried her face in it. The little heart poofed about uncontrollably. Ding! The message alert sounded again. Jiang Che, are you free on Saturday? I want to go to the movies, it's too boring to watch a movie alone, I want to ask you to go with me. Jiang Che is going to ask her to watch a movie? Tang Yunran's breath caught. If she went, was this a date? After experiencing what happened during the day, Tang Yunran's heart had changed greatly. Previously, she had been thinking of avoiding Jiang Che and forgetting about him, not wanting to repeat her mistakes like in her last life. But when she saw Jiang Che injured and bleeding, and when she heard Jiang Che talk about death, her emotions suddenly became unbearable. It turns out, she was still so in love with him. It seeps into the bones and is etched into the depths of the soul. She can't forget him. If Jiang Che was really willing to be good to her all the time, she might be able to try to love boldly once more. Thinking about it, the last life is really in this man's body to break the heart. Want to walk out all of a sudden, is not as simple as words. As it is, let's go with the flow. Where are the people? Sleeping? Jiang Che sent 2 messages over in a row. Tang Yunran retrieved her thoughts. I promised Kobashi a favor on Saturday and didn't have time. Ah. Zhang Che slapped his head. He was so focused on asking Tang Yunran on a date to watch a movie that he forgot about promising Li how to go to the sorority. It just occurred to me, I have something on Saturday too, so Sunday then. Are you free on Sunday? Weekday has it. Okay, Sunday then, I'll pick you up at your house. Don't you come? I'll go over there myself. Tang Yunran didn't want her and Zhang Che's affair to be known by her family yet. Especially her three brothers. In her previous life, her three brothers hated Zhang Che the most, felt that he was not worthy of her. Several times they made a move, 3 against 1, Zhang Che was beaten every time with a bruised face. Although past lives were past lives and this life was this life, the image of them fighting had remained very deeply in her memory, so it was best for them to avoid not meeting. Why don't you let me pick you up? Zhang Che had originally wanted to remove the back of the family's bicycle and ride it to pick up Tang Yunran. I'm afraid that if my family sees you, they'll misunderstand and mistake us for that kind of relationship. Tang Yunran's words carried a hint of testing what Zhang Che really meant to her now. Zhang Che wasn't an 18-year-old boy, and could see the implication of Tang Yunran's words. He could have actually taken Tang Yunran's words and said that they were originally in that kind of relationship. But that would delay the big event. He had long thought about it, and when the day of Valentine's Day on Tanabata, he would give Tang Yunran a sensational and everlasting romantic confession. So until then, he must hold back. I'm not afraid of misunderstandings, I'll pick you up then. Tang Yunran had a disappointed look on her face after seeing that it was such news. She had just been fantasizing that Zhang Che would be overbearing and say, we were already in that kind of relationship. Unfortunately not. You'd better not come, if you were seen by my parents too, okay, if my three brothers see it. They love me very much, often instilled in me, so that I stay away from the wolf, if they see you, only to be afraid that they will be rough. Seeing this, Zhang Che immediately felt some flesh pain. His three uncles, often teamed up to beat him up, 3-1, half a bit of martial arts virtue. He'll redeem a kung fu master later, and when he sees them again, he'll beat them 3-1 and return the ones from his previous life. Of course, he was just thinking about it. After all, they were Tang Yunran's brothers, and it was true that she had treated Tang Yunran thinly in her previous life, and they had been angry with him. I'd better pick you up on the weekend, you'll be in touch with me anytime then, and you'll sneak out when your family isn't looking. Sneaking around? Tang Yunran felt quite exciting when she thought about it. Okay then. It's getting late, go to bed early, I'll leave you alone. Well, you go to bed early too. Good night. Animated emoticon of a man kissing a woman. Tang Yunran looked at this emoticon sent by Zhang Che and subconsciously brought her and Zhang Che into it, instantly raising her hand shyly to grab onto the necklace hanging around her neck. Why is she rambling again? So humiliating. Just as Tang Yunran's face turned red, Zhang Che sent another message. You're not going to say goodnight to me? P.S. Small fish eating koan, I'm not sure I'll be able to do 3 shifts tomorrow, it depends. Chapter 26 Zhang Che's Happy Little Life. Good night. Tang Yunran edited 2 words over. That's it? Zhang Che sent another dynamic emoticon image of a male kissing a female over. I'm sending you such a vivid goodnight, you have to return it, right? It's only polite that way. So what he's saying is that he wants her to send over an animated emoticon image of a woman kissing a man? This. She couldn't send it. She wasn't as thick-skinned as Zhang Che. I don't have an emoticon. Zhang Che raised his eyebrows, no? Then you voice say good night to me. The voice says to him good night? She would never be able to say something so shameful. Ding. A new message alert sounded. If you don't, I'm staying up tonight until you reply. What's it to me if you don't sleep? Tang Yunran said to herself. Ding. If you don't respond all night, then I'll come to your department tomorrow and look for you. Ask you face to face why you didn't say goodnight to me. Tang Yunran puffed up her mouth and edited the message to send it. Not a word. Absolutely not. You can sleep or not. Zhang Che looked at the message sent by Tang Yunran and thought about how to fix this girl. After thinking for a while, he couldn't think of anything particularly good. Before he could go to Knowledge for help, Tang Yunran sent a message. A one's voice. What's that? You think so? Or words like just don't say? Whatever it is, it's certainly not a nice thing to say. Even so, he wanted to listen to Tang Yunran's voice before going to bed. Jiang Che prepared himself mentally to tap on the voice. Good night. What? Jiang Che froze and followed by pulling out his ears. Listen again. Good night. The girl's voice was as good as an oriole's, with a few moments of crunchiness. It was soothing to hear him. One simple word. Cool. The wife herself said good night to him and was able to sleep well tonight. Jiang Che was satisfied and barred a few kisses at Tang Yunran's WeChat avatar. I didn't realize his wife was a prude. It's really cute. Sleep, 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 and a date with Tang Yunran on Sunday. The little life is so happy it's practically flying. Saturday. Before it was time, Li Hao rushed like an old mother. Old Jiang, aren't you here yet? You're the only one left. Jiang Che looked at the time, it was only 18:10, 20 minutes before the appointed time of 6:30, and all of them had arrived? 5 minutes later, Jiang Che arrived at the agreed KTV. Pushing open the door of the private room, there were just Li Hao and 2 other male students that he didn't recognize. None of the girls have arrived. Aren't they all here yet? You know. How can we make a girl wait for us for something like this? Of course we have to arrive early or we'll leave a bad impression. Li Hao said. Jiang Che didn't care if he left a good impression on the other party or not. Anyway, Tang Yunran was the only person in his heart. Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, he realized that the 2 male students had been staring at him, looking at him from top to bottom and bottom to top, staring at him in such a way that he had goosebumps. Thinking to myself that these 2 couldn't be looking at him, could they? The other 2 male classmates were named Tian Chang and Chen Guang. The 2 of them pulled Li Hao aside. Why did you call someone like that over here? That's right, being so handsome, isn't this making us have no way to live? You don't have to worry about that, my brother already has a name, isn't there a shortage of 3, so I'll pull him over to make up the numbers. Hearing Li Hao's words, Tian Chang and Chen Guang were relieved. It wasn't that they were being careful, it was really that Jiang Che's face value was so high that it could be compared to their school's schoolboy. Fatty, what are you muttering with them? Jiang Che asked in a low voice. They're worried that you're stealing their jobs from them. So it is. Jiang Che saw that they had been staring at him just now and thought that they had ulterior motives for him, but it seemed that he had overthought it. Blame it on Jiang Yuan, knocking CP all day long, causing him to be more or less affected. Brothers, let's set the rules first, so that we don't eat too badly at that time and make the girls look at us funny. Tian Cheng proposed and said. Okay, I agree. Then we'll settle for a man's way. Wrestling. Whoever is stronger has first choice. Lao Jiang, come here. Li Hao shouted. You guys pick, I'll stay out of it. It's also true that you have the Tang University schoolgirl. You kid, you're really enviable. I also wonder if this sorority can get me out of my single fate? Li Hao said with a yearning face. It can make you a cuckold in the future. And 3 tops. Jiang Che spat in his heart. Almost girls are about to come. As soon as Li Hao said this, he heard footsteps coming from outside the door. Coming, coming. All the people holding you tight are staring straight at the door with wide eyes. Except for Jiang Che. Jiang Che sat against the innermost seat, took out his cell phone, and tapped on the chat interface with Tang Yunran. And I wonder what she's doing now. Just as Jiang Che was about to send a message to Tang Yunran, Li Hao elbowed his way up. Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang. Look. Watching what? Not interested. No, look at that. Chapter 27, Do you have a girlfriend? What are you looking at? A beautiful woman? He won't move on even if she's pretty. As soon as Jiang Che turned his head, he saw Tang Yunran standing in the doorway looking at him. Tang Yunran? Why is she here? Here for the fellowship? She came to a sorority? Doesn't she like him? Suddenly I feel very Li Hao. Tang Yunran pretty much thought the same thing. Why is he here? Is he here for the sorority too? Hadn't he been calling her baby and saying good night to her every night? Sure enough, men's mouths are deceitful ghosts. Whoa! Look at that! That man sitting at the corner is so handsome. Wang Xiao said as she looked at Jiang Che with a florid face. Cut. Can good looks be a meal? You have to choose a rich boyfriend. The girl who said this was called Marine. As Mei Xin spoke, her gaze swept back and forth over Jiang Che and the 4 of them, taking in everything they wore before her gaze finally landed on Li Hao. Li Hao was dressed in a famous brand, and the watch he wore on his hand was visually worth 4 figures. The family must be in very good condition. It's just him. Li Hao had long since noticed Mei Xin looking towards him. Lao Jiang, look at that girl, she seems to be interested in me, what do you think of her? Li Hao said excitedly. Not good. Jiang Che's eyes were not very friendly as he looked at Mei Xin. No way. I feel like she's pretty good, and she keeps looking at me as if she's got her eye on me. As Li Hao said this, he saw that Mei Xin was intentionally or unintentionally putting electricity on her. He thought it must be his spring coming. He's not looking at you, he's looking at your watch. Jiang Che looked at the watch on Li Hao's wrist, which was an 18-year-old adult gift from his rich relative, worth several $1,000s. Fancy my watch? How is that possible? I'm a man's model, how could a girl like him? Hearing Li Hao say this, Jiang Che breathlessly drew the corners of his mouth. It is also deserved that this brother of his was cheated so badly in his previous life, wearing 3 cuckolds in a row before realizing that the child is not his. This IQ is also no one. 4 men and 4 women sat down facing each other. Jiang Che, he was really busy right now, he had to keep an eye on Tang Yunran and take care of his brother. Let's introduce ourselves first. Tian Chang said. Yeah. I'll be the first to introduce, my name is Tian Chang, from the management department of Jiaotong University. Love sports and playing soccer, special emphasis, currently single without a girlfriend, had 1 relationship experience. My name is Chen Guan, just like him, I am also from Jiaotong University's management department, we are still in the same dormitory, my hobby is singing, I think my singing voice is not bad, I can show you guys my hand when I order a song later. My name is Li Hao, from Jiangda University, not too tall, weight is fat enough, looks more durable. Although just a college student, but have a house and car, also kind-hearted. I like food, and my biggest ideal is to be able to eat food from all over the world in the future. After Li Hao introduced himself, he looked at Jiang Che. Tang Yunran was also looking at him. There were also 3 other girls, including Mei Xin. Although Mei Xin couldn't see Jiang Che's money, it didn't stop her from appreciating the handsome man's face. Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran and introduced himself. Jiang Che, male, 18 years old. It's over. It's not like he's really here for the sorority, and with so many introductions, Tang Yunran wouldn't be able to misunderstand, so it's better to put on this high and cold look would be better. Just like that, Tang Yunran's face wasn't even a good color, and she even glanced his way from time to time. He was going to continue to remain high-strung and appear out of place in this environment so that he wouldn't attract the attention of the other girls. Jiang Che thought so, yet the truth was the complete opposite of what he had imagined. Wow! Handsome guy is so tall and cool, my favorite type ugh. Me too. Fart. You clearly said you liked little puppies. Do you know that face value is justice? In front of absolute face value, a little puppy is simply not enough to look at, okay? Tang Yunran was angry as hell as she listened to the girl's whispers in her ears. Damn Jiang Che. Stinky Jiang Che. She doesn't want to talk to you anymore, she even thought of giving you another chance, but you still came over to join the sorority, and you even put on this high and cold look on purpose. He must know that girls nowadays like high and cold boys, so he puts on this look on purpose to try to attract them. Next it was time for the girls to introduce themselves. I'll go first, my name is Mei Xin, you can call me Xin. I'm cheerful, I like to make friends, and I also like to cook, and I can cook a lot of various kinds of dishes. Mei Xin intentionally introduced herself this way, actually wanting to throw herself at Li Hao. Sure enough, Li Hao took the bait and looked at her with the word interested written on his face. Jiang Che looked towards Mei Xin, thinking that this girl's mind was really not normally deep. Tang Yunran followed Jiang Che's every move at all times, and when she saw Jiang Che looking towards Mei Xin, thinking that he was interested in her, she immediately lowered her head, pursed her lips tightly, and a sad expression appeared in the bottom of her eyes. After the other 2 girls were introduced, it was Tang Yunran's turn. Tian Chang and Shen Guan looked at Tang Yunran with glowing eyes, completely different from the way they looked when they were just listening to the other girls' introductions. Jiang Che, after seeing this scene, where was he to care about Li Hao? His own wife was being targeted, and he still cared about his fart brother. Hello everyone, my name is Tang Yunran, I'm from the Fine Arts Department at JNU. Studying art, this is good. Yes. That's a good major. Girls who learn to paint have more of a sense of calmness than most girls, and will give boys a sense of sophistication. The fact that people are beautiful and can paint is quite appealing. Beauty introduces more. What other hobbies do you have? Single? Do you have a boyfriend? There should be a lot of guys after you, right? Tian Shang and Shen Guang, the two of them, you a sentence and I a sentence asked, the more they asked the closer they leaned on Tang Yunran. Bang bang, Zhang Che opened 2 bottles of beer in a row. The sound was a bit abrupt, interrupting the conversation of several people. Zhang Che placed the 2 opened bottles of beer in front of Tian Shang and Shen Guang. Drink. In one word, a little cold. Oh. Oh, thanks. You're welcome. Seeing this scene, Li Hao skimmed his mouth. At this time, a girl named Wang Xiao looked at Zhang Che and asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Chapter 28. Tang Yunran is drunk. Hearing these words, Tang Yunran half raised her head, and just as she did, she saw Zhang Che looking her way. Her heart fluttered as she watched. People ask you if you have a favorite person. What are you looking at her for? You'll give her the wrong idea. Yes. Zhang Che stared straight at Tang Yunran with both eyes as he said this word. Zhang Che's appearance appeared to Tang Yunran to be a more straightforward confession to her. Love experience value plus 652. After blushing for 2 seconds, Tang Yunran frowned. Or was she actually overthinking it? If she was really overthinking it, then Zhang Che he said he had someone he liked. Who was the person he liked? As soon as Tang Yunran thought that the person Zhang Che liked wasn't her, a heart felt as hard as if it was being gripped. Wang Xiao, who was sitting on the side, looked at Zhang Che and then followed Zhang Che's gaze towards Tang Yunran. I don't know if it's her illusion? Why did she feel as if Zhang Che had just answered her like he was confessing to Tang Yunran? Beauty, you didn't answer me just now? Do you have a favorite? Chen Guang asked Tang Yunran a question similar to Wang Xiao's. Tang Yunran's first reaction upon hearing this question, and also her body's instinctive reaction, was to look towards Zhang Che's side. Now it was Chen Guang's turn to ask Tang Yunran if she had a favorite person. What did Tang Yunran mean by looking at Zhang Che? Regarding Tang Yunran's reaction, Zhang Che saw it in his eyes and rejoiced in his heart. It had come to this, and he wasn't hiding anything. Stand up. Everyone was looking at him. Walking around the table and towards the girl's side of the table. All eyes were on him. Zhang Che came to Wang Xiao's side after going around the table. Wang Xiao looked up at Zhang Che with a surprised face, his heart stealing joy. Is she being taken in by the high and mighty? Wow! She's destined to have a peach blossom today. Surprisingly, she's been spotted by such an extremely handsome guy. What if he confessed to him later? Would it be unseemly for her to say yes? But what if she hesitated for a second or two, and made the handsome man unhappy and lost his patience? Wouldn't she be at a great disadvantage then? If the other party really gets angry and stops hitting on her, who's going to accompany her with such a rare and extremely handsome guy? She figured it out. Reserve and all that is nothing in front of a handsome man. Later, as long as Zhang Che opened his mouth, she immediately agreed in seconds. Just as Wang Xiao made up her mind, Zhang Che spoke up, I'm sorry beautiful, can I change places with you? Ha? Hey? Nani? Wang Xiao blinked her eyes straight at Zhang Che, her brain stuck and unable to react for a moment. Not only Wang Xiao, but also the other people in the private room were all staring straight at Zhang Che. Seeing that Wang Xiao didn't make a sound for a long time, Zhang Che repeated what he had just said and said it again, can I change places with you? Oh. After Wang Xiao responded twice in a mute manner, he had just stood up when he saw Zhang Che sitting next to Tang Yunran. The booth was quiet. Maintaining the previous image, everyone still continued to look at Zhang Che and Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran looked blankly at Zhang Che, who was sitting beside her, her red lips slightly open. You. Why didn't you tell me 2 nights ago that it was a sorority you were coming to? Zhang Che asked out first. And you asked her, and she wanted to ask you. Then why didn't you say anything? Tang Yunran asked rhetorically. Don't get me wrong, I came to the sorority just to make up the numbers. Ask Fatty if you don't believe me, he's the one who said that there were 3 shortages and asked me to come over to help. After saying that, Zhang Che turned his head to look at Li Hao. What are you still stupidly standing there for? Hurry up and help explain. Right. Schoolgirl Tang, don't get me wrong, my brother he originally didn't want to come, it was me who threatened him by jumping off a building to get him to help make up the numbers. Speaking of which, Li Hao realized that he had been a dog meddling with his own business. Originally, he had called Zhang Che over because he didn't want Zhang Che to hang on to the tree of Tang Yunran, thinking that there was no possibility for them at all. Yet the truth is that the two of them have been in the dark for a long time. Jiang Che, this brother, is too much of an underachiever. When I see some free time, I'll make sure to let him treat me. So it is. Tang Yunran didn't look like Li Hao was lying. Then again, she was reborn anyways, and the moment she met him in her previous life when she went to college, she recognized Jiang Che as the little brother next door who saved her from the river when she was a child. Since then she'd been secretly peeking in on him and asking about things about him, so she still knew if he had a girlfriend or not. What about you? Jiang Che asked Tang Yunran in turn. I was asked to come by Kobashi. She was supposed to be in this sorority. Isn't it almost the end of the semester? The history subject we're taking is particularly difficult, and she has to bury her head in the sand, so she asked me to come in her place. Tang Yunran had just finished explaining when she saw Jiang Che smile. Seeing the smile on Jiang Che's face, Tang Yunran reacted with an instant afterthought. What was she so anxious to explain? Wasn't this exposing her fox's tail all of a sudden? Aha! I know. Jiang Che brought his face closer to Tang Yunran's and nodded. Jiang Che's slightly smiling look looked so shy that Tang Yunran wanted to run away. Love experience value plus 213. In this situation now, there was no need for anyone to explain, as long as one wasn't blind T. He could see that Jiang Che and Tang Yunran were from the same family. Don't play like that. Among the four girls, Tang Yunran was the prettiest, and it turned out that the name was already taken. Tian Chang and Shen Guang expressed that they were envious, but after seeing Jiang Cheng's handsome and invincible face, they could only be silent. If they were girls, they would have chosen Jiang Che too. Want a drink? Jiang Che took a cup of juice and handed it to Tang Yunran. Thanks. Tang Yunran politely thanked him. Why are you so polite with me? These are all things I should do. Jiang Che said in a matter-of-fact tone. Still doesn't really consider himself an outsider. Tang Yunran spat out in a small voice. Jiang Che purposely came to Tang Yunran's ear and whispered in a voice that only the two could hear, so do you treat me as an outsider? You would have been an outsider. It was in a past life, and it is in this life. Not later. Jiang Che said. What? Jiang Che's voice was a bit small, and Tang Yunran somewhat couldn't hear it very clearly. I said, drink the juice. Jiang Che deliberately changed the topic and said. Tang Yunran looked at and sized up Jiang Che with a suspicious gaze. Although she hadn't heard much just now, she was certain that Jiang Che had never said the latter. Drink some juice, we're all adults here, drink a beer. Wang Xiao she wanted to drink a beer herself, but if the other girls didn't drink it, she would look too feisty if she was alone, so she poured a cup for Tang Yunran as well. She doesn't know how to drink, I'll help her. Jiang Che reached out and picked up Tang Yunran's wine glass. Hey! It's not true, is it? We're here to join the fellowship to get rid of the fate of single dogs, but you guys came over to spread dog food. Is there any humanity left? Wang Xiao led such a flirtatious conversation, and the others followed suit. That is to say, show love is struck by lightning. Showing off your love today is fun for a while, but tomorrow you'll break up and hold your head and cry. Forget it, old Tian, don't be jealous. I've come to my senses, I'm a socialist successor, so I can't talk about children's love. Tang Yunran's skin wasn't as thick as Jiang Che's, and when she heard them say that, she immediately took her own wineglass back from Jiang Che's hand. I don't need you to drink it for me, I can do it myself. Are you really okay? Jiang Che's soul had been following Tang Yunran after her death, and as far as he could remember, she had never dabbled in alcohol. Tang Yunran didn't reply to Jiang Che's words and directly picked up her wineglass and took a big sip, proving with practical actions that she could drink. Seeing Tang Yunran drinking so heavily, Jiang Che thought to himself that he guessed she had more or less some alcohol capacity. However, in just 5 minutes, Tang Yunran felt that the laughter in her ears began to become noisy and buzzing. Vision was also gradually blurring, and her head was dizzy. Noticing that she was getting more and more out of sorts, Tang Yunran, who still retained most of her consciousness, knew that she was drunk. Of course, she wouldn't say anything to anyone about this kind of shame. The field of vision was getting narrower and narrower, the buzzing in his ears was getting noisier and noisier, and his consciousness was slowly starting to slip away. Continuing to let it go, I'm just afraid she'll get completely drunk and lose her mind. I'm going to the bathroom. Tang Yunran said before standing up crookedly. Jiang Che saw at a glance that Tang Yunran's situation wasn't quite right. Are you okay? I'm fine. Why am I not good? Tang Yunran opened her eyes as wide as she could, deliberately acting like nothing was wrong with her. "Why don't I accompany you?" Jiang Che stood up. "No, thanks." After saying that, Tang Yunran's hand quietly pinched at her waist, and after lifting her spirits, she left in a hasty manner. She didn't want Jiang Che to see her drunken and out of it was just too embarrassing. She had to rush to the bathroom to take a cool shower. Just as Tang Yunran was thinking this, her legs suddenly went limp and she fell towards the ground. When she was about to make a close contact with the earth, a hand suddenly reached out and encircled her waist, catching her firmly in place. Chapter 29, On My Shoulder. Who is it? Tang Yunran was shocked in her heart. Fear of bad people with bad intentions. With trepidation, he jerked his head up and let out a long sigh of relief after seeing that it was the familiar face. Luckily. It's him. I'm fine, why don't you put me down? Tang Yunran was being held in Jiang Che's arms, such a position was a little too ambiguous. Luckily, she was in a drunken state, so even if her face was red, it wouldn't be obvious. The blush wasn't visible, just the heart beating almost out of his throat. Love experience value plus 369. Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran whose face was dyed red, and subconsciously rolled his throat. At this moment he really wanted to throw all the morals, righteousness, and integrity into the back of his mind, and directly kissed. But not to Tang Yunran. Because she was his most cherished girl. It's disrespectful to do that kind of offense to her. You don't look like you're okay, I'll take you back first. I can get back on my own. Really? Then I don't care, by the time you're like this if you're targeted by a bad guy in the middle of the night, screaming in the middle of the night, it'll be miserable. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Tang Yunran couldn't help but feel scared in her heart. Not to mention that she was indeed a bit drunk, and even if she wasn't, a girl going back in the middle of the night, in case she meets a bad guy and gets dragged down an alley. Then please take me back. Say how much trouble is out of place, and don't meet me with me in the future. Treat me as one of your own, and if there's anything you want to do, just ask. One of our own? What does he mean by that? Tang Yunran couldn't understand Jiang Che anymore, she didn't know which of his words were true and which were false. Even more so, she couldn't tell the weight of his words. Jiang Che used the taxi app to call a cab and help Tang Yunran into the car. There were no lights on in the cab, and originally Tang Yunran was about to drift off to sleep under the play of alcohol, and now this dim environment made her even more insistent. You lean on my shoulder and sleep for a while. Jiang Che said as he looked at Tang Yunran. Jiang Che's words were like magic to Tang Yunran, causing Tang Yunran to turn her head towards Jiang Che's shoulder without her control. The boy's shoulders were broad and big and looked good to lean on. Tang Yunran was thinking. It must be nice to lean on a shoulder like that, right? Thinking about it, but it didn't seem good to her to actually do that. Come lean. Jiang Che moved towards Tang Yunran's side, keeping close to his side. Tang Yunran looked down towards the two men's legs that were leaning together, and immediately her heartbeat accelerated terribly. Love experience value plus 589. Just as she was about to move to the side of the car door, Jiang Che reached over and covered Tang Yunran's head, gently but dominantly planking her head onto his shoulder. Tang Yunran's pupils instantly dilated, and the place where her head was covered by her hand was hot and crispy. The heart was beating loudly. Jumping so loudly, Jiang Che won't hear it, right? Love experience value plus 587. Hearing this system beep, Jiang Che glanced sideways towards Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran's eyes were wide open, her long and dense eyelashes fluttered like butterfly feathers, and every flutter carried an indescribable compelling power that compelled him to commit a crime. It's just to die for. Jiang Che's chest was visibly a heave, his brows were furrowed, and his mouth could turn into a 4-watt fire baby with one mouth. Just then, suddenly the car lurched. Jiang Che was quick on his feet and wrapped an arm around the girl's waist, taking her into his arms. Tang Yunran received a small shock and blushed slightly. It's fine, I'm here, don't be afraid. Jiang Che was like coaxing a child, his voice softened, his hand patting on Tang Yunran's body with one beat. Originally, after Tang Yunran reacted, she felt quite embarrassed and especially wanted to push Jiang Che away, but just snuggling in Jiang Che's arms, feeling the boy's thick palms gently patting on her body, she inexplicably felt relieved. Slowly, he closed his eyes and enjoyed the moment of soothing peace. Thinking to myself that this moment would be great if it lasted forever. It wasn't long before Jiang Che heard the girl's long breaths coming out after she fell asleep, exhaling just the right amount of breath sprayed between his neck and collarbone, tantalizing him to once again transform into a four-waisted man. Here we are. The driver stopped the car. After Jiang Che looked towards the neighborhood, his gaze fell on the girl in his arms. A lot of jumbled thoughts were born in his mind now. For example, give the driver's master some money, rent his car, and then it's just him and Tang Yunran alone in the car tonight. It's so exciting to think about. The thought grew wildly in his mind for a time, nearly consuming all of his sanity, but in the end he was able to force it under control. She was his, an irrevocable fact, so there was no rush for this moment of warmth. Hey! A long sigh. It's hard to be a man, and it's even harder to be a good man. You guys aren't going down? The driver was anxious and turned his head to look at Jiang Che and urged. It's going down. Before waking up Tang Yunran, there was something he had to do, or else he wouldn't have to sleep this sleep tonight. Smoothly, he lowered his head and kissed the girl on the head. Chapter 30, It's not going to kiss her, is it? It's so much more enjoyable. Jiang Che was unimpeded, while the driver was viciously stuffed with dog food. Go down, hurry up. What do you think he's doing? Are all young people so thick-skinned nowadays? The driver's suddenly raised voice woke Tang Yunran up. Tang Yunran rubbed her eyes, her unsleeping voice a little glutinous. Are we there yet? Arrived. Oh, I'll go first then. Tang Yunran had just pushed open the car door to get out of the car when she saw Jiang Che also follow her out of the car. What are you doing down here? It's a 5-minute walk from the entrance of the neighborhood to the bottom of your block, and who's to say that there won't be danger in those 5 minutes? Since I've already dropped you off here, I might as well just drop you off at your doorstep. There's really no need, it's all in the neighborhood already, and the neighborhood is monitored. There are also surveillance dead spots, aren't there? When Tang Yunran wanted to say something else, the cab had already driven away. Jiang Che spread his hands, the cab has already driven away. Seeing this scene, Tang Yunran thought to herself that it was useless for her to just refuse in this situation now, so just let him be. Tang Yunran had just taken 2 steps out when she suddenly thought of something and turned her head violently to look at Jiang Che. How do you know that it's still a 5-minute walk from the entrance of the neighborhood to the bottom of my house? She had just told Jiang Che that she lived in this neighborhood, and hadn't told him exactly which building in the neighborhood? Much less would she deliberately mention that it was a 5-minute walk from the entrance of the neighborhood to the floor of her house. So how did he know? She had suspected before that Jiang Che was reborn just like her. Is he really born again too? When Jiang Che saw Tang Yunran looking at himself like this, he didn't think of the rebirth bit like Tang Yunran did, but only thought that she was treating him as a stalker? Thinking that he knew where she lived because he had followed her before? No, this misunderstanding is not to be had. Gotta explain. I just guessed, off the top of my head. This reason he also knew was perfunctory enough, but he just wouldn't admit it, and Tang Yunran couldn't do anything about it. Just as Jiang Che had predicted, even though his words were full of loopholes, Tang Yunran couldn't find any exact faults out of them. Tang Yunran thought about directly asking Jiang Che if he was reborn or not. But if she really asked that, it would be the same as exposing herself first. Tang Yunran looked towards Jiang Che from time to time with a probing gaze, trying to discern a hint of clues from Jiang Che's face, yet half of it was not there. It was very not much longer before the two arrived downstairs. You go home early. I'm a guy and you're worried I'm in danger? Who's worried about you? I just think it's too late and your family will be worried about you. Actually, guys can be dangerous, especially if they're as handsome as me. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Tang Yunran breathlessly rolled her eyes at Jiang Che. You really aren't worried about me at all? Not worried that I'll meet some hooligans? Wouldn't you die of joy if you met a female hooligan? What do you take me for? Think I'm one of those animals who think with their lower bodies? I'm a decent man who sits on his ass. Jiang Che added as he spoke. Unless the female hooligan is you. Tang Yunran. You're the hooligan. I'm going back, ignoring you. After saying that, Tang Yunran turned around and left. Ran. When Jiang Che shouted this, Tang Yunran immediately stopped, her hand nervously clutching the bag strap. Ran. That's an intimate name, and you're calling it well now. You don't even consider her feelings. Do you know that every time you call her that, she has a feeling of electricity stirring her whole body, and she can't control her heartbeat all the time? Love experience value plus 654. What is it? As soon as Tang Yunran's words left her mouth, she realized that she had stuttered. Tang Yunran, why are you so useless? He just called you by your name, just a little bit more intimately, why can't you speak well? It's not like you're really 18 years old, okay? That said, in her previous life, even though she was in her early 30s, she had never been in love with anyone else because she consistently liked Jiang Che alone. Nor had she ever formally fallen in love, and even more so, she had never engaged in any intimate gestures with other members of the opposite sex. Except for when Jiang Che was drunk and asleep, and when he was sick, he had secretly kissed him. So for her, in her past life or in this life, she didn't have any experience that had anything to do with relationships. Jiang Che stepped forward and approached to Tang Yunran's face, looking at the girl with a ripe face. He really wanted to pick it and savor it. I called you because I wanted to say something to you. What words? Tang Yunran stuttered again. Just say it. Why are you so close to her? She's so hot she can hardly breathe. Love experience value plus 887. Breathing was becoming more and more rapid. Chest waves rose and fell. Love experience value plus 900. It's still going on. Relationship experience value plus 901. Relationship experience value plus 902. Relationship experience value plus 903. Why is this little girl so nervous? It wasn't like he was going to give to confess to her. Good night. Tang Yunran froze. Just this? Which one do you think it is otherwise? Jiang Che said as he deliberately teased Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran panicked. I didn't think which. You're lying, you must have just thought which one. I didn't. You have. I really didn't. I don't believe it. When Tang Yunran took a step back, Jiang Che took a step forward. Until finally, Jiang Che handed Tang Yunran to the mailbox. There's no way back. Tang Yunran looked up at Jiang Che with her big, beautiful eyes wide open, her heart beating like the drums on an ancient battlefield, dense and powerful. Love experience value plus 923. Love experience value plus 924. Love experience value plus 925. Being stared at by the girl's good-looking eyes with pupils that cut through the water, Jiang Che only felt like his heart was being scratched and scratched by cat's claws, scratching him so much that he only wanted to hurry up and fall into place. It's really getting to be a killer. What's worse, the girl's mouth, which was slightly open due to her excessive nervousness, revealed her lovely shell teeth. Those teeth seemed to be waving at him in a hospitable manner, saying, "Come on. Come on." Gulped Rikas swallowed, the knot in his throat rolling visibly. He can't hold it. Ignore that much. Jiang Che took a deep breath and reached out to grab onto Tang Yunran's shoulders. Get close. What's he up to? It's not going to kiss her, is it? Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che with wide eyes. How is that possible? There was no way Jiang Che would want to kiss her. He won't. Right. He must be teasing her. Tang Yunran was thinking this, yet Jiang Che's face was constantly zooming in and out in front of her. It's about to be kissed. You don't think so? Is he really going to kiss her? Right at this moment, an explosive sound rang out. Let go of my sister. Chapter 31. He was born again. This cry made Jiang Che immediately dispel all the impulses in his heart. This rough voice, without turning his head to look, he knew it was Tang Yunran's third brother, Tang Faison. No good, it's my third brother coming, run. Before Tang Yunran's words had even fallen, Jiang Che's person had already run and flown out by a hair. Still trying to run. Don Faison followed after him with his fists raised. Sango! Don't you chase after me! Tang Yunran shouted anxiously. Dare to bully my sister. If I don't chase you today, I won't be called Tang. Tang Faison was furious when he thought of how his own sister had almost been bullied just now. Jiang Che looked at Tang Faison, who was in hot pursuit, and immediately asked the system to exchange track and field athletes for him at the mall, which allowed him to get rid of Tang Faison. This kid is running really fast. Tired him out. Tang Faison looked towards the front. Jiang Che had long since run out of sight. What makes Tang Faison speechless is that just now that kid directly from the fence in front of a leap, that kind of scene like he watched the game's hurdle running. Are all hooligans that physically fit now? What's wrong with being an athlete? Why be a hooligan? Tang Yunran came up for air and ran over. Third brother, where is he? Run away. Tang Faison said through clenched back teeth. It's good to run. Tang Yunran sighed in relief.
Xiaoran, next time you come back so late, call me and I'll pick you up. If I don't have time, there's big brother and second brother.
It's too dangerous for you to come back alone at night.
It's a good thing I thought to come out and take a look just now, otherwise you would have been bullied by that rascal. When Tang Yunran heard Tang Faison say this, her thoughts instantly pulled back to the image she had just seen downstairs.
If Tang Faison hadn't come out, would Zhang Che have really kissed her? Tang Faison looked at Tang Yunran's runaway look and thought she was overly frightened by the shock.
It's fine, if that guy dares to hit you again in the future, I'll beat the hell out of him. Tang Faison clenched his fist and said. Tang Yunran looked at Tang Faison's bucket-sized fist and thought of the image of Jiang Che being pressed and rubbed on the ground in her previous life, and her heart grew worried. Third brother, did you get a good look at that man's face just now? Tang Faison frowned. The light was a bit dim just now, I didn't see it clearly. Otherwise, I would have gone to the police immediately.
It's good that you didn't see it.
Before Tang Yunran could finish the sigh of relief, she heard Tang Faison's voice ring out again. But you don't have to worry, although I didn't get a good look at that face of his, I still have an impression of the general outline look.
If I run into him again, I'll make him look good. What now?
Tang Yunran was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan in her heart. After returning to her room, Tang Yunran immediately called Jiang Che.
Did you go back? On the way.
Jiang Che just called a cab and sat in it. You don't have to worry for me, I'm a fast runner, not to mention one of your brothers, even your 3 brothers together can't chase me.
Who's worried about you? Tang Yunran casually grabbed a doll from the cabinet, rubbing it round and flattening it a moment later.
I asked my 3rd brother earlier and he said he didn't get a good look at your face. Jiang Che lost his smile and shook his head. This little girl was really hard-mouthed and soft-hearted, obviously caring about him, but still had to keep her mouth shut. But the squirmy little look was just the thing to poke him.
Liked it a lot.
That's good.
Good what?
You don't know, my 3rd brother said that although he didn't see your face clearly, he remembers the outline of your figure, and said that if he sees you again next time, he will definitely be able to recognize you.
He must have fooled you. What's the point of having a police dog if he can recognize me just by the silhouette of my body?
Jiang Che. Sorry, I was taught language by my gym teacher, poor analogy. After rolling her eyes breathlessly, Tang Yunran continued, I was just thinking about whether or not I should explain the matter to my 3rd brother and tell him that it's just a misunderstanding.
Never.
Why?
Is your 3rd brother a reasonable man? When hasn't he acted more than he thought?
Several times he's come close to almost getting arrested for hitting someone.
Tang Yunran was shocked.
Why did Jiang Che know her 3rd brother so well?
And know so much about her 3rd brother?
Jiang Che heard no sound from his cell phone for a long time and remembered what he had just said.
It's very wrong. How did you know?
Tang Yunran clenched her lower lip, her chest heaving nervously. Of course he knew, because in his previous life he had been one of the victims under Don Faison's fists. Ran, there are some things I don't want to lie to you about, and I'm still trying to figure out how to tell you.
Because I'm afraid that if I tell you, you'll get mad and you'll never ignore me again.
He said that.
Is he really born again? He's doing this now just to make it up to her? She doesn't need any handouts from anyone to make up for it. That was never what she wanted.
What she wanted in her previous life was for Jiang Che to be resurrected, and as long as he could come back to life, she was willing to take her life in exchange for it, so that she could leave him immediately or not, no matter what the conditions were. Now she wanted what she wanted, and through this period of intimate contact with Jiang Che, she recognized her inner thoughts.
She still can't get over him.
So she wanted him to be good to her, to be genuinely good to her. Instead of making amends out of guilt.
Tang Yunran thought about it again, and it didn't seem quite right.
Even if Jiang Che was reborn and came back, he shouldn't feel guilty about her, right? In their previous lives the two of them were only formally married, living and dating and all that each. To put it simply, she went about her business and he went about his, there wasn't much communication between the two of them, and she never told him that she liked him for that matter. How could he feel guilty about her? But if that wasn't the case, why would Jiang Che say something like that? And then there was the matter of her 3rd brother, and many, many things before that.
It doesn't make sense, does it?
Why don't you say a word? Jiang Che was a little anxious in his heart, girls' minds were usually more complicated, he couldn't guess, he was afraid that Tang Yunran would think wildly.
Ran, you're not mad, are you?
No.
Really?
No, really.
It was true that Tang Yunran wasn't angry, she was just confused. It needs to be quiet and sorted out. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Ran, my headphones are broken, I'll borrow one from you. It's Sango. Oh. Shoo, don't make a sound yet. Tang Yunran got out of bed and went to open the door after speaking to her cell phone. Tang Faison looked at Tang Yunran with a suspicious gaze, not knowing if it was his illusion, always feeling that her oldest sister's behavior was somewhat abnormal. Looking on, the suspicious gaze fell on Tang Yunran's cell phone. Who are you talking to on the phone this late? Chapter 32, I want to hear you say good morning. Tang Yunran's heart went thump. I was chatting with little Bridge. Tang Yunran grabbed the front of her chest and spoke nervously. Oh. Tang Faison continued to stare at the phone with a puzzled gaze. Third brother, is there anything else you want? Tang Yunran handed his cell phone to Tang Faison. Just borrowing a headset, not much else, go to bed early after your chat. Aha! After Tang Faison left, Tang Yunran patted her chest and sighed in relief. So nervous? Zhang Che asked out loud. You're standing on your head, if it were you, and your family saw it, see if you're nervous? My family would only laugh if they saw me talking on the phone at night with such a beautiful girl like that. I won't talk to you, it's late, I'm going to bed early. You are to go to bed early and get refreshed so we can go to the movies together tomorrow night. Tang Yunran was stunned. So much had happened today, and still the excitement was constant, that it had kept her spirits so tight until now that she had forgotten about it. And Zhang Che hadn't finished his words. I said good night to you when I was downstairs at your house earlier. You haven't said it to me yet. Aren't you bored? Saying the same thing every day? Is it boring? I still want to hear you say good morning every morning. You rascal. With a beep, Tang Yunran directly hung up the phone. Tang Yunran cupped her face with both hands, red and hot. Love experience value plus 578. Need a coleus to cool down. In the end, Tang Yunran ate 3 of them in a row before her throbbing heart settled down. Day 2. Zhang Che woke up early in the morning, sent Tang Yunran a good morning, and then went to the nearby park for a walk as a matter of routine. System, how much experience value do I have left now? 94,521. Yo! Quite a bit, and it's all due to the efforts of his little girl wife. He'd have to find a suitable opportunity to reward her with a nice reward during the movie tonight. It's so exciting to think about. If I remember correctly, the Divine Hero Experience coupon is going to expire today, right? Last 5 hours. That fast? Thanks to the Divine Hero Experience coupon during this period of time, in just less than 7 days of work, it allowed him to buy 3 more houses in the Autumn Water District. He also bought a villa with huge appreciation potential. Of course, it wasn't the appreciation potential of the villa that he was interested in, but he remembered that once in his previous life, at Tang Yunran's class reunion, Tang Yunran's classmate had been bragging to her about how her husband was rich, and that she had bought a luxurious villa of more than $10 million there. That classmate of hers not only flaunted it, but also talked about it in a way that taunted Tang Yunran. So what if she was the school flower back then, and lived a life that was worse than hers somehow? What Tang Yunran's expression was at that time, he didn't bother to look. Because at that time he didn't care what Tang Yunran thought, he was him, she was her, it was just a superficial relationship of marriage, even if he took the lead, she didn't care, right? So until the end of the reunion, he didn't care about Tang Yunran. Thinking about it now, it must have been hard on her heart at the time. It's very hard. I wanted to slap myself so hard. Zhang Che retrieved his thoughts and looked in the direction where the villa he had bought was located. When he marries her in the future, he will give her the villa. Not only that, during this period of time, the materials he donated to the poor mountainous areas in the west to help the poor were all in the name of Tang Yunran. That's when the cell phone rang. Who would call him in the middle of the morning? Zhang Che pulled out his cell phone. Yikes. Forgot about Fatty. Last night, his mind was all on Tang Yunran's body, forgetting all about Li Hao. And I wonder what's going on with him now. As soon as the phone was connected, Li Hao's excited voice could be heard. Wah 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 wah. Lao Jian. Quickly congratulate me. I'm off the hook. Ha ha ha. After 18 years of being a bachelor, I'm finally single. Hearing this, Zhang Che stopped in his tracks then. What did you say? Ha ha ha. Guess what happened between XIN and I last night? Li Hao asked with a thieving smile. Cindy? That's an intimate term of endearment? I don't have time to guess, so hurry up. After you and schoolgirl Tang left last night, Xinshin and I talked more and more. I like to eat food, and she likes to cook food. Not only that, but other things I like, she likes as well, and I feel like the two of us are a match made in heaven. Get to the point. The point is she was drunk and I was going to drive her back. She said her parents were strict and wouldn't let her drink outside. They would have criticized her if they had seen her. She told me to find a hotel. Guests. Zhang Che's face was taut. You stayed? I'm a man, of course I'm staying. Did that happen to you guys? What are you babbling about? It's not like I'm the kind of person who takes advantage of people. I'm here for the sorority. I just want to end my singleness and fall in love in a serious way. So I thought you said you were staying? I stayed to take care of her. I can't leave a drunk girl alone, can I? Hearing this, Zhang Che sighed in relief. Thankfully it's not irreparable. Old Jiang, aren't you going to congratulate me? I confessed to her this morning and she said to think about it. Thinking about it? Didn't you just say you were off the hook? Listen to me finish. At first she said to think about it, then I realized that she had been staring at my watch, and thought of what you said. You said he had his eye on my watch, so I took it off and gave it to her. I didn't realize that you were right at all. She really looked at my watch, and then I confessed to her again, and she agreed. Jiang Che. Things have developed to this point. If he directly opened his mouth to persuade Li Hao to give up, their brotherly relationship will definitely fall out, and in the end, they may not even have a brother to do. It's like if Li Hao said Tang Yunran was bad, then he would definitely be done with him. This was something he had to figure out how to fix, and soon. Old Jiang, I'm going to find some time. I'll call up XIN, you call up schoolgirl Tang, and the four of us will have dinner together? Okay, just next weekend. This was a good opportunity. When the time came, he must find a way to successfully break up the two of them, so that Li Hao would recognize Mei Xin's ugly face clearly. When Jiang Che returned home after his walk, Zhang Mingquan was opening jars of Leia Gangma. This cover is kinda dude. Zhang Mingquan wrenched so hard that the veins on his forehead popped up and he couldn't even open it. Old cluck. Rinya said, shaking her head. Old? Who's old? Try again? Go. You're getting old and immodest. Your son and daughter are at home and you're not shy about talking. Shyness can be eaten as Old Spice? If I were shy, would I have a son or daughter? Speaking here, Zhang Mingquan looked towards Linya's belly. Well. Any movement? Zhang Mingquan's words startled Jiang Che. So this old couple discussed secretly creating a younger sibling for him? Don't touch it, it's not moving. Chapter 33, Jiang Che is too annoying. Linya slapped Jiang Mingquan's hand away, and her afterglow glanced at Jiang Che, who had returned at an unknown time. Little Chul, you're back? Oh, just got back, I didn't see or hear anything. Linya. Jiang Mingquan. You might as well not have said anything. Jiang Che picked up the Laogan Ma on the table. Little Che, this bottle isn't good to open. Jiang Mingquan hadn't even finished his words when Jiang Che had already unscrewed the cap. Dad, what did you say? It's nothing. Zhang Mingquan's old face flushed. Rinya stifled a laugh. Hey. Linya sighed, my little Che has grown up. Zhang Mingquan looked towards Jiang Che's hand, and his heart followed with emotion. It's grown up. Sighing and then cursing mentally. This asshole. Couldn't he wait until his mom left to open the ginseng? Doesn't he want to lose face? It's time to find a daughter-in-law, too. Find your son a daughter-in-law to control this asshole. I'm only 18. 18? What's wrong with 18? Your mom and I had you at 18. Is that so? If I remember correctly, you are 39 years old this year, and there are still 2 months to go before you turn 40, so why am I counting the days wrong? Dad, did your math teacher teach you gym? Go. This kid really doesn't save face. Not about me, just about you. It's no use talking about me. I'm not legally old enough to marry. Then you find a girlfriend first. Already in pursuit. The moment Jiang Che said this, Zhang Mingquan and Linya looked towards him in unison. Dreaming? I didn't dream it, really. I said I was dreaming. Well, he wouldn't explain this, and when he brought Tang Yunran back in the future, they would know if they were dreaming or not. Speaking of Tang Yunran, Jiang Che thought of the good morning he had sent her this morning, and it seemed that she hadn't replied yet. Still awake? In fact, Tang Yunran had woken up long ago. Staring at the good morning emoticon on the screen. Another motion picture of a man kissing a woman. Love experience value plus 458. Really, sending her this in the morning. What a pain in the ass. Tang Yunran tossed her cell phone aside. Think she'll get back to you? Nice try. She's not going at your pace. 5 minutes later. Ding. Jiang Che received a new message. It's from Tang Yunran. Also a motion picture. It's a motion picture of a kitten lifting the covers to say good morning. The kitty's cheeks were red and her little mouth was open in a rather adorable way. Jiang Che thought that this cute little kitten was Tang Yunran, so he barred several kisses to the kitten on his cell phone. Zhang Yuan saw this scene as soon as he came out of his room and was spiced up right then and there. Brother, you really can't just find a girlfriend? A guy is fine, this hugging and kissing your cell phone is really a disgrace to me as a sister. Jiang Che walked in front of Zhang Yuan, and with his hands, he went to pull Zhang Yuan's face. This period of time Zhang Yuan's appetite is quite good, eating more meat on his face, a lot longer. Hiss, ow, are you pulling on the rubber band? The face is going to pull off. Let go. Let go. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The feeling of this hand was quite a relief, and Jiang Che wasn't going to let go of it. Can't you put something normal in your head? What kind of flowers are bad, just like lilies and chrysanthemums? To each his own, what do you care? You let go. I can't control you? I'm your brother and I'm going to control you today. Ow 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 pain 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 mom. Mom. Brother bully. Dad. Dad. Linya was just about to take a nap when she heard Zhang Yuan's voice coming through the door. I'll go out and look. What's there to look at? As good looking as me? Zhang Mingquan peeled Linya onto the bed with one hand. Slept well, slept together, regardless of them. But it's so loud. It's okay, we'll be louder later. The outside was bustling, the inside was bustling, and the family was in perfect harmony. In the evening, when it was almost 7 o'clock, Jiang Che rode his bicycle towards Tang Yunran's house. You'd better not come. Tang Yunran messaged. My parents are home and so are my 3 brothers. I'm already on my way here, I'm 5 minutes away from your neighborhood. That fast? Tang Yunran came to the door of her room and pulled open a crack to look outside. Sango and Ergo are in the room. Her mom was in the kitchen washing dishes, her dad and her big brother were in their room. She'd go out like that, and they'd be sure to find her. I'm already at the entrance of your neighborhood, come out. Jiang Che sent a message over. Tang Yunran frowned, they're all in the living room, if I go out, they'll definitely ask. Then make up any excuse you want. I don't want them to lie. Then you'll be honest with them. Tang Yunran. I'll be right in front of the neighborhood. Tang Yunran became more and more anxious in her heart. There are so many mosquitoes in your neighborhood. Tang Yunran's brows wrinkled deeper. Mosquitoes are still big, with deflated bellies and long legs. Tang Yunran's cell phone kept ringing, all sent by Jiang Che. Who asked you to come? I told you not to pick me up. After sending it, Tang Yunran picked up her bag and went out. Xiaoran, where are you going? Tang Feisan looked up at Tang Yunran. Tang Feilin also looked towards Tang Yunran. I have an appointment to go out with a friend. Tang Yunran's hand gripped the strap of her bag tightly, and she said in a pretense of calmness. Which friend are you going out with this late? Kobashi, she's been a bit tired from studying lately, so she made a date to watch a movie together to relax a little. Oh, so when are you coming back? I'll pick you up. That depends, and I can't say for sure when I'll be back. Then when you guys are done playing, you call me. Yeah. Don't be too late. Okay. Don't go down the dark alley. Got it. And, if there's danger, just. Second brother, third brother, I'm not a kid anymore, I have all this safety knowledge. After much questioning, Tang Yunran was able to leave the house. As soon as she went downstairs, Tang Yunran immediately called Jin Xiaoqiao. Hello? Ran, what's up? I want to ask you a favor, if my family calls you later, just tell them we're together. Hearing this, Jean Xiaoxiao smelled a hint of unusual gossip. You're my best friend, of course I'll help you, but before that, tell me who you're going out with? Just him. Tang Yunran stammered as she looked at her toes. Him? Who? Just him. Jiang Che? Tang Yunran's silence was considered a tacit acceptance. Ran. Did he give you ecstasy? What's so good about him except that he's a bit good-looking? I've made a point of asking around. He's a person who plays games a lot, gets caught playing in class, plays in bed, and doesn't have any excellent strengths, and his family is average. I don't care if he's from a good family. It's not that I'm a snob, it's just that my mom says that in the future, if you don't have some kind of financial foundation for your life, it's going to be a tough life to live. Bitter. I know all that, Bridge, thank you, I have my ideas. Okay, don't you sit on your bike and cry when you get there. Just as Jean Xiaoxiao finished his words, Tang Yunran saw Jiang Che riding his bicycle over. Chapter 34, Bicycle, Sweet Honey. Why is he in the neighborhood? Wasn't he afraid her family would come down and see him? What are you doing in here? You don't have to worry about me, it's fine, and if I do get caught, I'll slip away fast enough not to get caught. Who's worried about you? What a stinker. Tang Yunran breathlessly rolled her eyes at Jiang Che. I'm not a stinker, I'm really beautiful, no, I'm really handsome. Tang Yunran threw Jiang Che a look, letting him experience it for himself. Come up first. Aha! Tang Yunran nodded before looking towards the back of the bike. The back seat was gone and there was no place to sit. Where's the back seat? Bad. Jiang Che didn't lie. When he removed the back seat last night, he used a little too much force, and then he broke the back seat. So where do I sit? Jiang Che looked down towards the empty cushion between his legs. Sit here. Tang Yunran looked at the dime-sized place, and if she did sit on it, she would have to stay close to him. Stick close to. As Tang Yunran looked on, her eyesight ran a bit off. Then his face was red as a shrimp. Love experience value plus 657. No on. I'll take a cab there myself. She's dead set on not getting on. It's too ambiguous to do that, isn't it? That said, you don't know your own body shape. How dare you let her do you there? You don't want to be ashamed, she still wants to be ashamed. Let her sit there? Wouldn't that? The more Tang Yunran thought about it, the more she also blushed. Love experience value plus 316. In her previous life, although she had helped him change his clothes when he was drunk, but it was limited to the outside clothes that should be touched and shouldn't be touched, she didn't have the good sense to touch them. Why are you taking a cab when I came on my bike? Hurry up and come up. Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran's persistent and stubborn appearance, and regretted it somewhat in his heart. Was he too manipulative? If he had known, he wouldn't have taken the back seat off. I'll take a cab. Tang Yunran insisted, finishing by directly lifting her steps towards the entrance of the neighborhood. Looking at Tang Yunran's back as she left, Jiang Che was struck with an idea. Looking back towards the cell block building, he shouted. You get in the car, your third brother is coming out. Hearing this, Tang Yunran acted more than thought, and was busy lifting her legs to step up and sit down. Jiang Che wrapped his arms around Tang Yunran and violently stepped on the pedal, rushing out of the neighborhood at a windy speed. After several minutes, Tang Yunran was still a bit stunned, looking back towards the shrinking neighborhood. Sango didn't see us just now, did she? I don't think so, I write fast. Jiang Che deliberately pressed his face close to Tang Yunran's head, constantly inhaling the scent emanating from the girl's body. Love experience value plus 78. Love experience value plus 74. Love experience value plus 81. A mosquito is still meat. This love system he was bound to, it all depended on this little girl wife of his. In order to become rich, he had to double his efforts to obtain a constant stream of love values from her. You weren't lying to me just now, were you? Tang Yunran asked as she slowed down. Fool you about what? You're still pretending. My third brother didn't come down just now, did you? I just watched that guy look like your third brother. You're getting worse and worse now. Tang Yunran said in a pouting voice. Men are not bad. That's what you men think of yourselves. So what you're saying is that you like nice guys. Who doesn't like a good man? Like a gray wolf? It was also a 30-minute ride from the neighborhood to the movie theater, which was a long but cheerful conversation. It was the traffic police who caught him and fined him $30. This little episode didn't affect their mood at all. The entrance to the movie theater. Tang Yunran sent Jiang Che a $30 red envelope. What are you doing? I'm not used to having boys pay for things, and just now it was because I was sitting on it. That's why you were penalized. You're so clear with me? Then I was the one who pedaled the bike the whole way just now. Do you want to do the math with me too? Jiang Che moved his hand to gently scrape Tang Yunran's nose. Don't you ever count that with me again, you hear me? Tang Yunran was now out of earshot. The nose that Jiang Che had scraped with his hand was tingling to the extreme. How could he make such a mortifying gesture to her? Love experience value plus 1,245. What to do? She was losing control of herself. Her face must be red. Let's go. Jiang Che pulled on Tang Yunran's hand and walked towards the movie theater. During this time, Tang Yunran kept her eyes on Jiang Che's hand, and also contributed a steady stream of experience value to Jiang Che. One after another, very intensive, simply cannot stop, and one more than one to the quality of the high. Listening to these system beeps that were as dense as rain, Jiang Che deliberately slowed down his pace to earn more points. Wait for me, I'll get some popcorn and a Coke. Aha! Tang Yunran lowered her head so low she didn't even dare to look at Jiang Che. Because her face was now hot, and her neck was hot, and her ears were hot. Would you like an ice cream to cool off? There's a KFC there. Jiang Che said as he looked at Tang Yunran with a smile. Jiang Che. You're so bad. Tang Yunran was teased by Jiang Che and huffed as she drew back her hand. Love experience value plus 578. I'm going to the bathroom. Looking at Tang Yunran who ran away, Jiang Che felt that it was better to slow down a little bit. Don't provoke Tang Yunran to run away, that would be counterproductive. After running to the bathroom in one breath, Tang Yunran looked at herself in the mirror, feeling as drunk as she was. This Jiang Che. Why does he keep flirting with her? Does he like seeing her blush that much? And his hands, really thick and big, gripping hers, wrapped tightly, and his body. Tang Yunran thought about the car that finished the kindergarten and got on the wrong side of the road. What a mess she's thinking about. It must have been Kobashi, constantly whispering in her ear about which celebrity had a great body and a few abs and all that, and that's why she was playing little movies in her head. It took several minutes for Tang Yunran to compose herself. As soon as he came out of the bathroom, he saw Jiang Che waiting at the door with a cone of ice cream. How you just bought one? I'm not eating, you eat. Oh. Tang Yunran thought Jiang Che didn't like it. However, after she had taken 2 bites, she realized that Jiang Che had been staring at the ice cream in her hand. You want some? I didn't want to eat it, but when I saw you eating it, I wanted to eat it. So get another one? The movie is about to start, bear with it. Jiang Che kept staring at the ice cream in Tang Yunran's hand while saying this. Tang Yunran. If you don't mind, you take a bite? Just as Tang Yunran finished her words, Jiang Che's hand had already reached over, and as soon as he pulled her hand over, he looked at her and lowered his head and opened his mouth to take a bite on the ice cream. Chapter 35, It'll Hurt You to Death. Tang Yunran's pupils instantly dilated. The value of the relationship experience also rises and falls and simply doesn't stop. Love experience value plus 1,198. Love experience value plus 1,396. Love experience value plus 1,242. Tang Yunran felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Not only that, the place Jiang Che had just bitten was the same place she had just eaten. Just as Tang Yunran froze in reaction, melted ice cream dripped onto her fingers. What happened next made Tang Yunran directly vaporize in place. Jiang Che came down smoothly and sucked on her fingers. Love experience value plus 2,000. So high. Jiang Che was startled. He just watched the ice cream flow, it was such a waste, he didn't realize there was an unexpected reward. Looking at Tang Yunran again, it was as if her entire body had been placed in a steamer to be vaporized. Red enough to smoke. People around us were heading into the screening room. Looking at the time, it's almost time to start. The movie's about to start, let's go inside. Oh. Tang Yunran answered 2 times in a row in a mute voice, then followed Jiang Che with the ice cream, both eyes staring stupidly. At that moment, someone squeezed by. Careful. Jiang Che fished Tang Yunran over and into his arms. After Tang Yunran reacted, she realized that the ice cream had all stuck to Jiang Che's clothes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I'll clean you up. Tang Yunran took out a paper towel and wiped her hands on Jiang Che's chest. Jiang Che almost didn't control the flood of power in his body as he rubbed it. No need to rub it, a little bit is fine. It's sticky and uncomfortable, I'll use a wet wipe and it'll be clean in no time. There's really no need. Jiang Che raised his hand and grabbed onto Tang Yunran's wrist. Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che with a puzzled gaze. Why won't he let her rub it? Is it disgusting to her? Thinking of this, Tang Yunran withdrew her hand and lowered her eyes, the bottom of her eyes somewhat dark. Just then, the afterglow caught a glimpse of the unspeakable. Seeing this stance, Tang Yunran reacted as an afterthought that the position she had just rubbed was a man's chest. The movie has started. Tang Yunran fled and ran into the screening room. Jiang Che hugged the Coke with ice in it and sucked on it twice. This girl, she simply wanted to grind him to death. How can you be so innocent? If she's so scared of the appetizer, she'll be crying when the main meal comes. The movie is starting. Tang Yunran looked at the large letters on the screen The Kiss and turned her head towards Jiang Che in confusion. I thought you said you were going to watch My Youth? I was going to watch My Youth with you, then I realized that Kiss had good word of mouth, so I switched on short notice. The whole plot of My Youth is too watery and tasteless, or is The Kiss slightly more intense and exuberant? It should make more sense to watch it. After half an hour, the movie finally reaches its climax, and the hero and heroine begin to change their previous youthful shyness, letting go to you to tease me and me to kiss you. Because of the college campus theme, the two often go under a corner where no one is around or in a booth to flirt, kiss, and get a little intense. Watching Tang Yunran blush, especially when the hero and heroine kissed, her eyes would widen. You enjoyed watching that? He had already seen this movie before he came here, so he had no interest in the movie, so he just kept staring at Tang Yunran, taking in all of her expressions. Finding that the more exciting the clip, the more mesmerized Tang Yunran watched. Who likes it? I don't like to see this kind of excitement. So we go? Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che with eyes that radiated resentment. I just thought the storyline was good, ups and downs and heartfelt. Oh. I think so too. Jiang Che deliberately said in a long and strange accent. How could Tang Yunran not hear that Jiang Che was flirting with her? Just as she was about to dislike Jiang Che twice back, the young couple sitting in front of her suddenly smacked up. At first the two were just slapdash, vegetable chickens pecking each other, and then they played more and more off, and the fight intensified, and the intensity was even more exaggerated than in the movie. Tang Yunran did not expect the two people in front of her to play so crazy, this kind of thing she used to see through the screen. In reality she also saw a small couple on the roadside boinking, but they were all far away from each other. And in line with the principle of not being rude, every time she saw such a scene, she would avoid looking at it. And now, with the two in front of her so close and playing so openly, it made her face red with shame. Just then, Jiang Che's hand suddenly reached over and probed her forehead. It's hot, are you sick? Jiang Che Tang Yunran wasn't stupid, how could she not see that Jiang Che was teasing her? Raising his hand to peel Jiang Che's hand away, he stood up, and in his panic, he accidentally tripped over his own left foot to his right foot, and slammed straight towards Jiang Che's body. Hiss out! Jiang Che's face turned red and purple in pain, and the veins on his forehead burst out. She smashed it to his location. Unbiased. Just fine. Are you okay? I didn't mean to. Tang Yunran got worried. How can it be fine? This is a big deal, I'm the root of this root. If you were smashed by this, affecting the reproduction, derivation of offspring, you will be 1,000 years of sinners. Tang Yunran was anxious and angry. What a time to be flirting with her. Forget about the pain. After saying that, Tang Yunran frowned towards the place that had just smashed her. That, in all seriousness, is it still okay? Don't worry, it's good quality and sturdy. Tang Yunran. Humph. Ignore you. Tang Yunran resumed her seat and sat down. His heart was in turmoil, and while worried, he quietly glanced toward Jiang Che. Jiang Che was found to be straightening his pants. This scene saw Tang Yunran directly fleeing. Love experience value plus 546. After watching the movie, Jiang Che rode his bike and sent Tang Yunran to the entrance of the neighborhood. Just don't go in there in case my family sees you. That's fine, I'll watch you go in. Tang Yunran nodded, turned around and walked into the neighborhood, and after walking out a few steps, she looked back. Jiang Che hadn't left yet, and stood holding his bike and looking at her. She's already inside. Why isn't he leaving? After walking out a few more steps, Tang Yunran once again looked back and realized that Jiang Che was still eyeing her. You go back. Tang Yunran shouted at Jiang Che. Good. Jiang Che nodded his head before remaining where he was and looking at her. Tang Yunran's heart was indescribably touched, and full of happiness. Can she really have such happiness? It wouldn't be a mirror in a dream, would it? Just as Tang Yunran was apprehensive in her mind, Jiang Che shouted out at her. Ran, go to bed early. Good night. The voice was so real right next to his ears, and the boy's actual handsome face. It convinced her that this wasn't a dream, this was reality happening. Tang Yunran covered her heart and walked backwards, staring at each other with Jiang Che. It wasn't until she was almost out of sight that Tang Yunran intended to withdraw her gaze. Ran, why are you walking backwards? Sango. Chapter 36, This Life is Still Yours. Tang Yunran trembled cautiously in shock. No, nothing. As soon as the words fell, he heard Tang Feisen's puzzled voice ringing in his ears. Huh? Why does that guy look a little familiar? Tang Yunran's heart thumped again. Recognize it? You don't think so? Is her third brother really better than a police dog? It really looks familiar. Tang Feisen was speaking again. Ran, does he look like that high school classmate of mine? It's that same desk of mine. Huh? After Tang Yunran froze, she turned her head to look at Tang Feisen. Again, kind of unlike it. Don Feisen said to himself. Tang Yunran breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Che was right, what her third brother had said about being able to recognize someone based on their silhouette and such things were indeed fooling her. Don't look, there are plenty of silhouettes that look similar, it's late, go back. Also. At around 11 p.m., Jiang Che came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. After 10 minutes of not looking at his cell phone, Jiang Che felt as if he had missed something. So even when he goes to the bathroom, he goes in with his cell phone. There's no way around something like a shower. Huh? Ran sent me a message? It's still a rarity. Jiang Che tapped on the chat interface, and Tang Yunran sent a one's voice. She actually offered to send him a voice. Jiang Che was curious as to what Tang Yunran had sent him. Tap it and put it in your ear to listen. Good night. Jiang Che's eyes instantly widened in disbelief. After slowing down for a few seconds, Jiang Che edited the message to send it to Tang Yunran. You say good night to me? It was surprising that she had taken the initiative to tell him when he hadn't taken the initiative to mention it. After sending the message 8 minutes and 20 seconds earlier, Tang Yunran had been holding down her excitement as she waited for Jiang Che's reply. Finally got the news and got even more nervous. Love experience value plus 426. Tang Yunran had already thought of something to say. You're the one who just yelled goodnight to me when you were in front of the neighborhood, and I was just being polite, so I felt the need to reply to you. Right. That's it. She's just being polite. It's all the ghost of a man's mouth deceiving a man. Jiang Che felt that if a woman's mouth deceives a man, it's a trick. Especially pretty women. Anyway, if Tang Yunran lied to him, he was willing to do it. Courtesy, you've got some manners. Then you'll have to post good mornings from now on, too. Why? Because I send it to you every morning. Tang Yunran reacted afterward to the fact that she had been set up by Jiang Che. But she said it herself, what can she do? In the future, she could only send good morning and good night honestly. Go to bed early, girls are more beautiful when they go to bed early and wake up early. Jiang Che looked at the time, it was almost 11:30, near the end of the term. The end of the term of Jiangcheng University began to be still some pressure. It's just a shame he majored in a different subject than her and took a different course than her, or he could have told her what to take for the test. What do you mean? You mean I don't look good right now? Tang Yunran huffed and sent a message. Jiang Che immediately replied, no, you're beautiful. Love experience value plus 346. Didn't you just say it's more beautiful when you go to bed early and get up early? Then you sleep late. Overnight is fine. After Tang Yunran's small speechlessness, she savored Jiang Che's words and immediately had a face like a flower with a smile. Overnight is fine. Is she so high in value in his eyes? He. Tang Yunran laughed out joyfully. The more she laughed, the louder she got. Don Feisen, who lives next door, came over and knocked on the door.
Ran, what are you giggling about?
I was scrolling through Shakeology and saw the funny ones.
Go to bed early, you have to get up early tomorrow.
Okay, got it. Tang Yunran beamed and looked at Jiang Che's avatar, muttering to herself, it's all your fault, causing me to lie again. After saying that, Tang Yunran pressed the cell phone against her heart and pressed it tightly, plunging into it, itching to press it into the heart chamber. After a few seconds of slowing down, she took away her phone, lay down, and said to the photo of Jiang Che on her phone, Jiang Che, I've decided that it's still you in this life, and I hope that you won't let me down this time, okay? Ah Chu Jiang Che sneezed loudly.
A sneeze thought.
2 sneeze curses. It must be his little girl wife who's thinking of him. Jiang Che turned on the desk lamp and took out a pen and paper. He was going to write a love letter and give it to Tang Yunran on Valentine's Day.
How do I write it?
Jiang Che scratched his head. In his past life and present life, he did not write a love letter, and the best friend around him to play is Li Hao. Thinking about Li Hao's intelligence, Jiang Che shook his head. What's the difference between asking him for help and asking his nephew who's in kindergarten?
Baidu. Jiang Che looked for a few paragraphs.
Oh my sweetest girl. I would like to hold an umbrella of my heart for you to protect you from the wind and rain. I would like to brush away all your sorrows so that you will always be happy. Please accept this swooning heart of mine, okay? Please accept this sincere love of mine, okay?
Hiss.
Too meaty. The greatest fortune of my life is to know you, and the greatest misfortune is not to have you. You may meet someone you love dearly, but you'll never meet another person who loves you as much as I do. The whole reason I've lived until now is to meet you right now.
Headache.
Jiang Che continued to look for it, and it was almost 12 o'clock, and he didn't even know what to write about.
Day 2.
As soon as Jiang Yuan came out of his room, he saw Jiang Che with a pair of panda eyes.
Brother, you didn't sleep last night?
It was 2 o'clock before I went to bed.
Jiang Che said listlessly. Didn't you promise Mom and Dad that you wouldn't indulge in games anymore?
You still mess around so late, you're not afraid of your body being emptied.
Let me tell you, a human being is a burning candle.
It could have lasted for a while with normal burning, but you have to fan it from the side to speed up its burning. Be careful of dying young. Hearing these words from Jiang Yuan, Jiang Che's brows furrowed as he thought of the scene where Jiang Yuan cried bitterly after his death. This girl has foresight. He did not die young because of overconsumption at that time. I wasn't playing a game, I was writing a love letter. Jiang Yuan's eyes were large and round, just like her face, and it was especially obvious when she rolled her eyes.
Write a love letter? You think I'd believe that?
It's true. Jiang Yuan pointed towards the window. I believe you when you say the sun came out of the west.
I'm not lying.
Jiang Che went back to his room and brought over the fancy envelopes and letterheads he had bought.
Well, see for yourself.
There were 2 versions of the love letter written on the letterhead, the ones he picked out in the final sift. My favorite Runjun, you were like the moon on that day, moored in the center of the water, always resting on my heart. You were like the moon on that day, you don't flow with the waves, always near my side.
Vam. Jiang Yuan couldn't read any further. Then flip to the next one. This one is even hotter. Chapter 37, A Love Letter from the Heart.
Miss you, miss you, miss you so much. Find an artist to paint you, stick you in a cup, drink water, and kiss you every day.
You are.
I say, old brother, how much do you hate that girl, to write such things on purpose to disgust her for not being able to eat?
There is?
It's true that it's kind of gross, but it's not that much of a stretch, is it?
Not disgusting, just a billion.
A little disgusting.
Don't you often watch idol dramas?
How do you think I should write this love letter? Jiang Yuan looked at Jiang Che with wide eyes.
Brother, you're not, are you? You're really going after girls? Nonsense.
If I don't chase girls, I can still chase boys?
I'm for it.
Jiang Yuan's eyes glowed.
Jiang Che breathlessly pumped the corners of his mouth, then rewarded Jiang Yuan with a brain crash. What's going on in that head of yours? You don't understand the world of a corrupt woman.
Jiang Che.
Question for you, what do you think I should do with this love letter?
Just ask, why are you flicking me in the head?
Doesn't it hurt? You're so rude. Can you get a girl like that?
I can tell you with certainty that I will absolutely find you the best sister-in-law in the world.
Jiang Che said with confidence.
Jiang Yuan bristled, she didn't believe it. You don't believe that? Unbelievable. So, want to make another bet? Just fight. Trying to think it over before I do, and don't forget that bucket of iced tea. Hearing Jiang Che say that, Jiang Yuan immediately made a zipper movement with his hand over his own mouth. There's no shame in wimping out, there's only shame if you lose a bet like last time and shave your head. Talking about that topic just now. If you really want to write a love letter to someone's girl, you have to show your sincerity. Girls nowadays aren't as easy to coax as they used to be, and can be coaxed with just a couple of sweet words, so you have to find a way to let them see your sincerity. Jiang Yuan's words sounded quite reasonable to Jiang Che. So what do I have to do to show the other person that I really mean it? Keep it simple. What do you mean? Jiang Yuan picked up the love letter from the table. Take the love letter, it doesn't need to be piled up with gorgeous rhetoric, you just need to express what you want to say in your heart and what you want to do for her. Jiang Yuan's words were nothing short of enlightening to Jiang Che. Yeah. He had lived for more than 30 years, and in the end, he didn't see as well as a high school student. Be sincere. Wouldn't that be nice? He knows how to write this love letter. Jiang Che stood up and habitually reached out his hand to tug on Jiang Yuan's face. You're not very old and you know a lot of things. Ouch. Why do you keep pulling my face? You have a lot of face meat. Jiang Che. Even if you hurt my body, you still hurt my heart. You're too much. Is that a compliment, that I'm proud to have a sister like you? Proud of what? Proud my sister has a lot of flesh on her face. Jiang Che, I'll fight you. After the two messed around for a while, Jiang Che looked at Jiang Yuan and couldn't help but praise him again. You've really helped me out this time, what a great idea. This is my often read romance novels day after day down, in the future have about love this point, you can come to ask me. Jiang Yuan patted his chest and said, looking a little fluttery. Jiang Yuan is very smart, witty, belongs to the kind of quirky. And also because of the legs of the disabled reason, than the same age to understand. That's why he was curious, since Jiang Yuan saw love so clearly, how did she end up choosing a scummy guy like that, dragging her life straight to hell? Thinking of this, Jiang Che blamed himself a little in his heart. In his previous life, he was so busy with his career that he had no time to care about Jiang Yuan. So he didn't know much about the process of why Jiang Yuan chose that scummy guy. Speaking of which, it seemed like Jiang Yuan often came to their house and chatted especially well with Tang Yunran. She was thinking that they were so close that perhaps Jiang Yuan had mentioned it to Tang Yunran. But the current Tang Yunran and Jiang Yuan didn't know each other yet, so if she was reborn like him, she could ask her. Of course, this is just a thought. The most impossible thing in the world is what if. Just when Jiang Che was in the middle of deep thoughts, Jiang Yuan was staring at him with two glaring eyes. She didn't know whether it was her illusion or not, but she always felt that the Jiang Che at this moment was very mature and stable, and half of it didn't have the appearance that an 18-year-old should have. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan thought of the conversation she had with Jiang Che the other day. She asked him where in the world did all that money come from. Intuition told her that 99% Jiang Che didn't buy a lottery ticket and win. As a result, he messed around and pulled a fast one on her, saying that he was actually born again. Was he really born again? Brother, you said before that you were born again, so how many years have you lived? Jiang Yuan was assuming, purely idle, assuming to play. If Jiang Che is really reborn back, then how old is he at the end of his life? It's not like the core is actually a white-bearded old grandpa, is it? Jiang Che didn't expect Jiang Yuan to suddenly ask such a question, and the color under his eyes dimmed for a few seconds. 32. Ha! 32, overaccumulation, sudden illness, died young. Jiang Che's tone was somewhat emotional as he said this. I really have nothing better to do than talk to you about this. Jiang Yuan breathlessly rolled her eyes at Jiang Che. Just now she told him that she couldn't stay up all night. Staying up all night hurt her body and made it easy for her to die early, but as a result, he was so quick to take this to fool her. It's infuriating. Someone as badass as her brother must have lived a long life. There's no way it's 32 and dead. Jiang Che looked at Jiang Yuan's back as he pushed his wheelchair away, his gaze deepened deep as he let out a long sigh of relief. Afterward, go back to your room and write a love letter. Write from your heart. This is easy, just say what you have to say. After having a direction, Jiang Che put pen to paper. Ran, I'm sorry, it's because I'm blind and heart blind, I haven't been able to see how good you are, I didn't know that you've been guarding me silently and taking care of me. I am very remorseful and regretful. I know that no amount of sorry is enough to make up for my apologies to you. Half an hour later, the 2,000-word-long love letter was written. With a heavy and nervous heart, Jiang Che put the love letter into the envelope. Seal on. Put it in the drawer. Just waiting for Valentine's Day, when he handed her the love letter in person. I wonder how she'll react when she sees this love letter. Just then, the cell phone rang. The call was from Li Hao. What is it? Old Jiang who saved the day, lend me $500. Chapter 38, The Three Abominable Uncles. You asked me for a loan? Li Hao's family conditions were not known to be much better than his, of course, referring to the previous life. Now their two families were about the same. Hurry up. Do me a favor, I just had dinner with Xin and I don't have enough money. $500 for a meal? You two eat that much? Li Hao's family could only be described as good, with more pocket money than the average college student, but his mom and dad were only part-timers, far worse than a really rich person like Wu Qingshu who drove a Ferrari around. Which is 500. We ate over 1,000, and we didn't bring enough money for 500 more. So much. Jiang Che's brows furrowed. This Mei Xin was really heartless. Hoping that other people's money wasn't hard-earned by their parents? So spoiled. After spitting, Jiang Che still transferred $500 to Li Hao. Brother, thank you. When she and I get married in the future, I'll ask you to be the best man. Let's leave it for now, I'm going to pay. Beep, the phone hung up. Be the best man? Don't worry, with me around, you and Mei Xin will never get married that day. During the daytime classes, Jiang Che listened to the exact same content as before, and it was boring. System, draw a prize. Jiang Che wasn't interested in things like gambling, but as the saying goes, a little gambling is good for the soul, and it wouldn't hurt to play occasionally to increase the interest in life. Thank you for your participation. Do you still want to smoke? Smoke it 10 times. 100 points of experience value to draw once, 10 times is only 1,000, now his little girl wife is so powerful, the area of 1,000 points only, casually minutes. Okay. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your participation. Thanks for participating, X9. Hearing this, Jiang Che especially misses the days when he used to have Ocean Experience coupons, and thought of whatever he wanted. It was just that redeeming an Ocean Experience voucher required 100,000 experience points, and this was a bit overwhelming for him. Or wait until a special time to use it. Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, the system finally stopped saying thank you for participating. Congratulations to the host, drawing a 10% increase in physical fitness. Finally not smoking for nothing. Jiang Che looked at his arms, and the lines of his muscles were even more perfect. Old Jiang, you've built up your muscles well. Have you been secretly going to the gym recently? Li Hao looked at Jiang Che and asked. Just increasing my workout, fatty, do you want to work out with me, morning run or something? Come on, it wasn't easy for my parents to fatten me up so easily. If I dropped the weighing, it would be the biggest unfiliality to them. Jiang Che. I've seen to their own cannot reduce the fat to find reasons, have not seen weight loss can also be related to filial piety. I think it's better for you to work out, don't you think it's hard to carry around all that meat? Skinny people are the ones who have a hard time weighing themselves every day, 1 or 2 pounds more will have to diet and exercise, always stay alert, can't take it lightly, or else their weight will rub off on them. Fat people like us, there is no concern, want to eat what to eat, want to drink what, how good. Jiang Che heard him say that and thought it was quite reasonable. Crooked reasoning, of course. You can't just try to make yourself comfortable, girls won't be able to get interested when they see you like this. To each his own, carrot and green vegetables, Xin likes this kind of fat, if I become thin, she will be angry. This conversation can't go on. After 2 seconds of hesitation, Jiang Che frowned and said, Fatty, I said hypothetically, what if what Mei Xin likes is not you as a person, but your money? No way. Are you so sure? That's because you don't know Xin. When we meet at the weekend and you guys have a good chat, you'll realize that Xin is the best girl in the world. No. The best girl is his little girl wife. Sure enough, now that Mei Xin has fooled Li Hao, this matter still has to be considered in the long run and cannot be rushed. When school was about to end, Jiang Che sent a message over to Tang Yunran. Going back together after school? Going back together? It's not like our homes are in the same direction. It's okay, I'll go back with you before I go back. You're really idle. Tang Yunran's mouth spat, but her heart was as sweet as honey. Love experience value plus 298. It's not that I'm idly bored, it's just that there are so many bad guys nowadays, and you're so pretty, I'm afraid you'll be in danger alone. Beautiful. Hee hee hashtag carrot. Carrot hashtag. Love experience value plus 369. In the past 2 days, the background of the cell phone has been jumping on the news of the serial murder case of the strong girl who did it, and 3 victims have already appeared, and these 3 girls are all college students. I don't feel comfortable with you, I'd better send you back. Jiang Che remembers that in his previous life, this murderer was caught only after he committed 5 crimes in a row, and although Tang Yunran was not among them, he was always relieved to have her in his heart. My third brother said to pick me up. Damn third uncle. Take his job. Okay then, I'll meet you in front of your neighborhood first thing in the morning. My second brother said he'd give me a ride tomorrow morning. Damn your second uncle. Then I'll take you back tomorrow night. Jiang Che immediately added to this message after sending it. Don't tell me you've made a deal with your big brother. That's not true. Or the great uncle is slightly better. Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, Tang Yunran sent a message. My third brother said he'd be responsible for picking me up tomorrow night. It's Uncle Sam again. I can't do it tomorrow, so I'll have to push it to the day after tomorrow. By the way, my big brother is off for 2 days in a row starting the day after tomorrow, and he said he'd make a special trip to pick me up and drop me off. Turns out it's the great uncle who's the most odious. Tang Yunran looked at the screen that hadn't moved for a long time, and through the screen, she seemed to be able to imagine Jiang Che gritting his teeth. Pfft, and didn't hold back a laugh. Tang Yunran had just laughed out loud when she was named by the professor on stage. Tang Yunran, is my class that funny? Sorry. No need for you to apologize, you read this article once. Hearing this, Jean Xiaoqiao sucked in a breath of cool air. How was she going to read this article full of English when she didn't recognize 4 or 5 words after only skimming 2 or 3 sentences? Ran is going to be out of luck. It's strange, Ran is always serious in class, why did she laugh just now? Just as Jean Xiaoqiao was puzzled, he saw Tang Yunran's cell phone, which was hidden in a desk drawer, light up. Jiang Che sent over a shedding tears emoji. It turned out that it was because of Jiang Che. This Jiang Che really wasn't a good person, she had to find a way to make Ran realize that Jiang Che wasn't a person worth committing his life to. Okay. Tang Yunran nodded. Their Jiangcheng University usually took the 6th grade only in their sophomore and junior years. She was now a freshman, but she was born again, and she had taken the 6th grade a long time ago. Not only that, she had studied abroad for 2 years in her previous life, and her English was not much worse than her native language. Just reading a 1-page article is child's play for her. Tang Yunran picked up the book and spoke a mouthful of authentic English, original and fluent, without half a stutter. Chapter 39, A Moment of Crisis. Hearing the professor, as well as a group of students in the class, was dumbfounding. Some students secretly recorded it on their cell phones and posted it to the campus forum. The school flower deserves to be the school flower. Not only is she beautiful, but her studies are also top-notch. This fluent and authentic English, if I close my eyes, there is absolutely no doubt that it is a foreigner speaking. Ditto ditto ditto. Jiang Che also saw this campus forum. Watching the video of the authentically pronounced Tang Yunran was especially rewarding. That's his wife. So proud. He felt that Tang Yunran in his previous life had studied abroad and her English was very good. She's only in her freshman year of college now, and her English is so good, that's a talent that can't really be compared to the average person. The heat of the forum continues to be high as students continue to chat away below. What kind of boy would have to be worthy of such a fine girl? Speaking of which, do you guys remember that last basketball game between the business department and the computer science department, where schoolgirl Tang helped a business department student to the infirmary? I was at the scene. That business department student's name is Jiang Che, he's the class grass of their class, I still have his picture in my hand, wait a moment, I'll look for it. 2 seconds later, the photo was posted. I'll go. So handsome, just the class grass? I think it's on par with our school grass. Have you guys noticed that the picture of them in the same frame is kinda harmonious? A talented man and a beautiful woman. I'll be damned. Handsome can be a meal. Let me tell you, I'm also from the business department, and I've dealt with Jiang Che before. His studies are average, his sports performance is average, he is often called out for playing games in class, and he has no other hobbies or specialties. To put it nicely, he's too scatterbrained, and to put it badly, he's useless. So trashy? Very trashy indeed. Such a person also wants to covet our school beauty? I'll be the first to disagree. My second. Third. 4. 999. Jiang Che stopped looking and slipped his phone into his pants pocket. These ignorant humans, what's the use of your opposition? It's not like you guys can interfere with something like Tang Yunran liking him. Too bad, he had planned to go back with Tang Yunran after school. It turned out to be spoiled by 3 uncles. By the way, the landlord of the Autumn Waters neighborhood is moving out today, so we went over there to check it out. Tang Yunran's home was near the Autumn Water community, and in the future, their family would be able to get along with Tang Yunran when they moved to the Autumn Water community. Just as Jiang Che was thinking beautifully, he suddenly heard a less than harmonious voice. Brat, how dare you meddle in my business? If you don't kneel down and apologize to me today, I'll make you look good. That sounds like a punk looking for trouble right off the bat. The average person who encounters this kind of thing will avoid it as far as possible so as not to get into trouble. Jiang Che was just an ordinary person, not having the kind of warrior's courage to see justice, so his first reaction was the same as that of an ordinary person. Who knew that he was just about to leave when he heard a familiar voice ring out? I bah! Thief, and asking me to kneel down and apologize. No way. The sound. Isn't it his third uncle? Jiang Che followed the sound to the entrance of the alley and probed towards it. Sure enough, it's his third uncle. Tang Fei-sin was surrounded by 3 people, all 3 of whom were holding steel pipes in their hands. Seeing this scene, Jiang Che suddenly remembered something. When Tang Fei-sin was shopping at the supermarket, he saw a thief stealing a pregnant woman's bag, so Tang Fei-sin shouted and scared the thief away. Then the thief came to the door to seek revenge, found a few people to Tang Fei-sin beat up, broken legs. Since then, he walks with a limp is not very convenient. Mud. Not apologizing? Then I'll break your legs. Brothers, go. The thief and the other 2 plunged into Tang Fei-sin's body. Tang Fei-sin bare hands, where to beat the 3 people with guys, a few seconds of work was solidly received 2 sticks. Not good. Continuing on, Tang Fei-sin would surely end up becoming a cripple just like in his previous life. Well, at least it's his third uncle, so he can't just stand by and not care. Tang Yunran would definitely be worried if something happened to Tang Fei-sin. Acting faster than thinking, Jiang Che flew up and pressed one of them under his body, snatching the steel pipe from his hands. You go first. Jiang Che held a steel pipe in front of Tang Fei-sin. I can't go. Although he didn't know who the person who suddenly appeared to help him was, right now if he died, it would be 3 against 1, and this person who helped him would definitely suffer. Thinking of this, Tang Fei-sin stepped forward and stood side by side with Jiang Che. Jiang Che looked at the resolute Tang Fei-sin, knowing that he was stubborn and would never leave even if he was told to, so he stopped making a sound. His eyes swept around the 3 thieves. With his current physical quality, he had no problem fighting 2 on 1, he didn't need to exchange his skills with the system for martial arts mastery. He's yours, I'll take care of the rest. Jiang Che handed over the man whose steel pipe he had snatched to Tang Fei-sin. Yes. It's all bare hands, who's afraid? He had to hurry up and get rid of the other guy, then help the one who had stepped in to save him. Tang Fei-sin used to be a restless master when he was in school, and often got into fights, which he soon settled with each other. Dude, I'm coming to help you. As soon as Tang Fei-sin turned around, he saw Jiang Che smashing a steel pipe onto the thief's leg and taking care of it. Dude, you can do it. Tang Fei-sin looked at Jiang Che's white face and thought that he was a weak white boy with no hands, but he didn't expect him to be quite powerful. You hurry to the hospital. Jiang Che looked at Tang Fei-sin's face and body with bruises. The injuries were not light. This is a small injury. I used to fight a lot when I was in school and I'm used to it. I'll just go back and rub some medicine on it. By the way, what's your name? You saved me, I have to repay you. Is it feasible for you to give me your sister? Jiang Che thought this in his heart. There's no need to repay, I purely saw the road and pulled out my sword. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Tang Fei-sin was very appreciative of him. My name is Tang Fei-sin, you're a friend I'm going to make. My name is Jiang Che. Jiang Che, good, from now on you'll be my Tang Fei-sin's brother. If there's anything you need to do, don't hesitate to look for me, as long as it's something I can do, I'll definitely help you. Hearing these righteous words from Tang Fei-sin, Jiang Che thought of the time in his previous life when he often snapped at him and beat him up. Such a contrast made him feel very odd and subtle in his heart. Just then, the thief rose from the ground and quietly touched the steel pipe. Mud! I want you dead. The thief swung the steel pipe towards the back of Tang Fei Sen's head. Look out! Jiang Che shouted. If this steel pipe hit Tang Fei Sen's head, it wouldn't immediately open up. Chapter 40, I'll put the medicine on you. Jiang Che saw that Tang Fei Sen couldn't avoid it, so he hurriedly pushed Tang Fei Sen away. Bang! The pipe hit him on the back of his shoulder blade. In that instant, Jiang Che felt a sense of paralysis going down his back shoulder blades and straight to his brain, and almost lost consciousness as his eyes went black from the pain. You ma! When Tang Fei Sen saw Jiang Che take a stick for him, he was on fire and pounced on the thief to fight for his life. Tang Fei Sen pressed the thief to the ground and punched him left and right to avenge Jiang Che. Jiang Che slowed down for a few minutes before gradually recovering. Stop fighting, if you do, you're going to make a scene. At this time the thief's face was beaten into a pig's head by Tang Fei Sen, and blood from his nose and mouth sprayed all over his face. Don Fei Sen got up from the thief's body. How are you doing? It shouldn't be serious. Jiang Che lifted his shoulders. Hiss, aha. It really hurts. Let me take you to the hospital. It's just a hard wound, just apply some painkillers that invigorate blood circulation. I have it at home, you can go to my house. To his house? This one can be had. That would be a pleasure. Talk about trouble, if it wasn't for you today, I might have gotten a steel pipe opened up on me. No, you'll just have a broken leg. Just now, if he did not venture to intervene, the thief would not have been forced to take a steel pipe to the back of Tang Fei Sen's head. When he thought about what had just happened, Jiang Che broke out into a cold sweat in fear. The thief that a steel pipe really want to hit Tang Fei Sen's head, he has a direct relationship, although his intention to save people is good, but ultimately lead to the result is serious to irreparable. Luckily there was a scare. 10 minutes later. My house is here. Tang Fei Sen said as he arrived at the entrance to the neighborhood. Jiang Che wanted to say that he knew. Regardless of his past life, he's been here twice in this life, and both times you almost caught him. Jiang Che followed Tang Fei Sen into the elevator and reached out to darken the floor 17. How did you know I live on the 17th floor? You just said it. Jiang Che panicked in his heart, but his face was calm. Yeah? Did I just say that? Why don't I remember? You probably didn't think to just mention it off the top of your head. I suppose so. Jiang Che was relieved to see that the confusion had passed. Luckily it was his bold third uncle. If it had been his second and first uncles it wouldn't have been so easy to fool. 1702. The door pulled open from the inside just as Don Fei Sen's key was thrown in. Third brother, weren't you going to pick me up? Why did you not come back until now? I thought something happened to you on the way? It was only when Tang Yunran's words reached this point that she noticed Jiang Che, who was standing behind Tang Fei Sen, and her eyes instantly went wide and round, filled with shock. What the hell? Why did Jiang Che come to their house? And it came with Sango? Jiang Che reached out and waved his hand at Tang Yunran. What a coincidence, I didn't realize he was your third brother. Tang Fei Sen looked at Jiang Che and then at Tang Yunran. You know each other? We're in the same school. Jiang Che returned. So it is. You guys, how, together? Tang Yunran realized she couldn't speak well as soon as the words left her mouth. I was just blocked on the road, fortunately he stepped in to help, otherwise my little life might be accounted for there today. Are you hurt? Tang Yunran asked. I'm still well. Before the last word Tang Fei Sen could finish, he saw Tang Yunran rush past him and come in front of Jiang Che, her anxious gaze carefully scanning up and down Jiang Che's body with a worried expression. No, Xiaoran, I'm also injured. Tang Fei Sen's words were more or less condescending. Also. Tang Yunran gets the point. So Jiang Che was also injured. Where did you hurt yourself? Let me see. It's not serious, you don't have to worry. I don't believe it, show me. Tang Yunran didn't believe Jiang Che's claim that it wasn't serious. Last time in the basketball game, Jiang Che's knee had been bleeding profusely, and he said it wasn't serious. That's why she didn't believe Jiang Che's words, she had to see it to feel at ease. It's just the back shoulder blade here, it's really not serious. Show me. That's, not good, is it? What's not so good about it? You take your clothes off. Take it off right here? What's all this nonsense? Hurry up. Tang Yunran couldn't wait any longer and directly went to pull Jiang Che's clothes upwards. Cough cough cough. Tang Faison cleared his throat before peeling Tang Yunran's hand off. Xiaoran, you're a girl, what are you doing? How come you come up and strip a boy's clothes? Even if he's handsome, you can't be like this. Hearing Tang Faison say this, Tang Yunran was first stunned, not understanding Tang Faison's words. Only after a few seconds of reaction did she realize that Tang Faison had misunderstood. After Tang Faison finished speaking to Tang Yunran, he said to Jiang Che in an apologetic tone, I'm sorry my sister was a bit out of line. It's fine. Jiang Che straightened his clothes that had been pulled and wrinkled by Tang Yunran. Don't stand at the door, hurry and come in. Tang Faison warmly greeted Jiang Che as he entered. There happen to be 2 ointments, I also have a wound on my leg, it's not convenient to take it off here, I'll go to my room and apply it. Xiaoran, take care of him, I'll come out later. Good. After Tang Faison returned to his room, Jiang Che and Tang Yunran were the only 2 people left in the living room. There was a moment of silence and a slightly awkward atmosphere. Take off your clothes, I'll help you apply it. Tang Yunran said with a red face. Good. Jiang Che wouldn't be polite with Tang Yunran in this kind of matter, and without saying a word, he proceeded to undress. His couldn't lift his left shoulder, no way to get it off. I'll help you. Tang Yunran was anxious about Jiang Che's injuries and didn't think about that much, stepping forward and coming to the front of the sofa, immediately helping Jiang Che take off his t-shirt with her hands. The swelling high on the back shoulder blade was painful to look at. Tang Yunran's eyes instantly turned red, her heart aching to say the least. Jiang Che turned his head to look after sensing that Tang Yunran's emotions weren't quite right, just in time to see teardrops dripping down from her eyes. Ran? You. I'll help you apply the medicine. Tang Yunran panicked and raised her hand to rub it on her face. Just now, when she saw the injury on Jiang Che's back, she had no choice but to have her tears fall, not expecting Jiang Che to suddenly turn his head and see it. It's so humiliating. Tang Yunran squeezed out a soybean-sized amount of medicine and warmed it up in her hand before gently applying it to Jiang Che's back. If it hurts, you must say so, and I'll go more gently. Good. Listening to her gentle voice, feeling her gentle movements on him, and thinking of the image of her secretly shedding tears just now, Jiang Che especially wanted to take Tang Yunran into his arms and give her a good heartache. But now at Tang Yunran's house, if he really did it and was seen by Tang Faison later, then it would be difficult for him to chase Tang Yunran to his hand in the future. So he had to refrain. Restrain again. Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, his back suddenly hurt terribly. Hiss, I'm sorry I hit you hard and hurt you. The girl's voice behind her had a hint of a sob in it. She's crying again? Jiang Che hurriedly turned his head to look, and after seeing the tears on Tang Yunran's face, his impulse got the better of him and he grabbed onto Tang Yunran's arm. With a tug, he pulled her into his arms and hugged her. Tang Yunran stared at Jiang Che with wide unbelieving eyes. You fool, I told you it doesn't hurt, you still cry. I'm most afraid of girls crying. He's actually most afraid of you crying. Tang Yunran stared straight at Jiang Che with both eyes, nestled in his bare, sturdy chest, the testosterone wrapping and entwining her, making her heart beat so wildly that it was suffocating. Love experience value plus 1,356. Love experience value plus 1,678. Relationship experience value plus 1,779. Without waiting for her to regulate over, Jiang Che's hand had already reached over and scraped at her nose. She couldn't stand it in the first place, and when he teased her like that, she felt like her whole body was going to melt right away. Love experience value plus 2098. Just then, Tang Faison pushed out the door. What are you doing? P.S. Small fish eating koan, it's been 3 days in a row of 4 shifts because of a broken foot, so the hand is not good, slow words, the speed is a little slower. Forgive me. Chapter 41, A Misunderstanding. Surprise. Tang Yunran was busy getting out of Jiang Che's arms. What to do? Being caught by her third brother wouldn't rough up Jiang Che later, would he? Third brother, listen to my explanation, it's not about Jiang Che, it's because I was careless just now. Fell down? Tang Faison said, picking up on Tang Yunran's words. Yeah, I accidentally tripped over myself. You. I knew it just now as soon as I came out, for sure, you've been walking like this since you were a kid. You too, he's still injured, you planted yourself on him, and you're not afraid of causing him secondary injuries. Tang Feisin said as he came to Jiang Che's side. I'm sorry, my sister has caused you trouble. It's fine, no trouble, she's light. It's not light, this girl is 100 pounds. Brother! How could she say anything about her weight? 100 pounds is just right. Jiang Che said the truth, the girl weighs no more than 100, either has small breasts or is short. Jiang Che looked towards Tang Yunran's front, although he hadn't tried it, but visually there should be a C, maybe even bigger. And elsewhere, with a thin waist and long legs, the proportions were quite good. Staying for dinner tonight? Tang Feisin warmly greeted Jiang Che. No need to be polite, it's just a favor, you don't have to take it too seriously. Jiang Che also wanted to stay for dinner, but his great-uncle was very wise, and he was afraid that he would be shown the door by then. In the end, Jiang Che left after Tang Feisin's gracious retention. Tang Feisin sent Jiang Che to the entrance of the neighborhood before returning. Sango, he's gone? Tang Feisin came to Tang Yunran's front, his eyes odd, looking at Tang Yunran puzzled. Sango, why are you looking at me like that? It feels weird. Ran, tell me honestly, do you have a crush on him? Tang Feisin's question caused Tang Yunran's heart to thump. San, what are you talking about? No, nothing, I'm going back to my room. Still saying no, you're stuttering. Also, you just came up and went to undress him, not that I'm saying, Xiaoran, you're at least the school's flower girl, can you be a bit more reserved? I admit that he is handsome, but even more handsome you can't just pounce on him. I didn't. No? Who was the one who lay in his arms and didn't come out? Okay, Xiaoran, you've learned to eat other people's tofu. Third brother, what are you talking about? That was a fall I had just now. Just in time. Just happened to fall into his arms? That's the reason I made up for you. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Just now, you were lying in someone else's arms, staring at him with 2 flowery eyes, so it's obvious that you intentionally fell into someone else's arms. Don't deny it, this Jiang Che is quite good, handsome, good character, and also sees justice, I don't object. Tang Feisin interrupted Tang Yunran and said. Huh? Tang Yunran cocked her head and looked at Tang Feisin. Tang Feisin got up from the couch and reached out to pat Tang Yunran on the shoulder. I say, if you really like him, I have no objection. Not only don't object, I'm in favor of it. There aren't many boys as good as him nowadays, and there won't be this store after this village. Tang Yunran's brain was a bit confused. Third brother, I remember, didn't you used to say that you told me not to fall in love too early, and said that there is not a single good thing about men? I did say this before, but I said that before because I didn't want you to be arched by a pig. This Jiang Che is really good, if you can really follow him in the future, I'm still very relieved. At this moment, Tang Yunran's memories were somewhat confused. There was another memory in her head, the words of Tang Feisin in her previous life as she gnashed her teeth and cursed Jiang Che. Jiang Che, this dog thing. How dare he treat my sister like this, I really want to hack him to death. Xiaoran? Tang Feisin shouted twice in a row before pulling Tang Yunran's thoughts back. Ha! Ran, look at this. Tang Feisin tapped on his WeChat, a friend he had just added. I got him on WeChat for you, why don't you add him? Tang Yunran blinked dryly, her brain buffering for a moment. What are you waiting for, hurry up and add it. Tang Feisin was an acute person, and picked up Tang Yunran's cell phone as soon as he could. I'll do it myself. Tang Yunran pulled her cell phone back from Tang Feisin's hand. She had added Jiang Che's WeChat a long time ago, if Tang Feisin saw it, what would happen next? She doesn't know. 9 times out of 10 it gets out of hand. Evening. Jiang Che edited the message for Tang Yunran and sent it over. Your third brother doesn't suspect anything, does he? Seeing this message and thinking of the words Tang Feisin had said to her, Tang Yunran's heart was indescribably odd. That's good. Jiang Che always felt a little weak when he returned home. He was just too impulsive at the time, and if he hadn't pulled Tang Yunran into his arms, he wouldn't have been caught by Tang Feisin. Although the last perfunctory forced explanation, but what if in fact Tang Feisin heart has been suspicious of how to do? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became, and finally sent a message over to Tang Yunran. Ding! Tang Yunran sent a message. How's your injury? Much better. Afraid that Tang Yunran wouldn't believe him, Jiang Che took off his shirt and took a picture in the mirror and sent it over. Tang Yunran's brow visibly furrowed as she looked at the still swollen wound on her back. Isn't it still swollen? Jiang Che sent a crying and laughing emoji. I applied medicine, not fairy dew. It'll take at least a week or so for the swelling to go down, right? So did you shower and apply the medicine? Not yet. Why don't you paint it? Hurry up. My sister is catching up on the show, so I'll let her apply it when she's done. Let your sister do it? How dare you make your sister do it when she's not being gentle? A puzzled look appeared on Jiang Che's face. How do you know my sister doesn't hit hard? You know her well? Not good. She had just exposed herself in her haste. She did know Jiang Yuan very well, but that was in her previous life, and in her previous life, she and Jiang Yuan were especially close. Jiang Yuan liked her very much, and whenever they met, he would whisper in her ear endlessly. Such an innocent girl, it's a shame she didn't meet the right man. When she had the chance to meet Jiang Yuan, she had to find a way to help him get rid of his miserable fate in his previous life. Forget about Jiang Yuan for now, right now she had to hurry up and muddle through. Didn't you used to tell me that your sister was hairy? So that's what he said. Tang Yunran was worried that Jiang Che would continue to think nonsense, so she immediately changed the topic. Are you working out these days? Tang Yunran stared at the photo, the muscle lines, beautiful beyond words. She had even felt it herself this afternoon, it was especially firm and strong. The testosterone was simply full to bursting. Thinking about it, Tang Yunran couldn't help but blush. Chapter 42, A Wife Still Cares About You the Most. Love experience value plus 452. Seeing Tang Yunran chatting about his figure, he still cared about his hairy sister. I get up early for my morning run every day and work out in the evening. And the system. So diligent? Tang Yunran was curious, don't you like playing games? Why don't you indulge in games anymore? Jiang Che really likes to play games. When he was in college in his previous life, he often saw Jiang Che holding his cell phone, playing in the cafeteria, playing under the tree, and holding his cell phone even when he went to the toilet. It's the fact that he's married to her and would rather play games than take a break from work. This girl had really researched all of his preferences thoroughly. When they were together in the future, he would have to ask her why she liked him so much. It can't really be just because he's handsome, can it? If we just look at the face value, although he was handsome in his previous life, he was only a class grass, and he was a bit different from the school grass. Games, this kind of thing, occasionally play recreational pastime, no harm, also cannot be all day to take him as a thing to do. In case you die on it, you'll be at a disadvantage. Jiang Che sighed after saying this. Tang Yunran looked at the passage and raised her hand to cup her heart. She had once suspected before, and was 90% certain, that Jiang Che had been reborn. Now she was almost certain. It's just that the point that kept her wondering was, if Jiang Che was really reborn, why would he treat her so well? She thought about the possibility that it was because Jiang Che felt guilty about her, so he wanted to make it up to her. But that doesn't make sense, does it? How could he feel guilty enough to make it up to her for all the things she did for him in secret that he didn't even know about until he died? If it wasn't for this point that she couldn't figure out, she dared to be 100% sure that Jiang Che was born again. In addition to that guess, she had another. But it couldn't be that it was because of her rebirth that the butterfly effect had occurred, and that was why Jiang Che had changed. And the daytime. She waited for Tang Faison to pick her up at school, and after waiting for so long she didn't see him come, so she went back alone. When I went back, I hadn't seen Tang Faison come back, and he didn't answer the phone. She suddenly remembered something. When she was a freshman in her previous life, her third brother had his leg broken in retaliation for pointing out a thief in a supermarket. Counting the days, it's almost the end of the semester. At that time, she was in a hurry and hurriedly pulled open the door to get ready to go out, and then she saw that her third brother had returned with Jiang Che. It was true that her third brother had been retaliated against, but because of Jiang Che's intervention, what had happened before had changed its trajectory. It could be a series of butterfly effects after her rebirth. So with these two word guesses, Tang Yunran felt that the latter was very likely. As for whether Jiang Che was also reborn like her or not, it remained to be verified. Jiang Che put down his cell phone and compared his tight muscles to the mirror. Women like strong men. Tomorrow morning he was going to get up 10 minutes earlier again and work out hard. He was going to make that little girl Jade to her. Dang 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 came the knock on the door. Come in. One didn't need to look to know that it was Jiang Yuan who had come. Just now he called her over to help him apply the medicine. Zhang Yuan stared at the computer with both eyes to catch up with the drama, just short of drilling into the screen and knocking the seep up close and live. There were all sorts of creepy grunts coming out of his mouth. It's like a chicken crowing. Seeing her like that, he didn't dare to disturb. He was afraid that Zhang Yuan would become obsessed, and would feel whatever she felt and slam it on him. Brother, what did you call me for? Help me apply the medicine. Apply the medicine? Where? I don't apply hemorrhoids. Zhang Che wanted to punch someone. Zhang Yuan spat out his tongue, then looked towards Zhang Che's body. Where? Zhang Che took his top off. Zhang Yuan hurriedly pushed his wheelchair over after seeing the injury on Zhang Che's back. What happened to you here? Did you get into a fight? Who did you fight with? Why did you fight with someone for a good reason? You're all hurt like this. Why are you more nagging than mom? Don't get me started, what's going on with this injury? The road is not a good place to be. I believe you? I'm telling the truth, there's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Zhang Yuan stared at Zhang Che with wide eyes, and it didn't look like he was lying. What's wrong with you? You think you're some kind of hero and warrior? Not having the skills of a warrior to learn other people's posture of a warrior, it's good that you've been beaten like this. Zhang Yuan muttered under his breath while applying medicine to Zhang Che. It hurts. You girl, your hands are just so ungentle, girls should be gentle. As Zhang Che said this, he especially missed the experience Tang Yunran had when she rubbed his medicine on him. The movements were so gentle, and the fingers were still tender and soft. And look at this girl, Zhang Yuan, moving like a brown man. They're both women. What's the difference? Who says a girl has to be gentle? You want gentle, find someone else to rub it on. I'll get your sister-in-law to rub it tomorrow. Zhang Yuan's movements stopped. Are you really looking for my sister-in-law? Zhang Che tapped on his cell phone, and the screensaver and wallpaper were all one person. Tang Yunran. So, this is your sister-in-law, how is she? Pretty, huh? Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes breathlessly after seeing the photo, then tapped on his own phone, whose wallpaper was a certain popular male star. Look, here's your brother-in-law. How's that? Handsome, huh? Zhang Che. Don't believe in pulling back. Ha! I'd be a fool to believe that. Can such a pretty young lady look at you? Does she have an eye disease? This spitting, whoever would say that Zhang Yuan wasn't his own sister, he definitely wouldn't believe it. Fine, I'm not going to explain, you'll just have to wait to poke yourself in both eyes from now on. Zhang Yuan put his hand on Zhang Che's shoulder and patted it. It's painted, I'm going to bed. Hiss, ow. This girl, she's so mean. He was hurt like this, and she was able to lay her hands on him. And I'm not afraid of not getting married. It's fine if she can't get married, he'll keep her. Not many men are good anyway. Ding. Tang Yunran sent a message. Did your sister put the medicine on you? Or you care about me? Move to tears in motion picture. Tang Yunran's eyebrows were colored with doubt. What's wrong? You are unaware of how ruthless that girl Zhang Yuan is with her hands. Letting her apply a medication is simply a secondary injury. Tang Yunran took a look and became anxious in her heart, directly sending the call video over. So, are you okay? It's the same old story. Wives are the best. With Tang Yunran's words of concern, Zhang Che instantly didn't feel his shoulders hurting anymore. Also at this time, Tang Yunran is wearing a homey nightgown, white with small broken flowers, fancy simple nightgown worn on her body. It looks like the whole person is dry and clean and refreshing. In his previous life, when they were married and living together, he didn't even seem to notice if Tang Yunran wore pajamas. Zhang Che stared carefully at the front of his body. The shape should be without shown clothes. Chapter 43, A Rendezvous in the Grove. Not even wearing it could shape such a ripple, which made him think of a poem. The meeting will be a great success, with a view of the mountains. It's still an apt description of the scene before us. He was really blind in his previous life, letting such a beautiful scenery not to appreciate, to play with sable cicadas, play again, but also as Lubus. Tang Yunran noticed that Zhang Che's line of sight wasn't quite right, and as an afterthought reacted to her habit of liking to sleep in a vacuum. Reacting, he hastily pulled the covers away to cover himself. Love experience value plus 213. The scenery was blocked, and a disappointed look appeared under Jiang Che's eyes. It's okay, it's not too bad to die. Well, then, you don't let your sister paint it next time. I don't want to, I can't let my parents see this injury, they'll get messed up thinking about worrying about me. It's not like I can reach this position myself, I can't help it. I'll help you. Tang Yunran's face immediately reddened after she posted this. Love experience value plus 356. That's a lot of hard work, and in return, I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow at noon. I should be the one to repay you. If you hadn't saved me today, my third brother would probably be disabled for the rest of his life. What? What was Tang Yunran talking about just now? Disabled? How did she know? Jiang Che's eyes widened in shock, and the smile on his face instantly froze, keeping the posture of holding the cell phone stiff and motionless. Tang Yunran's heart was in a panic, and she did her best to calm herself. I was looking at my third brother's leg, and his leg was hurt pretty badly, so I was thinking that if you hadn't stepped in to help, my third brother's leg might have had to be left behind. After Tang Yunran stammered an explanation, her heart was apprehensive. There was no telling if this explanation of hers would be able to fob her off. As long as Jiang Che wasn't reborn, he shouldn't be suspicious. Tang Yunran nervously waited for Jiang Che's answer. A second passed. Jiang Che didn't respond. Tang Yunran grew more and more nervous. 5 seconds passed. There was still no sound from the phone. Why isn't there any movement? Jiang Che. Jiang Che, is he really suspecting her? Just as Tang Yunran was about to say something, Jiang Che's voice finally came from the cell phone. Oh, that. There was no rise or fall in the voice, it sounded calm. Jiang Che's eyes were half sunken, the light hitting the curtains and projecting onto his eyes, making them look extraordinarily deep, and it was impossible to see the emotions underneath his eyes. Tang Yunran carefully recalled Jiang Che's words just now, looking at Jiang Che's appearance, as if there was nothing unusual. She had just made a pretty good case that he shouldn't be suspicious. After this call ended, Jiang Che slowly took the phone off his ear, pulled open the drawer, and took out the love letter he had written earlier. Ran, could it be true that you were reborn as well, just like me? Day 2. Jiang Che and Tang Yunran arranged to meet in the small tree forest on campus. Jiang Che had waited at the agreed location early, holding the ointment in his hand. Tang Yunran saw that it was almost time before she put down her drawing board and prepared to sneak out of the classroom. Ran, where are you going? Jin Xiaoqiao asked. I'm going to the bathroom. Tang Yunran pointed towards the bathroom. I'll go too, together. Jin Xiaoqiao also put down her drawing board, then took Tang Yunran's hand and walked towards the bathroom. Tang Yunran's head ached. What to do now? Jiang Che was still waiting for her in the small tree forest. Tang Yunran squatted between the partitions and purposely didn't come out. Xiaoqiao, my stomach isn't too comfortable, I need to squat a little longer, you go back first. It's fine, I'll wait for you. Jin Xiaoqiao said in a very righteous manner. 5 minutes later, Tang Yunran received a message from Jiang Che. Are you coming? Tang Yunran became anxious in her heart. There's been a bit of a delay, I'll be right there. Kobashi, I forgot my paper, would you go back and get it for me? I brought more, so, here. Jin Xiaoqiao slipped the tissue under the door. Actually, that one I'm on my period. Then I don't have any of this, so wait a minute, I'll go get it. I can count on it. After Tang Yunran came out of the bathroom, she looked at the time. Half an hour had passed since her appointment with Jiang Che. She had to speed up. Tang Yunran's hurried appearance was just seen by Wu Qingshu, who had skipped class. Ha! What's she running so fast for, Ryan? Is it something urgent? Last time he and Jiang Che made a bet that whoever lost would not be allowed to approach Tang Yunran again. As a result, the last competition was stopped in the middle because of Jiang Che's injury, and because of this incident, Tang Yunran no longer cared about him, and every time he went over to look for her, she ignored him. He saw that Tang Yunran was in such a hurry, so there must be something urgent. He was also going over to help her now, so maybe she wouldn't be angry with him. Thinking of this, Wu Qingshu secretly followed. Who knew that he would see Jiang Che in the grove? Tang Yunran ran in such a hurry to find Jiang Che? Wu Qingshu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. What does Tang Yunran want with Jiang Che? A date? It's not, is it? If it was really a date, he'd have to stir it up anyhow. Just as Wu Qingshu thought so, the next scene almost shocked his eyeballs off. Jiang Che took off his clothes. What's this about? They're not going to be here for that. No way, even though it's the middle of the school year, there are still people like him skipping classes and wandering around. Aren't they afraid of being bumped into in the grove? Well, at least find a place where you can close the door and shut the window. No. How pure Ryan is. How could he possibly agree to do that kind of thing? It must be Jiang Che who was beastly, taking off his clothes and preparing to make a move on Tang Yunran. Right. That must be it. He's going to rush out and save Tang Yunran. Wu Qingshu's one foot had just stepped out when he saw Tang Yunran reach out and touch Jiang Che's back. One after another stroked, but also playing in circles. The action is called a gentle. A face is still reddish can be ready to drip out of the water. This scene saw Wu Qingshu's jaw drop. What's going on? Wu Qingshu subconsciously took a step back and stepped on a dead tree branch, making a creaking sound. Who? Jiang Che jerked his head around to look. Tang Yunran shyly burrowed into Jiang Che's arms. Jiang Che smoothly took Tang Yunran into his arms and pressed her head to bury it on his chest. You guys. Wu Qingshu reached out and pointed at Tang Yunran and Jiang Che, so angry that he could not wait to rush up and fight Jiang Che. Jiang Che. You let go of Ryan. Let's fight one-on-one. Only after hearing that it was Wu Qingshu's voice did Tang Yunran breathe a sigh of relief and get out of Jiang Che's arms. Luckily it wasn't anyone else, it would have been a shame to be seen. Wu Qingshu, don't misunderstand, Jiang Che and I are not what you think. You think I'm blind? Ryan, I don't blame you for this, Jiang Che, I'm just asking you if you're a man. If you're a man, then fight me. Jiang Che had long been looking at Wu Qingshu in a bad light, pestering his little girl wife all day long, and often going to Tang Yunran's house on the basis that the elders of their two families knew each other. Even if you go during the day, you still go at night. Just do it. Who's afraid of who? Chapter 44, Fighting. Jiang Che. Tang Yunran pulled on Jiang Che's wrist and shook her head at him. Don't. Looking at the worry on Tang Yunran's face, Jiang Che smiled at Tang Yunran. Well, listen to you. Wu Qingshu clenched his hands tightly, a volcano about to erupt, a face suffocating red and purple. It's too much. Jiang Che this, robbed his childhood friend even if it's not enough, but even show love in his face. That's the kind of thing no man can stand. Wu Qingshu raised his fist and charged towards Jiang Che. Seeing this, Tang Yunran hurriedly unfolded her arms to block Jiang Che's face. Wu Qingshu, you're not allowed to touch him. Wu Qingshu immediately stopped his steps and looked at Tang Yunran, whose small face was taut, with that hateful look in her eyes, as if he really dared to do anything to Jiang Che, Tang Yunran would fight him to the death. Wu Qingshu's heart, felt like it had been stabbed several times. Ryan, what's so great about him that you like him so much? What are you talking about? I didn't like him. Tang Yunran didn't expect Wu Qingshu to suddenly ask such a question, and caught off guard, her face flushed red. Wu Qingshu and Tang Yunran had grown up together since childhood, and seeing Tang Yunran's shy appearance, he knew at a glance that Tang Yunran did indeed fall in love with Jiang Che. What's wrong with me? My mom and your mom went to school together, we grew up together, and they look good on us and want us to be together in the future. And I like you so much, why can't you like me? What's wrong with me? You can tell me, can't I change to what you like? Wu Qingshu to Tang Yunran more than once or twice confessed, from the beginning of elementary school, wrote love letters to Tang Yunran, from childhood to adulthood, Tang Yunran do not know how many copies of love letters received Wu Qingshu. Wu Qingshu, I've told you before that I only treat you as a neighboring brother, as a good friend. There's nothing about what you changed it to. It's not Jiang Che even if you change it again. This was something Tang Yunran didn't have the heart to say. I don't care, I just like you, I'm going to marry you as my wife, I won't give up. Even if you marry him, I won't give up. Wu Qingshu's words didn't sound like a joke to Jiang Che. The truth is just like what Wu Qingshu said, in his previous life, Tang Yunran was married to him, and Wu Qingshu often drove a Ferrari to harass her. But in his previous life, it was also because he didn't care about Tang Yunran at all and never treated her as his wife. In this life, he definitely wouldn't give Wu Qingshu any opportunities to take advantage of. Thinking of this, Jiang Che's expression hardened. Jiang Che. I advise you to better hurry up and give up, I like her even more than you do, and I'm the only one who will treat her the best in this world. If you dare to continue pestering Yunran, I will make you regret coming to this world. After saying that, Wu Qingshu left in a huff without looking back. Tang Yunran turned her head to look at Jiang Che, and after seeing his sturdy and powerful body, she instantly blushed. Love experience value plus 248. You should hurry up and put your clothes on, it won't be good if another person sees you later. It's okay, no one will come by this place. That's what you just said, how did Wu Qingshu get here? He should be following you. Zhang Che looked towards the artificial lake in front of him after putting his clothes on. I've heard that people have drowned here before, and when a student comes over alone, it always feels eerie, especially after dark, when a student hears what looks like someone swimming in the lake. It is for this reason that very few students come here. Regarding this campus legend, every student at Jiangcheng University knew about it, and naturally, Tang Yunran was no exception. So you're not afraid? What's there to be afraid of? After his death in his previous life, he had been following Tang Yunran around in the state of a spirit for 4 years as a lonely ghost, and he was still afraid of his own kind? It's not the ghosts that are scary, it's the people. Zhang Che looked toward the direction Wu Qingshu had left just now. Just now, Wu Qingshu's reaction was very unusual, and the man's 8th sense told him that Wu Qingshu would definitely make a big move next. He'll have to keep an eye out. Tang Yunran followed Zhang Che's gaze and guessed what he was thinking. You don't have to worry too much, I grew up with Wu Qingshu and know him very well, he's just paying lip service, he definitely wouldn't dare to do anything illegal. I don't doubt that you understand Wu Qingshu, but you don't understand men. It is said that women are very jealous, a few women are a palace drama, in fact, men are the same. Haven't you heard that I stick 2 knives in my brother's back for a brother, and 2 knives in my brother's back for a woman? Hearing Zhang Che say this, Tang Yunran's heart panicked a bit. Then I'll go to Wu Qingshu right now and tell him not to hurt you, or I'll ignore him for the rest of my life. Zhang Che cried and laughed as he looked at Tang Yunran, aren't you irritating him? Huh? Yeah. Tang Yunran is a bit nerdy in this look. How can you be so cute? Zhang Che's heart melted at Tang Yunran's cuteness. To put it mildly, Tang Yunran just wanted the stars in the sky, and he would find a way to pick them for her. You don't have to worry about this, it's between us men, and don't worry, I'm not going to fight him either. He'll just beat him up. Unilateral. You're going to do what you say you're going to do? Definitely. Pull the hook? Yes, a kiss on the mouth is fine. Nasty. On the way back from school, Zhang Che was blocked by Wu Qingshu with his men. He knew it wouldn't be over. Zhang Che, I'm going to give you one last chance to stay away from my family Yunran. Or else I'll have to beat you so much that you won't even recognize your mother today. Wu Qingshu said threateningly. Zhang Che raised his own fists. It was true that there were times when things between men had to be solved with fists. System, redeem a martial arts master's attribute for me. The other party plus Wu Qingshu totaled 5 people, 1 on 5, he could not cope with his own physical strength alone. I think you're just refusing to drink until you're forced to do so, in that case, don't blame me for being impolite. On. With a wave of Wu Qingshu's hand, the remaining 4 rushed up at Zhang Che. 5 minutes later, the 4 people hired by Wu Qingshu were all put down by Zhang Che. So awesome. Wu Qingshu's 2 eyes were as wide as bronze bells, unable to believe the scene that was happening in front of him. According to his investigation, Zhang Che was just an ordinary college student, born in an ordinary family, living an ordinary life. How could he have such a good body? Without waiting for Wu Qingshu to finish being surprised, Zhang Che's sharp gaze burst toward him. In the afternoon at school, you said it's a man's job to do it, come on, I'll let you have 3 moves. Zhang Che provocatively hooked his finger at Wu Qingshu. Marred. After Wu Qingshu shattered his mouth, he raised his fist and lunged towards Zhang Che, his fist aimed at Zhang Che's face. He was going to smash this handsome face. Let's see if Tang Yunran still likes this little white boy when the time comes, right? Chapter 45, Unexpected Developments. The ideal is beautiful, the reality is cruel. Seeing that Wu Qingshu's fist was just 5 centimeters away from hitting Zhang Che's face, Zhang Che shifted his body and easily dodged it while at the same time, he tackled Wu Qingshu's wrist, lifted his foot and kicked up his knee, wrenching his hand backward and pressing it against his back. Wu Qingshu knelt down on one knee, a face contending to turn blue and purple. Zhang Che, you, let go of me. It's okay to let go, from now on you stay away from Ryan. Dream on. Zhang Che broke it with force. Ah. Pig-killing screams emanated from Wu Qingshu's mouth. You guys, get up. Knock him down for me, money, I'll double it. Triple it. Wu Qingshu wailed towards the man lying on the ground who was deliberately pretending to be dead. What a loser. Zhang Che spat out and said. Wu Qingshu was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He's a loser? You're the reason he's a loser. Would he have tripled their money if you'd been honest and not resisted? And spit on him. What an abomination. The few hired thugs didn't feel any pain after hearing that the money had tripled, and after hitting the chicken blood, they clenched their fists and punched towards Jiang Che. Still coming? Come back for the same. Just as Jiang Che was about to make his move, the sound of a violent shout suddenly rang out. Stop! This rough and thick voice made both Jiang Che and Wu Qingshu sound familiar. It's Don Felsen coming. Wu Qingshu raised his head toward Tang Faison. Third brother, help! Quickly save me! Wu Qingshu thought to himself that he was so lucky to run into Tang Fei. Senator Jiang Che definitely didn't recognize Tang Fei. Senator, it would be best if Jiang Che fought him later. Later on, if Jiang Che beat up Tang Faison, Tang Yunran would definitely be angry with him. Moreover, the three brothers Tang Faison and Tang Fei Mu and Tang Fei Lin loved Tang Yunran the most. If they knew that Tang Yunran and Jiang Che were together, they would definitely stop it. Wu Qingshu thought prettily as Tang Faison rushed over and ed the man he had hired. Hey! Wu Qingshu froze. Ed the wrong person. Sango, it's the wrong guy, it's him. Before Wu Qingshu could finish his words, Tang Faison stood shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Che. Are you alright? Tang Faison asked as he looked at Jiang Che. Okay. It's good to be okay, I'll help you. Wu Qingshu was completely dumbfounded and slowed down for several seconds before reacting from his jammed state. Sango. Sango. Me. Only when he heard Wu Qingshu yell so, did Tang Faison notice the person who was being clamped down by Jiang Che. Qingshu? How come it's you? Wu Qingshu. He's such a big guy, and he called out to you several times, so you didn't even notice him? Tang Faison looked at Jiang Che and then at Wu Qingshu. What are you guys? Sango. This man, he hit me and almost broke my hand. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. Third brother, you don't know that this brat wants to arch your family's cabbage. Reinran also doesn't know what kind of ecstasy he was fed by this brat, and she gets tired of being with him every day. Tang Faison's face was delighted when he heard this and looked at Jiang Che. You guys are together? Not yet. What? My sister hasn't confessed to you yet? Or did you reject her? Jiang Che, let me tell you, my sister can cook now, and her dishes are so delicious. If you marry her, I guarantee you won't suffer in the future. Tang Faison's words made Wu Qingshu dumbfounded. This is going in a totally wrong direction. Not only is it wrong, it's incredible. Regarding Tang Faison's words, not to mention Wu Qingshu, Jiang Che was listening to them with a blank stare. He was still worried yesterday that Tang Faison would suspect him and Tang Yunran and subsequently stop them, but he never expected Tang Faison to suddenly say something like this to him. Seeing that Jiang Che didn't say anything and only looked at him with two dry eyes, Tang Faison wondered if his words had scared him. He wouldn't have helped, would he? If that's the case, his sister will hate him to death. It's all Wu Qingshu's fault, having nothing better to do than to find Jiang Che in trouble, and telling him that they're already together. Isn't this misleading him? Thinking of this, Tang Faison turned his head to look at Wu Qingshu with a rather unfriendly gaze up. It's even all a bit menacing. Meeting Tang Faison's sudden glance, Wu Qingshu froze once again. What's this? He didn't mess with him, did he? Why are you looking at him like that? It was weirdly creepy to watch him. Third brother, you know him? Wu Qingshu couldn't help but ask out. He's my savior, and if it wasn't for him yesterday, I'd probably be dead. What? There's more? Wu Qingshu's face directly collapsed. Originally he was counting on Tang Faison to help him get rid of Jiang Che, but it turned out that he was the one who was solved instead. Wu Qingshu felt that he couldn't just leave this matter unattended, he had to change Tang Faison's opinion of Jiang Che. Third brother, do you think that yesterday's incident could have been single-handedly directed by Jiang Che? In fact, he had premeditated against Reinran, but knew that her three older brothers were hard to handle, so he deliberately paid money to arrange this play to get you to beat you up, then he stepped in to save you? Jiang Che's brows furrowed as he listened to Wu Qingshu's remark, and it wasn't unreasonable for him to analyze it that way. Even he felt that this approach was good. Of course, now was not the time to praise Wu Qingshu's method. He was worried that Tang Faison wouldn't really believe it, right? After all, compared to Wu Qingshu, the younger brother who had always called him third brother, he was just an outsider. Wu Qingshu. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Tang Faison suddenly wailed, startling Wu Qingshu into a shiver. What kind of person am I? What kind of person do you think you are? Thinking like a gentleman with a small man's heart. Do you think that if you think that way, others will think that way too? Wu Qingshu, Wu Qingshu, although you were a bit naughty and mischievous when you were small, you were still a kind person. Now that you've grown up, why have you become so nasty? Just because your family's business is getting bigger and bigger? I'm not, you. No wonder Xiao Ran never accepted you. I still believe in Xiao Ran's vision. No, I really didn't think about it. Third brother, let me explain. There's no need to explain. You apologize to Jiang Che right now, and if you don't apologize, don't call me third brother in the future. I'm not apologizing. If you don't apologize, then you can leave now and don't come to my house in the future. You're also not allowed to pester Xiao Ran. If I see you, I'll kick you out every time I see you. So desperate? Wu Qingshu didn't expect things to develop like this in the end, and Jiang Che also never expected that before he could say or explain anything, his opponent would be KO'd by him. Wu Qingshu's face was suffocated as if he had been constipated for several days, red and purple. Let him apologize to Jiang Che? Are you kidding me? Jiang Che stole his woman and beat him up, and he had to apologize to Jiang Che in reverse. Can't do it. Absolutely can't do it. But if he didn't apologize, Tang Faison, who had always been a mouthful of spit, might really not let him go to his house anymore, wouldn't let him continue to pester Tang Yunran. If that were to happen, wouldn't he never be able to chase after Tang Yunran again? It's better if you don't apologize. Jiang Che spoke the truest thoughts in his heart. Chapter 46 Tang Yunran is sick. As long as Wu Qingshu didn't apologize, then this pestering love rival would just game over. How nice. Jiang Che was feeling better. Wu Qingshu was about to explode with anger. I won't apologize if you tell me not to? How old are you? Then apologize now, I'll forgive you if you do. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Tang Faison looked at him with an incomparably admiring gaze. Sure enough, it was the person his sister had her eye on, and it was worthy of being the person he had his eye on. Such a broad-mindedness was simply more expansive than the ocean. Qingshu, see? All men, he's so generous, you're so careful, hurry up and apologize, don't let me look down on you. Wu Qingshu was already furious, and now after hearing Tang Faison say this, he immediately fainted with 2 black eyes. As he was on the verge of passing out, he vaguely heard Jiang Che and Tang Faison's conversation. Brother Sen, it's better to forget about apologizing, he has a small heart and can't think straight. If he continues to push him, I'm afraid he'll really be pissed off alive, and it won't be good if he makes a scene. You're right, this kid was pretty good when he was a kid, how did he become like this? People always change, especially rich kids like him, the older they get the more they change. Makes sense. In the end, Wu Qingshu was so angry that he couldn't hear anything, and when he woke up, he had already been sent to the hospital. At night, before going to bed, Jiang Che routinely messaged Tang Yunran to chat. He wanted Tang Yunran to form a habit, so that she would feel like something was missing if she didn't talk to him every night. It's the same thing as liking a girl and spoiling her so much that other men can't serve her. Sleeping? Just laying down to get ready for bed. Seeing this reply from Tang Yunran, Jiang Che patted his head. This kind of chat to ask sleep or not sleep approach is simply digging a hole for themselves, no different from the palace. If she's not asleep, she'll get back to you. If she's asleep, how can she get back to you? And then there are answers like this one from Tang Yunran. She was ready to go to sleep, and if he continued to talk, he was not caring about her feelings. No chat? There would really be no need to chat. Just as Jiang Che was having a headache trying to figure out how to save it, Tang Yunran sent a message first. I heard from third brother that I ran into you and Wu Qingshu on the way. Aha! He didn't do anything to you, did he? No, don't you worry, we were just having a friendly chat. Friendly? Tang Yunran rolled her eyes breathlessly. Friendly enough to talk someone into the hospital? Luckily, though, it was Wu Qingshu who was admitted to the hospital. 30 seconds have passed and the conversation can't be allowed to go cold. Jiang Che was busy editing the message to find a topic to send. Why did you go to bed so early today? Jiang Che looked at the time, it was only 9:30, normally he and her could talk from 9 o'clock or so to almost 12 o'clock. I'm a little under the weather. Seeing this, Jiang Che immediately tensed up. What's wrong? What's wrong? See a doctor? Jiang Che sent 3 messages over in a row. Just 3 words made Tang Yunran feel physically comfortable for the most part. Love experience value plus 284. I'm just a little feverish. A little? How many degrees? 39 degrees. You call that a bit? Jiang Che continued to edit up on his cell phone. Drink more water. Before the message was even sent out, Jiang Che suddenly thought of a paragraph he had read on the internet before. The girl is sick and wants her boyfriend's attention. Girl, I have a cold. Boyfriend, drink more water. Girl, I'm on my period. Boyfriend, drink more water. Girl, I was mean to my parents today and I'm in a bad mood. Boyfriend, drink more water. The girl couldn't take it anymore, let's break up? The boyfriend is shocked, why? Aren't we doing well? Why did you break up just like that? The girl sent a LOL emoticon over, what do you think? Boyfriend, I don't know. Don't break up. I can't live without you, I'll be sad without you. Girl, it's okay, drink more water. The segment seems hilarious, but when you take a closer look at it, it does make sense. Drinking more water is such an insincere answer that comes out of your mouth without any thought or actual action, and it makes you feel insincere when you read it. Thinking of this, Jiang Che hurriedly deleted the message he had just edited. You hurry up and get some rest, I won't bother you, go to bed early. After sending this message, Jiang Che immediately changed his clothes and grabbed his cell phone to run outside. Brother, what are you doing? Jiang Yuan shouted. Buy medicine. Bang with a bang, Jiang Che brought the door closed. Buy medicine? Jiang Yuan blinked, then nodded and said to himself, it is indeed time to buy medicine. Tang Yunran looked at the last message sent by Jiang Che, and a disappointed look appeared on her face. She was just thinking that Jiang Che would say something more caring, but it ended just like that. Tang Yunran lay down with her cell phone in her arms, not knowing if it was because she was not feeling well, her mood was always frustrated and not good. Taking the phone off his chest and tapping the screen, there was not a single message on the notification bar. Obviously not, she still didn't hold back from clicking on the chat interface with Jiang Che. After seeing that the last entry was still get some rest, I won't bother you anymore, go to bed early, my mood became more and more depressed. She thought of her previous life, she remembered a time when Jiang Che was sick, so sick that she ran to the pharmacy to buy him medicine, and took ice-to-ice compress for him, and stayed up all night to take care of him. As his fever subsided in the latter part of the night, she again wiped his sweat with a wrung-out hot towel, worried that it would be bad for him to get cold. He would also make porridge the next morning and wait for him to get up to drink it. Now it was her turn to be sick, and she had to endure it alone. Tears slipped indisputably from the corners of his eyes at the thought. What are you doing? Why are you crying? She had clearly decided to be strong and be fine even if she was alone. Besides, this life's Jiang Che was already much better than her previous life. One cannot be ungrateful. The more greedy one is, the more greedy he becomes. In her previous life, during the days when she lived with him after marriage, he never turned a blind eye to her. At that time she was wishing that it would be nice if Jiang Che could just look at her, just one glance would be enough. Tang Yunran, you really can't be too greedy, right now you're already happy enough. Tang Yunran kept comforting and convincing herself, and only then did her emotions slowly stabilize. Just as Tang Yunran was about to close her eyes and sleep, her cell phone suddenly rang. Who called her this late? Tang Yunran reached out with a slight effort to reach her cell phone from the nightstand. Jiang Che. Tang Yunran sat up with her cell phone in her arms, her face unable to hide her excitement. Chapter 47, She Wants to Confess to Jiang Che. That was how she was, always easily ruffled by Jiang Che's emotions. Crying for him, laughing for him, like a fool. Tang Yunran couldn't wait to click on answer. Without waiting for her to speak, Jiang Che's voice came from the phone first. I'm downstairs from you. Huh? Tang Yunran froze. I'm downstairs in your neighborhood, got your medicine. He's coming? Tang Yunran lifted the quilt off the bed and ran barefoot to the window without even having time to put on her shoes, sticking her head out to look towards the bottom, and with a glance, she saw that familiar figure. Although it was summer, there had been a sharp rainfall in the evening, resulting in a somewhat cooler night and a somewhat cooler wind blowing in the face. Jiang Che was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt and 7-minute jeans, carrying a convenient bag printed with the logo of the prescription and standing under the neighborhood, holding his bladder and rubbing it from time to time. Seeing this scene, Tang Yunran hurried out of the room, grabbing a jacket from the sofa and running outside. Don Fison came out of the bathroom and looked toward the couch. Huh? Where's my jacket? I remember putting it here? How come it's gone? Tang Faison just grabbed a signal on his cell phone to deliver a takeaway on the side, just took his jacket out, went to a bathroom and came out, and the jacket was gone. Don Faison looked around the couch front and back, still nothing. That's odd. Waiting to deliver the order, Don Faison didn't bother looking for it, get a new one. After Tang Yunran hurriedly went down from the upper floor, she saw Jiang Che, who was standing in the wind in a thin coat, and her heartache, like a tidal wave, suddenly surged into her heart. You get your clothes on. Tang Yunran stood on her tiptoes to put the clothes on Jiang Che. Tang Faison saw this scene as soon as he came out of the elevator. Duck aside and peek in the dark. Peeping is not a good word, he is not being a light bulb. Jiang Che took a look at Tang Yunran, who had run out wearing only her pajamas, and immediately took off his jacket and wrapped it around Tang Yunran's body. You're as sick as you are and you still care about me? Jiang Che was genuinely moved by Tang Yunran's behavior. It was she herself who was sick, and she had run down dressed like this, rushing down and not forgetting to worry about whether he was cold or not. This girl, why is she so stupid? What a world's first stupid girl. Better? Well. Before Tang Yunran could finish her words, Jiang Che's hand had already been placed on her forehead. The boy's hand was as cool and refreshing as marble, and when it was pressed against her hot forehead, it instantly had the feeling of the aftermath of a collision between ice and fire. Heart nearly stopped. Love experience value plus 789. Love experience value plus 784. Love experience value plus 917. Re-accelerate the jump. It's hot. Jiang Che frowned. Not only was it hot, but the girl's face was extra red. Listening to the system beeps that followed one after another, Jiang Che guessed the reason why Tang Yunran's face was so red. While experience value is important, wives are more important. Now that Tang Yunran was still sick, being so emotional would not be good for her condition. Lower your hands, and the frequency of system prompts is noticeably much lower. Taking your meds? Well, eaten. Tang Yunran's listless and sickly appearance was like a wounded bunny, so soft that it made Jiang Che want to hold her in his arms and give her a good pain. I bought some fever-reducing medicines, these are for internal use, and these are fever-reducing patches. I'll put them on for you, it'll make you more comfortable. Jiang Che ripped open a bag of antipyretic patches. I'll do it myself. Tang Yunran reached over. Don't you move, I'll help you. Jiang Che lifted Tang Yunran's bangs in front of her forehead with one hand and put the fever-reducing patch on it with the other. Tang Yunran raised her eyes toward the top and moved her eyebrows, her forehead was icy cold, and what reached her heart was a warm feeling. Love experience value plus 412. I also got you vitamin C, taking this when you're sick will boost your immune system. Thanks. Tang Yunran took the handy bag from Jiang Che's hand. It's windy and a little chilly out there, why don't you hurry up? Actually, Jiang Che couldn't let go of Tang Yunran in his heart, but considering Tang Yunran's situation, he could only hold back for the time being. Aha! Tang Yunran pursed her lips, and after taking 2 steps out, she turned back towards Jiang Che, unwillingness written in the bottom of her eyes. Go up! Jiang Che waved his hand at Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran nodded her head before looking back 3 steps at a time. At this moment, Tang Yunran bred an impulse in her heart. She wanted to run over and throw herself into Jiang Che's arms without a second thought and just hold him. Thinking about it, reality she suppressed her impulses now. Although her relationship with Jiang Che was now considered extraordinary, neither of them had opened their mouths to break the last layer of ice. She thought about opening her mouth first and confessing her feelings, but after much hesitation, she finally didn't have the courage to do so. She was afraid that this matter of being reborn was actually just a flower in the mirror and a dream. In case the dream woke up as soon as she opened her mouth, there would no longer be the Jiang Che who would pay attention to her and care about her. She was also afraid that Jiang Che didn't really like her that much, and perhaps just took her as a friend with a good relationship. What if the moment she opened her mouth, the atmosphere between the two became awkward? Running out of the house when you're sick? A sudden voice interrupted Tang Yunran's thoughts. Sango, why are you here? Tang Faison hooked his chin towards Tang Yunran and looked at the clothes wrapped around her body and said, I said, where did my clothes go? It turns out you took it to someone else to wear. Sango, are you laughing at me? Sisters are not big in the world. Originally, your elder brother and I and your second brother even discussed that if you can't find a suitable person in the future, we won't let you marry, and the 3 of us will raise you. Tang Yunran had always known it, Tang Faison and their 3 brothers were good to her, and when she wanted to marry Jiang Che in her previous life, her 3 brothers had strongly opposed it. But it is really the family company situation is not good. At that time their family company and Jiang Che's company has been cooperation, the 2 parents and the relationship is very good, so they proposed the marriage of the 2 things. At that time, except for Jean Xiaoqiao, no one knew that she liked Jiang Che. When she heard about this marriage, she pretended to be indifferent on her face, but in fact her heart was happier than anyone else. Xiaoran, there are some things that I told you yesterday, but I still want to tell you again. Jiang Che is a really nice person. You don't know, Wu Qingshu treated Jiang Che so badly during the day, but Jiang Che repaid his grudges with kindness. Such a kind and generous person is really rare. And you have a fever, so late, he can seem to look at you, that means he likes you with all his heart, you must grasp it well. Tang Feisan looked at Tang Yunran in a serious manner and said. Tang Yunran half lowered her head, whether or not it can be grasped, it's not up to me, if he doesn't have that heart, I'm only afraid that it's useless for me to try harder. I can't say anything else, but I've always believed in the saying that it's better to do it than not to do it, and if you don't try as hard as you can, who knows what the outcome will be. But if you don't even want to try, unless the pie in the sky falls on you. Anyway, I'm the kind that doesn't want to passively wait for pie in the sky. Tang Feisan's words inspired Tang Yunran. Yeah. It's better to be proactive than reactive. She decided. This Valentine's Day she would confess to Jiang Che. As for what the outcome would be, she couldn't care less. Anyway, she never wanted to be as passive as she was in her last life, causing Jiang Che to die without even knowing that she liked him. In this life, if she hit it again and didn't dare to step out even one step, wouldn't it be the same as her last life? Another step in the same place, repeating the same mistakes. Then she wasn't reborn for nothing. Early the next morning, Jiang Che sent a message to Tang Yunran concerned about her condition. Feeling better? Much better. Tang Yunran slept well and fragrantly all night last night, mainly because she was in a good mood, so her body recovered quickly. And had a beautiful dream last night. Dreaming about me? How does he know? Aha! Did you really dream about him? Jiang Che had just casually said that, but he didn't expect Tang Yunran to really dream about him. Dreaming about me what? Marrying you? Good thinking. Tang Yunran sent a message over with a red face, but to be honest, she was kinda looking forward to marrying Jiang Che. Real marriage. It's not perfunctory like it was in my previous life. I'm dying of curiosity, what exactly did you dream about us? Chapter 48, he made his family rich. I forgot. Tang Yunran lied. She didn't dare to tell the truth because she dreamt of Jiang Che kissing her, from a dragonfly to a swimming dragon. The more I think about it, the more shy I get. Love experience value plus 999. Hearing this system tone that almost broke 1,000, Jiang Che became even more curious. He was sure Tang Yunran hadn't forgotten. And he was also sure that the dream Tang Yunran had was definitely not the car that led to the kindergarten. Really forget or fake forget? I'm going to eat breakfast, my mom wants me to go out to dinner, so I'll talk to you later. Seeing that, Jiang Che could imagine Tang Yunran's shy appearance as she fled. It's really cute. Xiao Che, it's time to eat. Linya shouted from outside. Oh, got it. Today, Jiang Mingquan and Linya were both off, and it just so happened that Jiang Che didn't have classes in the afternoon, so the family prepared to pack up and move. Their family of 4 had been renting this 80-square-foot rental house for 8 or 9 years, and now they could finally go to live in a house of their own, and the joy was all over their faces. Do you still want this shoebox? Linya looked at the half-new and broken shoe cabinet. It was a shame to throw it away, but it felt too unlikable to put it in her new home. Throw it away, it's all so worn out. Jiang Mingquan came out of the room with his suitcase. But it still works. Mom, throw it away, no need to bring the furniture, I've done all the shopping 2 days ago, all new furniture, and appliances, just turnkey and move in. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Linya and Jiang Mingquan glanced at each other, and both of them had a look of full of relief in their eyes. Their son is really getting more and more understanding, he is only 18 years old. Other families at this age children are still in the rebellious stage, only to sit at home to eat and wait to drink, never do housework not to mention, but also not move to reach out for money, do not give angry, give less also complained about how the family's conditions are so poor. And look at their son, who often cooks and helps with household chores, and earns money to support his family, and takes them to make a fortune as a family, and takes his sister to the hospital. They must have been great do-gooders in their previous lives, accumulating immeasurable merit, so they have staked out such a good son in this life. Xiao Che, you also don't spend a lot of money, it's not easy to earn money, keep more money for your future wife. Earning money was quite difficult, but for the current Jiang Che, as long as he and Tang Yunran loved each other more and earned more experience points, wealth would keep rolling in. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I know in my heart that I won't spend money recklessly. The money I spend is what I should spend. You two have worked hard for half a lifetime, and you haven't even thought of a single day's blessing. People live in the world, earning money is not to save it, but mainly to serve life. Now that our family has money, we need to improve our quality of life. If we still live as tightly counted as before, what's the difference between earning money and not earning money? These words of Jiang Che's heard both Lingya and Jiang Mingquan agreeing, and at the same time rejoicing in their hearts once again. Their son had such a sense at a young age, they really had given birth to a good son. Jiang Yuan also did not expect her brother, who usually seemed unreliable, to be able to say something like this. Look at her mom and dad, they used to be so worried about her brother's business that they didn't know any better. Now both of them are going to take her brother as the backbone of the family, in turn to her brother's ideas and opinions. Her brother's changed a little too much lately, hasn't he? Her brother was really something too. She had asked him more than once or twice before, why had he suddenly changed? He would just pull some metaphysical stuff with her. Dang 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 came the knock on the door. It should be the landlord coming, I'll go open the door. Jiang Mingquan put down the things in his hands and went to open the door. The landlord was a fat woman in her 50s with a short curly brownish red perm and a not-so-thin gold chain around her neck. Xiao Jiang, you said you were living well, why did you move out? We bought. Jiang Mingquan's words were interrupted by the landlord before he could finish. Move away is also good, the city rent is too expensive, the family nests this dozens of square feet to live also suffocated. It would be better to go back home, even if the house in the old country is no longer good, at least there is a lot of space, and there is a yard and so on. Planting some fields and raising a goat is also quite good. The landlord's words sounded good, but in fact, every sentence was full of contempt. She thought that Jiang Che's family couldn't make it in the city and wanted to go back to the countryside. Jiang Mingquan and Lingya were both honest people, they didn't say anything, but Jiang Yuan couldn't help it. Auntie Wang, you've got it wrong, we're not moving back to our hometown, it's that we've bought a house in the Autumn Waters neighborhood, more than 100 square feet, and we're moving there. Autumn Water neighborhood? You guys bought a house in the Autumn Waters neighborhood? The price of the Autumn Water neighborhood is much more expensive than their neighborhood, and Jiang Mingquan's family has the money to buy there? How is that possible? Jiang Mingquan couple do what work she knows very well, the two together wages at most 10,000, even if they do not eat and drink are not likely to be able to afford to buy a house in Qiushui district, not to mention Jiang Che is still in the University of Jiangcheng School. Besides, if they were really rich, how would they have to show their legs to Jiang Yuan instead of buying a house? Definitely bragging. Yeah. That's really something. Even though we're all in a place that's on the outskirts of town, the prices in the Autumn Water neighborhood aren't low, are they? It's not low, more than 20,000. Jiang Che returned. Over $20,000 for 100 square feet at a price of over 20,000, or over $2 million? Aha! Jiang Che answered. Well, you had over $2 million, can you afford it? Are you guys really moving to the Autumn Waters neighborhood? Pack up and move out. The key will be given to you later, there is still 1 month's rent and deposit left, you see, just WeChat transfer to me. Jiang Mingquan said. Okay. It just so happens that I'm free today, and my husband bought me an SUV, so I'll drop you guys off. Playing B with her, she happens to have nothing to do today, just waiting for you guys to get punched in the face. Sister Wang, no need to trouble you. Xiao Jiang, you don't have to be polite with me. You've been living in my house for so many years, and we've known each other for so long, I'm doing you a favor and still refusing me, aren't you being outgoing with me? No, Sister Wang, we. Xiao Jiang. If you keep being polite to me, I'm not going to be happy. Don't this, let me tell you, my husband bought me this car more than $150,000, can be beautiful. It's definitely more comfortable to sit in than a cab, and I'll drive your family to pull it off when the time comes. River Edge interjected. Auntie Wang, our family has a car, we just bought it, so we don't need to trouble you. What? You guys bought a car? You don't think so? Buying a house and a car? Did the family win the lottery? That's not right. If you really won the lottery, why hasn't anything happened? Is it intentionally understated and hidden? Or did they just tighten up a little bit and buy a cheap used car with a low profile? the landlord felt that the latter was still more likely. She had to see today, what kind of car had their family bought? It certainly couldn't be any better than her 150,000 plus SUV anyway. Soon, Jiang Che's family packed up. The landlord followed Jiang Che and the others down the stairs. "Where's your car?" "Which one?" "That's the one." Jiang Yuan proudly pointed at his BMW. "Just that?" The landlord had a very disgusted look on his face. The landlord thought that Jiang Yuan was referring to the used Cherry Q next to the BMW. "It's all broken like that and you're still buying it?" "You can buy a new one for $20,000 to $30,000, and this used one can be bought for a few $1,000s. You're not afraid of falling apart at any time when you're on the road in a piece of like this?" Just when the landlord thought so, he saw Jiang Mingquan take the car key and bypass the Cherry QQ, came to the BMW, pressed the car key, and opened it. "Huh? Hey? What's going on? She's not blind, is she?" The landlord rubbed his eyes hard and looked over again. Jiang Mingquan opened the trunk and put the suitcases and things inside. Jiang Che carried Jiang Yuan down from the wheelchair and put him in the car. "Brother, my bag." Jiang Yuan pointed to the bag hanging on the wheelchair and shouted. "Oh." Jiang Che took the bag off the wheelchair and handed it to Jiang Yuan, then folded the wheelchair and put it in the trunk as well. "Mom, are you done with everything?" Jiang Che looked at Linya and asked. "It's all taken down, and there's still some junk on it." "I'll get it." 10 minutes later, all packed and ready to go. "Sister Wang, thank you for taking care of us all these years, let's go." Jiang Mingquan politely greeted the landlord. Linya followed suit. The landlord looked at the high-end BMW, his brain was still a bit confused, and he couldn't react for a moment. Finally, when he saw their car about to disappear, he hurriedly got into his SUV and caught up with their car. What the hell is going on? How did their family buy a BMW? Just now she took pictures and gave them to her husband, who said the car was worth $700,000 to $800,000. At that time she was really shocked by the figure, she couldn't believe that the car was bought by Jiang Mingquan his family. The landlord couldn't help but blush up for a moment when he thought of the scene she had flaunted with them earlier. She old this face It really doesn't usually hurt. However, the face hurt more yet. The landlord stared dryly with his bull's eyes, watching the BMW in front of him drive into the Autumn Water neighborhood. Did they really buy a house in the Autumn Waters neighborhood? It can't be, can it? Rented? The landlord thought it would be a little more likely still. The landlord was busy following Jiang Che and his family out of the car after seeing them. "I'll help you guys move your stuff." The landlord was using the help as a front, she just wanted to see if the family had bought a house in this Autumn Waters neighborhood or not. Jiang Che glanced towards the landlord and guessed what she was thinking. This landlord used to come over to their house all the time, and every time she came over, she would show off to her mom the gold necklaces, bracelets, and whatnot that her husband had bought for her. Telling her husband that he has bad eyes and picks things she doesn't like just to show off to his mom. Then look at his mom's neck, ears, hands, nothing. So every time he heard the landlord so show off, will only be embarrassed and snappy with a smile. Speaking of which, his mom used to be a city dweller with a good family, then she took a liking to his dad and married him and has been living a hard life ever since. She now followed the family to the Autumn Water neighborhood, and needless to say, she definitely didn't believe that the family had bought a house here, so she followed them over to take a look. If she hadn't bought them, she would have laughed at them. "Sister Wang, please come in, this is the house we bought." Jiang Mingquan opened the door and said to the landlord. The landlord couldn't believe his eyes when he looked at the decorative furnishings and furniture in the room. With such nice decorations and new furniture, this was definitely not the house their family had rented. Anyone else wouldn't be able to afford to rent such a well-decorated house to someone else. So this is really the house they bought? Thinking about it, the landlord had the feeling of being hit in the face with a slap straight away. After a moment's reprieve, the landlord suddenly changed his face. "Oops. Xiao Jiang, when did you buy the house? You're too outgoing, aren't you? Buying a house is such a big deal, but you didn't even tell me about it, so I can congratulate you. Our family is used to keeping a low profile. You shouldn't keep a low profile on this one, honestly. Did your family win the lottery? It's the first prize, right? It's Chul, he bought the lottery ticket." Hearing this, the landlord turned her head towards Jiang Che, this kid just now she hadn't taken a close look at, and only now did she realize, when did this kid become so handsome? Little Che, you're really getting more and more handsome. You've got to be 180, right? You're handsome, you've got the ability to earn money, and you're only 18 years old, right? That's amazing. It's unbelievable. Just lucky. Jiang Che looked at the landlord, who changed his face faster than the sky, and secretly smacked his lips in his heart, thinking that if he let you know that he still had 2 houses in this Joshua district, and not only that, but a villa as well, you don't know what your face is going to turn into? Still modest, this kid is really good. No wonder my daughter often talks about you. You don't have a girlfriend yet, do you? 18 years old, not too young. It's time to talk about your girlfriend. How about I introduce my daughter to you? Chapter 49. Jiang Che tests Tang Yunran. Jiang Che was taken aback by the landlord's words. The landlord's daughter he has seen, taller than Tang Yunran, more than 1.7 meters, weighing more than 200 pounds, although he is physically fit, but this kind of lustful fortune he does not dare to think. Thank you, Auntie Wang, for your kind words, I appreciate it. Don't be so quick to say no. I think you're a good match for each other. That's what you think. Auntie Wang, really forget it, your daughter is several years older than me, it's not appropriate. How is it inappropriate? When a girl is 3 years older, she can hold a gold brick. My daughter is 4 years older than you, she can hold a diamond. With your daughter's size, she's a diamond, isn't she? Actually, it's that I already have a girlfriend. Don't use this reason to fool me, I don't know your young people's set? Finding a random girl and boy and saying they are your object to fool the elders. Speaking of this, the landlord also stopped pulling with Jiang Che and looked at Lingya and Jiang Mingquan. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Lin, the child doesn't know any better, so you have to follow behind and worry more. Not that I'm boasting, my daughter is just a bit fatter, but she's still quite nice. Tina is pretty good. Then let's just say it's this weekend and make them a date. The landlord now likes Jiang Che more and more, and this house, in the future, will definitely be Jiang Che's, and if her daughter follows him, it will be the same as half of this house being her daughter's. Mom, I really have a girlfriend. Jiang Che said emphatically. Really? Then bring her now, bring her and I'll believe it. I can't bring her in right now. That's a no. I'm courting her right now. Jiang Che said as he looked at Lingya with a serious face. Lingya stared at Jiang Che. This son was born to her, no one in this world knew him better than her, so she could see that he wasn't lying. You. Mom, I've already decided, Valentine's Day will be here soon, I'm going to confess to her, and I'll bring the person back to you at that time. The more Jiang Che said, the more serious his expression became. Now not only did Lingya believe it, Jiang Mingquan also believed it. Sister Wang, I choose to respect Xiao Che in this matter. The landlord didn't look too good, what she had planned so beautifully just now ended up fizzling out before it even started. Confessions don't always work out, Xiao Che, if your confession is rejected, just tell me and I'll immediately arrange a blind date between you and Ting Ting. Is this a curse on him? Don't worry, in order not to be matched with your daughter, he'll do everything he can to succeed in confessing to Tang Yunran. Mom, Dad, I'm going out first. Jiang Che ran to the fruit stand and bought 2 large durians. He remembers that Tang Yunran's grandmother, Deng Lanfang, loved durian the most, and now that he's moved here, he has to go see her anyways. Ding dong ding dong. Coming. Deng Lanfang came over to open the door. After seeing that it was Jiang Che, a look of surprise appeared on his face. It's you? Grandma, our family just moved to this neighborhood, so I thought I'd come over to see you, and I bought you a durian. You kids, just come over here and do your shopping. Come in. Deng Lanfang warmly greeted Jiang Che. You sit down and I'll go cut up the durian. Sit down, Grandma, I'll cut. Jiang Che carried the durian and went to the kitchen. Deng Lanfang looked at Jiang Che with 2 smiling eyes and took out her cell phone to send a message over to Tang Yunran. You come over here. What's wrong, Grandma? Don't ask questions yet, hurry over. Seeing this, Tang Yunran thought to herself, could it be that Deng Lanfang's foot injury is still not healed through? Not too convenient? Thinking of this, Tang Yunran rushed out of the house. Their neighborhood was less than 10 minutes away from the Autumn Water neighborhood, and Tang Yunran rode her bike for a few minutes to get there. Grandma, does your foot still hurt? Tang Yunran had just entered the door when she saw Jiang Che come out with cut durian. Jiang Che? Why are you here? He came all the way to see me. Deng Lanfang said with a smile. Ha? Come to see her grandmother? Our family just moved here, and we happen to be in the same neighborhood as Grandma, so we came over to take a look. Jiang Che said. What? Your family moved to the Autumn Water District? Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che with a shocked expression. That didn't happen in a previous life. Yes, our house is next door to Grandma's, Building 9. You guys, haven't you always lived in Shuyaeyuan? How did you move here? How did you know that our family lives in Shuyaeyuan? Jiang Che asked, wrinkling his eyebrows. Xiaoran, how did you know? Tang Lanfang was also curious. Being looked at by Jiang Che like this, Tang Yunran couldn't help but panic in her heart. You said that before. Oh. Jiang Che retracted his gaze without moving. He was certain that he definitely hadn't mentioned to Tang Yunran about the fact that he lived in Shuyaeyuan. If it was before, he would have just assumed that Tang Yunran had long been secretly in love with him, so he had investigated his affairs very clearly. But last time, Tang Yunran had actually mentioned Tang Feisen's near disability, which made it hard for him not to think about it more. It's almost mealtime, little Jiang, why don't you stay for dinner? Tang Lanfang said as she looked at Jiang Che. No. Xiaoran, don't leave either, stay and help cook. Tang Lanfang's voice overrode Jiang Che's words. Then I'll help along. Jiang Che had wanted to refuse, but when he heard Deng Lanfang say that just now, he immediately changed his mind. Do you know how to cook? Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che with a puzzled gaze. Anyway, she had never seen Jiang Che cook before, and she had never heard Jiang Yuan mention the fact that Jiang Che could cook. I've been learning a bit from my mom lately. After Jiang Che returned, he then asked, last time I heard your third brother say that you didn't know how to cook before, but now you do? I also learned it recently from my mom's back. Oh. Jiang Che looked at the dishes Tang Yunran was washing in her hands, they were his favorite. There was also the coleslaw that Tang Yunran had just made earlier, which were all his favorite foods, and the character of the dish looked quite familiar to him. In his previous life, after he had died of an illness, he had been following Tang Yunran, who often cooked alone, so he was extraordinarily familiar with the way she looked when she cooked. And now, it's exactly the same. Jiang Che continued to stare at Tang Yunran as she began to skillfully cut up the vegetables after washing them, the skillful knife work. There was no way that it was just a few days of learning from behind her mother. The more he looked, the more Jiang Che was able to affirm the guess in his heart. She really was born again as well. No wonder, when he was first reborn over, he always felt as if Tang Yunran was deliberately avoiding him. There are many, many more suspicious things that all make sense. If he hadn't guessed wrong, then he couldn't give her the love letter he'd written earlier for the time being. He wondered, regarding the matter of being reborn, Tang Yunran didn't mention it, was it because she wanted to throw away the past and start afresh? If he let her know that he was also reborn, what if she had a problem in her heart? So even if he confessed to her about his rebirth, it couldn't be now. At least. A cry of pain escaped Tang Yunran's mouth. What's wrong? Chapter 50, stopping her bleeding with her mouth. As soon as Jiang Che turned his head, he saw that Tang Yunran's hand had been sliced through, and his fingers were bleeding crimson blood. Seeing this, Jiang Che grabbed Tang Yunran's finger and put it in his mouth without even thinking. Doing this will not stop the bleeding, but it will at least sterilize it to some extent. Love experience value plus 1000. Romance experience value plus 1000 x1. Love experience value plus 1000 x2. Love experience value plus 1000 x3. Romance experience value plus 1000 x520. So often? One after another, the system beeps all overlapped. Jiang Che looked towards Tang Yunran's face, feeling more red than the tomatoes on the plate, two big beautiful eyes open wide looking at his mouth, the whole person's expression dumbfounded. Looking at Jiang Che couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Originally, Tang Yunran's entire body was numb as if she was electrocuted, and now with this action of Jiang Che swallowing saliva, she felt like she was going to fail. Love experience value plus 1200. How could he have taken her finger in his mouth? Swallowed it just now. Oh wow at carat at omega. Love experience value plus 1201. Relationship experience value plus 1202. Relationship experience value plus 1203. What's wrong? What happened? As soon as Deng Lanfang came in, she saw this not so good for the light scene, and if it wasn't for Tang Yunran's situation, she would definitely have flashed as far away as she could, not disturbing their two-person world. Grandma, Ranran's finger is cut. There's alcohol wipes in the fridge, so disinfect her while I get a band-aid. Oh, good. Jiang Che hurriedly took out alcohol pads from the refrigerator. I'll do it myself? Tang Yunran said. Jiang Che glanced at Tang Yunran and didn't give the alcohol cotton to Tang Yunran, but directly moved his hand to gently wipe on the wound. Hiss, Tang Yunran's brows furrowed, biting her lower lip, the corners of her eyes vaguely red. She thought of her previous life. She didn't know how many times she cut her fingers because she learned how to cook, and every time she was the one who suffered in silence. This time, Jiang Che he cared about her. It's so warm and fuzzy inside. I'm sorry, I'll be gentle. Jiang Che looked at the wounds on Tang Yunran's scallion white fingers, feeling even more pain than the stick he had received on his body the other day. It's okay, it doesn't hurt very much. How can it not hurt? Jiang Che could see that Tang Yunran had been holding back, and just now she really couldn't hold on to the pain before chanting out. Here's the band-aid. Deng Lanfang found the band-aid and brought it over. Give it to me. Jiang Che reached out and took it, tearing it open and carefully sticking it on for him. Why are you so careless? Jiang Che's words weren't a rebuke to Tang Yunran, they were just pure concern. Then don't blame you yet. Blame me? You keep staring at me and I get nervous. So that's how it was, Jiang Che revealed a crying expression. Then I'll do it now, and you keep an eye on me. I'm not going to stare at you. You'll have to keep an eye on me, I'm not very good at most of these ingredients you're preparing, you'll have to keep an eye on me to guide me. When Jiang Che said this, Tang Yunran had no choice but to stay. Seeing that there was nothing more for her to do, Deng Lanfang left very knowingly. I'll cut up these dishes first. Jiang Che said as he picked up the chopper. Be careful, the knife sharpens quickly. Tang Yunran said worriedly. You think I'm you? Nervous enough to cut my hand when you look at me? That's because you have thick skin. Tang Yunran exasperatedly disliked back, and the atmosphere in the kitchen was harmonious. After you've chopped all the veggies all up, it's time to get started. Do what first? Make the braised pork ribs first. Jiang Che turned his head to look at Tang Yunran. Coincidentally, this is one of my favorite dishes. Oh. Of course she knows what you like to eat. What about these? What are they for? Roasted trotters with mushrooms, chicken in vinegar, poached fish fillet. All my favorite dishes. Jiang Che said and brought his face closer to Tang Yunran's face, deliberately teasing her. Did you secretly inquire about my preferences? No. Tang Yunran did secretly inquire about Jiang Che's preferences, most of which were told to her by Jiang Yuan, and then after the wedding she began to secretly enroll in classes to try to learn cooking, from a person who can't even cook to the level of home cooking almost all the time, which is a bitter process that only she alone can appreciate. Yes? Jiang Che deliberately stretched his accent and raised his eyebrows to tease Tang Yunran, sending Tang Yunran into another blush. It was only a minute's work, and a lot more experience points were scored. Jiang Che looked at the experience value shown in the system, which had exceeded 500,000, and really wanted to hug Tang Yunran and kiss her excitedly twice before shouting, "Long live the wife!" Mr. Tang, quickly teach me how to burn it? What did you call me? Tang Yunran's eyes widened as she looked at Jiang Che. She seriously suspected that she had just hallucinated. Mr. Tang, teacher? Why are you calling me that? You taught me how to cook, isn't it right for me to call you a teacher? You don't call it that. Love experience value plus 548. I like to call it that, sensei, teach me, sensei. Tang Yunran smoked in place. Love experience value plus 1000. It's all said and done, so that you don't call it that. Okay, teacher. In the end, the entire process of cooking, Tang Yunran was all red with a shrimp face. Jiang Che counted the experience value that he had just scored in the kitchen. A total of 834,566 points were scored. Converted to soft sister currency, that's over $800,000. Just the effort of cooking a meal, Tang Yunran had earned so much money for him, truly the world's #1 good wife. Eat the shrimp, you've worked hard. Jiang Che put the peeled shrimp into Tang Yunran's bowl. Tang Yunran stared blankly at Jiang Che. You made the dishes, you're the one who worked hard. Mostly because you taught it. What credit is there for teaching? I'm just moving my mouth. I'm too stupid to teach a student like me, it's you as a teacher who works hard. Calling her teacher again? Doesn't he feel any shame at all? How about you hurry up and try this kippered shrimp I made? It's the first time I've done it. For the first time. Tang Yunran blushed up, her brows overflowing with happiness that she was about to be unable to hide. Love experience value plus 333. Picking up the shrimp, she had just put it in her mouth when she saw Jiang Che looking at her with wide eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it good? It was pretty good. In fact, being stared at so directly by Jiang Che, she already didn't know what taste was in her mouth. Probably too sweet. That's good, I'll peel another one for you? I'll peel it myself. You hurt your hand, I'll peel it for you. Saying that, Jiang Che peeled another shrimp for dipping and put it in Tang Yunran's bowl. Relationship experience value plus 678. Next, for every one Jiang Che peeled, the system sounded an incoming beep. His parents said during the day that it was hard to earn money, and look how easy it is. A Hamdang Lanfang cleared her throat. If Xiao Ran her grandfather hadn't left, someone would have peeled my shrimp too. Hearing this, Jiang Che immediately peeled a shrimp for Deng Lanfang. Grandma, you eat. Good boy, filial. Deng Lanfang ate with great joy, looking at Jiang Che's gaze to be more compassionate, just as if he had already treated Jiang Che as his own child. After dinner. Xiao Ran, you see Xiao Jian off. Okay, Grandma. The sun set late in the summer, and they came down from the stairs just as the sun was setting and night was falling, and the evening sun in the sky was aesthetically pleasing. As a result, just by taking 2 steps, he arrived at the downstairs of Jiang Che's neighborhood. Both of them couldn't get enough of it. Here it is. Tang Yunran looked at building 9 in front of her and stopped in her tracks. Zhang Yuan had just come out of the elevator when he saw Jiang Che and Tang Yunran standing outside. Chapter 51. Tang Yunran exposes herself. The girl. Wasn't it the one from her brother's cell phone? Turns out she's not fake, she's real in reality? My day. This young lady is really not photogenic, she's even prettier in person than in the photos. Can her brother chase such a pretty girl? And a confession. It will definitely be rejected. Jiang Che regretted it. Originally he chose building 9 on purpose, intentionally close to Deng Lanfang's house. Now it was good that the 2 buildings were so close, Tang Yunran hadn't sent him a few steps before it was over. Why don't I give you a ride home? Without waiting for Tang Yunran to reply, Jiang Che continued, that murderer who forced a woman to do it hasn't been caught yet, and I don't feel comfortable letting you go back alone as a girl. Tang Yunran nodded. She was just thinking that it was hard to be alone with Jiang Che, but in the end it was over before she could take 2 steps, it felt too short. Zhang Yuan blinked straight at the backs of the 2 as they left. Just now, I don't know if she was mistaken? Why did she feel as if that pretty young lady was blushing? She doesn't like her brother, does she? It can't be, can it? Zhang Yuan looked toward the evening sun in the west. It should be the evening sun reflecting off of it. Yeah, that must be it. It was also very close to Tang Yunran's neighborhood from the Autumn Water neighborhood, and the 10-minute road was hardened into half an hour by the 2 of them. That's all, and the 2 still think the road is too short. There's a park in front of us, should we go over and take a walk? Jiang Che suggested. Good. The 2 chatted as they continued to press on. It's true what the old saying goes, 1 walks fast, 2 walks far. Jiang Che didn't feel tired at all, not to mention this road. As long as Tang Yunran was willing to walk with him, he could stroll around Jiangcheng tonight. How did your family move to the Autumn Water neighborhood? Tang Yunran asked curiously. This side has a great view. But it's expensive to rent an apartment over here, isn't it? It's not a rental. Huh? Tang Yunran stopped her steps and looked up at Jiang Che with a puzzled expression. It's not a rental? Then? Bought. Bought? Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che with a surprised expression. Tang Yunran knew Jiang Che's family very well, they were from the countryside and didn't have much of a financial base. Jiang Che's mom and dad were no more than ordinary wage earners, and then there was Zhang Yuan's leg that required expensive medical bills. How do they have money to buy a house? I bought a lottery ticket and won the first prize, then part of it bought a house and the rest of it made a lot of money investing in stocks. Buy a lottery ticket and win the first prize? This kind of lucky thing didn't come to Jiang Che's head in his previous life. As for buying stocks, speaking of his previous life, Jiang Che was also lucky, and after buying a few stocks of medical devices, it didn't take long for them to start skyrocketing. So this current situation, was it because of the butterfly effect of her rebirth that caused this good thing to come to Jiang Che's head in advance? That's kinda nice. It's really quite good to have your own house, there's a feeling that your heart is falling into place. And also have enough money to send my sister to the hospital, the family will get better and better. Jiang Che said with emotion as he looked at the moon coming out of the sky. Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che's side face, giving her a feeling of being a teenager, not at all like what an 18-year-old college student should look like. Right, are you free this weekend? Jiang Che looked sideways at Tang Yunran beside him. Free. Tang Yunran immediately lowered her head as soon as the words left her mouth. Why isn't she a little more reserved? Love experience value plus 123. Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran's cute little expression and almost couldn't hold back from making a move on her. Tomorrow I have a date with Fatty, that's Li Hao, my friend, you met him last time we were in fellowship. I know. He's got a girlfriend, Mei Xin, as you know, and he said he'd treat me to dinner. They're a couple, and I'm just eating dog food when I go over there, so I was wondering if you'd be free to share some dog food with me? It's fine, it's just Tang Yunran's brows wrinkled. This friend of Jiang Che's, Li Hao, whose wife in his previous life was Mei Xian, had even gone with Jiang Che to attend the full moon wine of Li Hao's third child at that time. Later, Mei Xian was caught cheating. Mei Xian begged him for forgiveness. Li Hao is also a moment of weakness will really forgive her. Li Hao can forgive her. Li Hao's parents cannot get over that hurdle in the heart, secretly took 3 grandchildren to the hospital to do paternity test, do it out, the old couple directly collapsed in the hospital. Just what? Jiang Che's words interrupted Tang Yunran's thoughts. Nothing. After Tang Yunran took a few steps out, she struggled back and forth with the tug of war in her heart, and finally decided that she had to say it. Jiang Che, that I'm not bad-mouthing Mei Xian, it's just that I don't think she's right for Li Hao. Jiang Che stopped in his footsteps and looked at Tang Yunran without moving, deliberately playing dumb and asking, why would you say that? What should I say? Tang Yunran bit her lower lip anxiously. She couldn't tell Jiang Che that she was actually reborn back and knew about Li Hao's tragic end after marrying Mei Xian. Will he believe it? If he believes that, then he is also born again. Just as Tang Yunran was having a headache, Jiang Che's voice rang out. You don't have to meet me on the outside, just tell me what you know and I'll trust you 100%. Trust her 100%? This kind of thing is hard to do even between the closest relatives, isn't it? I can't believe he said that to her. In an instant, an indescribable feeling of emotion came over me like a tidal wave. Seriously, it's nice to be trusted. Love experience value plus 546. On the day of the sorority, I had a private chat with Mei Xian and a few of the girls. This girl called Mei Xian feels quite snobbish, said that picking a boyfriend should be picking a rich one, or else dating and eating and buying things are stumbling. Anyway, it gives me the feeling that, well, it's not very good. After saying this, Tang Yunran began to worry again. It always felt like she was talking behind someone's back when she said that. She usually disliked people who said bad things behind others' backs, but as a result, she was doing it now, and she didn't know what Jiang Che would think of her? Would he think she was bad? If you say so, then I have to remind Fatty. Jiang Che said as he raised his hand to touch up his chin. Tang Yunran steeply raised her head towards Jiang Che. He didn't even doubt for a moment. Did he really trust her so unconditionally? You believe what I said? Of course I believe it. Jiang Che returned without thinking. Tang Yunran raised her hand to touch her heart, too moved to speak. Love experience value plus 521. It's just that I haven't figured out how to convince Fatty yet. Jiang Che kept thinking about this. Just then, Tang Yunran suddenly pulled on his wrist and tugged him into the seclusion of the woods, sticking close to him. Chapter 52, Let's break up. What's the point of being so proactive all of a sudden? Not going to do something with him in the grove, are you? If that was the case, did he want to have some ice and fire collision with Tang Yunran? At this moment, Jiang Che was tense like never before. It wasn't that he wasn't calm enough, it was that the girl was too close to him, so close that he could clearly feel the girl's breath and smell the faint scent of medicine on her. Torture. To die for. He wouldn't be a man if he continued to put up with it. Jiang Che took a deep breath, raised his hand, and wrapped it towards Tang Yunran's waist. Quick look. Is that person Mei Xian? Ha? Jiang Che dryly hung his raised hand, and after briefly freezing for 2 seconds, he followed Tang Yunran's line of sight. A man and a woman are seen boinking and the battle is very intense. Fixing her eyes, who else could that woman be if not Mei Xian? But that guy, skinny as a bamboo pole, is definitely not Li Hao. I'll go. He thought that Mei Xin had cheated after she and Li Hao got married, but he didn't expect to start casting a wide net and opening up the land at this time. He is going to take a cell phone and shoot it and send it to Li Hao, and in his second life, he can never watch his good brother planted in the hands of this kind of scum girl. Just as Jiang Che was about to take out his cell phone, he realized that Tang Yunran was filming. "I got the shot, why don't you hurry up and send it to your friend? It's just that the angle isn't very good." Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran and didn't say anything. Forwarded the photo Tang Yunran had just sent him to Li Hao. By this time Mei Xian and the thin bamboo pole man had finished boinking and the two left holding hands. Li Hao called Jiang Che the first time after receiving the photo. "Brother, you can't be joking with me, right? Today is not April Fool's Day, and even if it is, this joke can't be afforded. Do you think I have that kind of leisure to play such a joke on you? It can't be, Xin isn't that kind of person. So you think I'm that kind of guy? But how is that possible? You don't know, I've been with Xian for a while too, Xian she's really good. And how do you explain this picture?" Only after 2 seconds of silence did Li Hao open his mouth and say, "Lao Jiang, you really didn't joke with me and send me a synthesized photo on purpose? Ran was with me, she took this picture. So it's true? Ask her yourself." "Good." Li Hao instantly dialed Mei Xian's number after hanging up with Jiang Che. Mei Xian was making out with her spare tire when she suddenly received a call from Li Hao, and a few moments of weakness were evident on her face. "I'm going to the bathroom." Mei Xin excused herself to go to the bathroom before pressing answer. "Hello? Xin, where are you now?" "I'm home." "Can I turn on the video then?" "Open video." "She's in the park bathroom now, and if she turns on the video she'll be exposed." "Hello?" Li Hao began to drum in his heart when he heard no sound on the phone. "The photo Jiang Che sent can't be real, can it? I'm squatting in the bathroom and can't answer the video. What can I do for you?" Li Hao hesitated for 2 seconds before sending the photo to Mei Xian. Mei Xian was horrified when she saw the photo. "Who is this shot? I can't believe I sent it to Li Hao. What to do? What should we do?" Mei Xin panicked. Xin, is that you in the picture?" "Not me." Mei Xin balked. "Li Hao, believe me, the person in this photo really isn't me. Who sent this photo to you? Is it because you're jealous of our love show, so you want to sabotage us on purpose? This photo was sent by his good brother Jiang Che. If it was someone else, he might think so. But Jiang Che wouldn't, not to mention the fact that Jiang Che was his brother. Jiang Che was now with schoolgirl Tang, would he be jealous of him? If Jiang Che and Tang Yunran's affair was exposed, it should be that all the male students in the school would be jealous of Jiang Che, right? Forget about who sent this picture for a second, I'm just asking you, tell me honestly, is the person in this picture you or not? As soon as Li Hao finished his words, he heard crying coming from the other end of the phone. "Li Hao, I'm so disappointed in you, I thought you were worth committing my life to, I never thought that you would suspect me because of a photo of unknown origin." As soon as Li Hao heard Mei Xin crying, he became anxious and distressed. "I'm sorry, Xin, it's my fault, I shouldn't have distrusted you. But this photo. I know that you are trusting the person who sent you the photo, and this photo might actually be real, but the background is so dark, and the face in the photo is a bit blurry, so even if it looks like me, you can't conclude that it's me." Mei Xian with a sobbing cry, her tone was aggrieved. "That makes sense. Why hadn't he thought of that earlier? Well, I won't say anymore, since you don't believe me, you won't believe me no matter how I explain. Forget it, let's break up." Mihim's move is called retreating to advance. Hearing this, Li Hao wimped out in seconds. "I'm sorry, I was wrong, Xin, give me another chance." "You don't even believe me." "Ooh. I'm sorry, 1,000 mistakes are my fault. I swear I'll never doubt you again, if I doubt you again, I'll drop the scale and lose 10 pounds in a week." 5 minutes later. Jiang Che received a call from Li Hao. "Lao Jiang, you are misunderstanding Xian. The girl in the photo is not Xian. She just looks like Xian. For such an outcome, Jiang Che had actually guessed it. In terms of the heart of the city, where is Li Hao, whose IQ makes people anxious, a match for Mei Xian? After thinking about it, he said in a very serious tone, "Fatty, I want to test her this weekend." "What are you doing?" Li Hao tensed up. "Old Jiang, I treat you as a brother, don't go too far." Hearing Li Hao say that, Jiang Che thought of what he had said to Tang Yunran earlier. I'll stick my brother twice for a brother and twice for a woman. Fruity. Don't worry, I won't do anything too much to Mei Xin, I have a measure. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yunran was the first to ask out loud, he doesn't believe it? If it were me and the fat guy sent me your picture, not only would I not believe it, I'd beat him even fatter. What a pain in the ass. Tang Yunran put her head to the side and fled like she was coming out of the small wooded area. Love experience value plus 412. At this moment, Tang Yunran's cell phone rang, and the call was from Tang Faison. Xiaoran, it's so late, aren't you coming back? It's dangerous for a girl to be outside, so hurry back. Mom and dad and big brother and second brother, they're all worried. I'm not alone. With whom? Jiang Che. Then don't be in such a hurry to come back and have fun. Mom and dad big brother and second brother side I'll drag, have fun ah. Never come back so early ah. Chapter 53, Using a Beautiful Man's Trick. Beep, the phone hung up. Tang Yunran. Your third brother called? Jiang Che asked as he glanced at Tang Yunran's cell phone. Aha! He called you back? He told me not to rush back. Jiang Che and Tang Yunran both looked at each other. A few seconds later, Jiang Che cleared his throat. There's a KFC nearby, do you want to sit inside? Tang Yunran nodded. The two played late into the night. Jiang Che was grabbed by Jiang Yuan as soon as he returned home. You're softer and softer. You're pulling your clothes off. Tell me quickly, is that young lady just now really my future sister-in-law? Jiang Yuan asked with wide, round and big eyes that couldn't wait. You take out the word future. Really? Come on, brother, how the hell did you get her? Was some unseemly nasty trick used? Jiang Che was speechless when he heard that, and with his hands, he went to pull Jiang Yuan's face. It hurts. And you know it hurts, you're your own brother, listen to yourself, what words are you using? I'm telling the truth. Jiang Che. I drew her in by my own masculinity, okay? Jiang Yuan looked at Jiang Che with a skeptical gaze. If you don't believe me, pull back, I don't care to explain it to you. After Jiang Che pulled open the door to his room, he turned back to look at Jiang Yuan. By the way, why don't you have mom go with you to the hospital tomorrow? I have something to do. What are you doing? Jiang Che turned around and grinned at Jiang Yuan, revealing a row of large, neat white teeth. Jiang Yuan was really creeped out by Jiang Che's smile and pushed his wheelchair backward 2 steps. Dating. Jiang Che dejectedly said 2 words with his eyebrows raised high. Go. Spreading dog food in the middle of the night, are you lacking in virtue? What? Envious? Envious. I'll have one in the future. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che was not in a hurry to return to his room, and came to Jiang Yuan's face in large strides, looking at Jiang Yuan with a very serious expression. You, what are you doing? Didn't you take your meds today? Jiang Che grabbed onto Jiang Yuan's arm a little harder. Jiang Yuan, like being electrocuted, immediately sat up straight and looked at Jiang Che with both eyes wide open. You hurry up and take your medicine. Jiang Che sank deeply. Jiang Yuan, I'll give you a fortune, your life is not suitable for marriage, marriage breaks the destiny, it will become very bad. Jiang Yuan breathlessly pumped the corners of his own mouth. When did you learn to tell fortunes? What I said is true, if you want to get rid of this bad luck, the only honorable person is me. So regarding the issue of your marriage, you must listen to me. Jiang Che's words were just getting more and more outrageous in Jiang Yuan's ears. I see that in your case, the medicine is no good, you have to find Wang Tai Sin to give you a look. You don't believe me? I believe you, I believe you're sick. Mom! Come quick. Brother is sick again. Mom's too busy to pay attention to you right now. Mom! Don't shout and delay your siblings from coming to our house. The next day. Saturday. Jiang Che and Li Hao arranged to meet in a KTV. Jiang Che, who arrived first, waited at the door to blow off steam. Sorry, traffic jam, I'll be there soon. Tang Yunran sat in the cab and made a phone call. It's okay, I just got here too. In fact, he'd been blowing in the doorway for 10 minutes. In his previous life, Tang Yunran had waited for him for so long without complaint, it was only 10 minutes, he should wait. When Tang Yunran arrived, she found that Jiang Che had been standing at the door. Intuition told her that he had definitely waited more than just a few minutes. Looking at Jiang Che, who only had himself in his eyes, Tang Yunran was touched in her heart. Love experience value plus 358. Fatty is waiting inside, let's go in. Aha! Tang Yunran nodded her head obediently and followed Jiang Che's side, walking into the KTV with her. The booth. Li Hao and Mei Xin were feeding each other popcorn, looking as in love as they could be. Jiang Che and Tang Yunran glanced at each other, instantly reading the meaning in each other's eyes. It must be broken up. Do you have an idea? Tang Yunran whispered in Jiang Che's ear. Well, I already figured it out last night. It was actually Jiang Yuan's idea, and he heard it and found it very useful. What way? Tang Yunran asked curiously. You're better off not knowing. That girl Jiang Yuan gave him the idea to use the beauty plan plus money temptation to make Mei Xian reveal her fox tail. It was better not to let Tang Yunran know about this plan to prevent her from getting upset. Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che with a suspicious gaze. Can't tell her? What exactly is the solution? Jiang Che kept looking at the opportunity, and after half an hour, he finally waited until Mei Xian went to the bathroom. I'm going to the bathroom, I'll be right back. After speaking to Tang Yunran, Jiang Che quietly threw a look over towards Li Hao. Followed by Li Hao also followed out. Fatty, whatever happens later, don't show your head. Jiang Che solemnly explained to Li Hao. Old Jiang, take it easy. If you make Xinxin cry, I won't forgive you lightly. Don't you worry. While the conversation was going on, Marine came out of the bathroom. I'm going. Jiang Che told Li Hao to hide aside as he walked out. Mei Xin, wait. Jiang Che called out to Mei Xin. At this time, Tang Yunran happened to come over, and after seeing this scene, she was busy hiding. Is something wrong? Mei Xin looked at Jiang Che with a puzzled expression. Jiang Che walked towards Mei Xin with an imposing aura. Mei Xin was forced straight back to the wall by the super-strong male hormones emanating from Jiang Che's body. Jiang Che reached out and walloped Mei Xin. Li Hao froze. Marine froze. There was also Tang Yunran whose pupils were dilated in disbelief. You, what are you doing? Mei Xian stared at Jiang Che with double-shocked eyes. Looking at this enlarged handsome face from a close distance made her unable to stop a wave of deer in the headlights. Women love handsome men and men love beautiful women. Heaven forbid. Although Jiang Che didn't have any money in her eyes, it didn't stop her from appreciating this handsome and foul face. What am I doing? I'm so obvious, can't you see? Jiang Che said as he deliberately pretended to be interested in Mei Xin. Surprisingly, he walloped his girlfriend. He didn't even wallop it. Li Hao rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush up to fight Jiang Che. At that moment, the words Jiang Che had told him popped into his mind. Fatty, whatever happens later, don't show your head. Li Hao retracted the foot that had stepped out. Jiang Che was his brother. He didn't believe that Jiang Che would do something to apologize to his brother. Bear with me for a while and see. Tang Yunran's hand gripped the clothes in front of her chest, both eyes wide open as she watched the scene that was unfolding. At this moment, her mind was spinning in 100 directions. Mei Xian was a veteran of love affairs. Jiang Che had made his words so clear, she would be a cutie if she didn't understand. She's a little cutie if she doesn't understand. Jiang Che, you really shouldn't, I'm your brother's girlfriend. Chapter 54, Passionate Confession. Hearing this, Li Hao thought in his heart. You see, he said that his Xinxin has eyes only for him and is definitely not the kind of scummy girl who goes around in circles. I know you're my brother's girlfriend, that's why I've held back until now. I don't want to put up with it anymore, because I realized that I've been in love with you for a long time. Jiang Che almost threw up with a UAR after saying those words. In his heart, he furiously spat at Jiang Yuan, giving him a whole lot of what kind of meaty death-defying lines. Last night Jiang Yuan also gave him special training to be his toolman and cooperate with him in acting. It also says that you have to look at each other with deep affection or the kind of eyes that look at the world. To be honest, against a scummy girl like Mei Xin, asking him to look at him with deep affection, he really didn't do it. But for Li Hao's sake he could only endure it, so he simply fantasized Mei Xin as Tang Yunran. Jiang Che. Tang Yunran called Jiang Che's name in her heart. At first she thought that Jiang Che was just acting, but now after seeing Jiang Che's deep and unrepentant eyes, it felt like a knife had suddenly stabbed her heart, making it difficult to suffocate. Gradually, the eyes reddened. Mei Xian carefully measured and scrutinized Jiang Che before she was sure that what Jiang Che said came from his heart. Her charm was really big, she hadn't even discharged on Jiang Che, but she didn't expect him to take the bait.
Aren't you with Tang Yunran? I have heard that she is the school beauty of Jiangcheng University, so how could you like me? What's wrong with the schoolgirl?
In my eyes, she's not as good looking as you. Jiang Che said that with his mouth, but in his heart, he was constantly apologizing to Tang Yunran. I'm sorry, Ran, what he said is not true, you are many times better looking than Meishin. Splat tears indisputably slipped from the corners of her eyes, and Tang Yunran clenched her lower lip.
The bite was white. The bite was green.
The reddened eyes grew redder and redder, teardrops swirling back and forth in their sockets.
The next second it was about to come out of its socket again.
Mei Xin was smug in her heart.
It's nice to be liked, but I only like Li Hao.
After Li Hao let out a long sigh of relief, he looked at Mei Xian's eyes that were deep and touching.
AI, that's really a pity, originally I wanted to drive you around. Jiang Che shook his head and said. Drive? Marine got the key word.
When she chatted with Li Hao, she talked about Jiang Che, her family's condition wasn't very good, and she rented an old house in a remote suburban neighborhood.
A family in their condition can afford a car? But then again, a 20-30K car is still affordable for the average person.
Of course, you can't afford to buy it and drive it, it's money for maintenance and gas and everything.
Bought the car to serve it as well.
Rich people are not the same, buy a car is to serve people, bumped into the touch a little bit does not hurt.
Yeah.
My dad just bought me a car, and I was thinking I'd take you out on a date if you said yes. When Jiang Che said this, he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out his keys, deliberately pretending to accidentally pull them out and drop them to the ground.
BMW keys.
Mei Xian's two eyes instantly widened like copper bells, flashing 100,000 volts of light at the car keys on the ground. That said, when she and Li Hao came up just now, they saw the brand new BMW parked not far away from Jiang Che.
At that time, she even asked Li Hao. How much is the car?
Li Hao said back to her that it has to be more than $700,000.
It's over $700,000. That's not a small fortune.
Li Hao's family condition is already very good, he himself has a car, but it is also his father drove 2 years to him.
She remembered over $200,000 coming up.
She thought a college student driving a $200,000 car was pretty impressive.
Basically, the average college student is still taking WeChat and scanning bikes. If you analyze it this way, the BMW you saw before coming up was actually Jiang Che's? Does your family really own this car? It's not a rental, is it?
If it was really Jiang Che, their family was definitely richer than Li Hao's.
Moreover, Jiang Che was more handsome than Li Hao, had a better body than Li Hao, and was looking at her so infatuated just now, going so far as to say that she was even better looking than Tang Yunran.
While she was a bit of a narcissist, she wasn't blind.
Tang Yunran is so much better looking than her.
Jiang Che actually said she looked good.
What does that mean? It means that a lover's eye is a lover's eye.
Jiang Che is really in love with her.
Of course it's ours, we just bought it.
But I heard Li Hao say that you guys are from the countryside and have been renting a house to live in, so how would you have the money to buy a BMW?
Can't you rent an apartment if you're rich? That's low profile for our family. Hearing this, Mei Xian thought it made sense.
But that doesn't prove that the car is Jiang Che's.
I forgot to tell Fatty, we've moved and just bought a house in the Autumn Water neighborhood. The Autumn Water neighborhood? The one near Autumn Waters Park? Aha! I hear it's not cheap there.
It's okay, it's all old, it's just over $20,000 a square foot.
Mei Xian stared at Jiang Che with both eyes, half feeling that he was lying.
Both the words spoken and Jiang Che's expression were natural.
So are you guys staged? Paid in full? Full payment? Even if it's a one-bedroom apartment with 50 square feet, it's still over $1 million, right?
Bought a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom, over 100 square feet, for over $2 million. Jiang Che spoke calmly, while Mei Xian listened with a half-hearted calmness. Not only are they not calm, they're on the verge of having their hearts pounding.
Is everything you say true? What's there to make up? Our family bought 3 houses in the Autumn Water neighborhood, and villas over at Purple County City.
Jiang Che said as he tapped his phone and tapped the photo of the real estate license to show Mei Xian.
Mei Xian's eyes beaded up as she watched.
I didn't expect Jiang Che to be a hidden rich second generation.
AI Jiang Che sighed with a look of regret.
It's a pity, there's no way to turnip greens and vegetables. You like my brother, not me like this. Otherwise, if you want a villa in Purple County City, I'll give it to you. Give her the villa in Purple County? A villa in Purple County City costs $4 or $5 million. The good ones are heard to be nearly $10 million. She had just looked, the villa Jiang Che had bought was over 200 square feet, and without $10 million, it was still $7 or $8 million. Jesus! Is Jiang Che's family so rich? In such a comparison, Li Hao is simply Loa. The more she thought about it, the more excited Mekan became. If she could be with Jiang Che, then she would truly fly up the branch and become a phoenix. Touché! Just as Mei Xian was thinking this, Jiang Che's disappointed voice rang in her ears. Since you like fatties so much, it's not good for me to continue to intervene and ruin you guys. I wish you all a long life and 100 years of happiness. After saying that, Jiang Che gave Mei Xin a reluctant look with a few strained eyes before closing his eyes and turning around with pain. Seeing Jiang Che leaving, Mei Xian hurriedly called out to Jiang Che without even thinking. Wait. Chapter 55. What's wrong? It was Jiang Che's turn to play dumb. Li Hao stared at Mei Xian with two eyes. What's she up to? Mei Xian came to Jiang Che, that. Pursing her lips, she raised her hand and lifted the broken hair by her temples behind her ear, displaying a dainty look. That, actually, when I think about it, I don't like Li Hao that much. What? Li Hao couldn't believe his ears. No. He must have misheard. He didn't believe that his Shin would say such a thing. But didn't you just say that you only like fat people? Jiang Che asked. That, I just lied. You mean you don't like fat people? Marine nodded. Then if you don't like fatty, why are you still with him? What Jiang Che asked was also what Li Hao particularly wanted to know. He keeps pestering me and I can't help it. I'm a person who was not born to reject people. I see that he likes me so much, I'm afraid that if I reject him, he'll be upset. It was a good reason to make up, not only answering his words, but also sidestepping others by telling them that she, Mei Xian, was just so kind. You shouldn't have kept this from him. It's the kind of thing you say before it's too late, or the longer you put it off, the more he'll be saddened. You're right, I should have opened up to him sooner. Then you tell him now. Ha? Marine froze. Talk to Li Hao now. If you don't say anything, there's no way I can be with you, ah? After all, nominally you're still Fatty's girlfriend right now. If I got together with you, wouldn't I be stealing my brother's girlfriend? But wouldn't it be a good idea to say it now? Oi! Looks like I won't be able to go for a drive with you tonight. She's going for a ride. She hasn't taken a ride in a car that expensive. I'm going to say it now, You don't have to say anything, I heard it all. Li Hao angrily walked out. Mei Xian looked at Li Hao with both eyes as wide as bronze bells. Why are you here? Without waiting for Li Hao to answer, Mei Xian violently turned her head to look at Jiang Che and then looked back at Li Hao. She gets it. You've joined forces to trick me. It's too late for you to realize that now. Jiang Che said coldly, and at the same time, he was relieved that this matter of Fatty could be considered resolved. Mei Xin. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Li Hao said as he gritted his teeth and looked at Mei Xian. Li Hao, listen to my explanation, things are not what you think. Mei Xian anxiously pulled on Li Hao's sleeve. She could sort of see that this was a trap laid by Jiang Che. She then said, how Jiang Che's family is suddenly rich, again in the Autumn Water District has 3 houses, again in the Purple County City to buy a luxury villa, but also drove $70,000 to $80,000 of BMW. The logo on that BMW key must have been put on by the stickers Jiang Che bought. Also, the one who sent Li Hao the photo last night, now in this situation, needless to say, it was Jiang Che who did this. Not what I thought. Do you think I'm stupid? I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. Li Haoqi shook off Mei Xian's hand. Mei Xian, 90 pounds of small people, which can withstand the 200 pounds of Li Hao's fat man flung, was thrown a moment staggered and fell to the ground. Pity? No one pitied her. She did it all by herself. Jiang Che looked at the wretched Mei Xian and thought of Li Hao's misery in his previous life. Compared to that, it was already light for her to be reduced to such a state. It's been more than 20 minutes, Tang Yunran must be waiting impatiently in the private room alone, right? When Jiang Che returned to the private room, Tang Yunran was no longer there. Ha? Where's the man? Where'd they go? Going to the bathroom? It wasn't right. Just now they were on their way to the bathroom. If Tang Yunran had gone to the bathroom, she would have surely thumped it. And so on. Jiang Che suddenly thought of something, and a bad guess was born in his heart. It couldn't be that just now Tang Yunran really went to the bathroom and then ran into the image of him confessing to Mei Xin, right? You don't think so? What a coincidence. Just as Jiang Che took out her cell phone and was about to call Tang Yunran sent her a message. I'm sorry, I have something to do, I'll go first. Jiang Che's brows furrowed, and the bad premonition that was born grew wildly and crazily in his heart. Jiang Che hurriedly dialed Tang Yunran's number. After a few rings, the phone was hung up. The situation. Needless to say. There must be something. If he hadn't guessed wrong, 9 times out of 10, what had just happened had been bumped into by Tang Yunran. The thought of Tang Yunran's misunderstanding sad and tearful appearance made Jiang Che's heart ache. No way. He had to hurry to find her. On the way, Jiang Che called Tang Yunran several times in a row, but Tang Yunran didn't answer, and finally Tang Yunran directly turned off her cell phone. Room. Tang Yunran sat by the balcony with her legs wrapped around her, the evening breeze blowing the curtains gently swinging. The sky was dark, not even a single star. I seem to remember it raining tonight. Tang Yunran muttered to herself, looking forlorn. Moving her hand to remove the necklace around her neck, she looked at the ring on the necklace, and the image of Jiang Che putting on the ring for her some time ago was actively playing in her mind. Tears fell uncontrollably at the thought. Tang Yunran, what are you crying for? You've known it for a long time, Jiang Che, he doesn't like you, even if it's a reincarnation. Not liking is not liking. What are you crying here in self-pity? You can't cry. I'll look down on you if you cry again. Tang Yunran bit her lower lip tightly, trying to hold back. This time the tears no longer fell down, but kept rolling in her eyes. It was getting wetter and wetter, and the vision was getting blurred by the teardrops that were blocking it. Tang Yunran stood up and held the ring in her hand. She's getting rid of the ring. Say goodbye to the person she was a while ago, and the person she was in her previous life. Having her heart broken by Jiang Che, a man, in 2 consecutive lifetimes, she had had enough. That's really enough. Jiang Che, from now on, you won't be able to affect my mood and influence my life anymore. After taking a deep breath, Tang Yunran raised her hand clutching the ring and threw it down towards the window. At the same time, Jiang Che sped as fast as he could to drive to the downstairs of Tang Yunran's neighborhood. After Jiang Che got off the bus, he again called Tang Yunran over, and it was still off. Straight up? At this time of the day, Tang Yunran's family should be at home. But now that Tang Yunran wasn't answering his phone calls and kept spending so much time, he was afraid that she would cry into tears. Just as Jiang Che was anxiously spinning in place, Tang Faison came out of the elevator. Jiang Che, why are you here? You came to look for Xiaoran? Yikes. Jiang Che raised his hand towards his head and slapped it. This brain of his, Tang Yunran doesn't answer his calls. Doesn't he have Tang Faison's contact information? It's true that caring is not a good idea. Brother Sam, do me a favor. Chapter 56, You're the only one I like. What is it? Jiang Che told Tang Faison roughly what had just happened. So it was Xiaoran who misunderstood. Why don't you come up with me now? You explain it clearly to her in person. There are other people at home in your house, aren't there? It doesn't seem right for me to go this late, does it? Hearing Jiang Che say that, Tang Faison felt that it was also true. Although he agreed that Jiang Che and Xiaoran should be together, his big brother and second brother weren't too good at passing that hurdle, and it really wasn't appropriate to bring Jiang Che up so late at night. And Xiaoran and Jiang Che had a misunderstanding. Not 1 or 2 sentences can be explained clearly. This kind of time as a man may need to be tough and domineering special means. At that time if the commotion is too big to cause their family's attention is not good. So it's better to call Ran down. Wait a moment then, I'll call Ran down. Trouble Sam. We're all family, it's a shame to say that. Tang Faison knocked on the door and entered Tang Yunran's room. Sango, is something wrong? Tang Yunran's eyes were a little red, obviously having cried. Ran, are you crying? I didn't. Tang Yunran turned her back. You and Jiang Che are mistaken. Hearing this, Tang Yunran turned her head to look at Tang Faison for the first time, her eyes filled with doubt. Sango, you? He's coming. What? Tang Yunran was stunned. Jiang Che is under the building. He's coming? What's he doing here? Tang Yunran looked away, her eyes flickering. The incandescent light overhead hit the long, dense eyelashes, and the butterfly-feathered shadows quivered slightly. Xiaoran, just now Jiang Che has explained to me that things are not what you think, he. Tang Feisen's words were interrupted by Tang Yunran just in the middle of his sentence. Whether it's like that or not has nothing to do with me. I've already decided that from now on, he and I are two parallel lines that don't intersect, and will never have any semblance of a relationship again. The words Tang Yunran said were not actually addressed to Tang Feisen, but rather the determination she had made to herself. At this moment, she was still clutching the ring in her hand that she wanted to throw but hadn't just now. Ran, listen to me. Sango. Tang Yunran interrupted Tang Feisen once more, pulling up Tang Feisen's hand and shoving the ring clutched tightly into Tang Feisen's hand. You help me give this back to him. A ring? Tang Feisen stared at the ring in his hand with two wide eyes. Thanks to him, he was worried that their development was slow and not smooth enough, but he didn't realize that the two of them were so close that they were giving away rings. Xiaoran, it's really a misunderstanding, listen to me. No, you'd better go down and listen to him explain to you in person. Sango, I'm tired, I want to rest. Just as Tang Yunran finished her words, a thunderbolt suddenly exploded, as if it were going to tear the night apart. Then came the rain, which poured down in a torrential downpour. Tang Yunran subconsciously moved her toes towards the window, wanting to see if Jiang Che had left yet, but in the end she held back. She had made up her mind. In the future, she will be her and Jiang Che will be Jiang Che. Don Feisen strides over to the window to close it. Ha! Is this stupid of him? Why is he standing down there in the rain? Don Feisen hooked his head and looked down. Tang Yunran's pupils dilated slightly as she glanced sideways toward the window. She has to endure. Xiaoran, come over and look, Jiang Che is really in the rain, he's looking up. Tang Yunran's heart tightened. If it continues to rain this hard, people will have to get sick if they continue to get wet. Tang Feisen looked at Tang Yunran's hands that were hanging down at her side and kept closing, knowing that she couldn't be as ruthless with Jiang Che as she said on her lips. Looks like he's going to have to come up with a killer. Not good. He fainted. Hearing this, Tang Yunran couldn't stand it anymore and busily ran towards the window. Don Feisen's quick eyes closed the window first and drew the curtains shut. Third brother, get out of the way. Tang Yunran said anxiously. I won't let you, since you've already decided to cut off all relations with him, then cut it off cleanly, don't be soft-hearted. This Jiang Che, causing my sister grief, even if it was a misunderstanding. He deserves to be drenched to death. You don't have to care if he lives or dies. Tang Feisen blocked the window and wouldn't let him. Tang Yunran hooked her head anxiously to look, but the curtains were pulled up by Tang Feisen, so she couldn't see anything. After 10 seconds or so, Tang Yunran turned around and sprinted towards the door of the room. Tang Yunran had just pulled open the door when she heard Tang Feisen shout from behind, "Don't forget to bring an umbrella." She could kind of tell that her third brother was doing it on purpose. Knowing that, as soon as she thought that Jiang Che was still pouring rain down there, she couldn't care less and hurriedly took her umbrella and flew downstairs. As soon as he went down, he saw Jiang Che standing in the rain, looking drenched to the bone. Ran. Jiang Che's eyes instantly lit up when he saw Tang Yun then, and he didn't rush to walk over, deliberately continuing to stand in the rain and get wet. Wait for Tang Yunran to come over. Tang Yunran, anxious and angry, came over with her umbrella and raised it over Jiang Che's head. Jiang Che was drenched like a drowned chicken. The rainwater flowed down his hair to his t-shirt to his pants and then to his shoes, so it was obvious how heavy this sudden thunderstorm was. What are you doing? Why are you standing in the rain and getting wet? What the hell do you mean by that? As he spoke, Tang Yunran's eyes became moist. Ran, listen to me. You don't have to say anything to me, you can like whoever you like, you don't have to explain yourself to me. Ran, I definitely don't have that in mind for Meishin, Like I said, you don't have to explain, I know you've always treated me like a friend. Me, I am too, so there's no need for you to have that much mental burden. That's it, don't come looking for me in the future. As the words fell, Tang Yunran shoved the umbrella into Jiang Che's arms and turned to run. Seeing this, Jiang Che acted more than he thought, throwing away his umbrella and rushing up in an arrow step, holding Tang Yunran in his arms. Tang Yunran was startled by Jiang Che's sudden action, and reflexively was about to push Jiang Che. Ran. You're the only one I like. Chapter 57, Sneaking into Tang Yunran's room. Tang Yunran froze on the spot. What did she just hear? He said he only liked her? You don't think so? Jiang Che is confessing to her? Or was it raining so hard she was hallucinating? Jiang Che felt the stiffness of the person in his arms and his brows knitted into lumps. He had wanted to wait until Valentine's Day to confess his love for Tang Yunran, but as a result, he had just said it in the heat of the moment. Hurrying to change the topic, he was still planning to have a lifelong romantic eve with Tang Yunran. So this confession thing is not now. You forgot that my purpose today is to break up Fatty and Mei Xin. The things I just said and did to Mei Xin in the KTV were just to make Mei Xin reveal her fox tail. In my sister's words, it's the beautiful man trick plus money temptation. She said that this tactic is most useful for snobbish women. Ha! Tang Yunran raised her head, looking dumbfounded. She was still in a daze from earlier. I said, Jiang Che repeated what he had just said. Now Tang Yunran reacted. Yeah. Oh. How could she have forgotten about it? Before she came, she and Jiang Che had agreed to find a way to make Li Hao recognize Mei Xin's true nature. Then why didn't you say so earlier? I'm afraid you'll be upset if I tell you? What am I upset about? I'm afraid you'll get mad at me for sacrificing myself and using the beauty trick. Hearing this, Tang Yunran puffed out her mouth. To be honest, she did feel a little bit unhappy that Jiang Che used his handsome color to seduce other girls. You should have said so. If he had said so, she would have been a tiny bit angry at best. You're right, I should have told you earlier. Jiang Che said bitterly. Had he known that it would result in such a misunderstanding and outcome, he absolutely 100% would have told Tang Yunran in advance. Achoo, Jiang Che sneezed in sudden succession. You're sick. Tang Yunran tensed. No, sneezed twice. I guess someone is thinking about me. Who do you think is thinking about me? Jiang Che deliberately brought his face closer to Tang Yunran's. Love experience value plus 169. You don't mind getting wet. Tang Yunran tilted her head to the side with a red face. Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran in her shy state and wanted to tease her a little more, but now the rain was getting heavier and heavier. He was in good physical condition, and Tang Yunran had just gotten well from being sick 2 days ago. Considering this, Jiang Che pulled Tang Yunran into the hallway to hide from the rain. Achoo! Achoo! Jiang Che sneezed 3 times in a row, and when he reached the 4th sneeze, it didn't come out halfway through. Nose a little sore. The head is still a little heavy. Are you sick? Tang Yunran stood on her tiptoes and raised her hand to touch Jiang Che's forehead, which was ice cold. It's alright achoo, it's really not achoo. Might actually have a bit of a cold. Jiang Che clearly felt that he was starting to get lightheaded. It shouldn't be. How did he get sick because of the rain thing with this physical fitness? Whatever happened to his body, it must have rained too much. What can we do about this? Tang Yunran's brows wrinkled in anxiety. I'll just go back and take a pill. It's raining so hard, you go back? Or what, I'll go up with you. Jiang Che asked rhetorically. Going up with her? Her mom, dad, and 3 brothers were all at home, 3rd brother aside. If she really brought Jiang Che up there, how was she going to explain? Looking at the worried Tang Yunran, Jiang Che used his fingers to gently iron between the girl's brows. Smile at a young boy, look at a gray head. Frown nervously, you'll get wrinkles early. You're the one with wrinkles. Tang Yunran flattened her mouth and said in an unkind manner. She's only 18 now, okay? Have you ever seen anyone with wrinkles at 18? Not to mention 18, even in her past life when she was in her early 30s, she didn't have a single wrinkle, okay? Not even a single fine line. Achoo! Jiang Che sneezed again, twitching his sore nose. It's raining so hard and it's cold outside. You haven't been sick for long, don't get cold and sick again. You go back first, I'll also go home to change my clothes. How is that going to work? It's not far from here to your house, but it's still a ways, and you're already sick from the rain now, and if you go back in these wet clothes, it'll definitely cause your condition to worsen. Are you that faceless? Tang Yunran was already worried sick, and now that she saw Jiang Che in this state, she was even more worried as her heart lifted. Without further ado, I'll head back. Jiang Che had just turned to walk away when his arm was grabbed by Tang Yunran. Jiang Che looked back in confusion, and without waiting for him to say something, Tang Yunran's voice sounded a step ahead. You're coming upstairs with me. The tone was firm. Ha? Jiang Che understood Tang Yunran's words, but he just somewhat didn't react to the fact that Tang Yunran would suddenly say this. You go to my house. Tang Yunran said again. No, no, is that appropriate? Your family is home, can you just take me up there like this? I'll let Sango help. 3 minutes later. Tang Yunran received a message from Tang Faison.
You bring Jiangche up, I've taken care of all of them, they're all in their rooms, you quietly bring Jiangche up, keep the commotion as low as possible, I'll cover for you.
Third brother is done, let's go up. Tang Yunran looked at Jiangche and said. You really want to go up there? Jiangche clearly felt his heart beating faster. It's kind of exciting.
Soon, Jiangche followed Tang Yunran up the stairs to the door of 1702. Tang Yunran was just about to pull out her key and prepare to open the door when it left from the inside. Tang Yunran and Jiangche let out a sigh of relief in unison after seeing that it was Tang Faison. It scared them so much that they were afraid that someone other than Tang Faison had opened the door.
You guys hurry up and come in, and keep the commotion light. Tang Faison whispered. Jiangche and Tang Yunran nodded in unison with their movements.
Tang Yunran came in first and changed into her own pink slippers, then found a pair of blue men's slippers and put them in front of Jiangche. Jiangche looked at the slippers on his feet and thought to himself that this was either Tang Yunran's father's or her other two brothers.
Go away. Tang Yunran turned around and whispered to him. Aha!
Jiangche followed Tang Yunran's sneaky cat and went to Tang Yunran's room with a light hand. At this moment, Tang Faison came out of his room, his gaze landing on the door to Tang Yunran's room that had just been closed. Just now, he seemed to have seen someone else follow Tang Yunran into the room.
Rant's best friend is here?
Tang Faison thought it was Jin Xiaoqiao.
Clap clap clap.
The rain fell harder, crackling against the glass windows. Tang Faison's gaze retracted from the window, and his mind became puzzled. It's so late and raining so hard, Jin Xiaoqiao can't possibly come, right?
Mostly he was wrong.
Just as he turned to go to the bathroom, a sudden thump came from Tang Yunran's room.
Chapter 58, Tension. What's the commotion? Tang Faison's puzzled gaze once again fell on the door to Tang Yunran's room.
In the room, Jiangche was at the bottom and Tang Yunran was at the top lying in Jiangche's arms, the two of them were wide-eyed in surprise. Just a few seconds ago, Jiangche was soaked to the skin and his feet slipped and slid accidentally. Tang Yunran looked at Jiangche, who was about to fall, and reflexively reached out to hug Jiangche's arm. How could Tang Yunran's small body plate pull Jiangche, and as a result, the two of them fell down together. Jiangche was afraid that Tang Yunran would fall somewhere, so he put the back of his own head down and held Tang Yunran in his arms to protect her, making a human cushion for Tang Yunran. The dog blood didn't happen, he had expected a mouth-to-mouth like the one filmed in the drama, but the reality was that Tang Yunran's forehead knocked into his chin. It hurts. If this was a false chin, it would have knocked right off.
How are you? Tang Yunran rubbed her hand on Jiangche's chin.
Jiangche looked at Tang Yunran, who was still continuing to lie on top of him, and almost blurted out a reply of "It feels so good."
It kind of hurts.
Men lose a lot of wonderful opportunities if they are all heroic and act tough in front of women. So smart men need to be appropriately delicate.
I'll rub it for you. Okay, you lighten up.
Aha! Tang Yunran continued to rub Jiangche's chin in pain, and in her haste had no time to care about how she was currently posing with Jiangche. Jiangche frowned his eyebrows and pretended to be in pain, but in fact, the villain inside had grown wings and floated. He had realized before that Tang Yunran's body really wasn't normal, and now he was kind of neatly experiencing that feeling of being pressed into his chest and suffocated. Just as Jiangche continued to enjoy himself, the sound of a knock on the door suddenly rang out.
Ran, what happened? My second brother is here. Tang Yunran nervously looked toward the door.
Jiangche also heard that it was Tang Feilin's voice. Speaking of which, the second uncle of his had a voice he would never forget in 2 lifetimes. Whenever his 3 uncles came to trouble him, his second uncle was the only one who didn't do much. Of course, the reason why he was impressed to the bone with his second uncle wasn't because he thanked him less for doing it. Rather, it was because Tang Feilin always stood on the sidelines and watched the battles, giving technical guidance to Tang Feimu and Tang Faison. Big brother, you kick his leg. 3. You press his hands against his back and jam his knuckles. Big brother, you hit him too lightly, it's better to kick his legs off so he won't bully Xiaoran. Blah blah blah. It's a tough guy who moves his mouth. You hurry down. Jiangche said as he looked at Tang Yunran who was lying in his arms. Only after hearing Jiangche say this did Tang Yunran react as an afterthought to the fact that she was still in Jiangche's body.
His face was instantly colored with a flying haze, and he followed by hurriedly climbing down from Jiang Che's body. Dang 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 dang, the knock on the door sounded again. Ran? Just now there was so much noise, Xiao Ran couldn't have fallen, right? She didn't respond to him. Did she fall unconscious and pass out? Thinking of this, Tang Feilin's heart grew more and more worried. Ran, if you don't open the door, you're going to go inside? Quickly, hide. Tang Yunran said anxiously. Where to hide? Jiang Che originally wanted to hide under the bed, but as a result, he lifted the bedsheet and saw that the bed was solid and could not hide anyone underneath. The closet was full of clothes, and he couldn't hide them in his big 6-foot-something frame. At this time, Tang Feilin brought the spare key and opened the door. Tang Yunran lifted the covers and shouted in a low voice at Jiang Che, hurry. Seeing that the door was about to open, Jiang Che couldn't care less and hurriedly jumped onto the bed and got under the covers. Wait. Shoes. Jiang Che got out of bed again and stuffed the men's slippers he had just worn into the closet, then jumped onto the bed quickly and got under the covers. Just as it was covered, the door opened from the outside. Tang Yunran pretended to be woken up by the commotion, rubbed her eyes, and poked half her head out from under the covers. Ergo, what's wrong? Tang Feilin's puzzled gaze looked around the room for a week and didn't see anything out of the ordinary. I kept knocking on the door of your room just now, why didn't you open it? Ha? You knocked on my door? I didn't know. I was too sleepy to fall asleep and the thunder was so loud I didn't hear it. Tang Yunran explained this in a way that sounded halfway decent. Ha! Tang Yunran snorted sleepily. Go back to sleep then. Good night, Ergo. Aha! Tang Feilin had just taken a step out when his eyes were drawn to the rumbling quilt. Jiang Che hid under the quilt, close enough to Tang Yunran that he could clearly feel Tang Yunran's accelerating heartbeat. Combined with the quieted-down atmosphere of the moment, he could guess a hint of something unusual to come, even though he had no way of seeing it now. Thinking of this, Jiang Che's heart also began to drum nervously. Ran, what is this? The moment Tang Feilin's words came out, Tang Yunran and Jiang Che simultaneously had a heart in their throats. It's me, it's the stuffed bear I bought. The thunder was so loud that I was a little scared to sleep, so I held the stuffed bear in my arms, so it was much safer. Tang Yunran tried to keep herself as calm as possible. Don Flynn kept staring at the quilt bulge. Can you be comfortable holding a stuffed bear that big? Comfy, extra comfy, I sleep well cuddled up. Oh, you sleep then. Now Tang Feilin stopped asking more questions, and when he left the room, he brought the door on for Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran let out a long breath, nervous as hell. Ah! Tang Yunran remembered that Jiang Che was still covered under the covers and hurriedly lifted the covers. Looking at Jiang Che's reddened face, Tang Yunran was busy using her hand as a fan to fan herself in front of Jiang Che. Warmed up, aren't you? A little. Jiang Che lay on the bed not wanting to get up. A girl's bed is different, the quilt and sheets smell good, unlike the men. Either there's little or no flavor, or it's an odor. Thinking about it, Jiang Che felt especially sleepy and wanted to sleep. Jiang Che? Jiang Che? Jiang Che had just closed his eyes when he heard Tang Yunran's calling voice ringing in his ears. Jiang Che propped up his heavy eyelids to look at Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran saw that Jiang Che didn't look quite right and reached out to Jiang Che's forehead. It's hot. You have a fever. Jiang Che lifted his forehead and touched it on his head with his own hands. It was indeed very hot. No wonder I feel so sleepy. And then there was the fall just now, slippery feet were part of it, as were weak and feeble legs. Chapter 59, A Small World for Two. Wait here, I'll get the medicine. Aha! Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran's anxious and busy appearance for him, thinking that when he was sick in his previous life, this should be how she took care of him. Cuddling up to Tang Yunran's quilt was fragrant and soft. If only I could stay and sleep tonight. Of course, he was well aware that such things could only be thought about. They were still both just 18-year-old college students, and it wasn't appropriate for a lone man and woman to sleep together. What if it's just a dry run? Here's the medicine. Tang Yunran poured a cup of hot water, put it to her mouth and tasted it, feeling that the temperature was okay before handing it to Jiang Che. Jiang Che pumped his sore nose and sat up with some effort, taking the water from Tang Yunran's hand and taking the medicine. It's getting late, I have to go back. Jiang Che said as he lifted the covers. How are you going to drive when you're as sick as you are? Or what? I sleep here? When Jiang Che said this, Tang Yunran's face instantly blushed. Alright, I won't tease you anymore, I'm going back. Jiang Che got off the bed, his legs floating a bit. Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che's back, struggling inwardly. But if he didn't go back, Jiang Che would have to sleep in her bed. Jiang Che turned back to Tang Yunran, look out for me, I'm afraid that once I go out, I'll be directly confronted by your family. Aha! Tang Yunran nodded her head and came to Jiang Che's side, going out of the room ahead of him. The lights in the living room turned off and only the lights in the room shone in. My parents, they should be asleep. Good. Jiang Che didn't delay and hurriedly changed into his own shoes to go out. You don't have to give me a ride, you hurry back to bed. Tang Yunran was very worried about Jiang Che, her heart was in turmoil. Jiang Che brought the door with him and went downstairs alone. It was raining really hard outside, pulling right into a rain curtain. His head was still a little groggy, and it wasn't a good idea to drive in this state, and thankfully it was a short drive from here to their house, a few minutes away. Otherwise, it is easy to cause traffic accidents. Jiang Che. Tang Yunran's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Jiang Che turned his head to see that Tang Yunran was wearing slippers. Obviously, she had rushed down here to catch up with her. How did you get down here? It's raining heavily. Tang Yunran said with a frown as she glanced toward the outside. I know it's raining hard, and it can't get any lighter when you're down here. You'd better hurry back. I mean, why don't you wait for the rain to die down before you go back? Jiang Che could see Tang Yunran's worry. I'll do as you say, I'll stay in the car for a while, and then I'll drive back when it's raining less. When Tang Yunran heard Jiang Che say this, her heart was quite relieved. Jiang Che pulled open the car door and sat in, looking at Tang Yunran, who was still standing in the doorway and refusing to go back, and said with emotion in his heart, how silly. Ran. Jiang Che shouted. It was raining so hard that Tang Yunran didn't hear what Jiang Che was saying, she just felt that he was calling her. Ha! Come here. Jiang Che waved at Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran watched Jiang Che's beckoning gesture, acting more than thinking, and ran towards the car with her legs open. Close the car door quickly. Bang! The car door closed tight. It was just the two of them in the car. In the confined space, they could hear each other breathing. Somewhat quickly. Some heavy. Want to listen to music? Jiang Che felt Tang Yunran's nervousness. Aha! Jiang Che remembered that in his previous life, Tang Yunran liked to listen to the song Shallow, and he downloaded it on purpose. As the music came together, Tang Yunran's eyes steeped up. It's Shallow. Right. You like to listen to this song too? She remembered what Jiang Yuan had said, saying that her brother didn't have much musicality, so he rarely listened to songs. Of course, just because you rarely listen to a song doesn't mean you don't listen to it. Quite like it, not only that song, but the singer who sings it I really like. Jiang Che was pentatonic and never paid attention to any songs, let alone singers, and he did so all by throwing his weight around. Really? Me too. I especially like that singer. Although he's not tall, the positive experience of struggling is definitely enough to write a book. Tang Yunran became more and more agitated as she spoke. With Tang Yunran chatting with him, Jiang Che didn't feel like he had an unbearable headache. It feels better than taking medication. And just now the atmosphere is particularly conducive to conversation. Outside the rain is falling, there is no other noise interference, properly is a small world of two people. Yikes. It's 12 o'clock. Tang Yunran popped up. It wasn't even 11 o'clock when she got in the car just now, and it felt like we hadn't even had a conversation yet, so how come over an hour had passed? Tang Yunran had never felt that time had passed so quickly. Do you still have a fever? Tang Yunran said, reaching out to Jiang Che's forehead. Finally the fever is gone. After Tang Yunran sighed in relief, she looked out toward the car window. The rain was also noticeably lighter. Almost, I'm leaving. Jiang Che said. Hearing Jiang Che's words, the color of Tang Yunran's eyes instantly dimmed, and the bottom of her eyes were covered in reluctance. This expression of Tang Yunran's fell as far as Jiang Che's eyes could see. Then be careful on your way. Tang Yunran finished reaching to the door handle. Wait. Jiang Che called out to Tang Yunran. What's wrong? Tang Yunran turned back to Jiang Che. You got dirt in your hair. Ha? Tang Yunran subconsciously raised her hand. Don't move, I'll help you. After Jiang Che finished speaking, he didn't give Tang Yunran a chance to react at all and directly approached him. Kissed Tang Yunran on the head. In fact, there was nothing dirty on Tang Yunran's head, and he deliberately found a reason just to steal a kiss from Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran's pupils suddenly dilated. Just now. What just happened? Jiang Che kissed her? He kissed her? Or was it just her illusion? The illusion is like sitting in a classroom and always feeling like there's a member of the opposite sex staring at you. So was it an illusion or did Jiang Che really kiss her? There, it's off. Jiang Che's hand flung out quickly, and when Tang Yunran fixed her eyes to look, there was nothing in Jiang Che's hand. Stained with what? Tang Yunran couldn't really resist asking. It should be the fibers from the clothes, right? Jiang Che returned very calmly. Tang Yunran carefully observed Jiang Che look, trying to see a hint of something unusual from Jiang Che's face, but in the end it was a failure. Jiang Che's expression didn't change much before or after. So sure enough it was still her fault. Let's get going while it's raining less. Yeah. Be careful on the road. Okay. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After Jiang Che drove back home, he habitually took out his cell phone to look up before going to bed. Only then did he realize that Li Hao had called him several times and sent several messages over. Chapter 60 Tang Yunran sends a message of her own accord. Without looking, Jiang Che knew what Li Hao was doing by sending a message over. Nothing more than worrying about him and Tang Yunran. It's too late and his fever just broke, so I'll reply to his message tomorrow. Sleep first. Jiang Che was just about to put his phone aside when he received a message from Tang Yunran. Are you home yet? As soon as Jiang Che saw that it was Tang Yunran who had sent a message over, he was instantly sleepy. Half-heartedly and immediately replied, already in bed. Then you sleep. Good. Good night. This good night was sent first by Tang Yunran. Looking at the good night motion picture Tang Yunran sent, the corners of Jiang Che's mouth couldn't help but raise. It seems that the good night he used to say to her every night has finally worked. He did that to get Tang Yunran into the habit of not being able to sleep without his good night. Good night. Jiang Che returned the favor. This night, no matter how much the rain and wind blew outside, Jiang Che slept soundly. The next morning the weather was perfect. Lao Jiang, why didn't you reply to my message last night? Li Hao asked. It's not even about you, almost breaking up two pairs in one night. So has schoolgirl Tang forgiven you? If she hadn't forgiven me, could I be talking to you properly right now? It's okay. Li Hao sighed in relief. Fortunately it was fine, otherwise he would be 1,000 years of sin. How are you? Jiang Che asked as he looked at Li Hao. Counting this as Li Hao's first serious relationship, in the days of talking to Mei Xan, crazy with him to enter his Xan is how good, all day long to Xan hanging in the mouth, the result is that in the end they are just the other side to raise the spare tire. What can happen? I think it's hard for anything worse than this to happen in the future, too. No, if he hadn't stopped you this time, what would have happened in the future would have been many thousands of times worse. Jiang Che reached out and put his hand on Li Hao's shoulder and patted it. Out with the old, in with the new, think outside the box. I've figured it out. Li Hao said with emotion. That's good. I'll never fall in love again, and I'll become a monk if I ever have spring fever again. You call that thinking about it? How does it sound to me like I can't think straight? Old Jiang, don't try to persuade me, there's actually a secret I've never told anyone. Li Hao's words made Jiang Che curious. Li Hao had always been a straight-talking person who would say whatever he had to say. Li Hao would have secrets. He hadn't heard Li Hao mention it in his previous life. What secret? Once, on my way out of school, I saw a blind man setting up a fortune-telling stall, saying he could tell you your last name without asking. And this you believe? Of course I didn't believe it, and then I went to him and let it go. And then what? Then he started by asking me to find out, on a couple of pieces of paper, which one my last name was on, and he told me I didn't have to tell him which word it was, and at the time I thought to myself, is it really that magical? Are you too much money to spend? To be honest, my mom just gave me my allowance, which is quite a lot indeed. And finally? And in the end he actually figured out that my last name was Li. You say it's amazing. Jiang Che shook his head breathlessly. What's so magical about this? This one just requires all the last names to be lined up in a square formation first, Let's say there are 100 of them, lined up in 10 rows, so there are 10 in each row. Then copy each line onto a card and name each card with an odd number. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Again, then copy the words from each column onto a card and name each card with an even number. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. This leaves him with 20 cards on hand and only one last name to repeat for any odd-numbered card and any even-numbered card combination. In that case, the preparation of the props is complete. Then, after memorizing that square, which is also known as the 100 surnames, and getting more practice, and being able to do it 100% without making any mistakes, he can go and set up a stall to tell people's fortunes. Really? Li Hao looked at Jiang Che with a skeptical gaze. Fortune-telling is supposed to be metaphysical, so how did it become a math problem when it came to Jiang Che? Old Jiang, don't bully me for not being good at math. I didn't take the level exam for Jiang University, I purely relied on connections to spend money to get in. Is that something to brag about? Jiang Che breathlessly pumped the corners of his mouth. Let me ask you, did he tell you to find the one with your last name on it first? How do you know? In fact, if you find out the one with the last name, you're also telling him which row of the square he's in. The more Li Hao listened, the more he felt as if it was like that. Next he gives you another one to find out your last name, which is really the same as telling him which column in the square, the first word, and finally pretends to make a pretense of measuring what your finger is, which is good enough to give him plenty of time to figure it out. After Jiang Che finished speaking, he realized that Li Hao was staring at himself with wide double bull's eyes. Old Jiang, tell me honestly, how did you know? He's just eaten more salt than you've ever eaten, Jiang Che mentally returned. I know. What do you know? I know, have you been to a fortune teller before? Overthink it. And how did you know that? Never mind how I know, let me just ask you, you're not really going to stay out of relationships for the rest of your life because of a scummy girl, are you? I haven't finished what I just said. Li Hao hugged a bottle of 500 milliliters mineral water and drank it in one gulp. I thought it was particularly magical, and then I asked him to read my fortune. What's the math? In-laws. Jiang Che, as someone who had been reborn over, knew very well what Li Hao's future marriage would be like, so he was curious as to what the fortune teller had said. The trigrams are bad and say I'd better not get married. Yo! The math is pretty accurate. Then did he say that if you meet a nobleman in your destiny, you can break this destiny? He is this noble man. That's not saying much. That means this fortune-telling is not up to par. Let's not talk about it, I have a headache, I'll buy you dinner today so I can break the bank and avoid disaster. Good, then I'll be gracious and order a little more. No need to be polite to me, just order whatever you want, preferably something expensive. An hour later. I'm also speechless. Jiang Che said breathlessly. I'm sorry, I just remembered that I've been oohing and awing over all my money with Marine. Just now in the restaurant private room, Jiang Che ordered a lot of dishes under the encouragement of Li Hao, and when it came time to pay, he didn't have any money. Next time it's on me, next Friday my mom gives me my allowance. It's only Sunday. Jiang Che said with emphasis. Also, there's still a few days left, Lao Jiang, lend me some to slow down first. P.S. Small fish eat Kuan, today there is no card text do not need to send me razor blades Chapter 61, being called out for what it is. Jiang Che. Just then, an acquaintance walked up to him. Wu Qingxu. Along with Wu Qingxu was his friend Wang Jin. Old Jiang, your love rival. Li Hao whispered in Jiang Che's ear. He's not good enough for the title of love interest right now. Hearing these domineering words from Jiang Che, Li Hao stretched out his thumbs to give Jiang Che a nod. Li Hao and Jiang Che's voices weren't too loud, but they weren't too small either, just enough for Wu Qingxu to be able to hear. Wu Qingxu already had a belly full of fire towards Jiang Che, and now that he had heard Jiang Che's words just now, he was instantly furious. Just as Wu Qingxu was about to go up and pick on Jiang Che, he saw Jiang Che pull out his cell phone from his pocket. Hello? Brother Sam, what do you want to see me about? Hearing that it was Tang Faison who had called, Wu Qingxu hastily stopped his feet. The last time he got someone to beat up Jiang Che, he was caught by Tang Faison, and Tang Faison gave him harsh words. Saying that Jiang Che was his brother and had saved his life, and that if he let him know in the future that he was going to go after Jiang Che again, don't blame him for turning his back on him. He still had to chase after Tang Yunran, he couldn't offend Tang Faison. Considering this, Wu Qingxu rushed around and walked away. You can't afford to mess with him, can you? Li Hao looked at Wu Qingshu, who had walked out for a good length of time, and turned his head to look at Jiang Chei's cell phone with its black screen. Don't pretend, he's already scared off. Jiang Chei slipped his phone back into his pants pocket. Old Jiang, you're really good. So quick to get your future uncle on your side. Li Hao said with admiration. It's just one that's taken care of, there are two others that are even harder to deal with. Jiang Chei's head hurt just thinking about the other two uncle heads. Do you want me to look into it for you? Don't bother, I've got it covered. Does he need you to investigate? Those three uncles of his used to beat him up in his previous life, so he shouldn't be too familiar with them. Wu Qingshu boarded his green and purple face and drank an ice pulsation to lower the fire. Old Wu, why didn't you barf with Jiang Chei just now? Wang Zhen asked curiously. You think I don't want to? It's not about what happened last time. Next, Wu Qingshu told Wang Zhen what happened last time. So that's how it is, then that makes it a headache. Just after Wang Zhen finished speaking, he looked toward the opposite side of the road. Old Wu, look. You quickly look. That girl? I'm not interested in any girl. Apart from Tang Yunran, he couldn't look at anyone. No, look. How good is it? Wu Qingshu looked at how excited Wang Zhen was and thought to himself, is that girl really that good looking? Wu Qingshu looked in the direction Wang Zhen pointed to, and it was a girl in a wheelchair. It's cute looking, but it's not that good looking, is it? Are you as excited as this? No. Look closely, she's Jiang Chei's sister. Jiang Chei's sister? Wu Qingshu's eyes widened as he once again looked towards the face of the girl sitting in the wheelchair. Wang Zhen had helped him collect all the information about Jiang Chei some time ago, including his sister. He had seen Jiang Yuan's picture and it looked a little bit like Jiang Chei. It's really Jiang Chei's sister. Jiang Yuan was shopping at the convenience store across the street. Come on, let's go over there. Boss, give me a box of chili fries. Jiang Yuan took out his cell phone and scanned the code. At that moment, two people she didn't recognize stepped in front of her. What's the matter? Jiang Yuan asked as he looked at Wu Qingshu and Wang Zhen suspiciously. Are you Jiang Chei's sister? Wu Qingshu's attitude wasn't very good. Jiang Yuan's attitude also became not very friendly after he could see that the two were coming from a bad place. What do you care whose sister I am, does it matter to you? Wu Qingshu was choked by Jiang Yuan's words. This little girl was no better than his brother, and just as infuriating. You're Jiang Chei's sister, so this has something to do with you. I am indeed Jiang Chei's sister, so what? If you have anything to do, go find Jiang Chei, don't bother me and delay me from eating my chili fries. Hey you, this Wang Zhen was just about to get angry when Wu Qingshu stopped him. I'll tell him this myself. Wu Qingshu turned to Jiang Yuan, you go back and tell your brother to stay away from my girlfriend, do you hear me? Really, your girlfriend? Jiang Yuan looked at Wu Qingshu with a puzzled gaze. And no, yes, it's my girlfriend. It's your girlfriend, why are you stuttering? When did I stutter? If it's really your girlfriend, you should have told her to stay away from my brother, okay? You. Wu Qingshu pointed his finger at Jiang Yuan, his angry face suffocating into a green and purple color, and his fingertips were trembling. That's when the owner brought in the box of chili fries that Jiang Yuan had asked for. Little girl, you asked for chorizo. Before Jiang Yuan could reach out and take it, it was snatched away by Wu Qingshu. I'm going to tell you again, go back and tell your brother what I said and tell him to stay away from Yunran or I'll make him look good. Jiang Yuan stared at the spicy noodles in Wu Qingshu's hand with both eyes, his eyes about to spit fire. In the past, when she was at home, when Jiang Chei robbed her of a bag of chili fries, she had to fight him. Now that her entire box of spicy noodles had been snatched away by Wu Qingshu, she had the heart of a cannibal. Hey! I'm talking to you, do you hear me? Daff? Just as Wu Qingshu finished his words, he saw Jiang Yuan suddenly raise his eyes showing a fierce light. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath, and Hudong roared up. Are you still not a man? No wonder you can't snatch my brother, you're not capable of coaxing a girl, and you're capable of terrorizing me, who's in a wheelchair. Is that all you've got? Can't you use some honorable means? Can't you use this time to think about how to please a girl? A man like you, even if you don't have my brother, girls still won't like you, unless all the men under the sky die off so that you have no competitors, otherwise even if you don't have my brother, there will be other people to steal from you. Do you go to their families one by one, threatening and intimidating them? And bully me, a disabled person, are you not ashamed? I feel ashamed for you when I see you like this, I super despise you. Jiang Yuan was shocked by this blast from Jiang Yuan and stood still for a moment, directly freezing and staring straight at Jiang Yuan with both eyes. Give me back the spicy noodles. Jiang Yuan yelled super fiercely at Wu Qingshu. The owner of the store looked down and snatched the box from Wu Qingshu's hand and handed it to Jiang Yuan. At the same time, he cast an incomparably contemptuous look at Wu Qingshu. Humph. Still wanna rob me of my spicy noodles? Jiang Yuan grumbled under his breath before pressing his motorized wheelchair to leave the convenience store. Hey, stop right there. Wang Jin chased out a few steps before realizing that Wu Qingshu was standing still. Old Wu, she's gone, why don't you go after her? Chapter 62 Complaining to Jiang Che. Wu Qingshu opened his mouth and sighed. Forget it, I'd rather not chase it. Ha? No more chasing? Why not? Don't you think she has a point? What? Wang Jin pulled out his ears. I think she has a point. Wang Jin was confused for a moment. Are you being scolded, silly? Let's go. Wu Qingshu turned around and walked in the opposite direction from where Jiang Yuan had left. Hey! Old Wu, wait for me. Jiang Che arrived home for a while before Jiang Yuan returned. You went to get your own chorizo? I almost died of anger talking about this. Jiang Yuan grumbled under his breath as he hugged the chili box. What's the matter? Which one in a hurry to get reincarnated came to mess with you, little devil? Jiang Che. To be called brother. It's not all because of you. There was a guy just now who grabbed my chorizo and asked me to take a message to you to stay away from his girlfriend. Wu Qingshu. Jiang Che immediately guessed that it was him. I don't know what his name is, I just heard his friends call him Old Wu. Wang Jin. That's right, it's Wu Qingshu. Did he do anything to you? Jiang Che's face instantly grimaced, his eyes swept up and down Jiang Yuan's body. If he saw a trace of something he shouldn't have on Jiang Yuan's body, he would absolutely find Wu Qingshu and fight for his life. His sister could only be bullied by him. Yes. Yes? Where did he bully you? Jiang Che rubbed his fists together and waited for Jiang Yuan to speak up, then properly settle the score with Wu Qingshu. Didn't I just say that? He robbed me of my pepperoni. What? That's it? Just this isn't enough? Jiang Yuan huffed. Jiang Che looked at the box of chorizo in Jiang Yuan's hand, then again, this girl had been holding the chorizo box tightly without letting go since she came in just now. Obviously, she was afraid that he would snatch her spicy noodles. Thinking of the past days, just because he stole her spicy noodles to fight with him, the image, Wu Qingshu snatched her a whole box of spicy noodles, that will not be a volcano eruption. Thinking of this, Jiang Che instead lit up wax in his heart for Wu Qingshu, wondering if he was okay now. After the meal, with nothing to do, Jiang Che spent 10,000 experience points to draw a lottery. Maybe he would get lucky and draw something good. There are actually quite a few good ones in the mall, but they're just too expensive, at least 5 figures. He spent at 10,000 experience points, he could draw 100 times, maybe he drew something rare and good, really did not draw once, just find Tang Yunran to talk, tease her, the experience value will be back. System, draw. Good. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your participation, X30. Stop, stop, stop. Today's luck seems to be a bit bad, continue to draw maybe 100 times or thank you for participating. Think about it, but man is one of those defiant species. Jiang Che was no exception, always feeling that if he didn't draw one more time, he might have missed out on $1 billion. Smoke it again. One last draw and he'll stop. Thank you for your participation. He still doesn't believe it. Smoke it again. Thank you for your participation. Thanks for participating, X99. This prize draw made Jiang Che not want to talk. Could this be a case of I'm in love and out of luck at the casino? Host, there's one last look left, do you still want to draw? It's only the last time anyway, smoke. He can't believe it. If he doesn't get it this time, he'll. Thank you for your participation. Jiang Che shut up and didn't say anything. Flag is not a messy establishment. Smoke it one last time. He couldn't draw 100 times in a row, which made his heart say that it was blocked. It was also fortunate that his OCD wasn't very severe, or he would certainly have had to until he drew a prize. Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, a different system reminder tone finally rang out. Congratulations to the host, who drew a Crow's Nest experience voucher. The statute of limitations is 1 week. The Crow's Nest experience coupon, as the name implied, didn't need the system to explain at all. He knew what it was for. Nothing more than a mouthful. What if I said that Wu Qingshu choked on his water and choked on his food? Tell you to bully his sister. Cough cough cough. Wu Qingshu spat out a mouthful of water. Mother Wu was busy with her hands patting on Wu Qingshu's back. What's the rush for a drink of water? Cough cough cough. Wu Qingshu continuously coughed and blushed. It took a while for Wu Qingshu to slowly slow down. Dinner. Oh. Wu Qingshu smoothed his own hand over his chest and sat down at the table. Have a piece of braised pork. Mother Wu gave Wu Qingshu a piece of braised pork. This is Wu Qingshu's favorite dish. Wu Qingshu had just put the braised pork in his mouth, and before he had time to chew, the meat slipped directly into his throat, unable to come up or down to get stuck. Ah, ah. Wu Qingshu pinched his neck and rolled his eyes. When Wu Mother took a look, she was shocked and hurriedly got up and slammed hard on Wu Qingshu's back. Mrs. Zhang, come and help. Hurry up. Hey, here it comes. Wu Mother and Zhang Ma slammed at Wu Qingshu's back as hard as they could. Painful. Wu Qingshu wildly rolled his eyes and could not speak, thinking that the red meat was stuck in his throat. What is the use of you guys smashing his back? In the end, Wu Qingshu rolled his eyes and fainted. I don't know if I'm pouting over the meat choking, smashed, or speechless. Day 2. Jiang Che drove to Purple County City to see the progress of the renovation. Stopped at a family mart on the way to buy 2 bottles of water. I just went in and saw a familiar face. Mayhin. Mei Xian looked at him with a gaze full of hostility. If eyes could kill, at this moment, she would have already cut Jiang Che into 1,000 pieces. Jiang Che ignored Mei Xian's hateful gaze and passed right through her, doing whatever he needed to do. Mei Xian's best friend Chen Yan shook her hand excitedly. Xinxin, look. So handsome. It feels even more handsome than our schoolboy. Che, handsome can be a meal? Let me tell you, don't be fooled by his appearance, he's just a poor man. Listening to Mei Xin's words, which were all mocking, Chen Yan asked suspiciously, you know him? Recognize, is a friend of one of my spare tire. I've researched him, working man from the countryside, family renting an old house of a few dozen square feet, and a disabled sister. So? It's a pity that such a handsome face was wasted. If his family's conditions were a little better, I might even take pity on him and be his girlfriend. Hearing this, Mei Xian suddenly remembered something. That's Jiang Che's girlfriend, Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran is the school flower of Jiangcheng University. The people chasing after her can probably hold hands and circle around Jiangcheng University. How did Tang Yunran look at Jiang Che? Chapter 63. Tang Yunran gets angry. Needless to say, it must be fooling her, the same as 2 nights ago when the KTV fooled her, and again in the Autumn Water District 3 houses, and again $70,000 to $80,000 of BMW, and again in the Purple County City Villa. Yeah. Didn't you ruin her and Li Hao? Today she's here to ruin you and Tang Yunran. Just as Mei Xin was thinking this, an oblique eye caught sight of Tang Yunran walking along the road. That's quite a coincidence. Just right. Jiang Che also saw Tang Yunran on the opposite side of the road when he took the water to pay for it, and at the same time, he also saw Mei Xin hurriedly running over. What is this Mei Xian going to do? Jiang Che quietly followed after paying. Tang Yunran. Mei Xian called out to Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran frowned after seeing that it was Mei Xian. Seriously, she hates scummy men and she hates scummy women. What Mei Xian had done to Li Hao in her last life made her despise him. Originally, in terms of Li Hao's family, he could have spent his whole life with a big hand and no worries about food and clothing, but he ended up in that situation. After Li Hao was sent to the hospital after being beaten by the loan sharks, she had met Mei Xian by chance, kissing other men and laughing as if Li Hao's business had nothing to do with her. What did you call me for? Tang Yunran asked with a cold face. Looking at Tang Yunran's coolness like the flower of a snowy mountain high ridge, Mei Xian furiously wanted to roll her eyes. You're pretty, aren't you? You're still being fooled by Jiang Che? I came here to kindly remind you that it's better for you to hurry up and break up with Jiang Che early. As soon as Jiang Che approached over, he suddenly heard such a sentence, and immediately his gaze towards Mei Xian became dangerous. He wishes you the best of luck in your life and never finding a spare tire and never getting married. Anyone who marries a woman like Mei Xin is out of luck. No. I'll rephrase that. Girls like you are better used to wreak havoc on scum. A scummy girl with a scummy guy couldn't be more appropriate. In the future, when they get married, they'll hurt each other. Tang Yunran knitted her brows and looked at Mei Xin. You've misunderstood. I'm not in that kind of relationship with Jiang Che. Don't you deny it. I'm not blind. I can see that you guys are in that kind of relationship. Mei Xin said with a bite. I really. Tang Yunran, I came over here to kindly remind you because we're both female. Jiang Che, he's lying to you. Jiang Che is lying to her? Lying about what? I don't understand you. Did Jiang Che tell you that he has a house in the Autumn Water neighborhood? Aha! I knew it. Did he also tell you that he has a BMW? He did. She also sat. It's all a lie. Myson said, raising her voice. Let me tell you, 2 days ago in the KTV, Jiang Che confessed his love to me. He said that the person he actually likes is me, and he also said that he has 3 houses in the Autumn Water district, a BMW car, and that he bought a villa in Purple County City. Did he not say the same thing to you? Tang Yunran knew that Jiang Che's family had bought a house and a BMW in the Autumn Water district, but she didn't know that he had 2 other houses in the Autumn Water district. And then there's Purple County. The Purple County City was familiar to her. She had a classmate who lived there in her previous life. At a class reunion, that classmate of hers kept bragging to her that a villa was tens of millions of dollars and expensive. But her husband was rich and she liked it, so her husband bought it for her. This classmate was staring at her the whole time he said this, with the clear meaning of showing off towards her. She ignored her and acted as if she hadn't heard anything. As a result, this classmate got an inch up and spoke directly by name. Said she was too mixed up as a schoolgirl and was the worst married in their circle. It was then that she snapped. It's okay to talk about her, but definitely not Jiang Che. Not to mention that time Jiang Che also came. She wouldn't allow anyone to insult Jiang Che. She felt that Jiang Che was already very powerful, having risen flat on his face without the help of any external forces. How much effort Jiang Che had put in at that time, she had always been silently concerned. So coincidentally, it's Purple County? I don't think it's true, is it? She knew that Jiang Che had been speculating in stocks recently, and she also knew that Jiang Che had a certain amount of talent and luck in stock speculation, but after all, it was the Purple County City, and stock speculation also required capital. Jiang Che also only won a first-class prize, and as a student, he shouldn't be putting all his money into the stock market. There was also the fact that the cheaper houses in Purple County City cost several $1,000,000, so it was impossible for Jiang Che to afford them. According to her guess, it was probably Jiang Che who had deliberately said this in order to set Mei Xin up. Mei Xin saw Tang Yunran lowering her eyebrows in contemplation and thought that she believed her words, so she picked up where she left off and continued. Did he still say that he would give you the villa in Purple County when you got married and were together in the future? Without waiting for Tang Yunran to reply, Mei Xin continued to talk to herself. Tang Yunran, I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of men, and the ones like Jiang Che are definitely not worth committing your life to. You're the school flower of Jiangcheng University, there are tons of rich men chasing after you, don't be fooled by a despicable and shameless villain like Jiang Che. Mei Xin felt that she had put it so bluntly that Tang Yunran would definitely break up with Jiang Che. Thinking of the image of Jiang Che being dumped, Mei Xin felt particularly panicked at once, and she couldn't wait to see that image. Must be quite a relief. That's what Mei Xin thought, yet things went completely differently than she thought they would. Tang Yunran's face went completely cold. Jiang Che is despicable and shameless? Or you? What did you say? Mei Xin didn't expect Tang Yunran to suddenly say something like that. What did I say? You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? What do you take your boyfriend for? A tool for spending money? Selling your soul and body, cheating those who give their heart to you. You cheated them around. For you to pour out your heart and lungs and money, you have to not feel guilty, but feel proud, in the end who is shameless? Tang Yunran's words are so powerful. Beautifully said. Jiang Che gave Tang Yunran kudos in his heart, worthy of being his girl. It wouldn't be comparable to trash like Mei Xin. Mei Xin's eyes were as wide as bronze bells and her mouth opened and closed in anger. You have the balls to say that again. What? Getting pissed off? You dare to do it and I can't say anything? Originally, she was too lazy to care about this kind of thing. But when this matter involved Jiang Che, she couldn't tolerate it anymore. You nonsense. When did I do that? Mei Xian's angry face was stifled. People do what people do, I just don't believe it. People like you, God can really let you off the hook and keep getting away with it until you're old? Although she hadn't waited for Mei Xian's downfall in her previous life, she firmly believed in the cycle of heaven and karma. Social scum like Mei Xian, scum of the earth, would be cleaned up one day. You! Mei Xian was furious to the point of bursting, and directly moved to push Tang Yunran.
P.S. Small fish eat Kuan, today cooking hand burned, originally wanted to more, finally single-handedly completed the last 2 chapters, experienced the feeling of the divine sculptor warrior.
Chapter 64 Mei Xian's downfall.
Tang Yunran didn't expect Mei Xian to make a sudden move, and was caught off guard when she was pushed to stagger and fall backward. She was about to fall on her but to the floor when a hand suddenly reached out and passed over her waist, holding her steady. Tang Yunran looked back, and after seeing that it was Jiang Che, her pupils abruptly dilated. He always showed up to help her in times of crisis now.
Love experience value plus 263. Are you okay? It's fine. Tang Yunran shook her head.
Jiang Che's sweeping gaze retracted from Tang Yunran, and in the next second, he looked at Mei Xian with sharp eyes that were as imposing as arrows launched.
When she met this terrifying look from Jiang Che, Mei Xian reflexively took 2 steps backwards. You, what do you want? Do you still want to hit a woman?
If you dare to hit me, you're not a man.
Why do you say it's not? Are you the one who defines man and woman? The one who beats you is not a man? Jiang Che's words blocked Mei Xian's ability to hold back a word for half a day.
Anyway, you just can't hit me.
If you hit me, you're not a man.
Jiang Che stepped towards Mei Xian. A man who beats a woman is indeed not man enough, but what I beat is not a woman, it's scum.
To beat her and insult her for being scum?
Mei Xian was so angry that her face was red, but with her own small size against Jiang Che's height of 5 feet 8 inches, she just didn't dare to spread her anger even if she had it.
You stay away,
Marine said as she stepped back. Jiang Che raised his hand, ready to slap the scum on to take it out on Tang Yunran.
At that moment, Tang Yunran walked over. Or not. Forget it? Ran, you're too kind.
No, it's just that she's so dirty that hitting her would contaminate your hands.
Mei Xian was so angry that she almost spurted blood when she heard Tang Yunran's last sentence.
Jiang Che nodded. You're right, she is indeed too dirty, and with all the men she has, it wouldn't be good if I touched her and got passed around with a disease.
You're the dirty one.
Your whole family is dirty. Mei Xin broke out into a yell. Tang Yunran was worried that Jiang Che would be provoked by Mei Xian's words, so she continued, let's ignore what the dog is barking at, let's find a place to have some afternoon tea?
Okay, listen to you.
It was the first time Jiang Che had seen Tang Yunran in this exasperated state, not realizing that she had such a cute side.
It's quite dark and cute.
As for Mei Xian, he had just blessed her with a raven's tongue.
But that's not enough. Just another blessing of bad luck and bad things from now on. Mei Xian looked at the backs of the 2 leaving and stomped her feet in anger.
You should hurry up and call your boyfriend at your Shibari meeting and tell him to teach him a lesson.
Mason's friend said with an idea. You're right.
Mason had a triple-digit number of spares on her cell phone, of all statuses and professions. One of them is the head gangster. She had just pulled out her cell phone when her friend suddenly pulled her aside.
What for? Look, isn't that your Shibari boyfriend, Zhang Fei? Mei Xian looked in the direction her friend was pointing and saw a couple walking together across the road. The guy seemed to be her backup boyfriend, Zhang Fei. How can that be?
He clearly said that I'm the only one in his heart, so how could he be with another girl?
They should just be normal friends.
Mei Xian was comforting herself in her own mind, and as soon as the words were out of her mouth, she saw the man and woman across the street stop, hugging and kissing each other. This scene stimulated Mei Xian to instantly eyeball up and jump out in direct rage.
Xin? Why are you here? Zhang Fei didn't expect to bump into Mei Xian here. Who is she? Mei Xian asked menacingly, pointing at the girl behind Zhang Fei.
Xin, let me explain, she and I are just normal friends.
Ordinary friends? Ordinary friends cuddling and kissing? Do you think I'm stupid? And you shameless woman. How dare you seduce someone else's boyfriend? You're shameless, aren't you?
Then I'll rip your clothes off, so you'll be completely shameless.
Mei Xian lunged towards the girl behind Zhang Fei and pounced on the other in one fell swoop. Stop it, Shin Shin. Let go of me. Zhang Fei yanked hard on Mei Xin's clothes, and Mei Xin roared and yelled like crazy, tearing at the girl underneath her. Mei Xin. Zhang Fei yelled. As if she hadn't heard, Mei Hsin continued to frantically tear at the girl pressed beneath her like a madwoman. Zhang Fei was furious, and his violent temper came up, rudely grabbed on Mei Xin's hair and uprooted her like a carrot, followed by a kick to send her flying out. Xiang, are you alright? Zhang Fei was heartbroken as he took off his own clothes to wrap the girl up. She's so scary, like a tiger, she wants to eat people, so scary. The girl was overly frightened and dug into Zhang Fei's arms. Mei Xin, who had been kicked halfway to the ground and couldn't get up, saw this scene and was furious as if her face was like a running light with red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple changing back and forth. Zhang Fei. You must give me a statement today. Okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I love Xiang, and from now on, I'm breaking up with you. What? Mei Xin froze, beating her to death. She did not expect Zhang Fei to say such words. She had always had men under her control, but as a result, she had just been dumped by Li Hao 2 days ago, and now she was dumped by Zhang Fei. Why is she so unlucky? In the end, Mei Xin watched Zhang Fei leave with the girl named Xiang. Damn it! Damn it! After stomping her feet a few times in a row, Mihan realized that there was something foreign under her feet. Look down. It's the dog sure. Pissed her off. It's not a good day to go out. Too bad luck. Tang Yunran pulled open the car door and sat on the passenger side, turning her head towards Jiang Che. You're not angry, are you? What am I angry about for good reason? Jiang Che started the car and drove, playing Tang Yunran's favorite Shallow. I thought you'd be angry when Mei Hsin said that about you just now. There's nothing to do, wouldn't it be a waste of expression for me to get angry with that kind of scum? You're really not mad? Not only am I not angry, I'm also very happy. Jiang Che said with the corners of his mouth raised. Ha? A puzzled expression appeared on Tang Yunran's face, not understanding what Jiang Che meant. Because you spoke up for me and I'm happy. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Tang Yunran slightly lowered her head to hide the smile she was about to be unable to hide on her face. Jiang Che quietly turned his head towards Tang Yunran, and looking at her secretly happy appearance, he also couldn't hold back the happy smile that swooned on his face. For a while, the car was filled with the simple and ordinary scent of happiness. Arrived. Jiang Che said. Tang Yunran looked up, her eyes showing doubt. Isn't this the Purple County City? What's the point of coming here? Chapter 65 Jiang Che buys anti-towels. Jiang Che pulled out the key and handed it to Tang Yunran. It is? Keys. Of course I recognize this as a key. Tang Yunran spat breathlessly. You'll know soon enough. Jiang Che said in a mysterious manner. Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che with a suspicious gaze, and in the next second, she saw Jiang Che's car drive into Purple County City unhindered. Going in? Tang Yunran froze with wide eyes. She knew about Purple County City, an extremely upscale neighborhood like this, where outside vehicles were not allowed to enter. Although Jiang Che's car was a BMW and very expensive, it was a lousy existence for anyone who could live in Purple County City. So it wasn't possible that because Jiang Che drove a BMW, he could just enter. Suddenly, something occurred to Tang Yunran. Just now, during the argument with Mei Xin mentioned that Jiang Che had a villa in Purple County City. It wouldn't be. Just as Tang Yunran was thinking this, the car stopped in front of a luxurious villa. Here it is. Jiang Che turned his head toward Tang Yunran and said, pushing the door down afterward. Tang Yunran followed Jiang Che down with the key in her hand, puzzled and shocked, to the carved iron gate. Open the door. Jiang Che said as he looked at the key in Tang Yunran's hand. Open the door? With this lock? Sure it'll open? Tang Yunran half-heartedly took the key and opened the door. Stick it in. A screw. Click click. It's on. Tang Yunran blinked her eyes and stared straight ahead, looking like she didn't react for a moment. Go in. Jiang Che pushed open the door. Oh. Tang Yunran mumbled as she followed Jiang Che inside. The yard was empty, with only a few simple green bonsai plants. The house has just been bought and it's a bit of a downer with no one living in it yet. It'll be fine when we move in later. Jiang Che said as he opened the door of the villa and walked in. Just bought it? You bought this villa? Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che with a shocked expression, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yeah, didn't I tell you a while ago that I made a lot of money speculating on stocks? Jiang Che said that with his mouth, but in his heart, he was thinking that he could afford this villa thanks to you, providing so much experience value. By the way, do you like the decor? Jiang Che was still confident in this current decoration style, confident that Tang Yunran would like it. Because the house decoration in his previous life was also handled by Tang Yunran. After Tang Yunran had recovered from her shock, her eyes looked around the villa for a week, and the more she looked, the brighter her eyes became. I especially like this style. In her previous life, after she and Jiang Che got married, she was the one who took care of the decoration of the wedding house. At that time, she was still concerned about whether Jiang Che would like it or not, something she had always wanted to ask but hadn't. I didn't realize that Jiang Che also liked this style. And the furniture, the color of this couch, the style, she's super into it. Sit down and see if it's soft? Yeah. Tang Yunran sat down on her but, sinking in slightly. It's very comfortable. Jiang Che came to sit down opposite Tang Yunran, feeling that the empty house had a male and female host, and it instantly became populated. It's cozy. How much money did you actually make speculating in stocks? Tang Yunran couldn't help but ask curiously. Only my girlfriend can know. Don't say. Tang Yunran bristled. The next moment he suddenly felt a discomfort in his belly. Without waiting for her to react, the floodwaters broke the levee and leaked. Jiang Che sensed that Tang Yunran's situation was not right and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with you? Where are you uncomfortable?" Tang Yunran's face was flushed red, and her two thighs were tightly together. I stammered, not knowing how to speak. Jiang Che got up from the sofa and walked towards Tang Yunran. Don't come over. Tang Yunran shouted nervously. One hard push, and another flood of water leaked down. Feeling the coolness on her skirt, Tang Yunran's face was so red that it was about to ripen, and all she wanted to do now was to find a mouse hole to burrow into. It's so humiliating. What's that smell? Jiang Che moved his nose to sniff, then followed the smell all the way towards Tang Yunran's thighs. The last thing he saw was the blood stain on Tang Yunran's skirt. He was someone who had lived through his 30s anyways, and combined with Tang Yunran's current reaction, he instantly guessed what was going on right now. You're on your period? The word great aunt is a word that women know and men know in today's society. As soon as Jiang Che said this, Tang Yunran's head immediately lowered, that red to the back of her neck and ears. She really hated to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Did you bring that? Tang Yunran shook her head. I'll get it for you. What? Buy it for her? Jiang Che is going to buy her anti-wipes? Tang Yunran steeply raised her head towards Jiang Che, her eyes filled with surprise. Jiang Che picked up the car keys from the table. There's a convenience store right near the entrance. Wait, I'll be back soon. No, I'll go by myself. Tang Yunran stood up in embarrassment. Jiang Che looked toward Tang Yunran's body. Don't you look? Are you sure you can go in your current state? Tang Yunran looked down towards her lower body. It was too humiliating, she definitely couldn't go. After Jiang Che drove to the convenience store, he looked at the various brands of sanitary napkins on the shelves and got a headache. There are all sorts of things. He compared the daytime, nighttime, 230mm, 280mm, 350mm, 420mm, ultra-thin waterlocking, and large side wing leak proof. How do I buy it? The female sales clerk had long noticed Jiang Che, originally because of Jiang Che's handsome face, but now it was Jiang Che's behavior. Hello, may I ask if you're buying this for your girlfriend? Aha! Jiang Che nodded. I don't know what kind is appropriate to choose. Can you help me with a reference? Sure. You're welcome, as it should be. The female sales clerk looked at Jiang Che's handsome and thoughtful appearance, especially envious of his girlfriend, and thought that if she found a boyfriend in the future, she wouldn't ask for a handsome and gold one. As long as she was willing to help her buy sanitary napkins, she'd marry him. Does your girlfriend get a lot of volume on weekdays? This question from the female clerk had Jiang Che down. He really didn't know how much that Aunt Tang Yunran had. Should be more. Jiang Che thought of Tang Yunran's wet skirt just now and felt that it should be quite a lot. Then you can consider this Sophie's, stretchy and snug against side leaks, yet light and thin, with a nice cottony feel, just right for summer. The shop girl recommended. Well, then, it's going to be this one. Jiang Che made a move to take a packet. I suggest you get a couple more packs. This one is only 20 tablets and they'll be gone in 3 or 4 days. Good. Coupled with this nighttime one, this 420mm length is also solid for sleeping. The shop girl is recommending another one. Chapter 66, Lift Her Up. In the end, Jiang Che carried a big bag of sanitary napkins. By the way, does your girlfriend get menstrual cramps? Jiang Che thought about it. Just now when he went out he saw Tang Yunran covering her stomach, her face blushing not very well. Maybe a little. Then why don't you bring a couple of womb warmers? This is very useful. Every time I'm in pain I put one on and it relieves me quite a bit. I'm telling you, it's the warmest thing to give your girlfriend for her period. Then give me more of that too. In the end, Jiang Che left with 2 large bags. The female sales clerk kept gazing at Jiang Che's back and couldn't help but say with emotion, "It would be nice if this was my boyfriend." Jiang Che returned to the villa with 2 large bags. Tang Yunran was dumbfounded. What are you buying so much for? For you to use slowly. Use it slowly? You can't use it for half a year. Hearing Tang Yunran say that, Jiang Che was tempted to pick up on it. He contracted all the sanitary napkins in your life. I also bought you warmers. The clerk said that putting them on your stomach will ease the pain. Jiang Che took out a pack of palace warmers from his handbag and handed it to Tang Yunran. Thanks. Tang Yunran received the palace warmer from Jiang Che's hand, and a warm current of indescribably moving emotion surged through her heart. Touched to the point that her eyes began to unable to hold back the moistness. If not for her force to hold back, I'm afraid that the tears will fall. Love experience value plus 897. Jiang Che looked towards Tang Yunran. Looking at Tang Yunran's touched appearance, he couldn't help but feel guilty in his heart. If he hadn't treated Tang Yunran so well in his previous life, she wouldn't have been moved like this now because of this little thing. Hurry up and get changed, it'll all be running down your shoes in no time. Hearing this, the touching in Tang Yunran's heart was replaced by embarrassment and shyness, and she busily ran to the bathroom as if she was escaping. Tang Yunran covered her heart, feeling that if she didn't cover it and press it, it would jump out of her throat in the next second. Love experience value plus 999. It took a while for it to settle down. Tearing open the bag of warm palace treasure, he was just about to paste it when he heard the sound of knocking on the door, followed by Jiang Che's voice. I forgot to tell you, don't put this warmer directly on your skin, put it on through your clothing or you'll burn yourself. Okay. Actually, Tang Yunran knew, but knowing and being reminded by others felt different. It's like when you understand that it's cold and you go out and bring extra clothes, and if a family member reminds you of that, that kind of concern is warm. It was this kind of warmth that Jiang Che brought to her at this moment. Love experience value plus 755. After Tang Yunran changed, she was just about to go out, when it suddenly occurred to her that her clothes were stained, and it didn't seem good to go out just like that. Well? Jiang Che asked from outside the door. Okay. Tang Yunran didn't go out. My clothes. Hearing this, Jiang Che remembered about it and took off his t-shirt. You wrapped my shirt around my waist so it wouldn't be easy to see. So what are you wearing? Tang Yunran thought to herself that Jiang Che wouldn't be going topless, would he? When she thought of Jiang Che's muscular body, Tang Yunran couldn't stop her blush. Love experience value plus 452. Love experience value plus 485. I have the undershirt inside. I thought you didn't used to wear tank tops. Tang Yunran remembered that no matter if it was in his previous life or in this life, Jiang Che didn't have the habit of wearing an undershirt. It's not that I've gotten stronger lately, I have a good metabolism, and I sweat and burn easily. As soon as Tang Yunran came out of the bathroom, she saw Jiang Che. Jiang Che was comparing his muscles. She also didn't know if it was her illusion, how she felt as if Jiang Che was stronger than before. Jiang Che saw that Tang Yunran had been staring at his body, so he put his hand out in front of Tang Yunran's face. Isn't it thick? Tang Yunran looked at the man's arms, which were several times thicker than her legs. It's so different from his previous life where he was built. The Jiang Che in his previous life couldn't talk about how weak he was, it could only be said to be at the level of an average man. Maybe even slightly weaker. My muscles aren't the usual gym-built lookers, my muscles are hard, do you want to pinch them and see how hard they are? Tang Yunran's 2 eyes stared at Jiang Che's smooth and even muscular lines, feeling as if it was like a sketched figure drawing from her pen. Perfection is too unreal. Here, try it, don't be shy. Jiang Che passed his arm in front of Tang Yunran again. Jiang Che had been so kind as to invite him, so Tang Yunran thought that it wouldn't be good to refuse any longer. Thus, Tang Yunran stretched out her hand, and along with her own movements, her breathing began to be disorganized, and her heartbeat began to beat uncontrollably. Love experience value plus 288. Love experience value plus 247. First, his fingers touched Jiang Che's arm. It felt like touching a rock. Move your hand and squeeze. It's really hard. Tang Yunran had wondered more than once just how Jiang Che had practiced. You hold my arms with both hands. Jiang Che said. What for? Don't ask yet, you hold. Oh. Both of Tang Yunran's hands grabbed onto Jiang Che's arm. In the next second, Jiang Che lifted his arm up with one force. After Tang Yunran's feet left the ground and hung in the air, her center of gravity was unsteady as she planted herself backward, so she reflexively leaned forward, and her entire body was almost entirely on Jiang Che's thick arms. Jiang Che's eyes suddenly lit up, and his arms felt like they were electrified. He had originally just wanted to show his male power to Tang Yunran, just like a male peacock opening his screen in order to attract the attention of a female peacock. I didn't realize it was a surprise. Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran's oversized fully pressed on his arm, squeezing the clothes to deform folds, feeling the cotton touch coming from his arm. Jiang Che didn't hold back and swallowed his saliva. You've got to put me down. Tang Yunran was afraid of falling and tightly hugged Jiang Che's arm, not daring to move. Oh. Jiang Che deliberately slowed down his movements as he put Tang Yunran down. If it wasn't for the fact that Tang Yunran's stomach was uncomfortable after her period, he could have kept it up. After Tang Yunran landed on her feet, she first stabilized her mind, then moved her hands to pull the wrinkled clothes on her body. Looking at the location where the deformation occurred, Tang Yunran then reacted to the fact that just now, she was afraid of falling down, so her entire body was hanging all over Jiang Che's arm. And that position is right up against it. Swish! And blushed until she was dripping blood. Love experience value plus 413. Love experience value plus 504. Love experience value plus 555. The system beeps simply won't stop. I wonder if Jiang Che paid attention just now. I don't think so. She was probably the only one who noticed. After Tang Yunran hesitated and struggled for a few seconds, she quietly raised her head and looked towards Jiang Che. Then she saw that Jiang Che kept staring at the folds in front of her body. Chapter 67. Tang Yunran is ashamed and angry. He's actually watching. Shy and angry, Tang Yunran hurriedly turned around and continued to straighten her clothes. Love experience value plus 785. It was the kind of embarrassing thing that would embarrass whoever mentioned it, so she wasn't going to mention it first. Why don't I take you back first? Although Jiang Che wanted to stay with Tang Yunran for a little while longer, he had purposely googled just now that the girl needed more rest at this time. Aha! Jiang Che messaged Tang Yunran after sending her back, telling her to drink more hot water. Tang Yunran had just laid down on her bed when she received a message of concern from Jiang Che, and at that moment, she happily rolled back and forth on her bed holding the quilt, almost rolling onto the floor. Happy carrot hashtag carrot. Carrot hashtag. Love experience value plus 572. Love experience value plus 418. Love experience value plus 485. Listening to the system beeps, Jiang Che smiled and shook his head. This silly girl isn't resting properly, she's still busy providing me with experience value here. Originally, Jiang Che had planned to send Tang Yunran a head-touching emoji, but now it seemed better not to in case she was too excited. Jiang Che had just driven back down to the neighborhood when he saw Zhang Yuan walking with a boy. Immediately after seeing this scene, Jiang Che's expression tightened, and his sharp line of sight erupted straight towards that boy. The icy gaze swept up and down the boys' bodies as if they were scanners. Inch hair, thick eyebrows and big eyes, visual height of about 175, medium body, looks very sunny, and Zhang Yuan, two people talking and laughing, looks harmonious, piercing, eyes. Just as Jiang Che was staring at it with both eyes, the boy unscrewed a bottle of iced tea and handed it to Zhang Yuan. Thanks. You're welcome. The boy laughed nervously, raising his hand to scratch the back of his head in embarrassment. Seeing this, Jiang Che pulled the car over, pushed open the door, and swept the boys with an extremely unfriendly sight. Zhuang Ming being looked at in such a way by Jiang Che seemed to make him feel the pressure in advance when facing his old husband. You guys know each other? Zhuang Ming asked as he looked at Zhang Yuan. Brother, what are you doing back here? What do you mean, my house? I can't come back. Is this because he's in the way? I thought you said you had some errands to run and would be back late? It's fortunate that I came back early. Jiang Che's gaze was falling on Zhuang Ming as he said this. At this moment, Jiang Che's hatred for his three uncles from his previous life was completely gone. Because he now experienced what it was like to be a brother who couldn't bear to see his sister jump into the wolf pit. What with what? He's my classmate. I didn't go to the hospital today for treatment without school. He brought my homework for today for me. As smart and witty as Zhang Yuan, how could she not hear the implication of Jiang Che's words? Oh, just classmates would be nice. After Jiang Che finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Zhuang Ming and gave him a warning but not impolite smile. Classmate, thank you for your hard work. Is your home far away? Do you want me to drive you back? Looking at the smile on Jiang Che's face, Zhuang Ming immediately had a chilling feeling. The man's eighth sense told him that if he got into this car today, he wouldn't want to come down. No, my house is just around the corner. I'll be home in a few minutes. It's in the neighborhood, huh? Which neighborhood? Jiang Che smiled in a very friendly manner. Zhuang Ming dryly swallowed his saliva and looked at the smile on Jiang Che's face with discomfort. I really don't need you to see me off. I'll go first, bye. Before the words fell, Zhuang Mingren had already run out a block. Looking at Zhuang Ming who ran away in a panic, Zhang Yuan breathlessly rolled his eyes greatly at Jiang Che. You see how you scare people? Where did you get that from? I have such a handsome face, how is that scary? Jiang Che's face was as innocent as it could be. Seeing this appearance of Jiang Che, Zhang Yuan didn't even bother to roll his big white eyes. Lazy. You have to ignore me even if you're lazy. I wasn't kidding about what I told you the other day. You can't just get married or you'll be green. The plague of green light, thanks for thinking of it. Zhang Yuan raised his head and threw a look towards Jiang Che that was as breathless as he wanted it to be, letting him experience it on his own. I'll believe the hell out of you. You're a bad old brother, bad as hell. How am I broken? You're pitting your sister. When did I ever screw you over? I've obviously been so good to you. You were good, so good that you buried my favorite doll in the dirt as a child. I am thinking that one of your dolls is too little. You reap what you sow. I will plant your dolls into the land. Won't it be a field of dolls in the coming year? I am also loving you. Blank stare. Then I even cut my hair, which I've managed to keep so long. How did you get off on it? You can't accuse me of this. That's because your hair stuck to the gum and couldn't get out of the way. That's why I helped you cut it off. You don't thank me, but still blame me. What shameless person stuck gum in my hair? Jiang Che shook his head in a very speechless manner. Not me. Shameless. Zhang Yuan huffed and yelled towards Jiang Che. Also, I've kept a book of all the money you've managed to borrow from me since I was a kid. It's 1,689.32 in all. What the hell is 2 points? Interest. Jiang Che. Return the money. Zhang Yuan reached out to Jiang Che. Jiang Che took out his cell phone and operated it a few times. Clatter clatter clatter, the sound of gold coin smashing clanking rang out. This was the sound of money coming into WeChat that Zhang Yuan had set up. Zhang Yuan tapped his cell phone after giving Jiang Che a suspicious look. The eyes fell out of his head. $3,000. Call brother. Brother. Good girl, my good sister. Jiang Che stroked Zhang Yuan's head with a puppy petting stance. Zhang Yuan was a bit upset in her heart, but for the sake of $3,000, she could tolerate it for a while. Zhang Yuan was a small fortune hunter, this Jiang Che knew, so to deal with her, using this trick worked best. I see your cell phone is 3 or 4 years old, I'll buy you a new one. When Zhang Yuan heard this, he immediately looked at Jiang Che with his big, round, dark eyes. At this moment, Zhang Yuan could even wag her tail if a tail was placed behind her. After dinner in the evening, Jiang Che took Zhang Yuan to buy a cell phone. Zhang Yuan came to the counter, a glance at the value of $4,999. This is the brand last year, the hottest speculation of a model. Jiang Che picked up his cell phone and looked at it lovingly from left to right. You like this? Jiang Che asked. Zhang Yuan shook his head, not my cup of tea. When he put it down, his eyes peeked out reluctantly. Looked at his cell phone, contract, free with a phone bill. $1,000. After 3 or 4 years on a $1,000 machine, you can imagine it's now elderly. The guide has been buying cell phones for many years, and at a glance, he could see that Zhang Yuan didn't dislike it, but just couldn't afford it. Chapter 68, Tang Yunran also has a golden finger. The guide took the cell phone in hand and handed it to Zhang Yuan. Do you like this cell phone? Now the event, the original price of $15.59, now buy it will be $300 off, only need $12.99, the appearance of the suite, the memory is not low, students like you just enough to use. Zhang Yuan took the phone and scratched it a few times before flattening his mouth. How can I put it, it works better than her disobedient broken cell phone, smashing and knocking on it to make it listen. It's just that after experiencing her favorite phone just now, and then coming back to feel the difference of more than $3,000, the feeling of the difference was so real that it brought her mood down instantly. As much as she liked that phone just now, yes, the price was just too high, she was just a high school student and didn't make any money, and her family had spent a lot of money out of the house in the meantime for her leg treatment. I'll take this one then. This is too cheap, the $1,000 machine can't be used, it starts to get stuck in half a year, the experience is too bad. Zhang Che said and jerked the cell phone out of Zhang Yuan's hand. This behavior of Zhang Che's was seen by the guide as thinking that Zhang Che was unable to even afford a $1,299 phone. Really, if you can't afford it, don't act like a big head and buy a girl a cell phone. Guide heart while spitting while picking up a $899 cell phone, mosquitoes are small as also meat, can sell one out to sell one. Look at this. How about this one? This seems to be this year's newest model, and you just saw that one is the same series, but that one is last year's model. When it comes to electronic products, you should buy the new, not the old, last year's model is outdated, so it's better to buy this one. Zhang Che picked up the most conspicuous cell phone placed on the counter and came over. The entire lightbox poster for this counter is this one, and it looks very upscale. Brother, this $8,999, shouted Zhang Yuan emphatically. The guide leans over the counter and she just looks on without saying a word, quietly watching you pretend to be an ex. She bought a cell phone for so many years, she is used to seeing people like Zhang Che, cannot afford it, there are always rich and poor people in this world, directly say a sentence is too expensive honestly, just like herself, is not just an ordinary wage earner. She was sure that later Zhang Che would pick and choose this $8,999 phone and end up buying the cheapest one. Just as the guide was thinking this, Zhang Che walked over with his cell phone and handed it to her. It's going to be this one. What? The guide froze. I'll take this one, I saw the sign announcing a free Bluetooth headset, get me a pair. Really? The guide froze. Did she look at it the wrong way? After paying, Zhang Che gave Zhang Yuan his cell phone. Zhang Yuan looked at Zhang Che with a touched expression. Don't you look at me like that, I'm not used to it. If tears fall from your eyes, we'll return it immediately. Originally, Zhang Yuan was still moved to tears, but when he heard Zhang Che say this, he breathlessly rolled his eyes. Nice try. You've already bought it for me, it's mine. The blank stare, that's authentic. It was his good sister who could turn it out. Zhang Yuan went back to her room and kept tossing and turning and couldn't sleep. She was thinking that although her brother was pitiful, he was really good to her during this time, and that his birthday had already passed, so she could give him a double 11 gift. She felt it, her brother's probability of chasing that beautiful young lady may only be 0.001, Valentine's Day can't be passed, she can accompany him to have a double 11. What would be a good gift for him? After thinking about it, Zhang Yuan decided to knit a towel for Zhang Che. Unfortunately, she can't knit. Whatever, buy it first. Zhang Yuan clicked on Taobao to buy wool. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed, final exams were just around the corner, and the leisurely days of college were instantly reduced to hell. Zhang Che remembered that in his previous life, he had failed English because he was addicted to the game. I'm going to take the test this time and try to pass it in one sitting without failing. It had been years since then, but he could still clearly remember the disappointment on his mom and dad's faces after he had flunked out at the time. How can you not be disappointed? They are all from the countryside. Among the relatives he got into Jiangcheng University, which could have made his parents proud of the thing, but the result is that he also flunked the final exam. Shame on you. Relatives still bring this up a lot when they get together for holidays. He said that his parents should take good care of him, and that he should not let himself go when he got to college, so that he would not end up being worse than the son of a pig farmer in their family. His mom and dad were honest people who didn't dislike people, so the two of them just kept their heads down and smiled awkwardly with each other. In this life, he would never let this happen again. Just. After all these years, he had long forgotten what he had taken in English at that time. Right. He forgot that Tang Yunran was also reborn, so maybe she remembered, and even if she didn't, she was so good at English that she could help him with tutoring. Thinking of this, Zhang Che immediately sent a message to Tang Yunran. Please do me a favor. When Tang Yunran saw the message, a puzzled expression appeared on her face. What is it? I'd like you to help me with my English, I'm afraid I'll fail English. So that's what this is about. Speaking of the Rebirth novel she had read before, there must be a golden finger after rebirth. She had just come back to life and realized that she had no golden fingers whatsoever. Then she realized that she did have the golden touch, which was memory. Anything that happened in her past life that she experienced, she just had to think about it and the images came to her mind very clearly. Just like the last time I helped Jean Xiaoqiao cross the line. It is reasonable to say that it has been more than 10 years, how can she still remember the content of the exam more than 10 years ago? But she was partial to remembering. Zhang Che was from the business department and she was from the fine arts department, and even though they weren't in the same department, the English papers were the same. She also remembered that Zhang Che in her previous life had flunked out at the end of this semester, and as long as he was willing to learn from her, she guaranteed that she could make Zhang Che pass his exams. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Why did you call her teacher again? Shame on you. Love experience value plus 421. As long as Mr. Tang helps me pass the exam successfully, I'm willing to be at your disposal for a day, do whatever you want as an ox or a horse. Who wants you to be a cow or a horse? Tang Yunran said to herself. Followed by a flash of inspiration and a sudden idea. Are you really willing to be at my disposal for a day? Sure, man up and take a bite out of it. Zhang Che added after sending this message, saying it in advance, selling art is not for sale. Tang Yunran, blank emoji. I'm serious, I want you to model for a day. Okay. I'll pose whatever you tell me to pose and make sure you're satisfied. That's not to be savored, and whoever savors it thinks too much. Dropping Zhang Che sent another message. Do you want a portrait art painting? The all-fruit kind. I can dedicate it if you want. Chapter 69, Modeling and Painting for Her. You don't need to be psycho about it, it's all about the art. Tang Yunran sent the blank stare emoji again. And 3 in a row. I'm talking about seriously making you a model. How is what I'm saying not proper? Isn't Anna After the Bath, the creation of Adam, Inside the Prison, and all these other world-famous paintings all full fruit art? Too lazy to talk to you. Tang Yunran's face was a little red now. Because she was thinking that what Zhang Che said seemed quite reasonable. It's just that if she really asked her to draw Zhang Che's whole fruit painting, she couldn't do it. Zhang Che's body is really good. It would be an absolute work of art if it were actually used as source material for that kind of painting. The more she thought about it, the more unhinged Tang Yunran's mind became. Love experience value plus 458. Bummer. It's all Zhang Che's fault. Can't you talk properly? She had to talk about the art of painting the whole fruit, which caused her to have random thoughts. Drip. Zhang Che, when are you free? Hurry up and help me tutor me in English. I'm free for both. Zhang Che, then come to my house. Seeing this message sent by Zhang Che, Tang Yunran instantly became nervous. It's, not good, is it? What's wrong with that? It's just not good anyway. Then I'll go to your house. Even less. I'm that much of a no-show. It's not that I won't let you come, but my big brother and my second brother, I'm afraid they'll misunderstand that we're in that kind of relationship. The two ended up meeting at KFC. There's free internet to dabble in, no money for air conditioning, and you can drink all the time just by ordering a couple of Cokes. Zhang Che immediately spoke as soon as he saw Tang Yunran. Mr. Tang, this time the English is all on you. You bring the book. Aha! After receiving the English book, Tang Yunran didn't even have to think about it and started drawing highlights on Zhang Che's book, and some places were even labeled with pentagrams. What does this pentagram do? Zhang Che asked curiously. It's an important point to score. Tang Yunran returned as she drew. How do you know? Zhang Che asked this on purpose. Hearing Zhang Che ask this, Tang Yunran's movements of drawing highlights with her pen visibly paused. Zhang Che carefully observed Tang Yunran's micro-expression, the frequency of bushy eyelashes a little faster than usual, and the fingers gripping the pen tightened in a meaty grip. That came from the intuition of a school bully. Tang Yunran stammered for half a day before coming up with this sentence. Oh, so that's how it is. Jiang Che didn't pursue the question any further. Then you go ahead and draw, and I'll go point and write something else to come. Yeah. What do you want to eat? New Orleans wings and a chocolate sundae. Good. The entire afternoon, Jiang Che was learning English from Tang Yunran. Learning a language can be boring, but it's not even that boring when you're with someone you like. Before I knew it, 4 hours had gone by and it looked like it was going to be the end of the evening meal. Just like that, Jiang Che didn't even feel like he had enough. He could have fought many more rounds. It's over so soon. Listening to Jiang Che's slightly regretful words, Tang Yunran couldn't help but say, "It's been an afternoon of learning, aren't you tired? I have good stamina and staying power." Tang Yunran knew that he was simply referring to the matter of learning English, but she just couldn't help but think the wrong way. Love experience value plus 396. Come back tomorrow? Jiang Che brought his head closer to Tang Yunran. He had originally sought out Tang Yunran really just to binge on English, but after an afternoon alone, he realized that it felt too good to have just the two of them in their little world. And Tang Yunran even gave him experience value from time to time. It's a great way to learn, earn experience value, and promote their relationship. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Don't be too cool. Tomorrow? Tang Yunran was embarrassed. You have something tomorrow? I promised Sango that I'd accompany him shopping for clothes tomorrow. That's fine, I'll message him now. Jiang Che took out his cell phone and edited a message to Tang Fei Sin in preparation to send it. Before he could edit it and send it out, he heard Tang Yunran's voice ring out. And my second brother, the 3 of us agreed to go together. And the second uncle's head? This is a headache. Who was the most important? Needless to say, him or her 2 brothers? Definitely her 2 brothers. Hello? Tang Yunran is on the phone with Tang Feilin. Second brother, why don't you and third brother go clothes shopping together tomorrow? I have something to do. It's just that. It's almost final exams. Well, I'm a bit worried that I'll flunk, so I'm planning to review with Xiao Xiao. Well. Sorry about that, huh? Well, okay, that's all for now. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che, then come back here tomorrow. Then I'll model for you for 1 more day of painting, and as usual, I'll pose however you want me to, as long as it's your word. Jiang Che was on the verge of laughing. It's better to have a wife. Happened to such a wife, it must be his 18 lifetimes to repair the blessing, blind eyes, and heart blind in his previous life. This life must be to love her, love her. It's starting again. Tang Yunran pouted before gathering up the pens and cell phones on the table and packing them into her bag. Gone. I'll walk you back. 2 people live close as this benefit can be justified to go back together, so the ancients honestly do not deceive me. Close to the water tower first get the moon, this is the reasoning. Time flew by, and the final exams passed by without realizing it in the midst of the tension. As soon as Jin Xiaoqiao left the exam room, he excitedly hugged Tang Yunran. Ran. You are truly divine. The highlights of your words to me are almost all about this test. You're also awesome. I'm telling you, I'm very confident that I definitely won't fail. Not only will I not fail, but I'll also do really well on the exam. Ha. I just happened by luck, and by your own efforts. Still thanks to you, come on, I'll buy you dinner. Tang Yunran stopped in her tracks and turned her head to look at Jin Xiaoqiao, her eyes flickering slightly. Kobashi, I have a dinner date with someone. Someone else? Who? Without waiting for Tang Yunran to answer, Jin Xiaoqiao guessed. Jiang Che? Tang Yunran nodded. Ran, I really don't understand, so many people are chasing you, why Jiang Che? Tang Yunran wrinkled her eyebrows before smiling. You asked, I was wondering? Tang Yunran's words made Jin Xiaoqiao unable to say a single word. It's over, Ran is really not Jiang Che. Just as Jin Xiaoqiao had 1 head and 2 heads, Jiang Che walked over. Go. Jiang Che said as he looked at Tang Yunran. Aha! Tang Yunran followed Jiang Che's side. Jin Xiaoqiao looked at the 2 people who were walking farther and farther away, and took a step to chase after them. I'm coming along. P.S. Little Fish Eating Koan, a super sweet dog food book is highly recommended. The kind that is super sweet. Book title, Rebirth, I'm being chased backward by my super sweet big star girlfriend. Author, President Not Bully. Keywords, dog food, single heroine, double life, big star sister chasing backwards. Chapter 70, Showing Love, Spreading Dog Food. 10 minutes later. In the restaurant. Jin Xiaoqiao and Tang Yunran sat together, and Jiang Che sat across from Tang Yunran. Jin Xiaoqiao kept staring at Jiang Che, like a scanner, looking Jiang Che up and down. Jin Xiaoqiao was like this, and Jiang Che knew what was going on in her mind at a glance. It was nothing more than the same as in his previous life, thinking that he didn't deserve Tang Yunran. In fact, it was indeed what Jin Xiaoqiao thought. In his previous life he was indeed not worthy of Tang Yunran. The owner's wife brought the menu. What would you like to eat? Our specialty is pickled fish, would you like one? Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran, do you want to eat? I quite like it. There's tomato fish, sauerkraut and golden broth, and Garcinia Cambogia, which one do you want? Tang Yunran turned her head to look at Jin Xiaoqiao, which flavor would you like? I like it in gin and tonic, don't you? Let's have the gin and tonic, then. Tang Yunran's anxious Jiang Che liked the gin and tonic flavor. We have live fish ready to be killed in our house, why don't you guys come and pick the fish? The boss's wife said. I'll go pick. Jiang Che stood up, how could a girl be bothered with this kind of thing? After Jiang Che left, Tang Yunran was busy talking to Jin Xiaoqiao. Jiang Che and I aren't in that kind of relationship right now, so don't keep staring at him like a scanner. What? He hasn't confessed to you yet? Jin Xiaoqiao's eyes widened. You guys are stuck together every day, and he hasn't even confessed to you yet, that's too infuriating. Jin Xiaoqiao became more and more angry as she spoke. Maybe he wasn't ready. What more preparation is needed for this? It's not like he's playing you on purpose and doesn't actually have you in mind at all, is it? No, he's not like that. At first, Tang Yunran thought that Jiang Che might just be treating her as a friend, but as she got along time and time again, she gradually realized that Jiang Che wasn't generally good to her. And you're still speaking for him. Jin Xiaoqiao bristled, no, I can't let it go, I have to test him. What are you going to do? What are you so nervous about? It's him I'm testing, not you. Xiaoqiao, don't mess around, Jiang Che, he. Before Tang Yunran could finish her words, Jiang Che had already returned. Jin Xiaoqiao handed Jiang Che the menu. Why don't you take the order? That good? There must be something fishy. Jiang Che glanced at Jin Xiaoqiao with a suspicious gaze, the man's 8th sense telling him. The weasel pays homage to the chicken, no good intentions. Jiang Che stared at the menu in front of him, secretly analyzing Jin Xiaoqiao's intentions in his mind. Although it was said that it was hard to guess the needle in a woman's heart, but as far as Jin Xiaoqiao's current behavior was concerned, it wasn't half of it untraceable. Jin Xiaoqiao had always protected Tang Yunran, treating her as her best bestie, and the reason she followed them was for Tang Yunran. Now that he was allowed to order, it must be for Tang Yunran as well. Ah! He knows. Jin Xiaoqiao did this to test him. Did he understand Tang Yunran's taste? To see if he really likes Tang Yunran? If he truly liked Tang Yunran, he must know what kind of dishes Tang Yunran liked to eat. On the contrary, if he knew nothing about it, then he didn't deserve to like Tang Yunran. In his previous life, he had followed Tang Yunran around in his soul state for so long that he knew very well what flavors of dishes Tang Yunran liked to eat. It's hard to beat her. Honeyed golden dates, groundnut balls, pot-roasted duck, veggie ham, hot and sour shredded potatoes, homemade tofu, kippered shrimp, Crucian carp soup. Forget this one, there's pickled fish. For cold dishes, cold bean curd and enoki mushrooms. For drinks, just a bottle of orange juice. Jiang Che reported in one breath. Jin Xiaoqiao looked at Jiang Che with a surprised face, not expecting him to really say it and say so in one breath. A normal boy who likes a girl will also remember her tastes, but most of them are limited to only a portion, and Jiang Che actually said so much in one breath. It's rare to find hot and cold dishes, as well as soups and drinks all reported without fail. Could it be that Jiang Che wasn't as bad as she thought? Don't jump to conclusions so early, maybe he just happens to have memorized all of this just yet. Continued observation is needed. Can you finish ordering so much? Tang Yunran asked while being moved in her heart. You're too skinny, you need to eat more. Jiang Che's words were pleasing to Tang Yunran's ears. Love experience value plus 485. Where am I skinny? I'm 100 pounds so fat. You're not fat, You just grow more meat where it should be than other people. What a pain in the ass. Love experience value plus 398. Really, can't you be decent? You have to stare where you shouldn't. Astringent. Love experience value plus 421. Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes shifted back and forth between Jiang Che and Tang Yunran as the two of them flirted with each other, their eyebrows flirting with electricity. She felt rather redundant. When the food was served next, Jin Xiaoxiao felt even more redundant. This piece of fish fillet is good, try it. Jiang Che fished out a piece of fish for Tang Yunran. Thanks, don't patronize me, eat yourself. I've just been eating. How come you didn't order your own favorite? Because you didn't order it for me. You'll order it tomorrow. Yeah. Jiang Che and Tang Yunran ate this meal as if no one else was there. Jin Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, is a sidekick when it comes to food. After the meal, the three of them pressed the road to eliminate their food. They sell ice cream there. Jin Xiaoxiao pointed down. Jiang Che just looks at it. Really? I love the ice cream at that place, the cream is so authentic. Jiang Che acted immediately. I'll get it. Jin Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Che, who was so different from before and after, and spat furiously in his heart. While walking and watching, I accidentally bumped into someone. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Will an apology suffice? Walking the ing walk? A gruff voice rang overhead. Jin Xiaoxiao looked up and was so frightened that he took several steps backward. The other party is stout, tiger back and waist, dyed purple hair. Hanging a thumb-thin copper chain around his neck, wearing a flowery shirt, big pants, exposed thick arms tattooed with fancy tattoos, leg hair chest hair thick with gorilla-like. It looks menacing and bad to mess with. The burly man was followed by two others who looked like minions, and the trio stance was not serious at first glance. Tang Yunran saw that Jin Xiaoxiao was on the verge of crying in fear and hurriedly took Jin Xiaoxiao's arm. I'm sorry, I apologize for my friend, she really didn't mean it. The burly man's eyes clearly showed a lewd gaze when he saw Tang Yun then. What do we need the police for if apologizing solves the problem? He hit me and hurt me, I need to go to the hospital for a checkup. Get the money. Did you hurt him? In front of your skyscraper, she, Jin Xiaoxiao, is a golden needle mushroom, and she even bumped you into pain, which joke is that? Chapter 71, The Hero Saves Beauty. But what can you do when you come across something like this? Cannot in these mixed society hard just, not to mention just cannot, is lucky just one, but also worried about these people after the retaliation, in case to find their own families will be bad. Look, how much compensation do you need? Tang Yunran asked. The burly man held out 5 fingers. 500? This she still had. What 500? 50,000. What? $50,000? You're obviously extorting. Jin Xiaoxiao cried out in a goose-stepping manner. Extortion? You dare to call me extortion? The burly man raised his bucket-sized fist, intent on hitting. Jin Xiaoxiao was so scared that he backed up. Tang Yunran was also shocked, but how to say that she was someone who had once lived to be in her 30s, and was still slightly able to be calmer than Jin Xiaoxiao when things went wrong. But only a little. After all, she is just an ordinary girl who does not know boxing and kung fu. In the face of such a situation, it would be false to say that she is not afraid in her heart, so she is now just forcing herself to be calm and blocking in front of Jin Xiaoxiao's body. That, we're really just ordinary college students, 50,000 really isn't available. Do you think it's okay for the two of us to put together $1,000? What? I ask you for $50,000 and you give me 1,000? Who are you looking down on? But we really don't. The burly man's lewd gaze darted back and forth over Tang Yunran's body. I'll see to it that I won't make things difficult for you on account of the fact that you are indeed college students. Hearing this, Tang Yunran and Jin Xiaoxiao were both relieved. I don't want a dime from you guys as long as you drink with us brothers for the night. The burly man rubbed his hands together and looked at Tang Yunran with a colorful smile. Tang Yunran was so shocked that she lost her color, a face that was visibly ugly. Ran. Run. Jin Xiaoxiao shouted. Tang Yunran reacted and followed Jin Xiaoxiao as she turned and ran. The result was that before he could run out a few steps, he was tackled by the burly man's arm. His Tang Yunran whimpered in pain. Ran. Jin Xiaoxiao looked back, and after seeing that Tang Yunran had been grabbed, he gritted his teeth and fell back stiffly. You quick, let go of her. Or I'll call the police. Jin Xiaoqiao stammered and his legs went weak. That's how none of them escaped. Could be. I can let go of her, but she has to drink with us first before we can do that. The burly man tugged at Tang Yunran's hand and wouldn't let go. Tang Yunran felt like her wrists were going to be pinched. It hurts. What to do? What should she do to get out of the current crisis? The wrist was clamped down so hard that it was hard as hell to break free. If he called the police, he was only afraid that Jin Xiaoqiao would be stopped by the strong man before he could take out his cell phone. Just as Tang Yunran thought this, Jin Xiaoqiao's cell phone was snatched away by the yellow-haired little brother. Still want to call the police? Looking for death. Jin Xiaoqiao was also caught. It just so happens that one isn't enough for three brothers to play with, one more is one more. You quickly let go of Xiaoqiao. Tang Yunran shouted with an anxious heart. Beauty, you should not care about others, why don't you take care of yourself? The burly man said while rudely pulling Tang Yunran away. Let go, let go. Just as Tang Yunran was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, a hand suddenly reached over and grabbed onto the strong man's arm. Tang Yunran turned her head to look, and after seeing that it was Jiang Che, an indescribable sense of security surged through her heart. Followed by worry. Jiang Che was strong and nice, but this burly man's size was clearly bigger than Jiang Che's, plus there were three people on their side, while she and Jin Xiaoqiao together couldn't even be considered half a fighting force. If they really fought later, Jiang Che would definitely be the one to suffer. The more she thought about it, the more worried Tang Yunran became, almost as if she had written the word worried on her face. You're going to ing meddle? The burly man glared cross-eyed at Jiang Che. Regarding this ferocious appearance of the strong man, ordinary people would have long been scared to hold their heads and run away, avoiding as far as possible. And with Jiang Che's system in place, he wasn't scared at all. Not to mention having a system, even if he didn't have a system, he would never stand by and watch someone bully Tang Yunran. You let go. Jiang Che said as he looked at the burly man expressionlessly, his aura not losing to the burly man in the slightest. Jiang Che's attitude looked touched in Tang Yunran's eyes and surprised in Jin Xiaoqiao's eyes. Jin Xiaoqiao didn't expect Jiang Che to be facing someone as scary as the strong man, and he wasn't scared at all. Even if Jiang Che was pretending, she still thought it was awesome, because Jiang Che looked white and clean to her. In ancient times, he was a weak scholar, in modern times, he was a geek with no hands. It's really courageous for someone like that to go head-to-head with a Shibuya gangster. Jin Xiaoqiao's gaze fell on Tang Yunran. Jiang Che, he's doing this for Tang Yunran? If that was the case, then she was looking at him differently. Tell the laborer to loosen up? The burly man's gaze quickly swept over Jiang Che. Beansprouts, how dare you order laborers to do something? I'm giving you a chance now, remove your dog's paw and slap yourself twice, or else, the laborer will waste your 3 legs. Tang Yunran was worried and looked at Jiang Che. Jiang Che, you'd better hurry, you go find someone. Jiang Che turned his head to cast a reassuring smile at Tang Yunran. I'll go first? Do you think I'm someone who can do such a thing? But you can't beat him. Whether you can fight or not, let's talk about it after trying. Anyway, no matter what, I will never leave you alone. Listening to the teenager's sincere words, Tang Yunran pursed her lips, her eyes red. If not for her forced restraint, I'm afraid she would have already been moved to weep. Love experience value plus 1,241. Love experience value plus 1,345. Love experience value plus 1,099. Love experience value plus 1,248. Love experience value plus 1,181. Next, Jiang Che and Tang Yunran stared at each other with their 4 eyes, their love for each other, just staring at each other. The burly man looked at Tang Yunran and then at Jiang Che, his back teeth grinding click click click. Showing love has gone to the head of the laborer. The burly man couldn't bear it and let out an explosive roar, before making a move to pull Tang Yunran with force. Who knew that before he had the chance to exert himself, he was forcefully clasped by Jiang Che. So strong. The burly man didn't expect this little white boy, who looked like a soft eater, to have so much strength. What I didn't expect was yet to come. Jiang Che turned his head to face the burly man head-on, his eyes narrowed, and the force on his hand increased, and increased again. Let go of her hand. Jiang Che said in a commanding tone. Yuck. No door. Before that last word could be uttered, Jiang Che once again violently increased his force. Ouch. Broken, big brother, spare my life. Spare my life. Chapter 72. Jiang Che, be careful. The burly man screamed and fell to his knees, his face holding a bruise from the pain. Tang Yunran and Jin Xiaoqiao were both looking at Jiang Che with shocked gazes, their eyes filled with unbelief. The strong man was still wailing and begging for mercy, but his eyes were signaling the other two men to get on. After the two little brothers understood, they swung their fists towards Jiang Che in unison. Jiang Che! Be careful! Tang Yunran shouted anxiously. Jiang Che grabbed the strong man's hand and folded it with force, and with a click, it broke. Then, a kick sent the burly man toward one of the minions. The huge rush of energy toppled the burly man and his little brother together, followed by a roundhouse kick that knocked out the man who intended to sneak up on him. The burly man, along with his two minions, lay on the ground, wailing and screaming. This scene saw Tang Yunran and Jin Xiaoqiao's eyes fall out of their heads. Especially Jin Xiaoqiao, if it wasn't for the fact that she had witnessed this with her own eyes today, she would have never believed that Jiang Che was able to beat the three Shibuya gangsters on the ground with his bare hands and couldn't get up. This is too handsome, isn't it? Jiang Che, let's hurry and go? Tang Yunran was afraid that they would call someone and took Jiang Che's arm, pulling him along. Good. The strong man climbed up from the ground, glaring viciously at the direction Jiang Che had left, paw spitting towards the ground. The little brother covered his stomach and walked over. Brother Feng, just let it go? Forget it? No way. Dare to offend my brother Feng, I'll make him kneel down and call me grandpa. I'm going to follow him now and see where he lives. Go! Holler. The way Jin Xiaoqiao looked at Jiang Che now was completely different from before. What a surprise! Jiang Che, you're actually so powerful. Surprisingly, you fought 3-on-1. Jin Xiaoqiao even moved her hand to pinch Jiang Che's arm as she spoke. I'll be damned, a real one. It's not a fake, it's so hard. Xiaoqiao. Tang Yunran shouted as she looked at Jin Xiaoqiao. I just pinched it and you're jealous? TSK, really not letting single dogs live. Hearing Jin Xiaoqiao say that, Jiang Che and Tang Yunran glanced at each other for just a few seconds before Tang Yunran retracted her gaze in embarrassment. The face, again, was indisputably red. Love experience value plus 289. Ahem. Tang Yunran cleared her throat, using it to ease the awkward atmosphere. Jiang Che, you should still pay a little attention in the next 2 days. I see that those punks were fierce just now, I'm afraid that they will retaliate. It's fine, you don't have to worry, I'm awesome, they're no match for me. I was worried that they would come after your family. Hearing Tang Yunran say this, Jiang Che's face visibly sank. Living a new life had made him realize how important his family was and how irreplaceable his affection was. He would guard his family and not allow anyone to hurt. When he returned home, Jiang Mingquan was busy making corn rib soup. Where's Mom? She went to the temple to pray for you, hoping that you would pass the exam. By the way, how did the exam go? 100% can pass. Jiang Che said with great confidence. Really? Of course. With Tang Yunran personally tutoring him, can there be a failure? When it comes to today's English exam, he really admires Tang Yunran. Because as far as those highlights drawn by Tang Yunran are concerned, all of them hit. More than 10 years had passed, and she could still remember all of it. It really wasn't normal. That's good, that's good. Jiang Mingquan was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth, and rummaged through a bottle of Wulianya from the closet. This bottle of 5-star 5-grain liquid, Jiang Mingquan has been hiding for a long time, has not been able to drink. This is grain wine, it's good, let's try it together today, father and son, to give you an early celebration. In fact, Jiang Mingquan hid a total of 2 bottles, 1 bottle opened when he took the entrance examination to Jiancheng University. At that time, Jiang Mingquan was so happy that he got drunk. In the end, as grain wine, drink like that did not vomit, asleep to dawn, headache, throat is not dry, as usual, go to work, no delay. If I had blended alcohol and drank that much, I would have thrown up and had a headache. Jiang Mingquan opened the cap of the bottle and sniffed. This grain flavor is fragrant and mellow. Jiang Cheng looked at the bottle of wine in Jiang Mingquan's hand and thought of his previous life. He didn't do well on the exam in his previous life, so Jiang Mingquan naturally didn't bring out the wine. Later, when cleaning up the house, accidentally touched the bottle of wine, wine spilled all over the place, but Jiang Mingquan was heartbroken. Dad, I transferred you some money. Jiang Mingquan looked towards Jiang Che in confusion. What are you transferring me money for? Isn't Tanabata coming soon? You and Mom have never had a good time, and Mom has worked hard for half her life, so this Tanabata, you guys should go out together. Buy mom a diamond ring necklace, let her be happy too. Jiang Mingquan heard Jiang Che say this and thought about it. What eligible man doesn't want to dress his wife in all her glory? Doesn't want his wife to wear gold and silver? The greatest dignity a man can have is to raise his wife decently, and that is the greatest decency he can have for himself. Think about his wife. When he married him, because the family is too poor, it gave 10,000 bride price, the rest, nothing to his wife to buy. Even the wedding photos of the two have not been taken. Later married a few years later, the family's conditions a little better. He mentioned with Linya makeup wedding photos. Linya distressed money, did not give up, on the pretext that the old shoot what? Linya has always been quietly dedicated to the family, never stingy in their own, but is willing to give Jiang Mingquan and her pair of children to use. The more Jiang Mingquan thought about it, the more he felt that he had shortchanged Linya. You're right, I'm going to have a good time with your mom this eve. However, I have my own money, I don't need you to transfer it, keep your money for yourself. Aren't you working on stocks? Although I don't know much about this stuff, I also know that investing in this requires a not so small amount of capital. Dad, I'll transfer it to you, just keep it. If you're going to have a July 4th, you have to have a good time. A diamond ring isn't cheap, and besides, I have a lot of money right now. Money-wise, you don't have to worry about me not having enough at all. You're more than welcome, I won't take it. Jiang Che saw that Jiang Mingquan was so stubborn, so he could only release his big move, tapping on his cell phone balance and handing it to Jiang Mingquan. Then Jiang Mingquan took the money in shock. Brother Feng, we found it, that kid lives in the Autumn Water District. Good job, what else did you find out? His mom and dad are regular working people, and he has a disabled sister. Sister? Is she pretty? It's pretty decent, it's just a shame the leg is disabled. She's the one, find out, what school does his sister go to? Go and block her. Chapter 73 Jiang Yuan was besieged. Okay La, I'm going to check it out. Hu Feng had a vicious look on his face after hanging up the phone. Jiang Che, you brat, I'll let you know how miserable you'll be if you offend me. School ended the next afternoon. As soon as Jiang Yuan came out from the school gate, he was stared at. It didn't take long to get stopped in a less crowded area. Jiang Yuan looked at the gangster like few people. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't scared in his heart. What do you want? Hu Feng walked up. I'm a friend of your brother Jiang Che and would like to invite you to dinner. Jiang Yuan didn't believe Hu Feng's bull. She was now running her brain fast, trying to get out of the situation. Two big round eyes dribbled around and finally saw a familiar face. I don't really know you well, I've only met you once. Wu Qingxu. Her brother's non-threatening love interest. Jiang Yuan waved his hand toward Wu Qingxu. Come over here, come over here. Wu Qingxu looked around and finally pointed at himself. What are you still standing there for? Come over here and I'll tell you about my brother. Hearing Jiang Yuan say this, Wu Qingxu half-heartedly walked over. After the little brother looked at Wu Qingxu, he turned his head to Hu Feng and said, Brother Feng, there's a helper here. Should we give him to? The little brother made a neck-wiping motion. When Wu Qingxu saw his little brother's stance, he was so scared that he hurriedly stopped in his tracks. Hey, don't get me wrong, I don't know this girl well. In that case, get lost. Wu Qingxu grew up in a privileged family, his family has pampered him, the friends around him are also good words to hold him, being said to roll this kind of thing is still some led him a small upset. But because of the number of people on the other side, and because one of them had a tiger's back, he didn't think he'd be a match for him just on his own. So it had to be tolerated. Jiang Yuan saw that Wu Qingxu was leaving, and his heart became anxious. It was hard to move a not-so-reliable rescuer, so I couldn't just watch him go. No wonder you can't rob my brother. If it was my brother who encountered this kind of thing, he would definitely see justice. And you? Surprisingly like a shrinking turtle, people told you to get lost, you just pissed your pants and rolled, just a little bit of dignity is not there? Are you still a man? Wu Qingxu stopped in his footsteps and looked back at Jiang Yuan. How am I not a man? Not you. Say one more word. You should have stayed if you were. I'm not related to you, why should I go out of my way to help you? Then go away, as long as you go now, you'll never be in a position to compete with my brother. No female would like a man as wimpy as you. I'll hit you believe it or not. Wu Qingxu raised his palm to whip Jiang Yuan. Come on. You smoke it. If you're capable, you smoke it. Jiang Yuan said with his face stretched out provocatively. Wu Qingshu walked to Zhang Yuan in large strides and raised his palm toward Zhang Yuan's face. In the next second, quickly moved behind the wheelchair and pushed it to scatter. Feng, run run. Hu Feng slapped his little brother to the side. I'm not blind, I saw it, why are you guys still standing here? Hurry up and chase. Wu Qingshu continued to push the wheelchair to run desperately. Without running for 10 minutes, Wu Qingshu was tired of coming up for air and gasping for breath. It's only been 10 minutes, that's too short for you, isn't it? Zhang Yuan spat. Wu Qingshu breathlessly rolled his eyes greatly at Zhang Yuan. This girl knows what she's talking about? Is 10 minutes short? There's enough to plant your beans and reap what you sow. You'd better hurry up or they're going to catch up. Zhang Yuan said with a rough CUI. I really can't, let me slow down, I need to slow down, I'm exhausted. Wu Qingshu found a stone pier and sat down. You're so lacking in exercise too, it was only a 10-minute run, don't you usually work out? I go out every day and drive a Ferrari, do I need to exercise? Wu Qingshu couldn't hold back his dislike and said. He thought to himself, what kind of evil was he in just now, that he dared to boldly push someone away from those punks? I look back on it now and break out in a cold sweat. It's really evil, she's Zhang Che's sister. He ran to save his love rival's sister. You rely on a Ferrari for everything, and you rely on it when you get married? Zhang Yuan spat. I mean, you're not even a teenager, are you? The words that come out of your mouth are darker than the color of my brain. Don't you talk about anything else, come on. They're catching up. Zhang Yuan urged anxiously. Wu Qingshu looked towards his back, those assholes were really catching up. Seeing this, Wu Qingshu busily climbed up from the ground and pushed the wheelchair to use all his strength to fly up. Nearly hit someone where the intersection turned ahead. To be exact, he almost ran into Zhang Che. Zhang Yuan? Wu Qingshu. How does Wu Qingshu push his sister to run? Could it be because of Tang Yunran that Wu Qingshu held a grudge? So he wants to take it out on his sister? Zhang Che thought of what Wu Qingshu had once said, he told him to stay away from Tang Yunran or he would have to pick up his sister. Thinking of this, Zhang Che instantly became enraged and grabbed and pulled on Wu Qingshu's collar. Wu Qingshu, you are not a man, just like you are also worthy of chasing Ran Ran? You misunderstand, Misunderstanding? You're about to push my sister away and you're telling me about misunderstandings. Brother! It's really a misunderstanding. Zhang Yuan pulled Zhang Che's clothes. You're too kind to speak for him? Do I look like the kind of person you think I am? No. River Edge. Zhang Che calmed down a little and looked at Zhang Yuan, is it really a misunderstanding? Zhang Yuan and Wu Qingshu nodded in unison with their movements. Just then, Hu Feng brought his men after him. Seeing this wave of people, Zhang Che no longer doubted Wu Qingshu and Zhang Yuan's words. Stop! Hu Feng hastily braked his feet after seeing Zhang Che and looked at Zhang Che with wary eyes. His hand that was broken by Zhang Che yesterday was still hanging around his neck, as well as the image of Zhang Che knocking down 2 of his minions in 3 punches and 2 kicks was still fresh in his mind. Seriously, a little shaken up. Otherwise he wouldn't have braked so quickly and anxiously just now. Brother! Run! Zhang Yuan shouted in a hurry as he saw them catching up. No sooner had the voice dropped than she saw her brother step out from behind her and stand in front of her. Zhang Yuan cocked his head and watched the scene. What's this about? Although she did say to Wu Qingshu earlier that if it was her brother who encountered this kind of thing he definitely wouldn't hide, but she said that completely using a provocative method to get Wu Qingshu to help her. Just now, she also did that because she was holding onto her luck, and while she was talking about Wu Qingshu, she was also quietly handing Wu Qingshu a wink. At that time, she was thinking that even if the success rate was low, doing something to save herself was better than waiting to die. Now in this situation, her brother actually really didn't hide, but chose to go head-to-head with those Shibuya gangsters. Isn't this a death wish? Chapter 74. Wu Qingshu was also looking on with wide eyes. He knew that Zhang Che had some kung fu, but the nature of these people was different from the fighters he had hired some days ago. Those thugs are paid to do their job, and these are the kind of people who live a life of licking blood from the tip of a knife, and the steel pipes and knives they hold in their hands. Zhang Che, he really isn't afraid? His legs were now weak anyway. Take care of my sister. Zhang Che spoke to Wu Qingshu with a sideways glance. Who are you to instruct me? Wu Qingshu disliked back with displeasure. Jiang Che didn't pay attention to Wu Qingshu's words, but instead turned his head to Hu Feng, his gaze falling on the hand that Hu Feng hung around his neck. This hand won't heal for at least a month or two, right? Hu Feng was furious. You. A word was interrupted by Jiang Che just as it left his mouth. You don't want your other hand either? Jiang Che said as he looked at Hu Feng's uninjured hand. Being stared at by Jiang Che's ice-cold sight, Hu Feng instantly had the vestigial feeling that his hand had already been broken, and reflexively took his hand behind him. And then thought of the fact that he had brought 5 people with him today, and all of them had weapons in their hands, so the bottom line was full. You kid have the balls to do it, huh? Let's see if you can still break my hand. Jiang Che looked around the week, thought for a moment and said, there are a total of 6 of you, I'm going to single-handedly challenge 6 of you. If I win, you're not allowed to look for my family in the future. If I lose, how about I let you do whatever you want? Ha! Ha 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 ha, aren't you talking? If you lose and get knocked down by us, you're definitely at our mercy. Then I'll add another condition, I'll use my bare hands and you guys can take whatever guys you want. Jiang Che said as he asked the system to spend a large amount of experience value to exchange for top expert level skills. How dare you look down on us? That's right, I'm just looking down on you guys. Do you dare to gamble or don't you dare to gamble? Jiang Che did this solely to solve his worries, in case they came back to Jiang Yuan or his parents in the future. In Hu Feng's eyes, the Jiang Che at this moment was just arrogant and cocky to the extreme. Yes. If he doesn't deserve it, he won't have to go out and hang around in the future. Brother! Jiang Yuan shouted worriedly. Jiang Che turned back to Jiang Yuan, I'll give you a very difficult task. What? Jiang Yuan froze. Think about what you're going to serve for dinner. The biggest headache for people who cook is what to buy, especially when preparing a large family. After saying that, Jiang Che broke his wrist, moved his muscles, and walked forward. With the system in place, he was not afraid at all. The less afraid Jiang Che was and the more confident he was, the more Hu Feng and the others were drumming in their hearts. In their opinion, Jiang Che's appearance was either a trick, or he was very confident that he could beat them all down. 10 minutes later, it proved to be the latter. Jiang Yuan stared at this unbelievable scene with his eyes and mouth wide open. Is this her brother? Her brother, who's just a sucker for his sister. When did you become so heroic? It feels so surreal. Equally dumbfounded was Wu Qingshu. Wu Qingshu looked at Jiang Che with 2 dry eyes. Not only was there shock on his face, there was also a feeling of being dwarfed and ashamed of himself. Is this love rival of Jiang Che's overly powerful? With such high martial arts skills and handsome looks, can he win when competing with someone like this? He felt that if he were a woman, he would have chosen Jiang Che over himself. Is there really nothing he can do to beat Jiang Che? There is. He has money. But Tang Yunran he knows very well, she is not the same as those snobbish girls. If it were the same, he wouldn't be so obsessed with Tang Yunran. The more he thought about it, the more Wu Qingshu felt that the future was slim and obscure. Just then, someone tapped him on the arm. Wu Qingshu looked down and saw Jiang Yuan patting his hand. Is this your way of comforting me? The feeling of being comforted by the sister of a love rival is so complicated that it's hard to describe. Actually, you're not that bad, at least you just helped me. So I helped you, shouldn't you return the favor? You want me to help you chase girls? Right. I can't help with this one. Why? The disparity in strength between the 2 sides is too great. I'm no better as a support, but the main attack doesn't work, it's useless. Okay, he's not talking anymore. Can't he just leave? Jiang Che walked over after thoroughly cleaning up Hu Feng's gang, his gaze retracting from the departing Wu Qingshu. What did you guys just talk about? It doesn't say much. It's you, when did you learn to be so good at this? It's just that when I was dreaming, there was an old grandpa in my dream. He said that I'm gifted with amazing bones, and that I'm an absolute genius at practicing martial arts, so he entrusted me with a dream and taught me to practice martial arts. Jiang Che babbled in a serious manner. The corners of Jiang Yuan's mouth twitched as he listened. You expect me to believe that? You won't. You don't know how and you're saying it? Didn't you ask me? I'm asking you to tell the truth. You didn't just say for me to tell the truth. Jiang Yuan rolled his eyes wildly in a speechless manner. So can you tell the truth now? Can. What I just said was the truth, taught to me by my old grandpa in the dream. Jiang Yuan really wanted to smash him with his new cell phone. Sure enough, the pit brother is still the same pit brother without a single change. Exasperating people. It's so infuriating. 2 days of exams were followed by a summer vacation. On the first day of summer vacation, the daughter of the landlord of the original rental house came to the door. Jiang Xingting was carrying several bags of fruit in her hands. Tingting, here, sit inside. Linya warmly greeted Jiang Xingting. Jiang Xingting's eyes kept turning and looking towards the inside. Jiang Che, he's not here? Linya knew that Jiang Xingting had come to find Jiang Che. Chul. Xiao Che. Come out, Ting Ting is here. Oh. Jiang Che didn't really want to come out because he knew the purpose of Jiang Xingting's visit. Jiang Che looked at the creepy weight of Jiang Xingting and thought of when he first moved here. That time Jiang Xingting was only 120 pounds, slightly chubby and not bad looking. It's only been a few years since the bungalow turned into a villa, and the development is a bit too fast. He felt that, but if Jiang Xingting had been a little more restrained, she wouldn't have developed into the current state. While Jiang Che was thinking this, Jiang Xingting was also constantly sizing up Jiang Che. She knew that Jiang Che was handsome, but in the past, he was just an average handsome guy, while the current Jiang Che was really handsome, no less than the kind of handsome of the popular fresh meat. And it also vaguely gave her the charm of a mature man. This feeling made her strange. Jiang Che was obviously only 18 years old, several years younger than her. How could he give her this feeling? Looking on, Jiang Xingting's gaze fell on Jiang Che's muscular arms. P.S. Small fish eating Kuan, I'll start with 2 shifts today. I'm overworked and I have to catch up on my sleep or I'm afraid you'll lose a very important fish. Tomorrow I'll continue to cheer up and give you guys back 6 more shifts. Chapter 75, I'll be your girlfriend. Yo! I haven't seen him for a while. Why is he suddenly in such good shape? It's almost like security. Looking at it, Jiang Xingting almost didn't control her saliva. It was so close that it ran down the corners of his mouth. Being stared at by Jiang Xingting with such a naked gaze, Jiang Che suddenly felt a vicious chill. At that moment, Jiang Yuan reached out and patted him on the buttocks, giving him a take care look. He also didn't know if it was Jiang Che's illusion, but he always felt that Jiang Yuan had the appearance of gloating and watching a good show. Just as Jiang Che was muttering in his mind, Jiang Xingting shook the layer after layer of swimming rings on her body and walked over. Jiang Che kept staring at the floor of his house, fearing that the next foot, Jiang Xingting, would stomp through the floor of his house. Little Che, it's been a long time, you've changed so much, you've become handsome and sturdy. Jiang Xingting stared at Jiang Che with wolfish light in both eyes. Jiang Che took a step backward. Emphasis added. He's not a wimp, he's protecting his innocence for Tang Yunran. You, too, have changed so much, more voluptuous than ever. Little Che. Linya glared towards Jiang Che. Jiang Yuan covered his mouth and stifled his laughter. It's okay, Aunt Lin, he's just complimenting me. My parents also often say that I'm blessed with a blossoming figure. Jiang Xingting wasn't angry at all, but instead thought that Jiang Che liked her figure like this. Xiao Che, you entertain Tingting, I'll go wash and cut the fruits. After saying that, Linya looked at Jiang Yuan. What are you still doing here? Have you finished your homework? Oh, I'll go do my homework. As smart as Jiang Yuan, she could see that Linya was deliberately sidetracking her to give Jiang Che and Jiang Xingting a world of two. Linya believed what Jiang Che said to her the other day, but listening to Jiang Che, he hadn't chased the other girl into his hands yet, so maybe it was just a matter of getting it right, so it was best not to hold much hope yet. She could see that Jiang Xingting liked his son, and she thought that Jiang Xingting was not bad, so in case things worked out, she would have a daughter-in-law. After Linya and Jiang Yuan both left, only Jiang Che and Jiang Xingting remained in the living room. Sister Tingting, take a seat. Jiang Che politely greeted Jiang Xingting. Don't call me sister, just call me Ting Ting. Jiang Xingting said, walking over to the couch and sitting down. Ha? That's not good, is it? Jiang Che saw with his own eyes that his family's sofa was dented into a basin by Jiang Xingting's sitting. There's nothing wrong with that, I'm only 4 years older than you, just a little bit. 4 years older, just a little bit? Are girls so self-deceived about age? If you don't want to call me Ting Ting, then you can call me Xin. Jiang Che sprayed out directly from his mouth full of water, cough cough cough. Jiang Xingting came around behind Jiang Che, I'll help you take a shot. No cough cough, use it. Use it? Okay, take it easy, I'll shoot it for you. Jiang Xingting's brick block-like slap came up, and Jiang Che felt his internal organs almost vibrate out of his mouth. Jiang Che thought to himself that his physical fitness is good, in exchange for others. Jiang Xinting this slap call, 110 and 120 have to come. Well, ahem no. Use it. Jiang Che especially emphasized the word no, so that she wouldn't mishear it again. In case she called up another slap, he was afraid that Tang Yunran would be widowed and heartbroken again. Feeling the hot, sizzling pain coming from his back, he was sure there was a big, red shadow on his back. It's good that it's okay, be careful with your water. Jiang Xinting sat back down on the sofa, and as soon as her butt went down, the sofa once again sank deep into a basin. He's being careful? It's because you told him to call you Xin Xin. He had heard Li Hao calling Xin endlessly in front of him all day long some time ago, causing him to be very sensitive to the name Xin now. I'll still call you Sister Tina, I'm used to it. Suit yourself then. Jiang Xinting no longer cared about the name calling, because she was thinking in her heart that when they got married in the future, Jiang Che would call her wife, so it didn't matter what she called her now. I heard from my mom that you're chasing girls from school? Aha! Just don't chase after me. With your qualifications, do you need to waste your effort chasing after someone else? What do you think of me? Ha! So direct and proactive? Jiang Xinting once again got up from the sofa and came in front of Jiang Che. Jiang Yuan watched with two excited eyes through the doorway, holding back his chicken calls. Jiang Che raised his head towards the large mountain standing in front of him. A blindfolded eye does not see Tai. Tarzan barricades your eyes and you only see Tarzan. This was Jiang Che's visualization at this moment. Just as Jiang Che was about to get up, Jiang Xinting suddenly reached out her hand and pressed his shoulder, holding him down again. Jiang Yuan really couldn't hold back a spurt of laughter, then hurriedly covered his mouth. That's so funny. That time just now, her oldest brother looked like a hen being held down by a rooster. While Jiang Yuan found it hilarious, Jiang Che had Alexander in his heart. Not that he was saying that anyone else facing this behemoth would have their mental health index drop. Jiang Xinting sat down next to Jiang Che after holding him down. In that instant, Jiang Che had the feeling of losing weight and falling into the valley. Heart's a little panicky. Chul chul. This whiny cry called Jiang Che as if he were a frightened bird, rubbing his head and bouncing up. Chul, don't get up, sit here, come on. Jiang Xinting reached out and patted the side of herself. Sister Ting Ting, I understand what you mean, but as I told your mom before, I already have someone I like, as you know. Jiang Che put his attitude out there. I know, you give up pursuing that girl and I'll be your girlfriend, I promise you won't regret it. Hearing Jiang Xinting say that, Jiang Che wanted to ask, who on earth gave you the backbone to say such narcissistic words? No regrets? Or are you regretting that your intestines are pierced? I won't give up. The look on Jiang Che's face as he said this was as serious as it could be. Tang Yunran paid so much for him in his previous life, the last is because he sent the ring in a car accident, he owed her too much, he was just holding a deficit mentality close to Tang Yunran, and then again and again after contact, he found Tang Yunran cute and charming tight, the more they get along with the more they like. Where is she better than me? Jiang Xinting's face but changed. The atmosphere in the living room began to grow serious and grave. Nothing about then, this is like a lock and key, I'm the only key she fits and she's the lock that traps my heart. That's all. Jiang Che's eyes were incomparably determined as he said this. Chapter 76, Valentine's Day arranged in advance. After Jiang Che's voice fell, the living room was unusually quiet. After a while, Linya came out of the kitchen with a fruit tray. At that moment, Jiang Xinting stood up. I'll stick to what I've decided, and I won't give up until you're actually together and married. Jiang Xinting walked towards the door of the room after saying that. Ting Ting, don't you want some fruit? Linya called out. Jiang Xinting turned back to Jiang Che, I'm waiting for you to fail in your Tanabata confession, and even if you don't fail, I'll still grab it. It was only after Jiang Xinting left that Jiang Yuan came out in his wheelchair and picked up the cut fruits on the table and ate them. AI Jiang Che sighed. What for? Jiang Yuan looked up at Jiang Che. Too much charisma is a headache, too. River Edge. Why did she ask? Doesn't it taste good to eat her fruit? Drip Jiang Che received a message from Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran, does your family have special arrangements for summer vacation? Jiang Che, no. Jiang Che, what about you? Tang Yunran, in a few days, I'm going to follow my parents and my brother and them on a trip to the hot springs in Tinghua County. Jiang Che, so envious. Hey! No, Valentine will be here soon. Tang Yunran said she wants to go to Tinghua County with her family.
When are you going?
Valentine's Day. My parents, they're going to have theirs, and us siblings are going to have fun by ourselves.
It's really Valentine's Day. Doesn't that interfere with his plans? What can we do about this?
Thinking about it, Jiang Che suddenly got an idea and came to look at Linya.
Mom, I heard from my friends that the hot springs in Tinghua County are quite good. Do you want to soak in the hot springs together? Hot springs? It's so hot in the summer. What's a hot spring for?
This you do not understand. In fact, soak in the hot springs is a very good relief from the summer heat and cooling activities. Immersed in hot springs, pores will soon open, the body heat can be released. Through repeated immersion, the whole body can completely eliminate the body's sweltering heat, the cure for the symptoms and cure the root cause of the problem. Soak all over the body, easy, especially comfortable.
I raise my hands in favor.
Zhang Yuan had envied her classmates who had soaked in hot springs before, and now that Jiang Che had suggested it, of course she had to raise her hands in favor of it.
I'd rather not. Your dad and I both have jobs. Actually, Linya is just heartbroken about money.
Mom, earning money, this kind of thing can be earned at any time. Life is still to enjoy. Rare summer vacation, the family go out to play happily is also not lost to kind of enjoyment. It was inconvenient to go out in the past, but now that we have a car, we can drive directly to the sharp end.
Yeah.
Brother is right, Mom, just go.
Zhang Yuan pulled Linya's hand and pouted.
Linya's brows were furrowed, and there were still many concerns in her heart.
Jiang Che renewed his persuasion, and with old sister's leg, soaking in the hot springs more often will be greatly beneficial to her recovery. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Linya's heart was moved. I wonder if your dad has time.
He sure has. Jiang Che finished sending a message to Jiang Mingquan about the family's trip to the hot springs just now, and especially emphasized Valentine's Day to him.
Jiang Mingquan took a look and immediately agreed to Jiang Che's proposal. So the family decided happily.
Before that, Jiang Che had to fulfill his promise to Tang Yunran.
Model for Tang Yunran for a day. Where to paint? Jiang Che asked in a message.
Jiang Che considered that he might have to draw the whole fruit painting, so he had to find a place where no one was around.
That's convenient. How about a hotel?
Tang Yunran breathlessly rolled her eyes at the air after receiving the message. To my grandmother's house.
It's not good, is it? What if we make too much noise and it affects your grandmother? A lot of movement? What's the big deal about a painting?
To my grandmother's old house.
Dunlap's old house? Jiang Che had heard it from Zhang Yuan in his previous life.
In his previous life, Deng Lanfang passed away, and it was reasonable to say that even if he didn't like Tang Yunran anymore, he was nominally Tang Yunran's husband, and should have cleaned up the old house with her. But coincidentally, he happened to be away on a business trip at that time.
So in the end, it was Zhang Yuan who accompanied Tang Yunran.
When they came back, Zhang Yuan complained to her that there were so many rat nests in the old house that it didn't nearly scare them to death.
It's good to have rats.
When the time comes, when the rat minions show up, Tang Yunran will be so scared that she'll throw herself at him. While Jiang Che was thinking beautifully, Tang Yunran was packing up the rat poison she had purchased from the internet. With the experience of her previous life, she purposely bought a lot of rat poison. Half an hour later, Jiang Che drove to pick up Tang Yunran downstairs in her neighborhood. Tang Yunran looked around with her painting kit on her back and saw that no one was looking her way before quickly getting into Jiang Che's car.
Deng Lanfang's old house is not in the city center, but in a very remote suburb.
The outskirts of Jiangcheng are similar to the countryside, and the roads are lined with poplar trees, and in March and April, they start to flutter everywhere. As the car drove further and further out of the way, gradually the houses thinned out and planned and leveled fields began to appear. It took about an hour or so of driving to reach our destination. The old house has a stone-walled courtyard covered with green creepers and mottled moss on the stone in front of the door, giving the overall look a cozy and pleasant feeling.
It would be quite nice to retire here in the future. Jiang Che didn't hold back his emotions.
Although he was now 18 years old, he was an older man in his 30s at heart. How can you think of a loss when you've worked your ass off in your last life, and you've just hiccuped before you could even enjoy your life?
So the ancients were sincere. Life must be enjoyable, don't let the golden bottle empty to the moon.
That is, he was lucky to be reborn, while most people in the world, on their deathbeds, lament that they didn't live enough, and regret that it's already too late.
Pretty good indeed. Tang Yunran also said with emotion.
If possible, in the future, she would like to find a secluded place to retire, and with her favorite person, sit and watch the sunrise and sunset, the clouds roll in. How nice that would be! When she thought of this, Tang Yunran turned her head towards Jiang Che and realized that he was looking at her. Love experience value plus 264. Let's go inside. Tang Yunran's face wasn't as thick as Jiang Che's, and she hurriedly withdrew her gaze and walked towards the courtyard gate. Shall I walk in front? Jiang Che said as he walked over. Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che with a puzzled expression. Why? This yard hasn't been lived in for a while, what if there are rats? Tang Yunran's pupils dilated, her complexion slightly surprised. How did you know there were rats? Chapter 77, Showering Together? How did he know about this? It's impossible to know if you're not born again, right? Didn't I just say that? It's an old house and hasn't been lived in for a long time, not to mention the mice, there might be something dirty. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Tang Yunran's face swished white. Dirty stuff? What filth? Tang Yunran imagined in her mind that as soon as she opened the door later, something with long white clothes and hair would be hanging down upside down. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became, her hand subconsciously raised and hugged Jiang Che's wrist tightly. Jiang Che looked down towards Tang Yunran's hand, followed by Tang Yunran's blossoming face. What were you thinking? You've watched too many horror movies, haven't you? The dirty things I'm talking about are cockroaches and bugs and centipedes and snakes and such. You think it's dumplings? You can't stop talking? With me here, you put 100 hearts. It's the 21st century, where is that? Jiang Che was actually a bit vain when he said this. After he died in his previous life, his soul floated out of his body and has been following Tang Yunran around. Besides, if there really is that thing, I can protect you, I'm not afraid. He used to be that thing himself, afraid of a hammer. After saying that, Jiang Che directly made a move to push open the door to the courtyard. The gate was in a state of disrepair, rusting and making an unpleasantly obscure sound. The yard is covered with moss and there are cobwebs in the corners. The good thing is that the house is still tidy, which is slightly dusty. Tang Yunran's choice to come here was actually what Deng Lanfang had said when she came to their house for dinner 2 days ago. Said sometime for them to take the time and clean the old house. She memorized it and thought about coming here sometime. Let's get organized first, shall we? Good. There wasn't much to clean in the room, the couch, bed, table, and chairs were covered with dust cloths that lifted off. So just take a cloth and wipe down the countertops and mop the floor with a broom and you're pretty much done. Besides, men and women work together. That's a particularly valid point. Jiang Che said that he had never worked so vigorously before. When I was helping around the house, it was monotonous and boring, but now it just gets more and more exciting. You're sweating a lot, do you want to take a bath? Tang Yunran asked as she looked at the sweaty Jiang Che. Jiang Che looked towards Tang Yunran, and fine beads of sweat were also breaking out on the girl's bare, white forehead. Why don't you wash first? Better you go first, you're soaked through. Wash them together? Rascal! Tang Yunran looked askance at Jiang Che without any good humor. Tang Yunran's eyes are really not generally good looking, especially the slender end of the eyes. Many people will draw long eyeliner, the longer the eyeliner is drawn the more seductive. Tang Yunran's eyes had a naturally thin tail, woe is me when she smiled, and winks when she rolled her eyes. The whole person is a painting when he is quiet, and when he is dynamic, he is a fairy coming out from the painting. So, the name of the flower of Jiangcheng University really wasn't just called out. Jiang Che washed his t-shirt along with him when he took a shower and came out topless. How did you come out dressed as, in this? Tang Yunran didn't know where to put her eyes. Glance this way. Glance over there. Finally, it glanced to Jiang Che's body. Love experience value plus 298. Hearing this system beep, Jiang Che was secretly happy in his heart. This wife girl of his is not honest at all. Obviously wanting to see it, but still pretending to look embarrassed. I'll let you take your time later. Aren't my clothes wet with sweat? There's nothing I can do but wash them or I can't wear them. What Jiang Che said made sense and left Tang Yunran speechless. You go wash up, I'll hang the clothes out in the yard. When Jiang Che returned from the courtyard, Tang Yunran had already started showering. The door to the bathroom was tight, not at all like the TV shows put it, and you could see the delicate shadows inside. Jiang Che sat with his legs spread out, and the shower in his ears was clattering and clattering, which fell on the floor as if it was knocking on the door of his heart. It had knocked the door of his heart open long ago. The thought brought an uncontrollable flow of heat from his nose. Being at the age of 18 just turned from the out-of-control period to the blazing period, encountering such a situation, it would be abnormal not to have a nosebleed. Jiang Che pinched his nose to the bathroom to flush the nosebleed, thinking of his previous life, the university to play the game, out of school, no entrepreneurship to earn money, women have not touched, really live a little taste is not. Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, Tang Yunran came out of the bathroom. Beauty out of the bath, messy hair percolating water droplets, dripping on the body, soaking clothes, through the soaked place, can vaguely see the bean paste pink underwear. As I watched, the flood that had just stopped came down again. Jiang Che, what's wrong with you? Jiang Che tilted his head and pinched his nose. Why do you have a nosebleed? That's not too exciting to ask. Maybe the temperature is a little high. The air conditioner is broken, otherwise you could have air conditioning, so hurry over here and blow on the fan. Tang Yunran said as she pulled Jiang Che's hand and walked towards the sofa. Jiang Che sat on the sofa and sat with his legs crossed out of habit. Most straight men choose to sit in this position, and do so not to simply attract women, but as a physiological phenomenon. It's not easy to say exactly what the physiology is, gentlemen should understand. Don't you move, I'll clean you up. Tang Yunran's anxious eyebrows tightly together, took the tissue paper and walked into Jiang Che's arms. At this time this position, Tang Yunran, full of concern for Jiang Che, didn't think there was anything wrong. But Jiang Che couldn't take it anymore. Isn't she putting herself in his shoes? So the nosebleed stopped and stopped. Why can't you stop the bleeding all the time? Tang Yunran said with an anxious heart. It's okay. It's all nosebleeds all the time, how can it be okay? It's probably just too hot, I have ice water in my car, just bring me over and I'll ice it. If he didn't support Tang Yunran away, he was afraid that he would be the first person in this world to die of a nosebleed. Okay, wait for me, I'll get it. After Tang Yunran left, Jiang Che immediately tapped on his cell phone and played the mantra for clearing the heart. Sure enough, the whole thing was much more peaceful. 5 minutes later, the nosebleed finally stopped. Tang Yunran let out a long sigh of relief. If I had known you were so afraid of the heat, I wouldn't have brought you to this place. Tang Yunran blamed herself a little in her heart. Jiang Che reached out and flicked his hand on Tang Yunran's brow. What an innocent, silly girl. You're the one who's stupid and really thought he had a hot nosebleed. If you didn't bring me, who else did you want to bring? Chapter 78, It's her first time. She's just saying that, it's not like she means anything else. I'm telling you, you can't just bring any other guy here. It's just that I'm a decent guy. Anyone else, in a place like this, if you get wild, you'll cry yourself to death and no one will come to your rescue. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Tang Yunran immediately flattened her mouth. You are the righteous man. No one is as righteous as you. I'm comfortable with you. In her previous life she had been married to him for several years, living under one roof every day, only to treat her, a woman in her prime, like air. If he's not a gentleman, who else is? Jiang Che always felt something unspoken and eerie as he listened to Tang Yunran's words. It's true that a woman's heart is like a needle in the bottom of the sea. She was fine just now, but now she's changing her face faster than the weather. Encountered this situation, it is best not to continue to dig deeper into the reasons, because the girl may be just a sudden emotion up, a moment on the self-digested. If you have to break the casserole to ask the end of the deeper, most of the effort will be unproductive. But if after a while, the girl is still angry, then you have to admit the mistake, and then ask why. Just in case the girl keeps things bottled up in her heart for a long time, if she explodes all at once, then it will be out of control. Don't you want to paint? It just so happens that my clothes are wet, so I'll paint topless. Guess you haven't painted anyone else topless if you've ever done it. If so, he'd like to see who Tang Yunran drew and tear it up. Painted. Tang Yunran said. Jiang Che's eyes widened, and in his heart, he thought, which one of them is not willing to bear the upper half of his body in front of his wife? Not even the lower half of his body, right? Look for material on your cell phone and draw over it. Tang Yunran added. Jiang Che sighed in relief. So, I'm your first time? Tang Yunran froze for 2 seconds as Jiang Che asked. Tang Yunran knew that what Jiang Che was trying to express was the first time he drew the top half of his naked body. But it couldn't help but still be a bit of a misthinking. Love experience value plus 396. It's getting late, I'll start painting. Tang Yunran took out her drawing board and blocked her face. Her face was burning now, and she didn't need to look in the mirror to guess how red she must be. Why is your face so red? Jiang Che deliberately asked in a flirtatious manner. Tang Yunran, who asked this, contributed 3 love experience values in a row. Love experience value plus 299. Love experience value plus 385. Love experience value plus 411. It should be hot. Tang Yunran stammered, right. It's just hot, didn't you just get a hot nosebleed? That wasn't a hot nosebleed on his part, Jiang Che said in his heart. What kind of pose am I going for? Jiang Che posed as the thinker. Is this okay? Will you be decent? You say the thinker is immodest? I said you're immodest, okay? After the two of them engaged in some schoolboy bickering, Jiang Che struck a very handsome pose and sat still. In fact, before coming here, Jiang Che had Baidu a lot of handsome posture pictures. Firstly, he compared in front of the mirror for a long time, and then he pulled Jiang Yuan to help him see. Looking at Jiang Yuan, he rolled his eyes until they were bloodshot and red. Love experience value plus 157. Hearing this system beep, the villain inside Jiang Che nodded with great satisfaction. This was already the 520th system beep since the start of the drawing. What does that mean? It shows that he didn't go through all the trouble of picking out his poses for nothing. The more Tang Yunran moved her brush, the redder her face became. At first it's just the Geller framework, which is fine, it doesn't get into details. Her face wasn't that red yet. Later on, when the whole framework is grid, it's time to start filling in the details. The thing about details is that they need to be scrutinized. When you look closely, you can't help but stare at one spot, over and over again. That made her hold it more and more. Eyes. Nose. Mouth. Details down to the eyebrows and eyelashes are drawn one by one. It took painting to realize that his eyelashes were that long, she roughly estimated. It must be at least 7 centimeters, right? Hers are just 8 centimeters lashes and they're catching up to her. And his nose. Towering and upright. Nice mouth shape too. Thin. Skin too. Even the ears look good. Everywhere is handsome. Sight down. Landing on the man's signature. The larynx. Just as Tang Yunran stared with both eyes, the knot in his throat rolled up and down. Seeing this, Tang Yunran's breath moved to keep the same rhythm. Love experience value plus 399. The sight continues to move down. The collarbones are drawn out and sexy. Underneath are firm 2 pecs. And then below that are well-defined 8-pack abs. Relationship experience value plus 496. Jiang Che saw that Tang Yunran had been staring at herself without moving her pen, and guessed that she was mesmerized by his robust body. It wasn't worth all the morning workouts and raffles he'd worked so hard on a while back. Tang Yunran stopped and looked toward the window. How come it's raining when the cell phone clearly says it's not? Jiang Che tapped on his cell phone weather forecast. Now the cell phone is showing rain instead. Luckily it's just rain, so I guess it'll stop after a while. A few minutes later. Clatter, 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 the rain poured down, drawing a curtain directly in front of the door. Tang Yunran gave Jiang Che a breathless look. What a crow! He was crowbarred some time ago, but the crowbarred experience voucher has ended, and that's not half of his business. It's not raining particularly hard, so as long as it's not thundering, you can drive back. As soon as Jiang Che's words fell, there was a sudden rumble, 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 and there was a thunderstorm. Tang Yunran looked toward Jiang Che. Jiang Che innocently shrugged his shoulders. This god is so evil, it's deliberately against him, isn't it? Thunderstorms are better, they stop after a while. Stop. Stop it. Tang Yunran didn't even stop it. It led to darkness at 7:30 p.m., and the rain was still pouring down like a dipper, with one clap of thunder after another. Tang Yunran cast a sorrowful look towards Jiang Che. You've been told not to say anything. Jiang Che opened his mouth. What did this make him say? God was just working against him. Luckily I brought a lot of food with me when I came here, so let's get in the car and get something to eat. After simply fixing dinner, the two waited for the thunderstorm to pass, only for the rain to increase rather than decrease. It looks like we won't be able to return today. Jiang Che said bitterly. Then don't blame you. He doesn't talk. And so on. Jiang Che suddenly that afterthought realized a very serious problem. They can't go back. Chapter 79, Sleeping Together in the Car. What if we can't go back? Can't go back, just the two of them alone. Just the two of them. It's so exciting to think about. God, I was wrong about you, you're not working against me, but God help me. Jiang Che forcibly restrained the excitement in his heart. He couldn't let Tang Yunran see how excited he was, or she would be scared. Cough cough. Jiang Che cleared his throat and looked at Tang Yunran in a pretense of calmness and said, "It's raining so heavily, and the thunder is playing endlessly, it's too dangerous to drive back like this. I think it's better for us to simply spend the night here, and then go back when the rain stops tomorrow." Spend the night, and go back tomorrow when the rain stops. Rumble, 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 crackle, crackle, crackle. The thunder struck very powerfully. Tang Yunran no longer hesitated for half a second after hearing this thunderbolt. Well, you're right, it's better to wait for the rain to stop before going back. Goodness gracious. You're really favoring me. Thank you, mwahahaha 3 epsilon. That's when the cell phone rang. Tang Yunran took out her cell phone, and the call was from Tang Feilin. Tang Yunran hesitated for 2 seconds before picking up the phone after looking at Jiang Che. Hello? Ergo. Ran, where are you? I'm at a friend's house. Which friend? Little. I just called you several times in a row and didn't answer, so I called your bestie, Jean Xiaoxiao, and she said you weren't at her place, so which friend's house did you go to? Tang Yunran's head broke out in a bit of a weak sweat. It almost showed. Just friends of mine from school that you don't recognize. Tang Yunran's mouth said she was worried, but her heart was worried. You turn on the video. Turn on the video? When Tang Yunran heard this, her first reaction was to look towards Jiang Che. Jiang Che was right next to her. If she turned on the video it would be over. I'm in someone's boudoir, I can't open it. Hearing this, Tang Feilin thought so. It was indeed inconvenient for the girls to sleep together at this hour, with what must be pajamas on them. Where does your friend live? What's the name? Are they from your class? Tang Feilin asked several questions one after another. Ergo, it's late, so you don't have to worry about me, you should go to bed early, my friend and I are going to sleep too. Okay then. The furrows wrinkled out of Tang Feilin's brows after he hung up the phone could pinch a fly. As soon as Tang Feilin came out of his room, he saw Tang Feilin holding his cell phone with a worried frown. What's the matter with you? Dumped? Tang Feilin glanced at Tang Feilin breathlessly. It's not because of Ran. Because of Ran? Tang Feilin looked at Tang Feilin with a puzzled expression. Xiao Ran hasn't come back until now, and you're not worried at all? Why should he be worried? Xiao Ran told him when she went out that she was going out with Jiang Che, her brother-in-law. He was relieved not to. You just called Ran, what did she say? She said she was at a friend's house. Well then, why are you so worried? How come you don't have to worry about it? I asked her who her friend was. She is someone I don't know. She's sleeping with someone I don't know right now, so how can you say I'm not worried? You're exaggerating too much, aren't you? It's not like her friend is a woman or a man. Tang Feilin opened his big eyes and spoke nonsense with a rather strong bottom. Tang Feilin's face darkened. If it's a guy, I'll let him die. His Tang Feilin sucked in a breath of cool air. In his heart, he was giving Jiang Che a moment of silence. Thinking about the road ahead for the two of them, it's a long way to go. He wondered if he should give Tang Feilin a good mental preset in advance. Thinking of this, Tang Feilin wasn't in a hurry to take a shower, but sat down across from Tang Feilin. There's a saying that a sister is too old to stay, and stays, and stays, and stays to become an enemy. Tang Feilin was particularly weirded out by Tang Feilin's words. Xiao Ran is growing up and getting more and more ideas of his own, you can't watch him all day long and you don't have that much energy. I don't have that much energy on my own, aren't there 3 of us? This. Good point. It actually left him speechless. This, no. What I mean is that Xiao Ran will always have to get married in the future. The 3 of us will have to get married and have our own families in the future as well. It's impossible to tie her down and just keep her around. Tang Feilin looked at Tang Feilin with a puzzled and measuring gaze. Ergo, what are you staring at me like that for? Nope. What? No. What? No. Isn't that what you used to say? What? You used to say that men are no good, and if anyone who is not afraid of death dares to approach Xiaoran, you'll be the first one to go on and beat the hell out of him. Have I ever said anything like that? Yes. Oh, that's there. Don Fison scratched the back of his head. This is one thing and another. In the past I wanted to tie Xiaoran to the waistband of my pants, but I've suddenly come to the realization recently that instead of worrying about Xiaoran being bullied when she marries someone in the future, wouldn't it be better if we picked out someone for her who would be good to her and who could protect her and take care of her? When Tang Feilin heard these words, he felt that they were quite reasonable. At that moment, Tang Feimu came out of the room. Senior is right, I agree. Right? I'm making sense, aren't I? Tang Feisin said that he was able to get Tang Feimu in support and understanding, that was really happy from the bottom of his heart. What do you guys think of Qing Shu? Tang Feimu asked. No way. He's too bad. Anyone whose sister marries him will be in deep. At the mention of Wu Qingshu, Tang Feisin couldn't help but become emotionally agitated. It's not that bad, is it? That kid is just a little bit worse looking, not much height, lacking a little bit of size, and a little bit less brain, the rest is okay. Tang Feimu said. At Tang Feimu's words, Tang Feilin nodded in agreement. From now on, we'll all keep our eyes peeled and introduce Xiaoran to any suitable ones. It was better for them to see for themselves than for Ran to be sweet-talked away by a white boy. Tang Feisin was not in a hurry to tell Zhang Che's business at this time, or else in all likelihood it would be exposed regarding Xiaoran and Zhang Che being together tonight. Zhang Che and Xiaoran's matter will be discussed in the future when a suitable opportunity is found. The scene shifts. The car. Zhang Che and Tang Yunran put the chairs down and lay down. Zhang Che was facing Tang Yunran head-on, while Tang Yunran had her back to him. Why don't you turn around? Tang Yunran opened her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering away from the tension. Love experience value plus 685. I am used to sleeping on my side like this. Aren't you afraid of thunder? Not scared. Zhang Che held back. I'm scared. Chapter 80, Holding Hands, Kissing. When it comes to things like chasing girls, you have to put your old face on the line. If you want to be cheeky, there are always competitors who don't. Keep being facetious and you'll be waiting to attend her wedding to someone else. Tang Yunran froze and turned around, looking at Zhang Che with a puzzled gaze. You're afraid of thunder? How come I didn't know that? You're not with me every day, of course you don't know. She's not with you every day now. She was with you every day in her last life. She remembered that when it used to thunder, he didn't react at all with fear. Was it because he was deliberately pretending not to be afraid because he was concerned about the face of men? Tang Yunran didn't think this was unlikely. Just as Tang Yunran was thinking this, Zhang Che moved his body towards Tang Yunran's side. Considering the fact that Zhang Che was afraid of thunder, Tang Yunran didn't avoid it either. Zhang Che saw that Tang Yunran didn't refuse, so he boldly continued to test the waters. Keep moving closer and closer. So close that he could finally feel her breath spraying onto his face. Shallow. Warm. Crispy. It's still a little fragrant. Zhang Che felt like every cell in his body was all clamoring and boiling. The beast locked up in his heart is about to break out of its cage and come out to prey on his prey. Reason and impulse, tugging back and forth. In the end it was reason that won out over the primal urges. Zhang Che's current situation reminded him of a lesson from his biology teacher when he used to go to school. His biology teacher had a saying that always stuck with him. It is said that the biggest difference between a human and an ordinary action is that an ordinary animal prioritizes physical action. This is not the case with people, who have thoughts and reason and can control their impulsive behavior. He hadn't taken it to heart when he heard his biology teacher say this before, but simply heard such a theory. Now he has first-hand experience. He felt sure that now, if he were an animal, he would have begun to reproduce long ago in the face of a seductive female of his kind. While Zhang Che was thinking about himself in a heavenly manner, Tang Yunran's thoughts were also flying around in a chaotic manner. Looking at the distance between the two of them, Tang Yunran felt that if there was a gap between the two seats, Zhang Che might have zeroed in on them. Not to mention sticking it on, it was now separated by a crack that made her shy and want to burrow into it. Love experience value plus 999. Are you better now? Zhang Che heard Tang Yunran ask this and retrieved his soulful thoughts. Slightly better. As Zhang Che said this, his gaze fell on Tang Yunran's hand. Now that they hadn't finalized their relationship, it wasn't good for him to do anything to Tang Yunran. But if I could sleep holding Tang Yunran's hand tonight, it would be quite beautiful to think about it. Jiang Che's gaze is too naked. Tang Yunran just wanna notice cannot be difficult, also guessed his mind, just holding hands to sleep were something really good? Actually, if Jiang Che really wanted to pull her to sleep, she was willing to do so. But she couldn't offer to give him her hand if he didn't ask, could she? That would seem like she was being too unreserved as well. Jiang Che continued to stare at Tang Yunran's hand with both eyes, his head aching in thought. In this atmosphere of a lone man and woman, if he just blatantly went for her hand, would it scare her? Thinking that he was beastly and was going to do something unspeakable to her. What to do? What kind of a reason? So that he could take her hand logically and naturally? Just as Jiang Che was having a headache, there was a rumble. Here's your chance. Jiang Che used the thunderous momentum to grab onto Tang Yunran's hand. Tang Yunran didn't expect Jiang Che to strike so suddenly, without any warning. Subconsciously, she was about to pull her hand out of Jiang Che's big hand. Can you let me pull for a while, and I'll let go when Ray is completely gone? Jiang Che's words were timely. When Tang Yunran heard Jiang Che say this, she immediately dismissed the idea of pulling her hand away. Aha! A good-natured nod. Sleep. Aha! Tang Yunran closed her eyes, adjusted her disordered breathing and accelerated rhythmic beating heart, felt the warmth and sense of security passed over by her big hands, and gradually and beautifully entered dreamland. Seeing that Tang Yunran hadn't moved for a long time, Jiang Che opened his eyes and looked towards the girl. The girl slept quietly, with picturesque brows and shallow, even-veined breaths. Looks like it's really asleep. Jiang Che slowly raised the hand that was pulling Tang Yunran, using his fingertips to scrape and touch the back of the white and tender girl's hand a few times. The feel is very good. Looking at the two holding hands together, he thought about what would happen decades from now, when they were old and gray-haired, and would still be holding each other as tightly as they were now. Close your eyes. Jiang Che was lying comfortably and cozy. After living two lives, he felt it was best to be here and now. Nope. It's going to get better from here. Half an hour later, Jiang Che's sleepiness disappeared. The more he closed his eyes to sleep, the better his spirit became, and he felt as if he had eaten some kind of great tonic medicine. Hyperactive as hell. Exhaling a long hot breath, he opened his eyes, first looking at the rain beating on the car window, then turning his head to look at Tang Yunran, who was sleeping beside him. Tang Yunran still maintained her previous sleeping position. It was a few strands of hair by her temples that mischievously ran up to her face and stuck to the corners of the girl's mouth. Jiang Che gently turned his body, but his body still made a subtle friction sound with the seat, which seemed extremely ambiguous in the quiet car. Moving his hand, he gently ruffled the hair sticking to the corners of Tang Yunran's mouth to one side, both eyes staring at the girl near him. Looking at it, I realized I was out of place. It's killing me. And he deserved it. Right now he wasn't in any relationship with Tang Yunran and couldn't do anything to her. In his previous life, they had received a book, so he could do whatever he wanted to Tang Yunran as long as he wanted to. As a result, he lived for more than 30 years, and until he died, he had never touched Tang Yunran. Now you just want to eat it, you have to think about this and that. After enduring it for a while, Jiang Che just couldn't take it anymore. He felt that if he didn't do something to Tang Yunran tonight, he wouldn't have to sleep. Relying on this identity of being her husband in her previous life, Jiang Che he started to act. Get up. Press down. Chapter 81, Caught Stealing a Kiss. To the girl's mouth. The dragonfly came down. Hoo 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 hoo. Jiang Che, like a thief, hurriedly lay down, nervously panting heavily. Not only that, but he also looked around a bit, afraid that what he just did would be seen by others. After a moment's reprieve, a laugh was lost. It's not like he's really an 18-year-old innocent boy, he's a reborn uncle-level person. Just stole a kiss on her mouth, and you're nervous like this? Jiang Che raised his hand and touched his mouth, then looked towards Tang Yunran's red lips. Just now, it was like Piggy eating a ginseng fruit, so nervous that he didn't taste the flavor. No way. I have to try it again, or else I won't have such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to go there again. Say dry. Just do it. Jiang Che got up again, and this time he was in less of a hurry. Instead, I went over and savored it. It's a joy to behold. Seeing that Tang Yunran hadn't woken up yet, Jiang Che was wondering if he should continue. Keep going. What if it wakes her up? She was asleep, not dead asleep. It would be awkward if he suddenly opened his eyes later and met him eye to eye. Reason and impulse, once again, tugged at each other. This time it was impulse that won out over reason. It's just a kiss anyway. Tang Yunran is his wife anyway. What can't your own wife not kiss? Let alone kissing, it wouldn't be out of the question for him to do something even more powerful to her right now. Jiang Che became even more bold after giving himself such an indoctrination. Lower your head and go for a kiss. Just then, Tang Yunran suddenly opened her eyes. He forgot he was crowbarred today. Jiang Che hurriedly laid down and pretended to be sleeping. Tang Yunran murmured shallowly, opening her eyes that were wrapped in sleepiness and looking towards Jiang Che. Was she just dreaming? Why did she seem to see Jiang Che lying on top of her and kissing her just now? Tang Yunran continued to stare at Jiang Che, who didn't move a muscle and looked to be sleeping soundly. Tang Yunran shook her head and laughed. She must be dreaming. How could Jiang Che steal a kiss from her while she was asleep? To put it shyly, even if she stripped naked in front of him, he might not do anything to her, right? Thinking about it, Tang Yunran's mouth flattened as she thought herself depressed. Pulling Jiang Che's hand, hugging it, and placing it in front of her body, this made her feel extraordinarily at ease. It's not enough. Tang Yunran secretly glanced towards Jiang Che's face and saw that he was sleeping soundly, so she pulled his hand and kissed the back of his hand. Only then did he contentedly hug Jiang Che's hand and fall asleep beautifully once again. It was Jiang Che's turn to open his eyes. Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran, who had fallen asleep with her arms around him, and a happy smile was still hidden at the corner of his mouth. This silly girl, if you want to steal a kiss, you should kiss on the mouth. How can kissing your hand be enough? Let me make it up for you. Jiang Che pressed over again and kissed the girl on the mouth. Say yes, this is you kissing me, not me kissing you. Jiang Che contentedly reclined back into his seat after doing this. I'll be able to have good dreams tonight. The morning after the rain, the weather is particularly beautiful. Blue sky, white clouds, clear blue sky. Jiang Che stood beside the car, looking around at the surrounding scene with a few cozy gazes. It felt like the pace of life slowed down for a moment and it was a really nice experience. No wonder city people are heading to the country for their retirement. In the future, when he was old, he would bring Tang Yunran here as well. Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, Tang Yunran got out of the car. So cozy. Tang Yunran closed her eyes and took a deep breath in enjoyment. The air is fresh and invigorating with the scent of green grass. In the future, if I get old, I'll live here in my old age. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Tang Yunran opened her eyes and looked towards Jiang Che. That's what I'm planning to do. That's a good bet, we can live together. Live together? Is it living together as neighbors? Or kind of together? Love experience value plus 123. Tang Yunran's heart was a little deer in the headlights at being teased. Ahem, let's go back. Good. After Jiang Che drove back to the city center, he sent Tang Yunran back to the entrance of the district, and just as he was about to go back, he received a phone call from the Purple County City property. Said he wanted to slightly reduce the greenery of Purple County City and use it to build a fitness plaza and fountain. Need to get the owner's consent, let him have time to go to the property to sign. It happened to be on the way, so Jiang Che drove over. Just as I drove up to the entrance of the neighborhood, I saw a familiar face. Mayhin. Why is she here? More than this, what surprised Jiang Che even more was Mei Xian's current changes. Just some days not see, Mei Xian whole person become very haggard, face high swelling, should be someone was severely smoked. Jiang Che. Mei Xian hated Jiang Che so much that she almost bit her mouthful of silver teeth after seeing him. How can you not hate? Ever since she fell for Jiang Che's scheme and was dumped by Li Hao, she had been harboring a grudge. Especially last time, when she had only pushed Tang Yunran, Jiang Che had roughed up a girl like her. Even more so, since that time, she had been in a constant state of bad luck. Either she was dumped by her own spare tire, or another spare tire caught her making out with another spare tire, causing her face to be smacked in a way that still hasn't gone down. In less than a month's work, all 108 of her spares have gone bye-bye. And got hurt. In response to Mei Xian's indignation, Jiang Che didn't even bother to give her an extra look. He guessed that the reason why Mei Xian had become the way she was now should be most directly related to the fact that he had gotten the Crow's Nest experience voucher some time ago. And deservedly so. In her previous life, she had harmed Li Hao so badly. Li Hao's parents were directly infuriated to death, and Li Hao also ended up lying in the hospital with a lifelong disability. Perhaps there were other victims who were also fooled by Mihim, and what he did was kind of a way to rid the world of his fellow males. Jiang Che. Mei Xian looked at Jiang Che ignoring herself and growled and yelled. Jiang Che still ignored Mei Xian and drove towards the gate of the Purple County City neighborhood. Huh? Where's he going? Into Purple County? Doesn't he know that outside vehicles aren't allowed to drive in upscale neighborhoods like Purple County? Just drive. She waits for you to get pulled over and see the joke. Mei Xian waited with her arms around her chest to see Jiang Che's joke. It turned out that Jiang Che was the one who drove the car into the neighborhood smoothly and unhindered. See what's going on? Mei Xian stared at the incredible scene with wide eyes. After freezing for a while, Mei Xian ran to the entrance of the cell and shouted towards the cell security guard in the duty room. He drove in. Didn't you see that? Aren't outside vehicles not allowed in your neighborhood? The neighborhood security guard looked at Mei Xian with a look of idiocy. If that car isn't our neighborhood owner's car, how else do you think it could have driven in? Chapter 82, I just missed you. What? Mei Xian's eyeballs almost fell off in surprise. After a moment's reprieve, and with complete disregard, she pulled out her ears to make sure she hadn't heard correctly. In fact, she didn't need to ask any more questions. Just by looking at the still idiotic look on the face of the neighborhood security guard, she was sure that she had indeed not guessed wrong just now. Mei Xian steeply turned her head towards the neighborhood, looking over her shoulder, just in time to see the rear of the BMW disappear for a moment. It's true. It's all true. Jiang Che didn't lie to her. He does have a villa in Purple County. My goodness. Such a big fat sheep. If she could seduce Jiang Che to her hand, then why would she keep a spare tire? The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became, so agitated that he threw all his hatred for Jiang Che out of his mind. She was racking her brain thinking, when Jiang Che came out later, what should she do so that Jiang Che would accept her? Several moments passed, and Marine couldn't think of anything particularly good to do. At that moment, Jiang Che drove out from inside. Jiang Che, stop. Jiang Che acted as if he didn't see it. Hey! Jiang Che. Mei Xian saw Jiang Che trying to run, desperately rushing towards the front of the car, closing her eyes and reaching out to stop it. Mei Xian wasn't afraid of death. Jiang Che said he didn't want to go to jail yet. The more he hurriedly slammed on the brakes, missing the crash by just that much. If you cannot think of seeking trouble to find a Lamborghini, Ferrari, Maserati crash, I cannot afford this BMW crash. You're not going to hit me. Mei Xian pretentiously ran to Jiang Che's side, ruffling her hair and winking, scratching her head, leaning against the BMW and caressing its smooth body. Jiang Che looked at this action of Mei Xian's and felt that his BMW was molested. It's not that I won't hit you, but in case these brakes don't work, it's out of my human control. It's okay, I trust your driving skills. If this had come from Tang Yunran's mouth, Jiang Che would have only thought that she was simply saying this. But if Mei Xian had said it, it definitely wouldn't mean something as simple as that literally. You trust my driving skills? I'm sorry to tell you that I just got my driver's license. In fact, he's an old driver. When Mei Xian heard Jiang Che say this, she remembered that Jiang Che was not yet 19 years old. The state of China requires that you can't get a driver's license until you're 18 years old. In that case, just now, if Jiang Che hadn't braked the brakes in time, she would most likely have been knocked off by the car. Thinking about this, Mei Xin couldn't help but feel a cool sweat break out on her body. What do you want with me? Jiang Che was too lazy to tangle with Mei Xian and asked directly and single-handedly. Egu, I just miss you. Mei Xian said as she leaned towards Jiang Che's body. Jiang Che took a few steps backward. You stink, stay away from me. It stinks? Marine sniffed toward her body. It doesn't stink, and I'm wearing perfume. That's not the stink I'm talking about. Mei Xian looked at Jiang Che with a puzzled expression. Without waiting for Mei Xian to ask, Jiang Che spoke first. The core stinks, the soul stinks, and it's still the putrid kind. Not only does it stink, but it's also dirty. Jiang Che had made his words so clear, Mei Xian would be playing dumb if she didn't understand. You, what are you saying about me? Mei Xian's desperately stoic face began to shapeshift. If it wasn't for the smooth feel of the BMW, and if it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Che had a villa in Purple County City, she would have long ago been unable to hold down her temper and fight with Jiang Che. I've already said what I said. there's no need to have to humiliate yourself to make me repeat it. I've got a lot of time on my hands, but I don't want to waste a second on your scumbag girl, move over. If you keep lunging at my car, I'm calling the police. There's no point in sympathizing with someone who says what they want to say to someone who doesn't give a damn about other people's feelings like Marine. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, when Li Hao was lying in the hospital and couldn't take care of himself, Mei Xian didn't come over to visit. He even learned from the mouths of his other friends that Mei Xian was not getting away with too much. If it wasn't for the company's financial problems during that time, coupled with his deteriorating health and lack of time to take it out on Li Hao, he would have rushed over to Mei Xian and beat her up. You Mei Xian reached out and pointed angrily at Zhang Che, so angry that her face changed back and forth as if she were running a racehorse light, and the tips of her fingers that were pointing at Zhang Che were trembling violently. Damn it! Mei Xian was really angry, but what could she do? People didn't pay attention to her, and with Zhang Che's disinterested look, even if she stripped off her clothes and pounced on her, it was useless. So, in the end, he could only watch Zhang Che drive away. Piss me off! Mei Xian stomped her foot desperately in anger. I can't believe they called her smelly and dirty. You're the one who stinks. You're dirty. Your whole family is dirty. You all stink. Mei Xin grumbled under her breath as she spoke and kicked the stone, kicking it and ending up tripping over herself by accident. Tripping is tripping, and you're on the ground in a doggy position. The passerby had thought of helping her out with kindness, but as luck would have it, Mei Xin had a face that knocked right into the is still fresh. It should be current production. That flavor. That picture. It can make passersby so disgusted that they run away in droves. Mei Xian's eyes rolled back in her head as she was smoked, and she directly fainted. The day before Valentine's Day, Zhang Mingquan drove the car and took the family towards Tingyue County. On the way, Zhang Yuan with headphones in the B station wildly brushed their clips about Double Man. Due to overexcitement, a face changed wonderfully. If it wasn't for the inappropriate environment, it would probably have already let out all kinds of chicken and duck cries like when he was in his own room. The road was long and Zhang Che was idly bored and sent a message to Tang Yunran. Are you there yet? After receiving the message, Tang Yunran looked toward Tang Feimu and the others as a thief, seeing that they were holding their cell phones and playing with each other. No one was paying attention to her, and her heart secretly sighed with relief. Only then did he send a message to Zhang Che. Tang Yunran, almost there, 20 minutes at most? Tang Yunran, what about you guys? Zhang Che, we're still 40 or 50 minutes away. Zhang Che, I purposely checked, Tingyue County is very lively at night, especially tomorrow, so let's go out together then. Tomorrow he planned to confess to Tang Yunran and had to ask her out alone. Tomorrow? Tang Yunran raised her hand to grab onto the ring hanging around her neck, whooshing her long eyelashes, her pretty eyes flickering. What a day tomorrow is. Of course she's aware of it. Valentine's Day. Yesterday, Jean Xiaoqiao even sent a special message to tease her, asking her how she planned to spend Valentine's Day with Zhang Che. How do I get through? Are they still not that close now? How else can they live? She'd thought about it before. She wants to confess her love to Zhang Che on Valentine's Day and boldly say her love. Chapter 83, Direct Confession. How to confess? Just say it? What if I get rejected? I don't think so. A woman's sixth sense told her that the current Zhang Che was different from his previous life. He cared for her. Will protect her. Would care about her feelings. Whatever. Confess first. It couldn't be hidden like in her previous life, so much so that Zhang Che didn't even know until he died that she actually liked him. Thinking of this, Tang Yunran first sent a message over to Zhang Che. Yeah. After promising Zhang Che, he sent another message to Jean Xiaoqiao. I've decided. Tang Yunran's words, which were suddenly sent over, caused Jean Xiaoqiao to look confused. What have you decided? Inexplicable emoticon. I decided to confess to Zhang Che. Determination emoji. Spinning around in shock. Jaws drop in shock. Shocked to the core. Jean Xiaoqiao immediately edited the message and sent it over after dumping 3 more dynamic emoticons. Are you really going to confess to Zhang Che? You could have been more reserved. It has nothing to do with being reserved, and I don't want to regret it. Huh? Jean Xiaoqiao blinked. What do you mean? Why is she a little confused? Do you want to wait a bit for Jiang Che to confess to you first? It's not that I'm traditional, I think it's better for a boy to confess this kind of thing. And what if he doesn't confess? I'll kick his ass. After Jiang Che received Tang Yunran's message, he let out an excited yeah. After yeah, I realized I'm not mature enough to be stable anymore. At least I'm an uncle, why can't I calm down? Soon Jiang Che would realize that such a thing as love knew no age. Because his dad was even less calm than he was next. Have you taken your medicine? Zhang Yuan asked as he turned his head to look at Jiang Che. You're the one who should be on medication, babbling like you've been choked. You'll never understand the joy of knocking CP, people like us do. Jiang Che thought of accompanying Zhang Yuan to see the concert of Double Maniacs in a few days, and when he saw the real person on the spot, he estimated that there would be chickens crowing and ducks squawking everywhere. To be honest, if he wasn't worried about Zhang Yuan going to that kind of place alone, he definitely wouldn't have gone. For the rest of the road, Jiang Che had been holding his cell phone and chatting with Tang Yunran. The content of the chat was unimportant, what mattered was the happiness gained during the chat. Whoever chats knows. Time passed in a flash. Extra fast. When we arrived at the hotel we had booked, there was still a feeling that we hadn't finished. This made Jiang Che suddenly realize something. Life is like a long trip, choose your compatible partner, all the way to accompany the walk, will not feel tired. Now he is. Jiang Che looked at the hotel in front of him before he remembered something as an afterthought. He had forgotten to ask Tang Yunran which hotel she had booked. Brother, I'm going down. Jiang Che first opened the trunk and took out the folding wheelchair and put it away, then carried Zhang Yuan out of the car. Ha! That young lady isn't Zhang Yuan looked at it with wide eyes. Hearing these words, Jiang Che hurriedly looked back just in time to see Tang Yunran coming out of the inn. What a coincidence! This was the thought in Jiang Che and Tang Yunran's minds at this moment. Exactly the same. Standing with Tang Yunran was also Tang Feilin. Seeing that Tang Yunran had been staring at Jiang Che, Tang Feilin asked suspiciously, "You guys know each other?" Suddenly hearing Tang Feilin ask in his ear, a moment of panic appeared on Tang Yunran's face. He's also from River City University. Oh, so it's an alumnus. After saying this, Tang Feilin stopped continuing to focus on this matter. Zhang Yuan anxiously pulled on Jiang Che's clothes. Brother! Brother! She was just looking at you. Nonsense, if she's not looking at me, she's still looking at you? River Edge. You guys are really together? I'm going to confess to her tomorrow. You're going to give her the love letter? Love letters? Jiang Che's brows furrowed. Originally, he had planned to give the love letter to Tang Yunran, but then after he realized that Tang Yunran was born again, he first put that idea off for the time being. He was afraid that Tang Yunran would have an impression in her heart because of her past life. It was mainly the words Tang Yunran said before she died that had impressed him so far. She was wearing a white wedding dress, lying in a crimson pool of blood, disappointed, desperate, remorseful. Eyes complex, looking at the cemetery, looking at his tombstone. She said, Jiang Che, the thing I regret most in my life is meeting you. And falling in love with you. If everything could start over, I would never fall in love with you. Again. Now that Tang Yunran still likes him, she must have gone through repeated internal struggles as well. Thinking that he didn't know anything about what happened later, hoping that maybe if everything started over, he would really be able to start over. If he told her at this time that he was also reborn. He was afraid that the mood she had managed to organize would be messed up again, and he wouldn't know what kind of attitude and feelings to use to face her. After thinking about it over and over again, he felt that it was better not to tell Tang Yunran about his rebirth for the time being. It would be best to find a suitable opportunity to tell Tang Yunran after they were together for real and let her get a solid sense of security from him. Drip. Tang Yunran sent a message. Scared me to death, just now my second brother asked if we knew each other. How did you answer? I said we were alumni. And how did your second brother react? Good thing there's no reaction. After sending this, Tang Yunran proceeded to edit the message and send it to Jiang Che. When we meet alone tomorrow, we must be careful not to be discovered by my second brother. Seeing this message, Jiang Che smiled. Don't you think we look like a young couple cheating in ancient times? Tang Yunran's face turned red with a swish. Love experience value plus 451. That's a very poor analogy you're making. How is it inappropriate? In ancient times, those who cheated on their husbands were immersed in a piggy bank. Do you want to be immersed in a piggy bank? With you, I'm not afraid. Tang Yunran's face turned even redder. Love experience value plus 654. Who wants to be with you? Go dip yourself. I can't dip alone, you have to grab space a double for this kind of thing. P.S. Small fish eat kuan, just finished typing, feel their hands to get Parkinson's. There are lovely readers old masters to a small gift to appease a little omega, for the love of power generation is also happy oh. Chapter 84. It's finally Valentine's Day. The more you talk, the more immodest you get. I'm not talking to you. Jiang Che's cell phone screen went silent as if it was frozen after receiving this message. Jiang Che dragged his suitcase into the hotel with Jiang Mingquan and the others, and stood at the window of his room looking towards the hot spring area below. Unfortunately, the hot springs here are separated into men and women. Of course, it wasn't that he was shy when he was so emotional, but he only wanted to see Tang Yunran alone. He decided that when he and Tang Yunran got together in the future, he would definitely bring Tang Yunran to pack a VIP room separately so that the two of them could have fun. Evening. Jiang Che couldn't help but ask as he soaked in the hot spring with Jiang Mingquan, Dad, have you thought about how you're going to spend Tanabata with Mom tomorrow? What else is an old married couple going to do when they're shopping together? So unromantic? We are almost 40 years old, how can we be romantic? I can't hold a bouquet of flowers, get down on one knee in the street, and confess to your mom out loud, saying things like I love you and wife, it's been hard, right? Jiang Che thought about the scene described by Jiang Mingquan, as if it was really hard to do without a thick skin. If it were him, letting him hold the flowers and kneel down on the street to confess his love to Tang Yunran and propose to him would be enough to eat a pot, not to mention an honest man like his dad. So did you get Mom a ring? Bought. How many carats of diamonds? Bought the gold ring. A gold ring? Us old guys, we're not like you youngsters. Don't have much feeling for diamond rings, just like gold, this kind of real money guys. And this thing, gold, can also preserve its value, your mom will definitely like it. When he said this, Jiang Mingquan thought of it and continued, tomorrow, your mom and I should be outside for the whole day, so little Edge will be in your care. Oh, good. Jiang Che agreed readily on his lips, but in his heart, he was thinking that he was also going to press the road with Tang Yunran for the whole day. As for Jiang Yuan, give her some money to pass it off and let her go on her own spending happy. The next day. It's finally Valentine's Day. Jiang Che said that his eyes were blue with anticipation. Excited, he woke up at 1 a.m. I looked at my phone and it was only 1 o'clock, so I gathered my excitement and went back to sleep. Woke up at 2 o'clock on the dot. Sleep again. Woke up at 3. It went back and forth until 6. I really didn't want to toss and turn, so I simply got up, washed up, made the bed, the covers, and went out for my morning run. As he ran, Jiang Che saw an acquaintance come over to run as well. His second uncle. Don Flynn. Tang Feilin had hated Jiang Che to the bone in his previous life, but as a person, he was still very genuinely polite, and looked at Jiang Che, who ran over and politely nodded. Jiang Che returned the favor. Tang Feilin didn't pay much attention to Jiang Che at first, and after more than half an hour, he realized that Jiang Che was still running, which made him pay more and more attention. He can kinda run. Just now when he came, Jiang Che was already running, and now he's been running for more than half an hour without ever stopping. Isn't he tired? He's almost at his limit anyway, 10 more minutes tops. This young man is quite good. Tang Feilin said in his heart. Nowadays, college students like him usually play games late into the night and don't get up when the sun is up the next day. That's why he was half-assed that Tang Yunran was in a relationship. To talk about it is to be piggybacked. Jiang Che had been running in front of Tang Feilin, and although he hadn't turned his head to look, the man's 8th sense told him that Tang Feilin was now staring at him. Why are you staring at him? Could it be that Tang Feilin had seen the end of the story between him and Tang Yunran? I don't think so. But if not, why did he keep staring at him? It felt like a very unfriendly gaze. It's better not to run. Take shelter. Jiang Che had just stopped when Tang Feilin walked over. What's this about? Jiang Che was full of vigilance, preventing him from throwing punches at any time, while still keeping a friendly smile on his face. Tang Feilin took a bottle of Centennial Mountain and handed it to Jiang Che. Centennial Hill. Not pulsing. It's also not Nongfu Shanshan. Nor is it Yippee. Favoring the Centennial Mountains. Is it implying something to him? suggesting that he should stay away from Tang Yunran so that he can live a long life? Tang Feilin saw that Zhang Che didn't pick it up for a long time and thought that he was embarrassed to take it. So he had a better impression of Zhang Che. If you were an ordinary person, if someone invited you to drink water, you would never be polite. Zhang Che is different. Not only is he physically fit, but he is also very well educated. A few days ago, Tang Feilin proposed that said, their sister cannot stay into hatred, rather than letting Tang Yunran find their own, it is better for them to carefully select. So far, this one looks good inside and out. No need to be polite to me, take it. Tang Feilin passed the 100 Years Mountain towards Zhang Che again. Thanks. Probably too heavily influenced by his previous life, the feeling Tang Feilin gave Zhang Che always had a vestigial feeling of a weasel paying homage to a chicken. Blah blah blah. His second uncle is not a weasel. If his second uncle isn't his Ran too? What grade are you in? It's sophomore year at the end of the summer. What department are you in? Business department? What are you going to do in the future? Start a company, right? Zhang Che answered without thinking. He didn't have much skill in his previous life, and he got a company, which was not up and down, but it was also considered the most prominent in their village. So it feels as if you don't know how to do anything other than start a company and be the boss. It's good to start a company, it's ambitious. Now that I'm only 18, it's a bit too early to start a company or anything, it's better to finish school successfully first. Hearing Zhang Che say this, Tang Feilin nodded appreciatively. This young man is really good, not arrogant, not overambitious. Nowadays there are very few young people who are down to earth, especially the college students who just came out of school. All of them have higher eyes than the sky, picking and choosing their jobs, thinking that those jobs are not worthy of their own class. This young man, not yet a sophomore, has such a good heart, it's really good. Where does your family live? The moment Tang Feilin's words came out, Zhang Che was once again on guard in his heart. Why do you keep asking? Now that they're asking about his family, Tang Feilin wouldn't really know that he's having an affair with Tang Yunran, would he? So he pretended to be friendly to get close to him first, and then followed the trail to catch him in his lair, so that he could be driven to extinction? But since the other had asked, it would be rude of him not to answer. Brainstorming came up with a great idea. Chapter 85 The Wind Scraping Her Skirts. Sorry about that. My sister, she has trouble with her legs and is in a wheelchair, she should be awake by this time, I'm going back to help. There you go. Bye. Bye. Tang Feilin looked at Zhang Che's departing back, the satisfaction in his eyes overflowing. It's rare to see a good-looking man who loves to exercise, has a good heart, and is so kind to his sister, it's so rare. Mostly, it's good for my sister. This is most important. The three of their brothers were also kind to their sister, and probably because of empathy, the more Tang Feilin thought about it, the more he felt that Zhang Che was very nice. So excitedly, he ran back and told Tang Yunran about it. Xiaoran, listen to second brother, I'm going to introduce you to someone. Ha? Tang Yunran froze, stopping her hand movements to look at Tang Feilin, confused. This young man, as far as I can see, is very good. When Tang Feilin said this, his face and eyes were filled with appreciation. Ergo, why are you suddenly didn't you used to tell me that you weren't allowed to fall in love until you were 25? This is a different time, in the past I was afraid that you would be bullied by the wolf cubs. After listening to your third brother the other day, I think it makes sense. Sango? What did Sango say? Your third brother is right, your sister is too old to stay in love, and you have your own ideas, if we forcefully intervene, I'm afraid it will only make you loathe us. And when it comes to things like falling in love, you can't control yourself when you're old enough. The three of us brothers used to have favorite girls when we were in school, this kind of thing is normal in adolescence. Ergo, I'm a little confused by what you're saying. The more Tang Yunran listened, the more confused she became. That's why we've decided that Dayu will rule the water, dredging instead of blocking. We won't forcefully stop you from falling in love in the future, but we'll pick the best ones for you, so that when you do get married and marry in the future, we'll feel comfortable with the ones we've hand-picked. Tang Yunran. Turns out it's because of her third brother. She guessed what Tang Feilin meant by what he said to her two brothers, only wanting to brainwash them first before slowly accepting Zhang Che. Turns out her second brother actually ran off to find her a date. Ergo, I'm only 18, there's no rush. She only wanted to be with Zhang Che, and she didn't want the others who were even better or more excellent. In fact, I originally also thought that you were still young and was in no hurry to find you a date. But sometimes it's just destiny, this kind of thing, like fate doesn't just come when you want it to, sometimes you're not ready for it, and it just suddenly comes to you. This guy I'm telling you about, he's handsome, fit, has a great personality, is humble, and most importantly, is nice to his sister. And he's also your alumnus, how nice. Huh? Alumni? Tang Yunran blinked. Yeah. And I saw it yesterday in front of the hotel. Yesterday? Tang Yunran's eyes widened. You said Jiang Che? Tang Yunran's voice clearly raised several decibels when she shouted this. So his name is Jiang Che. No, second brother, you're really talking about Jiang Che? Tang Yunran couldn't even speak well in her surprise. I don't know if his name is Jiang Che, I only know that he has a sister in a wheelchair. That would be him. After receiving confirmation, Tang Yunran was even more surprised. I didn't realize that the person her brother was chattering about for half a day to introduce her to was actually Jiang Che. She was quite, immensely curious. What exactly happened between her second brother and Jiang Che? So much so that her second brother was so appreciative of Jiang Che? Lao Er, come over and help. Tang Fei Mu came to the door of the room and knocked. Oh. After Tang Feilin left, Tang Yunran still hadn't gotten over her surprise for a long time. It's just too mind-boggling. The three brothers in his previous life hated Jiang Che with a gnashing of teeth, but now the third brother is as good as a brother to Jiang Che, and the second brother still appreciates Jiang Che. Everything has changed. Just then, Tang Yunran received a message from Jiang Che. When will it come out? Jiang Mingquan and Linya had long since disappeared, presumably running out to find that place for a date to press the road. My three brothers and they're all out, so they can go out now. Okay, I'll meet you at the station. Aha! Jiang Che turned his head to look at Jiang Yuan. I'm going on a date, can you manage on your own? You still have time to care about me? You still care about yourself, will not be rejected by the other fairy sister, think about being rejected after what way to solve the vent, don't think of jumping into the river and jumping into the river at that time. Oh, there is no river here for you to jump, so don't think about jumping into the hot spring. Hearing Jiang Yuan say this, Jiang Che breathlessly drew the corners of his mouth. Can't you think well of me? I'm just reminding you because I want you to be nice, so you can prepare for rejection ahead of time. I won't be denied. Where did you get the confidence? Jiang Che held his breath. I'm handsome. Jiang Yuan looked at that face of Jiang Che's and stared for several seconds. That's about as good as it gets. Jiang Che. So relentlessly spiteful, definitely a real sister. I just transferred you $1,000, go spend Valentine's Day by yourself. This old sister was pissed off, but what could he do with his only sister? Anger has to be spoiled. When I get back, I'll see if I don't pinch your face hard. Jiang Yuan hurriedly pressed the electric wheelchair to leave when he heard Jiang Che say that. Being so delayed, when Jiang Che arrived at the station, Tang Yunran was already waiting there. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet, but the sun was really high. Tang Yunran stood under the bus stop wearing a white dress with a dark floral pattern, her glossy white forehead glistening with a fine, dense sweat, her head covered with a sun hat. Seeing him coming, she turned her head towards him and smiled lightly at him. Jiang Che was instantly mesmerized. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind came up. The wind isn't bad. Lift the hem of Tang Yunran's skirt. Tang Yunran hastily reached out and pulled back. The skirt is pulling on, but the hat is scraping off. Tang Yunran freed a hand to hold down her hat, and the side of her skirt was exposed. Chapter 86, you have to hold it on the bus. Pink. Lace trim. If I'm not mistaken, there's a little white rabbit printed on it. She's really hot in pink. The last time she was in Deng Lanfang's old house, Tang Yunran came out of the bathroom, her clothes rendered soaked by the water dripping from her hair strands, vaguely leaking color. He then saw that it was powdered bean paste. The gust was pretty persistent. He saw not only the pink, but the girl's thin legs. The proportions, the skin, definitely comparable to international supermodels. Seeing such a beautiful view, Jiang Che felt that if he didn't take a picture of it, he would be missing out on $1 billion. Hurry up. Snap. The moment Jiang Che took out his cell phone and tapped on it, it just happened to be caught by Tang Yunran, and that pair of big, innocent eyes with a few moments of shy surprise was just right. He decided that he was going to set the photo as his cell phone wallpaper and screensaver. That's not enough. When he gets back, he's going to go to the photo studio and get the pictures developed. It was taped to the head of his bed. This makes it easy for him to see before he goes to bed and when he wakes up. Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, the system's beeps rang out one after another. Love experience value plus 289. Love experience value plus 313. Love experience value plus 396. Jiang Che. Tang Yunran shouted in shame and anger. Here it is, it's there. Jiang Che slipped his phone into his pants pocket and walked over to Tang Yunran's side as if nothing had happened. Tang Yunran stared at Jiang Che's bulging pants pocket with both eyes. Did you just film me? No. You're lying. I'm not lying. Tell me the truth, did you just film me? The wind was so strong just now that it lifted her skirt. I wonder if Jiang Che had photographed anything? I'm telling the truth, I really didn't sneak a peek at you. He was shooting in the light. I don't believe it, why don't you show me your cell phone? I'm not taking it. If you won't take it, I will. After Tang Yunran finished speaking, she reached into Jiang Che's pants pocket. Don't pull out. The fact that you don't pull it out for me means you're weak. It's not that I'm vain, I'm afraid you're pulling out the wrong spot. Hearing this, Tang Yunran's hand froze abruptly. Following that, the face rubbed red. In fact, her hand was now digging in. Ice cold. Handiness. Metallic. Thankfully not. Despite this, Tang Yunran had a face that looked like it was ripe for the picking. His hand was even as if he had been electrocuted, and he hurriedly pulled out his own hand from Jiang Che's pants pocket. The heart accelerates to speed up. The speed control smashing simply can't be stopped. At this moment, Jiang Che's system completely exploded. Love experience value plus 1021. Love experience value plus 1321. Love experience value plus 1222. Love experience value plus 1399. Love experience value plus 1400. Love experience value plus 1575. One covers the other. It all overlaps. Jiang Che swept a glance. In less than a minute's work, Tang Yunran had provided 200,000 experience points, so you could imagine how dense the beeps were, right? Looking at Tang Yunran's face again, really the whole person was like a boiled shrimp, red from face to feet. He also noticed that her hand, which had been in his pants pocket, was behind her back. His silly girl wife. It's a cell phone that you're touching, not something else. Why are you so shy? One day you'll go to war, and you'll be ashamed of yourself. The way you are, if you hadn't exposed the horse's foot and let him know that you were born again, he would never have guessed. It's not half like living past your 30s. When he thought about it, he felt that he was to blame for this as well. In all the years she had been married to him, he had never touched her, whereas she was the only one who liked him in her heart, and never behaved intimately with others of the opposite sex. So even if her soul is in her 30s, she's actually less experienced in that area than most 18-year-old girls her age. Mei Xin, for example, is still a month younger than Tang Yunran. Her family's land was all plowed up long ago. The bus is here, let's hurry and get on. Jiang Che said to Tang Yunran as he looked at the bus that was driving up. Tang Yunran doesn't want to get in the car right now, he just wants to go to the rat hole. The bus was so crowded they had to stand when they got on. The car is shaking a lot, so hold on to me. I can reach the catch. Tang Yunran said as she pulled on the puller sling. I know you can reach it, but the roads in this county aren't built very smooth, and the buses sway too much, and I'm afraid you won't be able to stand up. You think I'm a weak girl with no hands? Let me tell you, I'm at the top of the list in sports among the girls in our class. Tang Yunran's words had not yet finished. Suddenly the bus shook, Tang Yunran could not pull at all, and was directly thrown staggered and fell out. When he was about to fall, Jiang Che quickly grabbed Tang Yunran and pulled her into his arms. Love experience value plus 458. Tang Yunran's careful fidgeting was more than enough, looking at the hand wrapped around her waist. The boy's arms were really thick, and being held like that, it felt like he was lifting himself like a doll with ease. Why won't he let go? Tang Yunran's nervous palms began to sweat. In fact, Jiang Che's hands were sweating as well. Of course, Jiang Che wasn't nervous, but rather enjoying himself. A girl's waist is really thin. He had experienced it before. Didn't experience it for that long though. And not only is the waist thin, but the pea-stalk is also perky. You can let go. Tang Yunran felt that Jiang Che continuing to hold her like this would make her heart beat until it stopped. Got to the bus stop and a lot more people came up. I think it's better not to let go first, they're all people. What if someone takes the opportunity to stretch out their salty hands and take advantage of you? Jiang Che said in a serious manner as he took advantage of Tang Yunran. When Tang Yunran heard Jiang Che say this, she felt that it wasn't impossible. In the past, she had often seen on her cell phone that so-and-so girl had been salted on the bus. Thinking of this, Tang Yunran's vigilant gaze looked around, and just so happened to see a middle-aged uncle in his 50s staring at her with lewd eyes. Seeing this, Tang Yunran subconsciously burrowed into Jiang Che's arms. It's still safe here. At this moment, Jiang Che was calm on the surface, but in fact, the villain inside had long been unable to stop cheering and singing and dancing. It was as soft as a feather and gave him the feeling of sitting on a marshmallow. Thinking about it, Jiang Che was somewhat unable to float on his own. Holding Tang Yunran's finger, he flicked it twice. Tang Yunran felt as if she had been electrocuted, and her body instantly tightened. Love experience value plus 425. What did Jiang Che do to her just now? P.S. Small fish eat Koan, thank you for yesterday's lovely readers greatly reward, would have liked to 4 more, but not coincidentally, the finger offense, was cut by a knife half of the nail, good to have a deposit can be sent. Today there are typos to sympathize with, the hand is too miserable. The small fish promise, a week later, to give you 4 more. Reminds me of my own heroine, who got her hand broken and got hurt, but I got my hand broken and got hurt. Chapter 87, Moments Before Confession. His fingers seemed to be dancing around her waist and hips just now. Or was it just to simply hold her close and she was overthinking herself? Tang Yunran felt that the latter was very likely. Because she knew very well that Jiang Che was a decent man. Jiang Che quietly glanced toward Tang Yunran without a trace after making his little move. It was a secret relief to see her slowly calm down. Luckily she didn't think much of it. He had really drifted off just now, his physical actions outweighing his thinking, and he went straight for it. It's not like he's really an 18-year-old brat with self-control, so how did he lose control? Could it be that he was impulsive because he hadn't been in a relationship in his previous life and was still an old virgin, so he wanted to double make up for it in this life? The Terminus, the city god temple in Tinghui County. This place is most lively at night, but the Tanabata is only once a year, and couples who come here on vacation who want to stay at the hotel in broad daylight, so almost all of them come out. Jiang Che and Tang Yunran kept walking and strolling. This is so pretty. Tang Yunran squatted in front of a floor stall and picked up a bracelet with a fairly good style. The boss saw that Tang Yunran liked it and immediately said, "Take it if you like it, it's only $20 a piece." What material? Jiang Che asked. That threw the boss for a loop. Don't worry, this doesn't lose its color, and it's usually fine to wear it and touch water. Jiang Che picked up a random bracelet from the stall, judging by his eyes, it was mostly made of white copper. This kind of white copper bracelet had a nice color, but it was harmful to the body. This is too cheap, if you like it, we'll shop around and there should be a silver store. I don't think it's out of class to be cheap. I wear whatever I like and never care about other people's eyes. If that's the case, how tiring it is to live. Tang Yunran lovingly held the bracelet in her hands. Jiang Che heard Tang Yunran's words make sense, but he didn't mean it that way either. Forget it. Since she likes it, let's buy it. Can it be cheaper? Girls like to haggle, and Tang Yunran was no exception. In fact, it is not just lack of that little bit of money, it is just a girl's girl nature. Bargaining makes her happy. The more she bargains, the more sense of fulfillment. $15, no less. $10. Egu, $10 is not even enough to cover the cost. Little girl, I'm looking at you as a pretty girl, I don't haggle for anyone else. After haggling for 10 minutes on a bracelet, I ended up buying it for $10. Tang Yunran looked at the bracelet on her wrist with a happy face. Isn't it just a $10 bracelet? Happy like that? Tang Yunran stopped. In your eyes, are things only expensive? Not in her eyes. First of all, this bracelet she loves. Plus, it's something she bought on her first Valentine's Day with him. So she's happy. Seeing Tang Yunran, who had suddenly come down seriously, Jiang Che felt the need to explain, just in case she misunderstood that he looked down on cheap things and thought that there was something wrong with his character. It's not that I think it's cheap, but it's white brass. What's wrong with white brass? Can't you wear it? I think this material has good luster and feels good in my hand, so I can wear it. It's not that you can't wear it, but although white copper jewelry is not very harmful to the body, the main components of it, copper and nickel, will have a chemical reaction between them and the body's sweat, which will cause some adverse reactions to the skin. And the reason why white copper jewelry makes the skin have adverse reactions is mainly because of the excessive heavy metal content. So it is. Tang Yunran came to a realization. Then why didn't you say so? I would have known better than to buy it. It's okay to wear it occasionally, and I just saw how much you liked it, so I didn't say anything. Like, you have to say it too. I'll never buy one of these in white brass again. It is not white copper is necessarily harmful, on the contrary, it belongs to the nature of the more stable metal, as long as it is not the heavy metal content exceeds the standard, generally will not have any problems, do not understand will say that white copper jewelry will cause cancer, in fact, is completely non-existent. But in the choice of white copper jewelry, it is recommended that the best in the jewelry store or counter for selection, the quality will be better. You know quite a lot? Tang Yunran stared straight at Jiang Che with both eyes as she said this. Cough cough, so isn't it true that you think I'm a pretty reliable person? Jiang Che raised his eyebrows with a 3% dejected smile. Not bad. Tang Yunran withdrew her gaze after saying this. Looking at the time, she and Jiang Che had been shopping for more than 3 hours, and she still hadn't figured out how to confess to Jiang Che? In what way? In fact, last night she and Jin Xiaoxiao both discussed for a long time, there was no particularly good way to confess, and in the end, they could only decide to improvise. While Tang Yunran was thinking with her head down, Jiang Che was also having a headache on how to confess to Tang Yunran in a natural and sensational way that would be memorable to her. The primary reason I couldn't sleep last night for insomnia was because of this. In fact, he had thought of so many ways before, and at that time, he felt quite good and was quite excited. But once the excitement was over, he felt bad again. So push back and rethink. It's so hard to think about afterward, and then history repeats itself. First I was excited, then once the excitement wore off, I felt bad. I can't tell you how many ways to overrule it, over and over again. Until now, he hadn't had a particularly good way of confessing his love. As they walked, Jiang Che and Tang Yunran saw quite a few people gathered around a large tree, hanging the red wishing cards they were holding on the branches. This is the famous prayer tree in Manhwa County, I heard it's very effective, do you want to try it? Jiang Che offered. Is it good? She tried. In a previous life, it was around this time that the family came here on a spa trip. It wasn't Jiang Che who was with her at the time, it was her 3 brothers. Also came to this wishing tree on this day. At that time, she wrote on the red card, I hope Jiang Che can like me earlier. However, until she died, she didn't wait for Jiang Che to like her. It doesn't work at all. Tang Yunran muttered in a small voice. What? The voice was too small for Jiang Che to hear clearly. I say, let's try it then. Tang Yunran said instead. Okay, I'll get the wishing sign. Wishing cards are $10 a piece, which isn't too expensive. Jiang Che bought 2 big red ones, one handed it to Tang Yunran, and one held it in his own hand. Write what you wish, don't think about it. I hope that today's confession will be successful and I can be with my favorite person forever. Jiang Che and Tang Yunran wrote the exact same words, word for word. The two of them quietly looked towards each other after they finished writing, just in time to see each other looking at each other. I wonder whose heart is beating faster. Chapter 88. Have you written it yet? Jiang Che stuck his head toward Tang Yunran's sign. Tang Yunran hurriedly received the sign behind her back. Patty. You're generous, show me what you've written. Yeah. Promise? Tang Yunran froze, not expecting Jiang Che to agree to show her. In fact, she was also very curious in her heart, curious about what Jiang Che had written. Jiang Che took the sign and put it in front of Tang Yunran, waved it in vain, and then put it back. Tang Yunran didn't see it coming. You show me again. That won't work, it's already been shown to you. Tang Yunran puckered her mouth, so angry. Humph. Ignore you. Tang Yunran turned her back and didn't look at Jiang Che. Ahem. Jiang Che faked a couple coughs. You give me the wishing sign and I'll hang it higher for you. I'll hang myself. I've heard that the higher you hang your wishing sign, the easier it is to have your wishes come true. Are you sure you don't want me to help you? Hearing Jiang Che say this, Tang Yunran thought of her previous life. She didn't hang the wishing sign very high at the time. Is that why the wish didn't come true? Tang Yunran looked down towards the wishing card in her hand and thought, if she hangs it not very high this time either, but then wouldn't the wish she made fall through again? Though she didn't believe in things like wishing, people were of that mindset that if it could be better, no one wanted it to be bad. Okay then, but you're not allowed to look. Tang Yunran carried the sign over and handed it to Jiang Che. Don't worry, I'll never look at it. Jiang Che carried his own wishing card over as well and came under the wishing tree. Being 5 feet 8 inches or so is an advantage. The whole tree wishing tags hung centrally at the bottom, and the higher up the tree, the sparser the tags became. He raised his hand now and stood on tiptoe, his fingertips touching a large empty area where few people could get. Just as Jiang Che was about to hang it up, a fat girl came next to him, also holding a red wishing sign in her hand. The fat girl was rudely flipping through the other wishing cards, turning them over with a loud clatter, and finally, after finding a good spot, she hung her own wishing card on it. Because the sign was so thick, her wishing sign was partially blocked, so the fat girl simply peeled someone else's sign aside. Splat! There are 2 signs off the fall on the ground. The fat girl did not care, very satisfied with the look at their own wishing cards, but also took out the phone to stand next to their own wishing cards, more than Scissor's hand group photo. Seeing this, Jiang Che shook his head breathlessly. A selfish girl with no qualities like her, if this wishing tree was really spiritual, it would never let her wish come true. Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, Tang Yunran's clear female voice sounded behind him. Jiang Che, hang carefully, don't block other people's signs. Listen. How kind his wife is. Good. Jiang Che tied both his own and Tang Yunran's wishing cards together and hung them up. Tang Yunran had been staring at Jiang Che to prevent him from peeking at her wishing cards, so Jiang Che's approach fell under Tang Yunran's eyes. Tang Yunran pursed her lips shyly. He went so far as to tie hers to his, red cord to red cord. Love experience value plus 412. As soon as Jiang Che came down, he saw Tang Yunran blushing again. She blushes too easily, doesn't she? It seemed he would have to find more opportunities for her to hone her skills so that she could adapt sooner rather than later. Tang Yunran covered her stomach in embarrassment. There's a restaurant in front, let's have a meal together. Jiang Che proposed and said. Aha! After the two arrived at the restaurant and ordered a few dishes, Jiang Che suddenly stood up. Want a cold one? Don't bother, do you? Why don't you wait until after dinner? It's no trouble, serving is a little while away, I'll get a cold drink, wait for me. Jiang Che left the restaurant after saying that and rushed towards the wishing tree. After running to the wishing tree, he found the 2 wishing tags he had just put up. He was curious as to what exactly Tang Yunran had written. Turn it over and look. Jiang Che was dumbfounded. I didn't realize. Surprisingly, it's exactly the same as his. Jiang Che laughed. Smiling like a little cutie. Like. Then just hugged the sign and barfed on it several times. It's not hygienic, but this situation, what the hell with hygiene? Jiang Che ignored the odd gazes that looked over and excitedly ran back to the diner in one gulp. He thought of what to confess. A confession that Tang Yunran will always be able to remember. And it's still a very special confession. Why are you back? Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che's hand without a cold drink, and even if he didn't, he was still smiling at her with a silly smile. Jiang Che looked confused at Tang Yunran with this appearance. Without waiting for Tang Yunran to ask again, Jiang Che reached into his left pants pocket and pulled out a wishing sign, handing it to her. Looking at the words written on it, Tang Yunran's pupils instantly dilated, and then dilated again. You, Jiang Che, how could you take down my wishing sign privately? You're so annoying. She wasn't ready to confess, how could she? So humiliating. And shy. Jiang Che, what's going on in his mind right now? Was he giggling now, actually mocking her? Just as Tang Yunran was thinking anxiously in her heart, Jiang Che's voice rang out. Look carefully, did you write this? Ha! Tang Yunran blinked and froze for 2 seconds before fixing her eyes towards the wishing sign once again. This font. She didn't write it. But she wrote the content? What the hell is going on here? Jiang Che pulled out another wishing sign from his right pocket and handed it to Tang Yunran. Look at this. This Tang Yunran subconsciously stood up after receiving the wishing sign. I wrote this. But Tang Yunran looked at the wishing card in her left hand, and then at the one in her right hand. The above is exactly the same, word for word. What the hell is going on here? Tang Yunran was confused. Jiang Che reached out and pointed to the wishing sign on Tang Yunran's left hand, took a deep breath, and said, "This is what I just wrote." Chapter 89, Love Experience Value plus 5,200. What? Tang Yunran was dumbfounded. Frozen. When Jiang Che saw Tang Yunran's reaction, he thought to himself that when he saw the sign just now, he probably had the same expression, right? I wrote this. Jiang Che said it again. Tang Yunran's stunned and mute gaze mechanically shifted from Jiang Che's body and once again landed on the two plaques in her hand, finally settling on Jiang Che's wishing plaque. She recognizes. The words on the wishing sign were indeed Jiang Che's. Who is he going to confess to? Who is he going to be with forever? He. Ran. Jiang Che called out. Tang Yunran's thoughts retracted, her expression still wooden, and she looked up at Jiang Che in a daze. Ha! Tang Yunran looked like this, dumb and silly, looking at Jiang Che for a while. Four eyes stared at each other for a long time. After a full minute, Jiang Che took his sign away from Tang Yunran's hands and asked the boss for a pen. Then he changed it up on it and handed it to Tang Yunran. It turns out that the wishing sign reads, "I hope that today's confession will be successful and I can be with my favorite person forever." The wishing sign was now changed to read, "I hope today's confession will be successful and I can be with Tang Yunran forever." Seeing these two words, Tang Yunran pupils suddenly enlarged and then enlarged, eyes began to flood wet. The heart cannot be said to be overturned, the feeling with the occurrence of a tsunami. Love experience value plus 5,200. So much experience value. This was the first time Tang Yunran had contributed so much experience value to Jiang Che since he had bound the system. Another bang. Love experience value plus 5,200. Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran, whose emotions were about to collapse out of control, and he could sympathize with her mood at the moment. Having liked him for 2 lives, and having ended up so badly in the previous one, and now finally waiting for him to confess his love to her, the feeling. There are no words to describe it. That's the beauty of love. The world knows that love makes people stupid and foolish, but once this thing called love comes to one's head, one is still willing to sink for it, even if it is a swamp, one is still willing to jump down. Love experience value plus 5,200. Love experience value plus 5,200. Love experience value plus 5,200. The system beeps became more and more intense. Seeing that Tang Yunran was about to cry out, Jiang Che hurriedly brought an iced drink and stuck it on Tang Yunran's face. Is this drinkable? It's a happy day and no tears should be shed. The icy cold temperature of her face pulled back Tang Yunran's near collapse. Just now, just a little bit closer, she would not be able to control herself, rushing up, hugging Jiang Che, hugging him, crying and shouting, telling her grievances from her previous life. So close. Fortunately, Jiang Che interrupted her thoughts in time. Let's start with a couple sips of an iced drink to settle the nerves. Let me open it for you. I can. Before Tang Yunran could finish her words, Jiang Che had already opened the iced drink and inserted the straw he brought into the opening. Cans tend to cut your hands, so I'll be responsible for opening them for you for the rest of your life. Why did you suddenly confess without saying hello? Tang Yunran took 2 more swigs of her drink to suppress her shock. While having a red face, he contributed experience value to Jiang Che. Relationship experience value plus 3,122. Relationship experience value plus 2,911. After dinner later, let's hang the wishing sign back up together? Jiang Che said as he looked at Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran nodded her head with her long, shy, half-lowered eyes. Love experience value plus 1875. The food came up. Jiang Che put the peeled shrimp on Tang Yunran's plate. Tang Yunran also chucked a piece of fish without thorns onto Jiang Che's plate. The whole meal, it's just you pinch me and I'll pinch you. Outside the diner, 2 men were watching the scene. Wu Qingshu and Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan looked at Wu Qingshu, who was hanging his head, and then looked at Jiang Che and Tang Yunran, who were sitting at a table. I don't know if my oldest brother's confession was successful. I hope not. Wu Qingshu wanted to rush in and snatch Tang Yunran from Jiang Che's side. Impulsive was impulsive, but reason told him that if he really did that, Tang Yunran would hate him even more. AI Wu Qingshu sighed. Tell me, where am I inferior to your brother? Wu Qingshu looked back at Zhang Yuan. Not as good looking as my brother. Zinged heart. Not as strong as my brother. Solid X1. My brother can still cook and he cooks well, can you? Solid X2. And my brother led his family to prosperity on his own merits, you're just the second coming of an old man who chews up the old man. Solid X3. Stop. Wu Qingshu couldn't take it anymore. Wasn't it you who asked me? Zhang Yuan opened his big round eyes, showing an innocent and harmless look as he looked at Wu Qingshu. Seeing Zhang Yuan in this state, Wu Qingshu breathlessly drew the corners of his mouth. This little girl is a beanbag. On the surface, she looks like a harmless little rabbit, but in fact, her core is black and oily. It's the little devil that's white on the outside and black on the inside. Bad as hell. Just like his brother. According to you, I'm not as good as your brother at anything, I'm useless, I have nothing to offer? That's not true, you still have your good points. What's the advantage? Wu Qingshu looked at Zhang Yuan with an expectant face. The least you can do is have some self-awareness. Put. Wu Qingshu almost vomited blood. Shouldn't have talked to this girl. You're not looking for a fight, are you? He could sort of see that the two siblings, he and Jiang Che, were incompatible in heaven. Jiang Che was responsible for stealing women from him, and his sister was responsible for pissing him off. As the saying goes, if you can't afford to mess with him, you can always hide, right? Just as Wu Qingshu turned to leave, Zhang Yuan called out to him. You wait. Wu Qingshu looked back in confusion. Zhang Yuan pointed towards the other side of the road, there's a sweet fried chestnut seller over there, help me line up for a bucket. On your own. He's not your maid, why should he buy it for you? I found another flaw in you, petty. Zhang Yuan spat. Wu Qingshu not only had to vomit blood, but also explode his liver. What's my relationship to you? Why should I buy it for you? There's a connection. You're my brother's invalid love interest. Wu Qingshu stated that he really wanted to ram her to death. How can your brother stand a sister like you? There's nothing I can do about it, I'll sue and he'll have to suffer even if he can't stand it. Hearing Zhang Yuan say this, Wu Qingshu's hatred towards just Jiang Che suddenly diminished quite a bit. With a sister like that, Jiang Che, he's also strangely pitiful. What are you still standing here for? Go and line up. Zhang Yuan urged. You're on your own. After saying that, Wu Qingshu turned around and left. Slightly, what a pettiness. Zhang Yuan spat his tongue at Wu Qingshu's departing back. Just go by yourself. Zhang Yuan was just about to cross the street in his wheelchair when he was pushed by a pedestrian on the side of the road. Chapter 90, Happiness, Sweetness. Don't you watch the road? Do you think you can run roughshod over people just because you're handicapped? I hate people like you the most. The young man fiercely cursed at Zhang Yuan. Wu Qingshu dropped over and clutched the young man's collar. And I hate people like you the most. Do you have any love? You knocked someone down, didn't help them up and didn't apologize, are you a human being? If she was your sister and was bullied like that, how would you feel? Who are you to her? I want you to mind your own business. The young man broke away the next 2 times without breaking free. I'm not her anything, just your behavior, can't I look away? What a disease. Get loose. Let go. The young man desperately zipped around and managed to break free. Mud. You wait for me. The young man ran backwards while letting out harsh words at Wu Qingshu. Come on. Am I afraid of you? You think you're Jiang Che? Wu Qingshu has never been a vegetarian master, coupled with a lanky-looking body and good conditions at home. In all seriousness, he had only suffered a big loss at Jiang Che's hands, and since he was a child, he had never planted such a big heel. Wu Qingshu turned his head towards Zhang Yuan, who was sitting on the ground and struggling to climb up the wheelchair. Shall I help you? Wu Qingshu had just extended his hand when Zhang Yuan rejected it. I can climb it myself. After saying that, Zhang Yuan hardened his teeth, exerted all his strength, and climbed onto the wheelchair with great difficulty. A head full of sweat and not a trace of aggression on his face. This scene looked at Wu Qingshu with admiration. This leg of yours, is it still healing? I've been taking medication now, and the doctor said that surgery is coming soon. After the operation is successful, I will be able to stand up soon. That's good. Wu Qingshu felt rather puzzled after he secretly said this in his heart. Zhang Yuan is Jiang Che's sister, not his sister, so what's the point of having him there? You weren't hurt when you were pushed back earlier, were you? Zhang Yuan frowned, injured. Injured? Why didn't you say so earlier? Where are you hurt? Wu Qingshu said while glancing towards Zhang Yuan's legs. Zhang Yuan covered his left chest and looked towards the store selling sweet fried chestnuts. Stomach hurt, need some sweetened chestnuts to make up for it. Wu Qingshu. 5 minutes later. Wu Qingshu stood in the long line, doubting the world and life. Is he fed up? Surprisingly, he really came here to line up to buy sweet fried chestnuts for Zhang Yuan. The problem is that he doesn't hold up either. Not only is it not bracing, it's a little hungry. After another 10 minutes, it was finally Wu Qingshu's turn in line. Wu Qingshu handed Zhang Yuan the sweet fried chestnuts he had bought. Well, here. Thanks. Zhang Yuan's eyes curved with a smile, and he reached out for it without any politeness at all. He was about to get it, but Wu Qingshu took away the sugar-fried chestnuts. What do you mean? Zhang Yuan looked at Wu Qingshu with a puzzled expression. I mean, even if you ask me to help you get in line, you're asking me to pay for you? Oh, I forgot, how much? 28. You get your cell phone out and I'll sweep you. Wu Qingshu put his cell phone back after pulling it out. You take it and eat it. Wu Qingshu put the oil paper bag on Zhang Yuan's lap, his hand inserted into his pants pocket and turned around to leave with his head lowered. He can't pull his face off when he asks a girl for the small amount of money. Zhang Yuan muttered to himself as he ate the sugar-fried chestnuts while looking at Wu Qingshu's back. You still have your good points, but not nearly as good as my brother. The scene shifts. Jiang Che and Tang Yunran once again returned to the wishing tree after finishing their meal. Jiang Che tied the two people's wishing cards together like before and hung them on the wishing tree. Unlike before, when it was backward, it is now brightly lettered face up. All right. Jiang Che said as he looked at Tang Yunran. Aha! Tang Yunran answered softly, quietly looking towards the two wishing cards hanging on the tree. A wishing sign read, I hope that today's confession will be successful and I can be with Tang Yunran forever. The other wishing sign reads, I hope that today's confession will be successful and I can be with Jiang Che forever. Her wishing card was also changed, and she changed with my favorite person to Jiang Che. Love experience value plus 542. So happy, so sweet. Now that it's already dark, let's go to the center square of the main street. I heard the hotel staff mention that the center square is very lively at night. Jiang Che suggested. Yeah. Tang Yunran has always looked good now. Because in her heart, as long as she was with Jiang Che, wherever she went was fine. Let's go then. Jiang Che glanced sideways at Tang Yunran's hand as he wondered, should he hold it now? Would it be too abrupt to go straight for it? There are so many people. Tang Yunran said as she looked around. This is a tourist attraction, and it's Valentine's Day, so it's bound to be crowded in case we get separated, so why don't we just hold hands? Jiang Che took the opportunity to reach out and grab onto Tang Yunran's hand. Love experience value plus 1022. From this system tone, Jiang Che sensed Tang Yunran's nervousness. He was actually quite nervous in his own mind. He'd give himself 4 figures worth of experience if he could. And it's still the kind of thing that's several courses in a row. The two walked hand in hand down the street where people came and went, feeling like they could only hear their own heartbeats and nothing else of the hustle and bustle. Love experience value plus 1092. Love experience value plus 1051. Love experience value plus 1212. Just this quality, just this frequency. Today will undoubtedly break previous records. Of course, right now Jiang Che didn't have the time to care about how much experience value Tang Yunran had already provided. All he wanted right now was to just keep on walking hand in hand with the girl he liked. If you can. He felt he could go all night with her. Tang Yunran thought the same, and at this moment, she felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. Love experience value plus 1821. Love experience value plus 1521. Love experience value plus 1635. The system beeps of the love experience value and the heartbeat echoed each other. As he walked, Jiang Che was pulled back into his thoughts by the commotion in front of him, and at the same time, there was Tang Yunran who was also pulled back into her thoughts. Ha! Jiang Che looked towards the place surrounded by the crowd in front of him, and through the gap, he vaguely saw two familiar faces. When I approached, I saw that they were really familiar, two people who knew each other too well. One's his dad, one's his mom. He was squarely on one knee, holding a large bouquet of fiery red roses. Wife. After marrying me for so many years, you've worked hard. Jiang Mingquan shouted out. Chapter 91, Kneeling on One Knee. If you love, say it out loud. Jiang Che was so shocked. I didn't think my honest dad would dare to do such a thing. After being shocked, Jiang Che spat breathlessly in his heart again. Last night, he asked him how he was going to spend Valentine's Day with his mom. He remembers well the conversation he had with his dad at the time. Dad, have you figured out how you're going to spend Eve with Mom tomorrow? What else is an old married couple going to do when they're shopping together? So unromantic? We are almost 40 years old, how can we be romantic? I can't hold a bouquet of flowers, get down on one knee in the street, and confess to your mom out loud, saying things like I love you and wife, hard work, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Che sputtered in his heart more and more breathlessly. It is true that men's mouths are the most untrustworthy, and it's not even enough to lie to his own wife, but also to him, his son. Interesting? Uncle and auntie are so romantic. Tang Yunran said with a touched face. You like this too? Jiang Che turned his head to ask. I didn't. Tang Yunran fluttered her long eyelashes, her head to the side. Jiang Che saw it. Tang Yunran likes it. If he had known that she liked to be so direct, he wouldn't have gone to so much trouble and thought about his brain hurting. He would have just learned from his old man, bought a bunch of roses, and confessed his love to Tang Yunran on the street. I've got a present for you. It's Valentine's Day, and if a boy is empty-handed, he's not careless, he's heartless, and doesn't take the girl to heart, seriously. Huh? He got her a present? Tang Yunran looked toward Jiang Che, who reached into the pocket of his bulging pants and pulled out 2 chocolates. It's your favorite chocolate. So it's chocolate. She had noticed Jiang Che's bulging and long there before, and wondered what it contained. Ah! Tang Yunran slapped her head. What's wrong? Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran with a puzzled expression. I'm sorry, I forgot to get you a present. In fact, it's not that she forgot, but she was thinking about how to confess to Jiang Che, and her mind was full of this, and her heart kept worrying about what to do in case her confession was rejected. So she didn't have time to worry about the gift. I've given you a gift, it doesn't seem right for you not to. But I don't know what to get you? That, when we were passing by just now, there seemed to be a few gift stores, or you could go pick one out. Pick it up now, how insincere that would be. Then why don't you give me a kiss? Hearing these words, Tang Yunran's pupils opened wide, both eyes staring at Jiang Che. Jiang Che's mouth looked to be exact. The heart is nervous. Love experience value plus 789. Jiang Che wasn't in a hurry to rush, so he just stood in place and waited. In fact, he just said that in passing, if Tang Yunran is really not willing to kiss him, he can only hold back for the time being. After all, they are just starting to talk now, everything has to be a process of adaptation, and to fall in love is precisely to enjoy this kind of process of nervousness, excitement, and anticipation. A minute passed. Tang Yunran hasn't moved yet. Forget it, let's not embarrass her. It's fine, I'm just kidding, a joke. Before he could finish the last few words, Tang Yunran suddenly stood on her tiptoes, hugged onto his neck, and sloppily dabbed at the corner of his mouth. Love experience value plus 1099. Love experience value plus 1100. Love experience value plus 1101. Listening to the beeps coming from the system one after another, Jiang Che felt a sense of being on a rocket to heaven. It's simply awesome. In fact, Tang Yunran had kissed him before, after losing a bet with him, and gave him a slapdash nod like just now. But the experience for him was completely different. Their relationship had not been formalized before. That time when Tang Yunran kissed him, it was an accident plus a racing heart. And now, not only have they established a relationship, he also thoroughly likes her, so the same sublimation that is absolutely incomparable. There's a fountain there, let's go there, let's go. Tang Yunran felt so hot that she was about to catch fire. She needed to go to the fountain to cool down. Yeah. With Tang Yunran kissing him this time, Jiang Che became much bolder, directly and naturally pulling on Tang Yunran's hand and walking towards the fountain. Right at this moment, Tang Feilin stopped and looked towards the direction Tang Yunran and Jiang Che had left. Ran? Hearing this cry, Tang Fei-san hurriedly followed the direction Tang Fei-lin looked in. The backs of the two men turned the corner and disappeared just in time. Even though it was only the back, Tang Fei-san still recognized at once that the two people just now were Tang Yunran and Zhang Che. "Lao-san, did you see it?" Tang Fei-lin asked. "What?" Tang Fei-san asked, deliberately playing dumb. "That girl just now seems to be Xiaoran?" "Yeah. It's not, is it? I don't look like that at all. It's really similar, and she's walking with another guy. Just now, with just a glimpse, that man looked a lot like Zhang Che. That's even more unlikely to be the case. Xiaoran doesn't have a boyfriend, how could she be shopping with a guy?" Tang Fei-san opened his eyes wide and spoke blindly. Tang Fei-lin heard Tang Fei-san say this and thought so. Besides, this street is full of either men or women, they are all human beings, and it's not uncommon for a few to resemble Xiaoran's body shape. The more Tang Fei-san said, the more Tang Fei-lin felt that he should have been the one who had blurred his eyes. "Come on, keep shopping." On the other side, Zhang Che pulled Tang Yunran to a corner, quietly sticking his head out towards Tang Fei-lin, and only after seeing Tang Fei-lin leave did he let out a long sigh of relief. "What are you doing?" Tang Yunran looked at Zhang Che in confusion. "Your second brother," Zhang Che whispered. Before this morning, if Tang Yunran had heard this, her reaction would probably be the same as Zhang Che's. But ever since Tang Fei-lin told her that he was going to introduce Zhang Che to her, she wasn't worried at all about her and Zhang Che's affair being discovered by Tang Fei-lin. "My second brother doesn't eat people, so what are you afraid of?" Zhang Che looked towards Tang Yunran, thinking, what do you think he's afraid of? Isn't he still afraid that your second brother will beat him up like he did in his previous life? No, it's that he's afraid that he won't be able to control his force and beat up your second brother. "I'm not afraid, I'm worried about you, I'm afraid you'll be found out by your second brother and taught a lesson." "I'm not afraid," Tang Yunran said emboldened. Originally, Tang Yunran had wanted to tell Zhang Che what Tang Fei-lin had told her, but now that she was looking at Zhang Che's thief-like appearance, she suddenly didn't want to say anything. Wouldn't it be more fun to let him find out for himself? It's quite interesting when you think about it. Zhang Che stared at Tang Yunran with both eyes. "Are you thinking of something bad?" Chapter 92, No Forced Feeding of Dog Food. Being seen in Zhang Che's mind with a single glance, Tang Yunran was instantly flustered. I'm not thinking of anything bad." "Really?" Zhang Che continued to look at Tang Yunran with a skeptical and probing gaze. No, what are you stuttering about?" Who stammered? "What do you say?" The two of them were chatting away at each other. Happy times always go by fast, and before I knew it the day was almost over. The time has come to part ways. It's not really about separation. The two stayed at the same hotel and made their way back, only separating when they reached the hotel gate. "You go first." Zhang Che reluctantly let go of Tang Yunran's hand. Losing the warmth and softness in his hand, Zhang Che inexplicably had a feeling that his heart was empty. Tang Yunran was also in the same mood, and was also looking at Zhang Che with the same unwilling gaze. "It's better if you go first." Tang Yunran wanted to watch Zhang Che leave. "Or you go first. You're not letting me in at all." Tang Yunran beamed, looking at Zhang Che with a slightly aggrieved expression and said. Tang Yunran had said this, so Zhang Che hadn't surrendered immediately. "Okay, I'll go first." Zhang Che turned around, imagining Tang Yunran staring at him all the time, and truthfully, he especially wanted to turn around and run back, take Tang Yunran's hand, pull her to his room, hug, and cuddle all night without letting go. It was only at this moment that Zhang Che truly realized what it was like to be in love. No wonder they say that people in love are stupid, it's really true. The flavor is like a lotus root, tugging at the heartstrings and the aftertaste. After about a dozen steps, Zhang Che stopped and turned his head towards Tang Yunran. Sure enough, Tang Yunran didn't go. Standing in the doorway of the hotel, he watched him. Seeing this scene, Zhang Che's heart received a great psychological shock. Can't help it. Zhang Che fell back and came to Tang Yunran's face. Tang Yunran looked at Zhang Che with a puzzled gaze, and before she could open her mouth to say something, she saw Zhang Che suddenly reach out and grab onto her shoulders, lowering his head and kissing her on the forehead. Love experience value plus 875. Tang Yunran bushy-tailed her long eyelashes, looking at Zhang Che in surprise and astonishment. Her red lips were slightly open, revealing the shell teeth that were vaguely poking out of her head. The heart is racing out of his control, continuing to race, beating like it's not his own soon. Love experience value plus 1000. Love experience value plus 1063. Love experience value plus 1085. Listening to the experience value that was still more than 1, Jiang Che could clearly feel Tang Yunran's mood. In fact, his mood was exactly the same as Tang Yunran's. Is this perhaps the resonance triggered by the two liking each other? It's your turn to go, Jiang Che said as he looked at Tang Yunran. Ha! Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che with a wooden expression, her arched eyebrows tinged with doubt. I've just given in and let you watch me go, now it's my turn to watch you go. Don't me, hurry back. It's so late, your second brother and the others will be back when they say they will be back, in case they see us, it's not easy to explain. Hearing Jiang Che say that, Tang Yunran wanted to say, if her second brother saw it he might even be happy. Looking at the time displayed on the LCD screen in the main lobby of the hotel, it was almost 11 o'clock, very late indeed. Okay then. This time it was Tang Yunran's turn to turn around and walk away. Jiang Che had been watching and watching. She had waited for him in her previous life, it was his turn in this one. Jiang Che kept his gaze close to Tang Yunran until she completely left and disappeared. Few exhaling a long breath, he walked towards his room, and just as he reached the door of his room, he heard Jiang Yuan's voice ringing out behind him. Did the confession work? Jiang Che turned his head towards Jiang Yuan and grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Seeing Jiang Che's dejected look, without her answering, one could guess that this was a successful confession. Of course the confession was successful. Your brother, I'm so handsome and charming, and your sister-in-law has such a good eye, how could she possibly reject my confession? Jiang Yuan dry heaved and rolled his eyes widely at Jiang Che. Can you stop being so self-absorbed? I'm not a narcissist, I'm telling you, today's confession. I won't listen. Jiang Yuan covered his ears with his hands. You can't if you don't listen, you have to listen. Jiang Che peeled Jiang Yuan's hand over his ear off. You are so annoying. I've been told not to listen, not to bring force-feeding dog food. Who's force-feeding you dog food? I'm sharing it with you, my sister. In the future, if you fall in love, you have to share it with me too. His matter had been resolved, he and Tang Yunran had a whole new development. Jiang Yuan's matter, as his own brother, he would never stand by and watch her end up in that miserable situation like in her previous life. And things like feelings, hard blocking can't be blocked, plus Jiang Yuan's temperament, love and hate. If he forcefully interfered, he would definitely have a hard time with Jiang Yuan's relationship. In that case, she wouldn't listen to anything he said in the future. That's why he should never forcefully intervene and seep into her emotional choices little by little. In fact, there was one thing that he had never been able to figure out. Jiang Yuan, this girl is so ghostly, why in the world in the past life would choose that kind of person married? Is it really because the other guy is so skilled at cheating? In the past, he might have thought so, but now through the contact with Jiang Yuan during this period of time, he realized that Jiang Yuan really wasn't a normal Grinch, and had a set way about emotional matters. So that made him even more curious, why on earth did Jiang Yuan end up picking someone like that in his previous life? Just because the other guy doesn't mind that she's ambidextrous? Jiang Che felt that with his current understanding of Jiang Yuan, it should be unlikely that this was the case. Just as Jiang Che was secretly analyzing in his mind, Jiang Mingquan and Linya returned. Unlike in the past, Jiang Mingquan and Linya didn't go their separate ways as the usual old married couple. The two just hate to take blue and stick together now. Seeing Jiang Mingquan and Linya like this, Jiang Yuan said that he was too miserable, right? First her oldest brother abused her as a single dog, and now her mom and dad have teamed up to abuse her as a single dog. When she was in the future, she would also find one and abuse them in turn. Right. It was just so happily decided. Be careful and walk slowly. Jiang Mingquan held Linya's waist with one hand, carefully. Jiang Che and Jiang Yuan glanced at each other suspiciously. Dad, Mom. What's going on? Hearing Jiang Che ask, Jiang Mingquan's face suddenly revealed a flash of a mysterious smile that blinded people's eyes, looking at Jiang Che and Jiang Yuan, who pushed back in unison. Strange. Very strange. There's definitely something fishy going on. Without waiting for Jiang Che to ask again, Jiang Mingquan pressed the issue himself. Chapter 93, Mom's pregnant. Your mom's pregnant. Jiang Mingquan's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement as he said this. What? Jiang Che was stunned. Jiang Yuan was also shocked. Dad, what did you say? Jiang Che was so shocked that he couldn't even speak properly. His line of sight shifted down and landed on Lin Ya's stomach. Zhang Yuan's expression and reaction was similar to Jiang Che's. Hey! Isn't it exciting that your mom is pregnant? Very surprised? Surprised? People are happy and happy. Jiang Mingquan, now the whole person feels all of a sudden 10 years younger, the old tree spring, vigorous. His mom is really pregnant. His dad's too good for that, isn't he? Jiang Che stared at Lin Ya's stomach with both eyes. This kind of thing didn't happen in a previous life. Jiang Mingquan said excitedly to himself, actually, I've wanted a third child for a long time, only my family has been in a bad condition, but now it's different. Xiao Che, it's all thanks to you. It's not my doing, you're the number one contributor to my mom's pregnancy. How do you talk like this child? Lin Ya glared at Jiang Che. Jiang Mingquan, the first major contributor, tilted his head proudly. Jiang Che looked towards Lin Ya's stomach and extended his hand. Before he could touch his sibling, he was mercilessly slapped aside by his dad's large hand. What's the point of touching it, brown man, no lightness, what if something goes wrong? Jiang Che. No wonder all the kids in the family are against their parents having a second or third child, because having a younger sibling would be a miserable end. Jiang Yuan laughed out, nodding his head and saying, Dad is right, brother is just a brown man, his hands are not light or heavy. Often pulling my face so long in one pull, it hurts like hell. Once Jiang Mingquan heard this, he dared even more to let Jiang Che get close to Lin Ya. At that moment, Jiang Yuan reached out to Lin Ya's stomach. Let me touch it to see if it's a brother or a sister. Take it away, you girl too, do things carelessly, don't touch it. Jiang Mingquan mercilessly pulled Jiang Yuan's hand aside. Pfft, it was Jiang Che's turn to laugh. It seemed he wasn't the only one who had fallen out of favor in this family, which balanced him out much better. Look at you, it's just a touch, where's the exaggeration? Lin Ya turned her head and glanced at Jiang Mingquan. Yes, everything you said is right. Jiang Mingquan quietly passed glances to Jiang Che and Jiang Yuan as he spoke. If any of you are heavy-handed, let's see how he, as a father, will teach you a lesson. After Jiang Che and Jiang Yuan read this meaning from the bottom of Jiang Mingquan's eyes, who still dared to touch Lin Ya's stomach? Even if he touched it, he couldn't do it in front of Jiang Mingquan. After taking a shower, Jiang Che returned to his room and laid down on his bed. After quieting down, his mind was all filled with images of confessing to Tang Yunran. The more I thought about it, the more agitated I became, and I tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Taking his cell phone and calling over to see that it was 12:12, at this time Tang Yunran must have already gone to bed. If he wasn't asleep, he could still talk to her. Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, system beeps rang out one after another. Love experience value plus 287. Love experience value plus 199. Love experience value plus 212. Love experience value plus 209. It's not much, but it's dense. What's Tang Yunran doing? Thinking about him all the time? So much so that the system beeps are so active? Although he didn't know exactly what Tang Yunran was thinking, one thing was certain. That is, Tang Yunran is definitely still awake. Jiang Che rose from the bed with a carp, hugged his cell phone, and tapped on the chat interface with Tang Yunran. Are you asleep? Drip. Tang Yunran was holding her phone and hesitating to send a message to Jiang Che when she received a message from Jiang Che. Not yet. After sending this message, Tang Yunran followed it up with an edited, "What about you?" It was so close to being sent. So close. So close. Tang Yunran knocked on her head. Is it true that being in love makes you less intelligent? I can't believe I almost said something so ridiculous. Isn't it nonsense to ask? If Jiang Che was asleep, how could he send her a message? Thinking of this, Tang Yunran suddenly remembered Jin Xiaoqiao's experience when she was in a relationship with her ex-boyfriend. Jin Xiaoqiao's ex-boyfriend asked her, "Have you eaten?" Jin Xiaoqiao back, "Just washed the dishes." Jin Xiaoqiao's ex-boyfriend then asked, "So is it eaten or not eaten?" Jin Xiaoqiao, "The bowls are all washed, did you say you've eaten?" Jin Xiaoqiao's ex-boyfriend, "Oh." Jin Xiaoqiao's ex-boyfriend, "So did you eat it or didn't you?" At that time, she listened and felt that Jin Xiaoqiao's ex-boyfriend was not descending in wisdom, but had no intelligence at all. Now look at herself again, it seems to be half a catty with Jin Xiaoqiao's ex-boyfriend. Can't you sleep either? Jiang Che messaged again. Tang Yunran's thoughts retracted and she edited the message to reply same as you. Why don't we talk? Talk about what? Talking about what? Jiang Che's brain was racing, and he stated that the college entrance exams hadn't been as taxing on his brain as they were now. There it is. To tell you the good news. What good news? Tang Yunran asked curiously. I'm going to be a big brother. Huh? I said I'm going to have a sibling again. Really? Tang Yunran sat up in surprise, repeatedly looking at the message sent by Jiang Che to prevent it from being a case of misreading in the dead of night. More real than real gold. Congratulations! Tang Yunran was happy from the bottom of her heart for the two Jiang Mingquan families. In her previous life, although Jiang Che had always cold-shouldered her, Jiang Mingquan and Linya had treated her really well, so well that they treated her like their own daughter. At that time, she had heard Linya mention that Jiang Mingquan had always had a regret. He had always wanted to have another one with Linya, but in the past, the family conditions were not good, and there were many things to consider, so they could only bury the idea in the bottom of their hearts, and could not put it into practice. Later, their family conditions were better, but the two of them were also older, that is, they wanted to have a child is already too late, so this matter has always been Jiang Mingquan's regret. Now that she had heard the good news, Tang Yunran was happy from the bottom of her heart. Do you want to see the little baby? Jiang Che asked. Aren't you just pregnant? You can watch it even if you're pregnant, do you want to come? Jiang Che's words meant that he wanted to bring Tang Yunran to meet her parents. Are we going to meet the parents so soon? Tang Yunran stated that even though she had already met them in her previous life was her previous life, and now was the present. Even an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents. You're the ugly daughter-in-law. So you're coming? Jiang Che thought that if he brought Tang Yunran over to show his parents, it would also be the same as giving them a peace of mind. There's also the rotten peach blossom that is Jiang Xinting, which can be taken care of in the meantime. That 200 pounds of bulk was something he really wasn't blessed with. Speaking of Jiang Xinting, Jiang Che also thought of Mei Xian. Mei Xian's behavior in front of the gate of Purple County City last time must have been because he had a villa in it, so she was trying to curry favor with him. The kind of woman that just strips down and crawls into his bed. Chapter 94. Sneaking into Tang Yunran's room in the middle of the night. And he would never look at it more than once. Speaking of which, Jiang Xinting and Mei Xian, both with Xian. It seems to be his destiny to violate the Xian. In the future when he meets someone with this word in his name, he will be as far away as possible. The topic was talked about, and then it wasn't. He's not sleepy yet. On the contrary, the more you talk, the more energized you become. No wonder the old saying that a red face is a scourge and a siren mistreats the country. He felt that as long as he chatted with Tang Yunran, he could talk until dawn and then until dark. Can't think of anything else to talk about. Or are you too inexperienced in relationships? By the way, you can look for Fatty. Although Fatty hadn't been talking to Mei Xian for long, it was at least better than him, a rookie in the Love Novice Village. I wonder if Fatty is asleep at this hour. Probably should be asleep, right? After all, Fatty is a single, unlike his Valentine's Day chat. Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, Tang Yunran sent a message first. I'm having a little trouble sleeping. Me too. So, should we find something exciting to do? Exciting things? Jiang Che inhaled, his body on fire. They've only confessed their love for each other on the first day and they're doing that kind of exciting stuff. Is it going a little too fast? But this was a girl initiating the invitation. If he refused, would the other person misunderstand that he couldn't? The more Jiang Che thought about it, the more he felt that this was a high possibility, because in his previous life, he and Tang Yunran had lived under the same roof, yet he had never touched her. Tang Yunran looks beautiful, body and absolute, temperament and good. Is a man every day to face such a woman? If there is no that aspect of the idea, 99% have that aspect of the problem. Jiang Che looked towards his body. There was nothing wrong with his own health, he knew that well. So it's something wrong in the heart, just know that you work all day long. Let's not think about that for now, think about how to reply to Tang Yunran's words, right? Drip. Tang Yunran, sleeping? Didn't sleep. Jiang Che hurriedly sent a message over so that Tang Yunran wouldn't get impatient waiting. So do I come to your place? Or do you come to my place? Jiang Che thought it was better to let Tang Yunran come to him, in case the excitement moved. His parents and old sister found out it wouldn't be good. But if he went to Tang Yunran's place, if her three brothers and mom and dad found out and saw him arching their family's cabbages, I guess he wouldn't need all three legs. Even if Tang Faison took him as a brother, he wouldn't help him when it came to that time. After all, Tang Yunran was only 18 years old now, still a freshman. If he wants Tang Yunran to be his wife, he can do whatever he wants. Thinking of this, Jiang Che's heart itched up and couldn't wait to marry Tang Yunran back home. "You come to my place." Tang Yunran sent a message. Going to her place? Jiang Che gritted his teeth after frowning for 2 seconds. Not into the tiger's den. How to get a tiger's son. So for the sake of a happy life, no matter if it's a dragon's den, he's going to tough it out and make a break for it. Okay, wait for me, I'll be right there. After sending this message, Jiang Che lightly got up from the bed and gently pulled open the door like a thief. "Brother, where are you going in the middle of the night?" Jiang Che sucked in a breath of cool air in shock. "I slept, couldn't sleep, went out for a walk." Sneaking? Slipping a bird in the middle of the night? Yes, he is. But he couldn't say. What do you care, you're still up as usual. Can you blame me? Mom and Dad's room is right next door, can I fall asleep? Does the fact that Mom and Dad's room is next to yours have anything to do with you not sleeping? Of course it matters. How am I supposed to sleep if they don't? Jiang Che. Jiang Che looked toward his parents' room, thinking that his mom was just pregnant, and his dad didn't know to pay attention to it, so he wasn't afraid of an accident? Blah, blah, blah. Hit yourself in the mouth. Ravenous. Then you sleep in my room. Then where do you sleep? Zhang Yuan asked suspiciously. Hearing Zhang Yuan ask this, Jiang Che immediately grinned and giggled, covering his mouth as he laughed. Zhang Yuan looked at Jiang Che with eyes of an idiot, sick. After saying that, he pulled open the door to Jiang Che's room. Close the door. Count on the world being quiet. Jiang Che nimbly touched the front door of the room Tang Yunran was in after leaving. The hotel they stayed in had a BB-like structure and was the best option for the family. So this meant that Jiang Che had to pass through the gate before he could get to the room Tang Yunran was staying in. Arrived. Jiang Che edited the message and sent it over. It didn't take long before subtle movement could be heard coming from inside. It should be Tang Yunran coming. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Che couldn't help but tense up, and his nervous hands began to sweat. Tang Yunran opened the door and made a silent gesture at him. Jiang Che would understand and nodded, tiptoeing in and following Tang Yunran to her room. Knock, 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 knock. Jiang Che's heart was beating extra hard. It wasn't the first time he had come to Tang Yunran's room, but he was even more nervous than the first time. Sweat beaded on his hands. Nervous feet are sweating. Just as Jiang Che was getting all nervous, Tang Yunran suddenly turned off the lights. That turns the lights off? That fast? Don't you need a proper prelude like a chat? The room wasn't pitch black, and the bedside lamp was still dimly lit. Is she creating this subtle atmosphere on purpose? Sure enough, the heart is not 18 years old age, this wife girl in here block is just more than the average girl has a mood. The question is, what does he do now? Straight up? Would that be too rude? Not gentlemanly enough? But it wouldn't do to stand still, like a log, would it? Tang Yunran walked over to the bed and sat down, waving at him, come on, come over here. Being hooked by Tang Yunran's hand like this, Jiang Che felt like his soul was going to be hooked away, and immediately couldn't control his feet as he walked towards Tang Yunran. Chapter 95, You go under my bed first. It's true that men are animals that think with their lower bodies. Who cares, let's get high first. Jiang Che took a deep breath and extended his hand to Tang Yunran. You quickly sit here, the movie is about to start. Tang Yunran's words that came out of nowhere caused Jiang Che's movements to stop immediately. What? A movie? After a 2-second reprieve, Jiang Che noticed that Tang Yunran had a laptop in front of her. The cover of the movie on the laptop is a little scary. I've always wanted to watch this movie, but I don't dare to watch it alone, it just so happens that we both can't sleep, so let's watch it together. Tang Yunran said as she tilted her head and looked at Jiang Che. That's what you said, find something exciting to do? Yeah. Horror movie, hey, isn't this exciting? Jiang Che opened his mouth and swallowed back the words that were about to reach his mouth. Well, he's the one who's overthinking it. Sit down, quickly. Tang Yunran urged. Jiang Che sat down next to Tang Yunran, and the two of them kept a distance of 10 centimeters in between at first, but as the climax of the plot continued to advance, the two of them became closer and closer. When she reached the peak of her orgasm, Tang Yunran let out a drink and threw herself directly into his arms. It's pretty good. Jiang Che hugged Tang Yunran with a face of enjoyment, his free hand patting gently on Tang Yunran's back. You can't eat it, but it's good to touch it. Other than that, Tang Yunran's body is really good. Pressed against him, she could clearly feel her pounds. Just as Jiang Che was enjoying himself beautifully, the sound of knocking on the door suddenly rang out. Ran? What's wrong with you? It was Tang Feilin's voice. The image gave Jiang Che a sense of déjà vu. The last time he went to Tang Yunran's room, it was the same scene and he almost got caught. No, it's nothing. Tang Yunran was also panicked in her heart. Although Tang Feilin's impression of Jiang Che was quite good, if Tang Feilin came in and saw them alone in a room, if they told him that they were watching a horror movie, Tang Feilin probably wouldn't believe it in any way. Is it really nothing? I thought I heard you screaming just now. I couldn't sleep, so I got up and watched a horror movie. You watch horror movies alone? Aren't you scared of this stuff? Just trying to find something exciting to do. Do you want me to watch it with you then? No. Why do you always stutter? Tang Feilin thought it should be because Tang Yunran was scared by the horror movie, right? The more I think about it, the less I feel comfortable. You open the door and I'll come in and watch with you. Hearing these words, Jiang Che and Tang Yunran glanced at each other as the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Dang, Tang Feilin knocked on the door a few times outside. Ran, open the door, it's just that I can't sleep either, so we'll watch it together. Tang Yunran looked at the situation as if there was no way to refuse, and if she continued to not open the door, she would inevitably arouse Tang Feilin's suspicion. But Jiang Che is still in the room, what can we do? Jiang Che pointed towards the window, meaning he could jump out from there. No, this is the second floor. It's okay, it's just a jump. With his current abilities, he wouldn't struggle to climb down from the third floor. No. It just doesn't work. Tang Yunran was adamantly against it. What if Jiang Che had an accident? When the time comes, not to mention breaking his leg, even if he scratches a little bit, she will be heartbroken. You go under my covers first. What if your second brother finds out? It's okay, you trust me, I can fix it. Looking at the insistence on Tang Yunran's face, Jiang Che had no choice but to compromise. After Jiang Che burrowed into Tang Yunran's comforter, Tang Yunran came to the door of her room to open it. What horror movie did you watch? Tang Feilin asked. Evil Corpses in the Mountains. So it's this movie, I've been wanting to see it for a long time, just in time, together. Tang Feilin walked towards the bed after he finished speaking, and Tang Yunran immediately tensed up and followed over. Jiang Che's legs were very long, and lying normally only came close to reaching the end of the bed. Tang Feilin walked to the end of the bed and almost sat on Jiang Che's lap with his butt. Luckily, Jiang Che's legs retracted quickly. Tang Yunran also sucked in a breath of surprise. Why don't you turn on the lights? Tang Feilin said as he was about to turn on the lights. To set the mood. It's not good to turn it on. Tang Yunran sweated directly out. Once the lights were turned on, it was directly played out. Just now, before Tang Yunran opened the door, she had purposely turned off the bedside lamp and threw the pillow onto the quilt. Fair enough. Tang Feilin put down his hand and walked back, sitting on the edge of the bed once more and clicking to continue the broadcast. The movie still had 30 minutes to go before it was over, and for Tang Yunran, it was like seconds were years, turning her head towards the bed every now and then to steal glances. Luckily, Tang Feilin's attention was all caught up in the movie's plot and didn't notice her unusual behavior. Jiang Che hid under the covers, not daring to move, breathing carefully. To put it bluntly, it was just a fart, and it had to be done slowly and delicately. Tang Yunran was anxious as if she was on pins and needles. This movie was an hour and 50 minutes long. The hour and 20 minutes she watched with Jiang Che, she felt that the time passed super fast, but the 30 minutes she watched with Tang Feilin, she felt that it was really too long. Finally made it through 30 minutes. As soon as Tang Feilin went out, Tang Yunran rushed to the bedside. Jiang Che must not have felt good after being smothered under the covers for more than 30 minutes. As soon as Tang Yunran lifted the covers, Jiang Che lay motionless on the bed. Seeing this, Tang Yunran's heart immediately thumped. You're not really bored, are you? Jiang Che? Jiang Che. Tang Yunran shook Jiang Che, who remained motionless. This made Tang Yunran even more anxious. Whatever. Let's start with artificial respiration. Tang Yunran got on top of Jiang Che's body, and just as her lips were about to press up against it, Jiang Che opened his eyes. Just kidding. How childish. Tang Yunran angrily got up from Jiang Che's body and sat with her back to Jiang Che. Thinking to myself that he must not be born again, would a 30-something-year-old man be that naive? Kids are kids. Preferring such little 18-year-olds to play her for a fool. Really good gas. Aggrieved. Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran and raised his hand to scratch the back of his head. He also felt quite childish, and just now, he didn't know which of his tendons was wrong, so he suddenly wanted to tease Tang Yunran. I'm sorry for worrying you. Who's worried about you? Do whatever you like. Tang Yunran said gamely, continuing to turn her back on Jiang Che. How about I make amends? Whatever you ask, I'll help you reach it. Tang Yunran looked back at Jiang Che. Fine, just what you said. The premise says yes, I can't pick the stars, and neither can the moon. You can pick it, it's so big and I can't afford it. So what do you want? P.S. Small fish eat kuan, dog food, sign me up, was reborn schoolgirl exposure author orange you love not finish. Dog food, live exposure, dual born, diabetic caution. Before taking the college graduation photos, the school flower Xia Yueshi suddenly at reborn Qin Huai said, would you like to be her boyfriend? Ding dong, the host activates the check-in punch card system. As long as you check in and punch in with Xia Yueshi, you'll get a reward. Qin Huai, of course I choose to accept. From then on, he lived a life of sweet bereavement honey heart dog disease food madness. Every time after being exposed by Xia Yueshi's live broadcast, Xia Yueshi's eyes glowed, hubby, how come I didn't know you were so good before? Only later did Qin Huai realize that his girlfriend was also reborn. Chapter 96 Rejecting the Great Beauty. Jiang Che was curious as to what exactly Tang Yunran would want. I'll have chow fuk keys buns and shrimp congee. That's no problem. Turns out it was just to buy breakfast, and he thought he was going to be asked to do something unseemly. Words can't be said too early, there's only one nearest chow fuk key in Tinghua County, I've asked, and to get one, you have to go and line up at 5 in the morning, and that's it, you still have to line up for more than an hour. A line that long? What about the other branch? The other branch that's farther away, it's an hour's drive there and there's a line too. Okay. That said, Tang Yunran's heart ached again when she thought of Jiang Che going to line up early. If you can't get any, there's a bakery nearby, I'll get up at 7:30 and you can just bring it over then. Don't worry, tomorrow morning, I can definitely let you eat Shang Fuji's buns and congee. It's just a 5 o'clock wake-up call, which is fine with him now. Tang Yunran, on the other hand, didn't have that much hope for Jiang Che because the line at Chow Fuk Hee was too long, and this morning her third brother had wanted to buy it, so he went over at 5:30, only to be directly dissuaded by the long line. Day 2. At 4 o'clock, the alarm clock set by Jiang Che went off. After quickly washing up, Jiang Che ran to the entrance of Zhou Fuji. It was 4:30 by this time, and Chow Fuk Keys was still open. When he arrived, he found a dozen people already lined up in front of him. He thought he was early enough, but he didn't realize that someone was ahead of him. Are these Chow Fuk Key buns that good? The guidebook did mention that Chow Fuk Key's buns are one of the great specialties of Tinghua County. He would have to taste it later and see how good this Chow Fuk Key's buns really were. Half an hour later, many more people came one after another. Jiang Che turned back to look, he couldn't see his head at a glance, 90% of them were male compatriots. Well, that's the status of the male of the family these days. However, there is nothing to complain about, the man outside the woman in the house, the physical work in the morning and night, it is necessary for men to do. Chow Fuk Key opened on time at 5:30 p.m. Because Jiang Che was at the very front of the line, he bought it very quickly. Jiang Che had bought 100 buns, mainly because his appetite had naturally gone up now that his physical quality had improved. Tang Yunran had at most 2 buns and a portion of congee, his parents and old sister had at most a dozen buns, and the rest was all his. Jiang Che carried the buns and realized that the people in the queue behind him were all looking at Jiang Che with resentful gazes, because the amount he bought was too much, causing the steamer to steam the buns at a rate that exceeded the demand, and the people behind him could only continue to wait. Just as he was about to leave with his bun, a girl came quickly in his direction. Jiang Che, it's really you. The girl's name was Qin Sisi, the second most beautiful girl in Jiangcheng University after the school beauty. Jiang Che didn't know her well, only that she was in a calligraphy and painting association with her. This is the only such relationship. You're traveling here too? Qin Sisi's gaze fell on the bun as she asked this. Well, came with the family. Why did you buy so many buns? Can you eat them all? Finished eating. How many people in your family? 6 mouths to feed. Jiang Che included Tang Yunran. That's not enough to eat that much. I'm also here to buy this bun, so you can sell me a few. Shin Cece blinked and looked at Jiang Che with pleading eyes. Shin Cece thought to herself that with her beauty, she had begged Jiang Che so coyly. Jiang Che, a bachelor, definitely couldn't resist her charms, not to mention selling. Next he would definitely give all the buns to her. I'm sorry, I just said that we have enough to eat. If we sell it to you, we won't have enough to eat, so go stand in line by yourself. Jiang Che said. What? Shin Cece seriously suspected that she was hallucinating. Jiang Che had actually rejected her? That's not possible, is it? She is the first-class beauty of Jiangcheng University. She can take the initiative to talk to you. That's because of your buns, otherwise with your poor look, you deserve her to take the initiative to talk to you? Jiang Che, that line is too long. I'm a girl. I still have things to do, so I'll go back first. Jiang Che turned around and left after saying that. You big man. What the hell? Are you still a man? Turning down a beautiful woman like her? What's wrong with you? Shin Cece gazed at Jiang Che with 2 fire-breathing eyes, biting her back teeth, furious. Humph. Who cares to buy your buns? With your dirty hands, maybe you've touched all those buns. Give them to me, I don't even care about it. Shin Cece's mouth kept on whining. Although the words were like this, the thought of Jiang Che's attitude that didn't put her in the spotlight made her unable to hold back her anger. Pissed off. It was only 6 o'clock when Jiang Che returned to the hotel. Everyone was still awake and he couldn't sleep anymore, so he went out for a run to exercise. Just after running for not much longer, Tang Feilin also came. Why did you run into his second uncle again? Jiang Che thought with a headache. Should he take this opportunity to communicate with his second uncle and try to leave a good impression on him? But what if it backfired and instead of leaving a good impression, Tang Feilin mistakenly thought that he was intentionally trying to win his favor, when in fact the goal was Tang Yunran? After thinking about it, Jiang Che felt that it was better not to act rashly first, to keep a distance and wait and see what happens, so as to respond to all changes. Right. Just come on. Just as Jiang Che made up his mind to do so, Tang Feilin ran over, got next to him, and ran with him. And smiled at him in greeting. Morning. What's this for? Jiang Che looked at Tang Feilin in confusion, and politely returned the same sentence as yesterday. Morning. When did you get up? Tang Feilin asked. 4 points. Jiang Che said honestly. 4 points? Tang Feilin was stunned. You got up at 4 to work out? No, he was up at 4 o'clock getting your sister in line for breakfast. Don't you find it hard to be that early every day? I'm not that early every day, occasionally. Jiang Che's truthfulness sounded like he was being modest in Tang Feilin's ears. Satisfaction. Very pleased. Jiang Che looked at Tang Feilin's smile as he stared at himself, and goosebumps rose. Could it really be that Tang Feilin had actually seen the end of him and Tang Yunran, as he had guessed? He just didn't have any concrete evidence yet, so he was testing him now? Do you have a girlfriend? Tang Feilin suddenly asked. Chapter 97, so close. Almost exposed. Jiang Che's eyes dilated. Sure enough, that's the point. Not yet. Jiang Che kept his composure as much as possible. It's easy for you to get a girlfriend with your qualifications, why don't you? That's a question he'll have to answer properly. Jiang Che deliberated in his mind for 2 seconds before coming up with what he thought was the most standard answer. My mom doesn't let me fall in love too early. Actually, when he was in middle school, her mom started pushing him. Said the girl was chaste from a young age so that it would last forever. Of course, the premise cannot be messed up. Control their own good friends, rely on sincere pursuit, cannot use external forces. Tang Feilin nodded, looking at Jiang Che with that admiring look in his eyes. Nowadays, young people are all rebellious, and it's really hard to find someone who can listen to their parents. He thinks that most of the people who can listen to their parents are not bad in character. He really hadn't been wrong about anyone. Your mom's right, it's really not good to fall in love too early. When Jiang Che heard Tang Feilin say this, he thought to himself that this was implying that he was giving up on Tang Yunran before it was too late. But Tang Feilin's words changed. If you come across someone you like, you should also seize the opportunity. There are some people, once you miss it's too late to regret. What do you mean? Tang Feilin's words made Zhang Che somewhat confused. Why don't I introduce you to someone? Tang Feilin said single-handedly.
Zhang Che narrowed his eyes at Tang Feilin.
Suddenly, he understands.
He was going to introduce someone else to him so he wouldn't continue to harass his sister.
Actually, the person I'm going to introduce you to is my sister.
What? Zhang Che stopped and didn't run, while looking at Tang Feilin with a wary gaze.
Is this continuing to test him? And with a lustful ploy?
Deliberately saying you're going to introduce your sister to him so that he'll let his guard down, and then when he reveals his fox's tail, you'll take him down in one fell swoop? After analyzing this, Zhang Che felt that this should be it. Luckily, he was resourceful and smart enough to almost fall into Tang Feilin's trap. After all, he's the one who's been eating for over 30 more years, digging a hole for him?
Ha!
Ahem. Zhang Che cleared his throat. Your sister is the school beauty of our school. The people chasing her can go around our school hand in hand. As far as I'm concerned, I'm average handsome, average tall, and my family conditions are average. Altogether I'm average, so I'm still very self-aware. I'm not worthy of Tang School flower. Don't be presumptuous. In terms of face value and physique, you are definitely a dragon among your peers. Moreover, you have both good character and behavior, you are filial to your parents, and you are good to your sister. Honestly, I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. Tang Feilin's words were all from the bottom of his heart.
Zhang Che was stunned.
He seriously suspected he was hallucinating. If it wasn't for his image, he almost didn't hold back from pulling out his ears to make sure he hadn't heard wrong. These words were coming from his second uncle, which was unbelievable.
You mean seriously?
Tang Feilin placed his hand on Zhang Che's shoulder and solemnly looked at Zhang Cheshu and said, It's the same words as just now. I appreciate you and want to introduce my sister to you. I've also mentioned this to Xiao Ran.
You and Ran cough.
Oh, my God. I'm so used to calling you Ran that I almost let it slip.
You've spoken to Ms. Tang?
Really?
How come he hadn't heard Tang Yunran say anything about it?
Yes, I told Xiao Ran about this yesterday.
Tang Feilin said.
Good.
Ran, you've learned a lesson.
Tang Feilin told you about this, but you didn't even mention it to him, so he sees Tang Feilin like a mouse sees a cat. Let's see how he punishes you when he gets a chance later.
Then what's schoolgirl Tang's attitude?
Zhang Che asked, deliberately playing dumb. Xiao Ran didn't object either. She listens to us, her brothers, and she'll more or less give face to the person I chose for her.
Oh, you're too self-absorbed, aren't you? In his previous life, after he and Tang Yunran got married, you didn't help Tang Yunran introduce someone, and what happened? Tang Yunran was still dead set on marrying me.
She doesn't object, not because you're a brother, but solely because it's him.
When are you going back? Tang Feilin asked.
Tomorrow.
Coincidentally, we're tomorrow too. Are you free this afternoon?
Yes. In that case, I'll talk to Ran and you'll all go on a date together this afternoon.
They've had appointments all day yesterday. Tang Feilin took out his cell phone. This is Xiao Ran's WeChat, add it. Tang Feilin meant for Zhang Che to add on the spot.
The sweat on Zhang Che's head, began to pour out uncontrollably.
Do you want to talk to your sister before I add it, or she'll think I'm a micromanager or something?
Fair enough. Tang Feilin first sent a message to Tang Yunran, and when he didn't wait for a reply after a minute, he called directly.
Hey, Xiao Ran, do you remember what I told you yesterday?
It's that alumnus of yours, called Zhang Che. Zhang Che took out his cell phone and hurriedly deleted Tang Yunran from his address book. Tang Feilin's side had already finished the call and turned his head to look at Zhang Che. She agreed, you add it.
Oh, good. Zhang Che clicked add friendly and succeeded.
3 seconds later, the other side came through.
Tang Feilin glanced towards Zhang Che's cell phone with a satisfied nod.
You guys talk, I'll leave you alone.
Okay.
Zhang Che looked at Tang Feilin's departing back and raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead.
Drip. Zhang Che received a message from Tang Yunran. Hello, I'm Tang Yunran.
Zhang Che.
Your second brother is gone.
You said so.
I got you breakfast.
Bought it back so quickly?
Definitely not Chao Fuk Ki's buns.
That's what Tang Yunran thought in her heart. Zhang Che, I bought you Zhou Fuji's buns in kanji. I'll leave them at the door for you later. Come out and get them.
Really Chao Fuk Ki's buns? It can't be, can it? It's only 6:30 and he got Chow Fook Ki's buns? If that's true, how early would Jiang Che he have to line up for the buns? Not much later, Tang Yunran received another message from Jiang Che. The buns have been left on your doorstep for fear of being discovered by your family, so I'll leave you to it, and I'll see you this afternoon. After receiving the message, Tang Yunran quickly pulled open the door, and then saw the handbag hanging on the doorknob, which was printed with the logo of Chow Fook Ki. It's really Chow Fook Ki's buns. Carrying the handbag in her hand, Tang Yunran felt warmly touched in her heart to say the least. Love experience value plus 520. He's so good to her. Drip the WeChat alert message rang again. Chapter 98, Holding Hands Until You Sweat. Tang Yunran thought it was from Jiang Che, so she couldn't wait to click on it. The result is a look. It's from Jin Xiaoxiao. Disappointment was evident on his face. Tang Yunran watched the message as she ate her bun. Jin Xiaoxiao, yada yada yada, it's unbearable. What's wrong? I've never seen such a strange man. Question mark. It was just the other day when I told you that I had an online boyfriend, from the school next door. And then what? And then wasn't yesterday Valentine's Day? He didn't give you a present? It's not that I didn't get a gift, it's that I had dinner with him. Isn't that nice? Pretty good what? You don't know, when we were having dinner, I said it was nice to be invited to dinner, I wish he'd invite me to dinner for the rest of my life, do you think that's a problem? Tang Yunran savored it. Your words, do you mean you want to commit to him for life? No, but you know what he said about me? What did it say? He stood up very angrily and looked at me with a rather contemptuous look and said, I didn't realize you were such a snobbish woman as to ask me to buy you dinner for the rest of your life, I was so wrong about you. Then he walked away very angry. Tang Yunran. Tell me, what kind of person is this? No wonder he's been single for 20 years, he's single by merit. The more Jin Xiaoxiao spoke, the angrier he became. As Tang Yunran listened, she also felt that this person was really single by merit, and at this rate, it was likely that he would be single for the rest of his life. Forget about me for now, how are you and Jiang Che doing? Did you confess? Jin Xiaoxiao asked curiously. At the mention of her own matter, Tang Yunran's face instantly reddened without control, and her mind once again uncontrollably floated back to the images of yesterday's passion. He didn't hold back a laugh. Where is everyone? Question mark emoji. Tang Yunran retrieved her thoughts and dialed Jin Xiaoxiao. It's impossible to say everything about her and Jiang Che in a few words. As Tang Yunran spoke, she kept providing Jiang Che's side with experience values. Love experience value plus 241. Love experience value plus 241. Love experience value plus 241. What is she doing? The system keeps ringing? Thinking about him? Jiang Che felt that this was very likely because he was thinking about Tang Yunran right now. It's been hours since he's seen it, and it's making him itchy. It was good that they were able to make an appointment to meet in the afternoon, and with the support of his second uncle. Finally made it to the afternoon. Jiang Che had wanted to drive, but early in the morning, his dad took the car. Seems inconvenient to have only one car in the house. I'll buy another one when I get back. Today it was Jiang Che who arrived at the station first and waited for Tang Yunran to arrive. 5 minutes later, Tang Yunran arrived. Today's Tang Yunran wore a light purple dress. This color skin is not white people should not just try, will directly pull down the value of several levels. As for Tang Yunran, her skin was as snowy as snow, and wearing such colors, she was properly a fairy descending to earth. Jiang Che was so excited that he was about to walk over to hold Tang Yunran's hand, but just after taking a step out, he realized that Tang Yunran was making eyes at him. What do you mean? Without waiting for Jiang Che to figure it out, Jiang Che received a message from Tang Yunran. My second brother secretly followed. You don't think so? What does Tang Feilin mean by this? Jiang Che's gaze swept without a trace as Tang Yunran sent another message. Don't look around, it's not good if you get caught. Seeing this, Jiang Che quickly withdrew his gaze and secretly analyzed it in his heart. Tang Feilin followed them. Was he worried that he would bully Tang Yunran? Is he the kind of guy who can't take his foot off the gas when he sees a girl? Luckily, Tang Yunran realized it, or else she would have revealed herself if she had gone straight over just now. Jiang Che walked towards Tang Yunran, purposely amplifying his voice to pretend he wasn't familiar with Tang Yunran and said, Your second brother told you, didn't he? Aha! Tang Yunran also put on an appearance of not being familiar with Jiang Che. They just didn't believe it. If they joined forces as husband and wife, were they still afraid that they couldn't fool Tang Feilin? The car is here, why don't we go up first? Good. Tang Feilin was in a Volkswagen car not far from the neighborhood, which he had rented this morning. During this time, Tang Feilin had been watching with binoculars. This Jiang Che is really quite good, unlike ordinary boys who can't walk straight when they see his sister. And it didn't make a move on his sister, it was very quality and cultured. Watching the bus drive away, Tang Feilin hurriedly drove to follow. Today's bus was far less crowded than yesterday's, and both Jiang Che and Tang Yunran had seats on the bus. Both sat together, their hearts poofing. Jiang Che glanced towards Tang Yunran's hand from time to time, taking advantage of her inattention, his hand held on, or the cross-linked kind. This is great, hand to hand, beating even more. It's impossible to compare who jumps more powerfully. The air conditioning on the bus is on, but it can't withstand the high body temperature of a young couple in love. It wasn't long before Jiang Che and Tang Yunran's palms were sweaty. It was like this, Jiang Che didn't even bother to let go of Tang Yunran's hand. Until we get to our destination. It was only then that Jiang Che reluctantly let go. After getting out of the car, the two of them kept their not-so-familiar appearance in Tang Feilin's field of vision again. For the next 2 hours, the two just wandered around, casually looking around, keeping things unseasonably warm. In fact, the secret eye contact was electrifying, holding hands and nuzzling and whatnot at every opportunity. Finally, the two found a cafe and sat down. And I wonder if your second brother is gone? Knowing what I know about him, I guess it's going to be a day with us. Headache. But it's better than chasing him around all the time in his previous life. To be able to have such a development, Jiang Che felt that it was already a great surprise. Want to order something? Jiang Che handed Tang Yunran the menu. This time I'm buying. Why? Jiang Che felt that it was only right for a boy to treat himself to this kind of thing. You don't get your money from the wind, you can't be the one to treat us every time, I'll do it this time. Yes, it's true that his money didn't come from the wind, it's all thanks to you, Jiang Che thought in his heart, but he couldn't say so. Better yet, it's on me, I'm making money in the stock market again. That's yours too. You don't have to separate yourself from me. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Tang Yunran thought of her previous life, when she and Jiang Che had just gotten married. Jiang Che said to her, even though we're married, neither of us got married by choice, it was just a temporary get-together. So there are some things I want to make clear up front, you are you and I am me, what's yours is yours and what's mine is mine, and there have to be boundaries on that. And now that Jiang Che said to her that there was no need to make such a clear distinction, it gave birth to an indescribable sourness in her heart. Nope, bittersweet to be exact. P.S. Omega. Chapter 99, competing to say Jiang Che is good. Ha? A puzzled voice came out of Tang Feilin's mouth. Why are these two moving so slowly? Although he didn't want Jiang Che to be a furtive person, but according to the current situation then, did it mean that there was no possibility for these two people? Thinking about this, Tang Feilin's brows twisted into lumps. It was hard for him to bring the two together and arrange for them to have a blind date, and if it went yellow today, the two would be even more unlikely in the future. The more I think about it, the more anxious I get. Tang Feilin edited the message and sent it to Jiang Che. What do you think of my sister? Why are you asking me that all of a sudden? Jiang Che was head over heels in confusion. Who sent the message? Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che's expression and guessed that it could possibly be from her second brother. Jiang Che edited the text message and sent it to Tang Yunran. Your second brother. What did he send? Jiang Che took a screenshot and sent it. Tang Yunran was also confused when she saw the message Tang Feilin had sent to Jiang Che. Jiang Che thought for a moment and replied, he's quite nice. Just pretty good? No other feelings? There is. And it's strong, but he's afraid to say it. What does it feel like? Have you never been in love? No. That's no wonder. No wonder he kept his sister at arm's length. It's right to keep a certain distance on a first official date, but you can't be that mousy all the time. I've never seen such a simple boy. He still really picked out a great young man for his sister in case he was ever in a position to do so. By other feelings, do I mean you like my sister? This question. Jiang Che feels that you cannot simply answer yes or no, either answer is not appropriate. Answer yes and you will be suspected of having bad intentions. Answering no is tantamount to suicide. How to say that in his previous life, he was also a self-employed person who had been a boss, and without the ability to cope with such a small scene, he would have been in vain. I can't say for sure if I like it or not, but she's really a good girl. Hearing Jiang Che praise his own sister, Tang Feilin expressed that he was in a good mood. It's a good girl who has to be actively pursued. I'm afraid she'll be upset if I take too much initiative. You can be appropriately proactive. What makes it appropriate? Jiang Che asked this because he wanted to test out what Tang Feilin's bottom line was. For example, when you see an opportunity, hold hands or something. Tang Feilin gave Jiang Che ideas. And what if she comes back and slaps me in the face? Wait, let me ask for you first, how does my sister feel about you right now? Okay, I'll wait for you. Jiang Che felt a bit amused after posting this. How does Tang Yunran feel about him? Of course it was the feeling of liking him. They had both confessed to each other yesterday. Drip. Tang Yunran received a message from Tang Feilin. What do you think of Jiang Che? Tang Yunran looked up at Jiang Che before editing the message and sending it over. Pretty good. Oops. Looks like the two of them are seeing eye to eye with each other. That's good. Tang Feilin was so busy that he messaged Jiang Che again. She's very impressed with you, don't worry about chasing after her. Thank you for helping me out so much. Jiang Che continued to hold back his laughter. Don't say thank you, family doesn't talk. If you say so. Jiang Che gave Tang Yunran a screenshot of the chat log. Tang Yunran glared at Jiang Che before sending a message over. You're so bad. Where did that come from? Starting with you snubbing my third brother, now you have another victim in my second brother. Then you've wronged me, I wasn't doing that for our future happiness? Happiness in the future. This could make Tang Yunran couldn't help but long for it. Love experience value plus 242. Not far away, Tang Feilin watched with binoculars, seeing the two of them chatting happily with each other, gradually moving towards the trajectory he expected, nodding with immense satisfaction. Tang Feilin drove back and spoke as soon as he saw Tang Feimu and Tang Feisin. I'll tell you something, I've got my eye on a very nice young man, and I plan to introduce him to Ran. Hearing these words, Tang Feimu and Tang Feisin raised their heads in unison towards Tang Feilin. What? You introduced Xiao Ran to someone? Tang Feisin's eyes widened. Well, I've observed that the young man is of good character. No matter how good it is, it's not as good as the person I introduced to Xiao Ran. Tang Feisin was an acute person and raised his voice and shouted out when he got excited. What? You introduced Xiao Ran to someone too? Tang Feilin was stunned. Tang Feimu stood up and looked at his two younger brothers. You all introduced Xiao Ran to someone? After Tang Feimu asked this, the three brothers looked at each other with big eyes, and it was eerily quiet for a while. In the end it was Don Feisin who spoke up first. Second brother, let me tell you, the young man I introduced to Xiao Ran is really one in a million good. Not only is he handsome and of good character, the point is that he's good to Xiao Ran. Tang Feisin saying that made Tang Feilin unconvinced. The person I introduced to Xiao Ran is the one who is really good. Handsome and good character, I won't say anything about that, he's just like us and treats his sister well, that's something I appreciate. Also, he's good to Xiao Ran. That's because you haven't seen the person I introduced to Xiao Ran, if you had, you'd definitely think I chose well. I'll give you that originally, you've never met the young man, I've asked Ran and she's quite impressed with him. That's because Ran is kind and doesn't know how to say no, and Ran loves the people I introduced to her. Come on, like you said, she's just too nice to know how to say no to each other. Tang Feilin and Tang Feisin argued with each other, and Tang Feimu couldn't listen anymore. Stop. You guys have your reasons, if you keep arguing like this, you won't be able to come up with a solution. In this case, find some time, each of you bring the person you introduced to Xiao Ran here, and I'll take a look. It's definitely my introduction to Xiao Ran's favorite. Tang Feisin said with great certainty. Could he not be certain? He knew very well that Tang Yunran and Jiang Che were already together. And that day when it was raining heavily, he was the one who covered up and let Jiang Che into Tang Yunran's room. Don't say that too soon. Tang Feilin thought of the harmonious picture of Jiang Che and Tang Yunran getting along in the cafe earlier. A blind man could see that they had a crush on each other. And he had seen Tang Yunran blushing like a monkey's but several times when she sneaked a look at Jiang Che. With this shy, daughterly demeanor, he could gouge his own eyeballs out if he didn't like the other guy. Let's not continue to argue, it's settled, make an appointment and each of you call your people here. Okay. The matter is settled. Jiang Che had just returned to the hotel after finishing his date with Tang Yunran when he received a message from Tang Feilin and Tang Feisan. Chapter 100, Meeting with Three Uncle Heads. Why are these two looking for him at the same time? Puzzled, Jiang Che first clicked on Tang Feisan's avatar. Tell you something. What is it? After Jiang Che replied to Tang Feisan, he then clicked on Tang Feilin's avatar. There's something I need to tell you. Almost, if that's the case, what are these two up to? Without waiting for Jiang Che to figure it out, he received a message from the two at about the same time. When are you free? Would like to ask you to meet with the three of us brothers. This is? Jiang Che was head over heels in confusion. These three great uncles of mine want to see me? It's not going to be a joint effort to beat me up like in my last life, is it? Can't blame him for thinking that, it's just that in his last life his three uncles beat him up rather deeply. After thinking about it, Jiang Che edited a message. Why do you want to see me all of a sudden, for good reason? Jiang Che first sent the message to Tang Feisan, then copied and pasted it to Tang Feilin. Drip drip drip. Two system beeps came in a row. Tang Feisan, my introduction of you to Xiao Ran was known by Big Brother and Second Brother. Tang Feilin, I told Big Brother and Older Brother about you and Xiao Ran. Hiss. Jiang Che sucked in a breath of cool air. Showdown so soon? So this is really about beating him up? Jiang Che raised his hand and looked at his muscles, which made him feel secure. Come on. If you have the guts to come, he'll beat you so bad you won't even recognize your mother. Of course, this harsh words Jiang Che was just thinking about it in his heart. His three uncles really wanted to make a move with him to avoid getting beaten up, he would at most run a little faster. With the speed he had worked out from running early in the morning every day, it was still doable to get rid of them. The more he thought about it, the more Jiang Che felt that it was necessary for him to get up early and run. It looks like we need to work out harder in the future. Just as Jiang Che was making a secret decision in his mind, Tang Feilin and Tang Feisan once again sent a message. Tang Feisan, what I didn't expect was that Second Brother would introduce Xiao Ran to someone as well. Tang Feilin, I didn't realize Lao San had introduced Xiao Ran to a boyfriend before. Seeing this, Jiang Che turned his head towards himself in the mirror. The object in Tang Feisan's mouth and the boyfriend mentioned by Tang Feilin are the same person. It's all him. Drip. Tang Feisan, my second brother said that the person he introduced to Xiao Ran is even better than you, and said that Xiao Ran likes him. How can that be? Tang Feisan, that's something you can never believe. Tang Feisan, I'm telling you, 9 times out of 10, it's because Xiao Ran was too embarrassed to reject the other party, that's why she didn't put on a cold face. Jiang Che inhaled, his emotions indescribably complex. I know. It's good that you know. Tang Feisan breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Jiang Che would misunderstand Xiao Ran. Drip. Jiang Che received another message from Tang Feilin. Just now Lao San told me that Xiao Ran is already with that guy, I don't believe it. I sent a message to Xiao Ran and asked her how she feels about you. She said very good. I knew it was because Xiao Ran was too kind, that's why she didn't have the heart to reject the person Lao San introduced to her. Jiang Che's expression was getting more and more odd. So is he really overthinking? His second and third uncles really wanted him to be with Tang Yunran? Don Felsen, what time do you have? Tang Feilin, when are you free? Now that it's summer vacation, I'm free. After Jiang Che sent it, he continued the previous operation, copy plus paste. Then make an appointment for this Saturday afternoon. Are you free Saturday afternoon? Could be. Good, then. Then it's settled. The meeting with the three uncles was finalized. Originally, they were staying at a hotel, and could have just met up, but considering their parents, who had been very tight-lipped about the three of them falling in love early. Even though their sister is 18, their mom and dad did put the word out to them that they are not allowed to fall in love until they are 25. They also clearly remembered that when Tang Feisan was in high school, he took a girl to the movies and stayed out all night, and the girl's parents came to the door to demand justice. In fact, that night Tang Feisan rode an electric bike to take the girls up the mountain to shoot slingshots. Since he was a child, Tang Feisan has always loved to shoot slingshots, and his skill is still very accurate. In order to show off in front of his favorite girl, Tang Feisan took his beloved slingshot to the mountains to shoot birds for the girl to see. They ended up getting lost and didn't come back all night. Since then, their mom and dad have been even more strict about their early love affairs. Especially to Tang Yunran, the three of them were a little better off being male. In fact, it's not really safe for boys to go out nowadays. Their parents explicitly forbade it to Tang Yunran, saying that before the age of 25, they should never fall in love. He also said that if Tang Yunran dared to talk, he would break the wolf cub's legs. Considering the situation, the three of them thought it would be better to wait until the hot spring trip was over. After Jiang Che exited WeChat, he suddenly remembered something and was busy tapping on his cell phone album and flipping through the photos from the last 2 days. It's the picture of Tang Yunran with her hat and skirt blown up by the wind. He set this photo as both a screensaver and desktop wallpaper. In the photo, the girl's shy look makes her look like she wants to be kissed. In fact, he didn't hold back and hugged Tang Yunran's picture and kissed it several times in a row. No, the inner X is showing in this picture. What if someone borrows my cell phone and that's what they see? Thinking of this, Jiang Che hurriedly changed the other wallpapers and screensavers, while setting the phone's photos as private and naming them as study materials. That's okay. The next day, the hot spring tour ends. It was early in the morning, and Jiang Che started to pack up after his run. "Brother, my bag, these are mine," Zhang Yuan said as he pointed to the 5 large bulging bags leaning against the wall. "What did you buy?" "Souvenir." "Souvenirs? Buy so many?" Jiang Che picked up the bag. He thought it was heavy, but he didn't expect it to be quite light. "What the hell is it loaded with?" "You stay out of it." Zhang Yuan's words had just been finished when the bag Jiang Che was carrying in his hand suddenly broke, and the plush doll rolled all over the place. "So many dolls?" Jiang Che looked toward the other bags. "It won't be filled with all of this, right?" "Just, what's wrong? Buy so many? Where did you get that much money?" Jiang Che didn't think that the $1,000 he had given Zhang Yuan could buy so many plush dolls. "Huh? Why does this doll look so familiar?" Jiang Che said as he picked up a pink plush doll with long ears from the ground. Chapter 101 Zhang Yuan in Love? I remember. Isn't that the doll from the balloon tying stand? He was originally unconcerned about these little girls' favorite things, mainly because when he was on a date with Tang Yunran the day before yesterday, Tang Yunran glanced several times towards that doll. It was then that he asked her if she liked it. Liked that he helped her win it. She said it's something little girls like and she's not a little girl anymore and walked away. Jiang Che looked towards the dolls scattered on the ground again, and he realized that all of these plush dolls were from that balloon tying stand. How did you get it? Tying balloons may seem simple, but it actually takes both luck and strength. And most importantly, there has to be money. So it wasn't that easy. It's not even easy to win one gift yet, let alone so many stuffed animals. Jiang Che felt that even if Zhang Yuan used all of that $1,000 to tie balloons, he wouldn't be able to get that many gifts. A friend tied it, he didn't want it so he gave it to me. Zhang Yuan returned. Friends? You have a friend here? Which friends? How come I don't know? Jiang Che smelled a trace of danger. He wondered if a wolf was going to take his cubs. If there is, just break the other guy's legs. What do you care? I'm your brother, it's only right that I mind you. Are you in menopause? It's more annoying than mom. Then you talk to me. Jiang Che was so nervous about this that he was worried about a pig arching over his family's cabbage. You're really annoying. Zhang Yuan lazily ignored Jiang Che. Is someone chasing you? Zhang Yuan sprayed directly from his sip of water and breathlessly rolled his eyes at Jiang Che. You have a vivid imagination. Wu Qingshu is after her. Oh. Laughing at someone. Speaking of these dolls was still the day before yesterday after she and Wu Qingshu separated and then saw that was 2 hours later. When she saw Wu Qingshu again, Wu Qingshu's entire body was frustrated to the point of no return, and at that time she was guessing whether it could be that Wu Qingshu had seen the image of her brother and Tang Yunran together and had been viciously irritated. For the sake of the sugared chestnuts in her hand, she felt she should go up and comfort them, so she went over in her wheelchair. She said to Wu Qingshu in a serious tone, things like lost love can't be held back, you have to let it out. After she said this, she observed Wu Qingshu's struggling expression, gritting her teeth and wanting to hit someone. She continued indifferently, look over there, there's a challenge to tie balloons, why don't you take those out? I have a lot of free money? Wu Qingshu said breathlessly. Right. Don't you have quite a lot of money? Anyway, for Valentine's Day, you don't have a girlfriend to spend it on, it's useless to keep it, so you might as well vent it out. Zhang Yuan continued to comfort and persuade. Wu Qingshu's teeth grinded and creaked, and finally ghosted over to the balloon tying stall. $10 3 times. Wu Qingshu gave the floor stall owner a $100 bill. It had to be said that Wu Qingshu's luck was really bad that day, hitting one balloon after hitting it 30 times in a row. This has made Wu Qingshu angry, and he keeps smashing money again. Finally wrap up the stall and take your time to fight. At the end of the day, the money was gone, and there was this huge pile of dolls left. What did he, a man, need these dolls for? So he cheapened Zhang Yuan. The recollection proceeds here and retracts. Zhang Yuan looked up at Zhang Che. You hurry up and pick up my dolls and load them up. Mom and Dad are rushing outside. Zhang Che carefully stared at Zhang Yuan's face. Just from the way Zhang Yuan reacted just now, she should not be lying. That friend of hers was purely just her friend and didn't have that kind of crooked mind towards her. Thinking of this, Zhang Che was relieved. With the packing almost done, the family drove off to head home. Honey, be careful. Zhang Mingquan carefully helped Linya into the car. I'm only just pregnant, I don't have a big belly yet. You're exaggerating, aren't you? Linya said so on her lips, but her face was overflowing with happiness that she couldn't hide. You have to be even more careful when you're newly pregnant. The placenta is still unstable. From now on, you must not do the heavy work yourself. Let me do what I need to do, and if I don't do it anymore, I'll let Xiao Che do it. If I don't do it anymore, I'll let Xiao Che do it. Also, you should quit your job. You work in a factory and sit all the time. It's not good for pregnant women. That's not good. I'm so old. If I quit, how will I find a job later? Why are you still looking for a job? Now that the family's conditions are better and you've been working hard for so many years, it's time to think about the blessings. Zhang Mingquan said while casting a glance at Zhang Che and Zhang Yuan, asking them to help talk about it as well. Yeah. Mom, Dad's right. I've turned over a lot more money in the stock market now, and one thing I didn't tell you is that I actually bought another house in our neighborhood privately. Originally, Zhang Che wanted to say that he had bought 2 more houses in the Autumn Water District, but he was afraid that Linya would irritate and have a bad effect on the fetus. And buy a house can easily be a few million, even if the stock market and then make money, there must be a bottom line. He now told Linya and Zhang Mingquan that he bought 2 sets of houses, but also bought a villa in the Purple County city. They will certainly be suspicious. What? You bought another set? See, just like that, both Linya and Zhang Mingquan were shocked. There was also Zhang Yuan, who was also looking at the inspection vehicle with rounded double big eyes, the bottom of his eyes full of disbelief. What stocks did you buy? Make so much money? Zhang Mingquan was puzzled. He believed that Zhang Che, who had suddenly become knowledgeable, would manage his money well, so he didn't interfere much with Zhang Che's operations in the stock market. Even if he interfered, he wouldn't understand. But even if you don't know anymore, you are a person who has lived for nearly 40 years, and there are people around him who play stocks, and his leader plays. So more or less still know some. I'm actually not just playing stocks, but I've made some investments in other areas, and the more money I make, the more money I make. Zhang Che could see that Zhang Mingquan was getting skeptical, and if he was given the chance to repeat himself, he would still say that. Because he felt that the matter of his other 2 houses in the Autumn Water District would one day be too much for paper to wrap around. It would be even more troublesome to explain when it was discovered than it is now. That's why from the very beginning he thought of finding a suitable opportunity so that Linya and Zhang Mingquan could accept this matter to the greatest extent possible. You're not engaging in loan sharking, are you? Zhang Mingquan asked worriedly. Chapter 102, Meeting the Old Man. When Zhang Mingquan mentioned this, Linya followed suit and became worried. Zhang Che held his forehead. Dad, I'm your son, what kind of person do you think I am? How could I have done something so unethical? At that moment, Zhang Yuan interjected. So you're abducting women? The corner of Zhang Che's mouth twitched. While I admit I'm handsome, I'm not so handsome that I can get a woman to come with me by hooking my hand, am I? Then you're a child abductor. Zhang Che. Zhang Che reached out and pulled on Zhang Yuan's face, stretching it. What's going on in that brain of yours? Ouch, it hurts, Mom, look. Brother pulled my face again, it hurts. That's not even your bull. Little Che, you really didn't do anything illegal? Linya had a worried face. She didn't ask for her child to be successful, but at least to be an honorable person. If Zhang Che really did something illegal, she would definitely blame herself for not educating her child well. Mom, just put 1,000 hearts and 10,000 hearts into your stomach. I promise that I will never do anything like that. Jiang Che solemnly guaranteed with a serious face. With such a serious assurance from Jiang Che, Lingya and Jiang Mingquan were able to rest assured. On the way back, Jiang Che was in charge of driving and Jiang Yuan sat on the passenger side. Jiang Mingquan took care of Lingya in the back, serving tea and water, and asking her if she wanted to throw up and if she was carsick. Seeing this stance, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but turn around and ask, "Mom, was brother just an accident?" Jiang Yuan felt that his parents were true love and his brother was an accident under true love. "You're the one who's an accident." Jiang Che disliked back. "It's really true, your brother was indeed an accident," Jiang Mingquan said. He Jiang Yuan hemmed and hawed at Jiang Che. Jiang Mingquan hadn't finished his words, "You were also an accident." Jiang Mingquan said this to Jiang Yuan. "Ha ha." Jiang Che turned his head and laughed back at Jiang Yuan. Followed by Jiang Che and Jiang Yuan thought of the child in Linya's stomach. As far as he was not an accident, it was planned to come. Do you guess whether it's a brother or a sister? Idle and bored, Jiang Yuan found a topic to chat with Jiang Che. The road was long and it was inevitable that he would get tired from driving long distances all the time, so Jiang Yuan struck up a conversation with him and he was willing to talk. "I'm guessing sister. My sister is a good bully and my brother doesn't listen." "I don't want a sister, I want a brother." "What if she has a baby sister who takes the doll from her?" "Hey! So you want a girl in the future?" Jiang Yuan got further and further away. "I like girls." Jiang Che wanted a daughter who resembled Tang Yunran. "What about you?" Jiang Che asked back. Jiang Yuan bristled, "I don't want anything." Jiang Che glanced toward Jiang Yuan suspiciously. "Didn't you say that no one would marry me in the future with my temper?" "Good thing too, old brother, I'll admit my bad luck and keep you." Go go go. "Who wants you to support me, when I can stand up on my legs? I'll work part-time to support myself in the future." Jiang Yuan said that on his lips, but in fact, his heart was touched. Her pitiful old brother, although annoying most of the time, she actually knew in her heart that he still cared about her. Thinking about it, Jiang Yuan saw a car pulling over in front of him, and a young man standing by the side of the car waving his hand. "Brother! Stop it, look at that guy." Jiang Che looked towards the side of the road in front of him, and the person standing beside the car was none other than his great-uncle Tang Fei Mu. Jiang Che stopped the car, and just as he got out of the car, he saw that his old husband from his previous life, Tang Feng, had also gotten out of the car. All son-in-laws have a feeling of weakness when they see their old man, but Jiang Che didn't. Because his old husband in his previous life had kinda appreciated him, and thought it was right for him to focus on his work. Because Tang Feng himself was also a man with a strong sense of endeavor, and had also fought his way up from nothing with his own hands. It may be that he sympathized with him in his previous life because he saw that his experience was very similar to his. "Hello, our car is out of gas, can I buy some gas from you?" Tang Fei Mu boarded Zhang Guoji face looking at the guessing said. Tang Fei Mu looks most like Tang Feng, both of them are standard country face, the kind of square mini-world. "It's just a little oil, no need to buy it, you can have it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to please your great-uncle and old husband. He must take advantage of it." "That's not good, we don't know each other, we don't want what you gave us," Tang Feilin said, taking out $100. "No really, you guys are too kind, If you don't take it, your oil, we don't want it either," Tang Fei Mu continued to say with a country face. Tang Feng on the side frowned at Jiang Che, although he knew he meant well, he was a businessman, and in business, he paid with one hand and delivered with the other. He never took advantage of others. "All right then." Jiang Che stared at Tang Feng suspiciously. He also didn't know if it was his illusion. Why did he feel that the way Tang Feng looked at him wasn't very friendly? In his previous life, Tang Feng had never looked at him with such eyes. Every time he came, Tang Feng would pull him to talk about business matters, and the more he talked, the more he appreciated him. Now this look, it's very wrong. In the car, the middle-aged woman had been hooking her head to look at Jiang Che. "Ran, look, that young man is quite handsome." Tang Yunran didn't have the heart to care if others were handsome or not, but when Suwon pulled her to look, she had to take a perfunctory look anyways. As a result, Tang Yunran froze when she turned her head. "Why Jiang Che? Hey! It's him?" Tang Feilin turned around and saw Jiang Che. Tang Feilin looked at Tang Feilin in confusion. "You know him?" Tang Feilin had wanted to say that that person was the one he had introduced to Tang Yunran, but considering that Suwon was still in the car, he swallowed back hard. Changing his tone, he said, "Can't say I know much about it, it's Rance alumni." Hearing Tang Feilin say this, Tang Feilin smiled in his heart. "He's the one I'm going to introduce to Xiaoran. How's it going? Surprised? Surprised? So you're Xiaoran's alumni? That's quite a coincidence." Suwon looked at Jiang Che a few more times. Jiang Che was now helping to put gas in their car, quite attentive. This young man, this is good, helpful, rarely seen. The more Suwon looked at Jiang Che, the more she felt that he was quite good. Hearing Suwon praise Jiang Che, Tang Yunran's heart followed suit. In her previous life, her mother was most worried about her in Jiang Che's affairs. She liked Jiang Che did not take the initiative to mention with Suwon, but knowing a daughter is like a mother, Suwon has long seen that she likes Jiang Che. Moreover, her and Suwon's personalities were very similar. Once she chose to identify, it was something that even 10 oxen couldn't pull back. When Suwon was young, she followed her father before she graduated from college, despite the obstacles. No matter how hard people said, she had no choice but to stick to her own choice. Chapter 103, Old Wife's Girl Can't Help Being Teased. Tang Yunran wasn't the only one who was happy when Suwon complimented Jiang Che, there was also Tang Feilin and Tang Feisen. How to say that Jiang Che was also the person they had picked for Tang Yunran, and receiving Suwon's affirmation, his heart was indescribably proud. Tang Feisen looked towards Tang Feilin in triumph, only to just look over and realize that Tang Feilin was looking towards him in triumph. What the hell is this? Jiang Che is his chosen one. What's he so proud of? After borrowing the gas, Jiang Che returned to the car, and this time it was Jiang Mingxuan's turn to drive. Jiang Che sat in the back, took out his cell phone, prepared to send a message to Tang Yunran, and just after editing it, he received a message from Tang Yunran first. What a coincidence really. Jiang Che took a look, wasn't this the message he had just edited and was ready to send? They really do have a heart-to-heart. Thinking of this, Jiang Che cheerfully raised his eyebrows and was in a good mood. Moving to delete the message he had just edited, he re-edited and sent a new one over. It means our destiny is predestined. Just within 2 seconds of sending it over, Jiang Che heard the sound of a system alert ring out. Love experience value plus 268. This wife girl can't help but be amused. Keep teasing. Next, the two of them, Jiang Che and Tang Yunran, had a word for each other as you sent over and I sent over. Jiang Yuan, who was sitting on the side, turned her head towards Jiang Che, who was heatedly giggling, and skimmed her mouth in disgust. Putting on her headphones, she continued to go to the B station to brush up on her ambiguous-oriented editing video of double chivalry. A little goes in, and a standard rotund grin appears on his face. The atmosphere in the car was quite cheerful and harmonious. Jiang Che had just returned home when he received a call from Li Hao. Back? That was a good call, I just got home. Going to an internet cafe? Playing games? Nonsense, you don't play games to catch up on the show? In his previous life, Jiang Che and Li Hao often went to internet cafes to play games. In fact, they could also play at home, but the atmosphere was definitely not as good as an internet cafe. And the computer configurations in internet cafes are better than those at home. There is also playing the game will always give a person a sense of immersion, so when playing the excitement, it is inevitable that you will not be able to control the utterance of some excited words. Once these inappropriate comments are made, they will be caught by the parents, and needless to say, the result will be a mouthful, not to mention a real you. Children as old as they are in the rebellious stage, do not want to be controlled. Parents in the ear chattering about the axioms. How many people can listen to the axioms? Can really listen to the axiom of the parents do not need to talk endlessly, they hold the book to study well every day to go up. And you don't have to care about that when you play games in an internet cafe, you can play as much as you want, freely. Going or not? Li Hao asked again after hearing no half response on the phone. I shouldn't even go to internet cafes in the future. Jiang Che had made up his mind long ago when he was reborn over. Until today, he has never been to an internet cafe. Not only did he not go, he didn't even touch the game again. What? What did you say? Li Hao stated that he had hallucinated. Jiang Che, a game fanatic, actually said that he would never go to an internet cafe again. It was also some time ago that he could understand that Jiang Che did not go to the internet cafe during the final exams, and now that it was the big summer vacation, Jiang Che even told him that he would never go to the internet cafe again, which was just too mind-boggling. You have a fever? At least 40 degrees, right? Li Hao felt that without 40 degrees, Jiang Che couldn't possibly say something like that. Just as Li Hao was thinking this, Jiang Che's earnest voice rang out on the phone. Fatty, it's not easy for our parents to raise us, they raised us to adulthood, we can't just know how to eat, drink and have fun, we have to study hard and repay them. The more Jiang Che said, the more bizarre Li Hao felt. Jiang Che hadn't finished his words. Your family is well off, but it's all because your parents fought for it, we're all men with hands and feet, we need to make a career on our own. I'm going to wait until my senior year, when I have more time, I'll start my own business. If you want, we brothers can be together. At this moment, Li Hao's mouth was wide open, big enough to accommodate an egg. Lao Jiang, I can hear you, you don't have a fever, you have a terminal illness. If they're not terminally ill, how can they say something so enlightening? That's not something you'd expect from someone their age, is it? How he heard it sounded like something his mom and dad used to whisper into his ear. In fact, he understands all these great things his parents say, and knows they are doing it for his own good, he just doesn't want to do that, he just resists the reluctance. To put it simply, it's getting in the way of his freedom. Old John Ah. What kind of terminal disease do you have? How long do you have to live? Have you told your parents? Jiang Che breathlessly rolled his eyes at the mirror in front of him, and this big eye roll of his was deeply inspired by Jiang Yuan. It really was true that those who were close to the ink were black, and he was going to be brought down by Jiang Yuan. I meant what I said, I'm not terminally ill, Old Jiang. Do you still treat me as a brother? It's come to this point and you're still not telling me the truth. Don't worry about telling me, you definitely won't tell anyone else. I swear. Jiang Che. How come it doesn't make sense to you? Old Jiang, I know it all, you don't have to say anything. Okay then, I'll stop talking and I'll hang. With a beep sound, Jiang Che directly hung up the phone. It can be considered an earworm. What turned out to be unexpected for Jiang Che was that half an hour later, Li Hao came to their house and knocked on the door. As soon as Linya opened the door, he saw Li Hao with a crying expression, looking at Linya confused. Is Lao Jiang home? He's in his room. Li Hao observes Linya's expression, which is calm, and guesses that Jiang Che must not have told his family about his terminal illness. It was also true that he had heard Jiang Che say that his mom was pregnant, and if he told his family about it, Linya, who was pregnant at an advanced age, would most likely be overstimulated, and it would be tragic if she died in one body. That's why he had to hold back even if it was hard for him and act like nothing happened. At that moment, Jiang Che heard Li Hao's voice coming out of the room. As soon as he came out, he saw Awesome looking at him with an extremely complex, odd, and stoic expression. Looking at it, it seems that the emotion is about to be unable to pocket, and finally pulled into a bun face completely collapsed, did not hold back towards him wildly ran over, hug him. Chapter 104 Jiang Che has a terminal illness? Howling out loud. Ao Lao Jian Ah. How did you just ah? Li Hao shouted with a snotty nose and tears, as if he had died his own mother. The corners of Jiang Che's mouth were twitching, and he made a move to tug on Li Hao's clothes to pick them off twice, who knew that he was still holding himself tighter. Jiang Yuan heard the commotion and came out from his room, looking at the unspeakable light, he was suddenly excited. Usually she knocked through the screen, but now that she could knock to a real person, she would have let out a chicken, duck, and goose squawk if she wasn't afraid of disturbing them. What's wrong? Rinya asked, confused. Li Hao cried even more when he heard Linya ask this. He thought to himself that if Linya knew that her precious son was terminally ill, he didn't know how sad he would be. He lost his love. Jiang Che pulled a line, then dragged Li Hao into his room. You're sick. Jiang Che said breathlessly. You're the one who's sick, Lao Jiang. Just tell me, what kind of disease do you have? Sick of wanting to punch someone. Jiang Che growled through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Li Hao hurriedly let go and backed out a few steps, keeping a distance of 3 steps from Jiang Che before sweeping his eyes up and down on Jiang Che's body. Only Jiang Che's color was red and shiny, not at all like he was sick. What's your brain circuit? You're the one who's sick. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Li Hao was stunned. You really aren't sick. Jiang Che cast a blank stare at Li Hao, letting him experience it himself. Seeing this, if Li Hao continued to think that Jiang Che was sick, then the one who was sick would really be him. Not sick, why don't you go to the internet cafe for goodness sake? You don't go to an internet cafe and call it sick? No. Didn't you used to drag me to the internet cafe? Can't I just return the prodigal son now? Okay, very okay. After Li Hao nodded, he searched for a few seconds, and the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't figure it out. Old Jiang, what exactly have you been stimulated by? What's gotten into him? It's just that he's been relived and has come to a great realization. Of course, you wouldn't believe that even if I told you. Probably just think he's got a delusional middle child. Can't you just suddenly figure it out? After 2 seconds of silence, Jiang Che looked at Li Hao. Fatty, let me ask you, do you really intend to gnaw on your old age in the future? In his previous life, when Li Hao was in college, he still had the ambition to retaliate, but after 4 years of wasted time in college, the person was completely wasted, and he just wanted to be a salted fish. Li Hao's eyebrows twisted into lumps. Old age is not a very nice word to say. And while his family was well off, it was a lot worse than the really rich. He could nibble away at his old age, it's just that conditions later in life might make it difficult for him to have a wealthy life, or at best, do nothing and be clothed and fed. Don't ask me, do you? I'm going to start a business. As soon as you get to senior year you start? What I just told you on the phone about waiting until your senior year to start your own business was actually false. He knew that Jiang Che was just saying that, a college student who hadn't come out of school yet, had no background conditions, and didn't know anyone, so how could it be so easy to start a business from scratch? Just as Li Hao thought so, Jiang Che's voice rang out. I actually want to start a business now. What? Li Hao was surprised by Jiang Che's words. You're not kidding, are you? Starting a business now? With what? Jiang Che didn't say anything and just looked at Li Hao with a serious face. Li Hao's eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Che's expression. No way? Lao Jiang, are you really planning to start a business? Aha! Jiang Che nodded. No. Do you have any money? Yes? Pressing money? Jiang Che didn't bother to explain and tapped on his cell phone bank. I'll go. As soon as Li Hao pulled the cell phone out of Jiang Che's hand, his eyes were as wide as bronze bells as he looked at the account balance on the phone. So many zeros? Old Jiang, you. You're robbing a bank? You think you can rob a bank that much? Li Hao counted from the last zero and felt that Jiang Che wasn't robbing the bank anymore, but moving it. So you're abducting women? These words sounded quite familiar to Jiang Che. Do you take me for a trafficked sodomite? So valuable? Also, don't say I kidnap kids, unless the IQ is over 300, it's not worth that much. Jiang Che's words were blocked in time, and just a little bit later, Li Hao was about to ask him if he was abducting children. Old Jiang, where on earth did you get so much money? I won the lottery a while back. That I know. Why else would Jiang Che's family have moved to this autumn water district? You don't have much money left in your hand with this house and car purchase, do you? And as far as he knew, Jiang Yuan's leg would also require a considerable amount of medical expenses. I actually bought the stock and then got lucky and flipped it. That good? Then you keep buying stocks, keep flipping, snowballing like that, boy. The richest man will have to give way to you. Li Hao felt so excited just thinking about it. Although the person who might become the richest man wasn't him, bragging to others that he had a richest friend was unbelievably cool. Li Hao's words left Jiang Che speechless. Haven't you heard that the stock market is risky and you need to be careful when investing? Just stop when it's appropriate, don't take a chance or you really won't even have a pair of pants left in the end. Speaking of which, Li Hao thought of his sophomore roommate. Jiangcheng University had a rule that all students had to live in a dormitory after they reached their sophomore year. At the beginning of the new semester, he would be a sophomore, and then he would be able to see that roommate friend of his. The roommate's family is average, in school when the stock market is obsessed, but that play is still small. After going out from school, he let himself go and devoted himself to the stock market. What does it mean that the stock market has abused me 1,000 times, but I treat the stock market like my first love? That roommate of his took that line to the extreme. He ended up dumping his family and living in the park under the overpass. You're right. Li Hao nodded in agreement. My dad often just gets his ears twisted by my mom, telling him to stop sending money into the stock market. Back to the main topic. Old Jiang, are you really planning to start a business? It's not cooked. So what are you going to do? Chapter 105, You're not pregnant, are you? Jiang Che's brows furrowed, there's no particularly good idea yet. In his previous life, Jiang Che was engaged in self-media, first as an individual, then opened a studio, and finally got bigger, so he opened his own company. In the context of the era of big data, self-media has become more and more closely linked with people's daily life. The future of this industry is still very considerable. Coupled with his own experience, if he still chooses this field, it is tantamount to a return to his old profession, and the development can be said to be in the right place at the right time. But since we're in a new life, isn't it too monotonous to follow the same path as before? Fatty, what are you trying to do? Lee Hao thought about it. I want to open a restaurant. The idea of a people's food is pretty good. However, you really need to open a restaurant to open your own specialty, otherwise it's hard to make a living. The two men had been chatting idly, Geller's blueprints for the future. Evening. Jiang Che took the initiative to send a message to Tang Yunran. Have you eaten? Eaten, have you? I ate and took a shower on the way. The conversation was simple, but in the hearts of the young couple it was unbelievably happy. As he sent it, Jiang Che suddenly sent it. I missed you. Love experience value plus 545. Tang Yunran pursed her lips as she looked at the message sent by Jiang Che, her heartbeat accelerating and surging with love and tide. After slowing down for 2 seconds, he replied to Jiang Che's message. Me too. What is it? Jiang Che deliberately teased Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran knows. Thinking of you. Seeing those 2 words, Jiang Che grinned out like a sizable cutie. Can you turn on the video? Wait a minute. Tang Yunran put down her cell phone, jumped off the bed, and stood in front of the mirror, taking a comb and combing it over her head. After brushing your hair, it was time to start organizing your instrumental grooming. Only after doing this did Tang Yunran click on the video. The video turned on and the two didn't speak, just looked at each other. Ahem. In the end, it was Jiang Che who spoke first. Are you free to hang out tomorrow? I don't have time tomorrow, I'm going to the hospital tomorrow. To the hospital? When Jiang Che heard this, he immediately tensed up. What's wrong with you? Where are you uncomfortable? How could he not be nervous? The reason why Tang Yunran's body had always smelled faintly of medicine was because she was born in poor health and had grown up drinking Chinese medicine. After marrying her in a previous life, I often heard her coughing unwell. Not that I'm sick, it's my mom, her appetite hasn't been very good for the past few days, she keeps wanting to throw up, and she asked me to go with her. Hearing that getting sick wasn't too easy, Jiang Che was relieved. This reaction from your mom, she's not pregnant, is she? That's how his mom, Rinya, has been reacting the last few days, and it's making his dad nervous. My mom is over 40, do you think it's possible? Tang Yunran said with a breathless spit. What's so impossible about that? I saw on the news a while back that a 61-year-old grandmother was pregnant with twins. My mom's had enough, and she's not going to want any more, okay? And what if your dad wants it? You think my dad is your dad? Phew. She's showing her face again. How did you know my dad wanted it? Jiang Che stared straight at the girl in the screen with both eyes as he finished asking this. Tang Yunran's eyes flickered, her face flustered, and she stammered, I just said that. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow and made a motionless O sound. He found it kind of fun to catch Tang Yunran's pigtails on a daily basis. I'm free the day after tomorrow, let's meet the day after tomorrow. Tang Yunran said as she busily changed the topic. The day after tomorrow, Jiang Che's brows furrowed. The day after tomorrow he had a meeting scheduled with his 3 uncles. You're not available the day after tomorrow? There's something the day after tomorrow. Jiang Che didn't plan to tell Tang Yunran about this, he was afraid that she would worry wildly. After all, in his previous life, those 3 brothers of hers couldn't wait to see him and beat him up once, so if he met with them alone, could she not think too much? Oh, Tang Yunran lowered her long eyelashes, an obvious expression of disappointment hanging on her face. The day after tomorrow, I'll pick you up the day after tomorrow. Good. Tang Yunran was instantly energized, her dulled eyes suddenly brightening. Seeing Tang Yunran's deplorable appearance, Jiang Che really wanted to reach his hand to the end of the screen and touch Tang Yunran on her head. It's just too cute. After this phone call ended, Jiang Che laid down on his bed, organizing the gains of the past few days. That said, these days he was so focused on his relationship with Tang Yunran that he completely ignored the system, and after so many days had passed and each day had been so intense, he was curious as to how much experience value the system had now. Jiang Che clicked on it. Drink. He sucked in a sharp breath and slapped his chest, almost shocked. 9 figures. Jiang Che looked at himself in the mirror and thought of Li Hao's reaction to looking at his cell phone bank account in the afternoon. At the time he was still mentally sputtering fussing. Right now it doesn't look like there's much difference between him and Li Hao. The difference is just the numbers. So much. It's all because of Tang Yunran. A wife is power. No wonder it is said that behind a successful man, there is often a good woman who supports him unreservedly. Isn't he really living up to that now? Their family depends on the wife's efforts. Looking at the money, he suddenly had a very salty thought. With all this money, why would I create a business? Wouldn't it be nice to just kiss and hug and raise my wife high every day? This idea came out for less than 5 seconds before Jiang Che shot himself down. That's right, with the system on my side, I could have been a salted fish, but what woman doesn't like her man to be motivated? At the very least, there is motivation. Men who are motivated are the most attractive to women. And those who have money are attracted to the opposite sex for nothing more than money. I can't be a salty fish, I can't let Ran look down on me. Jiang Che's expression was incomparably serious as he said this. I still want to start a business. Just do what? Jiang Che raised his hand to touch his chin, thinking carefully. After simmering in brain cells to death, he felt that there was no hurry in this matter, and that he could talk to Tang Yunran when he met with her the day after tomorrow. It wasn't that Tang Yunran could give him any good advice, but a husband and wife were of one mind, and it was also a sign of respect for her. This is how a home can be most harmonious. System, take out $1 million for the lottery. It was the first time Jiang Che had been so wealthy and generous with the system. Okay, let's start the drawing for you. Wait a minute. Jiang Che suddenly came up with a good idea. Chapter 106 Formal Meeting with 3 Uncles. First, free up 100,000 and redeem an Ocean Experience voucher for me. The Ocean Experience coupon, that's a real treat. 100,000 for one. It used to be expensive, but now he has plenty. It's only one exchange, 10 would be a breeze. It just so happens that I'm going to meet with my 3 uncles the day after tomorrow, and with the Ocean Experience vouchers by my side, that's a lot of peace of mind. Okay, the exchange is complete, start using. Drawing begins. Congratulations to the host, 200 experience points. Congratulations to the host, drawing 200 experience points, plus 2. Congratulations to the host, drawing 200 experience points, plus 3. Congratulations to the host, drawing 200 experience points, plus 99. It's a work in progress. That was awesome. Jiang Che had long missed the days when he used to have Ocean Experience coupons. It was because he was suffering from being too poor, and now that he had Ocean Experience coupons once again, the feeling of ascension came once again. Congratulations to the host, drawing the physical quality improvement 0.8% attribute. It's only 0.8%, but a mosquito is still meat. Congratulations to the host, who drew the Charm Boost 9 attribute. Another facelift? Jiang Che touched his face and said to the system, this face is handsome enough now, if it continues to be handsome, will it make Ran insecure? The system didn't bother with him. Congratulations to the host, 200 experience points. Don't get too busy drawing for me yet, do you think I should use this charm boost I drew? Although it's good to be handsome, but... Before Jiang Che could finish his words, he heard the system's mechanical voice continue to ring in his head. Congratulations to the host, 200 experience points. Never mind if we don't talk, I'll find someone else to talk to. To whom? Looking for Li Hao? Fatty, do you think a man who is too handsome will give a girl a sense of insecurity? Jiang Che sent a message to Li Hao. Drip. Single dogs can be quick to reply to messages. Once you're in love, you don't bring back messages for 800 years, and the phone keeps ringing while the other party is on the line. I think so. After receiving Li Hao's affirmation, Jiang Che felt that it was better not to continue improving his face value. Drip. Li Hao sent another message. So I just keep eating and eating and eating and eating and trying to get a little bit lower in face value so the girls feel safe. Jiang Che. That's an excuse for you to eat, okay? Jiang Che breathlessly sent a message over. It's true. Jiang Che sent a blank stare. Old Jiang, let me tell you, don't believe me. Actually, before I met Mei Xin, I had secretly chased a girl. There's more to this? Why haven't I heard you say anything about it? You didn't make it up, did you? If I snub you, I'll lose 100 pounds like crazy. When Li Hao said that, Jiang Che believed it. When was that? Strange? Fatty is so close to him, he tells him everything. If it's true, he shouldn't have told him. It was earlier this year when I had a crush on a girl and had the audacity to go over and confess to her. And then what? Then she said I was too fat and agreed to go out with me when she told me to lose 100 pounds. Hearing this, Jung Chae guessed the ending. And what did you answer her then? Though he guessed the ending, he was still curious as to what the process was like. At the time, I told her, with your face and body, I'd lose a pound at most. But Jung Chae's sip of water will directly spray out. You're looking for a fight. You guessed it, and then I got smoked by her. His brain-deficient brother, how can I put it? That being said, how could you be fooled so badly by Marine without lacking a root? Honestly, it's time for you to lose some weight or there's a real chance you'll be a bachelor for the rest of your life. Make me lose weight, that's absolutely impossible. Between love and bread, I would choose bread. Originally, love and bread represented the spiritual and the material. Bread and love are simultaneous relationships. Bread represents material needs, the lower level of needs to satisfy one's physiology, while love represents spiritual needs, the higher level of needs. But when it comes to Li Hao, bread is bread. Literally. Eat. Besides, carrots and greens have their own favorites, and many girls like fat guys like me, so I'm not worried about not having a date in the future. Fair enough, no, you'll find a fat guy just like you. That won't work. I can't stand fat people. Jung Chae. Congratulations to the host, who drew a recipe for a delicacy. Jung Chae tapped to extract the physical object. When I got the book, I flipped through it and my eyes lit up. God help me. Before, I talked to Li Hao about opening a restaurant, and now I let him draw such a unique recipe book. Surely the Ocean Experience coupon is just awesome. Think what you want. In that case, he would have even less to worry about when he met with his 3 uncles the day after tomorrow. In the blink of an eye, the day after tomorrow arrived. Jung Chae looked at the time, it was now 1:30. He had an appointment with his 3 uncles to meet today at 2:30 p.m. He had to get there early to show his good faith. So he arrived half an hour early, who knew that just as he arrived at the entrance of the cafe, he saw the 3 uncles already sitting inside. What the hell? Did he misread the time? Thinking of this, Jung Chae carefully cackled. Couldn't really have misread the time out of nervousness, could it? If that's the case, it's really out of the blue. Blah blah blah. It's bad luck not to talk about death. Jung Chae pulled out his cell phone and it was only 2 p.m. sharp. Did you read the time correctly? Or did he get the appointment wrong? Jung Chae hurriedly clicked on the chat with Tang Fei Sen. It is indeed 2:30 p.m., isn't it? Jung Chae clicked on the chat with Tang Fei Mu again. Still 2:30 p.m. No mistake. So they came earlier? Things were just as Jung Chae thought. Tang Fei Sen's trio arrived 31 minutes early in order to show their friendliness. The 3 Tang Fei Sen brothers sat around a table. When will your men arrive? I thought we said 2:30, not yet. Where's your guy? He'll definitely arrive early. As Tang Fei Lin said this, he placed his cell phone under the table and secretly sent a message over to Jung Chae. Where to? Come early and try to get there before the other side. Tang Fei Sen saw Tang Fei Lin's little action and skimmed his lips. Don't think that just because he can't see your cell phone, he doesn't know you're up to no good. How to say they once lived in the same belly. Tang Fei Sen also secretly sent a message to Jung Chae. You hurry over here and make sure you get there before the other side. Jung Chae received news from Tang Fei Lin and Tang Fei Sen successively, and the expression on his face was so complicated that he couldn't describe it in any words. After slowing down, Jung Chae sent messages over to Tang Fei Sen and Tang Fei Lin at the same time. I'm here. Coming. He's here. Tang Fei Sen stood up and looked towards the door, and with a glance, he saw Jung Chae, who had pushed his way in. Tang Fei Lin also looked towards the door. My people have arrived as well. Following that, the 2 of them simultaneously greeted toward Jung Chae, and at the same time, they opened their mouths to Jung Chae and said, You're here. Chapter 107, surprisingly, it's all Jung Chae. After the words left their mouths, Tang Fei Sen and Tang Fei Lin simultaneously turned their heads towards each other. Shocker. Astonished. Following that, the 2 of them looked towards Jung Chae again at the same time. At this moment, Jung Chae didn't even know what appropriate expression he should display. I'm coming. Hearing this reply, Tang Fei Sin and Tang Fei Lin's mouths subconsciously opened wide, and then again. A few moments later, Tang Fei Sin burst out laughing. Ha ha, I really didn't expect that the person you introduced to second brother was also Jiang Che. I was also not expecting what you said to turn out to be the same person I was introduced to. After saying this, Tang Fei Lin looked at Jiang Che. Why didn't you say so earlier? I don't know what to say. Jiang Che was telling the truth. If he had told Tang Fei Lin a few days ago that he was already with Tang Yunran, what would Tang Fei Lin think? He might have thought that he was deliberately arching his family's cabbage for a long time. You shouldn't blame Jiang Che either. I'm partly to blame for this. I told him and Xiao Ran before that the two of them being together cannot be told to other people, especially you guys. I was also afraid that you guys wouldn't agree. Tang Fei Sin said helpfully. Who blames Jiang Che? I'm just saying, and you're protecting it like this. This is my brother-in-law, of course I'm going to protect him. Say it like he's your brother-in-law alone, he's the brother-in-law of all three of us brothers. Listening to Tang Fei Lin and Tang Fei Sin calling out brother-in-law in every breath, Jiang Che thought of his previous life, where he and Tang Yunran had been married for so long, and hadn't heard them call him a brother-in-law. Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, Tang Fei Mu's cold voice came from his ears. You're calling your brother-in-law before the octogenarian is even out of the picture? You guys agreed, I haven't. When Tang Fei Mu said this, he immediately quieted down. Jiang Che looked towards the serious-looking Tang Fei Mu, thinking to himself how his ocean experience coupon didn't work. From the beginning of the never he had noticed that Tang Fei Mu's expression wasn't very good. Tang Fei Mu looked towards Jiang Che. So it's you, hiding quite deeply. No wonder on the way back from the hot springs, encountered this young man how so attentive, did not expect to be to arch his family cabbage pig. And the oldest two and the oldest three, who had conspired to hide it from him. Jiang Che could hear what Tang Fei Mu was referring to. I'm sorry, it's just not convenient to talk about it that day. When Tang Fei Lin and Tang Fei Sin saw this stern expression on their own big brother's face, the two of them immediately helped each other out with a word from you and a word from me. Big brother, you can't blame Jiang Che for this, weren't mom and dad both present at the time? I agree with what Ergo said. And you are not knowing him now, when you have more contact in the future, you will realize that Mayan Lao San's vision is not bad. By the way, he gave up his life to save mine. If it wasn't for him, I might have gotten my head blown off. Actually, originally, Tang Fei Mu's impression of Jiang Che wasn't very bad, but it couldn't be said to be good either. Simply put, it was the usual and unexceptional kind. But now seeing these two younger brothers of his as if they had been brainwashed, speaking for Jiang Che one sentence at a time, it made him suspect in his mind, what kind of mesmerizing soup had this young man called Jiang Che been poured into by his two younger brothers? Or this person's heart is quite deep, that's why he has fooled his two younger brothers. If that was the case, he would never feel comfortable putting his beloved sister in the hands of such a person. What the hell? Jiang Che's scalp was numb from Tang Fei Mu's look, thinking that he hadn't said anything either? He hadn't done anything to make him feel bad, why was Tang Fei Mu looking at him like this? At this time, Jiang Che thought to himself, if only he possessed a mind-reading system, he would be able to know what was going on in the mind of his great-uncle? A friendly reminder that there are mind-reading experience coupons redeemable in the mall. Is it really this good? Jiang Che hadn't shopped the mall for a long time, and when he heard the system say so, he immediately clicked on the mall and searched the search bar. Sure enough, there's a mind-reading experience coupon. I'll go. It's also too expensive, isn't it? Surprisingly, it's 10 times more expensive than the Ocean Experience coupon. 1 million experience points. Why don't you go grab it? Mind reading belongs to peeping into other people's privacy, and it's natural to have more experience value for this kind of lackluster skill. This explanation, Jiang Che was convinced. To redeem or not to redeem? This is a very serious issue. According to reason, originally, he was carrying the Ocean Experience ticket, and all evils retreated, but at present, Tang Fei Mu's face that had been cloudy, was not very optimistic. Are you bugged? How come my Ocean attribute doesn't react half the time? This system is perfect and will not be questioned. Perfect? He looked more like very narcissistic. Still not open to questioning? Anyone who doesn't take questions is a dimwit. This system has detected the host spitting, and as a punishment, the mind-reading experience coupon will be raised to 2 million experience values. WC. Didn't you just say that mind-reading was lacking, and you read me? Haven't you ever heard that the people are not allowed to light the fire? Jiang Che. If he couldn't do it, he would have wanted to strangle the system. Knowing your own virtues and still say it, you want to piss off the host to find it again, right? Are you redeeming it or not? One must have a backbone. It's all said and done. If he redeems it, he'll hurry up and redeem it for me. Jiang Che thought about it. Backbone is a gas in front of love. Just take a puff and let it go. Listening to Jiang Che's mental changes throughout, the system said that it just wouldn't have rolled its eyes, or else it would have definitely rolled a huge blank stare at you. Successful redemption, statute of limitations 24 hours. So short? The Ocean Experience coupon also has 7 days. Jiang Che had just finished spitting out these words when all sorts of disorganized voices suddenly rang in his head. Tang Feilin, how can we get Big Brother to accept Jiang Che? This young man Jiang Che is really good. If we really miss out, I'm afraid that in the future, it will be hard to find someone like him who both loves his sister and treats Xiaoran well. If that's really the case, I'm afraid that I'd rather Xiaoran never marry anyone in her life. Tang Feilin, what a headache. Looking at Big Brother's appearance, it seems like he's not treating Jiang Che very well. What should we do? Xiaoran and him like each other. If Big Brother really doesn't accept Jiang Che, Xiaoran will definitely be very sad. I have to think of a way to persuade Big Brother. This is what Tang Feilin and Tang Feilin had in mind. He heard you. So Tang Feilin and Tang Feilin have genuinely accepted him. He'll listen to Don Feiwood again and see what he really thinks of him? Chapter 108 Going head to head with brother-in-law. This kid called Jiang Che looks so white. White boy has no good heart. 9 times out of 10, he has used some unseemly means to trick these 2 younger brothers of mine. I'm going to observe and observe. If it's really what I think it is, he must expose this young man's ugly face in front of his 2 younger brothers. TSK, TSK, TSK. He hadn't lost out on spending the 2 million experience points. Luckily, it was redeemed. Jiang Che looked at Tang Feimu's charcoal face and spat furiously regarding that heartfelt activity he had just done. His little white face doesn't have a good heart? That's because you're too dark-faced and envious. How about ordering something to drink first? Jiang Che called for a waiter, using this to divert Tang Feimu's attention. At this time, a girl with clear-looking eyebrows and fair skin walked over and looked at Jiang Che shyly. With this look, anyone with long eyes could see that the girl was interested in Jiang Che. Attracting bees and butterflies is really not a good thing. Tang Feimu thought to himself. Jiang Che stole a quiet sideways glance towards Tang Feimu. What can he do if he's handsome? He's useless in order to not be handsome, and the charisma boost of 9 points that he drew yesterday is still sitting there. Now you're spitting on his good looks? Wouldn't you be thrilled to death if he added 9 more points? Hello, little brother, can I add a WeChat? The girl said as she blinked her big eyes and looked at Jiang Che. Tang Feilin and Tang Feilin didn't say anything and just watched from the sidelines, just like Tang Feimu, waiting to see Jiang Che's performance. Especially Tang Feimu's heartfelt words, Jiang Che heard them clearly. If this brat dares to give her his WeChat, I'll immediately have Xiaoran say bye-bye to him. Are you kidding me? He's gonna give it? Although this girl is quite good-looking, at best she can only be said to be good-looking. Compared to his wife, her body shape and appearance are not as good. In his previous life, he was blind, but in this life, his 2 eyes are bright and shiny. Sorry, I already have a girlfriend. Jiang Che said with a serious face as he looked at the girl in denial. He had refused so much. Tang Feimu must be very satisfied this time. Really ruthless enough, treating a girl without any euphemism or gentleness at all. In the future, if Xiaoran is really with him, she'll definitely be treated rudely. Tang Feimu was very dissatisfied with Jiang Che's behavior. Dish. The corner of Jiang Che's eyes twitched furiously. Really hard to serve. When the girl heard Jiang Che say this, she didn't immediately give up in a hurry, because many girls whose little brothers refused to show their love would use the excuse that they had a girlfriend. In class, the teacher said that no one can succeed casually, encounter difficulties and setbacks, cannot be easily knocked down. We must take one step at a time to meet the difficulties, so that we can ultimately reap the fruits of success. This mental activity of the girl was also heard by Jiang Che. I thought to myself, teachers teach you to study hard and strive to become a member of the future blossoms. Is it so that you don't study hard and know how to fall in love? Little brother, I don't mind if you have a girlfriend, I just want to make friends with you. The 3 Tang Feimu's 6 eyes stared at Jiang Che in unison. At this moment, Jiang Che had a feeling like a man's back, thinking that fortunately he just had 3 uncles. If there were 5, 6, 7 or 8 of them, it would not be fatal. I'm sorry, I don't want my girlfriend to cause unnecessary misunderstandings, so I'd rather forget about adding WeChat. In that case, he'd always be less desperate in his refusal, right? Tang Feimu heart activities began again. This kid in front of us all dare to other girls so gentle, if we are not there, not directly on the hands of the girls directly into their arms? Look at the tone of his voice, he is so gentle that he is afraid of hurting others. If Xiao Ran saw him treating other girls so gently, she would definitely be very sad. Jiang Che really wanted to follow Jiang Yuan's example of rolling a big white eye at Tang Feimu, but reason told him that he couldn't do that, and that if he did it, he might not have a wife. Once again rejected by Jiang Che, the girl remained undiscouraged. WeChat doesn't work, what about adding a QQ? If you're afraid that your girlfriend will find out, you can note me as brother and that will be fine. Men are afraid of grinding, women are afraid of bubbles. She still does not believe it, she will be soft and hard, still cannot chase the little brother. Sorry, no Weibo, no QQ, no phone. Jiang Che directly took out the killer weapon. First of all, regardless of what Tang Feimu thought, following the heart, he would never do anything to apologize to Tang Yunran. Jiang Che had said so absolutely, the girl could only cover her face and leave sadly. Just like that, he was still walking while looking back at Jiang Che with a look of reluctance. Not bad, well behaved. I knew I'd be relieved to leave Xiao Ran in your hands. Tang Feisin reached out and patted Jiang Che on the back, a face that smiled like a proper mother-in-law watching her son-in-law. The more you look at it, the more satisfied you become. Tang Feilin also nodded his head in satisfaction, appreciating Jiang Che more and more. Tang Feimu, on the other hand, hadn't changed much from before and after, and still didn't have a very good impression of Jiang Che. This left Jiang Che puzzled. Could it be that the Emperor Experience coupon was a water product? Is it bad? But it's not right, is it? It was so powerful in the previous draw, no problem, huh? Tang Feimu started to speak again. You guys are not even 20 years old yet, and you're only sophomores next semester, do you understand when I say that? Understood. Jiang Che nodded. As an adult who had lived for more than 30 years and was older than Tang Feimu, he naturally knew Tang Feimu's concerns. It's nothing more than worrying that he and Tang Yunran are dry hot, a little goes a long way. We're still in school, I'm not going to do anything to her that crosses the line, it's not good for her either. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Tang Feimu nodded with slight satisfaction. That's good to know, and I was wondering, how far have you gotten? Tang Feimu's question was also of considerable interest to Tang Feilin and Tang Feisin, so the three of them once again looked towards Jiang Che in unison with their 6 eyes. Jiang Che said that he was the one who was older in his heart. If he were a normal 18-year-old youngster, when faced with this battle, it was estimated that his heartbeat would have already accelerated to the point where it was about to pop out of his throat. She and I, too, have only just begun to hold hands not very long ago. Just held hands? Tang Feimu narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Chapter 109, Car Accident, Injury. It's been a while since we've talked, I don't believe that you and Xiao Ran have only held hands. Holding hands is such a small thing. When I was in kindergarten, I've held several girls' hands. Who are you fooling by saying that? Hearing Tang Feimu's heartfelt words, Jiang Che spat furiously in his heart. I didn't expect to see you looking so square and upright, but I didn't realize that you've been crooked since you were a child. Jiang Che continued to read Tang Feimu's mental activities. Humph. Later on, if you dare to say that you've done anything else to Ran, it means that you're not honest and forthcoming as a person. Lean. Sure is a slippery one. In that case, beating him to death would not allow him to admit that what he had just said was wrong. I've really only held hands with Ran. Yes? Well, I promise. But I don't believe it. Then you're still asking. Tang Feimu took out his cell phone. I'll give Xiao Ran a call over and ask if it's what you said or not. Jiang Che looked at Tang Feimu with wide eyes, not expecting Tang Feimu to be that desperate. He had to hurry and message Tang Yunran ahead of time to string the words together. You two keep an eye on him, you can't let him get a cell phone. Tang Feimu said. Jiang Che was now filled with expletives. Thinking to myself, are you the one who reads minds? Or is it him? Jiang Che saw that Tang Feimu really wanted to phone Tang Yunran and hurriedly stopped it. Don't call her. Tang Feimu stopped moving and looked towards Jiang Che. Tang Feilin and Tang Feisin also looked towards Jiang Che. You're being a thief? Not waiting for Jiang Che to open his mouth and say something, Tang Feimu continued, as expected, you have a problem with this person's character. What's done is done, so why lie? We won't do anything to you either? At best, he'll beat you up and make you arch his cabbage mental activity. Jiang Che. Tang Feisan and Tang Feilin frowned with the same expression. He shouldn't be such a person, he was so honest, that was a truthful one, character they believed in. However, just now, Jiang Che's words and the reaction behind them, it was hard not to be skeptical. Could it really be that they were blind and had misjudged the wrong person, and that Jiang Che wasn't actually as good as they thought he was? Just as the two of them were thinking this, Jiang Che spoke out to explain, I didn't lie, it's just that I didn't tell Ran Ran about my meeting with you guys, and I'm afraid that she's worried that I'll have a conflict with you guys. If you call her now and she finds out, it will only add to the unnecessary worry. Jiang Che's words were so emotional and sincere, his wrinkled brow was dyed with thick sadness, almost as if he had written the words care for Tang Yunran on his face. Hearing these heartfelt words from Jiang Che and looking at Jiang Che's heartbroken Tang Yunran's face, Tang Feisan and Tang Feilin especially wanted to slap themselves with their hands. How can they use the heart of a villain to measure the heart of a gentleman? They have always been very accurate in reading people. Jiang Che, he does things openly and honestly, he is upright, polite and modest, how can he be the kind they just thought? Especially Tang Feisan, his heart was so self-condemning. Jiang Che had a lifelong friendship with him, if it wasn't for Jiang Che, his head would have been opened up long ago, and he was still doubting him here, it was really not right. He swore that in the future, he would never have the slightest doubt about Jiang Che's character again. Otherwise, he would go and become a monk. Tang Feimu was also not expecting Jiang Che to stop him from calling Tang Yunran because of this reason. Although the misunderstanding was cleared up, Tang Feimu still felt that Jiang Che was not worthy of his sister and had to continue to observe. This great uncle, he's just difficult to deal with. Jiang Che spat in his heart. But he wasn't in a hurry, anyway, there was a long time to come, he still couldn't believe it, he couldn't mess with you as a person who had lived for more than 30 years. A few people chatted for about half an hour or so before leaving from the cafe. He was now half expecting the Ocean Experience coupon to work, in his opinion it was a system bug. Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, a sedan suddenly lost control and came barreling towards the sidewalk. Big brother! Watch out! Tang Feisan shouted. Tang Feimu looked at the car that crashed straight toward him, his brain reacted, but his legs were a little slow to react. Not good. Jiang Che let out a cry in his heart. The vertical rush. In fact, he was several steps away from Tang Feimu, and with his normal speed he might not be able to catch up, but he also had to save as many people as possible. Just in the nick of time, his feet didn't know what he tripped over, and his whole body was tripped and flew out, and he directly rushed Tang Feilin to the side as he flew out sharply. Bang sound, the out-of-control sedan crashed into the green belt on the side of the road. Big brother! Jiang Che! Tang Feimu climbed up from the ground, only to rub a little skin on the palm of his hand, vaguely red. Right. That kid. Tang Feimu violently turned his head to look around and saw Jiang Che, who was grimacing as he climbed up from the ground. Tang Feisan helped Jiang Che up. How are you? Seeing that Tang Feilin was fine, he also came to Jiang Che's side. It's fine. Jiang Che shook his head. It was so close just now, almost he and Tang Feimu were hit by a car together. Originally, he had rushed over, just to see if he could pull Tang Feimu, but he ended up tripping over something and flew directly towards Tang Feimu. And the Euro Experience coupon, it doesn't work at all, next time he should never redeem it. Just as Jiang Che was thinking that, Tang Feimu walked over. Are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital. Tang Feimu's tone of speech was simply a 180-degree change from before, hearing Jiang Che's brain spinning for a moment. Then he looked at Tang Feimu's face, his brows furrowed and serious, like the way his dad looked at him when he was sick as a child. A father's love is like a mountain. Jiang Che was creeped out by his inner thoughts and got goosebumps. That's when he heard Tang Feimu's inner activity. I really shouldn't have, I should have believed the words of oldest 2 and oldest 3, this Jiang Che is really good. Nope. It's very good, just now in that situation, he even flew directly towards me to block for me, it's really too touching. After hearing this, Jiang Che cried and laughed in his heart. He is no longer selfless and great, but also not to the point of sacrificing himself to save others. Just now he just wanted to give you a hand, really saving you was just an accident. And so on. Jiang Che suddenly thought of something. He knows. It's the Ocean Experience coupon that's working. No wonder? In that crisis situation just now, how could he not be in any trouble at all? I'm sure the Ocean Experience coupon is just fine. Jiang Che. Your leg is bleeding. Tang Feisan shouted. Jiang Che looked down towards his knee, his pants had a hole in them, rubbing off large chunks of skin, and blood was dripping down his pants. This Ashen attribute is still not very powerful. Chapter 110, Change your name to brother. And he got hurt. Bleeding so much and still saying it's okay, go. I'll take you to the hospital. Tang Feimu said with a tight face as he looked at Jiang Che's leg. After saying that, Tang Feimu turned his back to him and half squatted in front of him. Come on up here, I'll carry you. Ha! Jiang Che was so shocked that his eyes opened round and wide, staring straight at Tang Feimu's back with both eyes. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go up. Tang Feilin shouted towards Jiang Che anxiously. Tang Feilin even made a direct move to push Jiang Che onto Tang Feimu's back. Jiang Che was lying on Tang Feimu's back. This feeling of riding on his great uncle's head left him at a loss for words. Raise an eyebrow? Not really. Farmers turning over a new leaf? There seems to be something missing as well. Forget it, he didn't want to, waste of brain. It's good to be cool anyway. That said, he had wronged the Ocean Experience coupon. It's not that it doesn't work, but he has a small pattern and only sees the present moment, whereas the Euclid Experience coupon is laid out for the final result. Now the result was that he had accidentally saved Tang Feimu and was injured, and Tang Feimu had completely changed his opinion of him, treating him like an outsider. After coming out of the hospital bandaged, the three uncles insisted on sending him downstairs, all sorts of hush-hush, making it look like he was his own brother. Even he felt that even if they were his own brother, not many of them could do what Tang Feimu and the others did. This medicine must be used on time. Tang Feimu handed the medicine bag to Jiang Che. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. And you mustn't touch water with this injury. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. No physical work, less walking. Okay, I've got it all memorized. Listening to this one command after another, Jiang Che felt like he didn't feel like he had 3 more uncles, but 3 more moms. Even his mom wasn't this verbose. No wonder Tang Yunran had told him in the past that her 3 brothers were super nagging, and whenever they went out in the dark, they had to ask for a clear explanation of what she was going to do. At that time, he hadn't felt too much when he heard Tang Yunran say this, he had just listened. Now he kind of really felt it. Then comparing himself, he thought to himself, wondering if he was too uncaring about Jiang Yuan. Every time Jiang Yuan went out alone at night he didn't ask, he decided that he would learn from these 3 uncles and take good care of Jiang Yuan. Can you not tell Ran Ran about my injury? I'm afraid she'll worry. Jiang Che said this from the bottom of his heart and didn't need to do so in order to curry favor with his 3 uncles. But it's the heartfelt words that hit home the most. Good. After nodding, Tang Feimu's heart was racked with guilt as he looked down at Jiang Che's leg, his brows furrowing into lumps. Little Jiang. Tang Feimu reached out to Jiang Che's shoulders and said in a serious tone, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, don't treat us as outsiders, talk to us, the 3 of us will definitely be on your side. Thanks Wood. Call me Big Brother. Jiang Che. Is it too soon to change your mind? Big Brother. Aha! Tang Feimu nodded with great satisfaction. Tang Feilin stepped forward. You call me Ergo, too, don't you? Ergo. And me. Sango. What the hell? As soon as Tang Yunran came over, she saw Jiang Che with her 3 brothers. From her perspective, it was Jiang Che who was surrounded by her 3 brothers. This image was too familiar to her. In her previous life Jiang Che had often been surrounded by her 3 brothers to teach her a lesson. They're not going to beat up Jiang Che again, are they? You don't think so? Her 2nd and 3rd brothers clearly had a crush on Jiang Che. Is it because of her big brother? What did Big Brother say to 2nd and 3rd brother to make them change their attitude towards Jiang Che, so the 3 of them ganged up to bully Jiang Che again? Thinking of this, Tang Yunran nervously bit her lower lip. What's going to happen now? Straight through? If she just rushed over and blocked Jiang Che's way, her 3 brothers would be even more angry with Jiang Che, right? But if she didn't go out, what if her 3 brothers really wanted to make a move against Jiang Che? Just as Tang Yunran's mind was torn in a million directions, Tang Feimu's trio turned around and left. Just leave? Tang Yunran cocked her head in a momentary reaction. It wasn't until Tang Feimu and the others had completely disappeared into thin air that she stepped aside. Ran Ran? Why are you here? Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran in confusion. And I have to ask you, what are you doing with my 3 brothers? Would you believe me if I said I happened to come across it? I just want the truth. Looking at the small stubbornness on Tang Yunran's face, Jiang Che had no choice but to be honest. We've actually been scheduled to meet for a long time. Why didn't you tell me? Tang Yunran's mouth bulged with anger. Wasn't I afraid you'd worry? Then if I don't happen to stop by here, are you going to hide it from me for the rest of my life? Tang Yunran's mouth bulged high, raising her chin and looking at Jiang Che with her big beautiful eyes. Seeing Tang Yunran like this, Jiang Che felt good to kiss. But he was a man, a good responsible man, so he had to endure. By chance? On the way? Really? Jiang Che captured the keywords in Tang Yunran's words just now. Suddenly being pointed out, Tang Yunran's face instantly turned red. Afraid of being seen by Jiang Che, she hurriedly turned her head halfway away, her eyes flickering, her red lips slightly open, and her chest visibly rising and falling. Love experience value plus 542. I was just passing through. Oh, but just happened to be passing through our neighborhood? That's quite a coincidence, isn't it? Jiang Che stared at Tang Yunran's reddened ears with both eyes, small, tender and red, similar to an already ripe cherry. It makes you thirsty just to look at it. I'm here. I'm here to see my grandmother. Tang Yunran made up something on the spur of the moment. After saying that, Tang Yunran walked towards the next building. Who knew that just as he took a step out, his wrist was pulled by Jiang Che. Tang Yunran felt her heart about to pop out of her throat. Love experience value plus 875. Relationship experience value plus 903. Love experience value plus 958. Ran. Jiang Che called out Tang Yunran's name. The low voice that belonged uniquely to a man felt like her ears were about to get pregnant when she heard it in Tang Yunran's ears. Jiang Che, why did he call her with such a gentle tortured voice? How could she stand it? Love experience value plus 1012. Ran. Jiang Che called out again. Love experience value plus 1129. Ran. This time, Jiang Che, after calling Tang Yunran, directly made a move to pull Tang Yunran to his side. Tang Yunran looked up at Jiang Che when she was surprised, her four eyes facing each other, and the sparks of love were flying. The two were getting closer. Closer. Eyes mingled, undistinguished. Just then, a sudden voice rang out. Joel, what are you? Chapter 111, an additional chapter. Mom? With that sound, Tang Yunran almost popped out of her throat. It's that close. So close. Tang Yunran exhaled nervously. Mom, why did you go out alone? And ran to buy groceries? Jiang Che said as he carried the dishes from Linya's hand. Don't you change the subject. Knowing a son is not like a mother, Jiang Che was born to Linya. Linya could see at a glance what Jiang Che was thinking. Who is this girl? Linya asked in a small voice. Cough. Jiang Che cleared his throat and turned back towards Tang Yunran, whose face was flushed with a haze, listening to the system's beeps one by one, knowing Tang Yunran's nervousness and embarrassment. What's there to be embarrassed about? In your past life, you and his mom were so close, as good as mother and daughter. He remembers his mom nervously defending Tang Yunran, pointing at his scalp and lecturing him for treating Tang Yunran badly. The two of them often shop for clothes together, and their relationship is so good that it makes all the male compatriots in the world who have a headache for their mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship feel immensely jealous and envious. She's my girlfriend. Hearing Jiang Che introduce himself to Linya so openly, Tang Yunran's heart was touched by a wave of heat that covered one another. Love experience value plus 555. Love experience value plus 666. Love experience value plus 777. Really? Linya's eyes widened, both eyes glowing as she stared at Tang Yunran. From the top to the bottom. Seeing from the bottom to the top. Scrutinize it. This girl is also too pretty looking, isn't she? And her temperament is also quite outstanding, so the more you look at her, the more you like her. Joel, what are you still standing here for? Why don't you hurry up and make introductions? Her name is Tang Yunran. She's my mom. Hello, Auntie. Tang Yunran greeted politely. Hey. Linya responded in a happy chorus. The people are good looking and the call is sweet. It's so delightful. Tang Yunran, that's a good name. Shall I call you Xiaoran? The familiar address almost caused Tang Yunran to directly redden her eyes, gazing at Linya with both eyes, thinking of the fact that the death of Jiang Che in his previous life had dealt too great a blow to Linya, and she had directly fallen ill. She still vividly remembered the scene in the hospital room where Linya was lying in the hospital room with a pale face. Linya was sitting on the bed, looking through the family photo album. Looking at Jiang Che as a child when he was just born, then little by little he grew up, and then grew up again, and then became a family man, and flipping to the end, there was only a blank space. Linya's tears were completely out of pocket, covering her mouth as large snapping drops fell onto the photo album. She ran over and hugged Linya, comforting her. Linya broke down and let out a loud cry. Originally she had been holding back, and in the end, she couldn't pocket it any longer, and Linya hugged and cried together. Seeing that Tang Yunran didn't react at all, Linya thought that she didn't like being called that. "Do you not like it when I call you Ran?" No, I love it. Very much." Tang Yunran was busy collecting her thoughts back to the memories she was immersed in, pulling a pan-sweet, pan-bitter smile from her face. Good. Linya said good 3 times in a row, and gently patted the back of Tang Yunran's hand twice with her hand. "Don't just stand there, go up." Linya looked at Tang Yunran and said. "Huh?" Tang Yunran froze for a moment and looked toward the stairs. "Hurry up there, yo. It's starting to drizzle," Linya said as she pulled Tang Yunran up the stairs. Just like that, Tang Yunran was taken upstairs by Linya to the door of her room. Jiang Che opened the door and said to Tang Yunran, "Come in." Actually, Jiang Che wanted to say just now, "Welcome home." In the end it was tolerated. Tang Yunran's eyes looked around the room for a week. Although it was unfamiliar, everyone here was her family, so it inexplicably gave her a very familiar flavor of home. Jiang Che had been staring at Tang Yunran, and even though Tang Yunran hadn't said anything, he was able to realize how she was feeling at this moment. Jiang Che took a pair of slippers to Tang Yunran, who walked in wearing them. Jiang Yuan heard the commotion and pushed his wheelchair out of the room. At the sight of Tang Yun then, his eyes visibly lit up. "Little Edge," this one almost shouted. At this time, Jiang Yuan was still very naive and innocent, living the life of an ordinary girl in general. But who would have thought that in her previous life she married a scummy man, and not to mention being domestically abused, the scummy man also kept women outside. Jiang Yuan's temperament is stubborn. No matter what happens to her, she is extremely tolerant, and never relies on others if she can rely on herself. So every time Jiang Yuan met them in the past life, they would only talk to them about happy things, never tell them about their own miserable situation, until she was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment for domestic violence. They did not know that Jiang Yuan's situation was so bad. Just as Tang Yunran was lost in thought, Jiang Yuan pushed his wheelchair over. Looking at her with quirky eyes, her big round eyes darted around several times before landing on Jiang Che's body. "Brother, you can. Really brought Missy back? Brother?" This title sounded very strange to Tang Yunran. Because in his previous life, Jiang Yuan had always called him Jiang Che. She'd asked her why she didn't call him. She said she just didn't want to call him brother. It always felt very meaty, and every time she did it would give her goosebumps. But just now, Jiang Yuan called that one. It was so natural, half of the time, obviously called more, and it went with the flow. "That's right, you don't see who your brother is? Congratulations." Jiang Yuan's eyes smiled into a crescent moon shape as he reached out to Jiang Che. "What for?" "Congratulations on your 100-year anniversary." Jiang Che. Jiang Che took out his cell phone and casually transferred $500 to Jiang Yuan. Hearing the sound of gold coins as change came in, Jiang Yuan's face completely turned into a smile. Seeing this, Tang Yunran realized why Jiang Yuan called Jiang Che brother so smoothly. Let's add a WeChat," Tang Yunran said as she looked at Jiang Yuan. "Yeah." After the two added WeChat, Tang Yunran also transferred $500 to Jiang Yuan. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Jiang Yuan was instantly captured by Tang Yunran. Although Tang Yunran was used to hearing Jiang Yuan call her sister-in-law in her previous life, she still couldn't hold back some small embarrassment. Love experience value plus 125. "Xiaoran, sit down, auntie will cut some fruits for you." Linya carried the fruit towards the kitchen. "Mom, you're pregnant, don't exert yourself, it's better for me to do it." Jiang Che walked over. "Your father is like this, and you are like this, you don't let me do this or that, and you don't think about my feelings. I can't stay idle, so you're suffocating me. It's just cutting fruit, it's not a physical job. Go, 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 go." Linya had said so, Jiang Che had no choice but to compromise. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Who's coming? P.S. Small fish eat Kuan, originally intended to Saturday and Sunday to you update, today 7 o'clock wake up, code to now, to give you an early increase I hope you look addicted to carrot. Chapter 112 Love is like a battlefield. I'll open the door. Jiang Yuan was closest to the door and arrived at the door of the room in his wheelchair. Open up. After seeing the person standing in the doorway, he secretly smacked his lips in his heart before turning back towards Jiang Che and casting a "you take care of yourself" look. Is your brother there? Jiang Che stood up with sweaty hairs on his spine after hearing this voice. That's right, it's Cindy Kong who's here. In. Jiang Yuan finished his speech and retreated to the side, leaving the battlefield to them. Jiang Xinting walked in with a cake in her hand, and at the sight of Tang Yunran, her brows furrowed and a less than friendly look began to flood the bottom of her eyes. All girls, Tang Yunran had some hidden guesses in her heart when Jiang Xinting looked at her like this. Sister Tingting, you're here? Jiang Che said politely. Oops. I've told you not to call me Sister Tingting, just call me by my name. Xin, Ting Ting, take your pick. Jiang Xinting said while leaning towards Jiang Che's side. Jiang Che wiped his feet and slid smoothly to Tang Yunran's side. Sister Tingting, let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend. Relationship experience value plus 669. Tang Yunran gave Jiang Che a shy look with her charming eyes and secretly pursed her lips. She has to be calm and not float. Jiang Xinting was unhappy, sweeping her gaze up and down Tang Yunran's body with a hint of hostility. Jiang Yuan was stoned on melon with his big round eyes, watching from the sidelines. That expression, that look, it's like watching a movie in a movie theater. So she's the one you said you've been chasing? It's not that I'm saying that you don't have a good eye. Jiang Xinting shook her head and smacked her lips as she said, so skinny looking, no meat at all. Regarding Jiang Xinting's words, Tang Yunran didn't feel anything at all because in her opinion, she didn't know Jiang Xinting, so there was no need to get angry over the words of an unimportant person. Waste of expression. It didn't matter to Tang Yunran, as the boyfriend Jiang Che, if he didn't step forward at this time, he could go and become a eunuch. Sister Tingting, aren't your words a bit too hurtful? I'm telling the truth. Yeah? Then I'll be honest too. To each his own, I don't like radishes or greens, but only this phoenix. Jiang Che was looking at Jiang Xinting when he said radish, green vegetables, but when he said phoenix, he was gently looking at Tang Yunran. Love experience value plus 448. Tang Yunran's heart was nothing but happy at this moment. Nothing else. And Jiang Xinting's angry face was green and purple. What do you mean? That she's a turnip? She's so plump, how come she's a brace lion's head alright? Jiang Che, have you really decided to be with her? Aha! Jiang Che nodded very seriously. For life. For life. For life. A lifetime. A lifetime. A lifetime. This promise was as heavy as a mountain. Listening to Tang Yunran, she was so moved that she couldn't wait to immediately throw herself into Jiang Cheng's arms. Love experience value plus 2,462. Love experience value plus 2,842. Love experience value plus 2,999. Listening to the system beeps that simply wouldn't stop, Jiang Che was deeply infected, and was also almost unable to help himself from pressing Tang Yunran's head into his arms. Without pressing his head, his hand had reached out and grabbed onto Tang Yunran's hand. Love experience value plus 3,332. Tang Yunran drew her hand in embarrassment. How could he hold it with so many people? Jiang Che didn't let Tang Yunran pull her hand away, so he just continued to brightly continue holding her hand. Jiang Yuan did not kowtow any more melons, and his eyes stared blankly. As soon as Lingya came out of the kitchen, she saw the image of Jiang Che and Tang Yunran holding hands, and a pleased smile appeared on her face. What a grown-up son she's got. Growing up to be a man of the world, he will become a qualified husband and father in the future. The more I think about it, the more relieved I am. Some people are happy and some people are sad. The floor trembled a little as the 5 swimming rings on Jiang Xinting's body kept shaking in anger. Jiang Che looked at Jiang Xinting's foot that had stomped several times in a row, thinking that the people who lived downstairs wouldn't come to complain later, right? Jiang Che. You'll regret it if you don't choose me. Jiang Xinting yelled in exasperation. Regret? It's the choice you'll regret, isn't it? Jiang Che was a little curious, who had married Jiang Xinting in his previous life. Sister Tingting, my girlfriend is here, it's not convenient to greet you. You're pissed off at me. Jiang Xinting growled and shouted, turned around and walked away, and just as she walked out the door, she backtracked and carried away the cake she had made with her own hands. She went back to eating by herself. When Jiang Xinting left, Tang Yunran looked up at Jiang Che. Would it be too harsh for you to refuse like this? Hearing Tang Yunran say that, Jiang Che smiled. This can be said by anyone, but it's not appropriate for you to say it, big school flower Tang, right? You have the title of Jiang University's ice-cold school flower, and this title didn't come about because you rejected others too ruthlessly? Yeah. I feel like I'm okay. Tang Yunran was a little careful to be vain as she said this. Oops. Linya's voice came from the kitchen. Jiang Che and Tang Yunran looked at each other before heading towards the kitchen. Mom, what's wrong? The faucet is broken. Rinya said with a frown. I'll go down and get it. You're pregnant, so don't just go out, it's better if I go. You stay with Ran, the hardware store is nearby, I'll be back in a while. Tang Yunran looked at Linya's stomach and interjected, Auntie, just let Jiang Che go, I don't need him to accompany me. Jiang Che is right, you must be more careful now that you're pregnant at this age. This child, really understand and kind, Linya is the more she looks at Tang Yunran, the more she likes, like looking at her own daughter. A smile appeared on Jiang Che's face as he watched the image of Linya and Tang Yunran living in harmony. This feels especially good. In fact, this scene had long been commonplace for him in his previous life, but he had never cared. Some people often is so, obviously surrounded by happiness, but do not know to cherish, and ultimately it is too late to regret. It was good that he was lucky enough to have this opportunity to be reborn, or else he would be the one who would regret it, and the ones who would suffer would be those around him who cared about him the most. Jiang Che pulled the door open with emotion and went out. Tang Yunran went to rest after chatting with Linya for a while, not feeling too well. Tang Yunran looked towards Zhang Yuan, who was knitting something unknown with wool. You're knitting gloves? Tang Yunran asked speculatively. Zhang Yuan's hand movements were stuck, stopping and looking up at Tang Yunran. I knit scarves, this one can't you tell? Tang Yunran looked at the pile in Zhang Yuan's hand. She wanted to comfort Zhang Yuan and say see, but because the shape of the thing Zhang Yuan was weaving in his hand was too weird, no matter how she looked at it, it didn't have anything to do with the scarf. So it was really that hard for her to say against her will, she saw it. Just as Tang Yunran thought so, Zhang Yuan's hand was overexerted click, and the knitting needle broke. Chapter 113 Testing out Zhang Yuan's past life. The atmosphere is somewhat subtle. Hey, it's broken again. Zhang Yuan disheveled and tossed the half-finished product aside. It's broken more than 100 stick needles, and the wool has been wasted for I don't know how much it's cost. Why are her hands so stupid? I can teach you if you don't mind. Hearing Tang Yunran's words, Zhang Yuan immediately brightened up. You would? Well, learned. It was actually something she had learned in her previous life, and it was because of Jiang Che's 30th birthday that she had specially learned to give it to him. That day she mixed her knitted scarf in the pile of gifts given to Jiang Che by others. Jiang Che didn't know that the scarf was from her, and it happened to be cold, so he unwrapped it and put it around his neck. God knows how happy she felt when she saw him wearing his hand-knitted scarf. Great! Sister-in-law, you have to teach me. Zhang Yuan pulled Tang Yunran's hand while he did so. Calling her sister-in-law again made her embarrassed. Your brother and I are only just getting together, so it's not quite right for you to call me sister-in-law, is it? Appropriate. Why not? You are my own sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, please teach me how to knit a scarf. Zhang Yuan looked at Tang Yunran with two sparkling eyes. Zhang Yuan called her sister-in-law one by one, hearing her heart blossom. Any more stick pins? Yes, I bought 200. Tang Yunran. Why did you buy so many? I'm clumsy, I tell you, I've broken over 100 needles. Tang Yunran. You're not being clumsy, you're being too tough. It's more than that, I've bought hundreds of dollars in wool, and it's all wasted. Tang Yunran continued to be speechless. You're spending so much money, it's enough to buy several scarves. But it's not the same. A bought one doesn't have the same heart as one you knit yourself. Tang Yunran agreed with Zhang Yuan's words. Wasn't she a fool in the beginning, studying how to knit a scarf on a video? Of course, although she had learned the hard way, she hadn't reached a level as terrifying as Zhang Yuan's. Who are you knitting a scarf for? It couldn't have been knitted for myself anyway. It's not going to a favorite boy, is it? Thinking of this, Tang Yunran worried for Zhang Yuan. It's for my brother. Hearing this, Tang Yunran sighed in relief. Hasn't his birthday passed? I'm going to knit it and give it to him on Double 11. Double 11? Hey! Zhang Yuan grinned mischievously. I had thought that just because of my brother's personality, he'd be a bachelor for the rest of his life, so a Double 11 gift would be perfect. So it is. Ah! Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered when and reached out to slap himself on the head. Zhang Yuan's sudden action looked confusing to Tang Yunran. Hey! My brother's off the hook, what else am I going to get him for Double 11? You can give it to him as a New Year's gift. Also, Zhang Yuan thought that when the New Year came, she gave Jiang Che the scarf she had knitted, and Jiang Che would surely send her a very, very big red packet as soon as he was touched. At the thought of having a lot of small money, Zhang Yuan was immediately happy. Just teach me how to write. Zhang Yuan had a face like he was playing chicken. Yeah. Tang Yunran picks up 2 stick pins and holds them together. Watch carefully then, first take 2 needles, keep a longer section and place it on the thumb side, hold the thread in your right hand in a triangle, with the thumb side being the broken end. Tang Yunran spoke very carefully, and Zhang Yuan listened attentively with his ears perked up. After a few minutes, Tang Yunran looked at Zhang Yuan. Have you learned? Eyes learned. I'll teach you again then, why don't I just teach you by hand? It'll be a little faster that way. Then this is for the best. When Jiang Che came back from buying a faucet, he saw Tang Yunran teaching Zhang Yuan to knit something. What are you guys knitting? As soon as Zhang Yuan heard this, he immediately hid the woolen thread and stick needle behind his back. Why don't you knock when you come back? I have to knock when I go to my own house? After Jiang Che breathlessly disliked him back, he looked towards behind Zhang Yuan. Hiding something? Mysterious? Jiang Che walked towards Zhang Yuan as he spoke. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhang Yuan hurriedly ducked to Tang Yun then face. Sister-in-law, help me, he's going to bully me again. Hey! You girl, you know how to tattle. I've been suing since I was a kid. I used to sue my mom and dad, and now I'm suing Tang Yunran. Jiang Che, she's your sister, don't bully her. Tang Yunran sternly blocked in front of Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan had someone to back him up, immediately dejected, sticking out his head and spitting out his tongue, slightly. A look of a man who needs to be beaten. Jiang Che rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. Sister-in-law. Jiang Che. Jiang Che looked at Zhang Yuan, who had quickly fled back to his room, and suddenly had a brain ache. My parents usually spoil her enough, and with you, well, now she can't get away with anything? She's young, and she's in such a condition that you should give in to her as a brother. Yes, you're right about everything. Hearing these helplessly compromising words from Jiang Che, Tang Yunran felt amused. Turning back towards Zhang Yuan's closed room door, Tang Yunran's brows twisted into lumps, and after hesitating for a few seconds, she looked towards Jiang Che and said, Your sister is so cute, and in the future, if her legs are cured and she's able to walk normally, there will definitely be a lot of people chasing after her, and it's best for you to pay more attention when you're the older brother. Tang Yunran's words immediately caught Jiang Che's attention. If he wasn't wrong, Tang Yunran should be indirectly telling him about Zhang Yuan. Since she didn't know that he was also born again, she didn't know what to say for a moment. Unfortunately, his mind-reading skill didn't work on Tang Yunran, or else he might have been able to let him know about the process of all the relationships Zhang Yuan had been in. Since he couldn't read it, he would find a way to make Tang Yunran say more things that had something to say about Zhang Yuan. Just the way my sister is, stubborn and smelly, and loves to eat chili fries, who's going to like her? Jiang Che intentionally used a provocative method. When Tang Yunran saw how Jiang Che was oblivious to her words, she was instantly trapped. I'm serious, your sister is just a little bit naughty and capricious. In fact, her nature is especially kind, especially simple. What if she gets cheated in the future? That girl is spooky, who could fool her? And what if someone purposely exploits her interest to trick her into being nice? Using Zhang Yuan's interest to trick her? Jiang Che got a very important point of information from these words. There were only 2 interests of Zhang Yuan, and one of them was chili fries. The other thing is knocking CP. Analyzing Tang Yunran's words, it was likely that the scummy guy who bullied Zhang Yuan in his previous life had used these 2 points to get close to Zhang Yuan. Seeing that Zhang Che didn't say anything, Tang Yunran thought that he didn't believe her, so she took a step forward in her anxiety, and as a result, she accidentally tripped over the sofa leg and lunged straight towards Zhang Che. Chapter 114 Discovered by Tang Yunran's Injury. Zhang Che was quick to embrace Tang Yunran, following the two of them as they fell onto the sofa together. Male down. Female on. Zhang Yuan heard the commotion and quietly pulled the door open a crack and looked out. I'll go. No wonder there was so much commotion. It turned out to be so exciting. Looking at it, Zhang Yuan thought of Wu Qingshu. Shook his head. She was now finally sure that when she saw Wu Qingshu again on Valentine's Day, he had that disheveled look. At that time, she had guessed that 9 times out of 10, he had seen her brother and Tang Yunran together on screen, and that he had just bumped into an unspeakably exciting scene similar to the one in front of her. Her brother is also really, to release his nature, also need to return to his room, directly in the hall, and start playing around, very indecent. Based on the principle of not being rude, Zhang Yuan raised his hand to block his face and looked through the cracks of his fingers. Hiss, aha! Hearing this muffled grunt from Zhang Che, Tang Yunran was busy climbing up from Zhang Che's body. I'm sorry, did I pinch you somewhere? Tang Yunran looked down towards herself, thinking that something hard on her clothes had pinched Zhang Che. Zhang Che also looked toward Tang Yunran's body, thinking to himself that you were all soft and fluffy, just like a cotton candy. How could you possibly pinch him? It's more like he's choking you. No, it didn't pinch. In fact, it was his leg, by Tang Yunran sitting up violently just now, hitting the center of the red center, sitting on the injured place. He clearly felt the bandaged place start to bleed. Tang Yunran stared at Zhang Che's cool sweaty face with both eyes, not looking like he was fine at all. Suddenly, she saw the blood on Zhang Che's pants. Where's the blood for good reason? It's not like it's a girl. Suddenly, she realized something. You're hurt. No. You lied to me. Zhang Che's brows furrowed. He was really hurt. Where are you hurt? Not seriously. You tell me. After saying that, Tang Yunran didn't wait for Zhang Che to reply, so she couldn't wait to try up and down on Zhang Che's body. Zhang Che, seeing that the position was wrong, grabbed onto Tang Yunran's hand, then pointed at the injured leg and said, Wrong, it's this leg. It was only after hearing Zhang Che say this that Tang Yunran suddenly reacted as an afterthought that she was looking for the wrong path just now. There was a blush on his face. In the next second, considering that Zhang Che was injured, he threw his shyness to the back of his mind and his gaze fell on Zhang Che's pants. Zhang Che was wearing short sweatpants. Tang Yunran was worried about Zhang Che in her heart, so she didn't think about it so much and directly lifted Zhang Che's pants. After seeing the shocking blood on the white gauze, Tang Yunran's eyes instantly reddened, forcing back tears. I'm fine. Other than that, Zhang Che didn't know what to say for a moment. Zhang Yuan hadn't planned to come out, but seeing that the situation outside wasn't quite right, he rushed out. Zhang Yuan covered his mouth with one hand, his eyes wide and round. Brother, you. Zhang Che looked back towards Linya's room, signaling Zhang Yuan to keep his voice down. He didn't want Rinya to do unnecessary worrying. Zhang Yuan reacted and lowered his voice to ask in a small but urgent voice, What's wrong with you? How did you get hurt for a good reason? Did you get into a fight with someone? I'm a good citizen, do I look like I'd fight? Zhang Che's words were rather unconvincing in Zhang Yuan's ears. Some time ago, she had witnessed her incomparably heroic older brother beat down all the Shibuya gangsters with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. Let's not talk about this, is there a medicine kit? Tang Yunran's heart and eyes were all filled with Zhang Che's leg. Yes, it's in that cabinet. Zhang Yuan pointed to the cabinet under the TV and said. Tang Yunran quickly took the medicine box out, then removed the gauze wrapped around Zhang Che's leg and saw what was really going on inside. It wasn't particularly serious, but it wasn't as glib as Zhang Che's mouth made it out to be. Just bear with me while I stop the bleeding. Zhang Yuan help from the medicine? Pull out the Yunnan Baiyao spray from the box. This will stop the bleeding. It's best not to use this one. Tang Yunran said. Why? This won't stop the bleeding? Yunnan Baiyao aerosol should not be sprayed directly onto bleeding wounds because the aerosol has ingredients that irritate wounds and can easily cause severe pain when sprayed on. Sister-in-law, you're awesome, you know so much, did you study medicine? Zhang Yuan looked at Tang Yunran with starry eyes. That's not true, I just grew up in poor health, often taken by my parents to see a doctor. Traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine are there, and learn by ear for a long time, so I know a little bit of common sense. Tang Yunran carefully treated Jiang Che's wounds as she spoke. After re-wrapping the gauze, Tang Yunran looked up at Jiang Che, her brows knitted into lumps, biting her lower lip, wanting to speak. "What do you want to say?" Jiang Che opened his mouth to ask. Tang Yunran opened her mouth and followed by turning her head to look at Jiang Yuan. "I'm going to watch TV." Jiang Yuan hugged his cell phone and went back to his room. Only after Jiang Yuan left did Tang Yunran open her mouth and say, "Tell me honestly, is this injury of yours related to my three brothers?" Tang Yunran stared at Jiang Che with both eyes, staring so hard that Jiang Che had no way to lie. A final nod. Getting this answer, Tang Yunran's pupils suddenly dilated and she turned her head away. She knew that whether it was in her past life or in this life, her three brothers protected her like their lives depended on it, and there was no way they would just let her fall in love with someone else now. Everything before was an illusion. It was all because they intentionally lured Jiang Che onto the bait so that he would let his guard down and then kill him with a single strike. Ran. Jiang Che could see that Tang Yunran had misunderstood and hurriedly limped after Tang Yunran. "You're mistaken. You don't have to speak for them anymore." "I didn't speak for them." "Your leg is injured like this, and you still say that you didn't speak for them." "Jiang Che, I know that you don't want me to be in the middle. But this matter is indeed them going too far. Even if they used to beat you often in the past, now that you are so good to me, they are still ganging up to bully you. I must make it clear to them on this matter." "You're blabbing, aren't you?" Jiang Che said in his heart. "No, really. Listen to me, I got this injury from a car accident." Tang Yunran was in the midst of emotional turmoil right now. She couldn't listen to anything Jiang Che said. She wanted to immediately return home and theorize with her three brothers. Raising his hand, he grabbed the door handle, ready to pull it open and leave. Jiang Che saw that Tang Yunran was confused with anger and had no choice but to use the most civilized way. "Settle with your mouth." Jiang Che grabbed onto Tang Yunran's hand and pressed her against the door, lowering his head. Pro down. Chapter 115. Tang Yunran is being followed. Tang Yunran's eyes widened instantly. Bigger. Wide eyes filled with disbelief. The pounding is hot and the blood turns over. Love experience value plus 520. Love experience value plus 1314. Love experience value plus 520. Love experience value plus 1314. Jiang Che did likewise. He had stolen kisses from Tang Yunran before, and more than once, but they were stolen kisses, without the person in question knowing. And now, Tang Yunran was staring at him with wide, unbelievably beautiful eyes, and kept providing him with experience values. This made his heart beat faster and denser as well as the drums on the battlefield. Thump, 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 thump. Inspired by such a rhythm as dense as a rainstorm, he felt as if he was transformed into a warrior with a gun and a shield, defying life and death and charging into battle. Thinking so, but in the end, Jiang Che's reason overcame his impulses after some violent tug-of-war of thoughts. Grabbing onto Tang Yunran's shoulder, he pulls away. At this point, Tang Yunran was still in a state of confusion. How could she not be confused? In her previous life, this was the first time Jiang Che had kissed her. And kissed her mouth. Thinking of this, Tang Yunran half lowered her head with a red face and pursed her lips. And a little breathless. Will you listen to me properly now? Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran's shy, pursed lips and thought to himself, is she seducing him? And pursing her lips, it was simply too much. Aha! Tang Yunran nodded obediently, her eyes flickering a little, drifting towards Jiang Che's face from time to time. Jiang Che looked toward the air conditioner. 22 degrees. He needs the remote to jump to 18 degrees. That's enough to cool it down. Your three brothers have been good to me, and they're the ones who brought me back when I accidentally got hurt. Jiang Che ended up not telling Tang Yunran about the car accident. After all, that sort of thing was too much of a wake-up call, and he was afraid that Tang Yunran would hear about it and flat-out worry fearlessly. Is that really all? I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, I swear. I don't want you to swear, I believe what you say. Tang Yunran's unconditional belief made Jiang Che feel both happy and a little bit of a small heart attack. Because he lied. After the two of them chatted for a while longer, it was getting late and Tang Yunran had to go home. I'll walk you. Tang Yunran looked towards Jiang Che's legs. You're like this, and you're still giving me a ride? You'd better rest honestly at home. It's okay, it's just a minor injury. All that blood and a minor injury? It's not much of a problem. That won't work either.
But it's already dark and shadowy, and it's so unsafe out there now, and that girl rapist hasn't been caught yet, so what if?
Where's the what if? It's only 10 minutes from your house, okay?
No, I'd better drop you off at home, I'm sure. Tang Yunran looked straight at Jiang Che with her big eyes wide open, seeing that Jiang Che couldn't resist but only surrendered.
Okay, then be safe on the road, and when you get home, send me a message to tell me you're okay.
Aha! After watching Tang Yunran leave, Jiang Che closed the door and quickly walked to the front balcony, standing on it and looking down.
Zhang Yuan smacked his lips as he watched. Go go go! Little kids, go to the side. Jiang Che looked over breathlessly. I'm only 2 years younger than you, okay?
Jiang Che lazily ignored Zhang Yuan and continued to stand on the balcony and look down, soon waiting until Tang Yunran came out of the elevator and walked alone towards the entrance of the cell, watching until she completely disappeared.
Tisk, TSK, can't stand it, people in love. Zhang Yuan had a disgusted look on his face. Jiang Che once again turned his head to look at Zhang Yuan. Don't talk about it if you're capable? I don't care if we don't talk about it. That's what you said. I'm the one who said what? Then don't talk back. I won't talk back if you tell me not to? I don't even listen to my father, why should I listen to you? Liao liao liao. You. Come and hit me, and tell. Jiang Che. Rebellious kids are just so hard to manage.
Jiang Che sighed in his heart.
Meanwhile, the Tang Yunran people had already left the autumn water cell.
As she walked, Tang Yunran suddenly stopped and jerked her head around to look, sweeping around with a wary face.
Could it be that I'm feeling wrong?
As soon as she came out of the autumn water cell just now, she felt as if someone had been following her. In fact, she had this feeling for the past 2 days, always feeling that there were pairs of unsuspecting eyes that had been peering at her in the dark, looking at her creepily and sending chills down her spine. Tang Yunran carefully and vigilantly looked around again and didn't see any suspicious people.
I suppose I'm overthinking it?
Thinking so, Tang Yunran still have a kind of indescribable sense of shrugged hairs, so did not dare to take a shortcut from the small road, but went far around the crowded main road. It was the constant flow of people and cars on the main road that made her feel somewhat safe. What Tang Yunran didn't know was that she had just gotten onto the main street when a man wearing a baseball bat with sunglasses covering his face came out of hiding. The man's eyes kept following Tang Yunran's figure, peeling off a lollipop and putting it to his mouth, sticking out his long tongue and licking it.
He let out a sucking sound. Turn around and leave.
When Tang Yunran returned home, she saw that Tang Faison and the others were all there.
Big brother. Ergo. Sango. Tang Yunran called out one by one.
The 3 Tang Faison put down their hands and looked towards Tang Yunran successively with a puzzled look on their faces.
Did you guys meet with Jiang Che today?
Regarding Jiang Che, she believed in him. But regarding this matter, she felt that it was still necessary to ask Tang Faison and the others. The 3 Tang Faison looked at each other when they heard Tang Yunran ask this.
You know all about it? Did Jiang Che tell you?
This kid, he doesn't let them talk, he talks first. They thought so purely to spit on it, and half of them didn't mean to blame Jiang Che. No, it's just that I happened to see you guys this afternoon when I went to the Autumn Water neighborhood to look for my grandmother.
Tang Yunran said.
So that's what they said. Clearly Jiang Che had explained that they shouldn't talk to Tang Yunran about this, so why did they instead talk about it themselves first?
Just as they were thinking this, Tang Yunran frowned and then asked, do you guys know about Jiang Che's injury? Chapter 116, First Love Usually Doesn't End Well.
Hearing these words, the 3 Tang Faison once again glanced at each other before falling silent in unison. Seeing the reaction of Tang Faison's trio, Tang Yunran guessed that there should be another reason for Jiang Che's injury. Without waiting for Tang Yunran to figure out how to ask, Tang Feimu got up from the sofa first and came to Tang Yunran's side.
I feel guilty. Tang Yunran looked at Tang Feimu with wide eyes. What does that mean? Jiang Che really wasn't injured by accident, but was related to her big brother? Could it be that the 3 of them really joined forces to injure Jiang Che? If this really happened, how would she face Jiang Che?
Just as Tang Yunran was anxious as an ant on a hot pan, Tang Feimu continued on with his unfinished words. I originally always thought that he wasn't a good person, but I never thought that he could step forward in a moment of crisis and get injured in order to save me.
Ha! Tang Yunran blinked. What's going on? Didn't they beat up Zhang Che? Yes. I also didn't expect that Zhang Che would be so brave. That car was about to hit Big Brother, and without even thinking, he swooped over and pounced on Big Brother to the side without half a second's hesitation. Tang Feilin said with a face of admiration. I told you guys a long time ago, Zhang Che, he's really a good young man who can't be picked out of a million. The last time I was surrounded and attacked by those thieves, if it wasn't for Zhang Che stepping in and taking that hard hit for me, my head would have long since turned into tofu blossoms. The more Tang Feilin spoke, the more grateful he became. Hearing this, Tang Yunran sort of understood. It turned out that things weren't what she thought at all. She thought that Zhang Che's injuries were caused by her three brothers, but she didn't realize that Zhang Che was the one who was injured because he saved her big brother. Zhang Che is really something too, why didn't he say that to her? Thinking of this, Tang Yunran flattened her mouth. At this time, Tang Feimu put his hand on her shoulder and said in a serious tone, Zhang Che, he's really good, you must hold on to him. Don Flynn also put his hand on her shoulder. Big brother is right, I'm looking at you guys good. Don Feisen likewise placed a hand on her shoulder, I put you guys together, and I'll always be there to support you. To this day, Tang Feisen thought that he was Zhang Che and Tang Yunran's moon god, thinking that the two of them could become the red thread that he pulled. Tang Yunran looked at the three very serious faces, and her mouth subconsciously opened slightly. The mood was too subtle for words. Not much later, Zhang Che received a message from Tang Yunran. Promise not to lie to me. Seeing this message, Zhang Che's heart thumped. Is this a revelation? Did they tell you that? If they don't say anything, are you going to keep lying to me until you do? Angry face. Rubbing his head, wasn't that a well-intentioned lie on my part? No lying to me next time. Okay, I promise. I don't believe it, the ghost of a man's mouth lying. Seeing these 6 periods sent by Zhang Che, Tang Yunran felt a little amused, as if she could see Zhang Che's expression through the screen. Putting the phone down, a smile lifted the corners of his mouth. That's nice. Time flies and before you know it half of summer vacation will be over. Zhang Che sat on the sofa in the living room, holding his phone and swiping the headlines. One item caught his attention. It's about the recent spate of femme fatale killers, and the victims' friends and family have mentioned that the victims said before they died that it looked like someone had been following them. Should be stepping on it. Thinking of this, Zhang Che edited the message and sent it to Tang Yunran. See the hot headlines lately? Which one is being referred to? Tang Yunran replied as soon as she saw it. Zhang Che shared the headline he had just seen. You pay more attention lately, and remember to always tell me if you notice anything unusual. After reading what Zhang Che had shared, Tang Yunran couldn't stop beating a drum in her heart, and she didn't know if it was her illusion. During this period of time, she always felt like someone was following her, so she now went to crowded places as much as possible whenever she went out. And then either shopping with Jin Xiaoxiao, not daring to be alone. Should I tell Zhang Che about this? What if it was simply just her delusion? If she said that, Zhang Che would worry messily, right? Thinking of this, Tang Yunran decided to observe and watch first, and tell Zhang Che if there were any more situations. Just as Zhang Che Tang Yunran was chatting with you and me, Linya came out of her room after a good night's sleep. Pregnant women are sleepy, and since Linya's pregnancy, she can't move without sleeping, and can sleep from after lunch until 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Ha! Where's Little Edge? She said she was bored and went out for a stroll. How long? Zhang Che looked at his cell phone, it's been over an hour. Over an hour and still not out? No, I have to make a call. Zhang Che could see that Linya was worried that Zhang Yuan would meet that strong female murderer. It's better if I play. Zhang Che dialed Zhang Yuan's phone and called 3 times in a row without anyone answering. I'll go out and look for it. Although the victims were all college students, it was inevitable that the other party was heartless and had bad intentions towards his sister. After Zhang Che came out from the neighborhood, he looked around, thinking that Zhang Yuan had gone out at this time of the day and hadn't come back until now. Most likely he had gone to buy chili fries. As expected, Zhang Che saw the returning Zhang Yuan on his way to the convenience store. You've got a lot of nerve, you're in such a mess right now, and you still dare to come out alone. Bare feet aren't afraid of wearing shoes, not to mention I'm a legless one, so I'm afraid of a hammer. Zhang Yuan said while eating the spicy noodles in a beautiful manner. Eat less chorizo, haven't you seen the news, someone died from eating instant noodles every day? It's not like I eat it every day. Right. You're not every day, you're hourly. The two disliked each other as they walked towards the way back. As he walked, Jiang Yuan stopped and looked toward the front. Seeing Jiang Yuan's reaction, Jiang Che suspiciously followed her line of sight to see Wu Qingshu, who happened to turn over from the intersection. Wu Qingshu also did not expect to run into the siblings in this place. The brother was a scourge, and the sister was a scourge, and he might as well stay away from them, lest he suffer double persecution. Wait a minute. Jiang Che saw Wu Qingshu about to leave and called out to him. What for? Wu Qingshu turned back and looked at Jiang Che, who was walking towards him, with a wary face. Jiang Yuan was also quite curious, what could her brother want with Wu Qingshu? Jiang Che looked at Wu Qingshu, who was standing across from him, with a serious expression. There were some things he had to pick apart with Wu Qingshu. Wu Qingshu, you used to be the one to find trouble with me, now I'm already with Ran Ran, so I hope you won't pester Ran Ran anymore in the future. He didn't want to be like in his previous life, when he was married to Tang Yunran and Wu Qingshu kept pestering Ran Ran, waiting for Ran Ran to get a divorce. Who are you? I'll do whatever you want me to do. You're just talking to her, we might break up later, haven't you heard that first love usually doesn't end well? Chapter 117, Wu Qingshu was more injustice than Sinus E. Defiance was written all over Wu Qingshu's face, his fists clenched tightly. In his heart, he spat furiously, if I hadn't been unable to beat you, I would have beaten you into a pile of sure. No, it was a piece of sure cake. I don't count as any kind of onion, but when I say it's garlic. I solemnly warn you, if you continue to hit on Ran Ran, I'll make you. Before Jiang Che could finish his words, he was interrupted by Wu Qingshu. What do you want me to do? What do you dare to do to me? Wu Qingshu raised his fists in agitation, looking like he wanted to punch someone. Right at this moment, a familiar popping sound suddenly rang out. Wu Qingshu! What are you doing? Hearing this sound, Wu Qingshu's small heart trembled. Same recipe, familiar flavor. Wu Qingshu mechanically turned his head towards the direction where the voice had just come from, only to see Tang Faison running towards his side in a rage. Before he could react, Tang Faison's person had already arrived in front of him, pushing him away and blocking Jiang Che's body. San brother, you miss. Wu Qingshu. I told you last time, Jiang Che, he's my brother, he saved my life, how dare you pick on him? Tang Faison was furious. No, I didn't pick on Jiang Che, he took the initiative to call me, he's the one who picked on me. Wu Qingshu was aggrieved. You expect me to believe that? If you don't believe me, ask him. Wu Qingshu reached out and pointed at Jiang Che, if you're a man, tell the truth. What did he not dare to say? Jiang Che said honestly to Tang Faison, third brother, it was indeed me who started this first. You hey! Tang Faison sighed, why can't you change at all? Kindness is a good thing, but too kind hey. You have to know that people are bullied for being good, and horses are ridden for being good. Wu Qingshu has bullied you to this extent, you still speak for him, I don't even know what to say about you. Sango, this incident today really isn't what you think, it's really me. You don't have to say anymore, I understand everything. Honestly, if it weren't for such a kind character as yours, Xiao Ran wouldn't have liked you, and all three of you as brothers wouldn't have treated you like a brother-in-law. Very good, very good. After reaching out and patting Jiang Che on the shoulder, Tang Faison turned his head to look at Wu Qingshu as if he was looking at an enemy. Wu Qingshu, I just don't understand, how can people be so different from each other? Look at Jiang Che, kind and generous, and then look at you, small-minded, not that I'm saying, it's no wonder Xiao Ran has always disagreed with your pursuit and chose Jiang Che instead. Wu Qingshu was so anxious and angry that he was on the verge of crying. Jiang Che, are you a man or not? Jiang Che was also helpless. I told him, but he didn't believe me. Moreover, he felt that if he continued to explain, Tang Faison would be even more convinced that it was Wu Qingshu who had taken the initiative to find trouble with him. Wu Qingshu looked at Jiang Che and then at Tang Faison. How did he look at them? He felt that they were a family and he was an outsider. Too bullying. Wu Qingshu wowed and turned to run. Tang Faison looked at Wu Qingshu's back and shook his head, running away after making a mistake. As a man there is no commitment at all. Although Wu Qingshu ran fast, but still heard the words, at once he cried out in his heart, unjust ah. He is simply more wrong than sinus ah. How come there is no heavy snow? Nope, it has to hail at least. And only if it's all fist-sized hail. Smash this asshole Jiang Che to death. Tang Faison turned his head towards Jiang Che. In the future, if Wu Qingshu, he comes back to trouble you again, you don't need to speak for him, just call me directly. Hearing Tang Faison say that, Jiang Che thought that he really did think correctly just now, and if he really explained any further, Wu Qingshu would definitely be beaten up by Tang Faison. Sango, why are you here at this hour? Didn't go to work? It wasn't Ran. She said she always felt like someone was following her lately, so I took the time to look around the neighborhood to see if there were any suspicious people. What? Ran, she's being followed? Why didn't she tell me? Jiang Che's emotions flared up, and when he thought that the person who was stalking Tang Yunran was the strong female murderer who had committed back-to-back crimes, a heart was suddenly in his throat. She didn't tell you? Guess she was afraid you'd worry. Hearing Tang Faison say this, Jiang Che felt that this should be the case. So is she. Something like this is so serious, and she doesn't tell him about it. The strong woman murderer in his previous life had also done crimes in the neighborhood, but Tang Yunran had not been involved. It should be that Tang Yunran was vigilant and did a good job of protecting herself, so she didn't give the other party a chance to commit the crime. Be that as it may, he must not take it lightly. He decided that he would secretly follow Tang Yunran when he had time in the next 2 days to ensure her safety. When Jiang Che thought of this, he realized that Zhang Yuan had disappeared. This girl, where did she go again? The scene shifts. Zhang Yuan arrived at the curb in his wheelchair, and Wu Qingshu was sitting disheveled on a bench. What are you doing here? Wu Qingshu turned his head to look at Zhang Yuan. Eat chile fries. Zhang Yuan chewed the chile strips in his mouth and returned. You go eat off to the side. It's a nice view and I'm in a good mood to eat here. Wu Qingshu. Nice view? Are you saying he's a beautiful sight when he's crying? And in a good mood? He had long ago seen that this little girl was bad, worse than his brother. Humph. Take your time and see for yourself. Wu Qingshu grumbled and stood up to leave. Where are you going? You control me? Eat a chili bar? Eat. 3 minutes later, Wu Qingshu was eating one bag of chili fries after another. Took 5 or 6 bags in a row. You're almost done, huh? My brother didn't even eat as much as me? Zhang Yuan looked at the spicy noodles in Wu Qingshu's hand with immediate pain. Wu Qingshu pulled out a large $100 bill from his wallet and handed it to Zhang Yuan. Take your time to eat, there's plenty. Zhang Yuan smiled as he stuffed the spicy strips into Wu Qingshu's body. Wu Qingshu gave Zhang Yuan a speechless look. Zhang Yuan looked around and saw the drink vending machine across the road. Want a drink? It's on me. She is not the kind of person who is greedy for other people's small advantages. Took $100, always have to show, or the next time we meet, there will be no cheap greed. Iced black tea. Wu Qingshu spoke as he ate. Why don't you just have a bottle of green tea? It can lower the fire. Zhang Yuan said this with pure kindness. But in Wu Qingshu's ears, the fire rubbed off. I'll have the iced tea. Okay then. Zhang Yuan sat in the wheelchair to the side of the road. There are no traffic lights, there is no crosswalk, the road is not too many or too few vehicles. To cross the road you need to look at both ends to cross, otherwise there is a high probability of accidents. No, Zhang Yuan was just about to pass when suddenly a bicycle rushed by. Hey! Watch out! P. A small fish eat koan, thanks to the sword in the clouds, the nest lying down to read the novel, intoxication is a dream, the best of both worlds cuckoo, the most favorite big household love to eat milk hibiscus eggs zhuang jing, bad luck, and other readers above the old masters of the reward, purely hand-typed, the name checked 3 times, there should be no typos. Thank you so much thanks. Chapter 118 Jiang Che's arrest. Wu Qingshu shouted. The bicyclist was that close to hitting river edge. Wu Qingshu rushed over and glared at the bicyclist with a very fierce look. How do you ride? The bicyclist was so frightened that he apologized and pedaled away furiously. Why are you being mean to people? You little girl, the dog bites Lu Dongbin. He almost hit you. That's none of his business, I'm the one who didn't keep an eye on it, he rides his bike normally, okay? Wu Qingshu was so angry at Zhang Yuan that he couldn't speak. Lazy. Love it or hate it, it's not his sister anyway, crash and burn. After Wu Qingshu took 2 steps out in anger, he looked back at Zhang Yuan, who was still looking at the oncoming traffic from left to right, ready to find a chance to cross the street. I'll get it. Zhang Yuan turned back to Wu Qingshu and said with a stubborn face, I said I'm going to treat myself. Okay, whatever. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yuan handed Wu Qingshu the green tea he had bought. Why green tea? I said I wanted iced tea. No more iced tea. Really? You don't believe me? Go over there and see for yourself. Wu Qingshu looked towards the drink vending machine on the opposite side, thinking that there should really be no more iced tea. There is no need for this little girl to intentionally pit him. Green tea is green tea, and she's right, drinking green tea reduces fire. It's just that he doesn't really like the taste of green tea. After Wu Qingshu drank 2 mouthfuls of green tea, his gaze fell on Zhang Yuan's leg. Last time you said you wanted to have an operation, when is it going to happen? The day after tomorrow. That fast? Are you, scared? No fear. Zhang Yuan looked at his leg and said, what's there to be afraid of? The doctor said the surgery has a high chance of success. Besides, even if it's the worst outcome, at most, I'll still be the same as before and continue to sit in a wheelchair. Although I can't walk, but there is a wheelchair, it doesn't affect my daily life. As Zhang Yuan was saying this, 2 girls similar to her happened to pass by. Wu Qingshu had noticed that Zhang Yuan had been staring at the 2 girls. To be exact, she had been staring at the legs of these 2 girls. Girls are 16 or 17 years old, the age of fancy, during the summer vacation, do not have to wear the school uniform, wearing their favorite little dress. She said she didn't care, but she actually wanted to be like a normal girl, wearing her favorite dress, standing and walking on her own 2 feet, instead of relying on this cold wheelchair. Would you like me to refer you to a doctor who specializes in this area of surgery? Zhang Yuan turned his head and looked at Wu Qingshu with a puzzled gaze. Is the doctor you referred good? Of course it's great. In fact, the doctor I'm going to introduce you to is my little uncle. My little uncle is an attending physician at a tertiary hospital, very famous in the industry, and the success rate of the surgery is exceptionally high, and ordinary people book appointments at least 2 or 3 months in advance. That good? What's his name? Wu Shihai, you can search for it. Zhang Yuan took his cell phone and searched. Wow! So awesome! That's true, both of my uncles are very powerful, and my dad is also very powerful. Wu Qingshu said with incomparable pride. Zhang Yuan gave a thumbs up, worthy of being a gnawing second-generation ancestor. It's really powerful. Wu Qingshu. Wu Qingshu picked up the green tea and tilted his head back to gulp down several mouthfuls. Lower the fire. Do you want me to introduce you? Then I thank you in advance. But I do have conditions. Wu Qingshu thought to himself that he has a grudge against your brother, why should he introduce you? So even if he introduces you, he can't do it for nothing. Oh, forget it then. Zhang Yuan turned around in his wheelchair and left. I. Wu Qingshu chased after him. I haven't even mentioned the terms, where are you going? I can guess your conditions, don't you want me to help persuade my brother to give up his sister-in-law? That I can't do. Wu Qingshu. Whose sister-in-law are you calling nonsense? It's my sister-in-law. If it's not my sister-in-law, how can it be your sister-in-law? I can't help you with this one anyway. Who asked you to help with this? What's that? These words put Wu Qingshu on the spot. Because he didn't expect it. But the word is out, you can't just say nothing, right? Wu Qingshu looked toward Zhang Yuan's body and extended his hand. I'll take the box of chili fries. That's good to know, here. In the end, Wu Qingshu hugged the box of chili fries and watched Zhang Yuan leave in his wheelchair. Eyes withdrawn, he looked down at the box. There's just one bag left. This girl eats so much, she's not afraid of getting sick? Wu Qingshu pulled out the last pack of chili fries from the box, tore it open, and chewed it. That's hot. Wu Qingshu sucked in his spicy breath, went to get his own green tea, and drank it all. No, it's spicy. Wu Qingshu quickly crossed the road and had just walked to the drink vending machine when he saw a young man take 2 bottles of iced tea from it. This girl. God is no more. He really wasn't wrong, this girl Zhang Yuan was even worse than his brother. For the next 2 days, as soon as Zhang Che woke up in the morning, he went to the neighborhood where Tang Yunran was waiting, and as soon as he saw Tang Yunran come out, he secretly followed behind. He was purposely not talking to Tang Yunran in order to see if anyone was following her or not. Tang Yunran walked and sensed it, suddenly stopping and steeply turning her head to look. I'll go. Zhang Che was busy dodging to the side. Almost got caught. Tang Yunran's gaze scanned around, and this time it finally allowed her to spot the end. Shadow. It's a man's shadow. It's not like she's really being targeted by a femme fatale murderer, is it? Thinking about this, Tang Yunran tensed up. Don't be nervous, be calm. Tang Yunran kept self-suggesting in her mind. The only way to keep your brain clear is to be calm enough. By the way, she remembered that there were usually traffic police checking for illegal vehicles at the intersection ahead. She could ask them for help. Zhang Che was relieved when he saw Tang Yunran continue to walk forward. Keep up. Following along, he saw Tang Yunran suddenly run towards the traffic police. What's she doing? Zhang Che stretched his long head to see that Tang Yunran was saying something to the traffic police, and was too far away to hear a thing. Before he could figure it out, he saw the traffic police suddenly running in his direction. There was more than one, all 3 traffic cops at the intersection ran over. What's the situation? Did any of the cars break the rules? Zhang Che turned his head toward his back and looked. No car violation, ah? Just as Zhang Che was wondering in his mind, the traffic police suddenly swarmed up and rushed up, pinning him down and subduing him in 3 or 2 strokes. Gotcha. Chapter 119 Raven's attribute goes online again. Zhang Che was directly confused. In 2 lifetimes of living, I've never encountered this kind of battle. He used to see criminals being held down by the police on TV, and he never thought in any way that one day he would be able to experience it. Soon, he noticed that the passers-by around him were looking at him with tinted glasses, obviously treating him as a criminal of 10 evils. At that moment, Tang Yunran walked over. Caught, you don't have to worry anymore. The traffic police said to Tang Yunran. Thank you guys. Tang Yunran said thankfully. The traffic cop pushed Zhang Che, say, why are you following her? Zhang Che looked up towards Tang Yunran with an odd expression. Zhang Che? Tang Yunran cried out dumbfounded. 5 minutes later, Tang Yunran and the traffic police kept apologizing. I'm so sorry, it's all a misunderstanding, I'm sorry. After this matter was resolved, Tang Yunran looked at Zhang Che with speechless eyes. Why are you following me for a good reason? It made her think that she was being targeted by a femme fatale murderer, and she was wary all the way. I was trying to protect you. Protect me? I met your 3rd brother 2 days ago, and your 3rd brother said that lately you've been feeling as if someone was following you, and I couldn't rest assured, so I decided to follow you. You, how many days have you been following me? Plus today's the 3rd day. It's the 3rd day and she doesn't even know it. I don't know. Zhang Che has been protecting her behind. Moving. Unspeakably moving. It came to mind. Relationship experience value plus 2122. Tang Yunran quivered her lips, trying to hold back the tears that were about to well up from her eyes. Well, I'm your boyfriend, isn't it only natural to protect you? You're moved to tears now? Want to give your body to me? Zhang Che scratched Tang Yunran's nose and said. Nasty. Who wants to give their body to you? Tang Yunran was amused by what Zhang Che said. If you don't give your body to me, who else are you going to give your body to? Don't want to talk to you. Tang Yunran held back her tears and glanced towards Zhang Che's leg. Have you recovered from your leg injury? Are you going to protect me in the dark? What if you really meet a strong woman murderer and get in his way and get rid of you first? Blah, blah, blah. I'm such a crow's mouth, pretend I didn't say it and you didn't hear it. And so on. Ravenous. Ah. Zhang Che wanted to slap himself on the head. He was the one with the system, so there was absolutely no need to bother secretly protecting Tang Yunran. What a crowbar system. How did he forget this? System, are there any ravenous experience coupons in the mall? Yes. Give me immediate redemption. The Crow's Mouth Experience Coupon, like the Mind Reading Experience Coupon, is a product of lack of virtue and requires 1 million experience points to redeem. Are you sure you want to redeem it? Of course. This was a matter of Tang Yunran's safety, not to mention 1 million experience value, or even 100 million, he would not blink an eye. Okay, it's been redeemed successfully. Good, then I will deeply wish that strong woman murderer, bad luck, and what once hurt others will be returned tenfold. Zhang Che immediately dropped his heart after saying this heartfelt blessing. The system's ravenous experience coupon he tried was quite powerful. This experiment was Mei Xian. Some time ago, he had seen Mei Xian emaciated with his own eyes, and he had made a point of inquiring about it. Mei Xin was dumped by all of her spares, none of them left, and ripped naked in the street by the original mate of one of the spares. That femme fatale murderer is going to end up in a bad way for sure. Ah Chu, the man in the baseball cap and sunglasses, sneezed. Who the hell misses him? The murderer is called Diao Ao. 32 years old. Male. Genus bull. Diao Ao was currently hiding in a hiding place looking towards the direction where Zheng Che and Tang Yunran were. Mud. I've been following this for days, and I saw that I had a chance to make a move, but I was stirred up, so I should have known better than to eat the spicy bullwhip. Dio left and bought a can of ice drink. He just opened it, and with a bang, the drink sprayed all over his face and belt. It's infuriating. By the way, he remembered that there was an apartment nearby where the college girl he had been following lived. In fact, he had wanted to commit a crime against that girl for a long time, but just a few days ago he noticed Tang Yunran. This girl could be many times better looking than that college girl, so she temporarily changed her goal and turned to secretly follow Tang Yunran. As it turned out, the girl was too vigilant and hadn't been going out much in the past few days. Even when she does go out, she's rarely alone and doesn't go to less crowded places. It caused him to follow him for days without the right opportunity to strike. Diao Ao looked towards the apartment building not far ahead. The girl was a country bumpkin, her family's condition wasn't very good, so she was now working a summer job. She worked at a KTV and came back every morning in the early hours of the morning, when there were fewer people, which was just convenient for him to do it. It's just her. Diao Ao tilted his head back to finish the drink in the can and threw it towards the garbage can on the side of the road without looking at it. It didn't go in, and with a bam it hit the trash can, bounced back, and coincidentally hit him in the leg. Ow. It's sour as hell for men. Your ass. Diao Ao anger lifted his leg and kicked the cans, flying out of the cans coincidentally smashed into the police car that drove over. Who assaulted the police? The police car stopped and two uniformed officers quickly pushed their way down the door. Diao Ao was so scared that he pulled his legs out and ran, cursing endlessly in his mind as he did so. Damn, how unlucky. That kick just now hurt his toes, not to mention that the can that flew out smashed into the police car. Just now, if he was right, the can coincidentally hit the cop in the face. Stop. The police shouted as they reached for their walkie-talkies to call for more people. Diao Ao was chased for several blocks, running on weak legs. Finally, I saw a club that was being entertained, and without thinking, I dove in headfirst. The police stopped when they chased us here. Where did the man go? It's not going to run off to the rec club, is it? It can't be, it's a special entertainment club. Then let's look elsewhere. Diao Ao, after running into the entertainment club, found that all the people inside were men, and that's even if these men were still hugging each other in twos and threes. Seeing this, he realized what kind of nature of entertainment club he had entered. Hurry up! He was just about to leave when a drunken Mediterranean pot-bellied man took his hand. I've been waiting for you most of the day, why don't you come over? You've got the wrong person. Am I recognizing the wrong person? Aren't you the waiter? Chapter 120, A Miserable End. You're the waiter. Dio was disgusted and kicked the pot-bellied man away. Not good. Someone made a move on Boss Wang, grab him. After the big-bellied man's bodyguard shouted, then Diao Ao was surrounded by a dozen or so bodyguards with guys. The big-bellied man covered his stomach and climbed up from the ground, his mouth cursing, "Martyr, a quid dares to make a move on me, catch him and see how I'm going to teach you a lesson today." With that, the pot-bellied man pulled out his belt and threw it to the ground with a loud pop. When he was 3 hours old, Diao Ao was thrown out by the bodyguards. Diao Ao covered his buttocks and rose from the ground, his face a dish rag, his body covered in whip marks from being whipped. What bad luck? Diao Ao spat towards the ground, and his afterglow unintentionally glanced at Wang Yu, the female college student he had been following recently. It was just as well that he had a belly full of fire, so he took it out on her. Diao Ao followed Wang Yu all the way to the apartment. Wang Yu was oblivious to the fact that when she opened the door and was just about to go in, she was pushed in against the door. Don't move! Diao Ao held a knife in his hand and threatened Wang Yu. Wang Yu was so scared that she suddenly lost her color. You want, whatever you want, I'll give you all the money, all of it. Hee, what the laborer wants is not your money. As Diao Ao said this, his lewd gaze traveled up and down Wang Yu's body. Seeing the other party like this, thinking of the strong female murderer who has been continuously committing crimes in the past 2 days, Wang Yu was so scared that she directly cried. No crying, I'll kill you if you cry again. Diao Ao roared like this, Wang Yu hurriedly stopped crying. Just then, Woof Woof, Wang Yu's beloved dog Chow Chow came out of the room dragging his leash. Wang Yu looked at Chow Chow and thought to herself, if only she hadn't chained Chow Chow up. Her beloved dog, a large dog Doberman, could have saved her if she hadn't been on a leash. But that's not possible now, as Chow Chow is particularly hostile to people when he sees them after being abused by a friend who sent him for a sample last year. Several times when I've taken him out for a walk, he's uncontrollably attacked passers-by. If it weren't for that, she wouldn't have tethered it to the house. Woof woof woof. Chow Chow barked furiously towards Diao Ao as he struggled against his chains, his body hairs exploding. Call. Shout again. I'll kill you to make dog meat soup. Dio could see that the chain wasn't long enough to get through, so he dared to yell at the dog so recklessly. Woo bam bam bam. The chains made a loud sound as Chow Chow moved. Diao Ao wasn't scared at all and threatened Wang Yu with the knife, "Take off your clothes." Wang Yu was afraid of the knife in Diao Ao's hand and could only follow his words. Just then, Chow Chow suddenly broke free of his chains and lunged towards Diao Ao. Diao Ao was not expecting this, and was pounced upon by Chow Chow, rushing straight to the ground, the knife in his hand flying to Wang Yu's feet. Wang Yu was first startled, and then out of the subconsciousness of self-help, action outweighed thought and crouched down to pick up the knife. Mad. Diao Ao kicked Chow Chow away. Chow Chow. Wang Yu shouted worriedly. I'll kill you. Diao Ao casually copied something hard from the counter and smashed it over Chow Chow's head. Wang Yu's heart was in a hurry, and he lunged towards Diao Ao with the knife, but his feet slipped and his body flew out, and the knife in his hand went straight into Diao Ao's backyard. Oh. Diao Ao lay on the ground in pain, which gave Chow Chow the opportunity to roll over and pounce on him, opening his mouth towards Diao Ao between his legs. Click. Ow. Diao Ao fainted after a twitching fit of wild eye rolling. The next morning before Jiang Che woke up, he received a message from Tang Yunran. It's the hot headline she shares. Jiang Che clicked on it to take a look, and it turned out to be a report about a strong female murderer. The report, Diao Ao was sent to the ambulance. Some pictures are not elegant, not convenient to put, it turned to text narrative, said Diao Ao front back are miserable. This is how evil is rewarded for evil, it deserves it. Tang Yunran felt quite pleased with herself. Seeing this message, Jiang Che was tempted to send a comment that it was mainly relying on his crow's mouth system. You're right. It's so tragic for all those innocent girls he killed, who should have all had really bright futures. And their families, it must be so sad and painful. A bad guy like him is unforgivable, and it's light to end up like this. Tang Yunran spoke indignantly. Exactly right, his future fate must be 1,000 times more miserable than the present. Jiang Che's words weren't said casually like Tang Yunran's, but rather had the attribute of a crow's mouth attached to them, so one could foresee Diao Ao's miserable end in the future from here. Are you free tomorrow? Tang Yunran pursed her lips and sent a message. Jiang Che's eyes immediately lit up, thinking that she was taking the initiative to ask him out. I have something tomorrow. Tomorrow he's going to accompany River Edge to the concert of Double Maniacs. Afraid that Tang Yunran would be disappointed, Jiang Che immediately sent a message over. I'm free for the evening, you're on call. Tang Yunran. It's immodest again. Followed by a sly, bad smile raised from the corner of his eye. You said? On call? I'll say. Talking the talk? Of course it counts. Then you come to my house tonight. Tang Yunran invited him into her home? And at night? So exciting? Your parents, they're not home? Jiang Che guessed in his heart that they must all be away, or else how could Tang Yunran dare to let him in? All at home. Tang Yunran returned. All at home and you're letting me in? I thought you said I was on call. Jiang Che could sort of hear that he was being set up by Tang Yunran. She must be snickering on the other end of the phone, right? Yeah, if you dare open the door, I'll dare enter. He's a man, how can he not even dare to enter his wife's house? Okay, just kidding. Jiang Che sent a cool emoji wearing sunglasses. Seriously with you, if you're not available tomorrow, the day after that is fine. Jiang Che was curious, what was Tang Yunran actively calling him for? What the hell? P.S. Small fish eat Kuan, to the glass-hearted children's shoes warm message, this is a super sweet dog food daily text, there will be no disgusting plot, mainly to light and bright mainly, so rest assured to enjoy. There's also an announcement that in the next 2 days the book will be changed to Dog Food Daily, Schoolgirl's Wife is reborn too. The cover will not be changed, the difference is not too big. There's also an announcement for an additional post tomorrow. Carrot. Chapter 121, System Upgrade. Just still want to hire you as a model. Seeing this message, Jiang Che's eyes immediately lit up. Zoom in. Good point. Tomorrow I'm going to accompany Jiang Yuan to watch the concert, and the day after that we'll find a place where I'll be the model to properly let you draw. A concert? A concert for the two amigos? How do you know? Actually, Kobashi, she asked me to go with her, but I'm not much of a groupie. Tang Yunran was thinking that since Jiang Che was also going, she would agree to go with Xiao Xiao. Acting faster than thinking, Tang Yunran had already sent a message to Jin Xiaoqiao. Just after sending it over, he received a message from Jiang Che. Well, in that case, why don't we go together tomorrow? Good. The two just made a date. Congratulations, Hershey host, you have met the conditions for upgrading this system. Do you need to upgrade now? Upgrade? What's the benefit of being upgraded? This system hasn't been upgraded yet, so how do I know what's in it for me? He had long ago discovered that his system was rather capricious. So do I upgrade or not? Generally upgrading is better than not upgrading. But sometimes it's not better, just like a cell phone, which was working fine when I bought it, and then after I upgraded it, it started to have all kinds of cards and all kinds of problems. In fact, as things stood, the system he had now worked quite well and fully satisfied his life needs, there was no need to upgrade. I remember that Fatty had nothing to do once, so he upgraded his cell phone, which resulted in some incompatible software, and then took it to the after-sales service to restore the original version. To put it bluntly, it's just a case of having nothing to do. So having learned the lesson of the fat man, he'll never upgrade again when he buys another cell phone. He felt that the system was the same as a cell phone, just enough for his own use. There was no need to take that risk of upgrading. What if the upgraded system is very pitiful to the host? Let me ask you, can I revert to the current version after upgrading if I don't think it works well? No. After hearing this answer, and after some more rigorous thinking, Jiang Che finally decided that it was better not to upgrade. I thought better of it and stopped upgrading. I'm sorry, but system upgrades are mandatory, they must be upgraded. Why didn't you say so? Why did he waste so many brain cells thinking about it? The system is being upgraded, please wait. The system completely ignored Jiang Che's tirade and did its own thing. Upgrade in progress 1%, 2%, 15%. The corner of Jiang Che's mouth twitched breathlessly. 99%, 100%. Upgrade successful. Congratulations. Oh. Look at his face. Does he look like a happy sub? What about the benefits of the upgrade? Not found yet. Jiang Che. Jiang Che seriously doubted if this system of his failed the quality inspection. He wouldn't have seen a more unreliable system than this one. The next night, Jiang Yuan kept urging Jiang Che. Are you done yet? Hurry up. You've been messing with your head for half an hour, you've sprayed so much hairspray that your hair has turned into steel wire, and you're not afraid of sticking it in someone's face. What do you know, girls like it hard. Hearing Jiang Che say that, Jiang Yuan seriously doubted that he was driving and she had proof. Jiang Yuan looked at Jiang Che, who continued to mess around in front of the mirror, and asked suspiciously, I'm the one chasing the star, what are you doing tossing around so handsomely? Jiang Che turned his head to grin at Jiang Yuan, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth, and said with a mysterious face, you'll know later. Jiang Yuan was flashed by Jiang Che's expression, especially his big neat white teeth. It's all ready for a shot of Negro toothpaste. Half an hour later, Jiang Che brought her to the main entrance of the concert venue and saw Tang Yunran, who happened to take a cab over. Well, she knows. Very unluckily, their seats were not connected. But this was completely difficult for the thick-skinned Jiang Che to say to the two girls beside Tang Yunran, two beauties, a few of us are together, can we change seats? If it were normal, the two girls may not agree, but looking at Jiang Che's good looks, looking at this handsome face, they immediately gave way. Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che with a bulging mouth, you know what? You're selling out your color. Hearing Tang Yunran say this, Jiang Che was overjoyed. You're jealous? Who's jealous? You are. Love experience value plus 123. And they say they're not jealous, they're all contributing directly to his experience value. Just then, the girl behind him poked him. Jiang Che turned his head to look in confusion. The girl held out her cell phone, handsome, can I add a WeChat? Before Jiang Che could reject it, he heard a system tone ring out. Relationship experience value 222. What? 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 What did he just hear? You heard me right, it's 222 experience points. What the hell? Zhang Che was dumbfounded. I now know the difference in upgrades. Upgraded, this system becomes more high-end, intelligent, humanized, or simply high. Positive and negative experience values will appear depending on the subject's emotions. Speak human, I can't understand. If I'm not speaking in human terms, can I still be speaking in systematic terms? If you still don't understand, just turn your head and look at Tang Yunran. Hearing the system say that, Zhang Che turned his head towards Tang Yunran. Aha! It's a red flag. He appeared to understand. The upgraded system would be based on Tang Yunran's emotions towards him, thus translating into different positive and negative experience values. Feeling good about him is positive experience value. Being upset with him is negative experience value. It's simply summed up in one sentence. What the hell? Sure enough, the upgrades may not be as good. It can't be returned to the factory yet. The brain hurts. Aha! Zhang Che cleared his throat and said to the girl sitting behind him, I'm sorry, this is my girlfriend, I don't want her to misunderstand. Love experience value plus 198. Hearing this positive experience value beep, Zhang Che let out a long breath of relief. It's kind of over. Zhang Yuan had been paying attention to his oldest brother's movements, and seeing the change in his reaction before and after, his heart was cool. Great, finally someone to keep her oldest brother in check. She decided that from now on, she would hug Tang Yunran's thighs tightly so that her oldest brother wouldn't bully her anymore. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan handed a bottle of Xiao Mingxiu to Tang Yunran. Sister-in-law, please have some water. Thanks. You're welcome. Zhang Yuan said in a smiling manner, then immediately afterward, he sued, Sister-in-law, can you do me a favor? Go ahead. Can you tell my brother not to pull my face in the future? Zhang Yuan had just finished speaking when Zhang Che's voice then sounded. Pull your face once and I'll give you $100. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan immediately changed his words, Sister-in-law, just now, just pretend you didn't hear what I said. Chapter 122, Being Drawn, Singing on Stage. Tang Yunran stifled her laughter. Zhang Che was really bad. But honestly, this vibe is really cozy. The concert hadn't even started yet, and Zhang Yuan pulled Tang Yunran around and barraged her. Sister-in-law, do you like watching the two amigos too? It's my friend who likes to watch it. She grabbed 2 tickets and asked me to watch it with her. Zhang Yuan turned his head to Jin Xiaoxiao, Li Yu and Qi Mingchen. Which one do you like? Li Yao and Qi Mingchen are the 2 main male actors who play the role of double chivalry. Adults don't make choices, I like both. Hearing Jin Xiaoxiao say this, Zhang Yuan immediately pulled on Jin Xiaoxiao's hand in excitement. Sisters! I'm a CP fan too. Aha, sisters! Next, Zhang Yuan and Jin Xiaoxiao engaged in a heated conversation, occasionally emitting he rotund giggles. This was good for Zhang Che, so that no one would disturb his and Tang Yunran's 2-person world. Soon the concert began. Zhang Che saw the dual male leads that came out of the screen, and to be honest, it was quite handsome. But he's also handsome. And he's in a vegetarian look now, so if he dresses up, he'll probably look even better. Of course, he wasn't someone who relied on his face, so there was no need to dress up so handsomely. Being too handsome would not only make Tang Yunran feel insecure, she would also provide him with negative experience value. So he'll just stay the way he is now. After the concert started, the various cries of chickens, ducks, and geese in Zhang Che's ears didn't stop. There was nothing louder than Zhang Yuan's loud voice. It wasn't that he was bragging, but his oldest sister's loud voice would have made her an absolutely excellent guard during the war years. The next part of the program was for the lead actor to draw a lucky audience member to go up and sing the theme song of Double Maniacs with the lead actor. Okay, now our lead actor draws Area C. Zhang Yuan and Jin Xiaoxiao screamed in excitement. It's District C. It's District C. It's us here. So excited. Zhang Che felt like his circle of people had exploded. Girl power is so powerful. Especially when it comes to stargazing. In the past, he listened to Zhang Yuan alone at home wailing now a large area, that shocking effect to experience who knows. Moderator, row 9 of C. Zhang Yuan was so excited that he almost forgot that he couldn't stand up on his own legs. Zhang Yuan was all ready to go on stage and sing with the lead actor, silently praying in his heart. It has to be me. It has to be me. Moderator, 7 seats. Zhang Yuan swished his eyes open and froze in surprise. It really is a 7-seater. It's really her. Jesus. What's she gonna do? Moderator, we'd like to invite the audience in Section C, Row 9, Seat 7 to come up to the stage and sing along with the lead actors of our twin chivalry. Those who didn't draw it were envious and jealous. And Zhang Yuan, who was drawn, was dumbfounded. What to do? She wouldn't dare. Why don't you go up? Zhang Che turned his head to look at Zhang Yuan. I'm a little bit not too comfortable, brother, you go up for me? You're nervous and uncomfortable, aren't you? Zhang Che could see Zhang Yuan's small-mind at a glance. This girl usually can dislike with him, all day long, a look of fearlessness. In fact, the core is still just an ordinary high school student, an ordinary star-chasing little girl. It's hard not to get excited and embarrassed when you meet your favorite love idol. Are you sure you don't want to go up there? If you miss this time, you'll regret it. Zhang Che persuaded. Zhang Yuan was conflicted and torn in his heart. The host hiked from the stage. Lucky audience member in Section C, Row 9, Seat 7, you can come up now. Zhang Yuan still didn't dare, hesitated, and looked at Jin Xiaoxiao. Don't you also like them both? Why don't I let you have this opportunity? No. Jin Xiaoxiao waved her hand straight up. I'm pentatonic. I'm afraid I'll scare them. I'd better be excused. Zhang Yuan heard Jin Xiaoxiao say so. It is even more afraid to go on. She is not good at singing. If she goes on stage later, do not make a joke. Just as Zhang Yuan was thinking this, Zhang Che suddenly carried her to the wheelchair and pushed her towards the raised head. Zhang Yuan looked back at Zhang Che with wide eyes, not expecting Zhang Che to suddenly make such a move. Brother, you. Don't I know your character? If you don't go up today, you'll definitely regret going back and won't be able to sleep. I have to say, her brother really knew her, just like he said. It would have been fine if she hadn't been drawn, but she had been the lucky favorite to be drawn. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, if she didn't go up there, she would definitely regret going back at night and couldn't sleep, and it would affect her mood for the next long period of time. But Zhang Yuan looked at the stage that was getting closer and closer to him. His heart kept beating faster and faster, and then again, and his nervousness was about to jump out of his throat. I don't sing well. You're not a star idol, what do you need to sing so well for? Just shout it out loud. Besides, it's not like I haven't heard you sing at home usually, it's not like it's hard to hear. After saying that, he added, it will only take half a life. River Edge. Is this your way of comforting me? You might as well not have said it if you did. Doesn't it feel a lot easier to know all the people you'll dislike? So he said that on purpose? Don't be nervous, just play normally. I've heard the Lord sing at a mass level, just a tiny bit better than you. Zhang Che said this, and Zhang Yuan couldn't argue well. Even if she has a filter added to both actors, the fact that they don't sing very well is indeed recognized by fans. But it doesn't matter. They're actors and not singers, just have fun singing. If you're still scared, I'll stand next to you. Who's scared? I'm not scared. Then I'll bring you up later and I'll come down. Hearing Zhang Che say this, Zhang Yuan became anxious and subconsciously grabbed onto Zhang Che's sleeve. Clenched tightly. Zhang Che looked towards Zhang Yuan's hand that was gripping his sleeve, lost his smile, and shook his head. This girl still says she's not nervous, obviously she's nervous like this. After going on stage, the host looked at Zhang Che and Zhang Yuan and asked, may I ask which one of you is? The one who drew it is my sister, she has trouble with her legs, is it okay if I accompany her on stage? Sure. The host was a pretty young lady, and looking at the handsome-looking Zhang Che, her first reaction was to think that she was an idol trainee from that program. Just as the host was thinking that, a murmur of crosstalk came from the stage. Wow! So handsome! Where did such a handsome little brother come from? It couldn't be any fresh meat from any artist company that hasn't debuted yet, could it? Chapter 123 Zhang Che, he stunned the whole stage. Didn't you guys notice? He's vegan. Really? Geez. He has good skin. And tall. It's so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. When he comes down, find a chance to ask. The voices of these talking words grew higher and higher, and it was hard for Tang Yunran not to hear them. Relationship experience value 111. This. Zhang Che, who was on stage, looked towards the direction Tang Yunran was in. He's just going on stage to show his face. That's not necessary, is it? It's not his fault he's handsome. The musical intro to the theme song of Double Maniac plays. Zhang Yuan became even more nervous, the hand holding the microphone kept shaking and his chest was heaving. Zhang Che looked at Zhang Yuan's state and frowned. At this rate, he was afraid that Zhang Yuan would not be able to sing a single line. As expected, when it was Zhang Yuan's turn for this part, he was directly dumbfounded. The scene was a bit out of control for a while, but the two main actors were quite nice and came to Zhang Yuan's side, encouraging her with their eyes. But the more this happened, the more nervous Zhang Yuan became. The hosts are also drying out. Zhang Yuan's eyes were a little red with anxiety, and his hand holding the microphone kept shaking. At this time, Zhang Che, as an older brother, had to step in when it was time. "Give it to me." Zhang Che took the microphone from Zhang Yuan's hand. After redeeming the King of Songs attribute from the mall, the song wowed the entire audience. Loved, loved, loved. Great tone and superb singing. I bet this little brother is an artist from one of the entertainment companies. I think so too, he's handsome and sings well, for sure. Curious to see when he debuts, I'll be the first to fan him if he does. I'll be the first one too. Tang Yunran stared at Zhang Che with her beautiful eyes wide open, turning a deaf ear to the various flower-obsessed fangirl comments in her ears. At the moment, her full attention was on the glowing teenager on stage. Love experience value plus 999. She had never heard Zhang Che sing before, and she actually didn't know that he sang so well. She wanted him to sing it to her often in the future. Love experience value plus 1000. Love experience value plus 1001. Love experience value plus 1002. Yo! Just singing a song. I didn't realize there was a windfall. Zhang Che sang vigorously, full of magnetic beautiful voices comparable to the original song, listening to the scene of the people as if intoxicated. As a friendly reminder, this system has only just realized that after the upgrade, not only will there be a negative relationship experience value, but there is also a small difference from the previous version. What's different? It's just a small difference, but actually Zhang Che can still accept it in his heart. That is, in the future, the relationship experience value can't be directly exchanged for soft currency, but it can still be raffled off and exchanged in the mall. Hearing the system say that, Zhang Che said that he had 10,000 sentences of MMP in his heart that he didn't know whether to speak or not. People are good at being bullied, aren't they? You call this a small difference? Where is this small? System, you stand up for me, let's have a civilized natter and I promise I won't do anything. Is this an upgrade? You're clearly downgrading. Even if the phone is upgraded, it doesn't take you like this. I'm just asking you, did you not pass the qualified quality inspection? You didn't pass the quality control. Then you're overdue. Either that or it's in the water. Host, you need to calm down now. I'm so calm right now, I can't help it. I can't hit you, I'll get a dog later. I suspect you're making a double entendre. I'm just saying, don't get right yourself. I know you're upset in your heart, but there are actually benefits after the upgrade. You say. Zhang Che was tempted to roll up his sleeves. If the system didn't say something today, he'd just as well. You can't hold a knife to yourself, white knife in, red knife out, and get all jaded with the system, can you? That said, if he died and the system automatically peeled itself out of his body to find another host and continue to get away with lawlessness, wouldn't he have died in vain? After the system is upgraded, the goods in the mall have become more numerous, so much so that there is only what you can't think of and nothing you can't redeem. Hearing this, Zhang Che's heart was slightly soothed that much. And? Nope. The profanity that reached his mouth was hardened and held back by Zhang Che. A little hurt, later after the song to the stage, have to find Tang Yunran comfort, soothe the wounds in his heart. The song ends with the aftermath. The audience off stage, as well as the staff in front of and behind the stage, were all unable to come to their senses for a long time. Mamma mia, it's good as hell. After this audience member shouted out, thunderous applause then erupted from the stage. Not to mention these spectators, even Zhang Yuan stared at his old brother with glowing eyes. Is her brother that handsome? Why hadn't she realized that before? After Zhang Che returned to his original seat, many of his sisters and aunts from the front and back, left, right and left, all looked towards him. The timing is perfect for one thing. That's grabbing onto Tang Yunran's hand, the 10-fingered kind. And put Tang Yunran's hand on his lap. You, what are you doing? Tang Yunran didn't expect Jiang Che to make a surprise attack. Love experience value plus 879. He didn't tell her beforehand, and that's even if so many people are watching. How can he be so nice? Just as Tang Yunran was about to pull her hand away, Jiang Che brought his head close to her ear and whispered against her earlobe, "I'm the sheep that fell into the wolf's den right now, so you have to protect me or I'll be taken by the wolves." Tang Yunran knew Jiang Che's intention of doing this was nothing more than wanting her to block those unnecessary peach blossoms for him. Of course she was happy to, but not in such a mortifying way, right? And even if he pulled her hand, he grabbed it and rubbed it against his pants. "Your pants are so hard, they hurt my hands." Really, he didn't know he was wearing jeans. Jeans are very abrasive, okay? So I'll put it on your lap? Chapter 124, You're a Hooligan. Jiang Che said as he stared at the beautiful legs in flesh-colored stockings. "You're a hooligan." Tang Yunran's face was as red as a boiled shrimp when she was teased by Jiang Che, and it was still the kind with smoking. Relationship experience value plus 909. Hearing this system beep, Jiang Che's heart was beautifully happy. The unpleasantness that had just occurred with the system was instantly thrown to the back of his mind. Small wounds of the heart were soothed to the point of. Although the value of relationship experience can no longer be exchanged for soft money, but think about it, it was supposed to be a heavenly fortune, so if you don't have it, you don't have it. And he had just confirmed with the system that the experience value gained before upgrading could still be exchanged for soft currency. If he couldn't, he would definitely fight the system. $1 billion capital is enough for him to create something big. It seems that the life of salty fish is going to end here. Before Li Hao discussed the matter of opening a restaurant, to open up as soon as possible. He decided that the opening of the restaurant must be finalized before the end of summer vacation. During the intermission, when Zhang Yuan went to the bathroom, he saw an acquaintance. Wu Qingshu. "Why are you here?" Without waiting for Wu Qingshu to reply, Zhang Yuan continued. "Ah. I see, you secretly followed my sister-in-law here." "You are. I say, can you stop saying sister-in-law and sister-in-law? It's not certain whether you'll be your sister-in-law in the future or not." "In the future I don't know, right now she is." Zhang Yuan's words blocked Wu Qingshu's and he almost lost his breath. Pretty much the same conversation that was had last time. Forget it, I won't talk to Zhang Yuan in the future so as not to get pissed off. "You little girl with such a sharp mouth, you're not afraid that you won't be able to get married in the future?" "My brother talks about me all the time, get used to it." Wu Qingshu. "Don't change the subject, tell me, did you secretly follow my sister-in-law here?" "No." Zhang Yuan opened his big round eyes and looked at Wu Qingshu with an incomparably skeptical gaze. "I said no, I didn't even know she was coming." Wu Qingshu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. What kind of look was this? Not believing him and asking him? "So what are you doing here?" Speaking of this, Zhang Yuan's eyes once again widened round and wide. "You knock CP? You're the one knocking CP." "Ah nah." Zhang Yuan nodded very honestly, "I'm just kowtowing to CP." Wu Qingshu opened his mouth, and the words that came to his mouth just got stuck hard in his throat. At this moment, Wu Qingshu once again sympathized with Jiang Che, having such an exasperating sister. Could it be that the heavens just saw that Jiang Che was so pitifully stranded with such a sister, and that's why they gave Tang Yunran to him? "Hey! I've asked twice and you still haven't answered me, why the hell are you here?" "My aunt and uncle are the producers of Double Maniacs, can't I just be bored and see what's going on?" "I'll go." "Really?" Zhang Yuan looked at Wu Qingshu with both eyes glowing with 100,000 volts. Looking at Wu Qingshu's pair of titanium alloy dog eyes almost flashed blind, causing him to take several steps backward in shock. "Is it true? Say it, say it. Is it true?" Zhang Yuan's excited and thrilled face gave the impression that he wanted to eat people. "What am I lying to you for?" Zhang Yuan cried out in excitement, grabbing onto Wu Qingshu's hand and tugging at it with a deadly grip. "Help me. I want an autograph. I want an autograph." Wu Qingshu looked at Zhang Yuan like this, and his intuition told him that if he didn't help Zhang Yuan ask for an autograph today, he might be pestered to death by this girl. And for Zhang Yuan, he couldn't hit or scold him because her brother Jiang Che's force value was too terrifying. "Let go of me for a second and I'll find my aunt and uncle when the concert is over." With this promise from Wu Qingshu, Zhang Yuan happily let go of Wu Qingshu's hand. "Thank you. You're a pretty good guy." Hearing Jiang Yuan say this, Wu Qingshu spat furiously in his heart. Don't think he doesn't know that. It's the same guy who asked for your autograph so you could compliment him. Second generation is good. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but lament. Wu Qingshu. Why does this girl always say that? After the concert, Jiang Yuan was satisfied to get the autographs of the two main stars of Double Chivalry. Brother, why don't you drive your sister-in-law and the girls back first? Need a reminder, you girl? After Jiang Che carried Jiang Yuan to the car, Jin Xiaoqiao consciously sat in the back, giving the passenger seat to Tang Yunran. Jiang Che turned the music on and played Shallow. It's a song sung by Ran's favorite singer. Jin Xiaoqiao heard it all at once. Tisk, tsk Ran, Jiang Che, he's really good to you. Kobashi. Tang Yunran could hear that Jin Xiaoqiao was deliberately flirting with her. Tang Yunran turned her head to Jiang Che, why don't you send Xiaoqiao back first? It's better to send Ran first, girlfriend is most important. Jin Xiaoqiao said. Jiang Che turned back to Jin Xiaoqiao, I'd better send you back first. Oh, Jin Xiaoqiao trailed off in a long guttural tone, I see, you guys want to send me back first, then you can spend more time together. It had to be said that Jin Xiaoqiao's words were quite to the point and hit the bull's eye. That was what Jiang Che and Tang Yunran thought. Jiang Yuan pulled Jin Xiaoqiao, let's forget about the little couple, I just took a lot of pictures, I see you recorded a video, let's share and share. Good drop. In the eyes of Jiang Yuan and Jin Xiaoqiao, there would be nothing in this world more pleasurable than knocking candy. So the two were soon exchanging hee cluck yada yada together. Jiang Che didn't want to send Tang Yunran back just yet, are you hungry? Do you want to go to the food court? A little. Actually, Tang Yunran wasn't hungry and rarely had the habit of eating late-night snacks. So we're going to the food court? Yeah. Jin Xiaoqiao and Jiang Yuan raised their hands in agreement. Tang Yunran's brows furrowed as she looked at the time. Are you afraid that if it's too late, your family will worry? Jiang Che could see Tang Yunran's thoughts. Aha! After Tang Yunran answered, she took out her cell phone, I'll make a call to Big Brother and the others first. The call was dialed and connected 10 seconds later. Hey, Big Brother, I'm having a midnight snack with my friends, I don't think I'll be back until late. As soon as Tang Fei Mu heard this, his face tightened. With which friend? Without waiting for Tang Yunran to reply, Tang Fei Mu continued. It's late and you're going for a midnight snack, when do you have to be back? It's dangerous for girls to be out in the middle of the night. Tang Yunran's brain broadened a bit as he listened. At that moment, Jiang Che's voice rang in his ears. You give me your cell phone and I'll talk. You drive, it's dangerous. Then you put it on speakerphone. Tang Yunran followed Jiang Che's hi and tapped on her cell phone speakerphone. Hey, Big Brother, it's me, Jiang Che. P.S. Small fish eat kun. Ding. Your fourth shift has arrived. Please check back as soon as possible. The ones that didn't arrive have been put on the chopper ** and picked up with the pickup code 052013114. Chapter 125, Tell her to go to a hotel. So it's Xiao Jiang. I'm relieved that Xiao Ran is with you. You guys go and have fun, I'll help you out on mom and dad's side. Okay, thanks Big Brother. There's nothing to be thankful for, it's all family. Don't worry, I'll take care of Ran. I'm certainly relieved that you're here. By the way, how's your leg? Long time ago. That's good. After the call ended, Tang Yunran listened to the subtlety in her heart. Alright, it's done. Jiang Che said as he glanced at Tang Yunran. Oh. Tang Yunran nodded with a wooden expression. Well, it's good, so good that it's taken care of all three of her brothers. The rest is her mom and dad. Her mom's side of the story is simple, as long as it's something she likes, her mom will support it. As for her dad, that's even less of a problem. Because her dad appreciated Jiang Che very much in his previous life, as soon as he saw Jiang Che, he was like seeing a forgotten friend, pulling him to keep talking about business matters. So, according to this situation, Jiang Che had almost taken care of all of her family. The meal didn't end until late tonight, and it was already 1 a.m. when Jiang Che sent Jin Xiaoqiao and Tang Yunran home one after the other. Before he went to bed, he had something very important to do. System, exchange all of my experience value before upgrading into soft coins. He had to hurry up and redeem his experience value, in order to prevent the system from suddenly committing another offense and making a surprise attack to upgrade again, and then he would not be able to redeem his money at all. He also expects to open a big hotel with the money. Okay, a total of 139548545 experience points. The exchange was successful. Then the sound of the cell phone bank arriving rang out. John Che clicked on it and looked at the large series of numbers. If mom and dad see this money, they're going to suspect me of not doing anything right again. And, of course, the money can't be known by Ran, or she'll be as wishy-washy as mom and dad. In fact, speaking of which, it wasn't to say that the system wasn't half beneficial with this upgrade, although Tang Yunran would provide him with negative experience values, but think about it from another perspective. It's also a sign. For example, he could get the first negative emotions of Tang Yunran. Speaking of which, isn't it true that many young couples break up because of misunderstandings? You do not say, I do not say, all rely on guessing each other and not the roundworm in the other's stomach, and how can every time accurately get each other's ideas? Now he has this upgraded system so he can avoid this problem. Thinking of this, the lump in Jiang Che's heart regarding the matter of system upgrades was only completely solved. Go to bed early, you have to model for his Ran tomorrow. I wonder if he'll get a chance to sacrifice himself this time and do a full fruit modeling photoshoot for Tang Yunran. The next morning, Jiang Che sent a message to Tang Yunran as soon as he woke up. Where are we meeting today? Your grandmother's house? I just woke up. Bothering you? No, I was just about to message you too. The heart is in the right place grinning emoji. After sending this, Jiang Che still felt that it wasn't enough and sent another emoticon of a male kissing a female radiating waves of loving light over. Watching Tang Yunran provide one experience value after another. Love experience value plus 245. Love experience value plus 239. Love experience value plus 251. I just looked at the weather and there's a thunderstorm coming through the suburbs at 5 p.m. I'd rather not go to my grandma's. To the park then? The park is full of mosquitoes, so I'd rather not. Jiang Che also felt that the park was bad, too many people, no sense of atmosphere. Most importantly, it was inconvenient for him to undress. I thought of a good place. What place? I'm afraid you're afraid to go? Is there any place I'm afraid to go? A haunted house? Tang Yunran thought of a haunted house. She had been there before with her big brother and the others. It almost didn't make her cry, except for this place. She dared to go to whatever Jiang Che said. As long as he dares to go. Hotel. Jiang Che sent a message over. What? Tang Yunran stared wide-eyed at the word hotel on the screen. He actually told her to go to a hotel? It's too humiliating, isn't it? Love experience value plus 249. Growing up, she had never gone to a hotel alone with another boy. Even if the target is Jiang Che, is it really good for them to go to a hotel alone? Let's go get a room, then we'll be the two of us in the room, no one else to disturb us, and you can draw as much as you want, quietly. Jiang Che continued to persuade. Seeing this message, Tang Yunran's face turned even redder. The result was that she was impure in her own thoughts, and Jiang Che's comment about going to a hotel with her was only to facilitate her drawing, not anything else. That being said, Jiang Che was only 18 years old at this time. What kind of bad thoughts can an 18-year-old boy have? It was the same person who had lived past 30 who thought about childish omega things. Love experience value plus 333. Jiang Che watched the screen freeze for a long time and wondered if Tang Yunran had misunderstood, thinking that he was preparing to launch a rocket to space to explore the mysteries of the universe and continue the development of human civilization? Should I explain? But there's a saying that explaining is a cover-up, and a cover-up is the beginning of a mistake. It was better for him not to make such a cheap mistake. Just as Jiang Che was thinking about how to round this off, Tang Yunran sent a message. After seeing the message, Jiang Che's eyes instantly lit up. Chapter 126, Crazy Pestered by a Beautiful Woman. Surprisingly, she agreed. Jiang Che was pleasantly surprised. She actually agreed to get a room with me. Ha ha ha. Jiang Che laughed rather loudly. Dang, Jiang Yuan knocked twice. Brother, who are you getting a room with? With Fatty, I'm building a room. Jiang Che said without blushing. Oh. There was a hint of disappointment in Jiang Yuan's voice. She thought that Jiang Che meant to get a room with Tang Yunran, which made her so excited that she couldn't help but run over and knock on Jiang Che's door. Turns out she didn't realize her brother was talking about the game. Brother, you're playing games again? Didn't you promise mom and dad that you decided to change your ways and never play games again? Jiang Che. Brother, you talk? You open the door. Dang dang dang. Jiang Che said, did he create a sin in his past life? Nope. Should I say that in his last life, he had made a mistake? Let him get a sister like Jiang Yuan. After breakfast, Jiang Che dressed up handsomely and went out. Tang Yunran had just sent him a message saying that she had also gone out. The hotel they had agreed on was a little closer to Tang Yunran's house, and in order to keep the girls from waiting, Jiang Che left 20 minutes early. Stopped on the way to drive past a Family Mart convenience store. Tang Yunran likes stuffed chocolates, so he goes to buy two. Jiang Che? The girl's voice rang out. The visitor was Qin Sisi. What did she call him for? Last time you tried to fool him about the buns? This time, are you trying to fool him about the chocolates he just bought? Thinking of this, Jiang Che immediately stuffed the chocolate into his pants pocket. When Qin Sisi saw Jiang Che's actions, the corners of her mouth twitched furiously. Does she care about your chocolates? She's so pretty, doesn't she need chocolates? What's the matter with you? Jiang Che kept a safe distance from Qin Sisi as he said this. Qin Sisi's heart was wildly speechless. Is she a tiger or a wolf? Why are you talking so far away from her? It's not much. Oh, then I'll leave first. He also had to hurry to meet Tang Yunran. When Qin Sisi saw that Jiang Che really wanted to leave, she was furious. Jiang Che. Qin Sisi stepped on her thin heels and chased after him. It's actually that I have a very important appointment. The car that picked me up had some problems. Can you drive me there? Qin Sisi opened her beautiful eyes to make a beauty trick. In the back of my mind, if she hadn't rushed over there, would she have looked at you more than once? Just be glad and happy that you were lucky enough to have the honor of sending her. I'm sorry, I have an appointment with a friend. I don't have time to give you a ride. Why don't you call yourself a cab? Jiang Che said as he pulled open the door and got into the passenger side. Qin Sisi was about to explode with anger. She had never seen someone like Jiang Che, who didn't know how to be compassionate at all. She's so pretty. Are you blind? She can't believe she can't handle you today. You're a lump of ice and she's going to muffle you. Qin Sisi slumped over the car door so that Jiang Che had no way to drive. Just drive me there. It's hard to get a car at this time of the day. I just stopped several in a row and they all drove straight through. You use taxi software to hail a cab, it's especially fast. Jiang Che kindly gave Qin Sisi an idea. She endured. I don't know how to use it. How can you be so stupid, an elementary school student? She continued to endure. You teach me. I'm really not available. We're in a calligraphy and painting association anyhow. Can you bear to see me waiting by the side of the road alone? Why is this woman so abrasive? It's annoying. Not at all like his Ran, just don't grind him. He wants her to grind, she doesn't even grind, and tries to do as much as she can on her own. If only she could grind him like Qin Sisi. Jiang Che, you. I've got a cab for you, license plate JXXXX, it's 3 minutes away, so I'll leave you to it. After saying that, Jiang Che looked at Qin Sisi's hand lying on the car window and signaled her to take it away. He was going to drive. Jiang Che had made things so desperate, if Qin Sisi still continued to pester him, it meant getting on the bus. Qin Sisi looked at the car that was gradually driving away and stomped her feet in anger. What kind of person? I've never seen this kind of person. You deserve to be so handsome and still single, so you're single based on your strength. It really pissed her off. When Jiang Che arrived at the hotel, Tang Yunran was still 2 minutes behind. Fortunately, he had just dumped Qin Sisi quickly, just a little bit short of a mistake. Go on, get in. Tang Yunran stood at the door of the hotel, always feeling indescribably shy in her heart. OQ. Relationship experience value plus 487. You've never lived here before? I've stayed there, usually when the family is out traveling. So what you're saying is that there's been no living alone with other boys? Of course not. So, I was your first time? First time? Rush to use such a word to describe it, it's easy to make people think wrong, okay? Love experience value plus 654. Isn't it? Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran, who had reddened her ears, and deliberately teased her after hearing the system beep. What a pain in the ass. Why did she have to say that he was her first time? It was so impure, how could she say it? It's already 9 o'clock, don't delay, get in there. Tang Yunran forcibly changed the subject. You're really in a hurry. Jiang Che said with a smile. As soon as Tang Yunran looked up, she saw the playful teasing look on Jiang Che's face. Turn your head and walk away. Sorry La, I won't tease you anymore. Jiang Che pulled Tang Yunran's hand and walked towards the hotel service desk as he spoke. Hello, get me a room. ID, please. Want a double room? King room? Hearing the waiter ask this, Jiang Che and Tang Yunran were both stunned. Double room it is. Actually, Jiang Che wanted the king-size room, but he was worried that it would scare Tang Yunran into thinking that he was going to do something to her, so he ended up booking the double room. Tang Yunran raised her head towards Jiang Che, her brows frowning slightly, her eyes half-lidded, the color of her eyes somewhat complicated. After completing the formalities, Jiang Che got the door card, found the room, and after sensing it, opened the door and went in. The first moment he went in, Jiang Che flung himself onto the bed. It's pretty soft and cozy, just a little small, if only the bed was a little bigger. Tang Yunran put the painting set on the cabinet and turned to look at Jiang Che. Then why didn't you want the king-sized room just now? Chapter 127, Lying in Bed Together. Hearing these words, Jiang Che rolled over and got up with a jolt, looking a bit dumbfounded. What kind of work did he do? He should have asked for the king room earlier. I'll go down and change. Jiang Che copied the door card and headed out. Don't change it, it's all coming in, it's too much trouble. It's no trouble, the king-size bed is comfortable. Alright. Tang Yunran pulled Jiang Che's sleeve. As soon as Jiang Che turned around, he saw that Tang Yunran's face was as red as a ripe persimmon in the fall. How could Tang Yunran not blush? Just now, he had heard Jiang Che say that, and as a result, he had accidentally said what was really in his heart. I don't know what Jiang Che thinks of her now, will he think she's too proactive? Jiang Che looked at the struggling look on Tang Yunran's face and probably guessed something in his heart. Well, come what may. Jiang Che went back to his room in disappointment, looking at the two separate standard beds. The more he looked at them, the more he looked at them. There it is. Jiang Che walked over and with one force pushed one of the beds towards the other. Thump, it crashed, sending wood crashing onto it. This is good, lying down is much more comfortable. Jiang Che clapped his hands and looked at the two beds that had merged into one, very satisfied. Tang Yunran, who was on the side, kept providing experience value the entire time. Love experience value plus 685. Relationship experience value plus 699. Come up and lie down, it's really comfortable. Jiang Che said to Tang Yunran as he patted the bedsheet beside himself. Thud, thud, thud. Tang Yunran's heart pounded like a drum. Jiang Che even invited her to go up with him. How could he be so kind? Come on, try it out, it's worthy of being a high-grade hotel, it's much more comfortable to sleep in than the bed at the last BB in Manhwa County. Under Jiang Che's repeated invitations, Tang Yunran nervously came to the edge of the bed with small, nervous steps and sat up with her large butt. How was it? Isn't it soft? Comfortable? Well, it is quite comfortable. But it's just a painting, there's no need to stay in such an expensive hotel. After all, this is the first time you and he went to a hotel room, he can't condescend to you, can he? Jiang Che thought so in his heart. It's not easy to earn money, and it's not good enough just to be able to earn money and not save it. You're right about everything, that's why I need you to help me keep house. Once Jiang Che said this, Tang Yunran instantly didn't know what to say, and was just giggling in her heart. The value of relationship experience and the continuous output. Mentioning the topic of making money and saving money, Jiang Che thought of something. Actually, there's something I've been wanting to discuss with you for a long time. What is it? Tang Yunran asked curiously. Didn't you used to say that it's best not to put all your money into the stock market? Letting me diversify makes sense to me. Yeah, investing in stocks, there are too many uncertainties, too much risk. I often see news that someone lost everything because of investing in stocks, resulting in heart attacks and jumping off buildings. It's almost time for you to eat the sweetness, so hurry up and close your hand, and do some other safer investments. You're right, I've thought it over and talked to Fatty, and I've decided not to invest in stocks anymore. Planning to open a restaurant. Huh? Have you decided? You're really going to open a restaurant? Tang Yunran didn't expect Jiang Che to suddenly want to open a restaurant. This unfolding is not right, In his previous life, Jiang Che made his fortune by doing self-publishing. That's right, there are many places that are different between this life and her previous life. She guessed that it should be because of the butterfly effect due to her rebirth, but then again the butterfly effect, it's not so bad that even Jiang Che's entire career trajectory has changed, right? If that's the case, it's not the butterfly effect, it's the banana fan effect. It's too big. Well, think about it, people eat, so we'll open a restaurant. Jiang Che spoke firmly. What's going on? Tang Yunran mulled it over in her mind. When she had just been reborn over, she had often found some strange things about Jiang Che, and had once suspected that Jiang Che had been reborn just like her. But in the end every suspicion was disproved, and now it's being disproved again. Now Jiang Che suddenly had to say that he was going to open a restaurant, and if he was born again, he should engage in self-media because he had accumulated a lot of experience in this field in his previous life. In his previous life, he had done it all more successfully. If he was reborn over, and then engaged in self-publishing in this life, then he would definitely be more successful. And he just told her that he was going to open a restaurant. Just by normal human thinking, a real life would be a return to the old ways. So now she would never suspect that Jiang Che was reborn. Thinking about it, she still couldn't figure out why Jiang Che suddenly thought of opening a restaurant. Could it be that he actually wanted to open a restaurant in his previous life, only to end up doing self-publishing for various reasons? Tang Yunran felt that this possibility was also there. So what kind of restaurant are you going to open? I mean, what kind of crowd to target? Upscale restaurant, like the Kippen Hotel kind. You want to benchmark Jipping Hotel? That's the biggest hotel in our Jiangcheng. If you really want to open a hotel like that, the cost is not a small amount. Tang Yunran was shocked by Jiang Che's words. I have the capital. You have that much money? Jiang Che felt that it was time to show his cards after this conversation. Jiang Che tapped his cell phone open and handed it to Tang Yunran. Drink. Tang Yunran sucked in a mouthful of cool air, staring at Jiang Che with wide, unbelieving eyes. Not waiting for Tang Yunran to open her mouth, Jiang Che said in a preemptive voice, I didn't rob, this is all proper money, all of it was earned from my stock speculation. Tang Yunran's straight gaze would look at Jiang Che one moment, and then at Jiang Che's cell phone the next. All from stock trading? Jiang Che's luck in stock speculation is so good in this life? Jiang Che poured Tang Yunran a glass of water. You can slow down first. After giving Jiang Che a breathless look, Tang Yunran then said, this money, do your parents know about it? I didn't tell them. You'd better not tell them, especially Auntie. She's just pregnant and can't stand the shock. I know, that's why I didn't tell them. Nor do I plan to tell them, at least until I get the hotel up and running and big enough to tell them about it. Otherwise they're going to wonder if I robbed the Big Four again. Tang Yunran laughed at John's expression of shrugging his shoulders and skimming his lips in a quirky manner. Hey, seriously, opening a restaurant isn't that easy. Have you figured out where to open it? Figured it out, it's on Pingshan Road. It's the main street in the center of the city, and there are a lot of big hotels nearby, as well as a lot of upscale entertainment venues, so opening there is indeed a good choice. However, it's so oversaturated with restaurants that you have to open your own specialty if you want to stand. That's what I thought. I think first of all, you have to have your own specialties, otherwise the restaurant dishes are too homogenized, and you open the restaurant in that kind of busy downtown, what makes customers prefer our home? Jiang Che liked Tang Yunran's use of the term our family. You don't have to worry about that, I have a rather unique cookbook. Jiang Che said as he took out the delicacy recipes and handed them to Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran took it and flipped it open to read it. Chapter 128 Kiss me and I'll tell you. The more you look, the more your eyes light up and the more you are surprised. Where did you get this recipe? Jiang Che brought his head closer to Tang Yunran. I'll tell you if you give me a kiss. Tang Yunran. Love to talk. Seeing Tang Yunran turn her back to herself and ignore him, Jiang Che immediately surrendered. Okay, I'll say. Tang Yunran turned around and looked at Jiang Che. It's that realistic. I found it in the Taobao marketplace. Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che with a skeptical gaze. I'm not lying, really. Or else do you think it was some descendant of the Golden Sword Imperial chef who saw me on the side of the road in skeletal amazement, a good cook? Hearing Jiang Che say that, Tang Yunran felt that it was still a bit more likely to be found in the Taobao market. You're really lucky. Tang Yunran said as she flipped through the recipes. That's right, if I'm not lucky, how could I have found a girlfriend as good as you? Love experience value plus 520. Oily mouth. Tang Yunran said as she restrained the laughter that was about to spill over on her face. I'm not being slick, I'm speaking from the heart. I don't believe it. If you don't believe me, then I'll cut my heart out for you? Starting to be immodest again, didn't you just say something about opening a restaurant? Tang Yunran said as she changed the topic. She had to change the subject, she'd be too shy to go anywhere if she continued. Now that this recipe is out there, what style of decor are you going for? This Jiang Che had already planned for a long time. You're an art student and have a better artistic sense than I do, so I'll leave the decorating to you. Tang Yunran's pupils dilated at once, excited and incredulous. You, put me in charge of decorating? Aha! I've never done this before, aren't you afraid I'll make it inappropriate? What you get out of it is the most suitable. These were Jiang Che's sincere words. Love experience value plus 1314. Tang Yunran continued to look at Jiang Che with her twin beautiful eyes wide open, her touched heart surging up to the bottom of her eyes. Love experience value plus 520. Love experience value plus 1314. Love experience value plus 520. Love experience value plus 1314. Listening to the system beeps, Jiang Che guessed why Tang Yunran was so moved. It's all about respect and mutual trust between husband and wife. I'm going to go to Pinechen Road to choose a good place in the next few days, and after the deal is done, I'll start working on the decoration. In these 2 days you also think about what kind of style to decorate. Actually, I already have an idea. Jiang Che froze, so soon? Actually, when I used to go to eat at the restaurant over there, I had thought about it. If I were to open a restaurant myself, I'd decorate an ancient colored restaurant. Just like in ancient TV dramas, the waiters would all wear Chinese dresses, and the whole thing would give people a feeling of traveling to ancient times. Another program to rent and sell hanboks, so that customers who come in can also try the experience of wearing hanboks and coming in to spend money. It will make them put down their cell phones on their own and enjoy this slower pace of life. Tang Yunran said with a longing face, looking at Jiang Che after she finished. Is my idea too pie in the sky? Just as Tang Yunran finished speaking, Jiang Che excitedly grabbed onto her shoulder. Ran! You're so awesome! This idea is just fantastic. Being suddenly praised by Jiang Che in such a way, Tang Yunran's heart was as if a honey pot had arrived, and it was as if her entire body was drenched in sweet honey. Relationship experience value plus 985. Jiang Che was really quite surprised, not expecting Tang Yunran to think of such a good idea. In fact, Jiangcheng had also opened similar ancient restaurants, but they weren't as on point as Tang Yunran said, and the food didn't manage to be very colorful. He now had rare recipes in hand and very sufficient funds, when the time came to decorate the hotel into an ancient restaurant, and then hire high-value handsome men and women, Chinese dress, think about it and feel quite good. Right, we might need to slightly improve on the hanbok by then, or it won't be convenient for the waiters to do their work. Tang Yunran thought of adding. Okay, listen to you, just decide. At this moment, Jiang Che's gaze at Tang Yunran was as if he was looking at a meat and potatoes that made his eyes water. It really validates the saying that behind a successful man, there must be a great woman to support him. Next, the two chatted for quite a while about opening a restaurant, detailing everything from service issues to hygiene. Talked until almost 12 noon. Jiang Che looked towards Tang Yunran's stomach. In the next second, Jiang Che's stomach also growled, much louder than Tang Yunran's. Now Tang Yunran wasn't so embarrassed. It's almost 12 o'clock, why don't we go have dinner first? Come back after dinner and continue painting. Jiang Che proposed and said. When Tang Yunran heard painting, it was only afterward that she remembered the purpose of her meeting with Jiang Che today. Where to eat? Jiang Che thought for a moment and returned, go to Pingchuan Road, just as an inspection. Good. More than 20 minutes later, Jiang Che drove Tang Yunran to the biggest hotel on Pingchuan Road, Jiping Hotel. Business at the Kippen restaurant was particularly brisk, and there were no seats left when they arrived. I'll get in line. Well, it just so happens that I want to go to the bathroom. Jiang Che had just gone to line up when he saw an acquaintance walk in. Qin CCC. Jiang Che? Qin CC didn't expect to run into Jiang Che here. This is the Jiping Hotel, one of the biggest hotels in Jiangcheng, and those who can come here to spend money are all rich people. Although she and Jiang Che weren't too familiar with each other, but how to say that they were also in a calligraphy and painting association, plus Jiang Che's appearance was relatively outstanding, so she more or less knew a little bit about Jiang Che. A family that came down from the countryside and lived on rent in a shabby neighborhood. How could Jiang Che be here with a family like this? You're not working here, are you? Shin Cece felt that this guess of hers should be the truth. The waitresses working at the Jipping Hotel required that their face value and height should be on point. Although Jiang Che's family was not in good condition, he was superior as far as face value, height as well as body shape was concerned. I came to eat. Jiang Che simply returned. Came to eat? Shin Cece's scrutinizing gaze swept up and down Jiang Che's body several times. None of what he wore was a name brand. Indeed, what Jiang Che was wearing wasn't a name brand, it was basically all bought by Linya. Linya works in a garment processing factory, and almost all of the clothes in the house are taken by her from the factory, at a discounted price for internal employees. Although they were all tens of dollars or so, the quality of the clothes was not inferior to some second-tier brands, and could even be compared to first-tier big brands. Jiang Che never cared what brand the clothes were, as long as they were comfortable to wear. Come here to eat? Do you have money? Shin Cece, after contemptuously skimming her lips, thought that perhaps Jiang Che had come to dinner with some rich friend. Along with Shin Cece came a young man in a rose-red suit. See, you know him? He's my classmate. Chen Jia stared at Jiang Che with both eyes and sized him up, handsome and tall, a bit dangerous. Yes? So it's your classmate. Chen Jia stepped forward and came in front of Jiang Che. Hello, my name is Chen Jia, I'm the young proprietor of the Jipping Hotel. Such a coincidence? Jiang Che was stunned. In the morning he dared to tell Tang Yunran that he wanted to open a grand hotel that would be a counterpart to the Jipping Hotel, and in the afternoon he ran into the Jipping Hotel's young proprietor. Hello, my name is Jiang Che. Jiang Che politely shook hands. Just as he gripped it up, he realized that Qian Jia was making a dark move against him. Chapter 129, Hitting on Tang Yunran's Idea. This one called Qian Jia, who was so hostile to him, in all probability was for Shin Cece. What a crazy dog biting people, he didn't know Shin Cece half as well as he did, not to mention he already had Tang Yunran, other girls he wouldn't even put in his heart. Qian Jia force and then force, hand all grip pain, also do not see Jiang Che have half a reaction, suddenly in the heart spit up, countryside village boy, is the brute strength big? Course. Are this kid's hands made of stone? It hurts him. Since you're Cece's classmate, for Cece's sake, I can't let you queue up, I'll have someone arrange a seat for you. Shin Cece turned her head to look at Qian Jia, thinking that she is not familiar with Jiang Che. You don't even have to look at her face, okay? Besides, this Jiang Che, first he didn't sell her the buns, then he left her on the side of the road and ignored her, she was so angry, okay? Jiang Che noticed that Shin Cece had been glaring at him and was puzzled in his heart, where had he offended her? As for this expression of wanting to eat someone? Could it be that he had put away the chocolate in front of her when he was on the road in the morning? It's not that bad, is it? It's just 2 chocolates. You're being so mean? If he had known that, he wouldn't have given her the chocolates if he had to do it all over again. Shen Jie also realized that Shin Cece had been staring at Jiang Che, and immediately came to fire in his heart. He knew that his manly 8th sense wasn't wrong, and that this handsome young man named Jiang Che was his strong and powerful #1 love rival. The lobby manager walked over. Young Jia, the seats you ordered have been arranged. Well, take him there. Yes. In fact, Shen Jia was deliberately arranging seats for Jiang Che to let the other party see the financial ability of his love rival, so that the other party would be ashamed of himself and know what to do. Oh, thanks. Jiang Che thanked Shen Jia. At that moment, Tang Yunran came out of the bathroom. Shen Jia's eyes instantly became sparkling when he saw Tang Yunran, who was walking towards him head-on. Where did the best beauty come from? This face, this body, it simply beats the Shin Cece beside him. Now that this extremely beautiful woman was walking towards him, it couldn't be that she knew that he was the young proprietor of Jipping Hotel and wanted to throw herself at him, could it? If that's the case, does he accept it or not? If he accepted it, Shin Cece would be very angry. But if he didn't accept it, giving up such a big beautiful woman not to choose, and retreating to Shin Cece, it seemed like something that only a sick mind could do. After thinking about it, Shen Jia finally decided to give up Tang Yunran. Because in his opinion, the woman who throws herself at him is too unreserved, maybe she's just out for sale. And Shin Cece is different. Shin Cece is a college student of Jiangcheng University, educated, qualified, cultured, and he still chased after her with great difficulty. As important as a woman's appearance is, the most important thing is what's on the inside. That's why he chose Shin Cece. Just as Chen Jia was thinking this, Tang Yunran passed through him and came to Jiang Che's side. Did you just message that you had a friend help you get a table? Well, they were the ones who helped. Jiang Che looked at Qin Sisi and Chen Jia and said. Tang Yunran looked toward Qin Sisi. So it's you, thank you. After Chen Jia was briefly dumbfounded, he looked at Qin Sisi. You know her too? Qin Sisi frowned as a not-so-good feeling arose in her heart. She and I are alumni, both in student government. It turned out that this extremely beautiful woman was also from Jiangcheng University. It's not the uneducated and uneducated ones he thinks are out to sell. Just. How could such a top-notch beauty be with a poor boy like Jiang Che? How did you get together? Qin Sisi was the first to ask. Qin Sisi looked at Jiang Che and Tang Yunran, who were standing side by side, and thought of the photo she had seen of the two of them in the same frame on the campus forum before. At that time, people down there were talking crazy, all kinds of speculations, saying whether they were together or not. She felt that the possibility was almost zero. Jiang Che, a poor college student without any background, with unexcelled grades and no specialties, she couldn't even look at him, so how could Tang Yunran, an ice-cold schoolgirl, possibly look at him? As for that photo, I guess it's just a matter of camera angle or some special circumstances. Either way, she would never believe that Jiang Che and Tang Yunran were together. I'm practicing sketching and asked him to be my model. Tang Yunran's face was vaguely red as she said this, and she also secretly glanced towards Jiang Che at her side. Seeing this little girl's delicate reaction, Qin Sisi would be blind if she thought that they had nothing to do with each other. They're really together. Shocking. Let's not chat for now, let's go eat. Jiang Che said as he looked at Tang Yunran. Aha! Tang Yunran had long been hungry with an empty stomach. Oh yeah, it'll be a while before the food is served, so this is for you to fill up on first. Jiang Che said as he reached into his pants pocket and pulled out the chocolate, handing it to Tang Yunran. Thanks. Tang Yunran had long since noticed Jiang Che's bulging pants and touched them several times. It was then that she wondered what he had in his pants, one on each side. Turns out it's her favorite food. You like eating it that much? Jiang Che couldn't help but ask as he looked at Tang Yunran's happy face. Well, this flavor, a little sweet and a little bitter, in your mouth, slowly melting, tastes especially good. Hearing Tang Yunran say this, Jiang Che planned to bring her chocolates when she went out in the future so that she could eat them whenever she wanted. Qin Sisi looked at Jiang Che and Tang Yunran's departing backs, her nose collapsing in anger. Especially the eyes that were dryly staring at the chocolate in Tang Yunran's hand could almost spit fire. No wonder in the morning, Jiang Che had slipped the chocolate into his pants pocket in front of her, so it was for Tang Yunran. Qin Sisi thought again of the hot spring trip in Tinghua County some time ago, and she wondered if the buns that Jiang Che had bought that morning couldn't have been specially bought for Tang Yunran. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. There is no such thing as the most angry, only the more angry. Chen Jia's voice suddenly rang in her ears. She's supposed to be the queen of your school, right? Hearing this, Qin Sisi immediately clenched her back teeth. Yes. The word practically popped out of Qin Sisi's teeth. No wonder, so beautiful. As Chen Jia said this, he kept staring at Tang Yunran's departing silhouette. The body is proud and delicate, with white skin and a dusty temperament. This is the heavenly fairy coming down to earth. Following that, his gaze strayed and landed on Jiang Che's body. A frown creased his brow, and hostility colored the bottom of his eyes. Chapter 130, Playing with Fire. How can he be worthy of a beauty like that? It was simply a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Let's see how he could chase Tang Yunran into his hands. Thinking of this, Chen Jia took big steps to catch up. Since you guys are Cici's classmates and you're coming to eat at my place, how can you charge for it? You guys feel free to order whatever you want, the bill is free today. Chen Jia spoke in a wealthy manner, deliberately showing off how rich he was to Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran stared. That's not good, is it? We don't know Qin Sisi very well either. It doesn't matter if we don't know each other well. When we have this meal, won't we know each other well in the future? Chen Jia finished speaking and sat himself down, calling the waiter and handing Tang Yunran the menu. No need to be polite to me, you can order whatever you want. Qin Sisi, who was sitting on the side, was furious with a face as ugly as a passing typhoon. Tang Yunran looked toward Jiang Che. Since it's the young proprietor of the Jipping restaurant street, you can order it, and if you don't, you're not giving him face, just as a friend. Jiang Che quietly passed Tang Yunran a wink as he spoke. He was the young proprietor of Jipping Hotel? This was a surprise to Tang Yunran. Originally, their foremost intention of coming to the Kippen Hotel was to have dinner plus an inspection, and now it was just right. Oh, good. Tang Yunran then took the menu and flipped it open. Let me help you introduce the specialties of this restaurant, Shen Jie said as he took the opportunity to move his chair and lean toward Tang Yunran. When he was about to lean to Tang Yunran's side, Jiang Che reached out and pulled on Tang Yunran's chair, and with a tug, he pulled Tang Yunran to his side with the chair. Shen Jie's hand was awkwardly empty on one side as he looked toward Tang Yunran, who was being dragged away. Oh, boy. This kid is so strong? This chair is solid wood, quite heavy, and it turns out he was able to drag it over with one hand. What a savage redneck. And when Qin Sisi saw the scene just now, her heart inexplicably soured. What woman doesn't like a strong man, just like what man doesn't like a beautiful woman? Although Qian Jia was richer than Jiang Che, he was completely inferior to Jiang Che in terms of physical fitness. Then there's the face value, where Jay Chance is the kind of guy who's so ordinary that he'd be hard to catch if he committed a crime. And Jiang Che, if he commits a crime, he'll be caught at once. Tang Yunran was happy with the feeling that she was cared for by Jiang Che, and now that she was close to Jiang Che's side, she felt safe. Love experience value plus 542. In the end, Jiang Che ordered a large table of dishes based on the principle of don't order if it's not expensive. Can you eat all that you ordered? It was not convenient for Qian Jia to say this, so Qin Sisi said it for him. In Qin Sisi and Qian Jia's opinion, Jiang Che was a country bumpkin with no insight. It was the first time he came to such a high-class place as Jipping Hotel, and he came across such a good thing as Qian Jia's treat, so he had to eat until he was propped up until he puked. It's so unproductive. You don't have to worry about me holding out, I've had a good appetite lately and I can finish it. Who is worried about you? What a narcissist. The villain in Qin Sisi's mind rolled his eyes furiously. Jiang Che hadn't finished his words. Even if you really can't finish it, you can still pack it up and take it back to eat. Jiang Che's behavior was a traditional virtue inherited from China, but in Qin Sisi and Chen Jia's ears, it was still humiliating and unproductive. Chen Jia didn't bother with Jiang Che and turned his head to look at Tang Yunran. Your name is Tang Yunran? Chen Jia looked at Tang Yunran knowingly and asked. Tang Yunran knitted her brows as she expressed a half-hearted desire to strike up a conversation with Chen Jia. The more Tang Yunran was like this, the more it gave Chen Jia a feeling that was difficult to conquer. Jiang Che looked towards Chen Jia with cold eyes. From the very beginning he had realized that Chen Jia was hitting on Tang Yunran's idea. You have Qin Sisi, and you still want to embrace people left and right? What a scumbag. Jiang Che had an idea and looked towards Qin Sisi. Is he your boyfriend? You hit on his girlfriend, then he hit on your girlfriend. Who's afraid of who? Chen Jia's attention was attracted by Jiang Che, and when he turned his head to look, he was instantly on fire. How dare you hit on his girlfriend in front of him? Do you want to die? Jiang Che saw that Chen Jia's attention was attracted to himself and secretly exclaimed, I'm really a genius. Slaughtering an opponent without any effort. Just as Jiang Che was fooling around, a very discordant system beep sounded. Relationship experience value 212. Aha! It's called playing with fire. Jiang Che chucked 4 happiness dumplings into Tang Yunran's bowl. You're too skinny, eat more. Love experience value plus 1. Just 1 point. Unprecedentedly little. Looks like there's still some coaxing to be done. Would you like some dessert? Whatever. Tang Yunran said 2 words expressionlessly. In this case, when a girl says the word casual, she should not be so naive as to think that it is casual. Treat it like it's casual, you're off the hook. Waiter, a chocolate mousse. Seeing this, Chen Jia breathlessly twitched the corners of his mouth. You are not polite, take his things to coax beautiful women. Love experience value plus 8. Hearing this system beep, Jiang Che slowly let out a sigh of relief. As expected, if he had really treated random as casual just now, he would have turned his experience value into negative again. The relationship experience value is still in single digits, but it's better than 1 point. It was a peaceful meal. We're done eating. Jiang Che stood up and looked at Chen Jia. Thanks for the treat, we have business to attend to, so we'll be off. After saying that, Jiang Che left with Tang Yunran. Chen Jia looked at the more than 20 empty plates on the table. His open mouth couldn't close for a long time, and his mind was filled with the horrifying images of Jiang Che's battle with food just now. To be honest, growing up to such a large age, he had never seen anyone who could eat more than Jiang Che. Is this still human? No wonder he's so strong.
Shin Cece's expression was the same as Chen Jie's. Both of them were stunned by the image of Jiang Che sweeping across the room just now. This made her think of the time when she ran into Jiang Che at the entrance of Zhou Fuji the other day, when Jiang Che was carrying more than 100 buns in his hand. At that time, she asked if she could eat them. She remembers his response that their family was 6. Now she's solved the case. The point wasn't the 6 members of their family, but that Jiang Che he could eat by himself. No. It's too edible. Could it be that the reason their family was so poor was because Jiang Che could eat too much? There's another case that's been solved, and that's why Jiang Che is so cold to her. Just now, with the harmonious picture of Jiang Che and Tang Yunran sitting together, she bet that if they weren't together, she could shave all the hair on her entire body. No wonder, Jiang Che was ignoring her, a big beauty, and it was a coincidence that he was already with schoolgirl Tang. She just couldn't understand, was Tang Yunran blind? Surprisingly, she was looking at Jiang Che. Can't figure it out. As soon as Jiang Che returned to the hotel, he immediately made a move to take off his clothes and sat on the bed. Chapter 131 Caught Stealing a Kiss. Tang Yunran stared wide-eyed at Jiang Che's well-proportioned and perfect muscles. I don't know if it was her illusion. How did she feel that Jiang Che's body was better again than the last time she drew it? That's not the point. Instead, why did you take your clothes off? Tang Yunran had surprisingly looked at Jiang Che's figure many times, but she still couldn't control her blushing. Love experience value plus 358. Aren't you going to paint? How can you paint if I don't take it off? Jiang Che spoke innocently, but in fact, he was indeed innocent as well. Purely just wanting to show Tang Yunran that he had improved his physical fitness again. Who says painting has to come off? You mean, I took off less? Jiang Che said as he moved his hands down to take it off. Tang Yunran copied a pillow and smashed it. Looking at the pillow that flew over, Jiang Che didn't dodge or flash, deliberately letting the pillow hit his face, happily lying down on the bed in a smooth manner. In the end, Jiang Che reluctantly put on his clothes, and Tang Yunran was still drawing according to Jiang Che like last time while constantly providing experience value. Love experience value plus 119. Love experience value plus 236. When it was almost 2:30 in the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly outside, shining through the window glass on the bed, causing Jiang Che to experience waves of drowsiness. Ha! Jiang Che snorted, his eyelids going wide open. Why don't you take a nap? Tang Yunran said as she stopped her pen. I'm a dedicated person, I'm still modeling for you, how can I sleep? Actually, I'm a little sleepy too. Tang Yunran wasn't really sleepy when she said that, she just wanted Jiang Che to rest for a while. Then come and lie down for a while. Jiang Che moved to the side to make room for Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che's vacated spot. She said that although she wanted to lie down, she was embarrassed. Don't worry, I'm a decent man, I promise, I'll never touch you. Jiang Che swore with assurance. Tang Yunran pursed her lips. It wasn't that she didn't trust Jiang Che, she was just really embarrassed. Just as Tang Yunran was hesitating, Jiang Che got off the bed. If you still don't believe me, then you lie down and rest. I'll just sit in the chair on the table and squint for a while. How could Tang Yunran be willing to aggravate Jiang Che so much? I did not trust you, I just okay. Sleep together. As soon as Tang Yunran finished speaking, Jiang Che was the first to return to the bed, setting up the 2 pillows and lying down himself first, cocking his head and looking at Tang Yunran, his eyes seducing her to hurry over. She's promised, it's not good not to go over there. Tang Yunran took a deep breath, gathered her courage, got on the bed, and lay down with her back to Jiang Che. Knock, knock, knock. The heart was beating so hard it felt like it wasn't even his own. Love experience value plus 889. Relationship experience value plus 911. Love experience value plus 981. Love experience value plus 923. Although she had shared a room with Jiang Che before, that time was in a car with a gap between the 2 seats. Now, the 2 beds were tightly merged and fused together into what amounted to a single bed. She and Jiang Che were lying on a bed. And it's really a literal bed. How could that not make her nervous? Nervous enough that the bed was shaking from the heartbeat smashing. So humiliating. Jiang Che wasn't any better than Tang Yunran, looking at the girl he was sharing the bed with, or the girl he liked. At the moment, if he wanted to, he could press the girl underneath him and do whatever he wanted to her. But it was not allowed,
and he could only force himself to restrain himself. Such a feeling was like a traveler lost in the desert, starving and thirsty for days, finally seeing a water source. The kind of impatience, the kind of craziness that would absolutely pounce right on it. If only the scenario had switched to the day he and Tang Yunran got married in his previous life. After he closed his eyes now and opened them again, he would have had no hesitation in letting Tang Yunran feel his intense love for her. The two lay in a bed, tense for a long time. After about an hour, the system beeps that kept coming and suddenly came to a screeching halt. The world fell silent for a moment, and Zhang Che moved slowly to cock his head toward Tang Yunran. Asleep? Listening to the sound of the girl's shallow breathing, infected, Zhang Che didn't hold back a yawn. He'd have to recharge a little before lying down. He came up to Tang Yunran and kissed him squarely. One bite is good too. At least it quenches the craving a little. After quenching his cravings, the waves that had risen in Zhang Che's heart slowly calmed down, and he closed his eyes and entered dreamland. The summer sun is still able to dry salted dried fish and boil eggs on the front of the car by 3 or 4 o'clock. Especially black sedans that can't be leaned over when parked on the side of the road. Hot weather like this is especially good for sleeping in. The two slept this sleep until almost 5 in the afternoon. Tang Yunran woke up first. After waking up, Tang Yunran realized that she was actually lying in Zhang Che's arms. Why is she in his arms? Looking at this handsome face in front of her, Tang Yunran couldn't get out of Zhang Che's arms for a moment. This familiar purring sound was the Zhang Che she knew. It's been the same recipe in past lives. It made her unable to resist moving over and kissing Zhang Che's mouth. The dreaming Zhang Che felt his mouth itch a little and subconsciously licked it. Tang Yunran sat up abruptly in shock, staring at Zhang Che with wide eyes. The fiercely beating little heart could jump out of his throat at any moment. Love experience value plus 749. Love experience value plus 777. It took a full 3 minutes of slowing down before Tang Yunran was able to slow down from her brain jam. What's wrong with sleeping? And tongue out. So uncivilized. Ah. Spitting here, Tang Yunran suddenly remembered one thing, and that was one of her bad habits in sleeping. Drooling. She had just been lying in Zhang Che's arms, and she didn't know if she had flowed or not. Thinking of this, Tang Yunran was busy looking towards Zhang Che's arms and saw the saliva-soaked clothes on her chest. Big, wet. So humiliating. Make sure you wipe it off before he wakes up. Tang Yunran drew a few sheets of toilet paper and carefully wiped them on the clothes in front of Zhang Che's chest. Why is it so itchy? There are mosquitoes? Zhang Che subconsciously thought that there were mosquitoes that had been biting his chest. And his instincts told him that the mosquitoes weren't small. Even if you take a bite, you keep stinging him. That puts him at the end of his patience. Zhang Che stretched out his hand to grab the mosquito, grabbed it and pinched it. Ha! This doesn't feel right, does it? Why is this size so big? Still so soft? Another pinch. It's also flexible. What the hell? Zhang Che opened his eyes and the first thing he saw was Tang Yunran's face that couldn't be any redder. The pretty eyes were full of disbelief and ill-concealed panic. So it's not mosquitoes he's catching? That's. Zhang Che's line of sight shifted downward. Chapter 132 Mind Reading. Business. No wonder? He said, why is it so soft? Turns out it wasn't a mosquito he was catching. Instead, it was Tang Yunran's wrist. That said, he just grabbed Tang Yunran's wrist for a moment. Why was Tang Yunran's face so red? Red like ripe cherries waiting to be picked, delicate, tantalizing and delicious. I'm sorry, I slept a bit and felt an itch, so I thought it was a mosquito. Hearing Zhang Che say this, Tang Yunran let out a long sigh of relief in her heart. Luckily, her movements on his chest hadn't been discovered. Just as Tang Yunran was thinking this, Zhang Che suddenly felt too cool in front of his chest and looked down. Ha! Why is it wet? Tang Yunran's heart tightened. Damn, it's going to be discovered. What should we do now? If Zhang Che knows that he is still drooling, in his sleep, he really has no face. Zhang Che didn't look at Tang Yunran when he said this. If he had looked up a little, he would have realized that Tang Yunran's face had reddened to another height. Sweating wet? It doesn't look like it. Even if you're sweating, you can't be wet on one side and dry on the other. Did I drool in my sleep? Zhang Che raised his hand and touched his mouth, which was slightly wet. It's kinda wet. Is it really me drooling in my sleep? Jiang Che looked up towards Tang Yunran, a little embarrassed. I'll let you see the joke, I rarely drool in my sleep. Jiang Che scratched his head in embarrassment. Tang Yunran opened her mouth and again, it's okay, it's normal to drool while sleeping, I actually drool occasionally while sleeping. When Tang Yunran's words were heard in Jiang Che's ears, it was that Tang Yunran was too kind and deliberately said this in order to ease his embarrassment. In his opinion, Tang Yunran was so beautiful and had such an outstanding temperament, how could she sleep and drool? His wife is so understanding and so good to him. Jiang Che was very satisfied with today's date, and when he returned home, his spirit leaped so much that he couldn't sleep until very late. Actually, it was mostly the afternoon nap. No lack of sleep. The decoration style of the hotel is basically finalized, in accordance with the idea of Tang Yunran. Now the first step is to choose the site. Early in the morning, Jiang Che called Li Hao out of his house. I haven't slept well. It's after 11. You do realize that for students on summer vacation, anything before 12 o'clock is called morning. Well, without further ado, what did you call me out for? Renting the building for a restaurant. Li Hao was yawning with a long trailing tone. When he suddenly heard Jiang Che's words, he immediately suspended his yawn and stared towards Jiang Che with wide double bull's eyes. What did you say? Rent the building. Huh? You're not kidding, are you? Let's go, don't delay, get in the car. 20 minutes later, Jiang Che drove to Pingchuan Road. Li Hao looked at the restaurants on both sides of the road and said, You're going to open here? Aha! No? There are so many restaurants here, and if you open here, can you compete? I'm going to open an old-fashioned tavern. The idea sounds quite original. Ran wanted to. Li Hao. Not so much, spreading dog food in the morning. Not only these, Ran she is very thoughtful, but also proposed that the waiters all wear Chinese costumes, but also rent and sell Chinese costumes to customers, to have a being traveled to the ancient experience, so that the pace of life slows down. Hearing you say that, I've got the picture in my head, and honestly, I'd love to experience it if it goes off without a hitch. Jiang Che got out of the car and looked around. Which building do you plan to rent? That's the one. Jiang Che said as he pointed to the restaurant not far ahead. Li's restaurant? Li Hao followed the direction that Jiang Che pointed to look at. The location is certainly no pick, as compared to other restaurants, business is obviously a lot worse. While quite a few of the others had lines outside for reservations, this one had a large portion of empty seats inside. Can we talk about it? As long as the price is right, it's not a problem. You mean, you're going to take the money? I'm not stupid, and Dad's name isn't Ma. So how are you going to take it down? You'll see in a minute. Jiang Che in his previous life is also considered a half-successful people. Talk about a business, this is not good, then his previous life will be a waste of time. After Jiang Che entered the restaurant, the waiter lazily walked over. Hello, guys. Service attitude, poor rating. Originally, Jiang Che had also planned to buy Li Ji restaurant after the waiters were collected together. Now, looking at the situation, it was better to change the blood again. I'm not here to eat. The waiter instantly frowned in a particularly obvious manner. I'm here to talk business with your boss. The impatient look on the waitress's face became even more obvious. Mainly she saw that Jiang Che was light in age. If she were to replace him with a middle-aged man wearing a thick necklace of gold and a high-fashion suit, she wouldn't be like this. The boss isn't here. Jiang Che had turned on his mind-reading technique before entering the door. This was mainly to facilitate better business talk later on. Now he heard the waiter's heart. A milquetoast brat who wants to talk business with their boss? Too much wine in the middle of the day? Sure enough, she was fooling him. I have something very important to discuss with your boss. I told you, the boss isn't here. I want to rent this hotel. You're going to rent, the boss is not there either, what? The waiter reacted and looked at Jiang Che with a surprised expression. Li Hao also long ago saw that the waiters were dog-eyed, seeing them as young and easy to bully. So, Li Hao moved a chair over from the side, wiped his sleeve on it, and then respectfully looked at Jiang Che and said, Young Jiang, have a seat. Platitudes were something he'd seen too much of in the movies, where the big Mansby game was largely set off by his minions. Jiang Che saw that Li Hao was acting, so he also cooperated and directly sat up with his thighs crossed. Seriously, the feeling is kinda floating. The waiter's face immediately changed color when he saw this formation. Just a moment, I'll get the manager and be right back. The waitress spoke while calling her colleagues to serve Jiang Che tea. Jiang Che turned around and Li Hao glanced at each other, both holding a smile on their faces. Not long after, a middle-aged man in his 50s came out in a hurry.
"Which owner is renting this place?"
"Boss, it's him." The waiter pointed towards Jiang Che. The boss looked in the direction the waiter pointed to, and surprise appeared in the bottom of his eyes.
"So young?
It's not a trick, is it?" Just as the boss was thinking that, Jiang Che stood up and walked towards him, extending his hand. "Hello." The tone of his voice was unhurried and his demeanor was frankly self-satisfied, somewhat at odds with his still young face.
This young man doesn't seem to be as simple as he seems.
Chapter 133. Jiang Che was molested. "Hello." Boss Li reached out to shake Jiang Che's hand. Next on the business of the two began to talk up. The whole process, Jiang Che said quite calm and clear thinking, has been leading the rhythm, always give Li boss a battle-hardened, old and cunning feeling. 3,200 a day, at this location, it's already very low, it can't be any less. Boss Li displayed a rather sincere look as he said this. Jiang Che was also clear that 3,200 days could indeed be within the price acceptance range of his heart.
Moreover, it wouldn't be long before their Jiangchang would turn into a tourist city, and the business of the hotel would rise.
It was indeed not a loss for him to take it down at 3,200. But business is not so talk, not to mention that now the experience value cannot be converted into yuan, can be saved. Save the money to Tang Yunran future to buy jewelry bags also good. And he'd heard Boss Li's heart. The price in Boss Li's mind can never be less than $3,000 a day. With such a measure, he could talk freely.
So mind reading just works pretty well at times like this.
Boss Li, in fact, I have examined before coming here. With all due respect, your store's business is still in a weak position compared to other restaurants. Now it's 12 o'clock, it's the peak dining time. As a result, the first floor is still empty for the most part.
But I can't lose any money, after all, it's my own family's old building and I don't have to pay expensive rent.
Yeah, but you can't make more than that.
Jiang Che's words went to Boss Li's heart. Who doesn't want their business to be booming when they open a restaurant?
As a result, the more he opened it, the worse it got, and it was not popular at all, which made him very bad. Jiang Che, after hearing Boss Li's heartfelt words, picked up where he left off and said, $3,000 a day, I'll rent it for 3 years. In fact, Jiang Che wanted to buy the whole thing, but the funds in his hand were still limited, and when he rented it, he still had to renovate it and other various expenses.
Hearing Jiang Che quote this price, Boss Li froze. $3,000 is his bottom line, and this kid. If 3,000 is too strong, I won't give you a hard time. I have other targets to talk about. Jiang Che said and stood up. Seeing Jiang Che about to leave, he was anxious.
Boss Jiang, I can see that you're very sincere. Don't be in a hurry first, have some tea. This is my collection of top-grade foam. Try it.
Good.
Jiang Che resumed his seat and was in no hurry. Li Hao stood on the side, calling out 666 in his heart. What a sight! He thought this brother of his would only play games, but he didn't expect to talk about business, and they were facing such a big boss now. If he had been the one to talk, his legs would have gone weak.
Boss Li looked at Jiang Che's well-traveled look and thought that he must have made sufficient preparations.
What he said is also true. A lot of restaurants on Pingchuan Road are in a similar situation to his Li Qi Hotel, not to lose money, but also cannot make much money. A lot of serious losses, but also sold at a low price. To be honest, it was the fact that the building was his own property, or else counting the rent, he must have closed down at a loss as well. And now look at the scene in the hotel, waiters face listless, idle panic, business door-to-door, depression. If it continues, it will only get worse. Boss Jiang, look at it this way, let's each take a step back. 3,100, this price, it really can't be any lower.
3,100, all single numbers, unlucky.
Although I'm not a feudalistic superstitious person, but I also want to figure out a good number, a good moral.
3088, how about it?
It's not about being $12 cheaper, to be 12 a day cheaper, that's 4,380 a year, or 13,140 over 3 years.
With this $10,000, what's wrong with it?
Other than that, having a room with Tang Yunran for drawing was enough for many times.
Okay, just 3,088. Businessman, Boss Li agreed in a heartbeat.
Boss Li also did some calculations in his heart. In fact, if he really wanted 3,000, Jiang Che would have agreed to it if he was hard-pressed. Now with 88 more, a year is equal to more than 30,000, 3 years will be almost 100,000, exceeding the expectations in his heart, so he is also very satisfied.
As soon as this matter was settled, Jiang Che immediately sent a message to Tang Yunran.
The restaurant site has been taken care of. Tang Yunran's expression was visibly stunned after receiving the news. That fast? Can I do anything fast? Which one? Lee's restaurant. Tang Yunran looked it up. It's huge. Of course I'm going to go with the big one, don't you like big ones? I remember you said the bigger the better, the more it gives the feeling of traveling to ancient times. It's expensive, isn't it? 3,088 a day. It was also Tang Yunran who knew that Jiang Che had money, or else she would definitely be shocked by this figure. Tell me quickly, how did you negotiate this? Jiang Che had told Tang Yunran in detail about his previous business negotiations. After hearing this, Tang Yunran flattened her mouth. Why don't you take me with you too? We talked too late last night, and wasn't I afraid I'd wake you up? After Jiang Che explained this, Tang Yunran was still a little unhappy. Relationship experience value 3. Hearing this system tone, Jiang Che hurriedly said, actually, it's because I don't want you to show your face, it's too dangerous for you to go out when you're so beautiful. Love experience value plus 109. At that moment, hilarious sounds came from outside the door. It seems like someone's coming to the house. He remembered that Linya had mentioned it during dinner 2 days ago, saying that her cousin was coming in a few days. Could it be that his cousin is here? Jiang Che pushed open the door and walked out. The girl in her early 20s was dressed in go. Zia, the upper body was a sleeveless black chiffon blouse, the lower body was dark blue denim shorts, outlining the proud figure just right. This person was his cousin Xue Dongyu, a senior, although not the school flower of their school, but the heat of being chaste was no less than the school flower. This is mostly due to her luscious figure, which is curvy in the front and curvy in the back, with a capital S. Yo! Shoal! Haven't seen you in a few months, you've become so handsome? Xue Dongyu came to Jiang Che's side as he spoke, and directly made a move to pull Jiang Che's face. That's a nice touch, isn't it? Jiang Che. Jiang Che had the feeling of being molested. Jiang Yuan looked cool as hell, and in his heart he called out deservedly, who let you move to pull her face, now his own face is also pulled, right? Just in time, will you do me a favor? Xue Dongyu said as he remembered. What favor? Jiang Che looked at Xue Dongyu with a puzzled expression. Be my boyfriend. Chapter 134 Love Experience Value 5555. Hearing this, Jiang Che stated that if he had water in his mouth right now, he would definitely spray. Look at you, what were you thinking? You're my cousin, and no matter how hungry I am, I won't eat grass from the nest. Xue Dongyu said with a smile. Jiang Che breathed a sigh of relief, scaring him. He thought he was really that charming. It's not like we're in a society of the past where cousins and whatnot can intermarry. So what do you mean by that? Jiang Yuan was also curious and came over. It's not a dog skin, die to stick to me, there is really no way, how to refuse is useless, so I thought of you. You mean, let me pretend to be your boyfriend? Bingo! If I let someone else pretend, I can't let go, I can just let go. Xue Dongyu said as she put her hands on Jiang Che's shoulders, siblings well embraced. To be honest, Xue Dongyu's body really wasn't generally good, visually Tang Yunran's size was slightly smaller. But he just loved Tang Yunran's size, it was just right for him, a natural match. Brother, why don't you just help your cousin? Jiang Yuan's words were purely coaxing, thinking that this kind of thing was like filming a TV show, quite exciting. When? Next Tuesday, I spoke to the doggy man. Jiang Che breathlessly drew the corners of his mouth. You have decided on your own, the date has been set, why are you still running over to ask him? After dinner in the evening, Xue Dongyu asked Jiang Yuan to go shopping together. Shoal, why don't you come with us? It's no fun for me to go when you girls are shopping. I know. Why do you call him that? Mainly we're all girls, and there's no one to carry our purchases. Jiang Che. And no one paid. Jiang Yuan added. The trio had just arrived on the street not long before Jin Xiaoqiao saw them. Ha! Huh? Who is that woman beside Jiang Che? She's quite good looking. Jiang Che isn't cheating on her, is he? Thinking of this, Jin Xiaoqiao was anxious and angry. If Jiang Che really dared to cheat and do something to hurt Ran Ran, she would chop him up. Let's not jump to conclusions so early. What if things aren't what I think they are? Jin Xiaoqiao decided to follow up first. Along the way, Xue Dongyu was talking and laughing with Jiang Yuan and Jiang Che, and their relationship was very close. You don't think so? Did you really cheat on me? Jin Xiaoqiao took out his cell phone and sent a message to Tang Yunran. Ran. Big deal. I saw Jiang Che with a big beautiful girl. Tang Yunran took a look and sat upright. I trust Jiang Che, he wouldn't do anything to wrong me. Relationship experience value 29. It's true, if you don't believe me I'll send you a picture. There's no need to send it, I trust him, and by sending it you're saying I don't trust him. Relationship experience value 30. But they are very close looking, and Jiang Che also paid for the woman and carried her bag. Maybe it's a relative of his? Relationship experience value 31. Jiang Che stopped in his tracks and listened to a system beep coming from his head. Subconsciously looking around, he didn't see Tang Yunran. For good reason, what was Tang Yunran doing providing him with so many negative experience values? He didn't do anything? System, do you know what's going on? I'm a system, not a radar. Seeing that Jiang Che wasn't leaving, Xue Dongyu turned his head towards Jiang Che in confusion, and just when he wanted to say something, he heard a familiar Cockney voice ringing out. Dear Discovery, we're just too connected, aren't we? We can run into each other even when we go shopping. They say that a man's magnetic voice can make you pregnant when you hear it, and this Cockney voice can make you pregnant when you hear it, and it's still a pretty strong reaction kind of thing. It's sickening and goosebumps. Xue Dongyu looked at the fat man walking towards him and really wanted to turn around and walk away. Shellfish bear, you're quite the poltergeist, I run into you everywhere I go. That's why I say our destiny is predestined. Jiang Yuan listened with a straight face. Jiang Che looked at Bei Xiang's size that was not comparable to Jiang Xinting's, and in his heart, he sympathized for Xue Dongyu. If you really live with such a man, first of all, the doorframe of the house will have to be knocked down and reorganized, and then the bed will have to be replaced. Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, Xue Dongyu suddenly made a move, wrapping her arms around his neck and yanking him over, smashing into Xue Dongyu's soft body. He could have sworn he had no feelings for anyone but Tang Yunran. Right. He swore. B-Bear, I told you a long time ago that I have a boyfriend and you just refuse to believe it. That. He's my boyfriend. No way. Bei Xiong said that on his lips, but in reality, the way he looked at Jiang Che, he couldn't wait to kill him by 1,000 cuts. Drink. Jin Xiaoqiao violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Oh, my god. What did she just hear? It's all true. Jin Xiaoqiao once again sent a message to Tang Yunran. It's true. Really? What really? Jiang Che really betrayed you. Love experience value 100. Relationship experience value 101. Relationship experience value 102. Impossible, I don't believe it, Jiang Che is not that kind of person. I saw it with my own eyes. Tang Yunran's heart thumped. What did you see with your own eyes? That woman just now put her arm around Jiang Che. Relationship experience value 889. Also, that woman admitted herself that she is Jiang Che's girlfriend. Love experience value 999. Tang Yunran raised her hand to cover her heart, her face looking more than a little panicked. There must be some misunderstanding. What other misunderstandings could there be? His sister was still present. Love experience value 1000. Does Jiang Yuan know about this? Didn't Jiang Yuan call her sister-in-law? How? What the hell is going on? Jiang Che was completely confused. Previously, although the negative experience value had grown more and more, it hadn't broken through 100 at most. Now it was good, it had directly broken 1,000. System, you bugged? This system is operating normally. It's not the system, then it's Ran. Previously, Tang Yunran had intermittently provided him with negative group favor values, and he guessed that perhaps this was a common problem for women, who would ramble on when they had nothing else to do. But in this case, it's not as simple as a random thought. I still don't believe it. I'll take pictures for you. I don't want a picture. Drip came the sound, and Jin Xiaoqiao sent the photo. Tang Yunran clicked on it the first second. It wasn't that she didn't trust Jiang Che when she clicked away, it was just that her hand was a little out of control, and it had nothing to do with her. So it's none of her business. Blame it on the hands. The photo zoomed in and she saw that the two people in the photo were, indeed, straddling each other. Relationship experience value 5,555. Huh? It's not right, is it? Why does this woman look so familiar? Ah. Chapter 135. The truth that Tang Yunran likes him. She didn't look carefully just now. This woman in the photo, isn't she Jiang Che's cousin? So she was misunderstanding him. I can't believe she didn't believe him just now. Tang Yunran apologized to Jiang Che in her heart. I'll go. Jiang Che was going to blow up. 55 experience value. What the hell is going on? Is the sky falling? I just don't believe it. Bei Xiong looked at Jiang Che with both eyes spitting fire. Xue Dongyu was again holding Jiang Che a few points tighter into his arms. Fine, if you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you. After saying that, Xue Dongyu moved his mouth to barf a kiss on Jiang Che's face. Jiang Che wanted to push Xue Dongyu away, even if they were cousins. This was a bit too big of a sacrifice for him. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, watched with excitement, his eyes glittering, hoping that there would be even more excitement behind him. Xue Dongyu's actions irritated Bei Xiong. Xue Dongyu, you humph. Bei Xiong grumbled in anger and left. It can be considered resolved. Xue Dongyu sighed in relief. Jiang Che disgustedly wiped it on his face. Cousin, it's over. Hey! You kid, did I kiss you less when you were a kid? That's different, I was young at that time. You're not so big now. Jiang Che. Now he did not have time to talk to Xue Dongyu about the issue of size. He had to quickly find out how the good Tang Yunran gave him so many negative experience value. I've got some things to do, I'm going to leave for a while. After saying that, Jiang Che took out his cell phone while walking in the direction of Tang Yunran's house. The phone hadn't even been dialed yet when Bei Bear led the men around. Little brat, you've got a lot of guts, dare to steal my girlfriend from me, looking for death. Jiang Che frowned, I don't have time for you, go play on the side. Calling him a brat? He's old enough to be your father in his past life plus this one. Ma done. Toast him, and you'll be punished if you don't do it, you guys go together. Beat him to the ground and call for his father. Along with Bei Xiong's words, the three men swung their fists towards Jiang Che. Smash his face in. It's an eyesore for me. Pop bang 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 ah. Jiang Che knocked down the people who rushed up with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Having lost so much experience value in one go, he was now in a rather bad mood, and these people had hit the bull's eye as well. Jiang Che clapped his hands and looked towards Bei Xiong. Just as he was about to say that he should get out of the way, he saw Bei Bear drop to his knees with a plop plop. Dad! Jiang Che. He just looked at you, mainly because this alley is narrow and you were fat and stuck there he couldn't get through, otherwise he wouldn't have even bothered to look at you. He's not interested in hitting people. Really? Jiang Che called Tang Yunran after rounding the bears. Tang Yunran's heart was slightly softer after receiving Jiang Che's call. Hello? What are you doing? Painting. Tang Yunran looked toward the drawing board she had thrown on the floor. Her drawing board is in 2 halves. It was a misunderstanding she had just made, accidentally caused by her excitement. Just painting? Jiang Che's brows furrowed. Why would drawing a picture provide him with so many negative experience values? Did you, just now, think of me? Hearing Jiang Che ask this, Tang Yunran became even more vain. No, I'm just concentrating on painting. What's the drawing, can I see it? Tang Yunran once again looked towards the drawing board on the ground, which had the words Jiang Che written on it in large letters, which had holes poked all over them by her with a 2B pencil. Random drawing, it didn't work, I threw it in the trash. What happened? He couldn't continue to be carried along by Jiang Che, so Tang Yunran rushed to ask the opposite. It's nothing, just curious to ask. Jiang Che muttered in his heart. Strange, talking to Tang Yunran, didn't feel anything wrong? Then, if that's the case, what the hell was that rocket-like rise in negative experience value just now? Is it the system? It must be the system. The system is so pissy that it won't recognize a bug when it's real. The truth came out, it was a system bug, and thinking of this, Jiang Che let out a long sigh of relief in the bottom of his heart. As long as Tang Yunran wasn't angry, whatever. Anything else? Tang Yunran asked while deleting all the messages and photos that Jin Xiaoqiao had just sent her, just in case Jiang Che accidentally saw them one day when he borrowed her cell phone. There's not much else going on, it's just that for the next little while, I'm relying on you to take care of the renovation. I enjoy messing with it, talk about bothering. The two chatted briefly before hanging up. A week later, Xue Dongyu sent a message to Jiang Che. Sure enough, the way I asked you to pretend to be my boyfriend worked, during this period of time, that dog skin never stuck to me again. I guess he was ashamed of himself because he saw how handsome you were, so he was too embarrassed to chase me anymore." Hearing Xue Dongyu say this, Zhang Che wanted to tell her the truth. "You're so naive. Bear's not chasing you because he's handsome, but because he scares him to his knees and calls him daddy." Of course, Zhang Che didn't plan to tell Xue Dongyu about this matter. After all, this kind of violent image didn't go halfway with him, and if he told Xue Dongyu about it, it would inevitably make her misunderstand how violent he was. As for things like him fighting, he was purely forced into it. Linya came out of her room. "Where's Little Edge? Running out again at this late hour? That femme fatale murderer has been caught and you're still so worried about her? You, as a brother, have a really big heart. She's a girl, not coming back so late. Aren't you worried that she'll meet bad people and get bullied?" "She's being bullied? You said the opposite, didn't you?" Zhang Che clearly remembers that Zhang Yuan once fought with the kids from the neighboring street, 3 against 1. It was 3 boys who beat up one of her and pushed her out of her wheelchair. As a result, she got down on the ground, no matter what, touched a stone, no matter how big or small, and smashed it on those kids, finally sending them all to the hospital. When she first entered junior high school, some of her classmates laughed at her for being disabled, and she secretly threw all of their books through the window. The teacher's parents came over and tears fell down without money, as if she was the one who had been wronged. "How do you talk, boy? Go find your sister." Linya touched the broomstick leaning aside and raised it. Zhang Che rubbed his head and bounced off the sofa. It's true that pregnant women's tempers grow. Zhang Che had just gone out from the neighborhood to prepare to call Zhang Yuan when he saw Tang Yunran pushing Zhang Yuan back. How did they get together? And by the looks of them, they were chatting quite a bit. Zhang Yuan turned back to Tang Yunran, "Sister-in-law, I'm especially curious, why do you like my brother?" Chapter 136. They've known each other for a long time. Hearing this, Zhang Che was busy dodging back to the side. He was also curious as to why Tang Yunran liked him. This life aside, in his previous life he was in a completely different world from her. She is the schoolflower of Jiangcheng University, good grades, good-looking, 10 almost the goddess in the hearts of male compatriots. And he is quite handsome, but his grades are not good, and flunked out. Every day's daily routine, in addition to playing games, is to sun salted fish. And the family condition is not good. Among those who pursued her were those who were better than him. But Tang Yunran was so dead set on liking him, which was something he had never been able to figure out. When Tang Yunran heard Zhang Yuan ask this, it gave her the feeling of dreaming back to her previous life, because Zhang Yuan had also asked this kind of question in her previous life. "That, I can tell you, but you mustn't tell your brother." Don't worry, I'll never tell." Tang Yunran exhaled slightly, her memories tracing back. "I actually knew your brother a long time ago." "Huh?" Zhang Yuan's eyes opened round and wide. She had originally thought that it was her brother's efforts to pursue her that made Tang Yunran say yes, but she hadn't realized that there was another story. Zhang Che also looked stunned. They knew each other a long time ago? A long time? When was that? Why didn't he remember anything? Tang Yunran continued, "When I was 7 years old, I spent some time at a relative's house in the countryside, right in Changshan village." Changshan village? Isn't that our old home? Well, that's when I met your brother. Zhang Che tried to recall, and for a moment he still had no impression. And then what? And then what? Zhang Yuan looked at Tang Yunran with a gossipy face, especially curious about what happened next. So much so that Tang Yunran fell in love with her brother. "Once I accidentally fell into the river and your brother jumped in to save me." Zhang Che had a bit of an impression when Tang Yunran said that. "I think I did save a little girl from the river when I was a kid. Not only that, but he helped me get back toys that others had taken away from me, coaxed me when I cried, and said that if anyone bullied me in the future, they should look for him and he would stand up for me." Tang Yunran had a happy smile on her face the whole time she was saying these words. Zhang Che stared at Tang Yunran with both eyes. Honestly, he really didn't have the slightest impression of what Tang Yunran had said. No wonder they say they'd rather believe in ghosts in this world than in a man's mouth. That's true when it comes down to it. In fact, this is not to blame for men, mainly because of men's nature impulsive, think of what to say, and sometimes said words simply did not think so long term. Not to mention the fact that he was a 7-year-old when he saw his little sister in the neighborhood being bullied, so it was only natural for him to say something like that. Compared to men, women are different. Women are naturally emotional. For what men say, a lot of them will be treated as heavy as a promise. So once a man doesn't fulfill what he said in the first place, the woman will be sad and keep holding on to the issue. Right now he and Tang Yunran were in such a situation. Wow! So romantic. So touching. Jiang Yuan was touched. She decided that if her brother dared to bully her sister-in-law in the future, she would definitely stand on her sister-in-law's side. Sister-in-law, why don't you tell my brother about this? Tang Yunran's fingers scratched at her neck, her face vaguely flushed with a haze. Weirdly embarrassed. What's there to be embarrassed about? Since he made that promise at that time, he should fulfill it. He was still young at that time, after all. This kind of thing doesn't matter how big or small, if you're a man, you have to say it. If you don't say it, I'll say it for you. Don't say that, you just promised me. But are you going to keep this from my brother for the rest of his life? Tang Yunran's brows furrowed. I am not mentally prepared to tell him right now. Well, this matter is indeed best said by you. Jiang Yuan spread his hands. Just then, Jiang Yuan suddenly widened his eyes and looked towards behind Tang Yunran. Seeing this unusual expression on Jiang Yuan's face, curiosity aside, Tang Yunran turned her head towards her back, and her pupils abruptly dilated when she saw Jiang Che, who had suddenly appeared. Jiang Che. Why is he here? When did you get here? What she and Jiang Yuan had said just now wouldn't have been overheard by him, right? You don't think so? What would he think of her if he knew she had a crush on him at such a young age? Just came out not long ago. Jiang Che returned. Just came out? That means he didn't hear her conversation with Jiang Yuan? You didn't hear that, did you? What do you mean? Jiang Yuan looked at Jiang Che, then at Tang Yunran, shrugged his shoulders, and left in his wheelchair holding the box of chili fries. Tang Yunran nervously clutched the ring necklace hanging around her neck, her palms and fingers all sweaty. Jiang Che walked in front of Tang Yunran, brought his face closer and said with a smile, I didn't expect that you moved to spring at such a young age. I was late to enlightenment at that time. I just knew how to touch the fish and catch loaches in the river bay. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Tang Yunran's face turned as red as a boiled shrimp in a swish, or the kind with smoke, and she didn't dare to look directly at Jiang Che. Relationship experience value plus 977. Tang Yunran especially wanted to escape. Love experience value plus 1011. In fact, her feet moved. Hurry up and run. Tang Yunran had just turned around when her arm was grabbed by Jiang Che. Jiang Che grabbed onto Tang Yun then, turned Tang Yunran's body around, facing him squarely. Sorry. Ha? Tang Yunran was stunned, and subconsciously looked up towards Jiang Che. What was he saying sorry for in good time? I'm sorry, I forgot about my childhood. I didn't mean to forget, it's just I'm not going to explain. There is no such thing as willful or unintentional forgetfulness. Forgetfulness is forgetfulness. It's okay, after all, we were young at the time. How can it be okay? Jiang Yuan is right, this kind of thing doesn't matter how big or small. If you are a man, you should do what you say. The previous things I forgot, then I'll say it again now. From now on, you Tang Yunran I cover for life, no one can bully you. P. A small fish eat Kuan, explain Hyan, yesterday I'm not the face of the base is not single, is afraid to go on the way to be arrested to quarantine, so you cannot see me. Even the razor blades can't be sent. Chapter 137 Jiang Che, I miss you. Hearing these heartfelt words from Jiang Che, Tang Yunran was instantly moved from the bottom of her heart to her eyes reddened and her eyes filled with tears. Splat beans of tears came to his eyes. Can't control it at all. Relationship experience value plus 520 plus 1314 plus 520 plus 1314. The system beeps are so fast in frequency that they overlap and mingle. How silly. Jiang Che's eyes reddened as well, moisture flooding the bottom of his eyes as he reached out and embraced Tang Yunran into his arms, gently patting her back. Jiang Yuan, who was hiding in Peking, was touched thinly. If she'd known, she wouldn't have stayed to peek and cheat her tears. At night, Jiang Che lay in bed unable to sleep for a while, tossing and turning, his mind filled with the image of Tang Yunran crying in his arms. Tang Yunran too, as soon as she closed her eyes, it was all about herself being held in Jiang Che's arms and crying. So embarrassing. Why didn't she have control? An hour later, Jiang Che got up from his bed with a carp and edited the message to send it to Tang Yunran. Are you asleep? Tang Yunran's first reaction after hearing the WeChat beep was to feel that it was from Jiang Che, and as soon as she lifted the covers to touch her cell phone, she knew it was from Jiang Che. Still awake. Why are you up so late? Jiang Che fell silent across the room after sending this message. Just as Jiang Che was waiting anxiously, Tang Yunran finally sent a message. Jiang Che, I miss you. Seeing those words, Jiang Che felt like his heart was going to melt. Get out of bed, get out. As soon as Jiang Mingquan came out from the kitchen with the old hen soup, he saw Jiang Che going out. Where are you going this late? Something's up. Jiang Che said as he changed his shoes. Going to an internet cafe? Jiang Mingquan asked. How can that be? I quit gaming a long time ago. Jiang Che said his hand had just hit the door handle when he heard Jiang Mingquan's voice ringing behind him. Going to get a girlfriend? Hearing these words, Jiang Che's hand on the door handle stopped, and he looked back at Jiang Mingquan with a look of how did you know? Jiang Mingquan looked towards the old hen soup he was holding in his hand. You are my son, can I not know what kind of virtue you have? Jiang Che looked at the old hen soup that Jiang Mingquan was carrying in his hand and smiled. Needless to say, this bowl of old hen soup was for his old mom. I'm going. Aha! After Jiang Che left, Jiang Mingquan suddenly grinned, worthy of being my Jiang Mingquan's seed, this wife-loving nature is completely from the same mold as me. At that moment, Lin Ya's voice came out from the room. Is it ready yet? I asked you to serve a soup, did you bring it from America? Not coming yet? Here it comes, here it comes. After sending a message to Jiang Che, Tang Yunran hadn't received a message from Jiang Che until now and thought to herself, is he asleep? It's a little exasperating. She said she missed him. She could have at least responded a little. Tang Yunran puffed out her mouth, threw her cell phone to the side, turned off the lights, and lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling with both eyes, her spirit getting more and more invigorated, and she couldn't sleep. Drip, the WeChat beep sounded and the phone lit up the screen. Tang Yunran turned her head to look, and before she could reach out to reach it, the phone suddenly rang. Who's calling her this late? Tang Yunran reached for her cell phone to see that it was Jiang Che calling. Why is he calling her? She thought he was asleep. Hello? I'm downstairs? Ha? Tang Yunran didn't react for a moment. She thought that the downstairs he was talking about was the downstairs of his own neighborhood. I'm downstairs in your neighborhood. Hearing these words, Tang Yunran dabbed her way out of bed, not even putting on her slippers, and ran directly to the balcony, looking towards the bottom, and with a glance, she saw Jiang Che standing at the bottom of the building. The teenager stood in the middle of the night, appearing somewhat thin even under the projection of the light. The temperature difference between morning and evening in Jiangcheng is still very big, especially at night. If you want to go out, it is better to bring a thin jacket. On Jiang Che's body, he was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt with shorts. He wasn't afraid of catching a cold or flu. You wait for me. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yunran borrowed a jacket from Tang Faison and quickly darted towards downstairs. What are you doing here? Tang Yunran draped her thin jacket over Jiang Che's body as she spoke. In fact, Jiang Che wasn't cold at all, on the contrary, passion made him a bit on fire. But since it was Tang Yunran who had put the coat on him, then of course he couldn't take it off. I thought you said you missed me. So here I am. Love experience value plus 1121. Love experience value plus 1221. Love experience value plus 1321. Love experience value plus 1421. Tang Yunran was almost moved to tears again. Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran with another look of being touched, and reached out his hand to gently scrape at Tang Yunran's nose. Well, they say that women are made of water. I didn't believe it before, but now I really believe it. Look at you moving and shedding tears. I'm really curious. Where did you get so much water in your body? Can't I drink water diligently? Row, row, row. Tang Yunran was amused by Jiang Che and let out a laugh. That's right, smile more, don't act like a sister of the forest. Who's Sister Lin? You. You are. How can I be Sister Lin? How can I be your brother Baoyu? The two of them flirted with each other and talked until late. The next day, Jiang Che realized that his body was all covered with mosquito bags. Jiang Che took a picture and sent it to Tang Yunran. Look at my mosquito bites. Tang Yunran also sent a picture to Jiang Che. Jiang Che looked at the photos Tang Yunran had sent and realized that the mosquito bites on her body were all red spots, while on him they were all big bags. I thought to myself, does this mosquito also have mercy? The marks left on Tang Yunran's body were so small that they were straight up yurts on him. Despite having the system on his side, Jiang Che still had the habit of waking up early every day for a morning run. Running, Jiang Che ran into someone he was half familiar with, Qin Sisi. Jiang Che looked towards himself. There was neither Joe Fuji's buns nor Dove's chocolates. This time he let go of his arms and greeted Tang Qin Sisi. Morning. Qin Sisi frowned. Truthfully, her impression of Jiang Che was bad to the extreme. So don't really want to pay attention to him. Jiang Che saw that Qin Sisi didn't even respond half-heartedly, thinking that women are really realistic. He just didn't have any food on him and she ignored him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Woman. There was also a little girl around 6 years old beside Qin Sisi. The little girl's name was Qin Shangxiang, and she was Qin Sisi's younger sister. Sister, this big brother is so handsome. I've never seen such a good-looking big brother before. As Qin Shangxiang said this, she stared at Jiang Che, who was running past, with her big Kaziran eyes hooked in her head. What's there to see? He's not a nice guy. No way, he's so handsome, how could he be a bad guy? Haven't you ever heard that the more handsome a man is, the worse his heart is? Qin Shangxiang shook her head. So you haven't heard that the more handsome a man is, the faster he dies? Qin Shangxiang shook her head again. At that moment, a butterfly flew by. Butterflies? What a beautiful butterfly! Butterfly, don't run, wait for me. Qin Shangxiang let go of Qin Sisi's hand, chased after the butterfly, ran out, slipped and fell into the park's lake. Xiang Xiang. Qin Sisi anxiously ran to the lake. What if she didn't know how to swim? Just then, a figure rushed over. Chapter 138, To Give Yourself to Jiang Che. That's great. Someone's coming for her sister. Quick, help me. Qin Sisi turned her head and saw Jiang Che, who was dashing towards the lake. Without waiting for her to react to why it was Jiang Che, she saw Jiang Che quickly take off his shoes and t-shirt and jumped into the lake without hesitation. Jiang Che? Qin Sisi looked at Jiang Che, who was desperately swimming towards her sister, and for a moment her expression was fixed, not knowing what to do in response. Jiang Che saved her in time, and Qin Shangxiang was returned home in the afternoon after being sent to the hospital for examination without any serious problems. Qin Sisi brought a cup of hot milk and handed it to Qin Shangxiang. Feeling uncomfortable anywhere else? After Qin Shangxiang finished drinking the milk, she grabbed Qin Sisi's hand, opened her big grape-like eyes and looked at Qin Sisi with excitement and said, Sister, you know that big brother, don't you? Chinensis frowned. He's my alumnus. Great. What's too good? Sister, I've decided. Decide what? I decided to save my life in return. Qin Sisi. What do you know about giving your life in return, you little child? I'm not little anymore, I'm 6.5, I'm not 3 years old, I have my own ideas. Qin Sisi huffed, you go to your school. Sister, I know. What do you know again? Do you have your eye on Big Brother and want to steal him from me? I didn't. Qin Sisi's eyes fluttered as she said this. Originally, she hated Jiang Che, but today, after seeing the way he defiantly jumped into the lake to save her sister, she felt incomparably handsome, so handsome that she felt like a deer in headlights. Sister, you still won't admit it, you're blushing. Who's blushing? You. You little girl, did your kindergarten teacher teach you this in school? At such a young age, you open your mouth and shut your mouth to make love to someone, is it a shame? Then you have wronged our teacher is still a single dog, just want to teach, but cannot teach And sister, you don't know, me and our classmates after seeing the teacher so old is still a single dog, so decided that the object is better to start from a young age, otherwise in the end, the teacher is the opposite of us. Hearing these words from Qin Shangxiang, Qin Sisi said that if her kindergarten teacher heard them, she would definitely vomit blood in depression. The renovation of the restaurant is in full swing. Jiang Che and Tang Yunran chatted on their cell phones on WeChat. Have you thought of a name yet? Tang Yunran asked. Did you come up with a good name? There were a couple that came to mind, but none of them were good, and the crappy names felt too cheesy. Actually, I thought of one. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Tang Yunran was curious as to what name Jiang Che could come up with. Excelsior. Tang Yunran. Can you be decent? How is this immodest? You think my Yihong Yuan is a greenhouse? My Yihong Yuan refers to the inside of Dream of the Red Chamber, which is Jia Baoyu's residence. Yeah, well, you name it that and see what the reaction is. Just kidding you, how could I possibly come up with that kind of literal name? Tang Yunran was speechless at the screen. Jiang Che, Love Rhythm House. After seeing these 3 words, Tang Yunran's eyes fell on the word rhyme. Tell Tang Yunran outright that the name is not a coincidence. How did you come up with that name? Is it about her? Ancient colors, Oriental Qin Yun. It just so happens that we've gone for an ancient style of decoration, and this name can be said to be just right, very fitting. What do you think? Aha! That's it? No more? Just as Tang Yunran was thinking this, Jiang Che sent another message. Most importantly, it has your name on it. Seeing this, Tang Yunran burst out laughing, covering her mouth, unable to stop her happy smile. Love experience value plus 999. Regarding the matter of Love Rhythm House, Jiang Che hadn't told Jiang Mingquan or Linya. The whole of such a large hotel, plus renovation, etc., need more than 10 million, if Jiang Mingquan they know, and will suspect that he is not robbing the bank. No. The whole thing was so big this time, I'm sure they thought he'd gone drug dealing. To avoid them worrying, Jiang Che didn't intend to tell them now, he would find a chance to tell them later when the hotel was officially on track. And then there was River Edge, who didn't say anything either. Zhang Yuan is about to have an operation, this girl on the surface of the big grin heartless, in fact, the heart is as fine as a needle, sesame seed things, will be in the heart of the infinite magnification. Speaking of which, Zhang Yuan is going to have an operation tomorrow, and she's lucky that her friend helped hire the famous surgeon Wu Zhihai. With him operating on Zhang Yuan, he was even more relieved. When this operation was successful, he must invite Zhang Yuan's friend to dinner and thank him properly. The day before the surgery, Zhang Yuan was admitted to the hospital for a thorough checkup in advance. Linya was pregnant and her health was not in good shape for the past 2 days, just like that, she still wanted to come and accompany Zhang Yuan, but in the end, she was stopped by their full force. This is no joke, Linya takes care of Zhang Yuan, don't let the time come when Linya is also hospitalized. For this consideration, Linya stayed at home, and although Jiang Mingquan was still at work, as soon as he got off work, he immediately flew home to accompany his wife. In the end, Jiang Che was left to accompany Zhang Yuan to the operation. Jiang Che was on the phone with Tang Yunran. Edge is having surgery tomorrow, right? 9:30 a.m. surgery tomorrow. Are you the only one with her? My mom isn't feeling well and my dad has to take care of her. I'm free tomorrow, I'll come over there too. Aren't you having your period? Why don't you stay home and rest? Auntie is almost gone, it doesn't affect her much anymore, and it's more or less inconvenient for you, a man, to take care of her. Zhang Yuan looked at Jiang Che, who had been making phone porridge, and skimmed his lips. Brother, I'm a little bored, I'm going for a walk. Go on. Jiang Che doesn't believe that Zhang Yuan is bored, it's just that he is a little nervous and goes out for a walk. I heard from Margin that this surgery has a good chance of success? Well, it's Dr. Wu Zhihai Wu, very famous in our Jiangchang. I wanted to use the back door before, but this doctor's temperament and personality is a bit strange, he doesn't accept red packets and doesn't open the back door. You have to queue up until 3 months later, and her leg can't be delayed any longer, so I can only settle for the next best thing and find another doctor. Dr. Wu Zhihai I know, is Wu Qingshu's younger uncle. What? Wu Qingshu's little uncle, huh? Whose little uncle? Wu Qingshu. Chapter 139, how come it's Wu Qingshu? How come it's Wu Qingshu? It's not possible that the friend Zhang Yuan was talking about was Wu Qingshu, right? As soon as this idea came out, it was immediately self-denied by Jiang Che. It couldn't be Wu Qingshu, Wu Qingshu treated him as a love rival day in and day out, how could he be kind enough to introduce a doctor to Zhang Yuan? If it was really introduced by Wu Qingshu, he wouldn't have dared to let Wu Zhihai give Zhang Yuan the main knife. You don't have to worry, Dr. Wu is Dr. Wu, and Wu Qingshu is Wu Qingshu. Although he is Wu Qingshu's younger uncle, his medical ethics are evident to all, and his reputation is also very good. Hearing Tang Yunran say this, Jiang Che felt the same. Wu Qingshu is Wu Qingshu, you can't beat a stick to death because of him alone. What's more, Wu Zhihai was an established doctor, and even if he favored his nephew, he wouldn't spoil his reputation with this kind of thing. After putting his heart down, Jiang Che and Tang Yunran began to chat about other things. Zhang Yuan went to a nearby park alone to ease the tension in his heart. On the way, I saw Wu Qingshu, hanging his head as if he was looking for something. Hey! Did you lose your money? The voice that owed a beating was Zhang Yuan on first hearing. Wu Qingshu turned his head towards Zhang Yuan, do you think I'm the kind of person who would look for money after losing it? Yeah, well, you're an old man. Wu Qingxu. Now Wu Qingxu gets on fire when he hears this, and secretly thinks in his heart, seeing that you are a female, seeing that you are still small, he will not go deeper with you. What exactly are you looking for? Zhang Yuan had nothing to do and followed in his wheelchair. I lost my dog. What's your dog's name? White. White, your name is Green, your names remind me of a TV show. Wu Qingxu steeply stopped and looked back at Zhang Yuan. He told him that this girl was rather beaten up. There is no such thing as the most exasperating, only the more exasperating. I've thought about it, and when my leg gets better, I'll get a dog, too. Guess what I'll name the dog? Not interested in guessing. Well, I'll tell you straight then. Said not interested. Wu Qingxu in his mouth said that, but in reality, his ears perked up without his control. Kind of curious. Call Fa high. Zhang Yuan said seriously. Wu Qingxu raised his breath violently. He endured. Seeing Wu Qingxu walking again, Zhang Yuan continued to follow in his wheelchair. What color is your dog? What about stating that I've seen it? It's called White, not White, can it be called White? That can't be true, you're not green, you're still called Green? I'm ing, my name is Wu Qingxu, not Xiaocheng. It's not even cyan, and it's not green, and it's not blue. Wu Qingxu could sort of see that this girl was sent down from heaven to infuriate him. Green, what are you walking so fast for? No calling me Green. Oh, hey? Green, did you lose your dog in this neighborhood? You're close to White? What kind of breed is Kahaku? Is it very large, like you? Wu Qingxu stopped in his tracks, his fists clenched. There is a kind of patience called intolerance. Just as Wu Qingxu was about to have a fit, Zhang Yuan sighed. In fact, when I was in the countryside in the past, I also had a dog, which was called Dahe. Dahe was picked up by me and was especially close to me. Every time I came back from school, Dahe would run a long way over to greet me, wagging his tail at me, and with his two dark eyes, he just kept staring at me. Hearing this, all the anger in Wu Qingxu's heart dropped at once. And then what? He looked at Zhang Yuan's expression, which was vaguely sad, and felt that there was a story behind it. Dahe is especially smart and brave, and in our countryside he is the king of dogs. Do you know the king of dogs? That I certainly know. The dogs in the whole village are all bowing down to Big Black, and to put it mildly, the ES chasing after him can trample the threshold of our house. This has also caused other male dogs to be jealous, and I have often seen 3 or 2 male dogs, not speaking of martial virtues, mobbing Big Black. Our family Dahe has never been indomitable and valiant, often returning with a full set of injuries. Even with a full set of injuries, he will always hold his head high and look like a victor. Wu Qingxu was mesmerized by what he heard and squatted down beside Zhang Yuan, continuing to listen. Also, our family Dahe is not only the king of dogs, but also mixes openly in the cat circle. Other people's cats and dogs fight, our cats and dogs are different. Every time we feed, it's our Big Black who eats first, and he doesn't eat all of it, but leaves a little bit for the cats. It's like the two of them agree, every time. Also, in the winter, when they sunbathe, Big Black lies down on the concrete and the cat gives Big Black a nudge and massage in the back, then Big Black gets cool and the cat lies in Big Black's arms, enjoying the sun. Hearing this, Wu Qingxu felt that this was a little too incredible. It felt especially amazing, and if it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Yuan's facial reaction was too real at this moment, he would definitely have reason to suspect that she was bragging. You are not aware of how shiny our family's Dahe's fur is, it's just like it's been anointed with hair oil. This is mainly due to Dahe's love of stealing eggs. He eats a lot of eggs raw every day, so his nutrition is especially good. So your Big Black steals eggs like that and your dad doesn't beat him up? In Wu Qingxu's opinion, rich people like them, the pets they keep at home are all for coaxing, not to mention eggs, even chickens can be eaten casually. But it's not the same for country people. Eggs can be sold for money. And according to his investigation, Zhang Yuan's family situation was not very good. Of course, this was still something he knew some time ago when he found someone to investigate Zhang Che. Why the punch? Hearing this, Wu Qingxu was a bit surprised, not expecting their family to be so kind and able to treat the dog so well. Just as Wu Qingxu thought so, Zhang Yuan's voice then sounded. It's not like it's stealing our own eggs, they're from someone else's house. Wu Qingxu. So your neighbors don't give you any trouble? Looking for it, once the next family's Auntie Zhang was so fierce that she had to point at our family's Big Black and say that it was our dog that stole their eggs. So what did you guys end up doing about it? Of course he denied it to death, So my dad asked, "What makes you say it was our dog? Did you see it with your own eyes?" She said she saw it. "It's our big black, with a slightly white tail." And then what? Then my dad used my brother's fountain pen ink to blacken the tip of Big Black's white tail. Your dad is brilliant. It's just a pity. As he said this, Zhang Yuan's expression became sad once again. P.S. Small fish eating koan. The story of Dahe is a true story that happened to the small fish, posted here as a memento of sorts. Chapter 140. Jiang Che asked Tang Yunran for something. When Wu Qingshu saw Zhang Yuan like this, his emotions were naturally tugged. Unfortunately, what? Big Black it suddenly disappeared. Hearing Zhang Yuan say this, Wu Qingshu thought of Xiao Bai. His little white is gone. For a while, both of them were silent. Zhang Yuan retreated from his sadness first and turned his head towards the depressed Wu Qingshu. You're thinking about your family's little white boy? Well, I'm worried that it will be taken away by bad people. A while ago I saw the news that some perverts took stray dogs back and abused them, causing physical as well as mental trauma to the dogs. I'm afraid that Xiao Bai will suffer the same abuse and be indelibly traumatized. You can look on the bright side, like it got hit by a car and died so it wouldn't be abused. Wu Qingshu turned his head towards Zhang Yuan and just looked at him with his eyes wide open. Thinking, are you serious? Zhang Yuan was looked at by Wu Qingshu with a slight bit of weakness. A heart as big as a sesame seed. It's also possible that it was adopted by a kind person, forgot about you, its original owner, and lived sweetly and happily with its new owner. Wu Qingshu. Wu Qingshu was remorseful. Was he sick in the head? Idly chatting with Doja Pao Zhang Yuan. Wu Qingshu stood up and was just about to leave when a gawker saw a nearby hospital and suddenly remembered that Zhang Yuan had told him about having surgery some time ago. You're ready for surgery here? Tomorrow. Tomorrow? That fast? You. When Wu Qingshu wanted to say something else in the back, after finally looking at the face that was slightly similar to Jiang Che's, he stuck his hands into his pockets and turned around to leave. Zhang Yuan looked at Wu Qingshu's back and cocked his head, gesturing with his eyes. Not as good looking as her brother, or as long-legged, or as broad-shouldered. He'd better be able to come to his senses early and give up pursuing Tang Yunran, or else he'd be crushed under her brother's feet for the rest of his life. Just as Zhang Yuan was thinking that, something furry brushed against his feet. What's that? Zhang Yuan looked down at a white dog. What a beautiful dog. The breed, it seems to be Samoyed. The Samoyed circled around Zhang Yuan, sniffed, and continued to rub affectionately at Zhang Yuan's feet. So cute and white. Wait. For nothing? White. After Zhang Yuan called out the name, Little White sat down instantly and stretched out his front paws. Handshake. Zhang Yuan reached out and grabbed onto Xiao Bai's hand. Is it really white? Wu Qingshu's family? You don't think so? What a coincidence. Zhang Yuan looked towards the direction where Wu Qingshu had just left. Wu Qingshu was long gone, no silhouette left. Lowering her head towards the Little White by her feet, the Little White immediately wagged her tail enthusiastically towards her as soon as she saw that Zhang Yuan was looking towards her. It really is so cute. Zhang Yuan decided to bring it home, treat it well and be sweet and happy with it. As for Wu Qingshu's side, it should just be pure coincidence. It happens to be all white. In order not to clash with Wu Qingshu's family dog, Zhang Yuan decided to change its name. From today onwards, you'll be called Big White. Big White, high class, what a great name. Do you like the name? You're acquiescing if you don't say anything. Great White, come with me. Zhang Yuan walked in front of him in his wheelchair, and after 2 seconds of hesitation, Dabai stepped away and followed Zhang Yuan away. Jiang Che, after seeing the dog beside Zhang Yuan, asked suspiciously, "Where did you get the dog from?" "Picked it up." Jiang Che walked to Big White's side and looked up and down. "This dog is so well kept, it can't be a stray. Did it get lost with its owner?" "I don't know." "No? I'd better figure out if I can find its owner, right? I'm its new owner, and I've named it Great White." Jiang Che. Jiang Che could see that Zhang Yuan loved Dabai, but its owner will be anxious when he can't find it. That's fine, it's good that it's not in a hurry. Look how close it is to me. Maybe its original owner mistreated it and it couldn't stand it, so it secretly escaped. If you send it back, it's like pushing it into the fire pit. How could my brother, who I know is the kindest of all, have the heart to do such a thing? Oh. Isn't that right? Brother? Zhang Yuan looked at Jiang Che with wide eyes that flashed with 100,000 volts of Kazran. Jiang Che. Don't look at me like that, look at me like that, it doesn't matter what you say about me. After all, you don't own it either. And do you know who its original owner was? It's... Right, you don't know, so I'll keep it until you find its owner later. Zhang Yuan said while stroking Great White's fur with his hand, and Great White was also very close to Zhang Yuan. At that moment, Tang Yunran sent a message. Tang Yunran, do you want me to go over there now and keep her company so she's as less nervous as possible? Jiang Che, no need, she has a dog to compensate now. Tang Yunran, huh? A dog? Xiao Yuan has a dog? Tang Yunran, speaking of which, she's always wanted to get a dog, but it's been on hold until now considering the bad family situation. Seeing this, Jiang Che's brows furrowed as he looked towards Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan and Debai couldn't be happier to play. Taking a breath, forget it, just like Zhang Yuan said, he couldn't find the owner of Great White for a while now, so he would just keep it for now. And since Zhang Yuan was going to be operated on tomorrow, having Big White with her would ease the tension. Day 2. Jiang Che's face tightened as he watched Zhang Yuan being pushed into the operating room. At this time, Tang Yunran took the initiative to pull on Jiang Che's hand. Jiang Che felt the soft hand in his palm, and heat surged in his heart. It's better to have a wife. His wife, in particular, is most understanding. You don't have to worry too much, Little Edge is so innocent and kind, she'll be fine. It was fine if Tang Yunran didn't say that, but Jiang Che was worried instead. Because River's Edge just isn't kind and naive. Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che's bitter face and thought it was because her words hadn't comforted him. What to do? What should she do to make Jiang Che less nervous? Would you like a glass of water? I'll pour you some? Jiang Che could tell that Tang Yunran was concerned about him. If you really, really want to comfort me, lend me something. Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che suspiciously and asked out curiously, what do you want to borrow? One thing on you. On her, on what? Tang Yunran looked down towards herself, there didn't seem to be anything special on her. Just as Tang Yunran was thinking this, Jiang Che reached out and pointed towards her. Here. Chapter 141 Love Rhythm House is open for business. Here? Tang Yunran's pupils dilated. May I? Tang Yunran's face swished red, half lowered his head, pursed, nodded. Seeing that Tang Yunran had agreed, Jiang Che was instantly delighted and immediately moved to lean on Tang Yunran's shoulder. That's right, he just wanted Tang Yunran's shoulder to lean on for comfort. Since Jiang Che was leaning so close to Tang Yunran's left chest, he could clearly hear the girl's heartbeat. It was quick and frequent, converging with the rhythm of the value of the relationship experience she was providing. Plop. Love experience value plus 452. Plop. Love experience value plus 491. After Zhang Yuan pushed out from the operating room, he saw the two people who were snuggling together, and he was speechless. Spreading dog food to the door of an operating room is missing the point. Not much later, Jiang Che received a call from Linya. Was the surgery a success? It was very successful and the doctor said that in 2 months at the most, she'll be on her feet. Hearing this, Linya and Zhang Mingquan on the side both sighed in relief. Great! When can I get out of the hospital? It's going to be another week in the hospital for observation. It's been a hard time. What are you talking about? I'm her brother, it's what I'm supposed to do. Let your dad take over for you in a couple days when he's off. Otherwise it's too hard for just you. It's not hard, don't let dad come, I can take care of it. When Zhang Yuan heard this, lying on the bed, she breathlessly rolled her eyes at the ceiling. I thought to myself, you are afraid that Zhang Mingquan's arrival will disturb your two-person world with Tang Yunran, right? You really don't have to? There's really no need, you haven't been well these past 2 days, so don't let dad take care of Zhang Yuan, it's hard to get a break, why don't you let him take you out for a walk and look at the scenery, a good mood is good for raising the fetus. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhang Yuan secretly smacked his lips in his heart, what a nice thing to say, in the end, it's still not about falling in love. After hanging up the phone, Linya had a relieved look on her face and turned her head to look at Zhang Mingquan. What a son we have raised. Yeah. It's all because of you. Is that so? I don't know who said before that it was his good seeds that produced such excellent seedlings. That also requires good land, and soil that isn't fertile won't do. You, old immodest. Look at you, it would be immodest to be old and proper. Speaking here, Jiang Mingquan looked towards Linya's stomach with a guilty look on his face. When will this baby be able to come out? What immodest thing are you thinking about again? Who's thinking? I'm just wondering when the country is going to open up to 4 children, before it's too late for me to catch up. Linya. Evening. Meal point. Wu Zhihai went to Wu Qingshu's house for dinner. As he ate, Wu Zhihai put down the chopsticks in his hand to look at Wu Qingshu. Oh, I forgot to mention that your little girlfriend's surgery was a success. Pft, cough cough cough. Choked Wu Qingshu fiercely. Wu Qingshu's parents, Wu Anping and Lu Qin, put down their chopsticks at the first opportunity and looked towards Wu Zhihai and Wu Qingshu. Little girlfriend? Where did that come from? Ran? It's not her, it's the one I operated on today. She was introduced to me by Aoshu, she's quite cute. Uncle Junior, don't talk nonsense. Wu Qingshu slowed down and said, I don't have that kind of relationship with her. Really? Lu Qin asked. True. More real than pearls. Lu Qin didn't look like Wu Qingshu was lying. At that moment, Wu Zhihai interjected and said, that's really a pity. Unfortunately what? Lu Qin asked curiously. That little girl is beautiful and innocent, a very nice girl. When Wu Zhihai said this, Wu Qingshu choked again. Now instead of eating, he choked on his own saliva. Wu Qingshu was shocked. To be honest, he felt that just the few adjectives Wu Zhihai had just said didn't go halfway with Zhang Yuan. It can be said to be a windfall. Zhang Yuan, that girl, is a bad-hearted flowing oil bean paste bag. After this time, they shouldn't have anything to do with each other in the future. With the restaurant, the money was there and the renovations went quickly. In a hurry, the restaurant finally opened for business before school started. Zhang Che stood in front of the Love Rhythm building, looking at the endless stream of diners going in with a satisfied smile on his face. In fact, when he took the name Love Rhyme House, he didn't just take the word Tang Yunran, there was another layer of meaning. The house of love and rhythm, harmony, the house of green clouds. Flat-footed in green. The moral is all very good. So many guests. Tang Yunran couldn't stop herself from saying happily. Zhang Che turned his head towards Tang Yunran and complimented him. It's mainly all thanks to you, coming up with this good idea to attract customer traffic. Love experience value plus 296. I just thought about it that way and didn't realize it was really feasible. In fact, before the business, Tang Yunran heart is still a little apprehensive. Afraid of their own ideas or a little too radical, in case the effect is not good how to do? Although she knew very well that Zhang Che wouldn't blame her, she would more or less feel a little self-blame in her heart. Now that she saw so much success and heard Zhang Che praising her, her heart was so happy. Let's go in as well. Zhang Che said as he looked at Tang Yunran. Aha! Tang Yunran nodded. This Love Rhythm House, which was considered a business that she and Zhang Che had created together, had an irreplaceable and special significance for her, so to say that she wasn't excited would be a lie. Zhang Che was in the same mood. This kind of excitement and this kind of thrill was far from what he could compare to in his previous life when he was relying on himself to start a business from nothing. Sure enough, people are pack animals. They need to be with their companions, to be with each other, to comfort each other, in order to better survive and thrive. Let's have a set of hanbok as well. Zhang Che looked at most of the customers who came in to rent and sell hanboks, thinking that they, as the owner and owner's wife of this store, naturally had the ability to blend into this ancient environment. That's what I thought. Tang Yunran had long been eyeing those beautiful hanboks. It made her itch to buy a couple sets for her own home. A few moments later, Zhang Che came out first in his hanbok to wait for Tang Yunran. Zhang Che standing at the entrance was like a living signboard of Love Rhythm House, handsome and elegant. It attracted the gazes of many women. Originally those who did not intend to come in the sister aunts and aunts, many because of Zhang Che's face value and successively stopped, to the end is directly into, also buy on the Chinese dress, experience a Chinese country's essence of culture. Ha! Isn't that Zhang Che? Qin Sisi heard that a unique ancient-style restaurant had opened in the neighborhood, so she came over to take a look out of curiosity. I didn't expect to see Zhang Che here. Chapter 142. It's all Zhang Che's blame. Qin Sisi fixed her eyes towards Zhang Che's body. Zhang Che was wearing a white cloud-patterned edged Chinese dress, with a light blue belt tied around his waist, standing there, looking from afar, giving a sense of vision of a strange male person like Jade. Watching her deer in the headlights and her heart pounding. Looking at it, Shin Cece couldn't control her feet and walked to Jiang Che's side. You came here to eat too? Aha! As Jiang Che said this, out of the corner of his eye, he looked towards the changing room, wondering why Tang Yunran hadn't come out yet. That's quite a coincidence, I'm here for dinner too. Oh. By the way, the last time you saved my sister, in a hurry, I didn't have time to thank you. You're welcome. Jiang Che answered briefly and succinctly every time, and Shin Cece could feel that Jiang Che was not very interested in her. Is it because of Tang Yunran? To be honest, even though Tang Yunran was the school flower of their school, she didn't feel that she was inferior to Tang Yunran. She believes that a girl's excellence does not only lie in appearance. She came from a better background than Tang Yunran, began to learn the piano since childhood, to say no exaggeration, the piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. She cannot do everything, but all have a rough dabbling in the past. And from a young age, her parents had trained her in all sorts of manners, all the high-flying rules of etiquette in the upper circles. Tang Yunran, on the other hand, she had understood, was a child raised by an ordinary person's family, slightly better than an ordinary family life, but compared to her, the difference was not a single star. Also, she was not in love with Jiang Che, even though she was moved. Because she knew that poverty and humility like Jiang Che was not even in the same world as her. Even if she liked him, it would be fruitless. First of all, her parents wouldn't be able to get through. The same cannot be said for Qian Jia, the young proprietor of the Jipping Hotel. The Jipping Hotel was one of their top hotels in Jiangcheng. When do you have time? Something wrong? Wanted to buy you dinner. After saying this, Shin Cece immediately added, Don't get me wrong, I invited you to dinner simply to thank you for saving my sister last time. Just as Shin Cece finished her words, Qian Jia's voice then sounded behind her. And he saved your sister? When did that happen? How come I didn't know? Suddenly hearing Qian Jia's words, Shin Cece was only slightly flustered in her heart for a few seconds before she immediately calmed down. It was the other day when Xiang Xiang and I were taking a walk. She accidentally lost her footing and fell into the river, and it was Jiang Che who saved her. Then in that case, pick a day, today. As Qian Jia said this, he narrowed his eyes and surveyed Jiang Che. I thought to myself, what's the point of dressing up so handsomely? Is he trying to seduce his girlfriend with his beauty? Although he was upset with Jiang Che in his heart, he had to be convinced that Jiang Che looked really handsome in his hanbok. Waiter! Jay called for the waiter. Hello sir, how may I help you? As the waiter said this, he secretly glanced towards Jiang Che with a puzzled expression. Just now, she was prepared to come over to receive Qian Jia, but after seeing Qian Jia chatting with their boss, she guessed that they should be friends, so she didn't come over. Pick me the most handsome hanbok. Yes, sir, just a moment. Jiang Che could hear Qian Jia's meaning, which was nothing more than wanting to rely on his clothes to overshadow his overwhelming elegance. But the problem is, with Qian Jia's popular face, not to mention wearing a hanbok, it's useless to give him a dragon robe. The waiter successively selected several sets of clothes for Qian Jia, who didn't pick a single set, and finally chose a set that was exactly the same as Jiang Che's. Jiang Che shook his head. It's not scary for people to look tacky, it's scary to clash with good-looking people. The saying that there is no harm without comparison says it all. Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, Tang Yunran came out of the fitting room. Jiang Che's eyes immediately lit up. Tang Yunran, who was standing in front of him at the moment, was wearing a white flounced jacket with plum blossoms embroidered on the hem, and a red cloud-patterned belt around her waist. Coquettish smile and beautiful eyes. It was as if she was really a young lady who had traveled from ancient times. Is it weird that I'm like this? In fact, Tang Yunran had changed her clothes long ago, but there was just some small twinge in her heart, afraid that she would not look good in them. No blame. How can it be weird? Pretty. Like a fairy. What Jiang Che said wasn't false at all, because both of his eyes were just as if they were growing on Tang Yunran's body, staring all the time. Staring at Tang Yunran was both embarrassing and amusing. Love experience value plus 452. So Jiang Che didn't come alone. Shin Cece looked at Jiang Che and Tang Yunran standing in the doorway. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, standing together as a couple, quite eye-catching. Shin Cece's face didn't look too good, although she felt that she and Jiang Che weren't from the same world and felt that there was no possibility for them. But now that she saw the handsome Jiang Che talking and laughing with other girls, her heart was still more or less uncomfortable. It's all Jiang Che's fault. If his family conditions can be a little bit better, it would be good, not to achieve like Qian Jia that way, but only have to have 100% of Qian Jia. She will also give priority to Jiang Che. Tang Yunran noticed that Qin Sisi had been looking over to Jiang Che's side, as well as having heard Jiang Che and Qin Sisi's conversation when they were in the fitting room just now.
Chinensis has been staring at you, hey?
Not waiting for Jiang Che to explain something, Tang Yunran then asked.
She seems to care about you? I seem to be bigger than mine too, right? Jiang Che? Oh, my goodness. A life-threatening trifecta of questions.
If this was not answered well, he was going to face more than just the average man's kneeling durian, and his relationship experience value would keep dropping wildly.
First, let me say that I don't know if she was staring at me or not, because I only had eyes for you and couldn't see anyone else. Relationship experience value plus 520.
And secondly, whether she cares or doesn't care about me has nothing to do with me, because you're the only one I care about.
Love experience value plus 1,314.
One last question, Qin Sisi's eyes are your big, like bull's eyes, I don't like them, just like that.
Love experience value plus 520.1314.
After hearing the last system beep, Jiang Che let out a long sigh of relief in his heart.
That should be considered a pass.
With these words that Jiang Che replied, Tang Yunran was happy, while Qin Sisi, who was not far away from them, was furious.
She's got bull's eyes?
It was the first time since she was a little girl that she had ever heard someone describe her that way, when people around her used to compliment her on her big, beautiful eyes.
Pissed her off. Damn Jiang Che. You poor, worthless, mixed-up kid, who are you to judge me? You wait for me. One day I will make you regret what you said today. Chapter 143 Fixing Qian Jia. I'm still angry.
Tang Yunran deliberately pushed her head to the side and beamed. Jiang Che didn't hear the negative system tone, and judging from that, Tang Yunran was just talking out of her ass, but actually wasn't angry at all. Despite this, he's going to go along with it.
So what do I have to do for you to forgive me?
Not waiting for Tang Yunran to reply, Jiang Che continued, or else I'll kiss you in front of everyone? Hearing this, Tang Yunran glanced lightly at Jiang Che breathlessly. No wonder Little Edge rolled her eyes at you for 3 days. That's because she has a problem with her eyes.
Say it in front of Kodomine if you can.
Of course I dare say, just give her a red packet when the time comes.
What a half-assed display of martial virtues. Come on, what do you want? Buy you 2 chocolates? What do you take me for? 2 bars of chocolate and you're done? So you're going to. At least 10. Tang Yunran said, holding out 10 fingers. This appearance of Tang Yunran was just too cute.
Looking at her, Jiang Che wanted to grab her hands, put them in his mouth, and kiss each one.
Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, Qian Jia walked over uninvited.
You saved Sisi's sister, this meal is on me, so don't be polite to me. With that, he sat down next to Tang Yunran.
Here we go again. Do we have to force him to do it? Otherwise, if the tiger doesn't make a move, you really think he's a sick cat.
Thinking of this, Jiang Che suddenly stood up. Jiang Che's move caused Qian Jia, Tang Yunran and Qin Sisi to raise their heads towards him in unison.
Thinking he's not going to do it, is he? I don't think so.
In Qian Jia's opinion, Jiang Che was a naive, poor country boy who hadn't seen much of the world.
He, on the other hand, is at the top of the food chain, and he dares to make a move on him? Are you kidding me?
Jiang Che looked down towards Tang Yunran. It's not good for you to be on this side against the air conditioner. Why don't I change places with you? This solution is civilized and unobtrusive, and it also shows concern for your girlfriend, which is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
Qian Jia's face was taut and ugly, especially after Jiang Che sat down next to him. The girl's murmurs that came from his ears made him even more on fire.
Look guys, they're both dressed exactly the same.
Tisk, TSK, what the hell was that hairy lesser man thinking? How could he wear the same clothes as such a handsome little brother? I guess I can't think straight.
It's no wonder that Mao is less, and together they want to become a monk.
You're too funny, aren't you?
But the 2 of them sitting together is, really, extremely hurtful and insulting to that hairy young one.
Not really. If it were me, how would I pick someone uglier than me to wear the same dress?
Hearing this, Qian Jia's face turned blue and purple, feeling that the fabric of the clothes he wore on his body was no longer soft, but was instead like a hot iron, scalding him so much that he just wanted to hurry up and take his clothes off. However, if he just took it off, it would be like admitting what those people had said, and then he would be disgraced.
Gotta think of a good reason.
Just then, Jiang Che accidentally knocked over the red wine on the table, spilling it all over Qian Jia.
I didn't mean to.
It's fine, it's just a dress. Look at you, you're so nervous. I can see you're afraid of losing money on your clothes. A quality hanbok is not cheap, but of course, when he says not cheap, he is referring to ordinary people. Rich people like him can buy as much as they want. Just as well, he was worried about finding a reason to change out of his clothes. Isn't that the reason? Chantal came back with a new selection of clothes. Jie Xiao, I'm curious, you're the young proprietor of the Jipping Hotel, why are you here for dinner? Could it be that you also want to feel the ancient atmosphere here? Jiang Che said. Tang Yunran turned her head towards Jiang Che, guessing that he was setting up Qian Jie's words. Sort of in one way. There are other reasons? Qian Jie frowned. Jie Xiao, looking at you, you seem to have encountered a difficult problem. If you trust me, just say it, maybe I can help you. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Qian Jie suddenly had an idea that came to his mind. In fact, I came here mainly to investigate, although the Pingchuan rode this side of the restaurant, but like our hotel so large scale is only a few. Originally, my father and I thought that this hotel is just publicity exaggeration, and did not pay attention to, but came to this side to realize that this side of the business is really good. If this restaurant is allowed to grow, I'm afraid it will only have a certain impact on the business of my family's restaurant. Jiang Che listened attentively, thinking to himself that sure enough, Qian Jie had come here for a bad reason. Qian Jie gazed around the room. I'm especially curious, who is the owner of this restaurant? To think of such a good idea? While Qian Jie was saying this, the waitress happened to come over with the dishes just in time to hear this and reflexively glanced towards Jiang Che. Qian Jie just talked and didn't notice the waiter's reaction. Qian Jie didn't see it, but Qin Cici did. Ha! The waitress had just looked towards Jiang Che, and coincidentally, Qian Jie was mentioning the owner of this restaurant. What a coincidence! Speaking of which, the name of the restaurant is Love House. One of those words is rhyme. Could it be that the owner of this Love Rhythm House is Jiang Che? Qin Cici stared towards Jiang Che with wide eyes, and after seeing Jiang Che's youthful big boy face, the thoughts that had just sprouted up were immediately dispelled cleanly. What's she imagining? How could it be Jiang Che? She knew all about Jiang Che's situation. With their family's condition, they couldn't even afford to rent a small noodle shop, let alone such a big restaurant. It must have been a coincidence just now. It was mostly because the waitress saw that Jiang Che was handsome, so she glanced more towards him. Little Jiang. Qian Jie put his hand on Jiang Che's shoulder in a big brotherly manner. There's a favor I really need you to do. You don't have to be polite to me, we're all acquaintances. I like that about you, waiter, bring up the best wine in your restaurant. Okay, just a moment. Qian Jie finished taking out $1,000 in cash out and handed it to Jiang Che. What does that mean? Please do me a favor. Just say the word, it hurts to talk about money. It's okay, you can keep it for now, just think of it as you saving Xiang Xiang and me thanking you for it. Qian Jie forced $1,000 into Jiang Che's hand, thinking that this $1,000 was definitely considered a lot of income for an ordinary college student. Especially for a poor family like Jiang Che. Well then, I'll keep it for now. Tell me, how can I help you in this matter? I'll help as long as I can. Chapter 144, Your whole family is wicked. Jiang Che said and put the money on Tang Yunran's lap, meaning for her to put it away. Tang Yunran looked at the money on her lap, her heart was happy and at the same time spat out, do you like this $1,000? Spitting was spitting, but Jiang Che's money-gathering appearance was quite pleasing to her, and to be exact, she liked the fact that Jiang Che was giving her money to manage. It's a feeling that any woman would love. Love experience value plus 256. It's not much of a favor really. When the food arrives later, you take a bite and say it's awful. Shout louder so everyone can hear, and start a rumor that the food is unhygienic and the utensils smell. Qian Jie is here to trip up Love Rhyme's floor so that he can have a smooth first day of business. Moreover, Qian Jie felt that Jiang Che would agree. After all, there was $1,000, and all Jiang Che had to do was shout a couple of words. In fact, Qian Jie had another purpose for letting Jiang Che do this, which was to show Tang Yunran that her boyfriend Jiang Che was just an errand boy in front of him. Just as Qian Jie was thinking with such certainty, Jiang Che suddenly spoke out, Young Jie, this I can't do. What? What did he hear? Jiang Che refused? Why? Is it too little for him? Want to ask for more? Because since I was a child, my parents have taught me that one must be a man of honor and integrity. One can be untalented, but one must be an adult. Especially the things that are lacking in morality must never be done. Looking at Jiang Che's serious and righteous look, Tang Yunran wanted to laugh. Jiang Che, he's so bad. Turning the tables and scolding Qianjie for his lack of virtue. Tang Yunran went to look at Qianjie's face, a face that was red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple changed back and forth, like a running horse light, very wonderful. Jiang Che hadn't finished his words. Jiang Che looked at Qianjie with a righteous face. Jieshao, I know that you don't want to do this to develop and grow, for fear that it will become a strong and powerful rival of your family's hotel. But I think, to be a person should be open and honest. Competition is even more to be open and honest. Relying on this kind of unorthodox sinister means, even if you win a moment, but also can't win a world. The more Jiang Che said, the uglier Qianjie's face became. Jieshao, listen to my advice, this kind of villainous behavior should never be done, it will make people look down on you. Qianjie sucked in a sharp breath, so close that the breath did not come up directly back. Tang Yunran was trying so hard to hold in her laughter that she was almost suffocating her internal injuries. Still, Jiang Che is really too bad. Jiang Che turned his head towards Tang Yunran. Ran, return that $1,000 to Jieshao. Good. Tang Yunran pulled out money and handed it to Jiang Che. Jiang Che didn't reach out to take it, but secretly passed Tang Yunran a wink. Tang Yunran read the meaning under Jiang Che's eyes and no longer handed Jiang Che the money, but instead turned her hand to Qianjie. How could Qianjie have the cheek to take back the money that was given? What's more, it was still handed over by Tang Yunran. If he took it, then his face would be completely unwanted. Keep this money. How can that be? It's not like I helped you do this kind of unethical thing. I'm collecting it with a bad conscience. Jiang Che said with a sincere face. Jie Qian. You're the one who's lacking. Your whole family is unethical. Qianjie's chest heaved together in anger. Keep it, I just said that this money is considered as a reward for you saving Xiang. It has nothing to do with this matter. If you don't take it, I can't live with my conscience. Since you put it that way, I really can't let your conscience get the better of you. Ran, keep the money. Aha! Tang Yunran put the money in her bag. Jiang Che once again turned his head to look at Qianjie. Jieshao, for the sake of you inviting me to dinner last time, I'll kindly remind you that you can't do that kind of unethical thing that harms the heavens and the earth. When Jiang Che said this, his face was set in a way that was as sincere as it could be, and looking at Qianjie, he was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. I was just joking with you, how could I possibly do something like that? I told you, Jieshao, you seem to be a decent person, how could you possibly do something that lacks morality and smokes? Endure. He endured. Qianjie's face was stifled like an eggplant, wanting to have a seizure, but there was no breakthrough to have a seizure. It wasn't long before the food came up. Jiang Che picked up a shrimp and put it in his mouth. The flavor is really superb. I've never had a dish this good before. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Qianjie almost spat out blood in anger. Tang Yunran said that she couldn't stand holding in her laughter anymore, and secretly reached out to Jiang Che's waist and pinched it to ease the relief. Jiang Che was in pain and happiness, freeing up a hand to grab onto Tang Yunran's dishonest hand and place it on his lap. You can't pinch a man's waist. If you want to pinch it, pinch your legs. The flavor is indeed quite good. Xin Sisi said as she tasted the dish. Qianjie pursed his lips, his face cloudy. He also moved his chopsticks and put a dish in his mouth, and then his eyes lit up. So delicious? Qianjie's brows twisted into lumps, and his heart was full of crisis. Originally, he thought that the love rhyme building is only unique in style. I did not expect the chef's level is so high, so delicious and unique dishes, really let it continue to develop. It is estimated that in a short time, it will develop into a strong and powerful rival of their Jiping Hotel. No way! He had to be stopped. Qianjie immediately ordered the people around him to do something. It wasn't long before a diner suddenly yelled out. Surprisingly, there are strands of hair. It's too disgusting too, isn't it? It was a rather high-pitched cry, purposely shouted at the top of his voice so that everyone in the room could hear it. Jiang Che looked towards the troublemakers and narrowed his eyes, probably guessing. Tang Yunran was anxious in her heart, her brows knitted tightly, and she also guessed that this matter was done by Qianjie. What now? What's the solution? Tang Yunran had just turned her head towards Jiang Che, when she saw Jiang Che speaking to Qianjie. Jieshao, you didn't do this thing, did you? Without waiting for Qianjie to reply, Jiang Che continued, look at me, I really shouldn't, how could you possibly do something so lacking in the virtues of the 18 generations of ancestors, young Qian? I shouldn't have doubted young Qian, I'll punish myself with a cup. Jiang Che tilted his head back and poured $1,000 glass of red wine into his mouth in one gulp. Jie Qian. Shen Jia looked at Jiang Che with two dry eyes holding his fire. You're the one who's missing out. Also, do you think this is plain water? It's his treat and you're not polite? Jia Shao, are you looking at me like that? Do you mean you're still angry with me? Then I'll punish myself with another drink. Jiang Che looked at the waiter, who very cooperatively poured Jiang Che a glass of wine. Hey! You! Before Qian Jia had a chance to say anything to stop him, he saw that Jiang Che had already poured the wine into his mouth. $1,000 gone again. Qian Jia was so angry. Simply furious. Young Jia, are you relieved now? Jiang Che asked as he looked at Chen Jia with incomparably sincere eyes. At this moment, Chen Jia couldn't wait to glare at him with his eyes. Does he look like he's relieved? You're still angry, then I'll drink again. Jiang Che looked toward the waiter again. Groove. Still coming? No more anger, I'm not angry. Where do you see me as that kind of petty person? Chen Jia held his anger hard. But I see you still look like you're upset? As soon as Jiang Che's words fell, Chen Jia's face immediately squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. You're overthinking it, I'm really not mad, you don't have to drink anymore. Tang Yunran was about to be unable to hold it in, it was too funny. Reaching out to Jiang Che's leg, she pinched it. Chapter 145. A whip and a sugar. This wifey girl of his really pinched him in the leg? It's also a good idea to get off the ground. Luckily, the muscles in his legs were hard enough to train. Otherwise, the iron is wasted. The troublemaker's name was Zhao Qian, and he was a big, burly-looking man who didn't look like a good fighter at first glance. Love Rhyme Building is a benchmark Jipping hotel upscale consumption place, so people who come here to eat, more than ordinary people, especially the issue of hygiene, so Zhao Qian trouble more or less still caused a small impact. The manager, He Shangda, came to deal with the matter himself. This gentleman, I can assure you that our kitchen is very clean, and the cooks all wear hats, so it is impossible for any hair to fall into the dishes. Regarding this point, before opening this restaurant, our boss and the boss's wife had a special explanation. It must be clean and hygienic, and we are responsible for every customer who comes in to consume. Who wants to hear your explanation? The hair is right here. I won't listen to your explanation today, I want you to give me an explanation. Zhao Qian's attitude was brutal, with a look that if he didn't give him a reasonable explanation, he could smash your store. He Xiangda is the original Li Ji hotel manager. When the blood changed, Jiang Che a moment did not find a better candidate, and look at He Xiangda is not bad can make do on stay down. Today is the right day to test him and see if he can handle the position of manager? He Xiangda's brow furrowed. Sir, look at it this way, you won't be charged for this table. What? You still want to charge me? There's hair in this dish, so unhygienic, who will be responsible if I have problems eating it? It's good that I didn't ask you to pay for it. How dare you still want to charge me? Go call your boss over. I want to talk to him personally. Or I'll call the health bureau. I'll close your restaurant on the first day. When He Shangda heard Zhao Qian say this, he subconsciously looked in the direction where Jiang Che was. Jiang Che could see that He Shangda was a bit flustered. There's still something wrong with the ability to do things. Tang Yunran tugged on Jiang Che's pants, and Jiang Che turned his head to Tang Yunran with a smile that reassured her. Seeing Jiang Che with this look of confidence, Tang Yunran instantly became less anxious. At the same time, he was also curious as to how Jiang Che, an 18-year-old college student, was going to solve this matter. Tisk Chen Jia smacked his lips. This manager is so bad at doing his job that he can't even solve this little thing. Jiang Che turned his head to look at Qian Jia. I don't think we can blame this manager, right? It's still that troublemaker who's too much of a nuisance. Qian Jia despised Jiang Che and thought to himself that he was really a poor country boy with no insight at all. It's still a question of the manager's business skills. From what you're saying, you have a solution? Chantal wasn't too keen on answering. Jiang Che's mind moved, then said, so Jie Xiao couldn't solve it either. Who said I can't solve it? Qian Jia turned back to the woman standing on the side. This is the manager of my hotel, Zhang Rong. Jiang Che turned his head towards Zhang Rong. The woman was around 30 years old, with gold-rimmed glasses on her face, wearing an OL outfit, with superior looks and outstanding temperament and figure. Last time Jiang Che and Tang Yunran met when they were together at Jipping Hotel, he was the gold medal manager of Jipping Hotel. So your last name is Jiang too? My last name is Jiang too. In the way of Tang Yunran's presence, Jiang Che didn't chime in too much. Moreover, Jiang Rong didn't have a single smile on her face, giving off an unsmiling look that made her look hard to get along with. Jiang Rong, let me quiz you, if it was our restaurant that encountered this situation, how would you handle it? Jiang Rong glanced towards Zhao Qian, who was making a scene, and returned, this kind of thing is very easy to solve, a whip and a candy. If it's not a surprise, that hair in the dish is most likely the one making trouble. If it was me, I would take this hair to the lab, that troublemaker must be weak and scared. But mere intimidation will only make the troublemakers leave. Although the people have left, it is inevitable that some people will really think that the restaurant is not hygienic and will never come back. Not only that, but word will spread and affect the reputation of the restaurant. So you can't just let the other guy go, this time give him money and let him tell the purpose of the disturbance. So what if we give him money and he still doesn't say anything? Jiang Che asked. Jiang Rong's cool gaze swept from Jiang Che's body and continued to say with a cold face, then continue to raise the money until he says so. Then wouldn't it be cheaper for him if he asked for as much as he wanted? He won't? How do you know? Because there's a whip waiting in the wings, the lab sheet. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che called out in his heart that he was highly intelligent. In fact, he had thought of a countermeasure just now, but it was by no means as good as the one Jiang Rong had thought of. Not bad for the manager of the Kippen Hotel. Awesome. Also, usually in this kind of situation, the person behind the mastermind is most likely in the hotel. I'll make him confess the person behind the mastermind. Jiang Rong said. Hi. Too high. Jiang Che smiled and gave Jiang Rong a nod of approval while writing on Tang Yunran's leg with his hand. Actually, Tang Yunran didn't know what Jiang Che had written on her leg, and only felt that her leg was itchy. After all, the thighs were a girl's more sensitive place. Although she didn't know what Jiang Che had written on her leg, she knew what Jiang Che wanted her to do as far as the situation at hand was concerned. Tang Yunran edited the message and sent it to He Xiangda. After receiving the news, He Xiangda immediately followed the solution sent by Tang Yunran. This gentleman, if you insist on an explanation from this hotel, fine, I'll give it to you now. Seeing He Xiangda's steep change in attitude, Zhen Jie turned his head to look over at the first opportunity. Good. You give me an explanation now, I'd like to see what kind of explanation the Big Love Rhythm House will give me. Zhao Qian ringed his chest and continued to raise his voice and shout as the others looked on in amusement. He Xiangda wrapped the hair on the table in a napkin. Just a moment, I'll send the hair to the hospital now for lab tests. When he heard He Xiangda say this, Zhao Qian immediately thumped in his heart. It's his own hair, and if he really sends it to the hospital to be examined, then he's in trouble. Ha! This manager didn't expect to have a few skills. Xian Jie said with a frown. Without a few skills, how can you be a manager in a big hotel like this? Jiang Che said as he gave Tang Yunran a dish. Fair enough. Xian Jie nodded. P.S. Little fish eating kunai, no kawaii today. He hashtag carrot. Carrot hashtag. Chapter 146 Angry and Acceptable. Tang Yunran was once again in the midst of stifling laughter. Qin Sisi had been secretly observing Jiang Che. From the time of the meal until now, Jiang Che had already pinched Tang Yunran's dish 18 times. And Shen Jie hadn't given her a single dish so far, and that's even if it's not enough. Shen Jie's hands had even eaten tofu on her body several times. The more Qin Sisi thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt in her heart. This made Qin Sisi suddenly think of a story she heard as a child. Once upon a time there was a king who had 2 daughters whose tears turned into diamonds. He married his eldest daughter to a prince who created castles with her tears, and his youngest daughter to a shepherd. When the king met them on his deathbed, the elder daughter was covered with gold and jewels, while the younger daughter and the shepherd were still poor. The king was surprised and looked at the shepherds and said, "Obviously one of her tears is enough for you to live well. Why do you still live in such poverty?" The shepherd said, "I know, but I can't let her cry." Comparing herself to Tang Yunran, it felt as if she was the king's eldest daughter and Tang Yunran was the king's youngest daughter. To be honest, she didn't want to be the oldest daughter, and she didn't want to be the youngest daughter. She wanted a rich life and a man who loved her. She wants it all. Qin Sisi sighed in her heart as she turned towards the handsome Jiang Che unfortunately. It's a shame, why he's so poor. He Xiangda saw Zhao Qian panicking and continued, and I see that the color of this hair dye is very similar to yours, so it's possible that you yourself didn't, fall in. He Xiangda aggravated the word accidentally, which caused Zhao Qian's heart to panic again. Who said it was mine? This can't be my hair. It doesn't say it has to be yours, but to give you, and everyone else here, an explanation. The hair has to be sent in for testing, and not only that, but we're going to send in everyone in the kitchen and the entire staff. And yours. Zhao Qian was getting panicked. Thinking that he just charged Qianjie $1,000, originally thought that just a little bit of trouble would be good. I did not expect this manager to be so difficult to deal with. If he really sends his hair into the hospital for testing, then the trouble will be big. Hurry up and go. Zhao Qian was just about to slip away when he was stopped by a few people. What do you want? Zhao Qian yelled. He Xiangda took out a pile of money and handed it to Zhao Qian. Here's $10,000 for you. Give me? Zhao Qian looked at Xiangda with wide eyes, looking at the money in his hand, such a thick pile, 10 times what Xianjia had given him. He's a shibboleth who doesn't do his job, doesn't go to work, and fools around all day long, so when Xianjia approached him, he immediately agreed. $10,000. Enough to keep him happy for a while. That's right, it's for you. But only if you give up whoever is behind it. Give up Qianjia? Zhao Qian's brow furrowed into a pimple. When he took this job, he promised Qianjia absolute secrecy. But it's $10,000. Qianjia's eyes were going to stare down. He was really not expecting He Xiangda to be so powerful. Zhang Rong was also surprised, and she, who had always been arrogant, began to see He Xiangda as her rival. Qianjia was worried that Zhao Qian would really agree, and the whole person was anxious as if he was on a hot pan. Humph. What do you take me for? Think I'm fed up and have nothing to do to cause trouble? Zhao Qian held back from looking at the money in He Xiangda's hand. Even though 10,000 was 10 times 1,000, he had already promised Qianjia to get this done first. If he really took He Xiangda's $10,000 and betrayed Qianjia, Qianjia would be in trouble if he found him afterwards. And once word of this gets out, who comes to him for business? So it's better not to lose out on small things. Just as Zhao Qian was thinking this, He Xiangda was bringing another pile of money. 20,000. Zhao Qian's eyes once again enlarged, his eyes were all money, and his hand on his side was raised and lowered several times, and then raised again. Humph. I told you, 30,000. He Xiangda took another 10,000. Zhao Qian gulped. The hand slowly lifted. Cough 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 came the sound of Qianjia's feigned choking. Hearing this sound, Zhao Qian's raised hand lowered once again. At this time, Jiang Che edited the message to send it to He Xiangda. Received instructions. He Xiangda directly spoke. Just now our boss sent a message to me, said, although you boldly confessed the person behind the instruction, as long as you say, 50,000. We'll all be yours, and we'll keep you safe. It's Zhao Qian's heart fluttered. Otherwise we will absolutely call the police once we find out this hair is yours. A whip and a candy, played to perfection. Zhao Qian took the $50,000 from He Xiangda's hand as soon as he could, then pointed the finger at Qianjia. It was him. The young proprietor of the Kippen Hotel. He told me to do it. I'm just getting paid to do it. You fart. I don't even know you. Qianjia roared out. At this moment, he didn't have to look. He could feel that all those people in the restaurant were looking at him with tinted glasses. All the diners were talking in their ears. Now the truth is revealed. It turns out to be pure competition. I told you so. Since you can open such a big restaurant, how could you possibly make such a lowly mistake on the first day of business, it turns out? That's what I thought. At least I didn't eat my hair. Me too. Just as Qianjia was blushing with anger, Jiang Che's hand rested on his shoulder. I believe that you, Jie Xiao, would never do something as unethical as that. It must be that someone is jealous of your jipping restaurant's business and deliberately provoked it. Jiang Che's words were an exasperation in Qianjia's ears. A mouthful of lack of virtue, he wanted to strangle him. But Jiang Che said that just now, and it favored him with a step down. So he's both coming down with anger and accepting it. Ha, you are right, this kind of unethical thing, beat me to death, I can't do it. It must be someone who is jealous of the business of my jipping hotel and love rhythm house, and purposely looking for someone to stir up trouble from it. Qianjia cursed Jiang Che in his heart as he spoke. Jiang Che stopped talking because it didn't matter what the truth was anymore. Anyway, the next thing had nothing to do with his love rhyme house, and even if he got to the bottom of it, with Ji Ping Hotel's heritage, it was also a way to eliminate the effects of this matter. He love rhyme building just started, there is no need to fight in the opening, really want to do that, it is only to fall into a hurt enemy 1,000 self-loss of 50,000 of the end. And most smart people can see that this matter is more or less related to the jipping hotel, Otherwise, how could it be a coincidence that the young owner of the Jipping Hotel is here? So in the end, the final result of this matter oriented to Jipping Hotel more or less caused some impact, so that's enough. Just as Jiang Che was secretly analyzing in his mind, Zhao Qian, who was just about to leave, was stopped by Qian Jie's people. Where are you going? Chapter 147. Jiang Che is the owner of Love Rhythm House? Zhao Qian shivered in fear. Betrayed me and still want to leave? Qian Jie stepped out from behind the two bodyguards and looked at Zhao Qian with eyes of a dead man. Zhao Qian hugged the money and looked back and forth, trying to figure out a way to get away. At this time, Jiang Che walked over. Jie Xiao, what are you stopping him for? You two know each other? Jiang Che asked this question, so even if he killed Qian Jie, he couldn't say that he knew Zhao Qian. Otherwise, it would be the same as admitting that Zhao Qian was hired by him, and then Jiang Che would say that he was unethical again. He now gets a headache and an itchy tooth when he hears the word unethical. Don't recognize it. Oh, that scared me. Just now I thought you were out to get him, thought you really did order him to do this. How can it be? Ha. Qian Jie smiled to be more dry, and in his heart, he had already cursed Jiang Che's ancestors up and down all over. I've got things to do, I'll go first. Qian Jie turned around after saying that. Jiang Che stood in front of the door of the Love Rhythm building and waved his hand at the Qian boss who was facing him. Take your time, I won't see you off. Hearing these words, Qian Jie turned his head towards Jiang Che and looked at Jiang Che, who was standing under the Emotional Rhythm building signboard, and for some reason, the scene actually gave him a sense of vision as if he was a host sending off a guest. Jiang Che would be the owner of Love Rhythm House? How could that poor country boy who hadn't seen the world be the owner of Love Rhythm House? Thinking of this, Qian Jie turned his head towards Jiang Rong. The manager of the Love Craftsman House, go investigate. Hearing this, Jiang Rong's heart immediately developed a bad feeling. Jie Xiao, are you trying to poach him? Well, it's a talent. Qian Jie thought about what had just happened with a look of appreciation. The way Jiang Rong said, he Shangda had also thought of it, and it was even more on point than the idea Jiang Rong had thought of. Jiang Rong looked at the look of admiration on Qian Jie's face and frowned, thinking that if Qian Jie really dug He Shangda over, her position was bound to be affected. Thinking worse, He Shangda could very well replace her. If that's true, then she's in deep. Her brother. Still need money. What to do? Meanwhile, Jiang Che and Tang Yunran were chatting. Jiang Che looked at He Shangda, who was working, and shook his head. Business ability is not good, this little thing can't be done, can't give the Love Charm House to him to take care of. But we can't find a suitable candidate for a while? Tang Yunran also felt that He Shangda wouldn't work. Actually, I do have a suitable candidate. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Tang Yunran looked at him curiously. It's the one called Jiang Rong just now. Jiang Che said. You mean that sister? Quite pretty. Jiang Che. Women get carried away, he was talking about Jiang Rong's business ability, where was she thinking? Yeah. Is it quite nice? I wasn't paying attention. Jiang Che's words are much more brilliant than she is not as beautiful as you. She's very good at her business. Tang Yunran nodded, you want to dig her? It's not very good, is it? She's doing a good job at the Jipping Hotel, and the Jipping Hotel is a big, old, famous hotel in Jiangche. Unless she's sick in the head, she wouldn't come here. It's all in the eye of the beholder. How do you know if you don't try? You mean, you figured out a way? Not yet, know your enemy and know yourself, get someone to investigate her first. Evening. After Jiang Che sent Tang Yunran home, he coincidentally bumped into He Shangda and Chen Jia on his way back. The two were sitting in a cafe talking about something. Jiang Che stopped the car, put on a mask and a hat, and after doing some disguise, he went inside the cafe and sat not far from them. Have you thought about it? As long as you're willing to come, you'll be the gold medal manager of our Jipping Hotel. The conditions opened by Chen Jia were quite enticing. How dare you try to poach him? While Jiang Che spat in his heart, he looked towards Jiang Rong, who was standing behind Chen Jia. If he had read it correctly just now, Chen Jia's reaction just now when he mentioned that he was going to give He Shangda the position of the gold medal manager of the Jipping Hotel was anxious and struggling. Can you not be anxious to struggle? After all, she's waiting for money. During the day, he asked Li how to look into Jiang Rong's affairs and learned that she had a gambler brother who had lost a lot of money and was being held at the casino, waiting for Jiang Rong to bring money to ransom him. Just now, Chen Jie said in front of her that he would promise the gold medal manager to He Shangda. If he Shangda jumped over there, it would mean that Jiang Ron lost her power. Thinking of this, Jiang Che looked towards He Shangda. He Shangda is considering it. What else do you have to think about? That's right, Love Rhythm House is indeed very distinctive, but it's definitely not on the same level compared to my Jipping Hotel. Qian Jie continued to persuade. Well then, I'm willing to jump ship. It's just that the contract is signed, and you have to say hello a month in advance, or else He Shangda's words were interrupted in mid-sentence. How much compensation? I'll pay it for you. Qian Jie thought Love Rhyme Building just started business. The first day the manager left, the boss must be very anxious, and useless. I guess a moment cannot find someone, right? Okay, I'll talk to my boss now. Oh no, the original boss. He Shangda's words were to curry favor with Qian Jie and kiss his ass. Who doesn't love to listen to horse's ass? Qian Jie said it was great to hear. Turning back to Jiang Ron, this woman's business ability is strong, and she is also beautiful, but she is just too honest. She only knows about running the restaurant, and she has never kissed his ass. Jiang Ron saw the disdain for herself in Qian Jie's eyes and became even more anxious in her heart. She wanted to say something on her own behalf, but for a moment she didn't know how to speak. He Shangda took out his cell phone and dialed out a call to Jiang Che. Jiang Che hugged his cell phone and went to the bathroom. I'm sorry, boss, I'm going to quit. Jiang Che smacked his lips when he received the news, but it is really no principle at all, which in ancient times, is to join the enemy in treason. What's with the resignation for good reason? Boss, I'll be honest, don't get mad. Go ahead, I won't be offended. What's there to be angry about? You're gone, and he just happens to dig Jiang Ron over. I was approached by the young proprietor of the Kippen Hotel, who wanted me to come over as a gold manager. So it's Jipping Hotel, my Love Rhyme House is not bad You forget, before opening for business, I told you that my Love Rhyme House is benchmarked against Jipping Hotel. It's still far from starting out now, but I'm confident that after half a year, it won't be worse than Jipping Hotel. Jiang Che's words were not bragging. First of all, Tang Yunran's ideas were good and very distinctive. Secondly, he had the delicacy recipes in hand. There were a total of 108 dishes on the delicacy recipes, and he decided to introduce a new dish a week, a thin stream that could be sustained for a long time. Chapter 148 You dig at my corner, I dig at your corner. In the future, even if the customers of these specialties got tired of eating them, he could use the experience value to exchange for new recipes in the system. Jiang Che's words in Zhao Chen listened to him as in the cake. Like Jiang Che, this kind of young people out of entrepreneurship is a burst of passion, and when the passion is past, said do not do it, do not do it. He's a part-time worker, he can't afford to mess with a second-generation ancestor like Jiang Che. Jiang Che can just say no, he doesn't lack the money to spend anyway, but he's not the same. That's why it's best to go to the Kippen Hotel. I'm sorry, boss, the young owner of the Kippen Hotel invited me in good faith, and I couldn't refuse. Well, since you say so, it's useless for me to force you to stay, but according to the contract, you need a month before you can leave. I'll pay for the breach of contract. But I've just started business in this Love Rhythm House and you're leaving, so who's going to take your place? I'm really sorry. When Jiang Che came back from the bathroom, Chen Jie and He Shangda were shaking hands. Chen Jie turned his head to Jiang Ron. Tomorrow, you'll properly hand over the work in your hand to him. Hearing this, Jiang Ron's expression dimmed. Jiang Che drove and quietly followed Jiang Ron after they left. Jiang Ron didn't take a cab either, and walked on foot to the drink vending machine and bought a drink to drink. Such a coincidence? Jiang Che parked his car and went down to buy a drink as well. Jiang Ron glanced at Jiang Che without saying anything. Jiang Che walked over to himself. What's a good topic to cut into? How long have you been working at the Kippen Hotel? Something's wrong? Jiang Ron's face was icy cold. In Jiang Ron's opinion, Jiang Che was a brat whose hair hadn't even grown, and approaching her at this time was most likely not thinking of good things. All of them already have such beautiful girlfriends, and they still come to hit on her. Men are really the way to go. Xian Jia is also, in the past, often think of ways to take advantage of her, every time by her ruthless refusal. If it wasn't for her business ability, she would have been fired by Qian Jie if she didn't give him face so much. This time, she met He Shangda, so it was only logical to replace her. Don't be so hostile, I have nothing else in mind. Moreover, your surname is Jiang, my surname is also Jiang, so maybe we were still a family 500 years ago. So I'm just. Jiang Che's words were interrupted in mid-sentence by Jiang Ron. Whose family with you? Don't climb relatives, I'm not interested in little brats like you. Who's small? You're only little. Jiang Che spat in his heart. Never mind, let's just cut to the chase. Actually, I'm trying to poach you for the House of Love. Jiang Rong was just about to leave when she heard Jiang Che suddenly come with this sentence. Jiang Che looked at Jiang Che with a suspicious gaze. You dig me to go to the House of Love? Well, that's right, and as for paying you a salary, it could be twice what you get at the Kipling Hotel. Twice? Jiang Rong looked at Jiang Che with wide eyes, looking up and down, how he looked like a milquetoast brat. Are you kidding me? Jiang Che pointed to the time on his cell phone. It's 10:30, I'm not so idle as to tease you here in the middle of the night. Jiang Rong looked at Jiang Che's serious face, and it indeed didn't look too much like he was joking with her. Who are you from the House of Love? Jiang Che smiled and said in a mysterious manner, when you come, you'll know. Jiang Rong fell silent. Truthfully, twice the salary appealed to her, and if it did, then she could ransom her brother from the casino sooner. The question is, if. What if it's not true? What if Jiang Che was just teasing her? And the Lovejoy building has just opened for business, so while everything is moving in a favorable direction, the outlook is still up in the air. She couldn't agree so boldly. Little brother, thank you for your kind words, sis doesn't need them, I'm doing a good job at the Kippen Hotel and have no intention of leaving. Jiang Che had originally thought of offering 3 times the amount of money to smash it, but then he thought that in Jiang Rong's situation, the biggest concern wasn't the money, but the fear of instability. After all, this love rhythm house of his had just begun, the future was not clear, she could not afford to gamble. Looking at Jiang Rong's gradually moving away figure, Jiang Che's brows furrowed. He Xiangdao will be leaving tomorrow, and the love rhythm house has just started business, so he can't be without a manager. Although in his previous life he was also a not-so-small boss, but the nature of the industry is completely different. Let him manage the company is okay, running a hotel, he is an amateur. So, he had to get Jiang Rong done as soon as possible. What if Love Rhyme House is willing to pay you a year's salary up front? Jiang Rong's footsteps came to a steep halt and she violently turned her head towards Jiang Che. You, what did you say? Jiang Che walked up. As far as I know, your annual salary at the Jipping Hotel is around $200,000, and Love Charm House is willing to pay double that, which is around $400,000, and as long as you show up for work tomorrow, Love Charm House will immediately make a payment to you for a year's worth of salary. Jiang Rong was counting in her mind that the casino side wanted her to come up with $500,000 to ransom her brother. In fact, she originally had all this money on hand, but it was all lost by her brother. Now there is still more than $100,000 left. If the Love Rhyme building is really willing to pay out Jiping Hotel double wages, really willing to pay her a year's wages in advance, together with the money in her hand, she will be able to immediately ransom her brother out of the house. Can you really make that decision? Jiang Che knew Jiang Rong's concerns, not only the ones he had analyzed before, but also the credibility of his words. Give me half an hour and you'll prove it to you. After saying that, Jiang Che took out his cell phone and called He Xiangda. Do you have time to come over now? Yes. I'd like to do a quest handover with you. You come to the Love Rhyme House now. Good. He Xiangda couldn't wait to get rid of his relationship with Love Rhythm House early so that he could go to the Jipping Hotel tomorrow without any baggage. 20 minutes later. Jiang Che and Jiang Rong were waiting at the Love Rhythm building. Jiang Rong was curious as to what Jiang Che was going to do next. You're still in school, aren't you? This was the first time Jiang Rong had taken the initiative to speak to Jiang Che. River City University, starting sophomore year. Only a sophomore? How old are you then? 18. The girl in the daytime is your girlfriend, right? Will be my wife in the future. Jiang Che's reply made Jiang Rong a bit surprised. Originally, she thought that Jiang Che would more or less have some small thoughts about her, because she was quite pretty and her body was also good. Many men would not be able to take their eyes off of her when they saw her, and they would also make a move on her. Having lived to her age, she'd seen it all before. And when Jiang Che said that just now, it gave her a very different feeling, and listening to it made her feel some unspoken envy. Envy of Tang Yun Ran. Gradually, Jiang Rong's impression of Jiang Che changed slightly. Jiang Rong's eyes looked around the Love Rhythm building. Are you a relative of this restaurant? Without waiting for Jiang Che to reply, He Xiangda pushed the door and walked in. After seeing Jiang Rong, He Xiangda's expression was obviously a bit stunned, and after slowing down, he looked at Jiang Che and called out, "Boss." Chapter 149. Aren't you afraid of your girlfriend's jealousy? What? Jiang Rong's eyes instantly widened as she looked at Jiang Che with an unbelievable gaze. He's Xiangda's boss? The owner of Love Rhythm House. It can't be, can it? I think she misheard me. She had heard Qian Jie say more than once that Zhang Che was a poor country boy. So how could he possibly be the owner of Love Rhythm House? Sit down. Zhang Che sat down first after he finished speaking to Xiangda. Then he looked at Zhang Rong, who stood to the side. And don't stand there, sit down together, just so you guys can hand over your work stuff. Hearing Zhang Che say this, Xiangda and Zhang Rong looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. It's boss, she is now the manager of my Love Rhythm House. Zhang Che said. Zhang Rong once again heard the title boss and violently turned her head to look at Zhang Che with wide eyes. He really is the owner of Love Rhythm House. Ah. She understood, no wonder? No wonder Xiangda had thought of the exact same thing as her. In that case, Chen Jie wasn't just being tricked by Zhang Che. Thinking that Zhang Che was a poor boy from the countryside, but unexpectedly, he was the boss behind this Love Rhythm House. The more I think about it, the funnier it gets. This Zhang Che, at such a young age, was surprisingly calm and steady in his mind and city, and was not at all comparable to people of his age. Such a person. Perhaps the future of the Love Rhythm House is really considerable. Coupled with the fact that Chen Jie's meaning was clear when she was in the cafe earlier, telling her to hand over the work in her hand to Xiangda, in that case, her days at the Jipping Hotel would not be easy. But even so, she still had some concerns in her mind. Just as Zhang Rong was wavering from side to side, she received a call from Chen Jie. It's Jay calling, I'll take it. Zhang Che wasn't in a hurry because he had just turned on his mind-reading technique and clearly heard Zhang Rong's heart, so he could basically take her down. Hello? Jackie, what can I do for you at this late hour? It's not that big of a deal, just wanted to discuss it with you. Hearing this, Zhang Rong had a bad feeling in her heart. The restaurant has been strapped for cash lately, and the staff is a little saturated, so I'm going to have the paycheck starting tomorrow. Zhang Rong's fists clenched, she knew it was sooner or later, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. Xiangda had only just arrived, while she had been working at the Jipping Hotel for so long, not only for her hard work, but also for her merits. As a result, the newcomer had just arrived and immediately couldn't wait to make a move on her. Zhang Rong put down her cell phone and turned her head to look at Zhang Che. What you just said, does it count? It counts, give it to you now if you want. Zhang Che had said so. Zhang Rong didn't think that someone who could afford to open such a large hotel would not be able to afford to pay her salary. Okay, I promise. And my breach of contract? It's fine, this money Jia has already paid for you. Zhang Che looked at Xiangda and said to Zhang Rong. Zhang Rong was a little amused in her heart. This was something that if Qian Jie knew about, he would be furious, right? Re-picking up his cell phone, Jay, I've given it some thought, so you don't have to lower my pay, I'm not going to do it. Chen Jie rubbed himself up from the couch. What did you say? I found a new job. Are you blaming me for giving your job to Xiangda? No, it's just that another restaurant owner poached me and offered me a great deal, twice what I was getting before. As you know, I'm short of money, so I'm quitting. To be honest, Zhang Rong to go, Chen Jie is not particularly heartbroken, because he already has Xiangda, he has seen with his own eyes, Xiangda's business ability is not worse than Zhang Rong, and will also kiss the ass. He will also kiss his ass. Fine, since you insist on leaving, you'll leave after a month. I'm going to work for my new boss tomorrow. Tomorrow? Chen Jie was once again shocked. Well, the manager of the new owner's hotel just happened to quit today and is in desperate need of someone to go over there. You signed a contract. I know, the new boss just promised me to pay the default for me. With the words having been said to this point, there was no point in Qian Jie continuing to force himself to stay. Where did you go to work? Qian Jie is really curious, in the end, which restaurant even digging the wall digging to his head, but also offered double the salary. You'll find out later. Hearing this answer from Zhang Rong, Chen Jie's heart was on fire. Xiangda left after handing over to Zhang Rong. Why don't I drive you back? Zhang Che said as he picked up the car keys. I'd better get back on my own, my house isn't far from here. By the way anyway. How do you know? Prepped my homework in advance to dig you. Turns out it was premeditated. After Zhang Rong followed Zhang Che to the car, she couldn't help but ask, did you secretly send a message to Xiangda during the day? What else? That brain of Xiangda's could come up with such a good idea? It's thanks to you. Sure enough. Ha ha ha, Jiang Rong burst out laughing. If Qianjie knew, he'd be furious. Whether he'll be pissed off or not I don't know, but what I do know is that with your help, it'll be one step closer to my goal of benchmarking the Kipling Hotel. Zhang Che's handsome eyebrows were brimming with confidence as he said this. Looking at Zhang Che with this appearance, Jiang Rong felt that perhaps this kind of thing, this teenager could really do it. Here we are, the neighborhood building I rent is up ahead. Good. Zhang Che parked his car at the entrance of the neighborhood, lowered the window, and shouted out to Jiang Rong, who had walked out a block. Did I give you enough money? Jiang Rong knew what Zhang Che was referring to. Enough. After saying that, Jiang Rong smiled and spoke to Zhang Che. Thank you. You're welcome, it's a small token. Remember not to be late for work the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow? Jiang Rong was stunned. Shouldn't it be tomorrow? I'll give you a day off tomorrow. Vacation? Jiang Rong, after a brief moment of stupefaction, sought to realize that he was giving her time to ransom her brother. Let's go. Zhang Che closed the window, turned the car around, and drove in another direction. You call this a side trip? Jiang Rong lost her smile and shook her head. And then she watched Zhang Che's car leave, not withdrawing her gaze until the car's taillights completely disappeared into the night. Just after returning to the rented room, he received a call from Zhang Che. By the way, I suddenly remembered something. You will not be in danger if you go to the casino to ransom someone alone tomorrow, right? Jiang Rong stood at the entrance hall, taking off her shoes and stockings while saying, You care about me so much, and you're not afraid of your girlfriend being jealous? Chapter 150 Caught by the Old Man. My girlfriend isn't that cheap. Thank you for your kind words, it's just a ransom for a person. The casino may be dark, but it still has principles. Hearing Jiang Rong say this, Zhang Che was quite relieved. Don't lose the talent that was so hard to dig up. Day 3. Zhang Che sent a message to Tang Yunran early in the morning. Got a minute? What for? Go to the House of Love and Rhyme and take you to someone. Who? You'll see when it comes. Who the hell is it? What's with all the secrecy? Tang Yunran followed Zhang Che to Emotional Rhythm Building, and after seeing Jiang Rong, who was at work, she had a surprised look on her face. What's going on here? How come the gold medal manager of Jipping Hotel is working here with us? Where's manager he? He's Xiangda, he's now the gold medal manager of the Kipling Hotel. Hearing Zhang Che say this, Tang Yunran was confused. What's manager he doing at the Kipling Hotel? Zhang Che smiled and said, Actually, I discussed the switch with Zhenjie. Tang Yunran threw a look at Zhang Che, asking him to taste for himself whether she believed or not. You didn't lure her here with a beauty trick, did you? Zhang Che. Do you think I'm that kind of person? I'm a decent man. If you weren't, then why did you send me so many pictures of you topless before? Wasn't it just to seduce me? You're right, I used to try to seduce you. Zhang Che saying this made Tang Yunran blush right away. Whispered, shame on you. Love experience value plus 520. Don't change the subject, just tell me what's going on. Changing the subject? You're the one who forced a diversion, aren't you? Zhang Che thought helplessly. Actually, it's like this. Zhenjie thought that the one who solved the problem that day was He Xiangda, and thought that He Xiangda was a talent, so he approached He Xiangda that night to dig him up. And he just agreed? Can you disagree? Our love rhythm house is just starting out. How can we compare to the heritage of Jipping Hotel? And then? How did you poach Jiang Rong? I also dug her up that night. I asked Fatty to investigate Jiang Rong's affairs. Some time ago her brother lost $500,000 because of gambling, and was detained by the casino, allowing Jiang Rong to take $500,000 to ransom her. So you gave her $500,000? Are you heartbroken? You're the one who's heartbroken. Tang Yunran said this on her lips, but in her heart, she was heartbroken about the money for Zhang Che. Of course, she also knew that Jiang Rong was a top talent. It was just that when she thought that Zhang Che had given Jiang Rong $500,000 for no reason, she was more or less uncomfortable in her heart. It's okay if it's a guy. Jiang Rong? She's really that pretty. You think I have a lot of money? Zhang Che reached out and flicked Tang Yunran's forehead. I'm not giving her $500,000, I'm giving her a year's salary in advance. So it is. Tang Yunran was much more comfortable in her heart. Just as Zhang Che and Tang Yunran were chatting happily, Tang Feng arrived outside the Love Rhythm Building. Tang Feng's purpose of coming to Love Rhythm House this time was to talk business with Love Rhythm House. Boss, this is the newly opened Love Rhythm House, and although it has just started operating, business is booming. When I came over last night, I found quite a few people lined up in the waiting area. Assistant Dubin said. Tang Feng had been observing the Love Rhythm building. The decoration was unique and did almost 90% of the restoration of the ancient tavern. Not only that, all the waiters, both male and female, are also wearing modified hanbok, which is both aesthetically pleasing and easy to work in. That said, I took my daughter to dinner once and my daughter said that if only there was a restaurant that looked like the one on TV, she'd have to go. It would be a really good experience. Indeed, I'm tempted to take my family in and spend some money. Dubin said. Aha! Tang Feng nodded, thinking that once this business deal was done, he would take the time to bring his family here. Ran must really like it here. It's getting late, let's go inside. After going in, Tang Feng quickly met Jiang Rong and started talking about business matters. Manager Jiang, look at this cooperation. Mr. Tang, I'm sorry, in fact, another company also approached us in the morning, and the conditions they offered were even more appealing to us, so we'll give them priority. Hearing Jiang Rong say this, Tang Feng frowned. I didn't realize that my peers had already approached this place first and offered better terms than they did. Their company has been having some difficulties in development recently, especially in terms of financial turnover, and there is no way to drive the price lower. Mr. Tang, I have other things to do, so I won't see you off. After saying that, Jiang Rong left the private room. Tang Feng wanted to retain Jiang Rong, but he really couldn't think of a good countermeasure. AI. Sighing a long breath, he looked to Dubin, let's go. Tang Feng had just come out of the private room when he saw a familiar figure swaying past not far ahead. Ran? Why does that girl look so much like his daughter? Tang Feng chased towards the front. This scene was seen by Jiang Rong. Thinking what's he doing chasing after the boss's wife? Could it be that this man is actually an old sex maniac? Worried about Tang Yunran's safety, Jiang Rong quickly followed. When Tang Yunran came back from going to the bathroom, she saw Jiang Che waving at her. I ordered you some delicious mousse, try it. Tang Yunran happily sat down next to Jiang Che. Jiang Che dug a piece of mousse with a spoon and handed it to Tang Yunran's mouth. The implication was clear, he was going to feed her. Such an intimate gesture made Tang Yunran blush immediately. Love experience value plus 426. Why are you doing this? I can eat it myself. You're my girlfriend, isn't it normal for me to feed you? It's not like I'm feeding you with my mouth. As Jiang Che said this, he passed the spoon toward Tang Yunran's mouth again. Tang Yunran's face was as red as a ripe persimmon in the fall, and she opened her mouth slightly, revealing her small shell teeth. Contained on. So sweet. It melts in your mouth. Like it? Jiang Che asked with a face full of anticipation. Well, like. Like me or like mousse? Tang Yunran. Love the mousse, of course. Love experience value plus 520. Love experience value plus 1314. Hearing these two system beeps, Jiang Che spat breathlessly in his heart. Women are really mouthy creatures. If you say so, then this mousse is not for you. Petty. It's okay if you want me to get a big atmosphere, you have to say, you like me and I'll give you one. No. If you don't say anything, Jiang Che dug into the burnt mousse and handed it over to Tang Yunran's mouth once again, saying with a doting face, I'll give it back to you to eat. Tang Yunran smiled, a happy, bright smile, opened her mouth, and once again contained it. Xiao Ran? Tang Feng's voice abruptly sounded behind Tang Yunran. Chapter 151, Directly Calling Dad. Amazing. The voice was the old man. As soon as Jiang Che looked up, he saw his old husband's face that was about to kill, and shivered in his hands in fear. The mousse dropped. Although it was said that in his previous life, his old husband liked him very much, but the situation was different now. In his previous life, he and Tang Yunran had gotten married, and now Tang Feng didn't know about him and Tang Yunran being together. Tang Yunran also didn't expect to be caught by her dad at Love Rhyme House. Dad. Tang Yunran drew herself up. Dad? As soon as Jiang Rong came over, she heard this address from Tang Yunran. This Tang Feng is actually the father of their boss's wife? Logically, since Tang Feng was Tang Yunran's dad, he shouldn't have cornered her about this business. It was clear that Tang Yunran could have taken care of it with a single word. There was only one explanation for such a situation, and that was that Tang Feng didn't know about Tang Yunran being the boss's wife of this house. You come here. Tang Feng pulled Tang Yunran behind himself while sizing up Jiang Che with a very unhappy look. So it's you, kid. No wonder you were so attentive when I borrowed oil from you, so you have another plan. Jiang Che sensed Tang Feng's unfriendliness towards him, especially the hateful eyes looking at him, as if he had stolen some important treasure from him. Uncle, calm down for a moment. Uncle? Who told you to call me uncle? Tang Feng's face was purple with rage as he roared out at Jiang Che. Then I'll call your dad. Tang Feng. Tang Yunran. Jiang Rong. At this moment, if it wasn't illegal to hit someone, Tang Feng especially wanted to rush up and punch Jiang Che. This little white boy, he's not a good person at first sight. And at such a young age, he doesn't know how to break into a career, he knows how to fall in love, and this kind of love-brain man doesn't deserve his daughter. It's not that he thinks that way because he resents the poor, but he thinks that men can be poor, there's no way around it, it's a birth decision. But definitely not without motivation. He himself was from a bad family and started from nothing by his own efforts and struggles. That's why he most despised those like Jiang Che, who were young and not doing their job. To be honest, even if Jiang Che was a flyer distributor, he wouldn't look down on Jiang Che, at least he was relying on his own hands to eat. Ran, tell me, are you really with this kid? Tang Yunran nodded after glancing towards Jiang Che. Getting the exact answer, hair and old face strained as hard as it could be. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Jiang Che. What do you do? I'm a student at Jiangcheng University, I'll be a sophomore next semester. Jiang Che returned honestly. Still a student? Tang Feng frowned. Still a student and you're together? Dad, I'm 18, not young. What's wrong with being 18? Even if you're 80, you're still my daughter. I can still control you. Tang Yunran's soul was someone who had lived through her 30s, not the rebellious mentality of an 18-year-old, so she didn't rebel half-heartedly against Tang Feng's words. She knew that Tang Feng was hurting her, that's why he said that. Tang Feng once again pointed his spear at Jiang Che. You and Ran are both students, you understand when I say that, right? Jiang Che nodded. Uncle, don't worry, Ran and I are simply in love, we won't do anything that crosses the line. Ran, what do you mean by calling his daughter so affectionately? Tang Feng was quite upset in his heart. Jiang Che looked at Tang Feng's very friendly face and thought to himself that it seemed like his old husband had a deep misunderstanding of him in this life. How do you change things? No one would say such a thing, but how many can do it? Dad, Jiang Che really isn't like that. You're young, you don't understand men, and none of them, not many of them, are good. This little brat has charmed his daughter to death. He hasn't even gotten along with you yet, and he's already talking for you. If his daughter really gets together with you in the future, will she still have him in her heart as her father? The more he thought about it, the more furious Tang Feng's heart became. Uncle, I, Jiang Che, will absolutely do what I say. Jiang Che said with assurance. Good, then you make a note now that you can't touch my daughter until she graduates from college. Tang Feng said with a serious face. Jiang Che was dumbfounded. Without touching Tang Yunran? It's not like he wants to go to the West to get scriptures. And don't become a Buddha. Dad, don't be like that, I know in my heart that he's really good to me. Tang Yunran was in the middle, with a difficult face. I thought to myself, what the hell is going on here? It's all changed in a new life. All three of her brothers were conquered by Jiang Che, and as a result, her dad accidentally became the biggest stumbling block between her and Jiang Che. Xiaoran, I told you, you don't understand. When you're in love, which man doesn't coax and hold a woman, and when the freshness wears off, it's all about parents and pots and pans. Tang Feng didn't want to marry his daughter to a loafer who didn't do his job. In his opinion, even though Jiang Che was only a sophomore, he was already an adult. If he were in his place, he would definitely use his summer vacation time to work to earn some pocket money and alleviate a bit of the burden for his family. As a result, this kid is good, he knows that he is in love with his daughter and comes to this kind of high-class place to eat. Needless to say, it must have taken money from the family. Using his parents' hard-earned money to please his girlfriend, this kind of person, he despises the most. Dad, Jiang Che, he. Follow me. Tang Feng pulled Tang Yunran's hand and headed out. Jiang Che had two big heads. No matter how he thought about it, he did not expect that his old husband, who appreciated him the most in his previous life, would become his biggest stumbling block in this life. Just as Jiang Che was having a headache, Jiang Rong walked over. It looks like your old man doesn't know that this love rhythm house is yours. Jiang Che rubbed his temples. What did my father, my old man, come for just now? Came to talk business. Jiang Rong told Jiang Che about the business he had just talked about. Talking about business? Jiang Che was startled for a moment. You refused? Jiang Che asked speculatively. I didn't realize he was in this relationship with you. I don't mean to blame you either, you handled this matter well. But the fat doesn't flow to the outside world, so you should contact my old man now and agree to this cooperation. Then should we tell him about you being the owner of Love Rhythm House? Jiang Rong asked. Chapter 152 Discovering Great White by Wu Qing-shu. Let's just forget about this one. Jiang Che had his own concerns. He didn't want his old husband to know that he had loosely agreed to this cooperation. Because he knew his old man well, and his old man was an extremely good-natured man. If his old man knew that the matter was not in his own power, but that he had interfered in it, he might think that he was sympathizing with him. His old husband already had a bad enough impression of him, and if he did, there was no telling what his old husband would think of him. By the way, I'll have to say hello to Ran Ran about this, and tell her not to tell anyone about it yet. When he changed his old husband's opinion of him in the future, he would then reveal the fact that he was the owner of Love Rhythm House. Tang Yunran sat in the back of the car, favoring her body, her face toward the window, her eyes looking outward in a godless release. Tang Feng saw this scene through the rearview mirror, his brows furrowed into a chuan. It was true that it was still the same old saying, a woman is not a woman? Just as Tang Feng was thinking this. Drip. The WeChat beep sounded. It was Tang Yunran's cell phone. Tang Yunran's first reaction after hearing the beep was to guess that it was from Jiang Che. So he rushed to pull out his cell phone. Sure enough, it was from Jiang Che. The first thing you do is tap on the message. Don't tell your dad about this whole Love Rhyme House thing just yet. Yeah. Just one piece of news made Tang Yunran's heart feel much more at ease. Tang Feng looked at Tang Yunran's reaction and knew with his toes that it must be that kid Jiang Che compelling his daughter to come again. That's when the cell phone rang. This call, it's from the House of Love. Why did Love Rhyme House call him when the business was over? Hello? Jiang Rong, Mr. Tang, regarding the cooperation, I would like to renegotiate with you on behalf of Love Charm House. Renegotiate? That's right, I just told my boss about you. Our boss would love to work with you. When Tang Feng heard this, he was overjoyed. I didn't realize there was a twist to this. Okay, I'll go back now. Mr. Tang, there's no need to be in such a hurry, you can come whenever you want. Okay, wait for me then. I'll be home soon, so I'll drop my daughter off and head back here. Yes, anytime. After hanging up the phone, Tang Feng didn't hold back his laughter. Xiaoran, I have good news for you. I've negotiated a business deal with Love Rhythm House. With this cooperation, the difficulties our family has been experiencing for a while will be solved. Ha, that's great. It's really great. When Tang Yunran heard Jiang Che say this, she subconsciously opened her mouth, some words stuck in her throat wanting to be said, but considering the message Jiang Che had just sent, in the end, she didn't say anything about Jiang Che being the boss of Love Rhythm House. When Jiang Che returned home, Jiang Yuan was trying to walk on his crutches. While exercise is good, there's a limit to everything, and after all, it hasn't been long since the surgery. I know. River Edge gritted his teeth and headed for the wheelchair. Little by little, he moved on his crutches. Jiang Che walked over with big strides and pushed the wheelchair over. Jiang Yuan looked at Jiang Che speechlessly. Brother, want to hear a story? No time. There used to be an adult who saw his child fall, and he stood still and watched, and didn't help her, so that she could learn to get up on her own. Doing so wasn't being cruel, it was teaching her how to grow up. Brother, when I say that, do you understand? Jiang Che. Jiang Che huffed and nodded. Got it. Jiang Che finished pushing the wheelchair farther away from his previous position. River Edge. Jiang Che pushed the wheelchair back again while glancing towards Lingya's room. Mom sleeping again? Went to the hospital for a checkup. Alone? Do you think it's possible? Would Dad give it up? Also. At this time, Big White walked over and came to Jiang Yuan's side, shushing and barking. Great White needs to be convenient, I'll take it down. Jiang Yuan said and led Great White out. This left Jiang Che alone in the house. Jiang Che forked his legs toward the sofa and took a trip. So boring. Right. Jiang Che suddenly sat up. There's nothing to do anyway, and the relationship experience value can't be converted into RMB anymore, so it's useless to leave that much experience value there. Maybe one day the system will have a whim and swallow all the experience value. System, draw. Wait. Redeem an Weijin experience coupon for me first. Ah. Jiang Che slapped his head violently. How did he forget? He should have redeemed an ocean experience voucher when he went up against his old man at the Love Rhyme building during the day. I'll redeem it the next time we meet. As soon as the idea was out of his mind, he dismissed it. People live in the world, always give themselves a little challenge, always too lucky, it seems meaningless. He decided. He's going to conquer his old man on his own merits. He still didn't believe it. In his previous life he had been able to get his old man's favor, and he still couldn't get it right in this life. Congratulations to the host, 200 experience points. Congratulations to the host, 200 experience points. Congratulations to the host, 200 experience points. The familiar melody, the familiar rhythm, made Jiang Che listen to it comfortably, just like listening to a song, with his thighs crossed over his legs, listening with pleasure. Congratulations to the host, drawing a 0.01% increase in physical fitness. Only 0.01%? It's okay. A mosquito is still meat. Continue. Congratulations to the host, 280 points of experience. Jiang Che had done the math, and although exchanging the ocean experience coupon in the mall would require 1 million experience value, it was absolutely possible to return the money after 7 days of drawing. Not only that, but sometimes you draw the unexpected. Congratulations to the host, who drew a universal redemption coupon. Speak of the devil. Jiang Che opened his eyes and came to life. A universal redemption coupon? This was the first time he had ever drawn one. How does it work? It can be exchanged for any one thing in the mall and has no expiration date. This thing is too good to be true, isn't it? How come I didn't draw anything this good before? This is a perk of being upgraded. Looks like the upgraded system has some use after all. What do you mean it's useful? I'm going to be a lot more useful after this upgrade, okay? If that's the case, then why didn't you say anything before? Oh, I see, you are and you don't. Jiang Che was talking about the system, leaving the system speechless. The scene shifted. Jiang Yuan took Big White out to sneak, and halfway there, he coincidentally met Wu Qingshu. Jiang Yuan looked towards Great White, who was crossing his legs to sprinkle water, and was a little wary of being weak, so he hurriedly pulled Great White away. The Great White hadn't finished sprinkling and didn't want to go, so he boo-hoo-hooed up. Go! Get a move on. Take it back and continue later. What's the commotion? As soon as Wu Qingshu turned around, he saw Jiang Yuan, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and Dabai, who was sprinkling water. White. Chapter 153, Return Xiaobai to me. Great, White, I finally found you. Wu Qingshu excitedly walked towards Great White. Hey! Little Green, are you mistaken? This is my family's Great White. Jiang Yuan said protectively. Hearing the name Xiao Chang, Wu Qingshu's footsteps stopped. All told you, my name is Wu Qingshu, not Xiao Chang. Let's not get into this with you first. What do you call it? Dabai? Yeah. Great White. Jiang Yuan nodded and added. My dog. Wu Qingshu's eyes shifted from Jiang Yuan's body and landed on Great White's body. These eyes, this nose, this fur, were clearly his family's Little White. How did it become Jiang Yuan's family's Great White? White, come here. Wu Qingshu waved at Xiaobai. Big White also stopped sprinkling water and stepped towards Wu Qingshu. Sure enough, it was his little white boy. Great White, where are you going? Are you abandoning me? Great White stopped and turned back towards Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan looked at Dabai with big watery eyes in a pitiful manner. White. Calling you? Come over quickly. Wu Qingshu was a bit incensed. Great White turned back toward Wu Qingshu again. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan took out a bag of chili fries and tore it open. Big White stopped once again after smelling the chorizo odor and turned back towards Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan tempted Dabai with a spicy bar. Dabai, come over here, I'll give you a spicy bar to eat. Hearing this, Great White happily stuck out his tongue and wagged his tail, happily ran to Jiang Yuan's side, holding the spicy noodles and showing his teeth. He ate it beautifully. "You little white boy, you're a pussy, aren't you?" He's really pissed off. Wu Qingshu was furious. What a no good thing to betray him, the master, for his spicy noodle. Being a dog also requires principles, okay? Jiang Yuan, this is my family Xiao Bai. Not at all, it is my family's Great White. Jiang Yuan beamed, looking at Great White with a heart full of reluctance. Wu Qingshu angrily approached to Jiang Yuan's side. "You're the same as your brother, one steals my girlfriend, the other steals my dog. Did I owe you siblings in my past life? Think of it this way, maybe you killed my entire family and my brothers in a previous life, very heartless, so you've come to pay your debt in this life. Think of it that way, you might feel better." Comfortable. Comfortable. Comfort you big time. Wu Qingshu was so angry that the veins on his forehead exploded, clenching his fists at Jiang Yuan. "Give me back White. Call it back if you can." After Jiang Yuan finished speaking, he took out another chili bar and stuffed it into Dabai's mouth. Dabai obediently sat beside Jiang Yuan, chewing the chili bar in his mouth, his eyes looking at the bag of chili bar in Jiang Yuan's hand. She knew very well in her heart that this was Wu Qingshu's family dog. But she just couldn't let it go. Dabai was really good and listened to her, just like the big black she used to raise in her countryside home. As soon as she gets out of school every day, her big black runs a long way to greet her and she hangs out with him when she has nothing else to do. However, Big Black ended up disappearing. She heard from a neighbor that just the night before Dahe disappeared, some dog thieves came and she suspected that Dahe was poisoned and taken away by them. God knows how hard it was for her when she learned the news that Dahe would never be found. No matter how her parents tried to persuade her, she just kept crying and crying, her eyes were swollen. She went in her wheelchair to places where Dahe might have been and looked desperately, but did not find Dahe. It wasn't until a week later that she fully accepted the fact that Big Black would never be seen again. She never got another dog after that. She always looked forward to the day when Big Black would come back again, as he always did, after a day of slipping outside. Only this time it's a little bit longer. A little bit that much longer. That's what she'd been expecting, but day, after months and months, it dawned on her. Her Big Black would never come back. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan looked at the Great White in his arms and his emotions gradually broke down. "Jiang Yuan, I'm telling you, you must return this dog to me. Or else. Just give it back to you." Jiang Yuan had once lost Dahe and knew how it felt. She didn't want to be the bad guy, although she couldn't let go of Dahe. But at this moment, Wu Qingshu should be what she was feeling at that time, right? That's more like it. Wu Qingshu pulled Big White to his side and was just about to leave when he saw Jiang Yuan tearfully looking at Big White. Seeing this, Wu Qingshu's brows furrowed. This girl, this look, making it seem like he bullied her. "It's raised by my family," Wu Qingshu said emphatically. I know. Jiang Yuan tried to hold back the tears from falling, and continued to stare at Great White with an unforgiving gaze. Big White also hooked his head and looked at Jiang Yuan, his mouth making a humming sound. Wu Qingshu looked at Jiang Yuan, and at Dabai, and the more he looked, the more he felt like he was the queen mother who broke up the cowherd and the weaving maiden. Just as Wu Qingshu thought so, Jiang Yuan abruptly raised his head and looked toward Wu Qingshu. Green, there was a hint of a sob in her voice. Jiang Yuan's this pitiful appearance, this voice, looking and listening to it made Wu Qingshu's heart inexplicably panic. What for? May I hold Great White one last time? To be honest, Wu Qingshu was worried that Jiang Yuan would just hold on to his family's Dabai and not give it to him. When Wu Qingshu didn't say anything, Jiang Yuan continued to look at Wu Qingshu with his watery starry eyes. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds passed. 30 seconds passed. Wu Qingshu inhaled, "You hold it." "Thank you, little Cheng," Jiang Yuan said with a grateful face as he looked at Wu Qingshu. Hearing this, Wu Qingshu said that he didn't need a good guy card. And he doesn't need to be called green. Jiang Yuan came to Big White's side in his wheelchair and reached up to touch Big White's head, his eyes full of reluctance. "Great White, goodbye, we may never see each other again. Do you think you'll miss me?" "I'll miss you anyway." When she said this, Jiang Yuan's mind suddenly floated back to Dahe, who had already left her, and now Dabai was also going to go. She was going to become a person again. The more he thought about it, the harder it became in Jiang Yuan's heart. All of a sudden the emotions went out of the pocket. What came the cry? "Great White, can you please not go? I can't bear to see you go." What will I do if you leave and I'm left alone? Woo woo. Wu Qingshu was dumbfounded. Quite a few people passing nearby looked his way. Look at him wronged. He just wants his own dog back. Right at this moment, a clear female voice suddenly rang out. Wu Qingshu. What are you doing? Chapter 154. Jiang Che is here to find his wife. Yunran. Wu Qingshu didn't expect it to be Tang Yunran who came. Tang Yunran quickly ran to Jiang Yuan's side and blocked in front of him, looking at Wu Qingshu with a sulky expression. Wu Qingshu, you really are not at all the same as when you were a child. It's even if you bullied Jiang Che in the past, Xiao Yuan, she's still a little girl, and she just finished receiving treatment, and now she's still continuing to sit in a wheelchair. You even bullied her. In the end, what's going on with you? How did you become this kind of person? Wu Qingshu said that he was more wrong than Doi. I'll leave Jiang Che's matter aside for now. The point is that mentioning it gives you a headache. Wu Qingshu looked toward Jiang Yuan. Are you going to explain? Oh. Jiang Yuan wiped his tears and looked at Tang Yunran, telling him what had just happened. So it is. I'm sorry I wronged you earlier. Tang Yunran said apologetically. It's okay, I won't take it to heart. At this point, both of them fell silent. Tang Yunran cleared her throat and looked at Jiang Yuan. Why don't I take you back first? But to buy. If you really like pets, go pick one. But it's not a great white. Never mind, she'd never get a dog again either, so she'd never feel the pain of parting again. White. Let's go. As soon as Wu Esha finished his words, Jiang Yuan and Dabai looked towards him at the same time, one teary-eyed and the other pitiful. Wu Qingshu sucked in a sharp breath, obviously irritated. You like white that much? Of course. How inviting for a great white. It's not yours anymore, okay? Wu Qingshu spat in his heart. And it's called white. After slowing down for a few seconds, Wu Qingshu changed his words and said, if you really like it, I'll lend it to you to keep for 2 days. Hearing these words, Jiang Yuan instantly brightened up and looked at Wu Qingshu with his 2 dark eyes wide open. Green, you're so nice. Another good guy card. He was always the school bully at school, he didn't need someone to send him a good guy card. Just be afraid of him. Humph. You're really insufferable, don't call me Xiaoqiang from now on, you. When Wu Qingshu spoke, he realized that Jiang Yuan was no longer looking at him, and the two of them were having a great time with Big White. Seeing this, Wu Qingshu suddenly dangled his breath. This Jiang Yuan really flipped his face faster than a book. Just a moment ago, he was looking at him with a grateful face, but now he wouldn't even look at him, and went off to have fun with his dog. Wu Qingshu regretted a little, he shouldn't have let go just now. There was nothing he could do about it now that he regretted it. Wu Qingshu retracted his gaze from Jiang Yuan's body and looked at Tang Yunran. The thought that she was already with Jiang Che made his heart indescribably hard. Ryan, is it okay if I want to talk to you alone? Tang Yunran frowned, and after 2 seconds of hesitation, she nodded and walked towards one side with Wu Qingshu. Jiang Yuan stared at the departing two with both eyes, fearing that Wu Qingshu had taken Tang Yunran. Should I send a message to my oldest brother? But just now, Wu Qingshu had already relented and let her raise Dabai for 2 days. Would it not be too good if she complained and snitched? But if she didn't send a message, what if Wu Qingshu took her sister-in-law? Jiang Yuan's heart was particularly struggling, and after struggling for 3 seconds, he took out his cell phone and took a picture of the two of them in the same frame and sent it to Jiang Che. After 3 seconds, click withdraw. She'd withdrawn it anyway, so it wouldn't count as a snitch. As for whether Jiang Che saw it or not, that would be his creation. Of course, she still liked that Jiang Che saw it. Dropping Jiang Che sent a message. Jiang Yuan hurriedly clicked on it to see. Where are you? That's great. Her brother saw it. Jiang Yuan quickly edited the message and sent it over. 3 minutes later, Jiang Che flew over. Where are they? Into the park. Jiang Che immediately entered the autumn water park. Jiang Yuan originally wanted to go over to watch the fun, but considering the problem of Dabai, she was worried that because of the matter of her snitching, Wu Qingshu would settle scores with her and take Dabai back, so in the end she decided that it would be better not to fool around, and honestly take Dabai back first. After Jiang Che entered the park, he soon saw Tang Yunran and Wu Qingshu. He didn't rush over in a hurry, but quietly dived over and hid. Still can't hear you. Jiang Che was trying to get a little closer, but at this moment, Tang Yunran and Wu Qingshu were sitting in a small pavilion, surrounded by only a few sparse small trees. There was no way to hide. What if I can't hear you? Jiang Che could only see their mouths moving, not knowing what they were talking about. By the way, I remembered that there were lip sync experience coupons in the system. Jiang Che let the system exchange it immediately, and after the exchange was successful, Jiang Che could immediately read what Tang Yunran and Wu Qingshu were talking about. Ryan, are you still mad at me? Wu Qingshu looked at Tang Yunran, who was sitting across from him. It had been a long time since they had sat together like this and had a good chat. It's all Jiang Che. Before Jiang Che appeared in their world, they were still on very good terms. Even though he kept confessing and she kept rejecting, it was still possible to have a good chat. Do you want the truth or the lie? Of course it's true. Well, the truth is that I'm angry. Wu Qingshu. Wu Qingshu's caution was hurt. If he had known, he would have listened to the falsehood. At least feel better inside. Is Jiang Che that good? I can't figure out why you like him so much. At the mention of Jiang Che, the color under Tang Yunran's eyes suddenly became gentle. Of course he's good, the best of the best in the world. If he wasn't good, she wouldn't have a second life and would still like him so much. Love experience value plus 426. Hearing Tang Yunran say this, Wu Qingshu's heart was sour. Jiang Che, on the other hand, listened sweetly, feeling that the wind blowing on his face was so cozy and comfortable. What do you really like about him? I don't know. Tang Yunran thought for a moment and shook her head back. Not waiting for Wu Qingshu to continue asking something, Tang Yunran continued, maybe my destiny with him is predestined by heaven? I just can't control myself from thinking about him, liking him, and holding on to him. P.S. Small fish eat Kuan. In order to celebrate Valentine's Day singles, tomorrow morning will explode 10,000 O. Chapter 155. Jiang Che was moved to tears. At this moment, when Tang Yunran was saying this, the bottom of her eyes were flooding with a moving surplus of water. Such Tang Yunran, whoever looked at her, knew that the words she had just said were from her heart, the truest thoughts in the depths of her heart. Ran. Jiang Che's mouth silently recited Tang Yunran's name, both eyes staring at Tang Yunran for an instant. Gradually his eyes moistened. Men don't shed tears, just before the sad time. Tang Yunran was so true and devoted to him, hearts are made of flesh, how could he be indifferent? Compared to Jiang Che's touching, Wu Qingshu was more envious and had a hard time. There you go. He had absolutely no chance. In the past, he felt that if he tried harder, maybe Tang Yunran would come around, maybe there was still 1,000% chance. Now, that pathetic sliver of a chance that was left was completely cut off by Tang Yunran. Alright, I understand. Wu Qingshu said with a disheveled face. Following a deep breath, his eyes looked firmly at Tang Yunran. But I still won't give up, I can leave you alone now. But in the future, if you go back on your word, if Jiang Che treats you badly, I'll be your backer at all times. It's a very civilized green plant. Jiang Che really wanted to use his civilized fists to settle Wu Qingshu amicably. After Tang Yunran watched Wu Qingshu leave, suddenly her eyes were covered by a hand reaching from behind. Jiang Che? How did you know it was me? Who else but you? As they talked, Tang Yunran suddenly remembered that she had just been with Wu Qingshu. You saw it all? Would you believe me if I say I didn't see it? Jiang Che intentionally put on a less than happy face. Don't get me wrong, Wu Qingshu and I are simply having a chat. Oh. Jiang Che indifferently answered, then deliberately ignored Tang Yunran and sat to the side. He just had nothing to do and deliberately teased Tang Yunran. Seeing Jiang Che in this state, Tang Yunran thought that Jiang Che was jealous and came over anxiously. There's really nothing between me and Wu Qingshu. You just explained it, I get it. The more Jiang Che had this nonchalant look, the more anxious Tang Yunran became. This wife girl can't help but be amused. Is she in a hurry like this? Forget it. He can't stand to see you in a hurry. Actually, the conversation you guys just had, I'm all. Halfway through Jiang Che's words, Tang Yunran suddenly hugged him and kissed him. Just the right amount of impartiality against his mouth. To beat Jiang Che to death, he had never thought that just deliberately teasing Tang Yunran would have this benefit. Go on, can't it last at least a minute? Hearing Jiang Che say this, Tang Yunran's face instantly turned red into an apple. Love experience value plus 998. For the next 10 seconds or so, the two were simply mouth to mouth, half moving. You're going to just get through a minute like that? Jiang Che said as he looked at Tang Yunran with tears and laughter. Tang Yunran's nervous chest rose and fell violently, a face as hot as a kettle boiling, large eyes fluttering and dodging, long and dense eyelashes like butterfly wings constantly fluttering. Everything about it all signaled her nervousness. In fact, there was no need to look at Tang Yunran's reaction. Just by listening to the system beats that flooded his mind, Jiang Che knew how nervous Tang Yunran was. I wouldn't. You wouldn't? You laugh at me? I'm not laughing at you, I'm happy. Jiang Che's words made Tang Yunran blush and shy to the point where she just wanted to find a mouse hole to burrow into. Love experience value plus 1101. Love experience value plus 1149. Love experience value plus 1187. Actually, I haven't tried. Tang Yunran's head went down. Jiang Che reached out and cupped Tang Yunran's face. My parents always taught me that it's okay to be in a relationship when you're in school, but it has to be measured, and it also has to be good for your studies, saying that such a relationship is supported by adults. So, we can study together now and make progress together. How could Tang Yunran not hear what Jiang Che meant by learning together, making progress together? You're so cheeky. How can you develop a great cause if you don't have a thick skin? Look at Liu Bei's 3 invitations to Zhuge Liang. This is also an explanation of thick skin. If he didn't have thick skin, how could there be the later 3 divisions of the world? Is that the same thing? Same thing. I can't speak to you. Tang Yunran struggled to leave. You've thrown yourself at me and you still want to run away? If he really lets you run away, he's a eunuch. Jiang Che cupped Tang Yunran's face with one hand and wrapped one arm around Tang Yunran's waist. Tang Yunran's waist was particularly slender, and he easily wrapped one arm around his own bosom, clasping it tightly. Tang Yunran wasn't the only one who was nervous, Jiang Che was also nervous. I'll start then. Tang Yunran pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Close the door. Not letting him in? He still can't believe that he can't attack this city gate today. Soon, after some very strategic siege by Jiang Che, the city gates were broken and the battle flag fell, penetrating deep into the local hinterland, turtling up and smoothly winning this battle of the century. 3 minutes later. Jiang Che saw that Tang Yunran was a bit tired, so he let go of her. Nowadays, sustainable development is advocated, and teachers have often mentioned it in class. So you can't mine it all at once, you have to take your time, so that you can have children and grandchildren, and there is no end to it. Tired? Jiang Che's question made Tang Yunran especially want to escape. How was she going to answer that question? If she's going to say she's tired, isn't that the same as being tired of that or whatever? If she says she's not tired, it's the same as if she's not over it. I'm a little thirsty. Tang Yunran said without taking Jiang Che's words. The wife is so smart. Jiang Che sighed in his heart. Then let's go buy some milk tea to drink. Jiang Che said and directly moved to grab onto Tang Yunran's hand. Aha! The two of them walked out of the autumn water park hand in hand, and just a short while after walking out, they bumped into Tang Feng face to face. Tang Feng stared at Jiang Che and Tang Yunran's hands with both eyes were like X-rays, looking at Jiang Che with the feeling that his hands were going to be burned through. How is it so unlucky to bump into the old man here? Look at the old man's face that wants to kill, as if he owes him more than 10 years of unpaid money. Although many people nowadays borrow money and don't pay it back, is he the kind of person who lacks virtue and smokes? Tang Yunran hurriedly let go of Jiang Che's hand. Dad, why are you here? I should be the one to ask you that, right? Didn't I tell you to stay home honestly? I told your 3 brothers to keep an eye on you, and that's all they did? Tang Feng was ready to go back and lecture Tang Fei Sen and the others. Was this how they watched their sister? Chapter 156 Jiang Che's Beautiful Dream Plan. When Tang Feng returned home with Tang Yunran, he immediately summoned the 3 Tang Fei Sen brothers to a meeting. I told you to watch your sister, and that's what you did? Dad, Xiaoran is already a college student, there's no need to be so strict, right? Tang Fei Sen said. What do you know? I'm telling you, she's already taken up with the wolf cub. Tang Feng gritted his teeth. Hearing Tang Feng say this, the 3 Tang Fei Sen glanced at each other as they all thought of Jiang Che. By coincidence, you all should have seen this man once. It's the young man who lent us oil on the way back from our last hot springs trip. I was thinking at that time, why was that young man so attentive and eccentric? It turned out that he was trying to steal my daughter. The more Tang Feng spoke, the weirder the expressions on the faces of the 3 Tang Fei Sen became. Regarding this matter of them knowing Jiang Che, should they say it to Tang Feng now? Or should they find a chance to say it later? Ahem. Tang Fei Mu cleared his throat. Dad, that young man you're talking about, I see that he's got a clear look, and I feel that this person is quite good. What do you know? Knowing people's faces and not knowing their hearts, especially this kind of greasy-headed little white boy, who knows how to chase after women's asses all day long, not seeking advancement and not thinking about progress. This kind of person I hate the most. Greasy hair and powdered face? They felt that Tang Feng's description was a bit too much. Jiang Che wasn't the kind of white boy that couldn't carry a shoulder or a hand, he was just handsome, and in terms of physical quality and moral character, they were all convinced. Of course, the three brothers only dared to think these words in their hearts. As far as Tang Feng's current prejudice towards Jiang Che was concerned, they wouldn't dare to say it out loud. If you really say it, it's a fire in the gates for the fish in the pond. I just negotiated a big business deal with Love Rhyme House. I don't have any spare time to care about Xiao Ran's affairs. She's your younger sister. You, as older brothers, must fulfill your responsibilities as older brothers. You can't let her and that wolf cub continue to hang out. Tang Feng solemnly explained to the three Tang Fei Sen and said, Dad, don't worry, the three of us will keep an eye on Xiao Ran. Yes, Xiao Ran is our sister, you can rest assured that you'll leave it to us, we'll definitely not let anyone get close to her. Just do your business at ease, it's not easy to take this big order from Love Rhythm House. Regarding the assurance of the three brothers, Tang Feng was still very relieved. When I'm free in a few days, I'll take you guys to Love Rhythm House for dinner. Manager Jiang said that our family is welcome to come over anytime, and he also promised to waive the bill. So good. Yeah. Since the Love Rhythm Mansion is giving so much face, then I can't help but go. Hey! Dad, have you met the owner of Love Rhythm House? That's not true. I've heard that the owner of the House of Love is not very old. Who knows? I'm sure I'll get a chance to see it in the future. In fact, Tang Feng had also heard about it, saying that the owner of Love Rhythm House wasn't very old. It seemed to him that even if he wasn't too old, he had to be in his 30s. For the next 2 days, Tang Yunran had been kept on a tight leash by the people at home. Of course, the premise was when Tang Feng was at home. As long as Tang Feng wasn't home, Tang Yunran could still go wherever she wanted. That night, Jiang Che and Tang Yunran were chatting on WeChat. Jiang Che, I'm going to Grandpa's house tomorrow. Tang Yunran, you're going back to Changshan village? Well, the 10th anniversary of Great-Grandpa's death, going back to visit his grave. So it is. I may not see you for 2 or 3 days. Jiang Che added a miss you dynamic emoticon. Tang Yunran looked at the dynamic love hearts on the emoticon and felt like her caution was following the same frequency. Love experience value plus 510. Find a time tomorrow night for a video? Tang Yunran sent an OK emoji over. The two chatted with each other until 12 o'clock before ending the conversation. Jiang Che was lying on his bed, and his mind couldn't help but conjure up images of the 3-minute battle with Tang Yunran in Autumn Water Park 2 days ago. The thought lifted the spirits uncontrollably. I wonder when the next time is. Also, glad they were just holding hands when his old husband caught them 2 days ago. If his old husband had caught them in the middle of a blinking session, he thought his little life might have been in danger. Next time you do something like that, you'll have to find a quiet, deserted place. Right. I can ask Tang Yunran to go to a hotel to paint, so that no one will be disturbed when we act. Jiang Che felt that he was too smart. And in a place like that, even further takedowns are completely undisturbed. Just come on. Jiang Che decided that when he returned from the countryside in a few days, he would ask Tang Yunran to go to a hotel to paint. The more I think about it, the more I can't sleep. Even if I couldn't sleep, I got up early the next morning. Maybe that's the exuberance of young people when they're in the throes of love? This kind of exuberance is not something a single dog can experience. The average single dog will sleep carefree until after 10 a.m. Then looked at the time, it's only 10 o'clock, it's still early, keep sleeping. As Jiang Che ran, he saw a familiar face not far ahead. Running closer, it was Jiang Rong. Jiang Rong is having a heated argument with a young man. Jiang Pang. What the hell were you thinking? I managed to scrape together the money to ransom you, and you go gambling again? The young man had his hands in his pants pockets and was bowed and hunched over, with an impatient look on his face. You're a pain in the ass. All day long you are pushing and yammering, no wonder you still can't get married. Who would want to marry you if you are like this? You. Okay. That's enough. It's over. I'm just asking you to borrow $10,000, give it or not. If you don't, I'll find a way. Zhang Rong took a deep breath. No. Don't lend it to me. If you don't lend it to me, do you think there's no way for me to get the money? Jiang Pang. Do you have any more snacks? How annoying.
Jiang Pang said and turned to leave.
Jiang Pang. I'm telling you. If you seize the casino again this time, I'll never take money to ransom you. Who wants your ransom? What do I care?
I'm also telling you, with my poison skills, I'll definitely make a fortune in the future, and by that time, not to mention $500,000, or even $5 million, I'll be able to throw you off the scent. At that time, you'll know what a wonderful brother you have. Hearing this, Zhang Che smacked his lips straight in his heart. Not much technology, not much breath. Zhang Ron was really unlucky to have such a brother. Zhang Peng said in a very irritated manner as he passed by Zhang Che.
What are you looking at? Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out? Zhang Che replied back to him, my relative is a police officer. Chapter 157 Meeting with Tang Yunran to go to the mountain. Jiang Peng. Faulty.
Zhang Peng kicked the trash can beside him, kicking so hard that his toes hurt, but he couldn't lose face and had to endure it.
After Zhang Peng left, Zhang Rong walked over to Zhang Che's side. I've made you laugh. Fortunately, what family hasn't had a bear?
Hearing Zhang Che say this, Zhang Ron looked towards Zhang Che's face that exuded vigorous vigor and felt some amusement in her heart.
You're only 18 yourself.
It feels old-fashioned to say things like that. But this younger brother of yours is quite a headache if he doesn't change his ways and still goes gambling.
Zhang Che said with emotion. Are you worried about me?
Zhang Rong asked as she looked at Zhang Che with a smile. I was worried about you, afraid that you would affect your work because of the situation at home.
Zhang Che returned neutrally. Zhang Rong. Can't we have a little human touch?
I'm going back to my hometown today, so I'll leave Love Rhythm House to you for the next few days.
Don't worry, it won't fall down unless there's an earthquake. I didn't think you had a sense of humor.
Just as Zhang Che and Zhang Rong were chatting, Tang Feng told his assistant to pull over.
That kid even knows Manager Jiang? And looking at the two, they seem to have a very familiar relationship? Look at that kid's smile. He's like a spring breeze. He doesn't have a good heart.
A man like that is not half as good as his daughter.
Tang Feng took a picture and sent it to Tang Yunran.
Look, this is the good boyfriend you picked. I told you a long time ago that that boy was no good. You didn't listen, now you believe me, don't you? After seeing the photo and message Tang Yunran sent from Tang Feng, she took a screenshot and forwarded it to Zhang Che.
It's...
Zhang Che looked towards the side of the road, and the familiar car happened to drive away.
The old man's car. It's over. I've made a very bad impression on my old man again. Why are you with Manager Jiang? Tang Yunran sent a message. Relationship experience value 2. Zhang Che said he was wronged. He just came out for a walk. Where do you think you're going, Manager Jiang? She's 30 years old and I'm only 18. Do you think it's possible? How is it impossible? Manager Jiang is pretty, with a good figure and outstanding temperament. Don't you boys like this kind of mature sex, sensual womanly flavor? Relationship experience value 5. You say this, you can't beat them all to death with one stick. Didn't I say in the past that turnips and greens have their own favorites, and you're the only one I like? Love experience value plus 45. Finally hearing the positive system beep, Zhang Che let out a long breath of relief. Then when I will come to 30 and become like Manager Jiang, will you still like me? I like whatever you've become. Love experience value plus 103.
After soothing Tang Yunran's mood, Zhang Che got into his private car and the family returned to Changshan village together.
Changshan village, because the mountain is very long, so it takes the harmonic name of Changshan village.
The village of Tokoyama in summer is filled with the cries of robins,
blue skies and fresh air.
Passing by the pond, I saw a couple of guys in straw hats fishing. Zhang Che stuck his head out of the car window and hooked his head to look out, curious if there were any fish in the bucket. Truthfully, his hands were a little itchy. Before he came to the city, he often fished with a few classmates and friends and could fish all day long. Dropping came a message from Tang Yunran.
Are you there yet?
Zhang Che clicked on the recording and took a short video of 12 meters and sent it over.
So nostalgic.
Tang Yunran had only lived in her grandmother's house in Changshan village for a short period of time when she was very young, and although a long time had passed, she still missed it in her heart.
Why don't you come too? I'll take you to the mountains to sketch. Sketching in the mountains? Tang Yunran tilted her head, sketching in her mind the image of Jiang Che holding her hand up the mountain. So shy. I'd like to go, but my dad is so tight that I can't go even if I want to. Isn't your grandmother in Changshan village? Just say you miss your grandmother and want to visit. You're teaching me to make up lies about my dad? Where did I teach you to lie? Don't you miss your grandmother? Well, quite a bit. Then no. Okay then, I'll try and see if I can talk my dad into agreeing. Waiting for your good news. Good. As Jiang Che chatted, Jiang Yuan's head stretched over and looked at his cell phone. Man-child. Do well in your school. Jiang Yuan skimmed his lips, sheep. That's when the car stopped at the roadside supermarket. Jiang Mingquan turned back to Jiang Che, go to your grandfather's house first, and buy something. Oh. Jiang Che followed Jiang Mingquan out of the car. The two of them carried a box of plain milk, bought 2 cigarettes, low-sugar bread, and weighed some fruit. Jiang Che's grandfather lived in the countryside earth tile house. The car has not yet arrived, far away from the sound of the dog barking. Not much later, 5 dogs rushed out of the paint falling out of the door. Grandpa Jiang Qingsheng stood in the doorway without saying a word, but Jiang Che's eldest uncle Jiang Minghai knocked the dog aside. Jiang Minghai's eyes lit up after seeing that Jiang Mingquan was driving a BMW. Yo! Old too, are you doing well? Surprisingly bought a BMW. Without waiting for Jiang Mingquan to say something, he heard Jiang Qingsheng grunt twice. Is it honorable to buy a BMW on a loan when you don't have the money to beat your face in? Dad, I didn't take out a loan to buy it. Jiang Mingquan's words were interrupted in mid-sentence. It's not a loan. It's honorable to borrow money? And flaunting it around? It's not a loan, it's not borrowed money, it's... Finished yet, the sun is so big, you don't mind standing here, my sickly old bones can't hold out. When the words fell, Jiang Qingsheng directly turned around on his crutches and walked away, with a speed that was called fast and a pace that was called robust. Jiang Che was familiar with Jiang Qingsheng's face that didn't treat their family well, no matter if it was in his previous life or in this life. Every time their family went to Jiang Qingsheng's house, Jiang Qingsheng had an unhappy face. It was also when he got into Jiangcheng University that Jiang Qingsheng's face looked slightly better. He still remembered that in his previous life, when he failed his final exam, Jiang Qingsheng's face clouded up. Also today, during dinner, Jiang Qingsheng didn't even give him a single glance. As if it was a shame to see him. Jiang Che was also able to memorize all the contents of the next meal. Not long after, Jiang Che's youngest uncle Jiang Mingshui's family also arrived, and now they were all together. When it was time to eat, Jiang Qingsheng began the family meeting. The boss has done well these years, the fruit stand he opened in the county is doing a brisk business, and he's striving to pay off his mortgage early. Got it, Dad. Although the oldest 3 didn't have much success, he gave birth to a good son, and this year he got into Jiangcheng University with very good grades. If I remember correctly, the score on the exam was 20 points more than the oldest 2's. Chapter 158 Getting Jiang Che to help introduce jobs. Hearing this, Jiang Che thought to himself, it's true that the words are exactly the same as in his previous life. If he flunks this final, I'm guessing that's the next thing he'll be talking about. It's Bo Yuan's luck. Jiang Mingshui said that on his lips, while his face couldn't hide his joy. For the rest, it's Jiang Mingshuan's turn. Jiang Che remembers that in his previous life, the family was criticized for a good meal, and all the meals were eaten without being able to eat. Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, Jiang Qingsheng looked over towards Jiang Mingquan. Looking at this unproductive son, a breath was suddenly raised in his throat. How much did you pay for your car? $500,000 or $600,000. Jiang Mingquan said modestly. The moment these words came out, all the people at the table stopped eating. Cough cough cough. Jiang Qingsheng was even more furious and directly choked on his saliva. You're such a loser. $500,000 to $600,000, it's enough for a down payment in the county. You even bought a broken car. You really pissed me off. Jiang Yuan was a firebrand and had always been fearless. Grandpa, it's a BMW, and it's not a used car, it's not broken at all, leather cushions, it's comfortable to sit in. Hearing Jiang Yuan say that, Jiang Qing's angry eyes widened like bronze bells. Jiang Mingquan gave Jiang Yuan a wink and told her to keep quiet. Jiang Yuan flattened his mouth, displeasure written all over his face. In the past, when their family was poor and had no bottom, Jiang Qingsheng criticized them and they had nothing to say. But now that they have long since become rich, Jiang Qingsheng is still criticizing them so much, which makes Jiang Yuan unable to endure. Of course, she knew in her heart that she, a grandchildren's generation, shouldn't say such things. With that much money, you can give Jiang Yuan to operate on your daughter, Jiang Qingsheng said as he looked at Jiang Yuan sitting in the wheelchair. Dad, little Edge has already had surgery, Jiang Mingquan said. What? The people at the table were once again startled, all looking towards Jiang Yuan's legs. Jiang Yuan was very cooperative in holding the table and stood up, and barely took a few steps. Really stand up? Really had surgery. If they remembered correctly, Jiang Yuan's surgery cost more than $500,000. They're buying a car and giving Jiang Yuan an operation. Where did they get so much money? Lao Air, did you win the lottery? Jiang Minghai asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. It was Xiao Che who won the lottery, Jiang Mingquan returned. Really won the lottery? At this, Jiang Minghai and the others' eyes shifted to Jiang Che in unison, thinking how come their son doesn't have this ability to buy a lottery ticket and win. Jiang Minghai and Jiang Mingshui looked at Jiang Che and couldn't wait to turn Jiang Che into their own son. Especially Jiang Mingshui, who was just now feeling immensely proud of Jiang Qingsheng for praising his son. Now after comparing Jiang Che, he immediately felt that the matter of his son getting into Jiangcheng University didn't smell good anymore either. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Qingsheng said with a surprised look at Jiang Mingquan. I was going to say it when I first got here, never got the chance. How much did you win? Over $5 million. Buy a house? Bought one in the Autumn Waters neighborhood. How much? 2 million out. Hearing this figure, Jiang Minghai immediately felt that the 900,000 yuan house he bought in the county did not smell good. And he took out a loan to buy it, while Jiang Mingshuan's family paid in full. The difference makes all the difference in the world. By the way, Dad, there's something I haven't told you yet. Jiang Mingquan looked at Linya's stomach. You're going to be a grandfather again. Linya is pregnant? Big brother, you're really good. Jiang Mingshui stuck out his thumb to give Jiang Mingquan credit. Jiang Mingquan loved hearing that. Lao Air, drink one. Jiang Minghai picked up his wine cup. What's there to grab? If you want to drink, it's Lao Air and I who will drink first. Jiang Qingsheng reprimanded Jiang Minghai. Jiang Che smacked his lips in his heart as he looked at Jiang Qingsheng, who flipped his face faster than a book. That's reality. He remembers hearing his father talk about a neighbor, as if it was Master Zhang, who had 5 sons. Before his 5 sons started their families, the one he despised the most was his youngest son, because he was the most unproductive. 5 sons successively became a family. The first 4 sons, Zhang Moncler outlet store, each divided some property out. Only his youngest son, after starting a family, just so directly kicked out, nothing. 10 years later, the youngest son made a fortune in business, and the remaining 4 sons remained the same as before, unchanged. Later, when someone asked Moncler outlet store Zhang again which of your sons was your favorite, Zhang changed his mind and said, the one I always liked was my youngest son. Every time the youngest son drove back in a luxury car, Moncler jacket sale, he waited on his crutches at the entrance of the village, killing chickens and slaughtering goats, simply busy. He used to get quite emotional when he heard his dad talk about it. Now that this was happening to him, it was quite saddening and emotional. Little Che is really lucky. If you buy another lottery ticket in the future, take your cousin with you. It just so happens that there are still more than 10 days before school starts, and you guys are in the same school, so you have to take good care of him. Jiang Mingshui said as he looked at Jiang Che. Yes, I'll take care of him. Jiang Che held his wine glass and raised it at Jiang Boyuan. While the elder snobbery was rampant, a few of their cousins who hadn't yet stepped out into the world were okay with it. Jiang Che and Jiang Boyuan were only a year apart and could talk about anything, so they had been close since they were young. It was a while ago that they were not in the same city, and the two would occasionally meet together on King. After the meal, Jiang Che and Jiang Boyuan went to a place where there were no elders to chat. Cousin, smoking? Jiang Boyuan pulled out a box of china from his pocket. My dad's, I fished it out of his pocket. I'm not smoking? Jiang Boyuan looked at Jiang Che with a puzzled gaze. Didn't you smoke before? I used to be single, but things are different now. Hearing this, Jiang Boyuan's eyes instantly dilated. You have a girlfriend? Well, your cousin's wife made a pact with me not to smoke or drink, but of course, exceptions can still be made on the field. See, his wife is so understanding. Looking at the dejection on Jiang Che's face, Jiang Boyuan felt as if he had been viciously propped up with dog food. Cousin-in-law, she's also a student at Jiangcheng University? Well, the art department. I'll introduce you when school starts. Pretty? Pretty as a fairy. Jiang Boyuan said that he didn't quite believe it. After all, there is a saying that in the eyes of the lover, there is a beauty. But looking at Jiang Che's handsome appearance, he thought that with his vision, the other party should not be ugly, right? Cousin, I really envy you for winning the first prize. Hey, to be honest, I'm going to wait until I get to Jiangcheng and find a part-time job. Do you know any good places to introduce me to one? Chapter 159, talking about love on the mountain. I haven't been to work either and I don't know anyone. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Jiang Boyuan felt the same. His cousin was only a year older than him, too. But I can get you a part-time job in catering, if you'd like. Catering, huh? Jiang Boyuan doesn't really want to go. Jiang Che could see that. After all, Jiang Boyuan was also a high achiever who had gotten into Jiangcheng University, so for him to go to a place like that, he would definitely be reluctant. Does it pay well? You must go a little higher than a regular waitress. How high? $50 an hour. Jiang Boyuan's eyes lit up. $50 an hour, or $100 if you work 2 hours a day. That's $3,000 a month, which is a lot of money for a part-time college student. Really? Aha! Jiang Che nodded. What restaurant? It's just opened, the House of Love, you know? Ah! Surprisingly, it's Love Rhythm House. Looking at Jiang Boyuan's look of surprise for a year or two, Jiang Che curiously asked, you know? By coincidence, my classmate just came back from Jiangcheng City with his family and consumed a handful of money in the Love Charm House. Sharing to the circle of friends, that environment, that atmosphere, to be honest, I just don't have money, otherwise I would like to go in and spend a hand. Jiang Che looked at how excited Jiang Boyuan was and opened his mouth, originally wanting to tell him that he was the owner of Love Rhythm House. But then he thought about the fact that Jiang Boyuan is a big mouth, afraid that he would spread the word that everyone knows, so in the end he held back and didn't tell him. Cousin, can you really introduce me to Love Rhythm House? Jiang Boyuan looked at Jiang Che with glowing eyes. Can. Great. Cousin, you're too good too. How do you know the people from Love Rhythm House? It's a long story, I'll slowly tell you about it later when I have the chance. By the way, don't tell anyone else about this matter for now. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone but Mom and Dad. Your parents' big mouths are higher than your rank, okay? Your mom and dad can't tell either. And to whom do I say it? Hold it in. I'm 17 and can't hold it in. Jiang Che. What's the point of driving when you're having a nice conversation? Hey. By the end of the night. As soon as he finished eating, Jiang Che held his cell phone and walked towards the mountain. Yesterday I made an appointment to have a video with Tang Yunran today. The old house is not soundproof, so if you say something sweet, the whole family can hear you loud and clear. So Jiang Che went up the mountain after spraying half a bottle of flower water on his body. Jiang Che sniffed his arm. Cough cough. This smell, people can smoke to death, mosquitoes certainly do not dare to touch the edge. He hadn't gotten a single bite so far anyway. As soon as the video connected, Tang Yunran saw that Jiang Che's back was covered in trees. You went up the mountain alone? The old house at home, as you know, you can hear the slightest movement. That's why no one wants to sleep against Mom and Dad's room. Shame on you. My parents, that's a normal pace of life, how come they're not ashamed? I'm talking about you. I'm alone in my room, I'm not doing anything, how am I not ashamed? Tang Yunran. Did your dad approve of you coming here? As soon as Jiang Che asked this, he saw Tang Yunran's face instantly collapse. Seeing this reaction from Tang Yunran, Jiang Che's heart was disappointed. He had originally planned it all out, as long as Tang Yunran came, he would take her to the field to break corn and try his hand at roasting it. Speaking of which, he used to go with Jiang Boyuan to steal corn from other people's fields, then build a fire, roast the corn, and eat the peanuts. Don't tell me, it's true that it's still good from someone else's land, and it just smells good when it's baked. He also planned to take Tang Yunran fishing. The moment the fish was raised from the water was the most enjoyable moment of the whole process of fishing. This is the highest, high tide moment for every hobbyist fisherman. It feels like life is at its peak. Of course, what he wanted most was to take Tang Yunran to the mountains to paint. He knew a place, a very secret place, a secret base that I had found before, that no one could find. If he brought Tang Yunran to that place, he wouldn't be noticed if he took a small hand and kissed a small mouth. The more I think about it, the more beautiful it becomes. However, all the plans were ruined by the old man. He was as frustrated as he could be right now. Just then, Tang Yunran couldn't hold back her laugh. Zhang Che raised his eyebrows. You're fooling me? Who you never let go of me when you fight? Whenever I don't let you when it comes to fighting, I don't let you. It's just that you're inexperienced and you don't know how, which is why it ends up being me initiating it. Hearing Zhang Che say this, Tang Yunran was spitting furiously in her heart. Can you not overload at the drop of a hat? Can we still chat happily together? You mean, you're experienced? Tang Yunran's words were clearly digging a hole for Zhang Che. Zhang Che said that he wouldn't jump in this pit. I'm not well experienced, but I'm exceptionally talented and can learn without learning. That's why you're lucky to have stumbled upon a supreme genius with excellent roots like me. Genius you are. Tang Yunran rolled her eyes widely at the screen. I've never seen such shamelessness. I didn't realize before that you were so self-absorbed. There's a lot you haven't realized, and you'll get to know it all in the future. Getting back to the point, just now you were fooling me, right? Zhang Che looked at Tang Yunran with both eyes filled with hope. As long as Tang Yunran nodded his head, he guaranteed that he would definitely be able to resurrect in place. Aha! Great! Zhang Che screamed out directly in excitement. What time will you arrive tomorrow? Zhang Che was on the verge of being unable to hold back, looking forward to putting all the ideas in his mind into practice a little faster. Tang Yunran could feel Zhang Che's excitement even through the screen, which made her heart unable to stop feeling happy. Love experience value plus 452. It will arrive tomorrow afternoon. I'll pick you up. Don't you come to fetch me, I'm afraid the village people will see me and spread the word to my grandmother's ears. Still, you've thought this through, in case Granny tells your dad about this. Grandma? That's a nice way of saying it. Tang Yunran mentally spat. In that case, when you arrive tomorrow, go to the cornfield on the hill behind your grandmother's house and we'll meet there. Zhang Che said with an idea. Oh, well, just why the cornfield? Cracking corn on the way. Cracking corn on the way? Tang Yunran thought about the color of the corn and was so shy that she had no place to hide. At this time, a passage Jin Xiaoxiao had told her popped into her head. P.S. Small fish eat kun. 10,000 shifts. 3 punctuation marks for important things. I've stayed up all night, so I wish you guys a happy eve. The fins are breaking. Do you guys need some water? Generating electricity for love is also love. I'll let you know when you're done. Chapter 160, Kiss first, sing later. Said a middle-aged woman on the grocery store to buy cucumbers. The buyer of vegetables, the boss said, now are not popular to buy cucumbers, popular to buy corn. At that time, the middle-aged woman sprayed the owner of the vegetable vendor with saliva. Are you sick, right? I'll just buy cucumbers. Fine, I'll scale it for you. Wait, better get me the corn. At that time, she didn't understand the deeper meaning of this paragraph, and after some detailed explanation from Jin Xiaoxiao, she understood. Zhang Che just told her that he took her to the cornfield. Could it be the meaning of the paragraph? Thinking of this, Tang Yunran's face was like boiling water, and it was still the kind with whistle direction. Love experience value plus 758. Love experience value plus 819. Love experience value plus 782. Love experience value plus 869. What the hell? Why are there so many experience value beeps popping up all of a sudden? Zhang Che was head over heels in confusion. Thinking back carefully on what he had just said. It's very serious. Half the time he didn't flirt with Tang Yunran. He just purely wanted to bring Tang Yunran to steal corn and roast it for her to eat, so that she could taste his handiwork in roasting corn. How did she suddenly offer him so much relationship experience value? It is said that a woman's heart is elusive. It's still true. Repetitive, no idea what she's thinking? Whatever, it's a flat-out gift of experience value anyway, so it's a waste not to take it. Just as Zhang Che was thinking this, something suddenly stabbed him hard in the leg. Hiss. Splat with a sound, Zhang Che violently slapped on his thigh, killing a mosquito. What's wrong? Tang Yunran stared at the screen in puzzled worry. Zhang Che carried the swatted mosquito to the screen. It was a flower mosquito with rather long legs. especially its mouth was rather sharp. Is this a flower mosquito? Well, the bites are especially painful. You didn't go out without spraying yourself? Sprayed half the bottle. Then why did it bite you? Maybe it can't help but look at my good looks? Hearing Jiang Che say that, a speechless look clearly appeared on Tang Yunran's face. What makes you so sure it's a female mosquito? Maybe it's a male? This is something you don't know, right? The flower mosquito is also called Aedes albopictus, and only the female of this mosquito will suck blood. Really? What does that male mosquito eat if not blood? They only eat grass juice. Tang Yunran felt that Jiang Che was just fooling her, so she sneaked Baidu. It's still true. Well, was I right? Jiang Che said with a smug expression as he brought his face closer to the screen. You have nothing to study this blindly? That's not blind research on my part, it's a lot of knowledge. Here we go again with the narcissism. Still, what a surprise that he knows this. It's getting late, why don't you go back to bed early? Although Tang Yunran wanted to talk to Jiang Che again, she was worried that he would be surrounded by a swarm of female mosquitoes. You have to kiss me before you hang up the video. As Jiang Che said this, both of his eyes were fixed on Tang Yunran in the screen. Staring at Tang Yunran's pink lips to be exact. He really wanted to crawl in along the screen if he could. Why would I kiss you? Love experience value plus 458. Because you just lied to me. Jiang Che casually made up a random reason. Then haven't you lied to me many times before? Then I'll kiss over first. After saying that, Jiang Che barked several kisses at the screen. Your turn. Love experience value plus 1120. A minute had passed, and Tang Yunran was still blushing and struggling. You're just going to keep spending all this time? You're just going to let me get chewed on by mosquitoes? Hiss bit me again. Loaded. Jiang Che was indeed pretending, and not that pretending. If you don't kiss me, those mosquitoes eyeing me might actually suck me. Tang Yunran would shed Jiang Che by mosquito bites, so red Jiang right face, tooting pink tender mouth kissed up. Although he was separated from the screen, he was still kissing Jiang Che and floating in the air. At this moment, Jiang Che was thinking in his heart that if he himself could provide himself with relationship experience value, there must be 10,000 points. Well, you hurry back. Tang Yunran was now too embarrassed to even look at Jiang Che. Love experience value plus 4,259. Good. Jiang Che's legs floated a bit as he walked back. You should go to bed early too, we have to go up the mountain together tomorrow. Aha! That. Jiang Che. Could you? Said Tang Yunran lustfully. What? Can you not sing me a song? Tang Yunran had heard Jiang Che sing just once, or the one time he sang it at the Double Chivalry concert. Extraordinarily catchy. To this day she can't get it out of her head. Yeah, what song would you like to hear? In fact, Jiang Che originally didn't sing that well, and for the concert that day, he had redeemed the God of Song Experience coupon in the system in advance. There's an old song called Favoritism that I really like, have you heard it? Jiang Che was relieved when he heard this. He thought Tang Yunran wanted him to sing Shallow. The song Shallow would be a little more appropriate for a girl to cover, and he's very out of place with this voice. Of course I've heard it, Senzin, I kinda liked it at the time. So I'll sing this one? Aha! Tang Yunran took a pillow from the side and cuddled it in her arms, getting ready to listen to the song. Ahaha! Jiang Che cleared his throat and began to sing at the top of his lungs. Yesterday is cancelled, and now you're in front of me. I want to love. Please give me a chance. If I'm wrong, I'll take it. I think you're the answer. That's nice. Tang Yunran listened with a face cupped in enjoyment. While listening, he contributed his experience value to Jiang Che. Relationship experience value plus 489. Hearing this system tone, Jiang Che sang even more vigorously. I told you I don't dodge, I have to. I want to love even if I don't listen. Love harder to make you understand. There's no other way. You decide if you want to stay with me or not. I don't listen, I love to watch, I feel love. Waiting for your dependents to favor you. The pain is pleasant. Singing to the climax here, Tang Yunran directly listened to the drunk, two eyes flowed full of autumn water staring at Jiang Che's handsome face. The waves in his heart kept surging and flooding, more and more unmanageable. Love experience value plus 889. Love experience value plus 991. Love experience value plus 1106. Passers-by passing by at night assumed whoever was playing the song after hearing it coming from the hills. What an idle way to go to the mountains in the middle of the night to listen to a song. After listening to a song, Tang Yunran felt incredibly happy. She especially wanted to tell Jiang Che to do another song, but it was really too late, so it was better to wait until tomorrow to hear him sing. Besides, she had just secretly recorded the screen. After saying goodnight to Jiang Che and hanging up the video, Tang Yunran first clicked on the video she had just recorded. Chapter 161. A wolf pup wants to take Jiang Yuan. The man in the video was handsome as hell and the song was so good it could make her ears pregnant. She was thinking that if Jiang Che were to sing in her ear every night, she would definitely be too excited to sleep. Tang Yunran put on her headphones and lay under the covers, listening to Jiang Che's song over and over again. Just as she thought, she kept getting excited listening to Jiang Che's song all the time and couldn't sleep at all. It wasn't until 3 in the morning, when Tang Yunran turned her cell phone off, that she managed to fall asleep. Jiang Che's side had also been unable to sleep and had been watching the video of Tang Yunran being embarrassed to kiss him. That's right. He was very much like Tang Yunran and recorded the screen as well. Gee, my wife is pretty. After Jiang Che sighed, he barfed at the mouth that was kissed over on the screen. It felt like the whole body was soothed, the same as having opened the 2 veins. What if I can't sleep? Jiang Che asked to himself. The room was quiet, no one answered, just robins banging desperately against the glass windows. Crackle! Jiang Che turned his head towards the window. There were a dozen or so robins crawling on it, squeaking, calling endlessly. System, what if I really can't sleep? Hey! Jiang Che sighed. Being in love just makes it easy to lose sleep. System, have you ever been in love? The system wanted to spit out and say, you've read so many ING novels, have you ever seen a system fall in love? They're all very dedicated, okay? It's so boring, look at the results of the last 2 days of raffles. Jiang Che pulled open the system history reminder record. Basically all that goes into the account is the relationship experience value and some experience coupons that you can't use. For example, the movers and shakers experience coupon. What's he doing moving bricks if he doesn't want to be a big boss? Also, a coupon for a magician's experience. It's not like he wants to be a magician. And some kind of Eisen practitioner experience voucher. Tang Yunran was so jealous. Usually when he just glanced at a girl, Tang Yunran would more or less provide him with some negative experience value. If he went to be an idol trainee and was pigeonholed by fangirls, shouldn't he be screwed? See what's good again. Jiang Che's mouth had just finished shattering when he really found a good thing. Learning ability increased by 3%. You don't need the system to explain this one, you can literally understand what it means. With this thing, it'll be easier for me to remember if I memorize a single word to recite a text or something. This stuff is really good. I don't know yet? Jiang Che organized it from top to bottom, and as luck would have it, he found 2 more such goodies. One is a 2.5% increase in learning ability and one is a 0.9% increase. The 3 courses together are as much as 2.5% plus 0.9% plus 3%. Not bad, not bad. It's been a particularly productive day. Looked at the time. Boy. This late? Gotta get some sleep. Nurture your energy, or else you won't have as much energy to take Tang Yunran up to the mountains to play tomorrow. Early the next morning, Jiang Che drove to the street to buy buns, and when he came back, he saw his neighbor Xiaohu saying something to Jiang Yuan. What's this guy doing with his sister in the morning instead of memorizing his vocabulary? He's not here to bully his sister again, is he? Jiang Che remembered that when he was small, Xiaohu, the child king, often led a few bear children to bully Jiang Yuan. Once he even overturned Jiang Yuan onto the ground with his wheelchair. Jiang Yuan got down on the ground and grabbed rocks regardless of their size and smashed them on Xiaohu, sending them to the hospital. Those parents even came to complain, they really think that their poor family is easy to bully. He remembered that his dad, Jiang Mingquan, was standing at the door holding a broom to protect Jiang Yuan. Quite a bully. Jiang Che quietly slipped over and secretly listened. Xiaohu was carrying several packs of chili fries in his hand for Jiang Yuan. I heard my mom say you're almost ready to stand? Yeah, in a month at most, I'll be able to walk normally, but it's still a bit of a struggle to exercise. Zhang Yuan said as he ate the chili fries. Xiaowu stared at Zhang Yuan with both eyes, and Zhang Yuan thought that he also wanted to eat chili fries. You want some too? Xiaowu gulped and his face turned a little red. Kind of. Zhang Yuan pointed toward the path. Get it yourself. Tiger cub. And do you still want to be an athlete later on if you're fully recovered? Xiaowu remembers a composition Zhang Yuan wrote in school in the past, when it was selected as an outstanding composition, and the class teacher let her go on stage to read it. The title of the essay at the time was called My Dream. He remembers clearly that Zhang Yuan wrote in her essay that she wanted to be an athlete. He couldn't remember the specifics of the essay, but there were some impressions. If my leg gets better, I want to be an athlete. I want to be free to run on the track and enjoy the speed and passion. At that time, a very small number of students in the class even laughed at her after hearing this essay. He was one of those very few students. He was young and uninformed, and it was purely for fun. Looking back now, it feels like I was less than human for what I did at that time. That's why when I saw Zhang Yuan this time, I always had an unspoken feeling of guilt. He also remembered that Zhang Yuan liked chili fries, so he specially went to the store to buy a few bags of chili fries before he came. Just as Xiaowu thought so, Zhang Yuan shook his head. I don't want to be an athlete now. Don't want to? Didn't you used to want to be an athlete? That was then, this is now. People always grow up and become. Just like a lot of people, his former ideals and his future career don't really go together half the time. Zhang Yuan ate the chili fries very quickly, and in not much time, the packet was finished. Then went back to unpacking another packet. Hearing these words from Zhang Yuan, Xiaowu felt that they made too much sense, leaving him with no way to argue. So what do you want to do in the future when your leg is better? I want to practice fighting techniques. Zhang Yuan said. Tiger cub. You're tough enough as it is, but you have to practice fighting skills. I'm really worried about your future boyfriend's safety. Zhang Che hid in the shadows and kept spying on Zhang Yuan's side. Judging by his manly venomous eighth sense, Xiaowu had small thoughts about his sister Ah. Zhang Che's gaze fell on his own sister's face, although her face was very round, but her single eyelid and big eyes were quite divine, and she was also pink. Her whole image looked like a harmless little pink bunny. Boys like this like her sister appears to be. Coughed. Zhang Che coughed twice and walked out. Little Tiger had the feeling of being a thief after seeing Zhang Che. Jiang. Who's your brother? Don't call it nonsense. Zhang Che said as he looked at Little Tiger with a very serious face. Xiaowu took 2 steps backward, looked at Zhang Yuan and said, My mom told me to buy Laogan Ma, I'm leaving first. Xiaowu turned back to Zhang Yuan after running out a block. I'm going to work hard for the college entrance exam, together. Chapter 162. A meeting in the cornfield. Working together? He's a wolf cub. You want to take his white rabbit? Zhang Che glared at Little Tiger with an extremely unfriendly sight. Little Tiger ran even faster after seeing Zhang Che's eyes looking over. After Zhang Che retracted his gaze, he looked at Zhang Yuan who was eating chili fries, and a look of hatred appeared on his face. Eat, all you know is eat, and you're not afraid to sell yourself for a few bags of chili fries. What are you afraid of? I checked, these bags of chili fries are all sealed, it's impossible for Xiaowu to tamper with them. Zhang Yuan didn't delay eating the chili fries while he was talking. Hearing Zhang Yuan say this, Zhang Che breathlessly reached out his hand and pulled on Zhang Yuan's face. La so long. His pain, stop pulling. Stop pulling? You won't remember if you don't pull. Did I mean what I said? I'm worried that Xiaowu has other plans for you. Something else? Are you kidding me? You mean Tiger likes me? Ha, that's so funny. Ow, stop pulling, it hurts. And you know it hurts? Is it so funny that Tiger likes you? Of course it's funny, it's not like you don't know the relationship between Little Tiger and I. When we were small we were arch rivals, looking at each other with disdain. I sent him to the hospital after smashing him up, his mom came to the door looking for him, and my dad just threw him out with a broom. In the classroom, when he sat behind me, he took a lighter and burned my hair. I twisted his ears around, he pushed me down, I threw all his books, and we were both called into the office by the homeroom teacher all day long. Of course, he was the one who was unlucky every time. Zhang Yuan said this with a rather proud tone. What do you know? Let me tell you, when a boy often bullies a girl, sometimes it's not that the boy just really hates the girl that much, but he does it on purpose to get the girl's attention. Maybe that's what little tiger has in mind. Hearing Jiang Che say that, Zhang Yuan bristled. She didn't believe it. I'm telling you. Just let go. If you pull my face again, I'll. You're going to tell Mom? If you're not afraid of her being pregnant and pissed off, go ahead and sue. Zhang Yuan. That's ruthless. I'll sue my sister-in-law. Make her ignore you. Jiang Che. That's ruthless. After the sibling fiasco had passed, Jiang Che had been at home anticipating Tang Yunran's arrival. Are we there yet? This was already the 102nd message Jiang Che had sent to Tang Yunran. Arrived. Plus crying and laughing animated emoticon pictures. Ha ha. It's finally here. Jiang Che jumped 3 feet high in excitement. Zhang Yuan's eyes shifted from the cell phone screen and looked towards Jiang Che. Sister-in-law is here? In fact, there was no need to answer, Zhang Yuan could have guessed. Throughout the morning, she watched Jiang Che look like a monkey playing with fleas, unable to sit still, going up and down. Seeing Jiang Che in this demeanor, Zhang Yuan said that she wouldn't want to fall in love in the future, just like a little cutie. Like. Coming, I'm leaving. Jiang Che said as he straightened his clothes and combed his hair. Going to the mountains? Well, there's no one on the mountain, it's quiet. Jiang Che finished speaking and walked out excitedly. Just a few steps out, he heard Zhang Yuan's voice ringing behind him. Don't you have an umbrella? Ha? With an umbrella? Jiang Che raised his head towards the sky, a clear, blue sky with white clouds. Another look at his cell phone, no rain today? Suddenly, Jiang Che realized what Zhang Yuan meant and jerked back to look at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was hiding in his wheelchair in a grayish manner towards his room. You little girl. Can't you get something productive in your head? In the end, Zhang Yuan was unable to break free from Jiang Che's clutches, and his face was pulled as long as it needed to be. I'm thinking of you, how am I no good? And you say. Ow, pain. Jiang Che had just left in front of him when Zhang Yuan called Tang Yunran. Sister-in-law, brother, he bullied me, boing boing. Half an hour later, Jiang Che met Tang Yunran in the cornfield. Jiang Che had just greeted him when he saw Tang Yunran looking at him with a puff of air. Are you bullying Edge again? Jiang Che. This little girl, she actually dared to beat him to the report. I'm not taking the blame for this, it's Zhang Yuan who she owes a beating. She just got out of surgery and you as a brother are bullying her, have you no compassion? So you don't know what she said? You can't do anything to her even if she says so? She said for me to bring my umbrella out. Then she meant well. Jiang Che raised his eyebrows, you taste it again? Isn't it just going out with an umbrella? What's the big deal? Tang Yunran didn't understand for a moment. Jiang Che reminded, is it raining today? Tang Yunran looked up towards the sky, the sun was shining brightly, and the sun's rays were a bit hot as they shone on her body. Your sister means probably shade the sun. Jiang Che. What about his wife being so simple? Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, Tang Yunran's pupils suddenly dilated abruptly and looked towards Jiang Che. Cover your mouth. The eyes were wide and round. Seeing this reaction from Tang Yunran, Jiang Che thought of a kind of ice cream. It's called cuddles. Mini cuteness galore. One bite at a time. Maybe River Edge's words weren't wrong, should have brought an umbrella out. Security. As soon as Jiang Che's words came out, the urge to flee arose in Tang Yunran's heart. Love experience value plus 895. There are places on the mountain where the grass is very deep, so having an umbrella will also allow you to ruffle the grass and see if there are any dangerous things? Jiang Che said to himself. The more Jiang Che said, the more love experience value Tang Yunran contributed. Love experience value plus 749. Love experience value plus 771. Love experience value plus 762. Let's go, it's getting late, let's go up the hill. Tang Yunran is carrying a drawing board and painting utensils on his back. Jiang Che reached out and carried the tool she was carrying on his back. Wait a minute, break 2 pieces of corn first, I'll roast them for you later. Jiang Che said as he skillfully broke the corn. He used to help his dad with farm work when he was little, so by the time he was 5 or 6, he was breaking corn. Okay. Jiang Che had just finished speaking when he heard a sudden burst of voices from not far away. Where did the little brat come from? How dare you come into our field and steal corn? Chapter 163 Happily running on the mountain holding Tang Yunran. Not good. Busted. Jiang Che pulled back and grabbed Tang Yunran's hand, pulling it and running. Stand still. Still want to run. Stop right there. The more the people behind him shouted, the faster Jiang Che ran. 2 minutes later, the guys behind us were still chasing. Jiang Che spat furiously in his heart. What's the point? Not just broke your 2 corn? When I was small, I broke a bunch of corn in your house, but I didn't see you chasing after it. He knows. It must be that you've had too much wine at the head of the day, and there's no place for the aftertaste to come out. I can't run anymore. Tang Yunran said with a weak gasp. Stop right there, you two. I see you. Jiang Che didn't believe it. They were running up the mountain, there were trees everywhere, it was impossible to see them. Jiang Che, I really ran. Before Tang Yunran could finish her words, she was suddenly picked up by Jiang Che in a horizontal hug. Tang Yunran let out a startled ah. Hold my neck or you'll fall. Aha! After Tang Yunran nodded her lower head, she reached out with a red face and hooked her hand onto Jiang Che's neck. Love experience value plus 685. Hearing this system beep and feeling the warm and soft arm around his neck, Jiang Che was running more and more vigorously. Love experience value plus 714. Jiang Che wished that the people behind him could chase after him for a little longer. Relationship experience value plus 699. That, Jiang Che, are you tired? Not tired. Not only is he not tired, he's running hard now. I can run now, or you can put me down. You're running too slow, it's better if I carry you faster. After saying that, Jiang Che supported Tang Yunran's thighs and upended them. Tang Yunran reflexively hooked tightly around Jiang Che's neck, her entire body pressing tightly against Jiang Che's chest. Love experience value plus 845. I'm, a little heavy. Hearing Tang Yunran say that, Jiang Che looked down. Tang Yunran was wearing a white printed bear t-shirt today. At this time the 8D stereoscopic bear had long since turned into a large bear, which was irregularly undergoing shapeshifting. The bear is however quite heavy. Run! It's catching up. Tang Yunran's shout caused Jiang Che to instantly retrieve his thoughts. Almost look at the bear and look stupid. 5 minutes later, the people behind us had long since stopped chasing. Jiang Che, he's not chasing anymore, why don't you put me down? Hearing this, Jiang Che frowned. Why is that uncle chasing after them so unrelenting? He's already slowed down and you're still not chasing him? With that kind of toughness, you won't be able to make much of a living in the future. Run a little longer, in case he catches up again. Tang Yunran looked far towards the back. There were no silhouettes left for a long time, but what Jiang Che said made sense. What if the other party rested and caught up again? Just in case, it's better to run far away. This time Jiang Che didn't run so fast, but ran while admiring the 8D three-dimensional bear. 10 minutes passed. Jiang Che ran deeper into the forest with Tang Yunran in his arms. It's already deep, do we have to go in further? Jiang Che was afraid that the forest would be too deep and Tang Yunran would not be able to adapt for a while. Tang Yunran gazed around the room. The view isn't very good here, and there's no very flat place to sit and enjoy it, so it's better to go a little deeper, right? Well, listen to you. The two held hands as they talked it over and continued toward the deeper parts of the woods, exploring the nicer parts of the landscape. After a few more minutes, the two found a river that wasn't too big and was surrounded by flat grass. Actually, Jiang Che had originally planned to take Tang Yunran to his secret base, but plans couldn't catch up with changes. This morning he went early to the secret base he had discovered as a child and found that the grass had grown too deep. He had brought his scythe with him, but after chopping for half a day, he realized that it was all useless, and the closer he got to the secret base, the thicker the grass grew, even taller than him. This kind of place is very likely to have poisonous snakes and venomous insects and so on, and he also saw very thick sinuous traces. If he judged correctly, it is very likely to be the traces of a python crawling through. So in the end he gave up on the place. Did you spray mosquito repellent when you came here? Tang Yunran asked. Sprayed flower water. This brand I bought is quite good, why don't I spray it again for you? Tang Yunran said as she pulled out a small blue bottle from her bag. Jiang Che stretched out his hand to make it convenient for Tang Yunran to spray, and the flavor of the flower water sprayed on him was different. It was a light fragrance. It's the smell from Tang Yunran. This mosquito repellent does not sting and is not harmful to the skin. Girls love to share and amenable to the good things they use. This has long been commonplace for Jiang Che, who has lived through his 30s. When I used to be in the company, the female staff around me would always like to talk about the bags, skincare products, cosmetics and jewelry they bought, sharing and amusing each other. Tang Yunran was also a girl, so naturally she was no exception. At times like these, you should never ignore your girlfriend's amenities or wait to see your face thrown off. Okay, I'll buy this for future use. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Tang Yunran was particularly happy in her heart, the joy that came from an amenable success. It's a pleasure that's hard for fellow males to understand. Start painting. Tang Yunran opened her drawing kit. Starting to draw so soon? Jiang Che felt a little bored. Don't you take your clothes off today? Tang Yunran decided to make the first move. Every time Jiang Che let her draw with his bare upper body, it would make her unable to stop her rambling thoughts, and she couldn't even concentrate on her drawing properly. And every time she went back to sleep at night after drawing, every detail of her drawing always involuntarily surfaced in her mind, making her feel OQ uncontrollably. Tang Yunran wouldn't let him undress, which made him feel even more bored. That's not at all what he had originally planned. You sit down quickly. It's getting late, and I have to practice drawing? Tang Yunran grumbled. Jiang Che was turning 100 times in his heart. It was not easy for him to bring Tang Yunran to the mountain. He couldn't really just paint on the mountain, right? Painting can be done anytime, but going to the mountains is a rare opportunity. No, he had to come up with an idea to change what was coming next. And it had to be natural, it couldn't be forced to turn, or else it would be a loss if Tang Yunran suspected that he had bad intentions and scared her away. What do you have in mind, system? I'm a system, not a warlord. Sure enough, the system can't be counted on when it counts. Ah! Jiang Che came up with an idea. Ran, I actually quite want to learn how to draw, why don't you teach me? Jiang Che felt that his idea was simply fantastic. He was sure that Tang Yunran would never reject himself, and then as she taught him how to draw, they could stick together intimately and naturally. Chapter 164, talking about future children. You want to learn? Tang Yunran looked at Jiang Che with surprise on her face. Quite interested. Well then, come over here and I'll teach you. Jiang Che immediately went over and sat next to Tang Yunran. How did you stick so close? Tang Yunran secretly glanced towards Jiang Che, who was right next to her. What's the problem? Jiang Che asked, purposely acting as if he was innocent. No, what? Love experience value plus 348. And lying. It's been exposed. Nothing, so let's get started. Well, what do you want to learn to paint? Without waiting for Jiang Che to answer, Tang Yunran pointed to the small grass in front of her and said, or else we can draw this first? Jiang Che looked at the grass that was as thin as a golden needle mushroom and thought to himself that no man would want to learn how to draw it. Jiang Che's gaze turned and landed on a few large trees not far ahead. Pointing to the thickest large tree, he said, that's the one. But you didn't even have a foundation before, and coming up to draw a tree, and such a big one at that, it's a bit difficult for you. It's okay, I'm gifted in that area. Seeing Jiang Che's insistence, Tang Yunran didn't continue to persuade him, thinking that in a moment he'd realize how difficult it was to draw the big tree, and then give up himself. Tang Yunran thought so, yet Jiang Che's ability to learn new things far exceeded her imagination. You're a fast learner. Tang Yunran said with a look of admiration. Didn't I just say that I'm gifted in that area? Having said that, the main draw is the attribute that improves learning ability. Tang Yunran really did not think that Jiang Che's learning ability is so outstanding. Which woman does not love the excellent man? Jiang Che showed this hand, so that Tang Yunran on him is more like a jade cannot stop. Not much later, Jiang Che suddenly had an urgent need to urinate. I'm going to go fix it in the neighborhood. Jiang Che was just about to leave when he saw Tang Yunran covering her belly. He had noticed Tang Yunran covering her belly from time to time before, and hadn't thought about it that much at the time, but now that he thought about it, he should have come to the same reaction as him. Do you want to fix it? Tang Yunran covered her stomach and looked around. Will it not be good? Don't worry, no one is. Tang Yunran was still a little worried. How about this, you crouch behind that tree over there and I'll keep an eye on people for you. Tang Yunran pursed her lips, and after a small struggle in her heart for 2 seconds, she nodded. You first, I'll that when you're better. Good. Jiang Che casually found a tree and settled with his back to Tang Yunran. Tang Yunran listened to the sound of clattering water in her ears and imagined that it was the sound of the small river flowing next to her. That way, she wouldn't be imagining things. I'm fine, go ahead, Jiang Che said as he lifted up his pants. Looking at Jiang Che's action of lifting his pants, Tang Yunran was furiously spitting in her heart. Couldn't she have lifted her pants first? Tang Yunran chose the thickest tree, the one Jiang Che had just drawn. When she reached behind the tree, she quietly poked her head out to see if Jiang Che had peeked at her. Jiang Che was turning his back and looking around at the wind. He's kinda decent. Tang Yunran sighed in her heart before shaking her head and smiling bitterly. If he hadn't been a decent guy, they probably would have had sex a long time ago in his previous life. Tang Yunran squatted down, settling for the water she had been holding for a long time. The voice was a bit loud, and she didn't know if Jiang Che could hear it. Anyway, she heard herself very clearly. Love experience value plus 423. Love experience value plus 431. Love experience value plus 502. What the hell? Jiang Che was dumbfounded. Didn't she go and fix it? And contributing to his relationship value at this time? What the hell is going on in that head of hers? Just as Jiang Che was confused, Tang Yunran's scream suddenly rang out. Ah! Hearing this sound, Jiang Che hurriedly turned around to look, and then he saw Tang Yunran running towards him with her pants up. I'll go. Sky blue. Exposed edges. That's a bit of a perk. Jiang Che, there are snakes. Run! Tang Yunran cried out in blossom. Then he saw Jiang Che pass by her with an arrow step. The snake strikes 7 inches. Jiang Che grabbed the snake with one hand. Tang Yunran looked at the snake in Jiang Che's hand with her overly frightened beautiful eyes wide open, not daring to approach. It's okay, you don't have to be afraid, the snake isn't poisonous. Cauliflower snake? Tang Yunran looked a bit like it. Well, you see it has the word king on its head, and it's also called the Great King Snake, which Bo Yuan and I used to catch when we were little. Even if the snake wasn't poisonous, Tang Yunran wouldn't dare approach Jiang Che. Snake gall is a good thing, it can cool and brighten your eyes, I'll take it out later, you can take it back to eat. Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran and said. Bright eyes? Are you saying I have bad eyes? Tang Yunran asked with intent. How could that be? If you have bad eyes, how could you look at me? Tang Yunran. I don't want it anyway. Tang Yunran refused physically and mentally. Since it's so tonic, why don't you give it to your mom? This is something that pregnant women can't eat, it's seriously easy to slip the fetus. How do you know? It's not even my dad, who studies all day long which things pregnant women can and can't eat, and after hearing about it so much, I naturally know. Uncle is so good to auntie. Tang Yunran's words were full of envy. Don't I treat you well? Where have you been kind to me? If I'm not good for you, I've got nothing better to do than listen to my dad chanting every day about which pregnant women can't eat. Which one is good to eat? It's still not for the sake of taking care of the pregnant you in the future and preparing in advance. Hearing this, Tang Yunran was instantly shy. Love experience value plus 981. Are you thinking too far ahead? Where's far away? Haven't you heard that time flies like an arrow? Now we're chatting in the mountains, and when a few more years go by, maybe our kids will be calling mom and dad. Not with you. Tang Yunran packed up her painting tools with a red, right face. It was getting late and it was time to get ready to go back. The two of them walked together in a group toward the bottom of the hill. Ran, do you want a boy or a girl in the future? Jiang Che looked for a topic to chat about. You still say that? Tang Yunran pouted at Jiang Che. Just casual conversation. Then I don't want to talk about it. Well then, let's talk about something else. Do you like boys or girls? Tang Yunran. Isn't that the same thing? But it's better than that question earlier, it's not as direct. You first. She's not going to say it first. I want girls. Why? Because if it's a girl, I'd like it if she could look as pretty as you. Jiang Che stared at Tang Yunran with a sincere gaze as he said this. Looking at Tang Yunran, she was so deer in the headlights that she was about to go crazy. Relationship experience value plus 520. Love experience value plus 1314. Love experience value plus 520.1314. What about you? Jiang Che had just asked this when he heard a familiar voice suddenly ring out. You two are the ones who stole my corn? Chapter 165, His Father's Bad Luck. I'll go. Still waiting here? Jiang Che breathlessly looked at the corner of his mouth. Uncle Wang, we. Don't say it wasn't you guys, wearing 2 white t-shirts. Ha 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 ha, Jiang Che laughed awkwardly. It's not that the corn you grow is delicious, Uncle Wang, so? Don't you come here with this. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Don't think I don't know that you used to come to my field to steal corn when you were little. So he knew about it? This was something Jiang Che hadn't thought of. Isn't it just a few corn? Why steal it? Can't you just say you want to eat it? In fact, Jiang Che was quite close to his family, which was why he often stole his family's corn. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Jiang Che thought to himself that he would come back to steal it when he had the chance in the future. Stealing is not the same nature as wanting, looking for a sense of excitement, is a kind of local characteristics of human feelings. Childhood fun in the country, so to speak. Jiang Che had wanted to send Tang Yunran back, but he was worried that he would be seen by Tang Yunran's grandmother, so the two of them descended the mountain and went back on their own. When Jiang Che went back, Jiang Mingquan was sitting on the threshold of the courtyard smoking a cigarette. Mom's still not awake? Pregnant people are more sleepy, and your mom slept longer when she was pregnant with you. Jiang Mingquan said and handed Jiang Che a cigarette. Ran told me not to smoke if I had nothing better to do. Go! Jiang Mingquan shoved the cigarette at Jiang Che as soon as he could. You kid, you're so afraid of your wife, you'll definitely have no future. Hearing Jiang Mingquan's words, Jiang Che spat breathlessly in his heart. That's you, isn't it? Smoke. Jiang Mingquan said as he exhaled 2 puffs of smoke. Jiang Che contained his cigarette and lit it. It was rare for them to steal a moment together as father and son to sit on the porch and talk. It doesn't hurt to have a cigarette once in a while. Evening sunsets in the countryside are definitely not comparable to those in the city. Under the field of vision, everything was coated with a layer of beautiful golden red, beautiful as an oil painting, pleasing to the eye. Taking a breath, the air is laced with the scent of earth and grass. There is no hustle and bustle of traffic in your ears, only the insects and birds of nature. Particularly pleasant. How far have you gotten with that girl now? Are you sure that you can be together for a long time in the future? Jiang Mingquan asked, looking for a topic. That's for sure, I'm so handsome. You kid. Just started talking and you're dejected? I'm not dejected, I'm confident. Ha! It's also true, after all, you are my son, inherited my genes. Back then I was in the village, that was definitely the village grassbearer. You are not aware that your mom chased me back then, that was a waste of effort. In the end I was sympathetic to your mom, so I agreed to her. Jiang Mingquan became more and more pleased with himself the more he spoke, completely ignoring the fact that Jiang Che had been giving him a wink. Jiang Che's eyes hurt from squeezing, but Jiang Mingquan was completely immersed in his own fantasies. It's too late now. The enemy has arrived on the scene. Jiang Ming Quan. 3 words popped out, word for word, from Linya's mouth. Jiang Mingquan was as shocked as a cat seeing a snake, rubbing his hair all the way up. Jiang Che withdrew a few steps backward, away from the battlefield. River's Edge came sniffing around to see the freshest of the hustle and bustle. Jiang Mingquan, repeat what you just said. Linya was holding a broom in her hand. Wife, don't sweep the floor if you're carrying a big belly, I'll do it. Jiang Mingquan reached out and was about to take the broom from Linya's hand. You try moving again? With Linya's words, Jiang Mingquan was immediately honest. Answer the question I just asked. Oh, well, I was just saying, back then you were a flower in the village, people chasing you stepped over the threshold, and it took me a lot of effort to chase you. Jiang Che. River Edge. Can't you have any principles? A little backbone? Jiang Mingquan glared back at Jiang Che and Jiang Yuan, the meaning was clear. Step aside. Jiang Mingquan still had a job in Jiangcheng and it wasn't convenient to stay in the countryside for a long time, so they had to drive back the next morning. Before he even set off, Jiang Che saw Xiuhu carrying boxes of chili fries over in the morning. What are you doing here? Jiang Che blocked the doorway to prevent Xiuhu from entering. I'm looking for Jiang Yuan. Little Tiger looked towards the inside. What do you want with her? Give her the chorizo. She quit. Tiger said he didn't believe it. What are you still standing here for? We're leaving. Jiang Che began to give an eviction order. This kid, he really didn't have good intentions, trying to arch his family's cannibalistic flowers. Oh. Tiger took a step back and forth, clutching the box of chorizo. When he was about to walk to the road, Jiang Yuan slowly walked out on his crutches, and after seeing Xiaohu, his eyes steeply lit up. Xiaohu was also, in his heart, a cry of joy when he saw Jiang Yuan's eyes widening with double surprise. She really wasn't quite the same for him. Just as Xiaohu was thinking excitedly, Jiang Yuan opened his mouth and shouted at him. Chili! Tiger cub! Tiger looked down towards the chorizo in his arms. Seriously, he's sour. Little Tiger ran back again, looking at Jiang Yuan, who was walking upright and smiling. You can even walk? Aha! That's what I get for working out hard. That's awesome. Xiaohu had a red face and stuck out his thumb to give Jiang Yuan a compliment. Give me the chili fries. All Jiang Yuan thought about in his heart was spicy noodles. Why don't I put it in the car first? Xiaohu bypassed Jiang Che and carried the spicy bar to the trunk of the car. Why are they all in the trunk? Take a couple bags and put them in the front so I can eat them on the way. Jiang Yuan commanded from the side. Oh, good. Tiger unpacked the box of chorizo and took 5 bags out. That's too little, get 5 more bags. Jiang Yuan had just finished speaking when his face was pulled by Jiang Che. Junk food, eat less. Brother! Don't you pull my face in front of outsiders. Do I still want to lose face? Outsider. The word sounded a little uncomfortable in Xiaohu's mind. And you know he's an outsider? You take things from outsiders too? It's an outsider again. Xiaohu took a double blast in his heart. Yes, it's true that he's an outsider, but Chipotle is one of our own. Another and another outsider. Xiaohu felt a 10,000-point blitz. I left the chili fries on the seat. You can go now. Jiang Che said. Jiang Yuan waved his hand at Little Tiger. I have trouble with my legs, so I won't send you off. The way he said this, he was even more flip-flopping than Jiang Che. Tiger cub. Xiaohu took a deep breath and walked over to Jiang Yuan. River Edge, there are some things I want to say to you alone. Hearing these words, Jiang Che immediately sensed the danger signal as if there was an antenna on his head. If you have something to say it quickly, we're waiting to go. That's right, you still have to talk to me alone, you're not going to deliberately sidetrack my brother and bully me, are you? Tiger cub. Tiger felt that he had bought his box of chili fries for nothing. P.S. Small fish eat Kuan, writing a book is really hard, more heart bitter, so everyone if not 5 stars, try not to less than 1 star, who do not want to like this. So frustrated that I could barely sleep, I turned on my computer today and shut it off, and then opened. Also, about the skirt thing, it wasn't that I was upset about the argument about the plot, but someone private me and it rose to family a bit too much to take so it fell apart. Chapter 166 Taking Jiang Yuan to Love Rhythm House. Xiaohu looked at Jiang Che leering and refusing to leave, thinking that he should not be able to support Jiang Che today. Forget it. Jiang Yuan, have you planned which university you want to enter next year? Xiaohu's heart was on edge as he asked this. Puffing around like a drum. River City Women's College, I think. Jiang Yuan's words instantly made Xiaohu dumbfounded. Good job, sis. Jiang Che gave Jiang Yuan kudos in his heart. Xiaohu's mouth was open and half closed. He originally wanted to go to whichever university Jiang Che went to. I didn't realize that Jiang Yuan was going to Jiangqing, a women's college. That's a tough move. It's like when they used to get into fights with girls at school and the girls kicked them twice and then ran to the women's bathroom and didn't come out. It's too extreme. You're really going to River City Women's College? Not really. Jiang Yuan returned. Tiger blinked and froze. Didn't you say you wanted to take the Jiangqing Women's College? Right. I do want to take the Jiangqing Women's College, but that's only the 2nd grade, I'm a top student, so my strength doesn't allow it, at least it has to be Jiangqing University. What, you also want to take the Jiangqing University? Jiang Yuan asked rhetorically. The smile on Tiger's face froze. Seeing Little Tiger's reaction, smart as Jiang Yuan, he immediately understood. You're not strong enough either, are you? After all, your grades are almost always at the bottom of the list. Cheer up, there's still a year to go. Zhang Yuan said this to Xiaohu purely for the sake of the spicy noodles. But it sounded extraordinarily exciting to Tiger. Zhang Yuan, she was encouraging him. Ow ow ow. Zhang Yuan was actually encouraging him. Then he must study hard every day and definitely not let down Zhang Yuan's expectations of him. Let's go. Zhang Yuan politely waved his hand with little Tiger before getting into the car. Xiaohu looked in the direction of the car driving away and kept staring for a long time before withdrawing his gaze. Just as he turned around, his foot stepped on something. Looking down, it was a pendant. Tiger looked down and picked up the pendant. Isn't that Kaneki from Tokyo Ghoul? Just now he seemed to have seen it on Zhang Yuan's bag. It's from River Edge. With Kaneki in his hand, Xiaohu once again looked in the direction where the car had just driven off. It's been driving away for a while now, so even if we go after it now, we won't be able to catch up. In that case, he would keep this pendant for now. He would carry it around with him every day, and use it to encourage himself to study well every day. As soon as Xiaohu got home, he immediately pulled out his English book for the second semester of his sophomore year. Since he has the worst English, he has to start with English. However, after pulling out his English book, he realized that he could recognize all these English words again when they were all broken down into letters, and when they were put together, he couldn't pronounce a complete sentence. This is embarrassing. Mom! Mom! Get me a tutor, I want to study hard. When Tiger's mom heard this, she thought it would be better to get him a doctor first. Must be having a big problem. Otherwise her son wouldn't have said such a thing. As soon as Jiang Che arrived home, he immediately sent a message over to Tang Yunran. I'm here, are you? Well, I just got here too. Join us for dinner? Some other time, my dad said he'd take us to family dinner tonight. Tang Yunran hesitated in her mind after sending this message. Should she tell him about their family going to Love Rhythm House? After thinking about it, Tang Yunran ultimately decided that it was better not to tell him about it. In case Jiang Che knew and he secretly went there too, when he met with her dad, he would be upset again. Well then, you stay with your family. A disappointed look appeared on Jiang Che's face. Zhang Yuan glanced towards Jiang Che's cell phone. Rejected? Just you being nosy. Slightly, Zhang Yuan spat out his tongue mischievously. Jiang Che was struck by an idea that suddenly came to him. I'll take you somewhere. What are you doing? Selling girls? Jiang Che inhaled and nodded. Aha! Then I'm not going. Really not going? Not going. Say nothing. I'm going to take you out to dinner at the Lovejoy house. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan immediately turned back to Jiang Su with a smile on his face. Give me a few minutes, I'll go change. Jiang Che. Half an hour later, Jiang Che drove Zhang Yuan to Pingtuan Road. Zhang Yuan leaned over the car window and watched excitedly. She rarely came to this place, it was basically a place where rich people came to spend their money. Even when Jiang Che won the lottery some time ago, the family didn't come here to eat. The main thing is to prepare for the preoperative period. After the surgery, it is even more important to abstain from eating for a period of time. Combined with Linya's heavy reaction to her pregnancy, she hadn't had much of an appetite, so the family hadn't been to such a high-class place since they'd gotten rich. So excited? Jiang Che gave Zhang Yuan a sideways glance. From the very beginning, Jiang Che realized that Zhang Yuan couldn't sit still as if he was sitting on a needle felt under his butt. Of course it's exciting. That's the Love Rhythm building. Zhang Yuan said this in an excited tone. What happened to the House of Love? Because the restaurant had just opened, he went there almost every day for a while. Just because it's the Love Rhyme House, that's why it's exciting. Don't you know? Love Rhythm House is the only restaurant in our Jiangqing city that is the most restored to the ancient style. I've seen it in photos, it really looks like an ancient restaurant. The waiters, little brothers and sisters inside are all wearing hanbok. And you can even rent hanboks to wear. Zhang Yuan felt beautiful as he imagined himself in a hanbok. Jiang Che felt funny in his heart when he saw how excited Zhang Yuan was talking. Later, if Zhang Yuan knew that he was the owner of this Love Rhythm House, what kind of jaw-dropping expression would she have? Just as Jiang Che was thinking this, he noticed that Zhang Yuan's expression suddenly lowered all of a sudden. What again? Zhang Yuan flattened his mouth. Renting hanboks is expensive, isn't it? It is a little bit, after all, the diners at Love Rhythm House are basically rich people, and it's all about being upscale. What is done is service. Let the diners be willing to spend money and feel that it's worth it. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Zhang Yuan turned his head towards him. Are you familiar with the House of Love? Of course I know it well, I go there all the time. Zhang Yuan bristled, you just blow it off. What's the point of lying to you? I go almost every day. You think I don't know anything, go there to eat, without a $10,000 want to eat a good meal, it's hard okay. Even if you make some money in stocks now, with your ability can you go to Love Charm House every day? Then you just don't know, your brother and I never ask for money when we go to the Love Rhyme House for dinner. Ha ha ha, Zhang Yuan held his stomach and laughed. You don't want money for dinner? You think you don't charge you because you're handsome? Or are you the owner of Love Rhythm House? Chapter 167, Crashing into the Old Man's Family. Jiang Che raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything, just smiled. Zhang Yuan looked at Jiang Che like this, it was indescribably odd. The car stopped in front of the Lovecraftian building. Zhang Yuan didn't have the time to speculate on Jiang Che's strange expression, her eyes were now filled with the anciently decorated Love Rhythm building. Although she had seen photos of the front facade of the Love Rhythm House on the internet, and had also seen what the tavern looked like on ancient TV dramas, the experience was really different between what she had seen through the screen and what she had seen on the spot in person. Zhang Yuan couldn't wait to push open the car door and get off, leaning on his crutches, excited and thrilled toward the door. Jiang Che laughed and shook his head, children are children. Speaking of which, Zhang Yuan had always been a child at heart, that is, in her previous life she had been married, and still always maintained a naive character. It's too easy to lose out in society with such a personality. Though she usually disliked him half-heartedly, she was just pure tough-talking and soft-hearted, a thing she only realized deeply after his death. It was what he hadn't expected, that Zhang Yuan would lie down on his coffin and cry bitterly, crying until he finally fainted directly from lack of oxygen. Maybe brother and sister are just enemies? The usual fight, but in the end has the blood relationship between siblings, from childhood to accompany each other as grown-up playmates. Wow, it's beautiful. Brother! Come over and look at it. So many beautiful hanfu. Zhang Yuan's eyes were going wild. Jiang Che walked over. You pick one. Really let me choose? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. The next second inclined his head not to look at those nice handbags. Forget it, we're here to eat, not pick out clothes. And there are a lot of handbags for sale on Poundland, so if I really want to wear them, I can totally buy them. Zhang Yuan often look at hanbok on Poundland, cheap also have, more than 100 dozens of dollars more to go. What kind of hanbok is that? Not only is the workmanship poor, the fabric is also poor, it's okay to use it in the studio to take pictures, but it's too embarrassing to wear it out. Jiang Che didn't know much about clothes, and these were all things Tang Yunran had told him. In fact, this point is also clear in Zhang Yuan's heart, after all, she has understood. Dozens of dollars of handbox if you turn in place, the hem of the skirt at best can only be turned into a barrel shape, not good at all. Not so with tens of thousands of dollars of handbox that spin like fairies. It's too expensive, there's no need, it's just a meal. Come on, let's go in and eat. Zhang Yuan said that on his lips, but his eyes couldn't control to look at the people inside. The diners who come here are basically wearing hanbok. Especially for female compatriots, you won't see many without it. She had read in the headlines before that hanfu was their Chinese culture, and that they should hold an annual event dedicated to wearing hanfu. There had been people advocating it, but it had always been a stone's throw away, no splash at all. There are a lot of girls, like her, especially want to wear hanbok out. But they are afraid of the strange eyes of passers-by, so most of them buy home and look at themselves in front of the mirror. Now in their Jiangcheng, there was such a place as Love Rhythm House, which allowed everyone to go in wearing hanbok in name only, and all of them were the same, wearing hanbok, so they wouldn't be pointed at. So naturally, everyone is happy to wear hanbok and experience the life of the ancients in this very ancient style. Zhang Yuan's appearance fell into Jiang Che's eyes as much as possible and called for the waiter. You pick one out for her. Zhang Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked at Jiang Che. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Jiang Che. If you don't wear a hanbok, we won't go in for dinner. But shoes. Zhang Yuan was so touched in his heart that he was so moved that he almost hugged Jiang Che and gave him another big muah. But thinking about it, that seemed too carnal. She can't stand it. Her brother couldn't stand it, I'm sure. So let's just forget about it. Then I'm welcome. Zhang Yuan was happily choosing her hanbok while thinking in her mind that she would have to speed up the pace of knitting the quarter scarf that she had thrown at home, so that she could give it to her brother when the fall came. Zhang Yuan finally picked a goose yellow Chinese dress. After wearing it, it adds a few points of wit and playfulness. Brother, how is it? Was it good? It's nice, it fits you quite well. It just doesn't look as good as what your sister-in-law wears. River Edge. Jiang Che had just brought Zhang Yuan inside when he saw Tang Yunran's family. Earlier, Tang Yunran had weighed in, saying that their family was going out for dinner in the evening. Come here to eat? Jiang Che looked at Tang Yunran with both eyes. At this moment, Tang Yunran was also looking at Jiang Che. She didn't tell Jiang Che before because she was worried that Jiang Che would come secretly. As it turned out, he came anyway. Tang Feng cleared his throat and turned his head to look at Tang Yunran. Did you inform him? No, I didn't tell him. No? What a coincidence. I just told him that we were going out to dinner as a family, nothing else really. Tang Feng knew this daughter of hers and could see that she wasn't telling lies to deceive them now. Lu Qin retracted her gaze from Jiang Che's body. Isn't this the young man who lent us the oil on the road last time? Not only that. Tang Feng said with a stern face. Lu Qin saw that Tang Feng's expression wasn't very happy, and without waiting for her to ask, she heard Tang Feng speak out first. I saw him with Xiao Ran a few days ago. What? Lu Qin exclaimed in shock. She looked at Jiang Che and then at Tang Yunran. Ran, is your father telling the truth about what he said? Tang Yunran nodded, then said, Mom, Jiang Che, he's very good to me. Really? How long have you been together? Lu Qin asked. Tang Yunran returned with a red face. On Valentine's Day, he confessed to me. What? You've all been together for so long? Tang Feng turned his head to look at the three Tang Faison after he finished speaking. Weren't you guys with her on Valentine's Day? The three Tang Faison people were very weak from the question. Dad, this shrimp slider is especially good, try it. Dad, I'll pour you a drink. I'll pinch the fish for you. Tang Feng glared at the three brothers without any good humor. Why don't you call that young man called Jiang Che over to have a meal together? Xiao Ran isn't getting any younger, and it's not a good idea for you as a father to keep plugging away, so why don't you call him over and let's have a good chat? Lu Qin proposed and said. Hearing Lu Qin say this, Tang Yunran's heart was delighted. It's true that there's only one thing better in the world than a mom. Of course, Dad wasn't so bad either. Just a little mean. No one is allowed to call. Today is our family dinner time, what's the point of calling outsiders over? Tang Feng's words made it very clear that he wasn't just unwilling to accept Jiang Che. Tang Yunran's mood dropped once again and secretly took out her cell phone, sending a message over to Jiang Che. Chapter 168. Old husband's attitude towards him changed drastically. What brings you here? Didn't Jiang Yuan never come? Bring her over for a meal. After Jiang Che finished editing this message, he then sent, why didn't you say earlier that you guys were coming to Love Rhythm House? I wasn't afraid you'd find out and come over and make it unpleasant. If you had said so, I wouldn't have come. Tang Yunran. It's happened, there's no point in talking about it. Brother. Jiang Yuan reached out and pulled Jiang Che's sleeve. That's your old man, isn't it? Looking at your eyes, it seems like you want to eat someone. Nonsense, that's the way Dad and I would look at a wolf cub if someone were to take you in one day in the future. Jiang Yuan skimmed his mouth and muttered to himself, I'm not going to look for a date, how nice to be alone. And don't be bothered by anyone. After Jiang Che glanced at Jiang Yuan, he withdrew his gaze and cast a look at Tang Yunran, mouthing the word go. Then stood up and headed for the bathroom. Knock, knock, knock. Tang Yunran's little heart hammered, and after looking at Tang Feng, she pulled back her chair and stood up. Where to? I'm going to the bathroom. Tang Feng glanced in the direction of the bathroom. The kid just went. Gulp. Tang Yunran swallowed dryly. It's true that ginger is still hot. I, literally, want to go to the bathroom. Waiting for him to come out. After the three Tang Faison brothers looked at each other, they finally decided that Tang Faison would make a move. Dad, I'll go with my sister, I'm in a bit of a hurry too. Don't worry, with me watching over my sister, I definitely won't let her have a chat with that brat. Tang Faison said this before Tang Feng let go. Tang Faison and Tang Yunran quickly walked towards the bathroom. Sango, thank you. Look what you're saying, I'm your third brother, it's only right to help you, what's there to thank? Just as Tang Faison finished his words, Jiang Che appeared from the side. Still, thanks. Tang Faison gently pushed Tang Yunran to Jiang Che's side. You guys have a good chat, I'll go stand guard at the door and make sure I don't let my dad come over. Tang. Fly. San. These three words practically popped out of Tang Feng's teeth. Tang Faison was sweating and sweating coldly as he listened. Gulp. Gulping heavily, he mechanically turned his neck, which had already stiffened long ago, and looked back. After seeing Tang Feng's tornado transit like black face, he only wanted to run. The expressions on Jiang Che and Tang Yunran's faces weren't any better than Tang Faison's, not expecting Tang Zhong to suddenly appear. Speaking of which, it was just happenstance that Tang Feng had some urgency to pee. Actually, just now, Tang Fei Lin had already sent messages to Tang Faison and Jiang Che Tang Yunran. But Tang Faison didn't have his cell phone with him, and Jiang Che and Tang Yunran didn't read the messages. You guys go back first. Tang Feng said with a cold face as he looked at Tang Yunran and Tang Faison. Tang Yunran reluctantly let go of Jiang Che's hand and came to Tang Feng's side. Dad. Shut up. Jiang Che's brows furrowed as he looked at Tang Yunran's aggrieved appearance. In the past, he thought that he could use the European Emperor experience coupon like he did to conquer his great-uncle to give himself an advantage. Then after thinking about it, he felt that he was able to conquer his old husband in his previous life, so there was no reason why he couldn't in this life. Yet by now, his old husband was looking at him more and more unfavorably. He didn't mind the disapproving look his old husband gave him, but he definitely couldn't tolerate his wife being bullied. So, he decided that he would redeem the Euro Millions experience voucher. System. Redeem the Euro Emperor experience coupon for me. He's going to conquer the old man. Sorry, Ocean experience coupons can only be redeemed a maximum of 3 times a month. The permission to use it 3 times this month has all been used up. Extremely healthy greens. Why didn't you say so? This was something that Jiang Che was going to say, but then he thought that with the system's pissed off nature, saying it would be pissing himself off. There you go. When it counts, it falls off the chain. After Tang Yunran and Tang Faison left, Jiang Che and Tang Feng were the only 2 left. Tang Feng strained his dark face as he looked at Jiang Che. I'll be blunt, you don't deserve my daughter. Jiang Che hung his breath. Let me also ask straight out, what kind of person do you think would be good enough for your daughter? At least not like you. Jiang Che slowed down and continued to ask, are you intentionally targeting me? No. Then why? Do you think you can take care of Xiao Ran with your ability? Do you think falling in love can be a meal? If there is no financial foundation, will you have a bright future? You don't, all you do is fall in love. I've got this, Who doesn't know how to say empty words? What I will definitely be so and so good to my other half when I earn money in the future. Don't be childish, I've been there, I've seen it all, especially people like you. Zhang Rong happened to walk over from the side when Tang Feng spoke. Boss, there's just something I need to discuss with you. It was only after Zhang Rong finished speaking that she noticed Tang Feng standing opposite Jiang Che. Looking at the look of surprise that appeared on Tang Feng's face, Zhang Rong looked at Jiang Che with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, I was just looking for you in a hurry and didn't notice him. It's okay, I don't blame you. By the way, what's the urgent matter you're looking for me for? Jiang Che turned his head and asked. Zhang Rong looked towards Tang Feng. It's all your own, you just say it. Hearing that Jiang Che was so nice, Zhang Rong had nothing to worry about. Jipping Hotel has also started a program to rent and sell Chinese clothing, clearly trying to steal business from our Love Charm house. There's still this? This made Jiang Che somewhat surprised. At this time, Tang Feng spoke up, don't worry about it, Jipping Hotel will only make people laugh if it does this. Western-style decorations and engaging in Chinese Hanfu, it's incongruous and won't pose any threat to the Love Rhythm house. Jiang Che turned back to Tang Feng with a surprised face. The surprise on his face at this moment was even greater than when he had just heard that Jiping Hotel was also engaged in a Chinese dress program. Tang Feng's old face turned a little red as he was stared at by Jiang Che. Cough cough. Before I talked business with Love Charm House, first I was rejected, then manager Jiang called me again and said that the cooperation was pleasant, so I said why is it so strange? So you are the owner of this Love Charm House? Why didn't you say so earlier? Looking at Tang Feng, whose attitude had changed 360 degrees, Jiang Che said that his brain couldn't turn around for a moment. I'm trying to chase Ran with my own skills, not looking up to this love rhythm house. Jiang Che's words were the truth. Hearing Jiang Che's words, a very appreciative look appeared on Tang Feng's face. He appreciated Jiang Che, not because of the fact that Jiang Che was the owner of this love rhythm house, but because of what Jiang Rong had mentioned to him about this owner some time ago. Chapter 169, What's Going On? It says that the owner of Love Rhythm House is only 18 years old. It was a bit of a shock to hear that at the time, but only somewhat. Because there is no lack of rich second generation in this world. Those who live a good life of young masters and young masters have nothing to do, casually investing in a business is a lot. Not one more Love Rhyme House owner. However, what Jiang Rong said to him next was an incomparable shock. She said that her boss was not a rich and wealthy second generation, but started from nothing with his own ability, and said that their boss's family of origin was native to the countryside. That made him unable to resist his admiration. He's only 18 years old. It's amazing that you've broken into such a world. Come to think of it, even though he was considered young and talented, he was far worse than the owner of Love Rhythm House. Look at his own sons. Since childhood he has trained them to be independent and self-reliant. By his influence, his sons are not the rebellious children who are spoilt in other people's homes. It still makes him quite happy. But compared to the owner of the Love Rhythm House, it was definitely not in the same class anymore. That's why he reacted the way he did just now when he realized that Jiang Che was the owner of Love Rhythm House. One more thing, no wonder he saw Jiang Che and Jiang Rong together that morning. At that time he thought Jiang Che and Jiang Rong were in that kind of relationship. Now, it seems that he was the one who misunderstood him. Nice. Very good. Tang Feng put his hand on Jiang Che's shoulder and patted it. Jiang Che stared blankly at the look on Tang Feng's face, filled with all appreciation. The look was extraordinarily familiar to him, the very same expression his old husband had looked at him in his previous life. Jiang Che really wanted to slap himself hard on the head. It's so clever and confusing. In his previous life, his old man appreciated him, but he thought that he, like him, had created a world of his own with his own hands. It was also for this reason that his old husband was only a hero to him. He even neglected such a very important point, already had the bottom card of the Love Rhythm House, but he was a hard circle. Just now, if Jiang Rong hadn't noticed Tang Feng and called him boss, he would have had to continue to go around in circles. Tang Yunran looked towards the bathroom room with an anxious heart, and since coming out, her frown hadn't been stretched. Third brother, do you think Dad will make things difficult for Jiang Che? Do you want to hear the truth? Tang Feisin was actually worried about Jiang Che in his heart. It wasn't just Tang Feisin, Tang Fei Mu and Tang Fei Lin were also like this, but they didn't dare to say it. Tang Feisin had already been exposed, and there were only two of them left undercover. They had to be taught, or else once they were exposed, no one would be able to help Tang Yunran in the future. I'll go take a look. Tang Yunran couldn't stand waiting any longer. Xiaoran, don't be impulsive. Tang Feisin reached out to pull Tang Yunran back. Tang Yunran was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. How could she not be anxious when it was about Jiang Che? Just as Tang Yunran was thinking this, Tang Feng appeared. Where's Jiang Che? Tang Yunran looked towards behind Tang Feng with an anxious heart, afraid that Jiang Che would never come out. Results. Jiang Che came out right after Tang Feng. And it was also talking to Tang Feng about something. The point is not that the two are talking, but the mannerisms, expressions and atmosphere of the talking. Pretty amicable. So amicable that you'd think you were dreaming. I'll go. Don Fison raised his hand and rubbed it over his own eyes, looking again. Or what he just did. Tang Feisin mechanically turned his head towards Tang Fei Mu and Tang Fei Lin. Originally he wanted to say if he had an eye problem, but after seeing Tang Fei Mu and Tang Fei Lin who had the same expression, the words that had arrived in his throat were directly stuck. Don't even have to ask. Tang Yunran and the others weren't the only ones surprised, there was also Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan also stopped eating and stared at Jiang Che and Tang Feng who walked over with big round eyes. What's the situation? Just now her brother-in-law was fierce, how come the two became so amicable after coming out of the bathroom? Especially the way her brother's old man looked at her brother, it was almost like the way her dad looked at her brother. Jiang Yuan quietly moved his hand and pinched at his waist. Hiss. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It's not a dream. Nor is it a hallucination. It's true. Jiang Che noticed that Tang Yunran had been watching him, and in order to reassure her sooner, he smiled at Tang Yunran, signaling that he was safe and sound. In fact, Jiang Che's approach was completely redundant, because as far as the situation at hand was concerned, anyone who wasn't blind could see that there was nothing wrong with him anymore. Just why? What the hell just happened to them in there? Jiang Yuan's burning heart of gossip made her unable to resist asking after seeing Jiang Che come over. As a result, before she could even open her mouth, she heard Tang Feng's voice ring out first. Jiang Che, why don't you bring your sister and sit at a table with us? It's crowded and lively. Amazing. Jiang Yuan stated that he couldn't believe his ears. Jiang Yuan's table was quite close to Tang Yunran's table, so Tang Feng's words were naturally heard by Tang Yunran and the others. Their reaction at this moment was almost identical to the expression on Jiang Yuan's face. Nothing but shock. Okay, uncle. After Jiang Che happily responded, he looked down at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, let's sit over there. After speaking to Jiang Yuan, he called for the waiter again. Unite all the dishes on the table on that one, plus 2 bottles of good wine. Okay. Soon, Jiang Che brought Jiang Yuan to Tang Feng's table. Jiang Che was just about to sit down when Tang Feng began to make arrangements. Oldest 3, you and Jiang Che switch places. Tang Feisen's position was at Tang Yunran's side. Tang Feng's intentions for this arrangement were quite obvious. The intent is clear. Don Feisen was also confused. Oh. Tang Feisen stood up woodenly, giving up his seat to Jiang Che, and then looked at Jiang Che with 100,000 reasons in his eyes. Tang Yunran also wanted to ask Jiang Che what was going on. But given the situation in front of her, she didn't know where to start. Jiang Yuan as well as Tang Feisen and the others all looked like they wanted to ask but couldn't. At this time, Lu Qin opened her mouth and asked, Old Tang, what's going on? Nice question. It's not good for them to ask, but it's good for Lu Qin to ask. Before Tang Feng could reply, Jiang Rong came over with some good wine. Manager Jiang. Tang Feng said as he was about to stand up. Mr. Tang, don't be polite to me, you're a valued guest of this store and a relative of the owner. Jiang Rong's words caused Lu Qin as well as Tang Feisen to be confused. Tang Feng was a relative of the owner of Love Rhythm House, how come they hadn't heard Tang Feng mention this matter? Chapter 170 Sneaking under the table to grab each other's hands. The others didn't know what was going on with the relatives Jiang Rong was talking about? Tang Yunran instantly understood and turned her head to look at Jiang Che at the first opportunity. Jiang Che read the meaning on Tang Yunran's face with a single glance, and nodded at her as an acknowledgement. Uncle Tang, you're so powerful. Surprisingly, you even know the big boss of Love Rhythm House. Jiang Yuan looked at Tang Feng with a face of surprised admiration. Tang Feng froze at Jiang Yuan's question and turned his head to look at Jiang Che. You didn't tell your family? My mom is pregnant, and I was afraid my mom would get too excited, and my sister, who was in the hospital for surgery a while ago, so I didn't say anything. Hearing Jiang Che say this, Tang Feng's gaze at Jiang Che became even more appreciative. 100 good deeds in filial piety, this Jiang Che is really good. Now that I think about it, how could the daughter he raised have a bad eye? How could she possibly fall for someone who was idle and unprofessional? Ran, you've known about this for a long time too? Aha! Tang Yunran nodded. The conversation between Jiang Che and Tang Feng and the others made Lu Qin and the others even more puzzled. Old Tang, what the hell is going on? What are you and Xiao Ran talking about? Why can't I understand? Also, how did you become a relative of the owner of Love Charm House? How come I haven't heard of any relative of yours that has the ability to open such a large restaurant? The 3 Tang Feisen brothers all looked at Tang Feng, waiting for his next words. There was also Jiang Yuan, whose eyes were wide open. She thought that if her brother's father-in-law was really a relative of the owner of Love Rhyme House, then her brother and Tang Yunran would be together in the future. Then she and her brother would also be considered half-relatives of the owner of Love Rhyme House. My goodness! If that was the case, if they came back to eat at Love Rhythm House in the future, they would definitely get a discount. Just as Jiang Yuan was thinking this, Tang Feng lost his smile and looked at Jiang Che and said to Lu Qin, Xiaoran, her boyfriend, is the owner of this Love Rhythm House. Quiet. Surprise. All the uninformed people stopped their hands and looked at Tang Feng with their jaws agape, followed by all of them mechanically turning their heads towards Jiang Che. They all couldn't believe their ears. Jiang Yuan's mouth was wide open, and his eyes were also wide open. Brother, he's telling the truth? Jiang Che nodded. Well, really? After saying that, Jiang Che added. Truer than pearls. Now Jiang Yuan's mouth opened even wider. Jiang Yuan was dumbfounded, and the three Tang Faison brothers got excited. My goodness! Jiang Che, you're not to be outdone. Surprisingly, you've quietly opened such a restaurant. That's not true. How dare you hide it from us three brothers? You don't treat us as your own, do you? That's right, thanks to the fact that we've been treating you like a brother-in-law. The three Tang family brothers were still moving their hands on Jiang Che's body while talking. Seeing this scene, Tang Feng's eyeballs almost glared down. Jiang Che was the first to notice the situation and scowled at the three Tang brothers. Tang Faison was straight naive and completely didn't understand Jiang Che's meaning. Jiang Che, what's wrong with your eyes? Got sand in them? Xiaoran, you quickly blow your boyfriend's ow ears. Ears. Dad, why are you twisting my ear? It's going to fall off, it's going to fall off. Seeing this, Tang Feimu and Tang Feilin hurriedly moved their chairs away from Tang Feng. You three brats, it turns out that you've been colluding for a long time, and you've even teamed up to cheat me. Am I still your old man? Yes, yes. Of course you are. If you weren't, I wouldn't let you twist my ear. Okay, Dad, there are so many people watching. You'd better let go. If you twist it again, it'll really fall off. Besides, I don't want face, don't you want face? Tang Feng wouldn't let go no matter what Tang Faison said. At this time, Jiang Che spoke up, Uncle, this matter is not third brother's fault, third brother did this for me and Ran as well. There's also big brother and second brother, I hope you don't blame them either, it's all because of me. As soon as Jiang Che finished speaking, Tang Feng let go of Tang Faison's ear. Tang Faison skimmed his mouth and said to himself, you didn't even let go when I said so much. As soon as Jiang Che opened his mouth, you let go, and those who don't know would think that Jiang Che is the one who is your son. Tang Feng screwed on Tang Faison's ear once again, you think I can't hear you just because your voice is low. I wish Jiang Che was my son instead. Well, you're right in everything you say, and please, old man, let go of your hand for a moment, and look at that one over there, and that one over there, all looking toward us. Tang Feng also saw it, hating it and letting go of Tang Faison's ear before looking towards Tang Feimu and Tang Feilin. Neither Tang Feimu nor Tang Feilin were brain-dead people like Tang Faison. Dad, we also see Jiang Che as a decent person and of good character, so we secretly support him and Xiaoran together. Yes, Big Brother is right, we also went through a series of inspections at first. Jiang Che is indeed excellent. When Tang Feng heard Tang Feimu and Tang Feilin say this, his anger immediately dissipated quite a bit. Getting back to the point, Tang Feng's gaze fell on Jiang Che. I heard from Manager Jiang that you're from the countryside? I'm from the village of Changshan. Changshan village? Xiaoran, her grandmother, lives there. Lu Qing did not expect Jiang Che to be from her mother's village. In fact, when she was very young, her parents divorced and she had been following her father to live in the city, so she didn't really know the people on her mother's side of the family. Oh, Changshan village. Tang Feng looked at Tang Yunran with intent. Tang Yunran was looked at in a very weak manner. Tang Feng shook his head, no wonder Tang Yunran suddenly told him 2 days ago that she missed her grandmother in the countryside and wanted to go see her. Turns out thinking about grandma was a lie, and the rendezvous was real. After slowing down, Tang Feng's gaze once again shifted to Jiang Che's body. Although I don't oppose you and Xiaoran being together, I still say that you guys are still young and I don't want you to be too impulsive. Uncle, don't worry, I like Ran, it's the kind of liking that I really want to be with Ran, it's something that will last for a long time in the future, so when it comes to Ran, I'll think twice before I act. We'll never let Ran suffer half a bit of wrongdoing. As soon as Jiang Che finished saying this, a system beep that covered one another sounded frantically in his head. Love experience value plus 615. Relationship experience value plus 689. Love experience value plus 713. Love experience value plus 755. Listening to the system beeps, Jiang Che's emotions came up and he quietly reached out and grabbed onto Tang Yunran's hand. 10 fingers interlocked. Tightly clasped together. Chapter 171. Jiang Yuan was injured. Relationship experience value plus 1203. Jiang Yuan noticed the small movements between the two and skimmed his lips, the little couple in love. Oh. It's really toothsome, so she'd better focus on her food. This dish is delicious. Eating these dishes makes the whole person feel not too happy. Oh. On the way back. Brother, when are you going to tell mom and dad about this? I haven't thought about it yet. I don't think Mom is that easily irritated, so why don't we just go back and tell them? Jiang Che thought for a moment and said, you have to realize that too much excitement is not good for a pregnant woman. Mom and ordinary pregnant women are not the same. I asked Dad, and Dad said that it's best for our mom's situation to recuperate quietly, and that she must not be emotionally overjoyed. If it wasn't for that, I would have told them a long time ago. Listening to you, it's really true that we can't tell Mom and Dad about this for a while. It's better to wait until little baby comes out. So make sure you keep your mouth shut. Don't worry, I have an airtight mouth and anyone who tells me secrets is safe. The car stopped at the stoplight, and Jiang Che threw a look of do you see what he believes at Jiang Yuan. When I was a kid, I don't know who spread the word about me wetting the bed all over the school. Jiang Yuan's face slightly showed so much of a heartfelt expression that can't be blamed on me. It's mainly my best friend. I just told her alone about this, and she promised me that she would never say anything to anyone else. Jiang Che. Brother, there's a honey snow ice city up ahead. I want ice cream. Jiang Che said, pointing to the honey snow ice cream store at the next intersection. Eating ice cream in the middle of the night, you're not afraid to go back with a tummy ache. I'm going to eat it. I'm on fire right now and I've probably eaten too much meat. You know, it's over 100 pounds and you still eat that much. Jiang Yuan flattened his mouth. What's wrong with 100 pounds? Isn't sister-in-law 100 pounds too? Can you two be the same? You're half a head shorter than your sister-in-law, not to mention that you're just a bucket, and your sister-in-law has a curvy S-curve body. I'm your sister. Do you have to be so mean? What's wrong with me? I don't have a big waist, okay? And I still have what I need, okay? The siblings argued with each other, and the atmosphere in the car was harmonious. Jiang Che stopped the car. I'll go buy it, wait for me. After all the bickering, the relationship between the two siblings that was half-assed. Jiang Che had just left with his front foot, and following that, he saw several bear children around 10 years old bullying a litter of kittens. Jiang Yuan got down from the car before he could see clearly the several kittens in the cardboard box. There were 5 of them in all small, and they must have been dumped here by the cat owner shortly after birth. One of the boys picked the cat straight up by the ears and yanked it up. Meow meow meow, the kitten let out a painful cry for help. Look how much fun! Come and get me. Can't catch me, can you? The little boy said as he flung the kitten. Jiang Yuan couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, what are you doing? A few bear children were startled by the sudden shout, turned their heads to look, and after seeing Jiang Yuan on crutches, one of them became bold again. Damn cripple! What's it to you? That's just it, mind your own business first. After saying that, the bears no longer cared about Jiang Yuan and continued to maim the small animals. Jiang Yuan turned back towards the Honey Snow Ice City store and saw Jiang Che in line through the glass door. Meow meow meow, the cat's miserable pleas for help, each one overwhelming her. Stop it. You are not allowed to bully them anymore. Jiang Yuan said as he rushed towards the bears on his crutches. She's coming over. Hit her. It's not good, is it? She's disabled, what if something happens? That's what she asked for. Right. Don't be afraid, I'll take responsibility if anything happens, together. The bears discussed the situation and pounced together, pushing Jiang Yuan to the ground. Hiss, After letting out 2 grunts of pain, Jiang Yuan pursed his lips tightly and crawled towards the cardboard box where the kitten was placed, hugging the box and protecting the kitten under his body. Come here, you guys. Come on. Jiang Yuan shouted ferociously while waving his cane hard. The bears tried to make a move, but couldn't get close enough for a moment. Just then, Jiang Che rushed out. What are you doing? The bear children looked at each other after seeing Jiang Che, who was more than 1 meter tall, and turned around to run. A few kids, Jiang Che couldn't really rush up and beat them up. Injured? Jiang Che helped Jiang Yuan up. Jiang Yuan, however, looked down towards the cardboard box. Jiang Che followed Jiang Yuan's line of sight and saw that there were a total of 5 kittens that were trembling with fear and cuddling and shrinking together, their mouths still emitting faint pitiful cries from time to time. Brother, they're so pathetic. You want to take them home? May I? I don't have any objection, but Mom. She's pregnant now, it's best not to have these things in the house. But they're really pitiful, and they've just been bullied by a couple of bears again, so they must be psychologically damaged. Jiang Che could see that Jiang Yuan really wanted to raise them. Right. I didn't think of it for a moment just now. We have other houses in the Autumn Waters neighborhood where we can take them to raise them. Great, I can bring them home. Zhang Yuan was excited and happy. After getting into the car, Zhang Yuan kept the cardboard box on his lap, communicating with a couple of kittens. Don't be afraid, from now on, I'm your master, I'll protect you, and I'll turn around and buy you a beautiful home online, and the best cat food, and cat litter. Oh. I haven't named you yet. There are 5 kittens in all, what would be a good name? Brother, think of some good names? Keep it simple and call it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. River Edge. You don't call that easy, you call it saving, okay? Can't you walk the walk? Then it's Juan, Rabbit, Age, Buddha, Hair Thing, they're memorable names, and they're fancy too. River Edge. Zhang Yuan threw a look towards Jiang Che, letting him experience it for himself. Forget it, don't count on you, I'll think for myself. When Jiang Che's gaze retracted from Zhang Yuan, he gazed intently and saw blood on Zhang Yuan's hands. You're hurt, why didn't you say so? Chapter 172, finally named the cat well. Zhang Yuan raised his hand and looked towards the place where Zhang Yuan had broken it. A little injury, it's all scabbed over. Zhang Yuan said indifferently. There's a band-aid in your front storage box, put it on. Just don't bleed, don't paste. Jiang Che looked at Zhang Yuan with an ugly face. If you don't post it, you shouldn't touch those cats. Why? Why do you say? Are you a 3-year-old child? There are a lot of germs on the bodies of small animals. You have a cut on your hand and you still touch them, aren't you afraid that the cut will get infected? Is that what you learned in school? The class teacher didn't teach it either. Do you need a teacher to teach you that? A little common sense goes a long way. And what did you just say about learning that way in school? Jiang Che wanted to punch someone. Fine, I'll post it, take it easy, drive properly, we have a total of 7 lives in the car, it's not a joke. Zhang Yuan said as he rummaged through the front car storage compartment and pulled out a few band-aids. Zhang Yuan first put it on himself, then picked up a kitten and carefully checked for it to see if these kittens were injured. Jiang Che's gaze retracted from Zhang Yuan's body. Originally he didn't think to bother with those bare children, but causing his sister to bleed and get injured, he as a brother couldn't just ignore it. System, redeem me for the Crow's Nest experience coupon. Okay, the exchange was successful. But if you're going to fix those bears? Well, to avenge my sister. It's not a good idea, is it? Although those bear kids are over the top, they're still kids in the end, isn't it too unethical to use the Crow's Nest experience coupon against them? Do you think I'm the kind of person who lacks virtue? So what do you want to do? I want them to study well every day and become the wonderful flowers of our country in the future. The scene shifts. When Xiao Chang and Xiao Mao returned home, they saw that their mom and dad looked quite bad. The reason is, the homeroom teacher called and said the final exam was so bad. Their parents hired a tutor after giving them a deep education and criticizing them. Let them study hard and improve every day in the last 10 days of their summer vacation. After Jiang Che was accepted by his old husband, he began to chat with Tang Yunran with confidence and boldness. Brother, I'm going to go see Red and the others. Zhang Yuan came out of the room on his crutches. Little Red was the cats that Zhang Yuan had. The name Little Red was also given to them by Zhang Yuan. Besides Little Red, the other 4 cats are named Little Orange, Little Yellow, Little Blue, and Little Purple. Follow the colors of the 7 fairies. He asked her why she didn't have green and green. She answered him, Little Green feels very green, Little Green has been called. So it was these 5 names that were finalized. To be honest, Jiang Che felt that Zhang Yuan's name was similar to his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bang with a bang, Zhang Yuan brought the door closed. Can't this girl close the door gently? Her leg isn't even healed yet, and she's already doing things in a frenzy. If your leg gets better, what's going to happen? Jiang Che had just finished spouting this when he received a call from Jiang Rong. Boss, Jiang Rong stammered up. What is it? You tell me? Although Jiang Che asked this, in fact, just by listening to Jiang Rong's words, he could probably guess what she was going to say next. It's 100% for her brother. Otherwise, with Jiang Rong's strong and independent nature, if it was just her own business, she definitely wouldn't have called to trouble him. I'd like to, borrow some money from you. Sure enough. Your brother went gambling again? Jiang Che fell silent on the phone after asking this. I can lend you the money, but then what? Jiang Rong opened her mouth. Then he took it to the casino to gamble and lost again. You go and borrow it again, over and over again, so the vicious cycle continues. When is the end? Jiang Che shook his head and said. I know it all. Jiang Rong's face was filled with bitterness. I know everything you said, but my brother has been detained by the casino now, and that side put out the word that they are giving me 3 days, and if I don't get the money together, they will make a move to remove my brother's hand. My mom and dad died early, and my brother and I are all that's left. I can't leave him alone. Don't worry, I'll pay back the money I borrowed from you. Otherwise, I'll work for you for the rest of my life. Hearing Jiang Rong say this, Jiang Che shook his head again. Jiang Rong was also really sad to run into such a younger brother. Looking at his family's Jiang Yuan, it was much cuter in comparison. It's true that people depend on people to set them off. He remembered that when he used to watch the TV series, it was the piggyback like this, who went to the daughter country have become the golden meat and potatoes. Still not a few good comparisons? How much? This Jiang Rong bit her lip. Go ahead. 1 million. His Jiang Che sucked in a breath of cool air. $1 million. While this could be taken out easily for him, it was definitely not a small amount for the average family. Not counting the house and these fixed assets, let's talk about the salary. The average white-collar salary is about $6,000 per month on average. It's only $72,000 a year without eating or drinking, $720,000 for 10 years. Jiang Peng is a real loser. Boss, Jiang Che, count on me to beg you this time, I really don't have any other way. The word beg is really hard for a strong woman like Jiang Rong. There's no need to say please, it's too much to ask. Since I poached you from the Kippen Hotel, I'll be responsible for you. Thank you. Thank you. Jiang Rong's heart was incomparably grateful, and she secretly swore in her heart that from today onwards, she would stay at Love Rhythm House all the time, and she wouldn't go if anyone came to dig her up. But it's still your word, if your brother continues to be obsessive and addicted to gambling, then this bottomless pit is something even I can't afford to fill. I'll find a way to rehabilitate him when we ransom him this time. You come up with anything good? Jiang Che's question left Jiang Rong speechless. The words that should be said, she has said very clearly to Jiang Peng, ruthless soft to Jiang Peng are not at all useful. Think about it again, I'll help you think about it too. Jiang Che thought with a headache. Thank you. No need to talk about that, I'll transfer the money to you later. Never mind, I'll come to your house later and we'll figure something out together. Good. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Che first opened the system mall to see if there were any good tools. Rummaging through it didn't turn up anything good. System, is there any bubble machine in the mall similar to the one in Doraemon that makes people repent? Jiang Che was thinking that he could give Jiang Peng a few more sprays on his body if he had any. There is. There's a slap confession post. Chapter 173. Something happened to Jiang Rong. Just put the slap repentance sticker on your hand and give the target a heavy slap, and the other person will realize his mistake and repent. This thing is wonderful. It's just, would it be too rude to hit someone? It looks like I'm not civilized. Whatever, the situation is urgent, so I won't be a mother-in-law caring about these details. I'll just sacrifice a little, and when I see Jiang Rong's brother, I'll slap him hard. If I really make Jiang Peng jealous and repent, I'll be considered to have done something meritorious. System, then hurry up and redeem it for me. You don't have it in the mall right now. Ha? We'll have to wait until this system is upgraded again and the mall is expanded before we get this slap confession post. After a 2-second reprieve, Jiang Che's mood only calmed down slightly for a second or two. And what conditions must be met before you can upgrade again? The conditions have long been fulfilled. Why didn't you say so? You didn't ask me this morning either. Didn't you say last time that the system was a mandatory upgrade? How can I ask? Last time was last time, this time is this time, it's not the same. At this moment, Jiang Che's mind conjured up the classic lines from Martial Arts Outreach. The world is so beautiful and I'm so cranky. It's not good. He is also in the heart, so open his own. By the way, open the cell phone, play the Great Compassion mantra. The whole thing is much more soothing. Then you upgrade now. Okay. Upgrade in progress? 1%, 1.1%, 1.2%. What's taking so long? I forgot to remind you that this upgrade is particularly slow and will take at least 12 hours to complete. Also during the upgrade, this system is suspended. Jiang Che's speechlessness at this moment had already reached the level of human and divine indignation. He felt that what he had bound was not a love system, but a gaslighting system. System, I have a very serious question for you. You can ask, but I can choose whether or not to answer. How can I beat you? Beat yourself up. Forget it, no more chit-chat, it's just looking for gas. Besides, he was a human being, and it wasn't eating him up to bother with a system. After dinner in the evening, Jiang Che drove towards the apartment where Jiang Rong lived. On the way, Jiang Che received a voice from Jiang Rong. Where to? 5 more minutes to go. I just bought a beer and waited for you. Good. Jiang Rong had just put down her cell phone when she heard the doorbell ring. So soon? Jiang Rong looked down at her cell phone, and the message from Jiang Che said that she would be arriving in 5 minutes. Ha ha ha, Jiang Rong laughed and shook her head. So Jiang Che was teasing her? Ding dong, the doorbell was still ringing. Coming. Jiang Rong put down her cell phone and wore slippers to open the door. Didn't you say Jiang Rong didn't finish the latter words because the person who came wasn't Jiang Che at all? Boss Bai? How come it's you? Bai Dijian is the owner of the casino, and now Jiang Peng is detained by him. After looking towards the room, Bai Dijian walked straight in wearing big leather shoes, and with him there were 2 burly bodyguards wearing sunglasses. Seeing this battle, Jiang Rong, a woman to say that the heart is not at all afraid that is false. But Bijian himself came to the door, and she guessed it had something to do with her brother. Thinking of Jiang Peng's safety, Jiang Rong had to come to Bai Dijian's front with a stiff upper lip. Boss Bai, my brother. Is $1 million coming together? Bai Dijian sat on the sofa, hand-coiled walnut, making a snap sound. It's coming together soon. Jiang Che will be here soon, and he's here to give her money. As for his comment about helping her work together to find a way to make Jiang Peng repent, she felt that the difficulty of this matter was comparable to the national soccer team winning the World Cup. Ha! Bijian snorted. It's coming together soon? How do you put it together? Sell? Bai Dijian said as he looked at Jiang Rong cynically. Boss Bai. Please show some respect. I said I'll give you the money. Jiang Rong couldn't accept the way Bai Dijian was looking at her, feeling like she had been insulted like never before. In response to Jiang Rong's anger, Bai Dijian wasn't upset. Instead, he scanned up and down Jiang Rong's body with a lewd gaze, skimming over inch by inch, looking very carefully. Jiang Rong, let's make a deal. I don't want $1 million if you become my lover, what do you think? Sorry. I can't do it. Jiang Rong held back her anger and refused decisively. The smile on Bai Dijian's face gradually disappeared, not only because of Jiang Rong's refusal, but also because the way Jiang Rong looked at him felt like looking at a fly. In Jiangcheng, there was no woman he couldn't get. This woman, relying on the fact that she had some pride in herself, dared to look at him with such eyes. Jiang Rong, I'll give you one last chance. Absolutely not. Very good, ha ha ha. Bai Dijian laughed twice before raising his hand and hooking it at the 2 bodyguards behind him. The 2 bodyguards were instructed to take out a syringe from the suitcase they were carrying. Seeing this, Jiang Rong was so scared that she lost her color, and after subconsciously falling back repeatedly, she turned around and ran towards the door. Before he could run to the door, he was grabbed by one of the bodyguards. Get off me! The bodyguard yanked Jiang Rong, turned her back to him, and pressed her to the table. Let go of me. Don't. Jiang Rong looked at the finger-thin needle and was so scared that her face was as white as paper. Because she was wearing a long-sleeved white shirt, she was not comfortable with injections, so the bouncer roughly ripped her sleeve open. Giggle. The broken sleeve was tossed aside. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. It's Jiang Che coming. Someone's coming for her. But Jiang Che, he an 18-year-old brat, facing the casino's big boss. What could he have done? Boss? The bouncer looked toward the door of the room. Don't worry about it, continue. Bijian continued to turn the walnut in his hand. Yes. Ha? Not home? Jiang Che stood at the door and waited for a while, but he didn't see Jiang Rong open the door for him. Not drunk on beer by yourself, are you? Make the call. Jiang Che dialed Jiang Rong's phone, and no one answered. And so on. Jiang Che pressed his ear against the door panel and could faintly hear the ringing of his cell phone. The cell phone is in there. There's no reason for Jiang Rong not to be home. Just when Jiang Che had a lot of doubts in his mind, suddenly a miserable scream came from inside the room. The sound